traveling through the drama joy of life. You have become the second prince of the Qing kingdom, Li Chengzi. You know the plot well. You are just the whetstone chosen by Emperor Qing for the crown prince. To change the tragic fate of Li Chengzi in the original work, you directly awakened a check-in system. As long as you check in at specific locations, you can get rewards. So, you start to fight back step by step with the help of the system. Since Emperor Chang wants you to be the stepping stone for the crown prince, just break the knife directly and become the emperor yourself. At this point, you open your eyes and look around, only to find that this is no longer your rented apartment, but a room filled with classical colors. At this moment, you are lying on a large bed, surrounded by three sides, decorated in a grand and elegant manner, covered with a silk cotton quilt. Just then, a large piece of memory suddenly surged in your mind, as if your brain was about to split open. You start holding your head, panting heavily. The maid who had just breathed a sigh of relief hurriedly approached you and asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" You waved your hand and said, "It's okay, don't worry." When you were reading this memory just now, you already understood what was going on. It turns out that you have crossed over to the world of joy of life and been reborn as the second prince with the same name and surname. After taking a deep breath, you start rubbing your temples to quickly calm your mind. Last night, the second prince, Li Chengzi, was assassinated. Although his life was not in danger, he remained unconscious, and then you were reborn into his body. This is big trouble. In the world of joy of life, it's not good to be reborn into anyone's body. But why did it have to be the second prince's body? You have read the original work before, so you have a deep understanding of the second prince. His life is full of contradictions and struggles. He possesses the cold and ruthless demeanor of an emperor, as well as the gentle and delicate qualities of a noble concubine. He loves grapes, enjoys walking barefoot, excels in literary arts, and seems like a hermit scholar detached from the world. If he were just an ordinary person, he might have become a great scholar, but his identity happens to be that of a prince, forcing him to confront the harsh reality. Although unwilling, one must also participate in the struggle for imperial power. Since the birth of the second prince, his fate has been decided, destined to be abandoned by Emperor Qing. And your father, Emperor Chang, is not only a political strategist, but also a ruthless old man. He regarded Li Chengzi as the whetstone for sharpening the crown prince, using this to cultivate the crown prince's abilities, and then ruthlessly abandoning him. As the second prince, Li Chengzi naturally could not accept such a fate, so he began secretly building up his power, planning to rebel. Since fighting for the throne will lead to death, and not fighting for the throne will also lead to death, he decided to fight for it to show Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, the second prince Li Chengzi was just a pawn of Emperor Qing, destined from birth. Later, the second prince Li Chengzi felt extremely desperate, knowing that his whole life was controlled by Emperor Qing, never truly living for himself. He took poison and ended his tragic life. You came to your senses, rubbed your face, and let your consciousness become clearer. You just learned from your memory that there is still a year before Fan Xian returns to the capital as in the original work. In other words, a year later, as long as Fan Xian returns to the capital, the gears of fate will start turning, and you can imagine the outcome by then. However, in this perilous and watchful place where brothers and father are all on guard, wanting to change one's own destiny is by no means an easy task. In the original work, Emperor Qing can be described as a ruthless and heartless person, willing to sacrifice his son's life to achieve his goals. Previously, Yi Qingmei helped him become the emperor and eliminated all obstacles for him, but he turned around and killed her, perfectly exemplifying the concept of repaying kindness with enmity. As for the crown prince Li Changqian, due to his background issues, despite being the crown prince, he is destined to have no chance at the throne. In order to avoid the struggles between the crown prince and the second prince, he chose to take the initiative to lead troops outside, temporarily keeping you safe. However, the crown prince Li Changqian, who appears reckless and foolish, is actually a clever and scheming person, with a level of cunning not inferior to Emperor Qing. The bodyguards who have followed him for years were all silenced just because they caught a glimpse of Fan Xian. In order to get Fan Xian to help him, he massacred the entire village of Shijia town with a fire, and pinned all the blame on you. And if I'm not mistaken, the person who tried to assassinate you last night was sent by the crown prince. It seems that the crown prince has already started to make a move against you. Although the third prince, Li Changping, is younger, he is very cunning and ambitious. He will not be a simple character when he grows up. In the world of ruthless imperial families, it's not as simple as it seems. After you slowly exhaled, you closed your eyes and leaned against the edge of the bed to contemplate, thinking about the future. Since the crown prince has already made a move on you, even if nothing happens this time, there will likely be a next time. No, definitely can't sit around and wait for something to happen. Just then, a machine-like voice sounded in Li Qing's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the carry-on check-in system. On-the-go check-in system? Lee Sungjack's heart snapped with joy when he heard the voice in his head. That's the hangers-on arriving. Chapter 2, the king is no more than Xiang. The general is no more than Li. They are all mine. System, what's the meaning of a carry-on check-in? Li Chengza hurriedly asked the system. Soon, the system gave a reply. Carry-on check-in system, as the name suggests, means that the host can check in at a specific location and will receive a reward upon success. Lee Sungjack nodded thoughtfully, then realized what was going on. Due to the success of the host's activation of the system, a newbie gift is rewarded. Do you want to receive it? Pick up. Li Chengza didn't hesitate in the slightest. The newbie gift pack has been issued. Host, please pay attention to receiving it. With the system's words, in Li Chengza's mind, a glow immediately appeared, and by the time he tapped it with his consciousness, the system's voice sounded again. The prize package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an escort. King of Western Shu, Xiang Yu. The King of Western Shu, Xiang Yu. Realm, Grand Master. Weapon, Buster Gun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an escort. Famous General, Li Siyuan Shao. Famous General, Li Siyuan Shao. Realm, Grand Master. Weapon, Yuan Long Lance. Li Qing's heart was even more ecstatic after hearing the system's voice. The rewards received were actually Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Shao. As the saying goes, the king is no more than the item. The general is no more than the Li. These two can be the history of China. The top of the martial arts almost no enemy. Moreover, they were all at the Grand Master level, so it was even more uncomplicated. After all, in the world of Qing Yunyan, there were only 4 great masters, Emperor Cheng, 4 Gu swords, Yi Lu Yun, and Bitter Lotus. Each of them can defeat 10,000 people with one, the strongest existence in the world. Now, he would have 2 more by his side, and then he would never have to worry about it again. In the future, if his life would be in danger, the characters and items rewarded by the system will be integrated into this side of the world in a reasonable manner, so the host does not need to worry about it, and the character will be absolutely loyal to the host, and will also act automatically to protect the host. As the system's voice fell, a panel of attributes appeared in front of him. Host, Li Sungtaek, age, 19, realm, none, weapons, none, guards, Xiang Yu, Li Tsuanxiao. When Li Sungtaek checked his attribute panel, he felt that outside the bedroom door, 2 more guards appeared, like door gods, standing on both sides. Could they be Xiang Yu and Li Siyuanshao? When Li Qingza pondered for a moment, he turned to Xiao Dao, who was helping him rub his back behind him, and asked, Xiao Dao, who is standing outside the door at this moment? Xiao Dao, who was carefully wiping her shoulders, said, back to Second Highness. That's your guards Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao. The 2 of them are on duty tonight. When Li Sungjack heard this, he nodded. It seemed that the system hadn't lied to him, and the rewards he had just received had been reasonably integrated into this world. If that's the case, then what's he afraid of in the future? Just having these 2 great masters alone was enough to exterminate most of the people in the world. So how could he lose? This time, not to mention the position of the crown prince, even the throne he was certain to take. Jesus couldn't stop it either. Just then, outside the door came, suddenly, a woman's voice, unbridled. Blind your dogs. Even the princess dares to stop. Don't want to die. Li Sungjack heard the voice and mused. Rapunzel? Why did she suddenly come here in the middle of the night? Soon, Li Sungjack reacted. In the original story of Qing Yunyan, Princess Li Yunrui and Crown Prince Li Changqian have an incestuous love, nominally pretending to support the crown prince, but actually supporting him. However, in the end, he really supported the crown prince Li Changqian and tricked him, just because Li Yunrui loved Emperor Qing, but Emperor Qing loved Ji Light Eyebrow, so she provoked Emperor Qing's 2 sons to take revenge on Emperor Qing. Thinking of this, Li Sungtaek rubbed his eyebrows breathlessly. He had a feeling that not a single one of these royals was in their right mind. What a mess. Claptrap. Li Qingza stood up from the bathtub and opened his hands. Xiao Tao, quickly help me dress. The maid Xiao Tao nodded and immediately stepped out of the water bucket, picking up the robe next to her and helping Li Qingza put it on. Only, in the process of wearing it, her little face was red and flushed like a ripe cherry. Soon, the clothes on Li Qingza's body were already dressed, and the maid, Xiao Tao, also put her own clothes on. Right at this moment, a young man outside the door suddenly droned in a cold voice, no one is allowed to enter without His Highness's permission. Otherwise, kill without pardon. As he spoke, a murderous aura also instantly emanated from his body. Hearing this, Li Chengza immediately shouted, Stop! Ask the Rapunzel to come in. No matter what. That Li Yunrui was his aunt, nominally still in the same camp. Now was not the time to tear his face. As Li Qing's words just fell, the door of the room was suddenly opened. Extremely beautiful-looking woman walked in from outside. She was wearing a glazed palace dress. Her features were straight. Her skin was snow-white. Her willow-like figure was delicate, and a few hints of faint sadness flowed between her brows. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that her appearance was worthy of the country and the city. Most importantly, the noble and elegant temperament that emanated from her was by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. Just after Li Yunrui walked into the room, he opened his mouth and said, "These two guards at your entrance, they really don't want to die. They even dare to stop me. If it weren't for the fact that they, for all their loyalty to you, I would never have spared them." With a smile on his face, Li Chengzi said to the visitor, "So it's Auntie who's here. Auntie, please sit down. I just don't know what Auntie is doing here at this late hour." Li Yunrui looked at Li Chengzi, and the young girl behind him, and nodded. "Naturally, I came to see you." Li Chengzi understood and turned to the maid behind him, Xiao Tao, and said, "You go first." "Yes." Peach nodded her head in agreement, grabbed the towel and toiletries next to her, and walked quickly towards the door. As she walked to Li Yunrui's side, she bent down and bowed before leaving the room, closing the door in her hand. At this time, Li Yunrui spoke. "I heard that someone is going to assassinate you tonight, so I rushed over to take a look." "Well, there's nothing physically wrong, is there?" Li Qingzi waved his hand and said, "It's fine. It can't die yet. It's just a shame that the assassins were allowed to get away." Although Li Chengzi said calmly on the surface, in reality, he had already started to sneer in his heart, because he knew that Li Yunrui's purpose of coming over at this moment was definitely related to the Crown Prince. A large part of the reason was that the Crown Prince had asked her to come over. After all, it had only been less than 2 hours since the assassination, so how had Li Yunrui known about it and rushed here so quickly? Plus, in the original, Li Yunrui, on the surface, pretended to support the Crown Prince, but actually supported him, Li Chengzi. But in the end, she really supported the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian. So, the Li Yunrui in front of him was still toward the Crown Prince in his heart. Li Yunrui folded his hands on his waist, the whole person noble and elegant, and said softly, "Then do you know who the assassin is?" Li Chengzi sat on the chair next to him, dashingly crossing his legs, and said, "Is it still necessary to guess? It must be someone sent by the Crown Prince. The person who wants me dead the most in this world today is him. As long as I die, then there will be no one who will compete with him for the Crown Prince position again." Chapter 3, Reward for Signing Up. Poisonous Scholar Jia Yan. Li Yunrui said with a smile on his face after hearing Li Qing's words, "You know it's the Crown Prince's men?" Li Qingzi looked up and glanced at Li Yunrui. "I have to say, this Qing was eldest princess, was indeed born very beautiful, between the knitted brows and the smile, are full of noble and elegant flavor." Sure enough, Zhang Wuji's mom didn't lie. The prettier a woman is, the more she can lie. At this point, Li Chengzi withdrew the topic. "I'm fine now. Thank you, aunt, for hanging on to me." Li Yunrui laughed. "We are all on our own, so don't talk so out of touch. Since you're okay now, I'll head back. When you go out in the future, pay more attention. No matter the person who did it tonight, whether or not it was sent by the Crown Prince, you can't be sloppy." Li Chengzi stood up, arched his hand and smiled. Then nephew respectfully sends his aunt off. Li Yunrui waved his hand and said, "There's no need to send them off. Just rest well tonight." With that, he opened the door to his room and walked out, closing it behind him in the process. However, the smile on Li Chengzi's face instantly disappeared after he saw Li Yunrui leave with a gloomy face. To go back in such a hurry, he must be telling the Crown Prince that he wasn't hurt, and you're on your own. God damn it, you're on your own. In the original, this one was killed by one of his own. By the pit. We'll see. It won't be long before both you and the prince are finished. Li Sungtae quickly walked to the position of the doorway and reopened the door of the room. Only 2 young men were seen standing at the doorway. They were stout, stood erect, their eyes were like electricity, and their bodies exuded, if nothing else, an aura that no one should be disturbed. "Your Highness." When the 2 saw Li Chengzi, they immediately arched their hands in obeisance. Li Chengzi nodded. These 2 Xiang Yu and Li Si Yuan Shao in front of him were much more handsome than he had imagined, and their ages were not too different from his own. In the future, with these 2 by their side to guard them, then there would be no need to worry about their lives. Now that the night was late, it was time to go back to my room and get a good night's sleep, so I could start the counterattack tomorrow. Li Chengzi said to Xiang Yu and Li Si Yuan Shao, "You 2 have worked hard to guard the gate." The 2 said in unison, "No hard work. Go through fire and water for your highness." Lee Sung-taek nodded with satisfaction and closed the door of the room back behind him, took off his outer clothes and started to lie down on the bed to sleep. Other side. After Lee Yunrui left Li Qing's residence, he went directly to the East Palace. The Crown Prince, Li Changqian, had long been waiting at the door, and after seeing Li Yunrui come over, he hurriedly pulled her into the room for a secret talk. Well, is Ergo dead yet? Just as soon as he returned to his bedroom, Li Changqian hurriedly asked. Li Yunrui skimmed him and laughed. Then do you want him to die, or don't you want him to die? Li Changqian coldly grunted. Of course this palace wants second brother to die. Nowadays, among the several brothers, the elder brother will never have a chance to compete with this palace, and the oldest three is a waste of space, not enough to be feared. So, right now, it's only second brother, who is the rival of this palace. As long as he dies, then this palace will be at ease, otherwise it will be difficult to sleep and eat. Li Yunrui nodded. That disappoints you. He's still alive. Li Changqian clenched his fist and hammered it on the tabletop. Exasperated. Failed? How could second brother be so fatal? Such a good opportunity tonight, but not able to kill him. Angry with this palace, Li Yunrui added. Not only did he not die, but he also guessed out the assassins, who were sent by you. Li Changqian laughed. So what? Anyway, this palace has been those assassins, all killed. No evidence. The second brother cannot help this palace, Li Yunrui said. That being said, but in the recent period of time, you should not make any more moves. Now that you have alerted the snake, he will definitely be more on guard. And, in case there is a slip-up, then your position as the crown prince will really be in danger. Until the throne is passed on to you, you will always be just the crown prince, with the possibility of being replaced at any time. So the one who laughs last, that's the real winner. Li Changqian nodded thoughtfully. Not bad. What you said does make some sense. Then this palace will pay more attention in the future. Li Yunrui said. Well, since the words have been brought to me, it's time for me to go back. At this time, Li Changqian raised his hand and grabbed Li Yunrui's arm, gently pulling it backward and pulling it into his arms. Since you're here, let's stay here in this palace first, and have a good rest. Li Yunrui leaned into Li Changqian's arms and laughed. Why? You want it again? Didn't we just have it 2 days ago? This palace wants to eat again. Who made you so delicious? Li Changqian intercepted her and picked her up, walking towards the large wooden bed next to her. The next day, early morning, after Li Qingze woke up, his maid, Xiao Tao, helped him change and wash up. Then he came to the living room to eat. Originally, Li Sung-taek thought that yesterday was all just a dream, but it turned out to be all true. Moreover, Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao beside him are still like door gods, always guarding his safety. Afterward, Li Qingze stopped thinking much about anything else and began to pick up the bowls and chopsticks to eat. Just as he had just eaten a few bites, the system in his head, once again, sent out a voice. The next check-in location is at Wanbao Bookstore. Please prepare yourself in time. Marlborough Books? Li Sung-taek put down the dishes in his hand and began to look up in the memories in his mind. Looking them up. Soon, he was in his memory and found where this place was. Wanbao Bookstore, inside the capital, was a place that specialized in selling books and talking books, extremely similar to the bookstores in the previous world. The previous Li Qingze, in particular, liked to go there and buy all sorts of books. Even the Red Mansion written by that Fan Xian was bought from that place. In that case, he'd go over there later and take a look. There might be a nice reward. A few moments later, after finishing his meal, Li Qingze took Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao, left the mansion and walked on the street. Soon, he arrived at the Wanbao bookstore and walked in with quick steps. When Li Qingze had just walked into the bookstore, the steward inside hurriedly greeted him. So it's the Second Highness. Quickly, please. Li Qingze opened his mouth to the stewards. You guys, in the past 2 days, have you had any new goods? The steward immediately nodded his head and said, of course there are. There are quite a few more. Please wait a moment. Second Highness, I'll take it for you. With the steward leaving, Li Sung-taek wandered inside the hall, only to see the entire hall. There were several huge bookshelves placed, all of which were densely packed with books, and they are all numbered. So if you want to see what type, just check the area of this number. Just as Li Sung-jack casually picked up a mythological book, the system in his head, once again, sounded. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Li Sung-jack didn't hesitate in the slightest. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarded with 1 character summoning card. Character summoning cards? Li Sung-taek realized that in his mind, 1 square card did appear, and when he tapped into it with his consciousness, the card immediately radiated light. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the strategist, Poisoner, Jia Yan. Poisoner, Jia Yan. Realm, under the 9th grade. Weapon, white feather fan. Chapter 4, the next signing point. Drunken Immortal Residence's Flowing Clouds Pavilion. Poisoner, Jia. Li Chengze was instantly happy in his heart after hearing the system's voice. The reward you get from this signing is actually the first strategist of the Three Kingdoms period. No, I should say the first poisoner. This man is sharp, unexpected, and to the point, reckless. His vision is farsighted and calculating. If he didn't make a move, he would definitely be able to restrain his opponent to death. And Jia Diao with strategy, straight to the heart, and completely do not pay attention to what morality and fame is purely on the matter of strategy. Quite I am well, which cares about the floods of heaven meaning. Such a talent is just what one needs. Isn't Emperor Qing's belly dark and his city extremely deep? Then in terms of just Jia to deal with him, let's see who can shade who. Just then, a slightly thin old man wearing a square scarf on his head, holding a white feather fan and wearing a long robe, walked slowly from the door of the bookstore. The old man walked up to Li Chengze and immediately arched his hand in obeisance. My lord. Li Chengze knew that this old man was none other than Jia Yan, who was known as the poisoner. By the looks of it, it was mediocre, thrown into the crowd, and wouldn't even, at all, take a second look at the kind. Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. The more ordinary you look, the more intelligent you might be. Li Chengze nodded to Jia, and he retreated to the side and stood with Xiang Yu. At this time, Li Chengze asked the system, the rewards received from signing in, are they all characters? This is not the case. The rewards that the host receives after signing in will be according to demand. Characters are only a part of it. There will be other items involved. Please be patient with the host. It dawned on Li Chengze that the original reward was not just characters, but other items as well. So he was kind of looking forward to it. Soon, the steward who had just left, holding several brand new books in his arms, walked over to Li Chengze. Second Highness, these books are all new in the past few days, and the quality is pretty good. Oh yeah, there's also your favorite reading, The Red Mansion, which is already out in its 3rd volume. Li Chengze looked at the books in the steward's arms and then nodded. I'll take all of these. Few Miwa, pay up. Yes. Jia Dang nodded in agreement and immediately took out silver from his sleeves to buy those books. Afterward, Li Chengze turned to Xiang Yu, Li Tsuenxiao, and Jia Yan, waving his hand and saying, let's go. Since the reward for signing in is now complete, there's no point in staying here. As for the books in here, that's even less interesting. In his previous life, as a librarian in a family of librarians, he dealt with all kinds of books every day, and the last thing he needed was books. Soon, Li Sungtaek led the 3 of them, walking through the bustling streets. Now it is the beginning of summer, and just had breakfast. The weather is not too also hot. The street pedestrians began to moor. Li Chengze's dress today was unremarkable. Ordinary brocade robes with an unusual man's hairstyle, just that he is, after all, a prince, born with a noble face, and long handsome and extraordinary, even if he is wearing rough linen clothes, but also cannot hide the aristocratic aura on his body. Therefore, when Li Sungtaek was walking on the street, quite a few people cast curious gazes, especially the teenage girls. All of them revealed a flamboyant look when they saw him. Li Chengze didn't care about the gazes of the pedestrians, but said to Jia Yan beside him, this Kyoto is quite lively. He used to be in movies and TV dramas and had seen this kind of ancient architecture, and after experiencing it personally at this moment, it did feel different. It's more real. Jia Yan lightly shook the feather fan in his hand and nodded. My lord is right. This capital is, after all, the center of the kingdom of Qing. The products and elites of all regions, all converge here. It's hard not to be lively. Li Sungtaek nodded. That's true. And while Li Chengze and Jia Dang were talking, behind them, Xiang Yu and Li Tsuenxiao, all of them were alertly looking around, guarding their safety at all times. A few moments later, as Li Sungjak was walking on the street, the system in his head, once again, sounded. The next check-in location is at the Drunken Immortal Residence's Flowing Clouds Pavilion. Please prepare yourself in time. The drunkard's house? When Li Sungjak heard the system's voice, he immediately began to contemplate. He knows about the Drunken Immortal House. Isn't this the greenhouse where the female counterpart, Siri, was in the original? That Si Lili, originally descended from a family of southern Qing royalty, was originally named Lili Si, only because of the political turmoil in the dynasty, usurping power and seizing the throne. Her family members were killed one after another, so she fled to northern Qi together with her brother. Later, he was adopted by the royal family of northern Qi, and was dispatched to southern Qing to work as a secret agent, transmitting information privately. When his identity was finally revealed, he was taken as a hostage and shipped back to Beiki to be exchanged. At this time, her identity should not have been exposed yet, and she continued to hide in the drunken immortal residence, working as a flower girl. When Li Qingze pondered for a moment, he turned to Jia Yan, who was next to him, and asked, "Manhwa, do you know where the Flowing Clouds Pavilion is located?" Jia Yan lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and nodded. "My lord, that Flowing Clouds Pavilion is exactly where the head songstress of the drunken immortal residence, the famous flower leader of Kyoto, resides. Could it be that the lord is also so refined as to want to catch a glimpse of this flower girl?" Li Qingze nodded his head and said, "I've long heard that the flower girl in this drunken immortal residence loves poetry and song, and has quite a standard. We have nothing to do right now anyway, so let's go there and hang out." Jia Yan arched his hand and said, "Good, since Lord wants to go, then I'll lead the way ahead. It just so happens that the drunken immortal residence isn't far from here, just past that street in front." After that, Li Qingze took Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxia with him, and followed Jia Dang's lead, walking forward at a fast pace. After they had walked through a street, what came into view was a wide river with a number of pleasure boats parked on it. Some of the young talents, as well as young couples in love, ride on cruise ships that travel slowly down the river. On the upper left side of the river, a 3-story building was constructed, with gorgeous decorations and colorful lanterns, and on top of the gate, a door plaque was placed, which was written with 3 big words: Drunken Immortal Residence. At the entrance, there were also a number of heavily made-up women standing around, smiling and pulling in customers. At this time, Jia Dan arched his hand toward Li Qingze and said, "My lord, this is the Drunken Immortal Residence." Li Qingze looked up at the building, then nodded thoughtfully. Just by looking at the decorations outside, it felt uncomplicated, like some of the entertainment clubs in his previous life. "I just don't know how it is inside. Come on, let's go inside." As soon as Li Sungtake's words fell, the 4 of them headed towards the main entrance of the building. However, when they just walked to the front door, those women who were originally soliciting for customers immediately swarmed over. At that moment, Jia flung the white feather fan in his hand, stopping those women and drinking. "Do you think my son, my family, will look at you?" Those women saw Li Qingze, who was indeed handsome and brought with him an air of nobility, and did not look like an ordinary person, and then they left helplessly. Li Qingze smiled without saying a word, and followed Jia Dang's lead as he walked through the door of the Drunken Immortal Residence. Chapter 5, Drunken Immortal Mansion Headliner. Sariri appears on stage. Li Qingze walked into the hall of the Drunken Immortal Residence and found that there were actually quite a few guests inside. Most of them were dressed as scholars, and a few of them were sitting around and talking about wine. Since it was the time when the scholars were entering the capital and were all preparing for the imperial examination in the fall, these scholars would come here to drink and talk in their spare time. Of course, their biggest purpose of coming here was to witness the number 1 flower girl. Just then, a slightly older, heavily made-up woman, twisting her plump waist, walked slowly to Li Qingze's front and laughed. "Aya, this gentleman looks unfamiliar. It should be his first time here. Are you here to find someone, or are you looking for a good time?" She has been in this industry for many years. Her eyes can be sharp. From the first sight of Li Qingze just now, I feel that the noble atmosphere is compelling. The family must be either rich or noble. The last thing such a guest needs is silver, so naturally he should be treated well. When Li Qingze didn't open his mouth, Jia Dang, who was beside him, said, "This doesn't need to concern you. My son likes quiet. Hurry up on the 2nd floor and arrange a good elegant room." The woman laughed. "This is no problem. It's just that our Drunken Immortal Residence is different from other places, especially in terms of price. A spot on the 2nd floor can be several times more expensive than the 1st floor." Jia directly from the cuffs pulled out an ingot of gold and casually threw it at the woman. "Is this enough?" The woman excitedly took the gold and put it in her hand to inspect it, and after confirming that it was real, the smile on her face became even more intense. "Enough is enough. You guys upstairs please. I'll make the arrangements and make sure you're satisfied." Seeing the woman smilingly leave, Li Sungtake shook his head helplessly, his heart once again verifying the words. "There's nothing that can't be done with money. If there is, then there's not enough money." Afterward, Li Qingze and Jia Dang several people then came to a room on the 2nd floor. The rooms are lavishly decorated, classic yet elegant, and truly different from anywhere else. And the room's windows, facing the 1st floor lobby, made it easy to see the show downstairs. When Li Qingze sat down, he picked up the grapes on the table and ate them. Then he said to Jia Yan, "Manhwa, don't stand. Sit down and rest." Jia arched his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare. The Lord is honorable. I would not dare to sit with him." Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Although you and I are master and servant in name, but as good friends, go out. This is to seek pleasure. Naturally how to be happy, how to come. Sit down. I won't blame you. Jia pondered for a moment before arching his hand again and saying, "Many thanks, Lord." Just after the words were said, he then sat down in front of Li Sungjak, and Li Chengza waved his hand to Xiangyu, and Li Cun Xiao at the door. "You two come in, the fruits here are good, take them and eat them." The two of them, Xiangyu and Li Xiao, were not as formal as Jia Dang, and immediately walked quickly after hearing Li Chengza's words. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward." The two then resumed their journey to the front door, carrying the fruit tray. As Li Sungtaek ate the grapes, his mind began to think about how he should sign in at the Flowing Clouds Pavilion later. No matter what, that Flowing Clouds Pavilion was also the bedroom of someone's flower leader, and in full view of everyone. One couldn't just barge in. If this gets out, won't it be a bad reputation for nothing? Just as Li Chengza was pondering, Jia Yan, who was next to him, lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and spoke. "My lord, if you want to enter the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, I do have an idea." "Yes?" Li Chengza instantly became interested after hearing Jia Yan's words. Jia nodded. "It's actually quite simple. As far as I know, the Flowing Clouds Pavilion is the bedroom of the number one flower girl. And, again, this woman sells her art and not her body. So if a man wants to enter it, a hard approach definitely won't work. However, she is most fond of poetry and songs, and at every meeting, she would come up with questions for the guests who came to compose poems. If she finds the poetry pleasing to her eyes, she may succeed in entering the bed for a talk by candlelight." When Li Chengza heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about it? Since this flower girl loved poetry and songs, then he took the collection of poems he had learned in his previous life and directly copied them over. In the original story, Fan Xian, after entering the capital, also made a name for himself by copying poems and became a literary figure in southern Qing and northern Qi. When Li Sungtaek was working as an administrator at the time, he read books when he had nothing else to do, and those Tang poems and song lyrics, he could almost recite them backwards. Moreover, the persona of Li Sungtaek in this life was originally fond of poetry and his level was still very good. Take a couple of famous poems out, and they won't hang up on these school kids out there. Thinking of this, Li Chengza nodded and said, "His proposal is good. Then we'll just sit down for a moment and wait until this flower girl makes her appearance." Jia nodded and said nothing more. Looking up at the show downstairs, time passes like water in the blink of an eye. By the time night fell, the entire drunken immortal residence became even more lively, and the number of people who came here to play had fully doubled. Just as Li Chengza and Jia Dang were having a great conversation, at the hall on the first floor, a sudden clamor resounded. There were even a number of young men, who stood up and clapped their hands and shouted, as the crowd looked toward a platform on the second floor. After hearing the clamor, Li Sungtaek also raised his head to look towards the second floor platform, only to see an extremely beautiful-looking young girl, accompanied by her maid, arrive on top of the platform. When she appeared, no matter if it was the hall on the first floor or the elegant room on the second floor, clamor and praise rang out. "Miss Riri has finally come out. It's really not worth me waiting for so long." "That's right. I've been here since morning just to see her, and I'm afraid there's no place for me now. Miss Riri is really as beautiful and extraordinary as the rumors say, just like a fairy descending to earth. Not only that, she is not only good-looking, but she also loves poetry and songs. Even her musical instruments are very proficient. Otherwise how could she be the number one flower girl?" At this time, Jia Yan waved the white feather fan in his hand, and pointed towards the young girl. "My lord, this person is the number one flower girl of the drunken immortal mansion. See Li. Siri, it's really her." Li Chengza nodded and continued to look toward that platform. A few moments later, the drunken immortal mansion's mother, Chen, opened her mouth and shouted to the crowd, "Good evening, all the scholars and gentlemen. It is now the time for Miss Lily's friend-seeking nightly talk. Just like the other day, Miss Riri will come up with the questions. All of you will compose poems, and then Miss Riri will review them. If this poem falls into the eyes of Miss Riri, you can successfully enter the bed for a talk by candlelight." As soon as Chen's mom's words fell, the whole room was boiling with cheers, and some of them even rubbed their hands together, looking as if they had been waiting for a long time, and Li Sungtaek laughed upon hearing it. Composing poems was child's play for him, just copying one a day for years. At this time, Mother Chen waved her hand to the crowd and said, "There's no time to lose, so let's have Miss Lily ask the question." With a gracious, dignified demeanor, and by folding her hands at her waist, Sariri gave a slight nod to the crowd. The men who were originally cheering and boiling instantly closed their mouths, and all began to wait for Sariri to speak, prepare to compose a poem later, make a big splash, and become that all-seeing presence. Chapter 6, Poetry Appreciation and Excited Siri. With a slight nod to the crowd, Li opened her mouth and softly said, Lily has recently fallen in love with musical instruments. So I would like to ask everyone here to compose a poem on the subject of musical instruments. Just choose any instrument, and later the Reeve will choose the best among the poems as usual. As soon as Lily's words fell, a clamor once again came from the surroundings, and many people had a hard look on their faces, not expecting at all that this time, they would actually use musical instruments as the topic. How do you write about a musical instrument? It's so hard. I, too, had never touched an instrument before and didn't have a clue in my head. Ha ha, the district is just a musical instrument. It just happens to be my best area. When this poem comes out later, it will surely stir up the entire audience. Don't brag. I've loved the guzheng since I was a child, and I've even written quite a few poems about it, so I'm sure to be in Miss Lily's eyes this time. With the title given by the manager of the division, the people around them stopped talking and took out pen and paper to write poems, all wanting to make a splash when the selection was made later. Although the drunken immortal mansion was only one of the better greenhouses in the city of Kyoto, the vast majority of the guests who came here to seek pleasure were learned men. If you can write good poems here, you will soon be famous throughout Kyoto. So, it's a good opportunity for a lot of learners as well. In the meantime, when Li Chengzi saw the people around him starting to think hard, he also picked up a pen and paper and started to write carefully. Soon, on the white rice paper, a regular and atmospheric text appeared. Jia lightly shook the white feathered fan in his hand and turned sideways to look toward the verse written by Li Chengzi. Although he knew that his own lord, since he was a child, had been erudite, and was good at poetry and lyrics, he was still a little curious about what kind of verses his lord could make. This time, however, when Jia Yan looked at the words on the paper, his face suddenly changed slightly, and his entire body instantly froze in place, especially when he read, in his mind, those verses on the paper. His admiration for Li Chengzi became even stronger. Nice poem. Sure enough, the Lord is nothing short of a genius when it comes to poetry. At such a young age, to be able to make such beautiful and magnificent poems, one's literary attainments in the future would definitely be extraordinary. Soon, Li Sungtaek finished writing, placed the brush on the table, and moved his hands. Wan Ruo, you usually know poetry. What do you think of my writing? Jia Yan immediately arched his hand and said, back to my lord. Once this poem of yours comes out, any poetry in the world will be eclipsed. Other people's poetry, if compared to this, is like a firefly competing with the white moon? Li Sungtaek laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. Jia Yan nodded and said, my lord, is this poem to be sent to that Sariri for tasting? If she were to see this poem, she would surely be bowed to the lord's literary skill. Li Chengzi waved his hand and said, there's no rush. Let's wait and see. The best stuff, of course, is saved for the finale. Li Chengzi had this confidence that as long as Si Lili read this poem, he would absolutely like it and would definitely choose him to enter the room for a moment, unless she is truly ignorant of poetry. By this time, the scholars in the hall on the first floor, and there were quite a few of them, had already finished their poems. Well, this world-famous poem of mine, finally finished, will surely set the whole place on fire later. Don't fart. You call those yours poems? It's okay if the lines don't rhyme. But how come the last line of a pentameter poem is 6 words? Ouch kinda. It was an accident. An accident. I've finished this poem, and I'm sure Miss Riri will like it later. Ha ha, I've finished writing it too, and I have a feeling Riri girl will like my song. Soon, the many students and guests, all of whom had already written their poems, laid them out on a nearby table. Afterwards, those maids from the drunken immortal mansion quickly shuttled in front of the crowd, collecting those poems and bringing them along to the secretary for inspection. And on the second floor platform, Siri was sitting in front of a square table, carefully and earnestly admiring the poems in his hand. The face, which was still full of surprise and interest, gradually regained its calmness, and for a long time there was a slight frown. Apparently, none of the poems collected just now had struck a chord with her. In any case, it wasn't entirely because of her looks that Si Lili was able to take the top spot, but she was extremely accomplished in poetry and song, as well as musical instruments. Therefore, just unusual poems would not catch her eye at all. Some of the limericks written are not only oily, they are filled with vulgarity, and just looking at them makes you feel sick. If it weren't for the fact that the crowd was in full view at the moment, she would have wanted to throw the poems away. Ahem. It seems that tonight, again, I can't meet a good poem to make up for the emptiness in my heart. At this point, the crowd knew that none of the poems collected just now had made it to her eyes when they saw the expression on Si Lili's face. However, instead of thinking that Selly was arrogant and uncaring at heart, they thought she was full of personality and talent. Miss Riri is worthy of her erudition. Just now she wrote so many poems and actually didn't even make her look at them. That's right, Although he is young, he is extremely accomplished in poetry, so how could he look at ordinary poetry? In my opinion, if you want to impress Miss Riri in terms of poetry, it has to be someone from the literary world. Having said that, but those people who are great in literature will not come to this place of fireworks. Fair enough. Just now, see Li Li's every move. Li Changzhe completely in the eyes, knowing that just now those verses, she did not even look at the eyes. That being the case, it was time for his poetry to make an appearance next. Li Changzhe reached out and knocked on the table, saying, "Manhwa, pass this poem to the maid at the door and ask her to pass it on to Miss Lily." "Yes, Lord." John nodded his head in agreement, folded up the paper with the poem on the table, walked quickly to the maid at the door, handed it to her, and whispered a few more instructions. Soon the maid took the paper and walked briskly towards Siri. After looking over the poems in front of him, Siri once again sighed helplessly. Immediately following that, she said to the nearby Chen's mom, "Mom, announce the results this time. Tonight, there are still no poems selected." Mother Chen nodded, a smile on her face as she cleared her throat and prepared to speak. At that moment, the maid walked up to Sariri and handed over the paper in her hand. "Miss Riri, this is a poem written by a certain male, who asked the slave girl to bring it here for you." Siri thought it was another limerick and didn't want to read it, but he was in the way, so he casually turned it over. However, she only glanced towards the paper, and her entire body was instantly stunned. At the same time, Chen Mama opened her mouth and said, "Gentlemen, the results of this night's poetry review have been concluded." "Mom, wait." Siri waved her hand excitedly. "It's not over yet." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly and her breathing began to become rapid. Eyes tightly fixed on the poem in his hand with a look of incredulity. Chapter 7, Famous Drunken Immortal House. "Look everyone, there's something wrong with Riri girl's expression." "Yeah, just now it was a calm look. Why are you a little agitated now?" "Huh? What Miss Riri is holding in her hand seems to be a poem. Could it be that Miss Riri, after seeing this verse, that's why she's a little out of sorts? What kind of poetry is it that can actually make Miss Riri show such a look?" Many scholars and literati, after seeing the state of Siri, began to talk about it. Even Chen's mom, who had only spoken half of her words just now, was full of doubts. Didn't this girl say just now that no poems were selected tonight? So how is this moment? Is it because of the verse in her hand? Thinking of this, Chen's mom reminded Siri in a low voice, "Girl, what's wrong with you? Was there a good poem that caught your eye?" Si Lili, who was originally in deep thought, came back to her senses after hearing the words of Chen's mother. She also knew that she was a bit out of character just now, so she smiled and nodded to the crowd and said, "Sorry, just now, Riri was a bit out of character. She was really attracted to this poem and couldn't help herself." When the crowd heard this, they all suddenly realized that the original girl, Riri, was really stunned by the poem. However, what they were more curious about now was what kind of poetry could make the famous Kyoto head flower girl so attracted that she couldn't help herself. "Miss Riri, read out the verse, so we can hear what it is too." "That's right, I still don't believe it. Among the people present, there is anyone whose poetry can beat mine." "That's right Riri girl, read out the verse." Soon the scene returned to silence, and a needle could be heard. After seeing this, Siri adjusted his breathing and began to read out the poem on the paper. "Sitting in the moonlight on an idle night, a ghostly man plays the veiled zither. Suddenly I hear the tune of the sad wind, like the chant of a cold pine. The white snow messes with the delicate hands, the green water clears the false heart. The bell period is long gone, and there is no soulmate in the world." The room fell into silence as soon as Siri's words left her mouth. Immediately afterward, there was a renewed outcry. "Great poem! This poem is so awesome! I'm impressed." "That's right, I have been studying hard for more than 10 years, and I think I am still good at poetry, but in front of this poem, I am not as good as myself." "I feel the same way. Even if we look at the entire country of Qing, we won't be able to find an existence that can be compared to this poem." To this poem, some people, who are still shallow in learning, simply did not have any reaction after listening to the poem and thought that what others said was a bit exaggerated. "Aren't you guys exaggerating? Is this poem that powerful?" "Yeah, why can't I understand anything?" Immediately, some of the scholars retorted, "You are still shallow in your learning, so naturally you cannot understand how excellent this poem is. That is, this pentameter poem is not only beautiful and neat, but in every line and every stanza, there are padding and ambiguities that ordinary people can never write. Take the first couplet for example, just a few words. It depicts a picture of sitting idly at night, with the bright moon in the sky, quietly listening to the lonesome scene of a ghostly man playing the vegetal zither. It is perfect, and the jawline, that suddenly heard sad tone, like cold pine chanting, The rendering of the sad atmosphere is the most absolute I can now imagine. That kind of sad picture. Personally, I prefer the neckline. That white snow messes with slender hands, green water clear and vain heart, in a way that blends scenarios. The loneliness of knowing a friend is hard to find, as well as the true feelings into the poem. Wonderful, wonderful More than that, you see the final couplet, but also borrowed the Jongziki and Yuboya allusion to his own, not only closely linked to the above, the first and last echo, so that the structure is more rigorous, but also expresses the difficult to find a soulmate of the lonesome lonely. The poem also expresses the feeling of loneliness and despondency for a soulmate who is hard to find. It was only after a few scholars analyzed this verse by verse that the crowd fully understood it. It turned out that this poem was actually so excellent. No wonder just now, when Siri saw it, she would reveal that lost look. However, more than a few people began to wonder about the person who could have written this verse. This poem is so excellent that it will definitely be famous throughout the entire Qing kingdom in the future. I just don't know who wrote it. Yeah, I haven't usually seen someone this good in poetry and literature come. That's strange. Could it be that those literary figures, too, have come here to join in the fun? No way. If that's really the case, then Miss Riri's face is really big. Meanwhile, Sariri folded the paper in her hand and muttered a few words to the maid next to her. Then, he said to that Mother Chen, "Mother, this night's poem has been chosen, so I'll leave it to you next." Chen's mom nodded and smiled. "Good. Go get ready. I'll take care of the rest." Siri nodded slightly to Chen's mom and got up to leave the place. Afterward, Mother Chen spoke. "Tonight's poetry selection ends here. Please make yourselves at home. However, later on, our drunken immortal mansion also has other activities, so I hope you all have fun." When the people saw that Sariri had left, they were reluctant, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the moment the verse came out just now, it directly pressed the group of them, rubbing them madly on the ground, with absolutely no room for resistance. However, it was not a bad loss for them to lose to this poem this time. On the other side, Lee Sung-taek was sitting in his room, eating grapes and looking at the scene outside. He knew that when that verse came out just now, it would definitely stand proudly. After all, it's the work of a poet. Is it that if you are good at poetry and literature, can you be better than the poetry fairy? At that moment, a maid walked quickly and stopped at the door of the room where Li Chengza was. Upon seeing this, Jia walked quickly toward the door and quickly returned. "My lord, Miss Riri has an invitation, saying that she will be waiting at the Flowing Clouds Pavilion later." Lee Sung-taek nodded and said, "Good, then we'll go over there now." After that, Li Chengza took Jia Yin, and Xiang Yu, Li Cun Shao, and left the room, following the maid's lead, and headed in the direction of the Flowing Clouds Pavilion. However, at this moment, the scholars and literati on the first and second floors were looking for the person who had just composed the poem. Soon, the crowd saw a youth on the third floor, walking slowly towards the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. "Hey, that person is going to the Flowing Clouds Pavilion. Could he be the one who wrote the poem just now? That's right, it must be him. Otherwise, Miss Riri, how could she let him go to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion? This person isn't that old. Why is his talent so high? I've never heard of him before. This person's appearance is so familiar. It can't be. That's right, it should be him. He's the only one who is so young, good-looking, and so talented in the entire Qing kingdom. No wonder. It just didn't occur to me that he would actually come to this place of fireworks as well. Hey, who are you guys talking about? Just say the name instead. It makes me look stupid." In the meantime, Li Chengza was led by the maid to the entrance of the Flowing Clouds Pavilion. "Sir, Miss Riri is waiting inside. You may go in." Lee Sung-jack nodded and directly pushed the door in. "I just don't know what the reward for signing up later will be." Chapter 8, 300 Ropes? Deadpool. A little before, in the Flowing Clouds Pavilion, Siri was sitting on the bed, staring at the poem in his hand. Especially after familiarizing myself with the meaning of the text, the mind is overwhelmed by this. She had studied since she was young, and her attainments in poetry and literature were not low. Otherwise, she would not have become a famous head flower girl in Kyoto. So, just now, after seeing this verse, he was instantly captivated. She had never seen that anyone could write such excellent poetry. Originally, Siri had thought that the person who wrote the poem must have copied it from somewhere else. However, just now, after seeing this person, she discarded this idea completely, because she recognized the man. It was none other than the second son of the current emperor of Qing, Li Chengza. As a flower leader and having been in Kyoto for many years, Li naturally had knowledge of everything, especially the royals. That Li Chengza grew up with excellent literary talent. the most skilled in poetry and song,
but also among the many princes,
the most excellent learning.
It is not surprising that he was able to produce such excellent poetry.
It was only at this moment that Si Lili, with her shell teeth lightly biting her thin red lower lip, was very entangled in her heart, because later on, she has to do something. That's killing Lee Sung-taek. If Lee Chengza was not a royal son, but just a son of an ordinary family, or even a down-and-out scholar, Si Lili would have entered the bed with him to have a talk by candlelight. Unfortunately, he's a royal son. However, Sariri's heart at the moment was very much in admiration of him, being able to write such excellent poetry. If we kill him later, we will never see such excellent poetry again. So, the secretary is torn. Still, she gave up her personal feelings in the face of family feuds. Big deal. Give yourself to him later and then do it. That would be a little compensation for him. With that thought, Siri took a dagger and tucked it under his pillow. She decided that she would do it later when the two combined. And that was the only chance. Soon there was a sound at the door. Sir, Miss Riri is waiting inside. You can go in now. When Sariri heard the voice, she quickly stood up from the bed, straightened her dress a little, and waited for the other person to arrive. A few moments later, with a creak sound, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a handsome young man walked in right from outside. He was born with a noble look and handsome despite wearing ordinary brocade robes and an unusual man's hairstyle. Your Excellency, I'm honored by your slave's presence. Siri looked at Lee Chungzet and nodded slightly. Lee Sungjak nodded in response, glancing towards Siri. When he watched in the room just now, he only looked at a general idea, but now after watching from close range, he realized that this Northern Chi secret agent, Si Lili, was indeed extremely long and beautiful, with her curved willow leaf eyebrows, delicate features, and small chin, coupled with her unique temperament, she was truly a sight to behold. Just then, the system in Li Qing's mind, once again sounded. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Lee Sung-taek immediately returned. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300. Rowan Deadpool. Rohypnol Deadpool, covering the sun. Realm, 9th grade up. Weapons, covering the sun. Rohypnol Deadpool, the salamander. Realm, 9th grade up. Weapon, salamander. Dead man of the net. Xianjian. Realm, 9th grade up. Weapon, Xianjian. Ron-net Deadpool, True Kong. Realm, 9th grade up. Weapon, True Gang. Ron-net Deadpool, Katsa Shichi. Realm, 9th grade. Weapon, Giant K. Lee Sung-jae hadn't expected that the reward he received from this signing would actually be the 300 Lohas Deadpools. These are not simple men, specializing in assassination and infiltration, making it impossible to defend oneself. Soon, Lee Chingza felt that around the door, there were suddenly more than 300 familiar auras. It seemed that these people should be the Rouge Deadpools that were rewarded just now. In the future, if they were to be distributed secretly and lurked in various parts of the kingdom of Qing, it definitely works well when the time is right. At this time, Siri smiled at Li Qingzet and said, My lord, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so we might as well do something serious. Lee Sung-taek came back to his senses and asked, Business? The only serious thing he's here for is the reward for signing in. Now that the reward is there, it's time to leave. Si Lili nodded. Since Gonzi has entered Slave's boudoir, naturally he is doing the right thing. Do you think it would be better to take a shower now, or later in one piece? As she spoke, Siri's face flushed slightly and she began to reach down to undo the long skirt around her waist. A bath? Lee Sung-taek was even more confused. Why wash for a good cause? At this time, when Lee Sung-taek saw Si Riri's actions, he finally reacted to what exactly was the business she had just spoken of. This thing, though, is something that many men dream about, but he wasn't interested. I'm too busy developing my career to sleep with women. When you have a successful career later and become the emperor, the last thing you need is a woman. Li Chengza said to Si Lili, Miss Lili, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I've come here to meet you simply to talk about poetry, not to have any non-concerns. Si Lili froze for a moment, lightly biting her thin red lower lip, and said, Can it be that your excellency is disliking your slave? Although my slave has fallen into the red dust, she is clean and has never sold her art or her body. Today, my slave was impressed by your poems, so I'm willing to give this innocent body to you. Li Qingzhou waved his hand and said, Miss Lily is overstating it. I am not disliking you, but I just want to make friends with you. To be precise, it's to become soulmates with you. Since Si Lili was a secret agent of Northern Qi lurking in Southern Qing, it would definitely be useful for him in the future. So it's best to befriend. If befriending doesn't work out, there's nothing you can do about it, as long as it doesn't come in his way. Otherwise, she can only be made to disappear. Knowing? Silili said these two words, pondered in place for a moment, and softly said, Nu Jia is just a woman of the red dust. Is she also worthy of becoming Gonzi's confidant? Li Chengzi said, what Miss Lily said is not true. When people are in a chaotic world, to be able to live, it is already very good. There is no such thing as worthy or unworthy. Furthermore, what happens in the world of Earth is not something that you, a small woman, can bear. Sariri froze on the spot after listening to Li Sunjak's words. She didn't expect that she could actually say such a sentence from the mouth of a hallowed royal son, completely subverting her previous senses of the royal people. Could it be that this person, and her previous understanding, was not the same? At this time, Li Chengzi added, Miss Really, seeing that you are not in a good state today, you should rest early. I will take my leave. If I have time later, I'll come back to talk poetry with you. After saying that, he directly turned around and pushed the door to leave. Silili looked at Li Chengzi's departing back, wanting to wave his hand to stop him, but he was slow to open his mouth. She hadn't thought that the other person was really gone? There was such a good one, a chance to share a bed with her and spend the night together, and actually gave it up straight away. Siri's body fell back a few steps and sat on the bed, looking at the poem in her hands, and fell into deep thought in her place. Can they, in the future, really become soulmates? 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to get, but a soulmate is hard to find, and if you miss him, you may, in the future, never find him again. But, Siri pondered for a moment and immediately shook his head, his eyes beginning to harden. No, she was burdened with a blood feud, and she absolutely couldn't ruin the whole plan because of a little thing. So, Li Suntake must die. Not only would he have to die, but even the entire royal family of southern Chang would have to die, especially Emperor Qing. As soon as he thought of his childhood past, Silili burst into tears, his fists clenched, and his body was even trembling slightly. Over here, after leaving the drunken immortal mansion, Li Suntake arrived at a remote place, and in front of him, stood hundreds of, weapon-wielding, Rohypnol, Deadpools. Their martial arts ranged from high to low, with the highest having reached the upper 9th rank, while the lowest, still hovering around the 2nd rank. However, Li Suntake knew that the organization, Luo Net, was best at infiltration and assassination, and the level of martial arts does not fully represent their respective abilities. Chapter 9, the counterattack begins. Your Highness, 300 Luo Net dead guards, standing in front of Li Chengzi in black, arched their hands to him in obeisance. Li Sungjak looked at the crowd in front of him and nodded. The rewards given by this system, and the location of the sign-in, also have a relationship. Previously, he had signed in the bookstore, and the reward was the poisonous scholar Jia Dang, as he was a schemer himself, and naturally, it was related to book knowledge, and at this moment, signing in at the drunken immortal house, the reward was 300 Luo Net dead guards, and it was also because of Silili, who was a secret agent of Northern Qi. So that's what happened. Thinking of this, Li Chengzi turned to Jia Yen, who was beside him, and said, from now on, all of these Rouge Deadpools will be mobilized by you. I don't care what you use. Make them secretly lurk in Jianguk in the shortest possible time. From the imperial court and palace down to the rich merchants and commoners, there must be a presence of people in the Luo network. Jia Yen put away the white feather fan in his hand and arched his hand. Please don't worry, Lord. Just leave this matter to me. Li Chengzi nodded and said, good. It's almost time now. Let's go back to the house. Yes. Jia nodded his head in agreement and turned to the Luo net of dead soldiers behind him, giving them a wink. The crowd understood and immediately retreated backwards, disappearing into the night. Early the next morning, the originally calm and peaceful city of Kyoto has exploded in the entire literary world. One of last night's poems about musical instruments came out of nowhere, directly hanging on to all the literary greats of the moment. Even the poems that were previously held up as masterpieces paled in comparison to this verse. Of course, the most unexpected thing was that the person who made this verse was actually the second prince of His Majesty today. For a while, the entire city of Kyoto was proclaiming this masterpiece of famous poetry. In the meantime, Qinghua, the imperial palace, somewhere in a hidden hall, Emperor Qing was sitting in front of a table, holding a sharpened iron block in both hands, and was rubbing it on a whetstone, repeatedly, and in front of him stood a middle-aged eunuch, smilingly saying something. Your Majesty, today, the Second Highness is in the literary scene in Kyoto, and I don't know how many literati and scholars have marveled at the poems and writings he has made. Even those few extremely learned great scholars think that the second prince is a genius when it comes to poetry and literature. At this point, Emperor Qing rubbed the iron a few times before putting it in front of his eyes to check it out, and feeling that it was not up to scratch, he continued to put it on the whetstone and polish it repeatedly. Then, speaking up, He said, the oldest's literary talent is innate, much like his mother's in that respect. If he is just a child of an ordinary family, if he is cultivated in the future, he will surely be able to have a very high attainment in the literary world. Unfortunately, he's not. The middle-aged eunuch knew the meaning of what Emperor Qing said, so he nodded his head and said, "What your majesty said is extremely true." At this time, Emperor Chang added, "As a prince, from the time of birth, fate is predetermined, and it is not something that can be changed by anyone who wants to change it." He then raised the iron block in his hand, just like the iron block in my hand. If I want to become a blade, it must be repeatedly polished on a whetstone to get rid of its own impurities, and what remains in the end will be a sharp blade. And so it is with men. If you want to become a qualified emperor, in addition to being excellent yourself, the most important thing is to hone yourself, or else you won't be able to become great. Having said that, Emperor Qing stopped talking and continued to polish the iron block in his hands. That middle-aged eunuch, looking at Emperor Qing, was pondering in his heart. He was considered to have followed Emperor Qing since he was young, and he knew Emperor Qing's person very well, and he was able to guess the other party's mind. Just now, His Majesty's words had made it very clear that even if the second prince was even more outstanding, he would still remain a prince in the future, because His Majesty, from the beginning to the end, would not choose the second prince as the crown prince. Perhaps from the day he was born, his fate in the future was already predetermined. Become the prince's whetstone, to repeatedly refine the prince and help him grow. In fact, there was another important reason why His Majesty did not choose the second prince as the crown prince, and that was because his mother's clan was too powerful. The second prince's mother, Princess Shu, came from the Ming family in Jiangnan, who held great wealth. If the second prince succeeds to the throne in the future, the power of his mother's family may have too much influence on the state power, which is also the last thing His Majesty wants to see. The crown prince is different. Not only is he a firstborn, his mother is also the empress. His relatives have been killed off by His Majesty, so he doesn't have to worry at all about the problem of relatives interfering in dynastic affairs. That's why His Majesty said just now that even if the second prince is excellent, he is still a prince, and he can only be a prince. Thinking of this, the middle-aged eunuch waited at the side and watched Emperor Qing as he kept busy. Eastern Palace. Study. Crown Prince Li Changqian, dressed in golden robes, held a freshly written poem in his hand and scrutinized it. Soon after, Li Changqian put on a smile and said, "Second brother is truly worthy of his talent, actually able to make such excellent and colorful poems. If it were my palace, I guess I would have racked my brain and not been able to do it at all. Think about looking at the entire country of Qing. No, even if you include northern Qi, you can't find anyone who can write such poetry. That's really good." Next, the smile on Li Changqian's face instantly disappeared, and with the force of his palm, he kneaded the piece of paper with the poem written on it into a ball, and then he coldly drank. What's the point of being talented? You'll still have to fall into this palace's hands in the future. We'll see. This palace is the one who has the last laugh. Over here, after waking up, Li Chengze washed and changed with the help of his maid, Xiao Tao, before coming inside the hall to eat. When he had eaten, he walked around the yard, skimming food in the process. Soon, Jia came through the door with quick steps and stopped in front of Li Chengze. "My lord." Jia arched his hand in obeisance. Li Sungtae nodded. "How are the people arranged?" Jia Yan said, "Arrangements have already been made, and I'm sure that it won't take long before there are people from the Luonet Dead Guard in various places throughout the entire country of Qing." "Very well," Li Chengze said. "However, be sure to pay more attention, and if you really can't sneak in, immediately withdraw your people, and definitely don't reveal your identity in advance, especially the Forensic Science Institute. Be more careful." Jia Dan arched his hand and said, "Please don't worry, Lord, I have my own measure in this matter, and there will definitely not be any accidents." After hearing Jia Yan's words, Li Chengze then nodded his head once again, for his means of action. That was naturally very reassuring. Right. Li Chengze suddenly thought of something and spoke. "One Ruo, go and select a few Luonet dead guards who are highly skilled in martial arts and very resourceful, and arrange for them to be sent to Danzhou to spy on a man called Fan Xian." "Fan Xian?" Jia Yan mused. "My lord, is surveillance only needed? Does it need to be?" Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "There is no need to do anything. Just monitor him in Danzhou. Keep me posted on his every move." If we were to follow the plot of the original story, Fan Xian would still have a year to go before he arrived in Kyoto. Therefore, he had to arrange everything before Fan Xian came to the capital. Otherwise, there's a good chance that he'll end up the same way he did in the original later on. After all, people were the main characters in the book, and they had the luck of the draw, so anything could happen. Alright, I'll send someone there now. Jia Dang nodded in agreement and was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Li Chengza thought of something else and reached out to stop Jia. You wait and send a dead man to find Siri in the drunken immortal mansion and talk to her about cooperation. This person is a secret agent of Northern Qi. He should not refuse. Jia froze for a moment and asked, Siri is a secret agent of Northern Qi? Lord, is this true? Li Chengza nodded his head and said, 1,000 times over. You just need to send someone there. I'm trying to reach out to the Northern Qi behind her with the help of Si Li Li's identity. What's Kyung Guk? In the future he will fight a great frontier. In addition to Northern Qi and Southern Qing, even the city of Dongyi and Western who were to be included in the bag. By then, in the whole world, there will be only one country. Understood. I'll be right over. Jia Dang nodded in agreement and directly turned to leave. When Li Chengza saw Jia leaving, he sneered in his heart. Crown Prince, Emperor Cheng, and Li Yunrui, get ready. My counterattack. It's already about to begin. Chapter 10, Signing Location Refresh, Poetry Banquet. A little later, with Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Xiao in tow, Li Chengza once again left the mansion and walked slowly through the streets. Yesterday, he signed in twice in a row and got good rewards for both. I also wonder where the next check-in point will be randomly refreshed. Moreover, Li Sungtaek was now getting more and more excited about the rewards he would receive from signing in later, preferably of the elixir and kung fu variety. The kind that can transform yourself into a supreme master. The object class is fine. Since the Barrett sniper rifle could exist in this world, it shouldn't be wrong for the system to reward him with a M3 Type 84mm rocket launcher. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if he's a zoner or not. He'll just take a rocket shot. If that doesn't work, then let's have 2 shots and see who's tough enough. Just as Li Sungjak was contemplating, an uproar immediately resounded around him. Look guys, the second prince has come out yet. Where? Why don't I see it? The second prince is really as handsome and extraordinary as the rumors. And he's also exceptionally talented. That's right. After I read the poem he wrote yesterday, which was mainly about musical instruments, the whole thing was so captivated that I couldn't help myself. I didn't think there would be someone who could write such excellent poetry. That's right. It's too powerful. Any previous poems, in front of this one written by the second prince, it's simply not worth mentioning yet. The pedestrians on the street, after seeing Li Chengza appear, were all whispering, and also looking towards him from time to time, with all the colors of adoration on their faces. What's the situation? Li Sungtaek read with some curiosity after seeing the gaze of the pedestrians. Is there something dirty on my face? Just then, a young man with clear eyebrows, wearing a brocade robe and a white jade hair crown, walked quickly towards Li Chengza. Ergo, the youth walked up to Li Chengza and immediately waved his hand and shouted. And Li Sungjak looked at the visitor and began to search, in his mind, for information about him. Soon, he knew who this person was. This youth was called Li Hongcheng, the son of King Jing of Southern Qing, and was considered his cousin plus a close friend. In the original story, of all the royals, only this Li Hongcheng has always stood by Li Chengza's side. Li Sungtaek nodded and said, So it's Hong Xiong. Where are you going in such a hurry? Li Hongcheng laughed. Of course I'm going to look for you. Second brother You've made a big name for yourself this time. Now the entire Kyoto city can all know about your talent, especially in our Qing dynasty literary circles. It has created a furor, and all of them are appreciating that poem of yours. Poetry? It was then that Li Chengza reacted, thinking that it must be the poem he made in the drunken immortal mansion last night. Not surprisingly, though, originally, most of the people who wandered around in the drunken immortal building were literati and scholars, and after they heard the verse, they would definitely proclaim it everywhere at the first opportunity as if they had gotten a treasure. It seemed that those pedestrians just now were also keeping an eye on him because of the verse. Li Sungtaek was unimpressed and said, It's just a random verse. What's there to appreciate? Li Hongcheng laughed. Second brother, if those great scholars in the literary world heard what you just said, they would definitely vomit blood. It's possible that they couldn't even do, in their entire lives, such excellent poetry. And yet you say it's just off the cuff. Admirable. Admirable. My little brother is an even greater admirer of your literary skills. By the way, second brother, are you going to go to the poetry banquet held by Mei Yun Lu this evening? At that time, all the young talents in the entire Kyoto city will attend it. It will definitely be lively. Li Sungtaek shook his head, not interested, whether it was in his previous life or in this life. He didn't like this kind of lively place, and with that effort, he might as well sleep in his room. If it wasn't for the check-in yesterday, he wouldn't have gone to the drunken immortal house at all. At this time, the system in Li Sungjak's mind once again appeared with a voice. The next place to sign in will be the poetry banquet at the Mei Yun building. so please be ready in time for the host. Mei-yoon house? Checked in at the location and actually refreshed there. System, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? Of all the locations in Gyeongguk you didn't choose the most crowded one? The check-in locations are all randomized, so please be prepared for the host. Never mind. Since the sign-in location had been refreshed there, he didn't say anything. Anyway, it's just a matter of signing in at the poetry banquet and leaving when the reward arrives. Li Hongchang was a bit lost and said, alright then. He knew that this second brother, despite his good literary skills, did not like to participate in lively places, and just now he had only asked casually, second brother, in that case, I'll leave. You alone. Wait. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, I think, right, young people should go out more often, so there's no harm in going around in the Mei-yoon building tonight. Li Hongqing's face blushed and said, then you mean to say that you're going to attend the poetry banquet tonight? Li Sungjak nodded. Li Hongqing excitedly clapped his hands and said, good, then I'll come over to find you at night and we'll go there together. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he turned away and walked forward at a brisk pace. Li Sungtaek looked at Li Hongxung's hastily departing back and shook his head helplessly. It's not just attending a poetry banquet. Why are you so excited? I just don't know what the reward for checking in tonight will be. After that, Li Chengze took Xianyu and Li Siyuan Xiao and continued to stroll around the streets. Soon, the news that the second prince was going to be at the Plum Cloud building this evening to participate in a poetry and song meeting instantly spread throughout the entire Kyoto city. Many young talents, as well as those from the talented women, became excited when they found out. Those who were not prepared to participate in the original program immediately put off the matter at hand and changed their minds when they heard the news. Because tonight, the second prince would attend, and when he was happy, he would give another wonderful poem. Then wouldn't they have a blessing for their eyes? And it's exciting to be there, to see famous poems being created. In the Flowing Clouds Pavilion in the Drunken Immortal Mansion, Li was carefully selecting her clothes. Poetry banquets like this one tonight were what she was supposed to be attending, to talk poetry with some equally talented women. And just now, she learned that that second prince, Li Chengze, would also go to this poetry banquet, and her heart was actually a little excited. This time, she didn't care about any family feuds, she just wanted to go to this banquet purely as a confidant. Perhaps the second prince will, tonight, make another verse like the one last night. So, tonight, she was definitely going to be there. Thinking of this, Siri began to take a set of dresses and skirts from the hanger, walked over to the bronze mirror, and placed them in front of her body to make a few comparisons. Well, the color of the bodice is a little too bright. No, this set is too tacky. This doesn't seem to work too well. Gee, this one fits. Just as Li was carefully selecting her clothes, she suddenly saw a silhouette in the bronze mirror, and hurriedly turned around. Who? When Siri turned around, she saw a woman in a black power suit, holding a long sword in her arms like a ghost, appear in her room. Who are you? Siri's body fell back a step and exclaimed in shock. However, the black-clothed woman who appeared just now, looked at her expressionlessly and spoke. Ropes, salamanders. Chapter 11, The Amazing Salamander Strikes. Cooperation reached. A net? What's that? Siri was inwardly surprised as she looked at the woman in black in front of her. How did she get in? Especially if the doors and windows of the room are not broken. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my room? Siri exclaimed again, holding his long sword in both hands. Shocking Salamander remained expressionless and said coldly, I came to find you to cooperate. Li's expression changed slightly as she laughed. I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person. I'm just a woman of the Red Earth. What kind of cooperation can I have with you? Shocked Salamander shook his head. You are a Northern Chi secret agent, so we can work together. What? The smile on Li's face instantly disappeared, and he looked at the startled Salamander with a shocked expression. How do you? She thought that she had hidden herself seamlessly in this Kyoto city, and it was impossible for her to have her identity recognized. So how on earth did this woman in front of me know? Or is it? Just at this moment, from behind the big bed behind Sariri, an old crone suddenly flashed out, and with both feet on the ground vigorously pointing, her body was like a sharp arrow, darting forward. The speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye, especially that old crone. As she flew, her palms bent into claws and grabbed towards the terrified Salamander's arms. It was clear that she was going to subdue her opponent in a flash. On this side, Siri inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the old crone strike. This person was a 9th grade expert with extremely strong martial arts skills, and was specially sent from Northern Chi to protect her life. As long as there was a strike from her, no matter who the opponent was, they would be taken down immediately. However, the startled Salamander's face remained expressionless as he saw the oncoming crone. Just as the crone's claws were about to touch her shoulders, her body immediately flashed to the left. Following that, his right foot snapped up and kicked the crone, knocking her to the ground. The old woman's body was in pain, and when she was about to stand up from the ground, she saw a long sword standing in front of her, only a short inch away from her neck. This is so fast. The old crone looked at the shocked salamander with a face full of shock. She hadn't even seen, just now, how the other party had struck, from the body dodging sideways, lifting his foot and kicking violently, to drawing his sword to stop the enemy. It was all in just a split second. This could show that the strength of the other party was definitely above her. To be so young and have such strong martial arts, terrifying as hell. At this time, Siri also realized that the crone was defeated, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop. If you have something to say, don't hurt anyone." She was in a real hurry now. No matter what, this old crone was specifically responsible for coming to protect her. In case there was a short or long term, then how should she explain herself in the future? The startled salamander looked down at the crone and raised his hand to put the longsword away. If it wasn't for the sake of talking about cooperation, you would have died just now. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he raised his foot and kicked her in the side. Bang! The old woman's body, after sliding backward a few meters, hit the edge of the bed directly before coming to a stop. Seeing this, Sariri hurriedly helped the crone to her feet. "Are you okay?" The old crone looked puzzled and shook her head. "It's fine. It won't die." Only then did Siri put her heart down and looked up towards the startled salamander. "Didn't you just say you wanted to cooperate? And why should I trust you?" The amazing salamander, still encircling his longsword, said in a cold voice. "You may not believe it, but this is your only chance. You have a vendetta against the Southern Qing state, and we, the Luonet organization, will likewise deal with the Southern Qing state, so the enemy of my enemy will be a friend." When Siri heard this, she began to ponder in place, and she felt that the other party did have some truth in what she said. However, when in the world had there been an additional organization called Luonet, and how come she had never heard of it? After some contemplation, Siri spoke. "Okay, so how are you going to work together?" Shocked Salamander shook his head. "You're not qualified enough. I want to talk to the person behind you." "You?" Seelily gasped and bit her silver teeth darkly, humming softly. "They are not in the South Celebration Kingdom right now. You can either talk to me now or go to Northern Qi yourself." Shocked Salamander nodded. "Okay, it's a deal. I'll go to Northern Qi." "Ha?" Siri froze for a moment and said, "You're really going to Northern Qi? So you're not afraid of?" Shocked Salamander said in a cold voice, "I'll come back tomorrow night, and then you'll send someone to take me to Northern Qi. Otherwise, you're all going to die." As soon as the words left his mouth, the body of the startled salamander stepped backward, and like a ghost, he flashed out of the doorway. "Hey, I didn't promise you yet." Seeing that the person had already disappeared, Sariri clenched her silver teeth in anger. How did such a strange person come out of nowhere? At this time, that old woman rubbed her chest and sighed. "What a powerful person. I was actually powerless in her hands just now." Seelili was surprised. "Aren't you a 9th grade expert? How come you can't be defeated either?" The old woman shook her head and said, "My realm is only under the 9th rank. She might already be on the 9th rank. This person's form is like a ghost, and his attacks are as fast as lightning, especially the speed at which he strikes his sword, which cannot be detected at all. When did such a character appear in the boundaries of the Southern Celebration Kingdom? It's a good thing she's not an enemy, or we'd both be in trouble." Seelili lightly bit her lower lip and worriedly said, "Then, what do we do now?" After a few moments of contemplation, the old crone came up to Siri's ear and muttered something in a low voice. Soon after, Siri nodded and said, "That will have to do." Meanwhile, the fan house. In the stone pavilion in the backyard, a young girl with red lips and white teeth and a pretty face was checking out a book of poems. Her surname was Fan. Her name was Ruo Ruo, and she was the daughter of Fan Jian, the minister of the household department. The same as also has Kyoto, the first talented girl called. Usually do not love flower embroidery, only love poetry and song. She then took out a piece of paper with a poem written on it from that poetry book, opened it up and read it softly. Sitting in the moonlight on an idle night, a ghostly man plays the veiled zither. Suddenly I hear the tune of the sad wind, like the chant of a cold pine. The white snow messes with the delicate hands, the green water clears the false heart. The bell period is long gone, and there is no soulmate in the world. Especially as she read the final couplet, a different look flashed across her face. What a rare poem, tightly linked to the above. The first and last echo, especially at the end, expresses the soulmate. Hard to find the lonely and despondent feelings. After just a few years of absence, It turns out that Li Qing's literary attainments are already so high? No. If I see him tonight in the poetry banquet, I must ask for advice. Afterward, seeing that it was almost time, Fan Ruarua immediately got up and walked towards her boudoir to start preparing for the evening poetry banquet. Time passes like water in the blink of an eye. Soon, night fell, and the entire city of Kyoto began to become even more lively. Since this evening is the annual Welcome to Summer Festival, there are more vendors and pedestrians on the street than during the day. Over here, Li Qingze changed into a brand new gongzi robe, took Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Xiao, and after leaving the mansion, he headed towards Mei Yunlu. Chapter 12, Look, he's coming. Ergo, Li Sungtaek was walking down the street when he was confronted by a young man. Li Hongchang was dressed handsomely tonight, wearing a dark gray brocade robe, a white jade hair crown, and a dark green hairpin. Combined with that clear-eyed look, the whole thing was newer than it had been during the day. Li Hongchang walked up to Li Changze and after carefully sizing him up, he said, "Second brother, why don't you dress up seriously for the poetry banquet tonight? The people who are going to go over later. Not only will there be literati and talented people, but even quite a few talented women from Kyoto City will be going over as well." Li Chengze shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just going to a poetry banquet, not a blind date, so why should I dress up?" Li Hongcheng nodded and said, "That's true. Moreover, with second brother's naturally handsome appearance and the noble aura emanating from his body, even if he doesn't need to dress up, he will still be able to charm a lot of thousands of young girls." Li Chengze slightly raised his hand and flicked it on Li Hongcheng's forehead, saying, "Oily mouth, which is not as exaggerated as you say." Li Hongcheng rubbed his forehead and laughed. "Really, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, just wait until we get over there and you'll see." Just as Li Hongcheng had just taken a few steps, he looked up at Li Chengze and said with a desire to speak, "Second brother, tonight, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will also be there." With a disinterested look, Li Chengze said, "The Crown Prince can go if he wants to. It's not like it has anything to do with me. Anyway, he would just go over and stay for a while, waiting until the poetry banquet started, and withdraw immediately if he signed in successfully. What does it matter to him if the prince goes or not? Now that Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Xiao are around, there is no need to worry, at all, about risking their lives." In fact, what Li Chengze was most looking forward to now was what kind of reward the system would give when he signed in successfully later. If it really rewarded a M3 Type 84mm bazooka, then it would just give the prince a shot and blow his brains out, and it would save a lot of work later on. After pondering for a moment, Li Hongcheng said, "Second brother, there is actually something that I very much do not understand. Whether you are literary talent, or personal ability, as well as the power background behind you, you are far higher than the crown prince. So why would His Majesty?" "Hongcheng!" Li Chengze let out a furious shout, directly interrupting Li Hongcheng's words. After looking around for a few moments, he came up to Li Hongcheng's face, lowered his voice, and said, "Do you want to seek death? How dare you say such treacherous words?" Li Hongcheng was a little unconvinced. "I am just fighting for you." Li Sungtaek spoke. "Alright, I know what you mean. Don't say it in the future. This kind of thing, it's not as simple as you think. Just changing people, there are so many factors to consider. Moreover, father has his own discretion as to who he chooses to be the crown prince, so we just have to go with the flow. I can tell you, though, that things aren't over until they're over, and it's not certain who has the last laugh." Li Hongcheng blushed and said, "Second brother, do you want to?" Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Aren't you going to the poetry banquet? Are you still going or not? It's going to be late soon." Li Hongcheng nodded his head and smiled. "Go, of course." After that, Li Sungtaek took Li Hongsung and walked towards the street not far away. Hundreds of meters away from the drunken immortal mansion, there was a two-story building that covered dozens of acres of land. The decorations around the building are simple and elegant, and the bricks and tiles used for the walls are all made of good materials, which is very atmospheric to look at. At this moment, the outside of this building, lights and colorful, everywhere hung with big red lanterns, a glance at the very festive. This festively decorated building was none other than the Mei Yunlu that was being used to host the poetry banquet tonight. Every time the seasons changed, the owner inside the Plum Cloud building would choose to organize poetry banquets during festivals, inviting the literati and scholars of Kyoto City, as well as talented women to come here. The food, drinks, melons and fruits that Mei Yunlu would have prepared in advance were placed inside the living room, and anyone attending this banquet was free to taste them, completely free of charge. And every time the literati who came to the banquet, they would start the banquet with wine and talk about poetry. So, there are a number of famous poems that come out of Mei Yunlu and then circulate outwards. In this way, during normal times,
there would be quite a number of literati who would come to drink in the Plum Cloud building. At this moment in time, the poetry banquet in the Plum Cloud building, although it hadn't officially begun yet, there were already quite a few people who had come here. The vast majority of people were there because of the second prince,
Li Chengze. If he didn't come, then the number of people who came to the banquet would surely be a large portion less. In Mei Yunlu, in the box on the first floor, Crown Prince Li Chengqian was looking out the window with his hands behind his back. Outside the window, there were several slender, extremely beautiful-looking young girls standing. Just by looking at their clothes, one could tell that their families were either rich or noble. Soon, from outside the box, a white-faced teenager walked in. "Your Highness." The teenager bowed his head in obeisance to Li Chengqian and made a sound like a duck. Li Chengqian said in a cold voice, "Is he here yet?" The teenager shook his head. "Not yet." Li Chengqian added, "Continue to keep an eye on him, and once you see him, come over and report immediately." "Yes." The teenager nodded his head in agreement and turned directly away, and Li Chengqian continued to look out the window, smiling slightly. "Second brother, I really didn't expect that tonight you would actually come to this poetry banquet. In that case, then being a younger brother, I definitely need to give you a gift. You're going to love it." At the same time, at the second floor of the Mei Yun building, quite a few young and beautiful girls, a few of them sat around and started talking to each other. The first floor of the Plum Cloud building was dedicated to receiving men, while the second floor was where the women stayed, just enough to be completely separated. After all, most of the women on the second floor were all in waiting, so naturally they couldn't just meet up with the men. As early as half an hour ago, Fan Ruorua had already arrived and was talking with a few familiar girlfriends, laughing and joking, and Sisley had likewise arrived, and she stood at the moment at the second floor window, looking down into the bustling street below. When she saw the family shopping happily, she felt very bad. Once upon a time, she was also like these people, a happy and satisfied big family. Parents and relatives are still alive. Every New Year's festival, the family is very lively. But it was a coup d'etat that turned their beautiful family into an instant hell. Her heart ached even more at the thought. Just then, someone beside him suddenly said, "Look, you guys, he's coming. The second prince is here." Chapter 13, Alternative Rewards. "Look guys, the second prince is here." At the second floor of the Plum Cloud building, I don't know who said something. The young girls, who had been talking to each other, went to the window and looked down into the street below. Then, the crowd saw two upright and handsome youths walking slowly on the lively and prosperous street. Where is the second prince? Yeah, why didn't I see that? See, it's right down there. The one with the most handsome face. It's really him. I've had the honor of seeing him in the palace before. I didn't think he'd really come tonight. Wow, handsome indeed. So heartwarming. Ha, who is the one beside the second prince? He's not bad looking either. That's Prince Jing. Don't you recognize this? In the crowd, Fan Ruoro stood up with the many young girls and also looked down to the street below. When she saw Li Sung take on the street, a faint smile appeared on her face. In fact, because of her father and Emperor Qing, as early as when she was very young, she knew Li Chengze and had a pretty good relationship. Since they are both more into poetry and song, there is quite a bit of common ground to exchange. It's just that as they grew up, they saw less of each other and their relationship drifted apart. Moreover, ever since Li Chengze was enthroned as a king when he was 13 years old, the whole person became withdrawn and never attended a poetry banquet again. The main reason why Fan Ruoro came tonight was also to meet this old friend. On the other side, Siri, who was standing in front of the window, had a different feeling in his heart when he saw Li Sung take on the street below. If only he wasn't a royal son. Just a shame. Sili Li's hands were clenched tightly in her sleeves, her shell teeth lightly biting her thin red lower lip, and her gaze was always fixed on Li Chengze below. It was only after he walked into the Mei Yin building that he withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, the two of them, Li Chengze and Li Hongchang, had walked into the Plum Cloud building after traveling from the street. Ergo, was I right just now? Li Hongchang smiled at Li Chengze. When we were walking on the street just now, those great ladies on the second floor, and the rich and talented girls, were all watching you. Li Suntake shook his head and said, "You're probably looking at it wrong." Hey, Li Hongchang swore, "How could I be wrong? You have to believe me." Okay, maybe at this very moment, the talented women upstairs are talking about. Before Li Hongchang could finish his words, a number of robed youths walked head-on in the hall, and all of them arched their hands at Li Chengze. "Greetings to your second highness." Li Chengze nodded his head one by one even though he didn't recognize these people. At this time, a middle-aged man with an oily head and a powdered face walked up to Li Chengze and smiled excitedly. "I have met your second highness. I didn't expect your second highness to be able to come to tonight's poetry banquet. It's really fluffy. I have already arranged for you a good elegant room. You quickly inside please.
Li Hongcheng came to Li Qing's ear and whispered.
Second brother. This is the owner of Mei Yun Lu.
And tonight's poetry banquet is also organized by him. Li Qingze nodded and said to the middle-aged man.
Tough luck boss. He. No hard work.
The middle-aged man nodded and said.
You quickly inside please.
Just as Li Qingze had just taken a few steps,
the door of a room not far away was suddenly opened, and the crown prince, Li Changqian, walked out from inside.
When he saw Li Qingze, his face was full of joyful smiles as he said,
Gu, why is second brother here? What a rare guest. Didn't you hate, before, attending this kind of party?
Why are you so abnormal today? Li Chengze glanced at Li Changqian and laughed along with him.
I did hate it in the past, but lately I've wanted to come. Young people, you have to go out at night. You can't stay at home all the time.
In case you meet someone who doesn't want to kill you in an assassination attempt,
you might not even be alive. Don't you think so? Li Changqian nodded his head and said, what second brother said is exactly right. Young people should indeed travel more. I have a fine elegant room here. Not only is the environment good, there is also fine wine and food inside. Why don't you come over here? Let's have a small talk.
Li Chengze shook his head and said,
no, I've already made arrangements.
At this moment, Li Hongcheng understood and immediately said to the middle-aged man,
boss, the banquet is about to start. Why don't you hurry up and take us there?
Yes.
You quickly follow me.
The middle-aged man raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead, and continued to lead the way forward.
Li Changqian laughed. In that case, let's wish second brother a good time. When Li Qingze left,
Li Changqian also turned around and returned to his room.
The smile on his face instantly disappeared,
and he raised his fist and pounded it on the desktop,
growling, what do you mean?
You want to point out this palace with words, right?
Unfortunately, without evidence. What can you do even if you know? Second brother, last time you were counted as lucky, but you can't be, every day, this lucky. We'll see. Over here,
Li Chengze was led by that middle-aged man to an elegantly decorated,
atmospheric and luxurious room.
No sooner had they sat down than the poetry banquet had begun.
In the hall outside the room,
there began to be quite a number of literati and scholars, holding wine cups to fine people they knew well,
toasting and chatting, laughing and joking, extremely similar to the drinking parties of the previous world. Li Sung-taek was sitting in the room, and was holding a glass of liquor,
savoring it in small sips,
and in his mind, he muttered, what's going on? Now that this poetry banquet, obviously, had begun, how come the reward for signing in hadn't arrived yet? Just then, the familiar voice in his head, once again, began to sound. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Li Sungjak spoke. He had been waiting for half a day, and the reward was finally coming. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarded with 1 Qi Nourishing Pill. Qi Nurturing Pill, read 10,000 books. Nourish vast Qi. Strengthen your body, and protect it from 100 poisons. After hearing the system's voice, Li Chengze realized that this time, the reward was actually no longer a character, but had turned into an elixir. Just this Qi Nourishing Pill. What's the use of it? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. After taking the Qi Nourishing Pill, the host will be strong and invulnerable to all poisons. 100 poisons? Li Chengze's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the words that followed. Wouldn't that mean that if you take this elixir, you won't have to be afraid of being poisoned in the future? This elixir is good. Soon, Li Sung-taek felt his palms heat up. When he opened it, he saw a blue elixir, the size of a dragon's eye, lying quietly in his hand. This is that Qi Nourishing Pill, isn't it? Li Chengze looked at the elixir for a few moments before directly swallowing it. The elixir melted in the mouth and flowed down the throat into the body like a stream of fresh water. He only felt that the elixir was a bit sour and sweet outside, but his body did not react halfway. However, Li Chengze still trusted the system more and did not think much about anything else. Now that the reward for signing in was in hand, he could go back. Just as Li Chengze stood up from his stool and was about to leave the room, a young man in a green-colored tunic walked quickly to the door and bowed his hand towards him. Second Highness, I have a few questions that I would like to ask. Chapter 14, yes, I copied that verse. Second Highness, I have a few questions that I would like to ask. The visitor was respectful and spoke courteously. At this time, Li Hongcheng, who was sitting in his room drinking, glanced at the youth at the doorway and said, my second brother is drinking, so how would he have the time to pay attention to you? Go, don't delay Ergo's drinking. Wait. Li Chengze waved his hand to Li Hongcheng and said, words can't be said like that. Since people come to ask for advice in a humble manner, There's no harm in doing so. Now inside the hall, so many people were watching. If he directly rejected this person, wouldn't it be a damage to his image? Anyway, there's nothing to do now, so let's hear what he has to say. The youth bowed his hand to Li Qingze before he spoke. My youngest son, Zhuo Xiling, has loved reading since he was young and knows quite a bit about poems and songs, and especially for your Second Highness's literary talent. That's something I've admired for a long time. I have never seen that there is a genius like your Second Highness, whose attainments in literature are not in the least inferior to those great scholars of literature. Li Sungtaek said expressionlessly. So, what are you trying to say? He didn't think that this person, whom he had never met, was simply coming over and saying something complimentary, only to see Zhuo Xiling's drawing style turn. He opened his mouth and said, however, I have familiarized myself with it before. The collection of poems written by the Second Highness. The style is delicate and soft, like the autumn wind and rain, gently supporting the human heart's face. But last night, the poems made by the Second Highness. But the style is sophisticated and thick, very different from the previous style, so I feel that my little student thinks. When Li Qingze heard this, he immediately understood what the other party meant. I'm sure I'm not just here for advice. At this time, Li Hongchang rubbed and directly stood up from the stool, pointing at that Zhuo Xiling and snapped. What do you mean? Do you want to say that the poems made by the second brother were plagiarized? Zhuo Xiling waved his hand in mock fear and said, I wouldn't dare. I just have some suspicions. Just then, many of the literati and scholars in the hall looked this way after hearing Li Hongqing's voice. There were even several scholars who walked up to that Zhuo Xiling and said with a surprised look on their faces, what plagiarism? What are you guys talking about? Hey, this is a big deal. Think about it. Right. The Second Highness's literary talent is obvious to everyone. Can't make out a poem that is different in style from the past, and can be said to be plagiarized, right? This is a slander. In case this is true, then in the future, Second Highness, how can you still mix in the literary world? That's just it. I don't believe it unless there's proof. Li Qingze saw the few people in front of him and realized that not far away, Li Chengqian was leaning against the door with a playful expression. He understood instantly. It seems that these people were found by the Crown Prince to deliberately embarrass him. At this moment, the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian, leaned against the door panel, his eyes looking towards Li Qingze's side. His face was filled with playful smiles. That's right, Zhuo Xiling and the other few youths were indeed found by him. Originally, Li Chengqian did not want to participate this poetry banquet. Nay, that Zhuo Xiling swore that the piece of poetry made by Li Qingze was completely different from his previous style, and must have been plagiarized. That's why Li Chengqian brought them here, wanting to make Li Qingze look bad. If it was plagiarized, then the impact of the matter would be huge. The second prince of the hall, plagiarizing someone else's poetry and claiming that he wrote it himself. When this gets out, it's bound to have an impact on reputation. When the time comes, let's see how he's going to be good enough to continue the fight. At this time, Li Hongchang, who was already a bit angry, after hearing those words just now, furiously pointed at the several people in front of him and said, Do you want to find death? However, Li Chengze reached out to stop Li Hongchang and said, That's right, the verse that was made yesterday was indeed copied by me. What? Zhuo Xiling and a few of the scholars did not expect that Li Chengze, at this moment, would actually directly admit to plagiarism. They thought that the other side would make a few sophomoric remarks. This was out of their expectation. When Li Hongchang heard this, he also looked at Li Chengze with a confused expression. Ergo, this is. Li Sungtaek pulled Li Hongsung behind him and signaled him to keep quiet. And Zhuo Xiling, who had spoken just now, immediately spoke up after reacting. Since your Second Highness has admitted that the poems made yesterday were plagiarized, that would be the best. Also please the Second Highness in tomorrow morning's newspaper, log in the apology message, or let the world know the truth. Otherwise, some people who do not know the truth, but also thought. At this time, Li Chengze added, By the way, I just copied 2 poems before coming over. Since everyone is so interested, I might as well write it up and view it together. He then looked at Li Hongchang behind him. Hongchang, go get some brushes and ink. Li Hongchang understood and immediately shouted to the door. Where's the boss? Quickly bring a pen and ink. Soon, the boss who had left earlier, sent someone to bring the 4 treasures of literature and respectfully placed them in front of Li Chengze. Li Chengze smiled without saying a word, casually picked up a brush, and began to write on the paper. Soon, a neat yet concise text jumped onto the paper. When Zhuo Xiling saw Li Chengze writing the text, a curious look appeared on his face. Didn't he admit to plagiarizing? What's going on now? However, when Zhuo Xiling saw the poem written by Li Chengze, his entire body was instantly stunned. His eyes widened with an incredulous expression as he looked at the contents of the paper.
The other few scholars, like Zhuo Xiling, were also very curious as to what Li Chengze was writing at the moment. When they saw what was on the paper, they all froze on the spot for a long time as well. Some even whispered what was on the paper and read it out loud as they were stunned.
When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom.
The fragrance that rushes through the sky penetrates Chang'an,
and the city is filled with golden armor.
When these words came out, many scholars were stunned upon hearing them.
What a wonderful poem! What's more, from between the lines, a strong killing intent was leaking out everywhere, completely different from the one from yesterday. While the crowd was still contemplating on the poem,
Li Sungtaek began to lift his pen again and write down on the paper.
Look, the Second Highness has written another one.
With the surprised voice of one of the scholars, the crowd came back to their senses and continued to look towards the paper. When they saw Li Chengze finish writing the first couplet,
someone exclaimed, "Heavens, what the Second Highness has written this time is actually a 7-character poem."
It is well known that although the heptameter poem has only a few more words in the text than the pentameter poem, the degree of difficulty is substantially higher. Therefore, they became extremely shocked inwardly when they saw that it was a 7-character poem.
Soon, a poem in 7 lines jumped out onto the paper. You are not free to force people to come, and it is hard to take back the momentum of the dragon. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests.
A sort of frost-chilling 14 states. Drums and horns unveil the Jiaqi cold in the sky,
and the wind and waves move the sea and mountains in the fall.
The southeast will always be a pillar of golden heaven. Who envies the 10,000 vassals of that time? The literati and scholars present were all shocked in place and dumbfounded after seeing this verse.
Chapter 15, Annoyed Crown Prince. Famed Li Chengze.
Li Chengze threw down the brush in his hand directly after he finished writing the poem.
He then looked at the crowd in the hall. I just said that the verse yesterday. I plagiarized it. Now these 2 verses. Speaking of which,
Li Sungtaek smiled faintly and said,
I copied it too.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned to Li Hongchang behind him and waved his hand.
Hongchang, let's go. All right. Li Hongchang quickly followed, glared at the people around him, and then left in style. These vulgar people, who actually doubt Ergo's literary talent, are simply unbelievable. Since he was a child, second brother has always been extremely literate,
and he can write a few poems and verses with ease.
Bunch of dog-eyed heirs.
This so-called poetry banquet is not to be stayed for.
However, as Li Chengze left,
he reached out and patted Zhuo Xiling's shoulder and smiled.
Zhuo Xiling, right? I remember you. Be sure to live well. Yo.
When he finished speaking,
he laughed and walked quickly toward the main door. However, before he left the hall, he looked towards the room where Li Chengxian was, a disdainful smile on his face.
Then he took Li Hongsung and left the place in style.
When Li Chengze left the hall, quite a number of literati and scholars,
only then did they begin to seriously read the 7-character poem that had just been written.
Soon,
someone clapped their hands excitedly and said,
not bad.
These 2 poems are simply fantastic.
Especially that last 7-character poem. It's even better than the one from last night.
That's right. I originally thought that the one featuring musical instruments was already the pinnacle of Second Highness's work,
but I didn't realize that these 2 were even better. TSK, just from just a few lines of text, I can already sense a strong murderous aura that an ordinary person would never be able to write. Your Second Highness deserves to be your Second Highness,
and I'm afraid that the attainments in literary skill have long been at a level that no one can match.
However, at this moment,
Zhuo Xiling was also shocked in his heart. If the verse from last night could be said to be plagiarized,
then how could the 2 in front of us be explained? Can it be that he copied 3 songs at once? How is that possible? It was no exaggeration to say that these 3 verses alone, when placed in the literary world, would hang on to any previous ancient poem. 30 years in the literary world of Jiangdi. No one will be able to write it in 50 years. It's just that if you want to plagiarize, you have to have something to plagiarize. Suddenly,
Zhuo Xiling sucked in a mouthful of cold air, feeling that great trouble was on the horizon.
He had already offended the second prince this time, so would he be lifeless in the future? It's over. Thinking of this,
Zhuo Xiling collapsed and sat on the ground with a lifeless look.
Just then, someone exclaimed with a startled face, do you guys have a feeling that these 2 poems, something is not quite right?
Yeah, I think so, and the killing aura is strong, too.
Hey, you guys look at the end couplet of these 2 songs. It seems to be a little bit to build. Maybe I misunderstood it. You must have misunderstood. How could the Second Highness do something so treasonous? That's it. Don't you slander the Second Highness.
With a lot of literati students, in the mutual exchange of conversation,
the elegant room Li Chengqian, but the face is extremely difficult to see.
He clenched his fists and pounded them heavily on the tabletop,
gritting his teeth with rage. Originally, I thought that this time, I would be able to make a fool out of my second brother, in front of so many people. As it turned out, it allowed him to pack a big punch. That damned Zhuo Xiling, didn't he swear up and down that the poems that second brother had done before were plagiarized from others? How now? Moreover, Li Changqian, despite his lack of literary talent, still had the ability to understand. Just now, after hearing those two verses, I immediately understood the meaning expressed in them. Such killer poetry. Anyone who isn't a cutie can all feel it, especially the line, "The southeast will always be a pillar of gold." Who envies the 10,000 vassals at that time? What do you mean? Is it not saying that, after mastering this southeastern land as a pillar of auspicious heavenly phenomena, who still envies the old 10,000 vassals? Doesn't this mean that he resents his low status and wants to move a step closer? Second brother is now enthroned as a king. If he wants to go further, doesn't that mean you want to be the crown prince? Damn. It must be. He wrote these two poems to declare war. Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and once again clenched his fist and pounded it on the tabletop. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out of the palace tonight. Other scandals didn't come out, but I was half dead from anger. Li Chengqian lightly grunted and turned around to leave the room with his men. At the same time, at the second floor of the Meiyun building, quite a few of the talented ladies were a bit bored with being in the room. Although the poetry banquet had now begun, their minds were not on poetry at all, but on the first floor beneath them. If it wasn't for the difference between men and women, a few young girls couldn't help themselves and would have gone down to find Li Qingzi. I don't know what this second prince, at this moment, is doing, whether he has continued to do poetry and literature. Just then, a young girl suddenly held up the paper in her hand and said excitedly, "Everyone, come look, there are poems coming up from downstairs. It's still written by the Second Highness himself." At these words, the young girls present, all gathered around. "Quickly open it and see. What kind of poetry did the Second Highness write this time?" That's it. Let me see it." "Oops, that's two more. And one of them is also a 7-character poem." "What? A poem in 7 lines? I'll have to take a good look at it then." Fan Ruoro, who was in the crowd, was slightly taller, so she could easily see what was on that paper. When she finished reading the 2 verses, her eyes instantly lit up. Nice poem. These 2 poems, not only neat and simple, between the lines, but also leaking number of strong killing intent. The average person could never write it. Hey, wait. Fan Ruoro suddenly thought of something and once again looked toward the 7-character poem. Following that, she lightly covered her lips with her palms in a look of incredulity, because Fan Ruoro usually knew that nowadays, among the imperial princes, only the crown prince and the second prince were the biggest favorites to compete for the crown prince. However, when Li Sungtaek made this poem at this moment, the meaning could not be more obvious. It seems that he and the crown prince are bound to fight to the death. With that thought, Fan Ruoro pondered in place. She thought, shouldn't she find a chance to go and see Li Sungtaek? Other side, Sariri leaned against the window and looked down into the bustling street below, pondering in his mind the young girls next to her just now. After reading out those 2 poems, she had heard them completely, and her heart was even more like a shocking wave, unable to calm down for a long time. This second prince, Li Qingzi, was indeed extremely gifted in literature, and every poem and text he made was so excellent and magnificent. In her heart, her admiration for Li Qingzi became a lot stronger. It was certain that after tonight, Li Qingzi's reputation in the literary world would reach an untouchable height. It's just a pity that his status is that of a royal prince. Otherwise, ahem. Siri sighed slowly and continued to look down into the street below. Chapter 16, Black and White Xian Jian out, Regretful Zhuo Ziling. Li Qingzi brought Li Hongchang, and after leaving the Plum Cloud building, he headed towards the mansion. Although it was now past the hour of midnight, the streets were still particularly bustling with pedestrians and vendors, all with joyful smiles on their faces. Ergo, if I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have come over tonight at night. Li Hongchang lightly hummed. Those guys with no eyes dare to say that your poetry is copied. It's too infuriating. I should have kicked their asses just now. Li Chengzi shook his head and laughed. It's fine. With those nobodies, what's the point of caring so much? Li Hongchang rubbed his nose and said, No, if I see that Zhuo Xiling in the future, I will absolutely have to beat him up. Otherwise it will be hard to get rid of my hatred. The big deal is that when the time comes, I'll cover his head. As long as it's not discovered, then it can't be traced back to us. Li Chengzi smiled without saying anything. Although he didn't say anything, he had a good feeling in his heart for this current cousin. After all, from start to finish, Li Hongchang had always stood by his side and defended his image and interests, which was the rarest of all. At this time, Li Hongchang seemed to have thought of something and asked with a surprised face, Second brother. I think there's something wrong just now. What's the problem?
Lee Sung-taek looked toward Lee Hong-sung.
Lee Hongchang said. That Zhuo Xiling just now. 1 has no background. 2 has no talent. Where did he get the guts to dare to mess with us? There must be someone behind this. Speaking of this, Zhuo Xiling even touched his chin and put on a contemplative expression. Lee Sung-taek nodded. Of course there are people who support it. Isn't it obvious? Lee Hongchang froze for a moment, then thought of something and exclaimed. Second brother. You mean the crown prince? Lee Sung-taek said. So what do you think? Lee Hongchang pondered for a moment and immediately nodded. That's right. It's the crown prince. No wonder the crown prince had a playful expression on his face when he looked toward us just now. So it's a good thing he was looking at us for a joke. This is too despicable. Right. To actually use such tactics of falsely accusing people. Lee Sung-taek shook his head and said. Hong Sung, you're wrong. No matter what means, as long as it succeeds and is effective, then it's a good means. History is always written by the winners. As long as you can win, then any means used before will be fine.
Lee Hongchang came to a realization.
So that's how it is. It seems like there are still a lot of things I need to learn. Lee Sung-taek laughed. Let's go to the street while there's still time. It's rare to come out once. Good, good.
Lee Hongchang excitedly pointed ahead and said.
It's rumored that there's a juggling act over there later. Let's go over and take a look. After that, Lee Sung-taek followed Lee Hong-sung and walked towards the street not far away. Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao, on the other hand, were following 100 meters behind them, always observing the safety of their surroundings. At the same time, not far from Mei Yunlu, in the hudong, pop, a heavy slap sounded suddenly. Immediately afterward, Crown Prince Li Changqian yelled lowly, Wastes, all wastes. What did you tell the palace before you came this afternoon? Wasn't it declared with conviction that the poems made by the second brother were entirely plagiarized? Why now it's not? Say it, say something. At this time in front of Li Changqian, Zhuo Xiling was kneeling on the ground. His face obviously had traces of being smoked, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. He trembled and lowered his head as he returned. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this time it really was an accident. I don't know if the second prince is really talented, or else. When Li Changqian heard this, he raised his foot and kicked Zhuo Xiling in the face. Asterisk 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 off nigga. Accident? How dare you say accident? This time, this palace's face has all been disgraced by you. As he spoke, Li Changqian continuously raised his foot and kicked violently at Zhuo Xiling's body. It was only after a dozen or so kicks that this barely subsided a bit. Li Changqian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Today this palace will spare you first. Next time if you come up with this kind of bad idea, don't ask for your head. If it wasn't for the recent shortage of talent, especially learned talent, he would have cut the bastard down long ago. However, Zhuo Xiling hurriedly stood up from the ground and bowed his head in obeisance. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for being merciful. I will definitely pay for my sins in the future and will not let you down. Li Changqian sneered. It had better be. As he spoke, he pulled out a money bag from his sleeve and threw it in front of Zhuo Xiling. Take this money, go buy some medicine, and get the hell back home and get well. Let's go. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took the few people around him and left the place. Only after Li Changqian left did Zhuo Xiling sit down on the floor and heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to get up from the floor when a soreness came over his body and he sat down again. Hiss. Zhuo Xiling sucked in a breath of cool air, touched the bridge of his nose that had just been kicked off, and sighed helplessly. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have gone to the Eastern Palace in the first place, on some errand. Now, instead of getting the benefit of the doubt, he's even gotten a good beating. The point is, people are the high and mighty prince. Even if he is beaten, he doesn't dare to have half resistance. He can only force himself to endure it. He was now kind of regretting that he had gone to get involved in the fight between the crown prince and the second prince. Sure enough this bite, it wasn't that good. Ahem. Zhuo Xiling sighed again. He put the money bag into his arms and forced himself to fight back the soreness in his body as he wobbled to his feet from the ground. However, when Zhuo Xiling was just about to leave the alleyway, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The dark figure stood straight up not far away with his arms wrapped around him and 2 long swords at his waist. The gray light, coming from a short distance away, stretched his shadow. Zhuo Xiling instinctively jumped when he saw the black shadow in front of him. Although he couldn't see who the other party was, it made him feel very dangerous, and his hair stood up in sweat. Killing aura. What a strong killing aura. Zhuo Xiling swallowed his saliva and asked boldly, Who are you? Only the black shadow slowly spoke. Luo net. Black and white Xianjian. Zhuo Xiling froze for a moment. A net? What was this thing? And how had he never heard of it before? However, looking at the other party's murderous look, It didn't look like he was here to chat with him. What do you want? Seeing that things were not right, Zhuo Ziling's body quietly stepped back. Black and white Xian Jian said in a cold voice. Kill you. Sure enough, Zhuo Ziling was horrified. Why? You and I don't know each other. Why are you trying to kill me? Black and white Xian Jian said. Because of you. You have offended someone who should not be offended. Zhuo Ziling suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Could it be the second emperor? Before he could finish his words, he saw in front of him, a sword shadow suddenly flashed. Then, the head was directly chopped off and rolled to the ground. Black and white Xian Jian slowly put the black longsword in his hand into the scabbard at his waist. At that moment, a middle-aged man holding a white feather fan stepped out from the shadows of the alley. He glanced at Zhuo Ziling's headless body and sneered. Offended my lord and still want to live? In another life. Chapter 17, The Original Fiancé. Jia Yan lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and looked at Zhuo Ziling's headless body. Then he bent down and squatted. He pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket and placed it neatly on his right hand. Immediately following, the right hand that placed the handkerchief held Zhuo Ziling's left hand, stuck a small amount of blood on the ground, and began to write a few words that were written at the robes on his body. Waiting for the text to be written, Jia Yan then stood up, looking at the robe. It is written murderer, the second prince also. He then nodded and said, well, everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Let the east wind blow for a while. Jia turned around and waved his hand. Xian Jian, let's go. Yes. Black and white Xian Jian nodded his head in agreement and quickly followed Jia Dang's lead, disappearing into the shadows. Other side, Li Sungtaek followed Li Hongsung and had a great time playing on the street. He used to only see this kind of ancient buildings and pedestrians in movies and television, but now that he could experience it in person, his mood was completely different. Although the architecture and decor is not as modern, it has a different flavor and is perfect for a break from the city. Also, there are quite a few snacks sold on the streets, all of which are quite tasty. Originally, Li Sungtaek thought that being reborn into an ancient society would definitely be very difficult for the aspect of food. After all, there was nothing. The result, however, was unexpected and surprisingly tasty, with so many seasonings in it that were only available in his previous life. At the time, he was feeling strange about it. It was only later that I reacted. Yi Qingmei. He had almost forgotten that as early as 20 years ago, Yi Qingmei had already arrived in Qinghua. In the original story, Yi Qingmei was originally a female doctor of engineering in modern times, and for unknown reasons, her soul traveled to a little girl in the temple. It has since utilized modern knowledge to make a profound impact in today's world. Things like glass-making, soap and scented soaps, brewing techniques, sugar-making techniques, etc. all came from her. Therefore, the rarer and more incomprehensible things that Li Sungtaek had encountered in today's world could be well explained, and the only thing that was more unfortunate was what happened to Yi Qingmei. A few moments later, Li Sungtaek was holding a deep-fried golden pastry in his hand, eating it while following Li Hongsung's lead, watching him chatter about something. At the moment, Li Hongsung, feeling very happy, his mouth basically didn't stop while they were shopping. A moment to introduce the toys sold above the stall. A moment to talk about the interesting things recently encountered. The whole person seems to be heartless. Life is particularly happy. However, Li Sungtaek was right when he thought about it. After all, Li Hongchang is the son of King Jing. Life is carefree, and there is no brother in the family to fight for power, and there is no need to hook up. Just eat and sleep and wake up to eat on the line. When a few decades pass, his son will inherit his father's business, and he can still be a free king. Only, he couldn't. Now it's a dilemma, not a fight. However, Li Sungtaek had no intention of giving up, and from the moment he was reborn, he had decided to continue the fight. And the 2 poems he wrote this evening were deliberately written for the Crown Prince to see. The purpose is to tell the Crown Prince that there is no turning back in the battle for the throne, and that in the end, only one person can have the last laugh. Thinking of this, Li Chengza smiled disdainfully and gently bit into the pastry in his hand. Just as he swallowed the pastry, his brows suddenly furrowed and he immediately waved his hand. Hiroshige, watch out. As soon as Li Sungtaek's words fell, Li Hongsong made a mistake and hit the back of the pedestrian in front of him. Ouch! Who's there? Walking without eyes. The pedestrian who was hit by Li Hongchang couldn't help but shout. By the sound of it, it's still a girl. Li Hongsung knew that he had accidentally bumped into someone and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you okay? Do you need? Why you? The pedestrian who was hit, dressed in a long red dress, with a high ponytail on her head, delicate features, a round face, and a hint of Britishness showing between her eyebrows. She seemed to recognize Li Hongchang as well and said with an incredulous face, Li Hongchang, how come it's you?
Li Hongchang said.
Yi Linger, I didn't expect it to be you either. Li Chengze, who was originally eating a pastry, instantly lit up after hearing Li Hongchang's words. Yi Linger? Isn't this the fiancé who was given to him by Emperor Qing in the original story? Li Sungtaek looked up and forward, and began to look carefully at the girl in red in front of him, and after Yi Linger felt Li Chengze's gaze, she crossed her hands on her slender waist, skimmed her mouth and muttered, "Hey, what are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before." Li Sungtaek froze for a moment. Worthy of being the daughter of a general, her speech is just bold and domineering. Li Sungtaek laughed. I've seen a lot of beautiful women, but I've never seen a beautiful woman with such a round face. What? Yi Linger frowned and huffed. Li Chengze, you dare to call me fat. I hate it when people call me fat. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and went up to punch Li Chengze. Only, Yi Linger had just taken a few steps forward when two figures appeared in front of Li Chengze, blocking her path. It was Xiang Yu and Li Cun Xiao. Yi Linger had practiced martial arts since she was a child, and now she had even reached the realm of the 7th grade. Her strength was already not low. However, when she saw Xiang Yu and Li Cun Xiao in front of her, she felt a sense of crisis. Although she didn't know what realm the other party was in, it was definitely much higher than her. This Li Chengze actually had this kind of expert by his side. At this moment, Li Chengze waved his hand to Xiang Yu and Li Cunxiao, signaling them to stand down. Then he said, "Eldest Miss Yi, it was just a joke just now. There's no need to be so serious." Yi Linger glanced at Li Chengze and pouted, humming lightly, "This joke? It's not funny at all." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she simply turned around and left. Li Chengze watched Yi Linger leave and did not say anything more. He just didn't expect to actually meet this woman tonight. This woman who, in the original story, had an extremely heavy role with him. After pondering for a moment, Li Chengze said to Li Hongchang, "Hongchang, it's almost time to stroll around tonight. Let's go back." "Okay." Li Hongchang nodded his head in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Linger walked quickly down the street and soon came to a young girl wearing a bucket hat and a long blue dress. "Linger, you're back." The woman with the bucket hat on her head opened her mouth and asked, "How was it? Was it fun over there?" Yi Linger waved her hand and said, "Don't mention it. I was so angry just now." "Oh?" The woman with the bucket hat on her head asked curiously. "What? Who made you angry?" Yi Linger said, "Wanner, do you know who I just ran into?" Li Chengze and Li Hongchang. The woman with the bucket hat on her head said, "So it's Second Highness and Prince Jing." Yi Linger nodded. "That's right. It's the two of them. It's not even if Li Hong-sung accidentally bumped into me. That Li Sung-zae actually called me fat. Humph. Piss me off." Chapter 18, The Teenager Who Can't Go Back. Wan Air, do you think he's annoying? Yi Linger puffed out her round little face and told her bosom friend in front of her all about what had just happened, only to see Lin Wanner poof a laugh. Looking at Yi Linger's appearance at the moment, she said, "I don't think that Second Highness is wrong either. Your face is even rounder the way you are now." Yi Linger hummed lightly and said, "Wanner, why are you helping Li Chengze? I'm the one who's your best BFF yet." Lin Wanner laughed. "I'm not speaking in favor of the Second Highness. It just seems like you have preconceived notions about him." "Which is not." Yi Linger shook her head. "I'm just annoyed with the way he talks because it's really hard to hear. When he was obviously a child, he was still a well-spoken and gentle and cheerful person. How come now that he's grown up, it's like he's a different person? Not only is he withdrawn, but he talks so hard that sometimes when we meet and greet him, he doesn't even talk to people." Lin Wanner nodded her head and said, "People always grow up. Naturally they won't always be like children." When Lin Wanner was very young, she often played with Li Chengze, and at that time, he was really cheerful and smiling, and he was especially talented. At that time, he also said that when he grew up, he wanted to be a great poet, usually drinking wine, writing poems, and then going out in style. However, ever since he was crowned king at the age of 13, his entire person has completely changed. He doesn't smile, he doesn't talk, he's withdrawn, and he's a completely different person. Lin Wanner knew that he couldn't help it. After all, he and the Crown Prince were the biggest favorites in today's dispute over the Crown Prince. Perhaps he could never go back to the teenager who had been cheerful and smiling and was going to be a great poet. At this time, Yi Linger grabbed Lin Wanner's hand and pointed not far away. "Wanner, it should be more fun over there. Let's go over and take a look." "Good." Lin Wanner nodded her head in agreement and followed behind Yi Linger, walking forward slowly. Originally lively and extraordinary Mei Yun building, with Li Chengze gone, many literati and scholars, also not to stay here, have left. Especially the young girls who were on the second floor left one after the other. However, before they left, their hearts were filled with anger towards those literary scholars on the first floor. If they weren't concerned about their image, many of them would have wanted to break into song. Originally, everyone was running to Lee Chungza.
They waited half a day in the second floor painstakingly, and it was not easy to wait for the two poems, and their hearts were only just satisfied. As a result, he heard that Lee Sung-taek had suddenly left without even meeting him. They later learned that someone had falsely accused Lee Sung-taek of plagiarizing his poetry, and that's why he was forced to leave. This is going to piss them off. Lee Chengza's level of literary talent. That can all be seen for all to see. The entire world of literary circles in the Qing dynasty. There is no one who can compare to him. Does someone like that need to plagiarize? Plus, even if it's plagiarized, it has to be something to copy. Ever seen a first place finisher go and plagiarize a second and third place finisher? Then, the many young girls, after holding their anger in their hearts, parted unhappily and left separately. After Si Lili left the Mei Yun building, he headed towards the Drunken Immortal building. Even though the street was very busy, she lost all semblance of interest, always harboring something in her heart. However, when Si Lili had just returned to the Flowing Clouds pavilion, before the decoration on his head was removed, a silhouette appeared behind him. Siren noticed and turned sharply to look. As a result, the black-clothed woman was once again seen, holding a long sword in her arms and standing there expressionlessly. Time's up. The salamander looked at Siri and said in a cold voice. With a helpless sigh, Sariri went to the front of the bed under the pillow and took out a letter, handing it to the startled salamander. Take this letter with you. The person is waiting outside of Kyoto. She will take you to Northern Qi. When the time comes, someone will naturally hand over to you. With a wave of his hand, the salamander reached out and put away the envelope in front of him, saying, Good. If there's something fishy going on, all of you, you're going to die. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the salamander turned to leave, and Siri looked at the disappearing salamander and said with a cold snort, Go wild. When we get to Northern Qi, there will be good fruit for you. This was Nanqing. She might not be able to help this woman in black, but Northern Qi can be a different story. There are quite a few masters there, and there is always someone who can subdue this man. Then, after taking off the accessories from her head and changing into a comfortable nightgown, Siri sat down on the table next to her, picked up a paper and pen, and began to write something. Soon, two brilliant poems slowly appeared on the paper. Si Lili put down the brush in his hand and looked at the two ancient poems in front of him, pondering in his heart. A little later, from the room, a soft sigh came. This night, the second prince, Li Chengza, was once again famous throughout the literary world. Not only those literary great scholars appreciated him, even many talented women took him as the object of their affection. It was also his name that was shouted under his breath as he slept with his pillow pinned between his legs. The next day, early morning, after Lee Sung-taek ate his breakfast, he skipped his food in the yard, and in the meantime, he was thinking about what to do next. The familiar voice, however, once again sounded in his head. The next check-in location is at Guangxin Palace. Please prepare yourself in time for the host. Lee Sung-taek's eyes lit up. The check-in location actually refreshed again. I just don't know what will be the reward that I get this time. Wait. Lee Sung-jak suddenly reacted. This, Guangxin Palace, isn't it the bedchamber of eldest Princess Li Yunrui? How did it refresh there? The check-in point? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? The next check-in location is at Guangxin Palace. Please prepare yourself in time for the host. Lee Sung-jak heard the system's voice again and knew that he had indeed heard it correctly just now. Never mind. Since the sign-in point has been refreshed, there's no harm in going over there. It was just time to go to the harem to meet the mother consort and have another chat with this crazy penant. Subsequently, Li Chengza changed into a brand new robe, took Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Shao, left the mansion and headed straight to the palace. Just as Li Chengza entered the palace, the hudong not far from Mei Yunlu was already surrounded by people, and in the hudong stood several constables with long swords at their waists. Some of the constables, stooping and crouching over the headless body, looked at it carefully and thoughtfully. Other constables, with paper and pen, were sketching the scene, one by one. The few remaining men, standing outside the hudong, kept the onlookers at bay. At that moment, the constable who had just bent over and crouched down, frowned slightly as he examined the body. He realized at the moment that even though the blood had been drained from the body, the cuts were so neatly made at the breaks in the body that it was obvious that they were made by a fast sword. And still, with a single sword, the head was chopped off, just like cutting a watermelon. It seems that the murderer is an expert. Ha! The constable saw blood on top of the corpse's clothes and immediately opened them. Immediately afterward, he snapped to a halt and froze in place. This is Chapter 19, Renegade Palace signing in. Seeing Li Yunrui again. The murderer, the second prince. 2. The constable looked at the clothes, A few small words written in blood, and the whole man was stunned. This man was killed by the second prince? Just kidding. Surprised, the constable quickly examined the body and found that on his left hand, there were stains of blood that had dried. It seems that these words on the clothes were written in this hand. The constable pondered for a moment, feeling that the matter was too big for him to solve anymore. Thinking of this, he immediately asked his colleague next to him, "Well, is the drawing done?" The other constable, putting away the pen and paper in his hand, nodded and said, "Well, it's done. Okay, let's hurry back then." Soon, several constables cleaned up the scene and left with the body. The palace. In a certain hall, Emperor Qing was still sitting in front of the table as before, holding the iron with both hands and rubbing it repeatedly, and Hong Xiang, who was dressed in eunuch's attire, stood respectfully with a paper with poems written on it in his hand. "Your Majesty, these 2 poems are the ones that Second Highness made last night. Nowadays, Your Second Highness's position in the literary world has reached unprecedented heights yet." Emperor Qing laughed. "Not bad. The killing aura within these 2 verses is indeed strong enough. I love it. It seems that the prince was very upset last night." Hong Xiang nodded his head and said, "That's right. According to the people in the palace, His Highness the Crown Prince was so angry last night when he came back that he didn't even eat." Emperor Qing took the iron block in his hand, blew on it gently, and continued to rub it repeatedly. "Being angry shows that you care. Then you can remember it later. If you want to be successful, how can you do it without experiencing some setbacks? The prince has a long way to go." Hong Xiang laughed. "Your Majesty is extremely right. However, there are rumors outside that the poems that Second Highness made last night were too strong in their murderous aura, and that there is a suspicion of rebellion." Emperor Qing laughed and said, "Under the sky, there is nothing that is not King's land. If I say it is anti-poetry, it is anti-poetry. If I say it is not, then it is not." As he spoke, he waved his hand across the air towards Hong Xiang. The paper that was originally in Hong Xiang's hands immediately flew into Emperor Qing's hands. He kneaded the paper into a ball, and suddenly exerted force in his hands, and the overbearing true qi in his body instantly flew out. The ball of paper that was still in his hand just a moment ago had already turned into a ball of flying ash. Emperor Qing then proceeded to take the iron block in his hand and rub it on the whetstone repeatedly. Other side. After Li Sungtaek was in the palace, he went to Guanxin Palace alone. As for Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Shao, they were left by him to wait outside the palace. After all, in the middle of the palace, he didn't have to worry at all that his life would be in danger. No matter how annoyed the prince was, he would definitely not dare to make a move in the palace. Otherwise, once something happened to him, the crown prince wouldn't be any better. A few moments later, Li Chengza arrived outside the Guanxin Palace and was just about to walk into the chambers when he saw a silhouette on the courtyard wall next to him. He only saw a young man in black armor, with a short sword across his waist, an arrow pouch on his back, and a large black bow in his hand, looking at him with an expressionless face. "Is this Yan Xiaoyi?" Li Chengza immediately had an impression of the youth in his mind after seeing his appearance. This was the Rapunzel's henchman, Yan Xiaoyi, who had the strength of the 9th grade and superb archery skills. "Second Highness." Yan Xiaoyi arched his hand in obeisance to Li Chengza. Li Chengza nodded to Yan Xiaoyi, not saying anything more as he directly walked towards the chambers in front of him. Meanwhile, Li Yunrui was squatting on the ground and was carefully looking at the poem in his hand. She is wearing a long black dress today. The collar of the chest is pulled very low. The whole person is charming and sexy. If it is attached, the inside can be hidden out. A large area of white tender. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom. The fragrance that rushes through the sky penetrates Chang'an, and the city is filled with golden armor. Li Yunrui said with a flirtatious smile on her face after reading the poem. This kid's literary level, it's getting better and better. Nowadays he's making such excellent poetry. And it's so murderous that it's obvious that it was deliberately written for the crown prince to see. But then, that makes it more interesting instead. Li Yunrui picked up another verse and was about to start reading it aloud when a palace maid walked over quickly. "Princess, the Second Highness seeks an audience." "Oh," Li Yunrui put down the poem in his hand and said, "Quickly please." "Yes." The palace maid nodded her head in agreement and directly turned to leave. After Li Yunrui folded the poem in front of him and put it in his sleeve, he slightly straightened his sitting posture again. Soon, a handsome and extraordinary youth slowly walked from not far away. After Li Chengza arrived in front of Li Yunrui, he immediately arched his hand and said, "Greetings, aunt. There's no need to be polite. Quickly sit down." Li Yunrui waved his hand forward. "Yes." Li Chengza nodded in agreement and sat down in front of Li Yunrui. Then, Li Yunrui spoke. "You guys had fun yesterday." "Quite a bit." Knowing which incident she was talking about,
Lee Sung-taek nodded and said, "It was okay, I left the banquet when it first started. As for what happened back there, I don't know. That's something I need to ask the Crown Prince." Lee Yunrui laughed. "The Crown Prince will definitely not be happy that you have written poems like that. But anyway, the fight between you two has already begun, so it's not so bad this time." Li Chengze nodded his head and said, "Auntie is right. There's no turning back on this matter for a long time, even if it's difficult. We have to keep going." Li Yunrui said, "That's right, there's no turning back when the bow is opened. Since we have to fight to the end. Don't worry, this palace will always support you." Li Chengze said, "Thank you, aunt." However, he was sneering in his heart. Support my ass. If he hadn't read the original, he would have believed it already. I have to say, this crazy pen aunt of his is indeed not simple. Lies come out of her mouth, saying the same as the real thing, and she doesn't blush. I'm sure I can make a fool out of other men. Right at this moment, in Li Chengze's mind, the system's voice immediately came. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Lee Sung-taek immediately returned. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding him with 100 points of charm value. Charisma value? What the hell is this? Li Chengze froze directly after hearing the system's reward. He thought that the reward after signing in this time would be some kind of elixir or something like that again. As a result, there was a glamour value, charm value. After reaching 100 points, anyone who is within 10 feet of the host will be convinced by his or her charm, and can directly change the impression of others towards the host. Something that can change someone's impression? After hearing the system's explanation, Li Chengze felt that this reward was not too bad. So much for that. As long as others are in the appropriate range, they will always have a favorable impression of him. Even when he does something wrong, others feel that it is not his fault. Thinking of this, Lee Sung-jae nodded in satisfaction. Try it later. Let's see if it's the same as what's in your mind. Chapter 20, Reward arrives. Auntie, please respect yourself. Does the host use 100 points of charisma? Li Chengze immediately replied after hearing the system's voice. Use it. Congratulations to the host for successful use. 100 points of charm value. A page of attributes then appeared in front of Li Chengze's eyes once again. Host, Lee Sung-taek. Age, 19. Realm, none. Charm, 100. Weapons, none. Guards, Xiang Yu, Li Tsuanxiao. Schemer, Jia Yen. Forces, Rohan 300 Deadpool. At this time, Li Yunrui picked up the teapot in front of the table and first poured a cup for himself, then another for Li Chengze. She picked up her teacup, put it to her mouth and took a small sip, and opened her mouth. The Danjo thing, it failed again. When Li Chengze heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and picked up the teacup in front of the table and drank it. He knew what Li Yunrui meant by that. Danjo. Assassinate the hero of this book. Fan Xian. As early as a dozen years ago, Li Yunrui knew of Fan Xian's existence, and not only her, but even Emperor Cheng and the others, too. Therefore, Li Yunrui absolutely did not want to let him live, and had constantly sent people to assassinate Fan Xian since he was born. Without exception, they all failed. But it's normal to think about it. After all, he was the male lead in the original story, and there must have been chi luck added to his body, so how could he be killed so easily? Not to mention the fact that there were several forces that were secretly protecting him, but with 5 bamboos, the most powerful sect master by his side, it would be a hell of a thing to succeed. Li Yunrui put down the teacup in his hand and said with a grudging face, "This person will soon enter the capital, and at that time, Imperial Brother will surely bestow Wanner's marriage to him. This palace will never tolerate this kind of thing." Li Sung-jae knew what it was. The Wanner in Li Yunrui's mouth was naturally the young lady in Lin Xiangfu's residence and her illegitimate daughter, Lin Wanner. Don't look at her as just a mediocre young girl, but her significance is so great that she can be said to be the key to the inner vault in human form. Whoever marries Lin Wanner in the future will have the right to rule the inner treasury. After all, in the original story, Emperor Qing had said that he had gone out of his way to pretend to love Lin Wanner for so many years in order to hand over the rights to the inner treasury to Fan Xian. Of course, in the end, they also wanted to use Fan Xian to consolidate the power of the kingdom of Chang and avoid internal conflict between the eldest princess and the crown prince, as well as the second prince. Most importantly as well, Emperor Qing hoped to use Fan Xian to hammer Li Yunrui as well as consume the conflict between Yi Qingmei's remaining forces in her. Moreover, Li Yunrui fought for many years for the inner treasury. It was not easy to have such an achievement. Naturally, he would not be willing to give it up to others. Luckily, she didn't know yet that Fan Xian was the child of Emperor Chang and Yi Qingmei, or she would have been even more mad. Thinking of this, Li Sung-taek revealed a faint smile after taking a sip of tea. Li Yunrui, who was originally sighing, raised his head and then looked towards Li Chengze, just in time to see the scene where he was smiling. Then the whole thing froze instantly. Li Chengze today before entering the palace, there is a special dress up, not only changed into a close-fitting male robe, hair was also emerald green hair crown bundled, coupled with that red lips and white teeth of handsome appearance. Living a beautiful man. Li Yunrui was surprised in his heart after glancing at Li Chengze. Is this kid supposed to be this handsome? How did I not realize that before? After watching for a few breaths, her heart actually began to race, her eyes fluttered, and a tinge of heat appeared in her body. Over here, after taking a sip of tea, Li Sungtaek said, Auntie, so what do you do next? Isn't it necessary to? Li Chengze instinctively jumped when he saw Li Yunrui, especially her eyes, completely different from just now. Seems a little ambiguous. Yes, it's ambiguous. At this moment Li Yunrui, body leaning on the desktop, the body dress has been removed by her, only draped in a light veil, the body of the majority of the skin, are exposed, especially the two white python-like long legs. She lightly bit her sexy vermilion lips and looked at Li Chengze with a flirtatious face. Her pair of seductive eyes seemed to contain a watery mist that was confusing. What's the situation? Just now Li Yunrui is not still good. How suddenly? And so on. Is it because of the charisma value? It occurred to Li Sungtaek that the 100 points of charisma value rewarded by the system just now, after using it, could change the way others viewed him. However, looking at Li Yunrui's appearance at the moment, it didn't look like he was convinced by the charm. Instead, it was like he was drugged. At this time, Li Yunrui's body leaned forward and came in front of Li Chengze, immediately on the verge of sticking together. Hey, what are you doing, big silly spring? Don't come over, Li Sungtaek inwardly exclaimed. Along with a wisp of fragrance came to his nose, but it made Li Chengze's heart and mind feel a little swirled. This woman is truly remarkable. She is simply a siren. No wonder she can charm so many men. Li Yunrui looked at the handsome young man who was close at hand, gently blew out a breath, and said, Chengze, this palace feels that our previous relationship, isn't it a bit too rusty? Li Sungtaek's body was as steady as a mountain as he said, Rusty? No, I guess. Li Yunrui came to Li Chengze's ear and whispered, there is something that this palace wants to trouble you now. I don't know. Li Chengze glanced towards Li Yunrui, knowing what she wanted to do. His body immediately pulled back. Auntie, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't bother you here. I'll bother again when I have time later. After saying that, he didn't care if Li Yunrui answered or not, and immediately turned around to leave. When Li Chengze left, Li Yunrui lay down on the desktop, playing with the teacup in his hand, pondering in his heart. How come she didn't realize before that the charm of this kid, Li Sungjack, wasn't small, and she almost didn't even hold back and pounced on him just now. But there's plenty of opportunity for that later. Li Yunrui smiled and put his clothes back on again. Over here, Li Chengze let out a cold laugh in his heart after coming out of the Guangxin Palace. Trying to seduce him? What a joke! If she had run out a little later just now, she might have been pounced on by Li Yunrui. He's not the crown prince, who dares to take any crazy woman. In the original, after Li Yunrui couldn't get the Qing emperor, he degraded himself, and when he was 15 years old, he had raised countless face heads and slept with men who could make up a table of mahjong. Besides, there are so many women in this world, who can't he find later? When he thought of this, Li Sungtaek quickened his pace and walked forward at a brisk pace. However, not long after Li Chengze had left the Guangxin Palace, a silhouette that was both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in front of him. A young girl in a white over white dress was seen walking slowly towards the place. The young girl's eyes are very large, and her features are even more delicate and beautiful, with light pink skin and long eyelashes, such as two small fans. The nose was a little pointed, the complexion a little too white, and those lips seemed a little thicker than the average beauty. The young girl then similarly saw Li Sungtaek. Her expression froze for a moment, and she stopped in place. Chapter 21, Lin Wan Heir appears. Li Chengze arrested. This is Lin Wan Heir? That's right. When Li Sungtaek saw the young girl's touch, his mind immediately thought of who she was. This was Li Yunrui's daughter, Lin Waner, who was known as the key to the humanoid inner vault. When Li Chengze saw Lin Waner just now, quite a few images of her appeared in his mind. However, most of them are juvenile. The picture shows a group of 4 or 5-year-old children, running and playing inside the palace, having a particularly good time. Among this group of children were Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Second Prince Li Chengze, King Jing's son Li Hongchang, Minister Lin's daughter Lin Waner, General Ye's daughter Yi Linger, Fan Jian's daughter Fan Ruoro, and many of the ministers of the court's children. At that time, they had innocent smiles on their faces, treated each other without reservation.
and gathered around to play and juggle after class every day. However, then each got a little older and things have been completely different. That group of once playful buddies gradually left each other. Some even turned against each other. After seeing Li Chengze, Lin Wanner contemplated for a moment, but still took a light step and walked to him, bowing her head. "Greetings, Second Highness." Li Chengze laughed. "So it's Sister Wanner." Lin Wanner, who was originally lowering her head, suddenly raised her head after hearing Li Chengze's words, her face filled with incredulity. What did he just call himself? Sister Wanner. The last time I heard it called that would have been over 10 years ago. Lin Wanner clearly remembered that at that time, after Li Chengze was crowned king, his entire person had completely changed. Even his former pals were lovingly dismissive when they greeted him, actually spoke to her today. And it's still so gentle, just as it was in childhood. When Li Chengze saw Lin Wanner frothing, he said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lin Wanner came back to her senses and hurriedly shook her head. "No, nothing." Li Sungjak nodded. "Just be fine, but when we meet again in the future, we don't have to be so rusty, just call me by my first name." Lin Wanner was surprised. Then from now on, can I call you Brother Chengze? Li Sungjak laughed. "Of course you can. Originally I'm your brother." Lin Wanner nodded and smiled. "Okay, no problem." Li Chengze said, "You're here to look for your aunt, aren't you?" "She is indeed in the Guanxin Palace at this moment." "Hurry up. I'm going to see my mother's consort too." "Aha." Lin Wanner waved her hand to Li Chengze and said, "See you later, Brother Chengze." She then walked forward happily. Li Chengze didn't stop for much longer and walked towards the palace not far away. A little later, after Li Sungjak walked out from Princess Shukwu, he went straight outside the palace. Just now, he had met Li Chengze's mother consort and also chatted with her for a while. Speaking of this Shu Guifei, is considered to be an uncontested, gentle and elegant Shu Jing woman, very much in love with books. I think Li Chengze's literary talent are inherited from her. However, even though she didn't go out of the palace gates, she knew pretty much everything about the news of the outside world. She was just like any mother under the sky. Naturally she didn't want her son to suffer, but there was nothing she could do about it. Because, now that Li Sungjak has gotten into this with the crown prince, it's already at the point where he can't quit. He can only go all the way. In the end, Shu Guifei didn't say much else. Just let Li Chengze choose for himself. No matter which way it is, she will give her support at the back. Soon, Li Chengze walked out of the palace and took Xiangyu and Li Siyuanshao back to the royal residence. It was a very nice day, overcast and a little windy, perfect for a shopping excursion. However, after Li Chengze came back from the palace, he didn't go anywhere and stayed inside the royal residence until nightfall, when darkness completely enveloped the land. Li Chengze still hadn't gone out of the royal residence. Early the next morning, at the dawn of the day, a few uninvited guests came outside the door of Li Chengze's residence. Li Sungjak had eaten his breakfast and was skipping his food in the yard as usual when he heard a knock on the front door. "Knock knock," Li Chengze said to Li Siyuanshao next to him. "Go open the door." "Yes." Li Siyuanshao nodded his head in agreement and immediately turned around and walked to the gate, lifting his hand and opening it. Soon, from outside the door, several soldiers in black armor walked in. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a straight figure and a murderous face. With a long sword on his waist, he walked slowly to Li Chengze's front and arched his hand. "Second Highness, we are from the Ministry of Justice, and we have a case that requires your cooperation." Li Chengze calmly said. "Oh, what's the case?" The middle-aged man returned. "It's about a murder case, and I can't tell you the specifics yet. Please also, your Second Highness, accompany my humble servant to the Ministry of Justice." Li Chengze nodded. "No problem, lead the way. Then I'll be obliged to your Second Highness." The middle-aged man waved his hand backward and said, "Return to the Ministry of Punishment." Afterward, Li Chengze followed a few soldiers and walked out of the mansion in the direction of the Ministry of Justice. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner, wearing a bucket hat and following the maid's side, had arrived outside Li Chengze's royal residence. Ever since yesterday when she saw Li Chengze in the palace, Lin Wanner was very happy in her heart. I don't know what happened. She felt that Li Chengze, not quite the same as before, without the coldness of rejecting people, the whole person is also a lot more cheerful. Moreover, her mother had told her to get in touch with Li Sungjak more often when she was fine. So, taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do today, Lin Wanner brought her maid and came to the royal residence to take a look at Li Chengze. Originally, she wanted to find her daughter Yilinger to join her, but then I thought about it. Now that Yilinger seemed to have preconceived notions about Li Chengze, even if he called her over, he might have gotten it wrong. However, Lin Wanner had just walked outside the door of the royal residence when she saw Li Chengze. being taken away by a group of soldiers in black armor.
It seems to have committed something else.
Lin Wan was shocked on the spot,
not knowing what was going on. How could Li Chengze be taken away when he was in good hands?
Just as she was filled with doubt, she recognized the leader of the group of soldiers as someone her big brother knew well. Lin Wan hurriedly asked her maid
to invite this person over, wanting to ask about the specific situation. Soon, the middle-aged man walked quickly to Lin Wan. Miss Lin, what is it that you need to ask my humble servant?
Lin Wan spoke up.
Why did you guys take away Brother Chengze? The middle-aged man suddenly realized.
Oh, so it's because of the matter of the Second Highness.
It's nothing really.
It's just that he's now connected to a murder case and we're responsible for bringing him back for investigation.
Plotting? Murder?
Lin Wan exclaimed. The middle-aged man nodded and said, yes, it is indeed a murder case. The dead man was killed the night before last,
at the hour of midnight, and his head was cut off, by very cruel means.
Well, that's all I can say. Miss Lin, please make yourself at home. By the time the middle-aged man left,
Lin Wan hadn't returned to her senses. Li Suntake is actually involved in the murder case? How can this? Wait, the night before last, at the hour of midnight, wasn't that when Linger and he met?
At that time, when Linger was roaming the streets, she said that she ran into Li Qingze and Li Hongcheng.
In that case,
then the person who was killed must have had nothing to do with him.
Chapter 22,
although there is no evidence.
I think the Second Highness is right.
When Lin Wan anxiously came to the middle of the Yi mansion,
right in the backyard,
she saw a red-clothed silhouette that was holding two double swords,
her body constantly dancing.
Soon after Yi Linger finished juggling a set of sword techniques,
she saw Lin Wan not far away.
Wainer. When Yi Linger saw Lin Wan, she immediately put away the twin swords in her hands and walked towards her with a cheerful smile on her face.
Wan, what brings you here?
Lin Wan folded her hands on her waist, her already somewhat pale face even more bloodless as she opened her mouth.
Spirit, do you remember, the night before last when we were swimming?
Yi Linger waved up her sleeves and wiped the sweat off her face.
Nodding her head, of course I remember. We had a lot of fun that night. What, do you want to go out again tonight?
No. Lin Wan shook her head.
Then do you still remember when you met Brother Chengze at that time? Suntake? Yi Linger looked at Lin Wan with a curious expression.
When did you change your tone and call him Brother Chengze?
Lin Wan said with some anxiety. That's not important. Do you still remember when you met Brother Chengze at that time? When was it? Yi Linger nodded. Remember. It should be around midnight.
Lin Wan said.
Think again. Can you be sure?
Yi Linger saw Lin Wan's anxious appearance,
and although she didn't know what was going on,
she thought carefully.
Afterward, Yi Linger nodded her head and said, I can confirm that.
At that time, I heard the sound of beating the night watch,
and it was indeed the Ohio hour. Wan, what's wrong? You can't be out of something, can you?
Lin Wan let out a sigh of relief and said,
it's not me, but Brother Chengze. Li Chengze?
Yi Linger frowned slightly and said,
what happened to him?
Lin Wan said, I had just gone to look for Brother Chengze,
but just as I arrived at the entrance of the royal residence,
I saw that he was taken away by people from the Ministry of Justice,
and it seems to be related to a murder case.
I don't know much about the specifics, except that the deceased was killed at the hour of midnight,
so I came over to ask you about it.
Only then did Yi Linger realize that this was the case. She hadn't expected that Li Suntake was actually involved in the murder case.
Wan, then you didn't come over to me simply to inquire, did you?
Lin Wan nodded her head and said, I suspect that Brother Chengze was framed,
so I want you to take me to the Ministry of Justice to take a look. Yi Linger exclaimed, to the Ministry of Justice?
That's the Ministry of Justice.
How can you just say you're going?
Lin Wan pulled Yi Linger's small hand, her big eyes looking straight at her.
Linger, just take me to see.
We can testify for Brother Sunjake.
When Yi Linger saw her best friend's petulant appearance, how did she feel that all of a sudden, she was so attached to Li Chengze's affairs? Could it be that between them, something had happened that they didn't know about? Thinking of this, Yi Linger nodded her head and said, Wan, let's do it this way. You go home first and wait. I'll go to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs to poke around and see what's going on. If the two of us go over there blindly, we might botch it. Thinking about it, Lin Wan did,
and agreed with Yi Linger's proposal.
For now, it will have to do. Meanwhile,
Li Chengze had arrived at the Criminal Ministry's lobby.
However, due to his status as a royal son, even when he came to the lobby,
he was given special care.
At this moment, Li Chengze, sitting on a chair in the lobby, looked at a middle-aged man in front of him wearing an official robe.
The middle-aged man arched his hand at Li Chengze and smiled.
Second Highness, my humble servant, Cui Zongwang, the Minister of Criminal Affairs, sent someone to invite you here. There are just a few questions he would like to ask. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "There's no harm. You just need to follow the rules." Chui Zongwang laughed. "Good. Then my humble servant may begin. I wonder, Your Second Highness, where you were and what you did the night before." Li Qingze said, "The night before last, I attended a poetry banquet at Mei Yinlu with Prince Jing, and stayed there for half an hour before leaving." Chui Zongwang nodded and said, "Then where did the second palace go next?" Li Qingze said, "After we came out of Mei Yinlu, we went to the street and strolled around for a while, and we didn't go back until almost the end of the Ohio hour." Chui Zongwang said, "Are there any witnesses?" Li Qingze said, "Prince Jing can testify." "Oh, right." Li Qingze seemed to have thought of something. Yi Linger was also there at that time. Chui Zongwang was surprised. "But General Ye's daughter?" Li Sungjak nodded. Chui Zongwang pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, my humble servant knows." Although he had no evidence to confirm this, he felt that the Second Highness was not lying. It's a feeling in the heart. In the past, when he was working on a case, he was all about evidence and never believed in feelings. But today seems to be an exception. At this point, Li Sungtaek asked, "Lord Choi, now you can tell us what happened, right?" "Why? For good reason. Did you send someone to invite me here?" Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and said, "I don't dare to hide it from your Second Highness. It's because my humble servant has a murder case here that implicates you, which is why I routinely come to make some inquiries. Now that the issue is over, your Second Highness may return." When Li Qingze saw that Chui Zongwang didn't say anything, he didn't force himself too much. After all, people were also following the rules. However, just as Li Sungjak stood up from his stool, the system's voice rang in his head. "The next check-in location is at the Ministry of Justice jail. Please prepare yourself in time." The check-in point has been refreshed again? Li Qingze's heart was not happy when he heard the system's voice. However, when he heard about the check-in point, he was in a bit of a bind. Ministry of Justice jail. This time it was actually refreshed to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Good lord, how is he going to get past this? After all, the Ministry of Justice's prison was not a place like the drunken immortal mansion, where one could not just go in without formalities. Sneaking in would be even worse. If someone gives it away and presses a charge of prison robbery, then there will be even more trouble. At this time, when Chui Zongwang saw that Li Qingze had not left, he respectfully asked, "Second Highness, do you have anything else?" Li Qingze pondered for a moment and spoke, "Lord Chui, I have a small request from my side. I wonder if you can grant it." Chui Zongwang nodded his head and said, "Second Highness, please speak. As long as my humble servant can help, I will absolutely not excuse myself." Li Qingze said, "It's like this. I used to be more curious about what the criminal ministry's dungeon was like. I just happened to be visiting the Ministry of Justice today, so I thought I'd go in and take a look." This, Chui Zongwang pondered with a serious face. Seeing this, Li Sungtaek added, "If it doesn't work, there's no," only to see Chui Zongwang nod his head and say, "Yes, my humble servant will take Second Highness over." "Ha?" Li Sungtaek looked at Chui Zongwang with a puzzled face. "So easy to get in?" Chapter 23, Signing to the Prison of the Ministry of Justice. Reward for the Nine Sons' Divine Skill. Li Qingze followed behind Chui Zongwang and arrived at the Ministry of Justice's prison. He had originally thought that it wouldn't be that easy to enter the criminal ministry's prison if he didn't have the formalities. As it turned out, it was a breeze. Later, Li Sungtaek realized that it must have something to do with the charisma value on him. It seems like there are so many benefits to having more charisma. That would save a lot of things in the future. On this side, after Chui Zongwang brought Li Sungtaek into the prison, he began to speak to him. "Second Highness, although according to the rules, no one is allowed to enter the prison privately without a document issued by the court. However, it would be a different story if I were accompanied by a subordinate." Chui Zongwang pointed to the cell in front of him and said, "This is the first level of the dungeon, and the people incarcerated inside are those who have committed relatively minor offenses, and after being locked up for a period of 3 to 5 years, they will also go out." Li Sungtaek took a look towards the cell in front of him and realized that most of the people inside, who were cleanly dressed, didn't cry, and didn't have any restrictions on their movements, could move freely around the cell. Chui Zongwang added, "Beyond these cells, that's the second level, and the people in there aren't simple, and the offenses are big." "Oh?" Li Sungtaek instantly became interested and asked, "What's the big deal?" Only to see Chui Zongwang laugh. "Second Highness, this would belong to the secrets of the dynasty. Forgive my humble servant for not daring to say more." Li Ziqing nodded. "It's fine. I'm just curious." Just then, in Li Sungjak's mind, a voice rang out once again. "This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in?" "Finally, sign in," Li Sungtaek said immediately.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and rewarding him with one copy of Nine Suns Divine Kung Fu. Nine Suns Divine Palace. After the host cultivates it, the internal force is self-generated at a fast and endless speed, and ordinary punches and kicks can make a great attack. The defense is unparalleled, and the automatic body protection function rebounds the external attack, making it an invulnerable body. It is also a sacred text for healing, and it is invulnerable to 100 poisons, and it specializes in breaking all the cold and negative internal forces. Lee Sungjak almost screamed after hearing the sound of the system reward. This time, the reward was actually a meritocracy. Moreover, it was still the Nine Suns divine power that he was familiar with. In the past, when watching movies and TV dramas, Zhang Wuji was the one who jumped directly from an unranked minor character to a first-rate expert by virtue of the Nine Suns divine power that he had cultivated into. With this technique in your body, not only can you attack and defend, but you can also bounce back from external attacks and become an unbreakable body of adamantine. What's more, it could also heal wounds, could be invulnerable to all poisons, and specialized in breaking all cold and internal forces, which was almost invincible. If it was coupled with the Qian Koan de Nuai, the effect could be even more powerful. Nice. The rewards you get this time are really nice, better than the newbie pack. Although the guards, Xiang Yu and Li Si Yuan Xiao, are both at the realm of great masters and are again absolutely loyal to him, but he still preferred it, his own ability to become stronger. After all, it would feel a little better if you encountered an incoming enemy and took care of it yourself. Who would refuse to become a powerful man of the world with great martial arts? It was just that I didn't know which one would be stronger in the future. After he finished cultivating the Nine Yang divine power, or the domineering true chi of that old yin coin of Emperor Chang. Well, I'll have to try it out later if I get the chance. It's going to be exciting for sure. At this time, Cui Zongwan saw Li Qingzi stop where he was, thinking that he was going to say something, and waited for a few moments, but was slow to see him speak. Second Highness, do you have something to say? After hearing Cui Zongwan's words, Li Qingzi came back to his senses and then shook his head. It's fine. It's good that it's fine. Cui Zongwang added. Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want. Li Qingzi waved his hand and said, Lord Cui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back. What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this Nine Yang divine power. In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master, being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough. As for Cui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingzi was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please, Cui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Qingzi followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Qingzi separated from Cui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Cui Zongwang and Li Qingzi parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to inquire about the news they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here? When Cui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Cui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him? Ha? Cui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, Who arrested Second Highness? No, where did that happen? Yi Linger said, Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away. Cui Zongwang suddenly realized, You mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Justice that is related to the Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet? Yi Linger asked again. Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness? Cui Zongwang shook his head. It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate. Yi Linger waved her hand and said, What else is there to investigate? I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there. Cui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying. Immediately following,
He looked up towards Yi Linger and said, Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip. Yi Linger said, well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first.
Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
Miss Yi, my humble servant won't see you off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi. Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, got it, got it. When Yi Linger left, the smile on Chui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. How does this feel? Things are getting troublesome. It's good that it's fine. Chui Zongwang added, Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want.
Li Qingze waved his hand and said, Lord Chui,
I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back.
What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9-yang divine power.
In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master,
being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough.
As for Chui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please, Chui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Qingze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second level of this dungeon would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Qingze separated from Chui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Chui Zongwang and Li Qingze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men could be dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here? When Chui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Chui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, what crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him? Ha? Chui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, who arrested Second Highness? No,
where did that happen?
Yi Linger said, why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away. Chui Zongwang suddenly realized, you mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Justice that is related to the Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet? Yi Linger asked again. Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness? Chui Zongwang shook his head. It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate. Yi Linger waved her hand and said, what else is there to investigate?
I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there.
Chui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed.
I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying.
Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip. Yi Linger said, well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first.
Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
Miss Yi,
my humble servant will not see her off.
Help my humble servant greet General Yi. Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, got it, got it. When Yi Linger left, the smile on Chui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. Why does this feel like things are getting troublesome? It's good that it's fine. Chui Zongwang added, Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, Lord Chui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back.
What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9-yang divine power.
In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master,
being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough.
As for Chui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please, Chui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Qingze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon.
since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the gongfu. Those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Chengze separated from Cui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Cui Zongwang and Li Chengze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here? When Cui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Cui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, "What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him?" "Ha?" Cui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, "Who arrested Second Highness?" "No, where did that happen?" Yi Linger said, "Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away." Cui Zongwang suddenly realized, "You mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Justice that is related to the Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet?" Yi Linger asked again. "Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness?" Cui Zongwang shook his head. "It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate." Yi Linger waved her hand and said, "What else is there to investigate? I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there." Cui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying." Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, "Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip." Yi Linger said, "Well then, you should know what to do anyway." "Well, I'm going back first." Cui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled. "Miss Yi, my humble servant will not see her off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi." Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, "Got it, got it." When Yi Linger left, the smile on Cui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look. He reached up and rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly. "Why does this feel like things are getting troublesome? It's good that it's fine." Cui Zongwang added, "Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want." Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Lord Cui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back. What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done?" He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9-yang divine power. In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master, being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough. As for Cui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Chengze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please," Cui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Chengze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Chengze separated from Cui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Cui Zongwang and Li Chengze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. "Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here?" When Cui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Cui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, "What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him?" "Ha?" Cui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, "Who arrested Second Highness?" "No, where did that happen?" Yi Linger said, "Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away." Cui Zongwang suddenly realized, "You mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Justice that is related to the Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet?" Yi Linger asked again. "Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness?" Cui Zongwang shook his head. "It's still unclear.
We can only be sure after we continue to investigate. Yi Linger waved her hand and said, "What else is there to investigate?"
"I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there."
Cui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed.
I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying."
Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, "Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip." Yi Linger said, "Well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first."
Cui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
"Miss Yi, my humble servant won't see you off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi." Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, "Got it, got it." When Yi Linger left, the smile on Cui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. "Why does this feel like? Things are getting troublesome. It's good that it's fine." Cui Zongwang added, "Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want."
Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Lord Cui,
I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back."
What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9 yang divine power.
In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master,
being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough.
As for Cui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please," Cui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Qingze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Qingze separated from Cui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Cui Zongwang and Li Qingze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. "Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here?" When Cui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Cui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, "What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him?" "Ha?" Cui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, "Who arrested Second Highness?" "No, where did that happen?" Yi Linger said, "Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away." Cui Zongwang suddenly realized, "You mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Justice that is related to the Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet?" Yi Linger asked again. "Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness?" Cui Zongwang shook his head. "It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate." Yi Linger waved her hand and said, "What else is there to investigate?" "I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there." Cui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed.
I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying."
Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, "Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip." Yi Linger said, "Well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first."
Cui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
"Miss Yi,
my humble servant will not see her off.
Help my humble servant greet General Yi." Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, "Got it, got it." When Yi Linger left, the smile on Cui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. "How does this feel? Things are getting troublesome. It's good that it's fine." Cui Zongwang added, "Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want." Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Lord Cui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back."
What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9 yang divine power.
In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master,
being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough.
As for Cui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingze was going to leave.
He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please, Chui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Chengze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Chengze separated from Chui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Chui Zongwang and Li Chengze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men could be dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here? When Chui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Chui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, "What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him?" "Ha?" Chui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, "Who arrested Second Highness?" "No, where did that happen?" Yi Linger said, "Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away." Chui Zongwang suddenly realized, "You mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting. A case has arisen in our Ministry of Penal Affairs that is related to your Second Highness, so we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet?" Yi Linger asked again. "Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness?" Chui Zongwang shook his head. "It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate." Yi Linger waved her hand and said, "What else is there to investigate? I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there." Chui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying." Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, "Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip." Yi Linger said, "Well then, you should know what to do anyway." "Well, I'm going back first." Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled. "Miss Yi, my humble servant will not see her off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi." Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, Got it. When Yi Linger left, the smile on Chui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look. He reached up and rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly. "Why does this feel like things are getting troublesome? It's good that it's fine." Chui Zongwang added, "Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want." Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Lord Chui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back. What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done?" He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9-yang divine power. In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master, being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough. As for Chui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Chengze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Well, Second Highness, this way please," Chui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Chengze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Chengze separated from Chui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Chui Zongwang and Li Chengze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to find out what they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. "Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here?" When Chui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Chui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, "What crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him?" "Ha?" Chui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, "Who arrested Second Highness?" "No, where did that happen?" Yi Linger said, "Why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away."
Chui Zongwang suddenly realized. You mean this matter? Ah, that's not catching, but inviting.
A case has arisen in our Ministry of Penal Affairs that is related to your Second Highness.
So we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet? Yi Linger asked again. Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness? Chui Zongwang shook his head. It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate. Yi Linger waved her hand and said, what else is there to investigate?
I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there.
Chui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed.
I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying.
Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip. Yi Linger said, well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first.
Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
Miss Yi, my humble servant won't see you off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi. Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, got it, got it. When Yi Linger left, the smile on Chui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. Why does this feel like? Things are getting troublesome. It's good that it's fine. Chui Zongwang added, Second Highness, would you like to take a look around? As long as you don't enter the second level, you can go wherever you want. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, Lord Chui, I've seen the style inside the prison. Let's go back.
What's the point of staying here when the reward for signing up is already done? He still had to hurry back and cultivate this 9 young divine power.
In a short period of time, despite not being able to become a great master,
being a 7th or 8th grade expert should be more than enough.
As for Chui Zongwang, he was very happy to see that Li Qingze was going to leave. He was afraid that the other party was going to enter the second level on a whim to take a look. That would not be something that he, as a small squire, would be able to decide. Fine, fine. Second Highness, this way please, Chui Zongwang said, immediately turning around to lead the way. Li Qingze followed closely behind and walked towards the outside of the prison. However, before he left, he also looked back towards the depths of the dungeon. Since the rewards that were obtained by signing in here were related to the Gongfu, those who were locked up on the second floor of this large prison would definitely not be ordinary people. Subsequently, after leaving the criminal ministry's prison, Li Qingze separated from Chui Zongwang and went back to the royal residence alone. After Chui Zongwang and Li Qingze parted ways, they were ready to send someone forward to General Ye's residence to inquire about the news they had just learned. After all, this matter can be related to the current prince, cannot be sloppy half a point. However, before his men were dispatched, he found that General Ye's daughter, Yi Linger, had already arrived at the hall of the Ministry of Justice. Gu, isn't this Ms. Yi? What brings you here? When Chui Zongwang saw Yi Linger, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Yi Linger glanced at Chui Zongwang and without any unnecessary nonsense, she opened the door and said, what crime did His Second Highness commit and why are you arresting him? Ha? Chui Zongwang froze for a moment and said, who arrested Second Highness? No,
where did that happen?
Yi Linger said, why not? I clearly saw before that your people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs took him away. Chui Zongwang suddenly realized, you mean this matter? That's not catching, but inviting.
A case has arisen in our Ministry of Penal Affairs that is related to your Second Highness.
So we invited him over to ask a few questions. Now that the questioning is over, the Second Highness has gone yet? Yi Linger asked again. Then can you prove that this matter is related to the Second Highness? Chui Zongwang shook his head. It's still unclear. We can only be sure after we continue to investigate. Yi Linger waved her hand and said, what else is there to investigate?
I can testify with Second Highness. I saw him in the South Street around midnight the night before last, when Prince Jing was there.
Chui Zongwang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed.
I told you that your Second Highness wasn't lying.
Immediately following, he looked up towards Yi Linger and said, Miss Yi, I know about this matter. Thank you for making a special trip. Yi Linger said, well then, you should know what to do anyway. Well, I'm going back first.
Chui Zongwang immediately arched his hand and smiled.
Miss Yi, my humble servant won't see you off. Help my humble servant greet General Yi. Yi Linger left without looking back, waving her hands and saying, got it, got it. When Yi Linger left, the smile on Chui Zongwang's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bitter look.
He reached up and rubbed his forehead,
sighing helplessly. Why does this feel like? Things are getting troublesome. Chapter 24 Prince, waking up. The palace has become a murderer?
When Li Qingze returned to the royal residence, he directly locked himself in his room and began to cultivate the 9 young divine power that he had just obtained.
He is strong by him. The breeze brushes the hillock. He is horizontal, let him be horizontal.
The bright moon shines on the big river. He is vicious since he comes to be vicious. I am full of true chi since I have a mouthful of true chi.
Li Chengzi sat down on his knees,
recited the mantra under his breath, and began to try to cultivate the 9 yang divine power.
Originally,
he thought that practicing this Gong method would be difficult with a body that had no realm in its previous body.
It turned out to be surprisingly easy.
The 9 yang divine power that he had just obtained was considered a quick fix version,
so even an ordinary person could quickly cultivate it successfully. Soon, as Lee Sung-taek was cultivating, he felt a ball of heat appear in his body and begin to bang from side to side. There it is. Knowing that this heat must be undoubtedly internal power,
Li Chengzi began to close his breath and concentrate,
accelerating his speed to cultivate. On the other side, Yi Linger arrived at the Lin Shangfu after leaving the Ministry of Punishment. How is Linger? Is brother Chengzi okay? As soon as Lin Wanner saw Yi Linger, she anxiously inquired. Yi Linger nodded her head and said, "It's fine. I've just asked the people from the Ministry of Justice. They just invited Li Chengzi over for questioning. By the time I get over there, the guy's gone, and there shouldn't be anything later." Lin Wanner heard that Li Chengzi was fine, and then her heart let out a sigh of relief. However, she was still a bit relieved, so she said to Yi Linger, "Linger, you accompany me to the royal residence to take a look. I'm still a little worried." Yi Linger mused. "Alright then, anyway, there's nothing to do right now, so there's no harm in going over to take a look."
Lin Wanner pulled Yi Linger's arm and laughed.
"It's still Linger who's the best."
Yi Linger shook her head helplessly.
"You." Afterward, Yi Linger took Lin Wanner and left the Xiangfu. Li Chengzi slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and then opened his eyes.
Only a weak force began to travel through his body.
Li Chengzi's entire body became extremely excited after feeling this power. That's inner strength, right? It's really good.
He had just cultivated for less than half an hour, and he felt the power in his body, which was several times higher than usual.
Thinking of this,
Li Chengzi walked out of bed and came to the sandalwood round table next to him,
and after taking a deep breath, he immediately waved his palm and slapped it. Pop! With a sound,
the originally sturdy solid sandalwood round table immediately broke apart and fell to the ground.
However, at that moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and 2 silhouettes flashed out from outside. It was the guards who had been at the entrance, Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao. When the 2 instantly arrived in front of Li Chengzi, they shielded him one after the other, all looking around vigilantly.
Xiang Yu clenched his fists and said with a guarded face,
"Your Highness, are you alright? Did someone just break in?" Li Chengzi waved his hand and said, "No,
I was the one who made the noise just now." When Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao heard this, the wary look on their faces disappeared.
Li Sung-taek said, "Alright, it's fine already. You guys go down."
"Yes." Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave.
After taking a deep breath, Li Chengzi immediately opened the attribute page. Host, Li Sung-taek. Age, 19. Realm, 3rd grade. Charm, 100. Weapons, none.
Technique, the 9 suns.
Guards, Xiang Yu, Li Tsuanxiao. Schemer, Jia Yen. Power, 300 dead soldiers of the Luo network. Li Chengzi's heart instantly rejoiced after seeing the attribute page.
He hadn't thought that he had actually reached the 3rd grade realm after only cultivating for such a short while just now.
That kind of speed is as terrifying as it gets. The 9 suns' divine power was truly extraordinary.
If one cultivated it for 10 days and half a month, it was estimated that one would be able to reach the 9th grade realm. If one were to get some more elixirs in between,
becoming at the Grand Master realm would not be impossible. Practice. Must practice. Thinking of this, Li Chengzi walked towards the bed with a smile on his face, ready to continue meditating and cultivating. At that moment,
a figure flashed out from outside the door,
bowing his head in obeisance. "Your Highness, you have a guest visiting,
and will soon be approaching the royal residence."
"Guests?" Li Sung-taek asked with a curious expression. "What kind of guest?" The silhouette said,
"The daughter of Minister Lin and the daughter of General Yi."
"Lin Wan Air and Yi Ling Air? What are they doing here?" Li Sung-taek nodded. "Got it."
The silhouette bowed his hand towards Li Chengzi and immediately retreated. Afterward, Li Sung-taek walked out of the bedroom and came to the front room's location.
He just ran into Lin Wanner and Yi Linger, walking into the courtyard from the gate.
Li Chengzi looked at the 2 young girls and smiled.
"So it's Sister Wanner and Sister Linger who have come. Quickly inside please."
Lin Wanner glanced at Li Chengzi and blushed a little.
"Brother Sungjia." However, Yi Linger frowned slightly after hearing Li Chengzi's words. "Sister Linger? Is that what he can call it? And you call it so affectionate. Really do not take yourself as."
Yi Linger puffed out her round little face and raised her head just about to snap at Li Chengzi, but when she saw the other party with a smile on his face, she directly froze in place.
Good. Good looking. Is he supposed to be this handsome? How did I miss this before? Yi Linger gulped a bit and hummed softly inwardly. Never mind. Seeing as he's now become so handsome? Meanwhile, the East Palace's side hall. Li Changqian was sitting in front of his desk, casually flipping through the books in his hands, his face all dull and boring. After a moment, he threw the book in his hands onto the table and rubbed his face vigorously. It's so annoying. Lately it's been nothing good at all, and I can't read the book. Is there anything fun that I can play with? Just as Li Changqian was powerless to spit, eunuchs in eunuch's attire came from outside the hall with quick steps. Your Highness, a man sent by Han Jiwei, the Minister of Justice, is outside the palace seeking an audience. Han Jiwei? Li Changqian froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask. What's he doing looking for someone to come to the Eastern Palace for nothing? The eunuch shook his head and said, this slave girl doesn't know. Li Changqian pondered for a moment and immediately waved his hand. Quickly let him in. No matter what, Han Jiwei was considered to be on his team, and since he had sent someone over, there must be something going on. Yes. The eunuch immediately turned around and left. Soon, the eunuch went and returned, followed by a young man, also wearing the eunuch's costume. The youth walked in front of Li Changqian and immediately arched his hand in obeisance. The slave girl has met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Changqian immediately waved his hand and said, cut the crap. What did Han Jiwei send you over for? The youth pulled out a letter from his arms and immediately walked over to Li Changqian. This is what Lord Shangshu asked the slave girl to bring to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You will know it once you see it. Li Changqian received the letter with some impatience, opened it and read it quickly. Immediately afterward, his face changed dramatically, and he quickly stood up from the table, staring intently at the letter paper in his hand. This, Zhuo Xiling is dead? Did this palace kill Zhuo Xiling? Are you kidding me? Chapter 25 Father, this is slander. What's the situation? How did I become a murderer? Li Changqian looked at the letter paper in his hand and felt a little puzzled, thinking he was mistaken. He rubbed his eyes and continued to look. As it turned out, the top of the letterhead, as usual, hadn't changed much. The letterhead was brief. Just a dozen words. Zhuo Xiling has been killed, and your highness is already a murderer. So I hope you know yourself. Li Changqian repeatedly looked at the letter paper and still couldn't believe the words written on it. In fact, he didn't care at all if Zhuo Xiling died or not. But when did he become a murderer? Could it be that night, with a heavier hand, he killed Zhuo Xiling? It shouldn't. At that time, he just kicked a few times. It couldn't kill anyone at all. At the most, it would only be a few broken ribs. Li Changqian pondered for a moment and felt that this matter was a bit fishy, and he had to hurry to find someone to take a look. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the great hall, like a ghost, and stood in front of the crowd. Hong Si Xiong. Li Changqian was startled when he saw the visitor. Isn't this the patriarch at father's side? How did he suddenly? Hong Si Xiong arched his hand toward Li Changqian and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty has asked the old slave to invite you over. Li Changqian wore a smile on his face and said, Dare I ask eunuch Hong, do you know what father asked this palace to go over there for? Hong Si Xiong shook his head and said, the old slave is only in charge of inviting people, but he is not clear about other things. That's right. Li Changqian nodded. Then this palace will clean up first. Hong Si Xiong shook his head again and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty's oracle just now was for you to depart immediately. Li Changqian frowned, then immediately reacted and said, Good, have eunuch Hong lead the way. This palace will go over. However, Li Changqian's heart vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Usually, if father wanted to summon him over, he would only need to find a small eunuch to come, and would rarely send Hong Xiang. Could something be wrong? Wait, Li Changqian suddenly thought of something. At this time, Hong Si Xiong once again urged, Your Highness, it's time to move. His Majesty is still waiting. A little while ago, the palace's side hall, Emperor Qing was sitting in front of his desk, still repeatedly beating the iron block in his hand thin, and in the great hall in front of him stood a young man dressed in black official robes. Are you saying that the person was killed by the second prince? Emperor Cheng spoke. The youth arched his hand and said, Back to your Majesty. After the clues left at the scene, it is indeed so. However, in my humble opinion, there is something fishy about this. Emperor Chang lowered his head to polish the iron and nodded. Speak. The youth continued. Although on the dead man's clothes, the words the murderer is the second prince were written, but after my humble servant and others checked it out, they learned that this person was killed by a fast sword, directly chopping off his head. In that case, he could never, in any way, have written these words after his head was cut off. However, in the arms of the deceased, we found a money bag,
and the materials and fabrics used were of the finest quality, so it should be from the palace. Also, the deceased showed signs of beatings before he was born, so he should have been beaten up before he was killed. Most importantly, the deceased was a guest of the crown prince during his lifetime, and had appeared at the Plum Cloud House that night, and had offended the Second Highness. Emperor Chang added. And then? The youth said. Afterwards, after verification by the Ministry of Justice, it was discovered that the second prince was shopping and playing with the Prince of Jing at the time of the accident, and at that time, Miss Yi could testify. Emperor Chang stopped his hands and looked up towards the youth. You mean, Yi Chang's daughter, Yi Linger? The youth nodded. Yes, it was her. Emperor Chang pondered for a moment and said, Is there more? The youth said, Someone can prove that the deceased was severely beaten by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince during his lifetime because he did not succeed in framing His Second Highness. Emperor Ching pondered for a moment and smiled. Is that so? That's interesting. He then looked at Hong Si Xiang next to him and said, Go bring the Crown Prince here. Remember, tell him to come at once. Yes, old slave understands. Hong Si Xiang nodded his head in agreement and then turned to leave. At this moment, Li Chengqian was very apprehensive inside because he had just thought of something. It's the letter sent by the Minister of Justice. Although that Zhuo Xiling, just an ordinary person with no background, died. However, he always felt that this matter was not that simple. Originally, Li Chengqian wanted to ask Hong Si Xiang, or have a psychological preparation. However, this old thing's mouth, hard as a vice, would not open no matter how much it was questioned. Soon, Li Chengqian walked into the great hall, and seeing Emperor Qing sitting at the table, he immediately arched his hand and said, My son has met my father. Emperor Cheng, who was originally polishing the iron repeatedly, looked up at Li Chengqian and said expressionlessly, Prince, what did you do the night before last? Li Chengqian immediately returned. The Sun Minister did not do anything. Emperor Cheng continued to look toward Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian was looked at all over and said again, Oh, my son has remembered. At that time, my son went to attend a poetry banquet at the Plum Cloud House and brought people back to the palace before it was over. And then I went to bed. Emperor Cheng said, What about Zhuo Xiling? Zhuo Xiling? Li Chengqian was inwardly shocked. Is it really because of what happened to him? Father, my son doesn't know what you mean. Emperor Cheng sneered and casually threw a package in front of Li Chengqian. Open it up. Li Chengqian hurriedly opened the package and found a piece of clothing inside, and a money bag. On the top of the clothes, the words "The murderer is the second prince" were written in blood. Moreover, this money bag also looked familiar. It was exactly what he had rewarded Zhuo Xiling with at that time. Father, this, kneel down. Emperor Cheng suddenly snorted coldly. Although Li Chengqian didn't know why, he obediently knelt down. Immediately following, Emperor Qing grunted coldly. Tell me, what do these things represent? Li Chengqian looked at the clothes and money bags in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, Is this what the second brother did? Emperor Cheng said, Still not telling the truth? Did you kill the man? Or did the dick kill him? Li Chengqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Father, the son is innocent. The man wasn't killed by my son. He really wasn't. Emperor Cheng said angrily, It's all come to this, and you're still sophomoric. Come in. With Emperor Qing's words, right from outside the hall, a teenage eunuch walked in quickly and immediately knelt on the ground. The slave girl has met your majesty. When Li Chengqian saw the visitor and realized that it was the eunuch who followed him, he felt even more uneasy inside. Emperor Qing droned. Say, what's going on? The young eunuch nodded and said, The matter is like this. That night, His Highness the Crown Prince found someone to slander His Second Highness, and after failing to do so, he beat him up. After leaving, feeling that he was not yet relieved, he returned, had his head decapitated, and wrote on his clothes, The murderer is the second prince, ready to falsely accuse the Second Highness of murder. Upon hearing the words of the teenage eunuch, Li Chengqian hurriedly said in alarm, Father, this is slander. He's slandering my son. He's really slandering my son. Chapter 26 A poorly constructed young, as usual, has no solution. Li Chengqian was now furious, not just angry, but baffled. He didn't understand why this little eunuch in front of him was lying and slandering. The young eunuch named Jia Kuei, 5 years old, purified into the palace, and then has been accompanied by Li Chengqian's side. Therefore, Jia Kuei is considered the most trusted person of Li Chengqian. But now, Jia Kuei actually betrayed him, which gave Li Chengqian a mouthful to defend and caught him off guard. Father, you must believe my son. This is slander. My son did not kill anyone. At this time, Emperor Cheng stood up from the table and said with a gloomy face, Now that it's come to this,
Now that the human and material evidence is all there, you still want to argue. I am really disappointed in you. Li Chengqian trembled and continued. Father, it really wasn't my son's doing. It must have been Ergo. He found someone to slander me. That Zhuo Xiling was a guest of my son. How could my son kill him? Zhuo Xiling offended second brother that night, and it must have been second brother who killed him. However, Emperor Qing had his hands behind his back and grunted coldly to Li Chengqian. At the time of the incident, Elder and Hongchang were roaming the streets, and at that time Yi Linger could also testify. What about you? What proof is there that you didn't kill the man? This, Li Chengqian froze. He really did not have alibi. However, he still didn't want to admit it, so he continued. Father, it must be second brother, who joined forces with Li Hongchang and Yi Linger to slander my son. Yeah, that's right, it's definitely this. Enough! Emperor Chang let out a furious shout, directly cutting Li Chengqian's words off, frightening him so much that he hurriedly bowed his head to the ground. I could care less if you kill someone, but if you want to use it to defame the handlers, that's a different matter. Now that things are falling apart and you are still unrepentant, it simply disappoints me that Yi Linger and Lao Er, who haven't seen each other for years, for no reason at all, why should they help him perjure himself? Li Chengqian bowed his head and said, my son knows he is wrong. Please spare my father's life. Now he kind of knew that things had come to this point, whether he admitted it or not. It was no longer of any use. Emperor Qing took a slow breath and waved his hand. Someone come. Soon. A military general in armor walked quickly to the Great Hall and bowed his hand in obeisance to Emperor Qing. Your Majesty. Emperor Qing grunted coldly, drag the crown prince down, give him a heavy beating of 50 lashes, and then ground him for 3 months. If he dares to take a step out of the Eastern Palace during the period of confinement, he will directly break his dog's legs. Yes. The military general nodded his head in agreement and immediately turned to look towards Li Chengqian, who was kneeling on the ground. Your Royal Highness, please. At that moment, Li Chengqian snapped his head up and looked incredulously at Emperor Qing. He hadn't thought that his father's punishment would actually be this severe. 50 lashes. If this is all over, can we still have that ass? He was just about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, but when he saw Emperor Qing's gloomy gaze, he swallowed all the words that came out of his mouth. Afterward, Li Chengqian stood up from the ground and walked toward the outside of the hall in a grayish manner. However, as he passed in front of Jia Blaze, his eyes stared at him with a death glare, itching to skin him. When Li Chengqian walked out of the hall, Emperor Chang waved his hand to Jia Chue, signaling that he could go down. Soon, just outside the Great Hall, a pig-killing scream rang out. Emperor Chang, on the other hand, as if he hadn't heard it, resumed his seat at the table and asked Hong Si Xiang, who was standing next to him. Ah Hong, do you think the people were killed by the prince? Hong Si Xiang nodded his head and smiled. Your Majesty, things have come to this point. Whether or not it was killed by His Highness the Crown Prince is no longer important yet. Emperor Chang nodded and said, yes, indeed. It seems that this Crown Prince, has a lot more to learn in the future. Immediately following, Emperor Chang helplessly shook his head and laughed. Lao Er, I really haven't misjudged you. You always manage to surprise me. When Emperor Qing finished speaking, he continued to pick up the iron block on the table and rubbed it repeatedly. In the meantime, Jia Blaze, who had just left the side hall, came to a dark corner, and after repeatedly observing that there was no one around, he reached out and groped at his face for a moment. Right after that, he tore the human skin mask off his face, revealing a clean face. This person was one of Luo Net's dead soldiers. Although his realm was not high, he was the most skillful in the art of disguise, and could imitate and change anyone without being detected. He had been arranged by Jia Dang a few days ago to secretly lurk around the Crown Prince for the purpose of today. Now that the mission has been accomplished, it is natural to leave this place. Soon, from his sleeve, he pulled out another human skin mask, and after attaching it to his face, he became another person. He then walked towards the front. Other side, Li Chengza sent Lin Wanner and Yi Linger to the gate. Just now, the three of them, drinking tea and chatting inside the living room. The atmosphere was quite cordial. Before leaving, Lin Wanner smiled at Li Chengza. Brother Chengza, we're leaving. Can I come back later? Li Sun-take laughed. Of course, you're welcome anytime. Really? Lin Wanner's eyes, in an instant, had light again. Li Sungjak nodded. Really? Lin Wanner wanted to say something else, but was pulled back by Yi Linger beside her. Wan Er, it's really late. We should go back. Lin Wan Er nodded and waved her hand to Li Changzhe. See you later, brother Changzhe. Li Sungjak also waved his hand and said, okay, bye. Remember to slow down when you guys get back. Yi Linger lightly hummed. With this young lady here, how could anything happen? Li Chengze nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's right, after all, Sister Linger is a 7th grade expert, powerful." Yi Linger's face blushed when she heard Li Chengze's appreciation and immediately turned around, pulling Lin Wanner forward. "I don't know what's going on." As soon as she saw Li Sungtaek today, she blushed and her heart raced, and she never felt this way before. It's inexplicable. Only when Lin Wanner and Yi Linger's figures completely disappeared into the street did the smile on Li Chengze's face slowly fade away. Then, rubbing the spot on his brow, he turned and headed for the living room. By the time Li Sungtaek returned to the living room, Jia Dang lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and walked in from outside. "My lord." Jia Dan arched his hand in obeisance to Li Chengze. Li Sungtaek sat on the sidelines, looked toward Jia and asked, "Wanha, how are things going?" Jia nodded. "Everything is going according to plan." News just came from inside the palace that His Majesty has severely punished the Crown Prince. Not only did he receive a heavy beating of 50 lashes, but he was also grounded for 3 months. Presumably, the Crown Prince is now infuriated. Li Sungtaek laughed. "Very well, that's how it should be." Although the Yang plot we sent to the Crown Prince was a bit inferior, it was as usual an unsolvable existence. I hope he'll be smarter from now on. Otherwise it won't be much fun if his opponent is too weak. Chapter 27 Li Chengze who operates in a tent. The miserable Crown Prince. As early as when Li Chengze went to Mei Yunlu to attend the poetry banquet, he had already prepared to deal with the Crown Prince. Therefore, after he left from Mei Yunlu, he didn't go back to the royal residence directly, but took Li Hongchang and wandered around the streets. The purpose? To have an alibi. Jia Yan, on the other hand, led the men, killed Zhuo Xiling, and then created evidence to frame him, after which he just needed to wait patiently. Only, what Li Chengze didn't expect was that while they were shopping, they actually ran into Yi Linger, and with this witness present, it was even better. Everything that happened afterward was going the way they wanted it to. About the body being found by the Ministry of Justice, to inviting Li Sungtaek over to investigate, and what happened at the palace just now. Li Chengze picked up a cup of tea and took a small sip before asking Jia, "Wanha, do you think this matter? That old shady pen of Emperor Qing knows that the Crown Prince was framed?" Jia Yan lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and nodded. "Your Majesty is naturally aware of this. In this case, anyone with a slightly smarter mind would be able to see that the Crown Prince was framed. But even so, the prince will still be punished because he can't produce evidence to prove his innocence. Instead, all the evidence is now pointing to him, not only as a murderer, but also as trying to defame the Lord." Li Chengze put down the teacup in his hand and said, "That's right, this is the scary thing about Yang conspiracy. Although it's inferior, as long as it's effective." At this point, Jia Yan followed. Even if His Majesty knew, he would still punish the Crown Prince, because that is likewise the effect he wants. If he wants to use the Lord to go and home the prince, he must pretend he doesn't know. Moreover, as long as the Lord does not plot against him or do anything treasonous, His Majesty will turn a blind eye. In this way, in the future, when the Lord does something, though, you can rest assured that you don't have any worries. Li Chengze nodded and agreed with Jia. It was precisely because of this that when he was writing the poem that day, he deliberately wrote 2 antiphons. For one thing, it was to disgust the Crown Prince and inspire anger in his heart. Secondly, it was to touch Emperor Qing's bottom line, to see just how long he could endure. Obviously, Emperor Qing's level of patience was beyond their expectations, and in order to polish the Crown Prince's temperament, he didn't even take these 2 ancient poems into account. In that case then it will be much more interesting later on. Li Chengze laughed. When this punishment is over, the anger in the Crown Prince's heart will surely go to a higher level. Whenever a person is overwhelmed by anger, he will have no qualms about wanting to fight back, and that will surely lead to desperate measures. At that point, that's what we want to see the most. Jia nodded. "My lord is right. Indeed, I'm sure the prince will launch a counterattack in a few days." Li Chengze laughed. "I was afraid that he wouldn't come and had been waiting for a long time." At this time, Jia Yan added, "My lord, news just came from the shocked salamander that she has managed to enter northern Qi and is attempting to liaise with the people behind Sili Li." Li Sungtaek asked, "How many people went?" Jia returned, "In addition to the shocking salamander, there are also 2 8th grade killword level dead soldiers." Li Chengze pondered for a moment and said, "Send the 6 sword slaves over to support shocking salamander, and make sure to keep her safe." Anyway, he now had the 9 yang divine power to enhance his life in the future, and for the time being, he would not be in danger, so there was no use in keeping so many people. Moreover, Beiki was a great place, so I would definitely need to make a trip over there when I find some time in the future. At this time, Li Chengze added, "Remember, they go to northern Qi this time. They should make peace and try not to be evil if they can." But, when he said this,
His face changed and he said in a cold voice, "If they don't know how to recognize their honor, then it's a different story. They should be killed." Jia immediately arched his hand and said, "Understood." Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Alright, there's nothing for you here. Go down and get busy." "Yes." Jia nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. When Li Qingze saw Jia leaving, he sat down and contemplated for a moment. The speed at which the Rohan dead now lurked was much faster than he had thought. Now not only does the palace have it, but even inside the Ministry of Penal Affairs, which is why, when he went to the Ministry of Penal Affairs before, even if he didn't bring Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Xiao with him, he was still not afraid, because, at that time, inside the Ministry of Penal Affairs, there were already people from the Luo network of dead soldiers. As long as their own lives, once threatened, they would be the first to step in to protect them. However, when he had practiced the Nine Suns' divine power to its great completion, then there would be no need to be afraid. Thinking of this, Li Qingze returned to his bedroom and began to continue cultivating. Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's bedroom. Ah, ouch ouch ouch. Li Qingxian slumped on the bed and let out a wail of pain. His face was covered in a weak sweat. The originally white ass was now skinned and bloody. At this time, the palace maid who had just helped him apply medicine was too scared to move. Li Qingxian twisted his head to look at the courtesan and said, "What are you still standing there for? Continue to apply the medicine. You want to hurt me to death." The palace maid reacted and hurriedly bowed her head. "Slave girl should be damned. Slave girl should be damned. The slave girl will continue." Li Qingxian forced himself to endure the pain coming from his buttocks and cursed in a low voice. "These damn guards, their hands are really hard. Father, let them beat them painfully. They really beat them painfully. They don't even know how to do it. It hurts my palace. Now that's just not a 3-month ban, and you can't get out of bed at all. Damn Jia Kuei, actually dare to betray this palace. If I let this palace catch you, I'll have to pull out your skin. Ouch ouch ouch." Just as Li Qingxian was wailing in pain, a silhouette appeared outside the bedroom door. "Your Highness, my humble servant seeks an audience." Li Qingxian looked embarrassed and waved his hand. "Come in." With a creak sound, the bedroom door, which was originally closed tightly, was suddenly opened, and a young man dressed in black power suit walked in from outside. The young man walked up to Li Qingxian and arched his hand. "Your Highness, humble servant has something important to report." Li Qingxian said in disbelief. "What is it? Can't you see that this palace is busy?" The young man reached around his back and pulled out a black pocket, which he immediately opened. Li Qingxian's entire body instantly froze as he looked into the black pocket. "Isn't this the head of Jia Blaze?" Immediately following, Li Qingxian's face changed and laughed. "This damned eunuch, who dares to betray this palace, should have his head cut off." "Good, you did a good job this time." However, the young man shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I did not kill this person, and he's been dead for almost 3 days." "What?" Li Qingxian exclaimed. "Jia Kuei has been dead for 3 days. Hey, that's not right. If he died 3 days ago, then who is the person this palace saw today? Is it hard to be haunted?" Chapter 28, Nothing, just natural divine power. "Come on, what's going on here?" Li Qingxian asked towards the young man. The young man immediately returned. "Your Highness, this person's head was found by my humble servant behind a wigwam." "Only, my humble servant then found the head, not the body. After my humble servant checked, this person was killed 3 days ago." Hearing this, Li Qingxian frowned slightly, staring closely at the head and began to ponder. A few moments later, hiss, pain pain pain. Li Qingxian twisted his head to look at the courtesan who was applying the medicine and roared. "What are you using so much force for? It hurts my palace to death." The palace maid's delicate body trembled violently and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "The slave girl deserves to die. Begging your Highness to spare her life." Li Qingxian gave the palace maid a vicious look and waved his hand. "Get lost. Don't let this palace see you again. If you can't do a little job well, what use does the palace have for you?" "Your Highness, calm your anger. The slave girl will leave now." The palace maid put down the things in her hands, then hurriedly got up and exited the bedroom. Li Qingxian gritted his teeth and growled lowly as he slumped over the edge of the bed. No wonder that Jia Kuei dared to betray this palace. So he was someone else in disguise. Just who is it that dares to slander this palace like this? As soon as Li Qingxian's words fell, he suddenly thought of something. Ergo, yeah, it's definitely him. If I were to say who was happiest when he was punished by his father, it would definitely be second brother. Absolutely no one else but him. In that case, that thing works. I think it must be that night. Second brother knew that Zhuo Xiling was the person sent by this palace, so after leaving, he killed the person and then designed to frame this palace. Li Qingxian angrily clenched his fist and pounded on the bedpan. Damn. I didn't realize that second brother's mind was so deep that he could actually come up with this kind of scheme.
Ouch. As a result, the body exerted itself and the pain in his ass once again came. He gritted his teeth and said, "Second brother, you wait for this palace. This matter, it's definitely not over."
Li Chengxian suddenly thought of something and immediately looked toward the young man with vigilance.
"Hey, He Xin, you're not a fake too, are you?"
The young man named He Xin immediately arched his hand and said,
"Your Highness, my humble servant is 1,000 times genuine, not a fake."
Li Chengxian shook his head and said,
"No, this palace needs to confirm it before doing so, and this court asks you, soon."
Li Chengxian asked a few. Others do not know the private questions that He Xin all answer right. He only then put down his heart.
"Well, you come and medicate the palace."
"Yes."
He Xin nodded in agreement. The next day, early morning, after having breakfast,
Li Chengza didn't go anywhere and went straight back to his bedroom and started to meditate with his eyes closed, continuing to cultivate the 9-yang divine power.
After his 1 day and 1 night of cultivation,
he had slightly accomplished something, and his realm had reached the 5th rank. The power that erupted from his body was more than several times more than that of an ordinary person.
Not only strength, but even speed and endurance, had increased dramatically.
It was just that the further one cultivated, the slower one's realm progressed.
Of course, Li Chengza was not in a hurry. He knew that everything had to have a process, and it might not be a good thing to seek success too quickly. However, the current cultivation speed had also been several times that of others. If it was an ordinary person who wanted to go from an introductory level to a 5th grade expert, it would probably take 7 or 8 years of work, whereas he had already done it in a day and a night now. Several hours later, Li Chengza gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. After he opened his eyes revealed a different kind of luster. Li Sun-take laughed, opened the door to his room and walked out. When he saw a wigwam in the yard, he walked slowly over to it. Afterwards, he operated the internal energy in his body and gathered it on top of his palm. Soon, Li Chengza felt his palms getting a little warm, as if there was a current of air constantly traveling. "It's now."
Li Chengza raised his palm and slapped it forward, hitting that wigwam heavily.
Bang!
The originally hard wigwam stone was directly slapped off a corner by him and fell to the ground.
On the other hand, Li Chengza did not feel, on his palm, any pain.
It seemed that after learning the 9 Suns divine power,
when using internal attacks,
it would not only increase strength, but also protect the palms of the hands from being harmed.
Funny, dang funny.
It was only a pity that apart from the 9 Suns divine power, he had not obtained any other martial arts now, or else he would definitely be stronger.
Thinking of this, Li Chengza turned around and shouted backward, "Xiang Yu."
As his words fell, a figure appeared behind him, and it was none other than Xiang Yu, the Western Shu hegemony king.
"Your Highness."
Xiang Yu arched his hand in obeisance to Li Chengza.
Li Chengza waved his hand and said, "Xiang Yu, I can see that your cultivation level is already that of a Grand Master,
so you must know quite a few martial arts.
Come on, let's play a couple tricks first."
"Yes."
Xiang Yu nodded in agreement.
Afterward, his feet took a step forward, the robe on his body was windless, and his face began to become resolute. Only his legs slowly bent and took a standard horse stance. Then his fists clenched and contracted,
listing at his waist. In the next moment,
his right fist swung forward violently. A brute force suddenly erupted from the originally flat and uneventful right fist, and like a shadow of light, it quickly rushed toward the front.
Boom!
A wigwam that had been in front of them just a moment ago directly exploded into smithereens, with countless pieces of rubble falling to the ground.
Even the wall behind the wigwam showed a sandbag-sized fist mark into the brick.
Phew!
Xiang Yu retracted his fist and slowly exhaled. Immediately following, he turned to Li Chengza, who was to the side, and said, "Your Highness, do you see it clearly?" However, at this moment, Li Sun-take, with a shocked face, looked towards the wigwam that had just exploded, as well as the fist imprint on the wall.
"What are you looking at?
What just happened? Is there a step he's not seeing? Just such an easy punch that burst the stone through the air? If this hit a human body, it wouldn't kill them on the spot." At this time, Xiang Yu added, "Your Highness, I was afraid of destroying the house, so that punch just now was only 5 points of force. Half of the power had such a terrifying power. If this was done at full strength, it wouldn't directly lift the house." Sure enough, the power on the 9th grade was as terrifying as it was. After pondering for a moment, Li Chengza asked Xiang Yu, "What martial art did you use just now and how did the power get so strong?" Xiang Yu shook his head. "It's not a martial art. It's just a simple swing.
If your Highness were to swing your fist 3,000 times a day, it would surely be as powerful."
Li Chengza looked at Xiang Yu and laughed.
He almost forgot just now that the reason why Xiang Yu was so powerful was not because of his martial arts. It's totally people who are born with God's power. A force to be reckoned with is no joke. Even a mere swing of the fist could explode with terrifying power. However, when his 9 sons' divine skill is accomplished later on, he will still be able to do the same as Xiang Yu. Thinking of this, Li Chengze waved his hand to Xiang Yu. Today's weather is nice. Call Li Siyuan Xiao and let's go shopping. Chapter 29, The Fan Siblings. Sister, wait for me. On the street in the middle of Kyoto City, a young boy with gorgeous clothes and some baby fat walked quickly on the street, and in a position not far in front of him, there stood a beautiful-looking young girl wearing a long emerald green dress with red lips and white teeth, looking at the oncoming teenager and sighing helplessly. Versace, you're really annoying. I told you not to come. Why did you come along again? Versace walked over quickly, rubbed his nose, and laughed. I've come to protect you. Don't worry, sister. I won't cause any trouble. Fan Ruoruo reached out and flicked her hand on Fan Xija's head and said, Alright, I'll believe you for the last time. If it's the same as before, I'll ignore you from now on. Versace nodded. Don't worry, sis. I promise to stay out of trouble this time. I heard that the pastries sold in front are good. Let's go buy some. Fan Ruoruo smiled and shook her head, and without saying anything more, she led Fan Xija forward. A few moments later, Versace clutched a huge pile of pastries in both hands and ate them as he walked, oil bubbling from the corners of his mouth and face. He pulled out a pastry from inside the package and handed it to Fan Ruoruo next to him, saying, Sister, do you want to eat one? It's delicious. Fan Ruoruo shook her head and said, Eat it yourself. I don't really like it. Well then, you're a mouthful. Versace muttered as he popped the pastry into his mouth. Just before Fan Ruoruo could take a few steps, she saw a store next to her and walked straight in. Soon, Fan Ruoruo picked out a exquisitely styled men's belt and left the store. While walking back, Versace seemed to think of something and opened his mouth to ask, Sister, what did you buy the belt for? This look is too young for our dad. Fan Ruoruo said, Who told you that I bought it for our father? Ha? Who is that for? Versace froze for a moment, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he said in surprise, Could it be for me? I knew it. My sister is the best for me. Fan Ruoruo blankly glanced at Fan Xija and said, What you're thinking is quite beautiful. This belt is meant for our big brother. Next month, I think it's big brother's birthday, so this is my gift to him? Versace stopped and blushed slightly, suddenly feeling that the food in his hands didn't smell good anymore, and skimmed his lips. Are you going to give it to that bastard Fan Xian? Fan Ruoruo frowned tightly with her willow eyebrows, twisted her head toward Fan Xija, and said angrily, Fan Xija, what did you just say? That's our big brother. Not some. You hurry up and apologize to big brother. Versace grunted softly. He's a bastard. If not a bastard, want me to apologize to him? No way. Humph. Fan Ruoruo reached out and poked that Fan Xija's head and said, No matter what, he is our big brother. I forbid you to humiliate him. Big brother is the best, most literate man under the sky. No one can match him. However, as Fan Ruoruo finished her sentence, her mind suddenly thought of Li Qing's figure. If it had been before, she might have thought so, but right now, it's time for Fan Ruoruo to choose the most powerful one in terms of literary talent from the two of them, Big Brother and Li Changze. In a short time, she couldn't really choose. At this time, Versace ate a few bites of pastry and coldly grunted. That's what you think. I've never treated him as a big brother. It's fine if he stays in Danzhou, otherwise I'll be rude to him if he comes to the capital. Fan Ruoruo asked. Fan Xija, why do you hate Big Brother? Fan Xija returned. Of course I hate it. If he comes to the capital, he will definitely want to split the family fortune with me. Then how can I be happy? You. Fan Ruoruo pointed at Fan Xija. She did not expect that this brother's heart actually think so. Fan Xija grunted coldly. If you're not happy, I'll say the same thing. I just hate that Fan Xian anyway. Fan Ruoruo's chest rose and fell in anger, picking up a branch on the ground and going to whip him. When Versace saw this, he was so scared that he immediately turned his head and ran. It is said that all sisters have an innate bloodline suppression against their brothers. After all, when your parents say they beat you, chances are they are trying to scare you. But when my sister says she's going to beat you, it's a real beating. Fan Xija, stop right there. Fan Ruoruo shouted as she held a tree branch. Versace turned back as he ran and said, I'm not going to. If I stand still, I'm going to get beaten. Sister, you're so biased. You don't know. Ouch. Before Versace could finish his sentence, he crashed into someone else's arms, and the pastries in his hands all spilled on the floor. Versace, you. Ah. Fan Ruoruo walked up to Versace and immediately had a surprised look on his face as he saw the person he had hit.
Because, at the moment, what Versace is bumping into is no one else. It's none other than today's second prince, Lee Sung-taek. Soon,
Fan Ruoro reacted and hurriedly bowed her head to apologize to Li Qingze.
Second Highness is really sorry. Just now my younger brother walked without eyes and accidentally bumped into you. I apologize on his behalf. However, Li Qingze waved his hand and laughed. So it's Miss Ruoro. It's okay, it's just carelessness. If you hit it, you hit it. Li Qingze also didn't expect that he had just come out from the royal residence to go shopping, and it was only after less than half an hour of shopping that he ran into the Fan Ruoro siblings. Once Fan Ruoro heard that Li Qingze didn't count, she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately following, she raised her hand and slapped Fan Xige's head. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the Second Highness? Versace was also dumbfounded. Just now he only cared about running. He didn't even realize that there was someone in front of him. As a result, he also actually bumped into the second prince. Versace immediately bowed his head and said, Your Second Highness, I am sorry for you. Lee Sung-taek laughed. Forget it, I just said it's fine, no need to apologize. You two siblings, are you here to shop too? Fan Ruoro nodded. I am here to buy some things. Yes? Lee Sung-taek laughed. Then in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Fan Ruoro saw that Li Qingze was about to leave and was just about to say goodbye to him when she realized that on his robes, there was a large oil stain stuck to it. Obviously, it was Versace, who had just left it behind when it hit him. Second Highness. Wait. Fan Ruoro stopped Li Qingze. Li Qingze asked, What's wrong? Miss Ruoro? Fan Ruoro pointed to the robe he was wearing and said, Second Highness, your clothes are on. Lee Sung-taek looked down and realized that on the chest robe, there were fist-sized oil stains stuck on it, which must have been left behind when he was hit by Versace just now. Fan Ruoro said, Second Highness, wait a moment, I'll buy you another one now. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, It's fine, it's just dirty, just go back and wash it. However, Fan Ruoro shook her head and said, No, since it was Xiege who caused the trouble, it's only right that I, as the older sister, should compensate. Chapter 30, Signing and Refresh, Rewarding Secret Masterpieces. When Li Qingze saw that Fan Ruoro insisted on doing so, he didn't continue to refuse, so he had to first remove the cloak from his body, then take off the robe inside and hand it over to Fan Ruoro's hands. Just take this dress back and wash it and give it back to me. No need to buy a new one. Fan Ruoro received the robe with both hands, nodded, and said, Don't worry, Second Highness, I will definitely wash it for you. Good, then let's part ways here. Li Qingze put his cloak on and turned to leave, and Fan Ruoro hugged her robe, looking at the slowly departing Li Qingze for a long time. A few moments later, Versace heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Lee Sung-taek had already walked away. Just now, he had really scared him, originally thinking that the second prince would be angry. Yet he wasn't. Okay. Versace patted his chest lightly and prepared to call his sister to leave. As a result, he saw his sister, standing in place, frozen. He raised his hand and waved it in front of Fan Ruoro's eyes, saying, Sister, the people have gone far away. What are you still looking at? Fan Ruoro looked back and said, What do you care? Versace suddenly thought of something and realized, I see. Sister, you're not falling for the second prince, are you? Fan Ruoro blushed slightly and angrily rebuked. Fan Xiege. What are you talking about? Versace laughed, blushing. I guessed it. But sister I advise you to die of this heart. After all, he is a prince. Surely he will not marry an ordinary person. Although our father is the minister of the Ministry of the Household and the Sananbo, his status is ultimately inferior. Fan Ruoro's face sank as she raised the branch in her hand and shone it at Fan Xiege's buttocks. Fan Xiege completely did not notice the danger coming, and continued to say seriously, As I see it, we can only let our father work hard, so that he can rise a few more ranks in the government, and he should be able to do it. At that time, our family is also considered. Ow! Before Versace could finish his sentence, he covered his ass and screamed, bouncing up and down in place from all the pain. Hiss! Sister, you really hit. It hurts. Wrong. Sister, I was wrong. Have mercy. However, Fan Ruoro was unimpressed and continued to pick up the branch on Fan Xiege's ass, and smacked it a few more times. No big deal. You deserve to die from the pain. You're a little kid. How dare you flirt with your sister coming here? I think you just have itchy skin. Versace was viciously pumped a few times, and didn't dare to remain where he was, pulling out his legs and running forward. Brat, don't run. I'm not done fighting yet. Fan Ruoro saw that Fan Xiege ran far away, and only then did she throw down the branch in her hand. This brat is getting more and more beat up.
When Fan Ruo looked at the robe in her hand, she began to think of Li Changzhe's figure. Especially just now, when she saw Li Changzhe's appearance, she actually had a different feeling in her heart. It seems to have gotten even smoother after all these years. Fan Ruo pondered for a moment while a faint smile appeared on her face. Following closely, she hugged her robe and walked slowly forward. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-taek was wandering the streets after separating from the two of them. Fan Ruo. He had just chanced to think of something when he was out of the royal residence. Before Fan Xian enters the capital, after taking away all the opportunities about him in the future, what will happen then? By then, will Fan Xian still be the main character? Thinking of this, Lee Sung-taek had a very bold plan, but before that, it was better to raise one's power. Just as Lee Sung-jack was walking down the street, in his mind, the system's voice once again sounded. The next check-in location is at the North Forest Slope in outside Kyoto. Please get ready in time for the host. Check-in locations refreshed again? After hearing the system's voice, Li Changzhe began to search in his mind. What was that Northern Forest Slope place? Soon, that's when he remembered. It turns out that the so-called North Forest Slope is a piece of forest 10 miles away from the outside of Kyoto City, and because of its location to the north, it has this name. Lee Sung-taek had been to that place before, and there were no villages nearby, belonging to a place where people and animals were nowhere to be seen. Strange? How could the system take the check-in point and refresh it to that hole? Lee Sung-taek didn't think much about it. Since the sign-in point had been refreshed, he would go over and take a look now. I also wonder what kind of rewards will come with this successful check-in. After that, Li Changzhe led Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Shao towards the north gate of the city. Not long after Li Changzhe had just left, two men dressed in black power suits stepped out from a nearby alleyway, their gazes fixed on the front. One of them pulled out the portrait from his arms, looked at Li Changzhe's back, and whispered, "That's him, exactly the same as the person in the painting." The other nodded and said, "Good, let's keep an eye on the back and find a chance to strike later. It's best to take him out of the city and do him in. His head is worth 3,000 taels of gold. This deal is worth a lot." The person who spoke earlier put the portrait away and said, "However, when we make our move later, we should be cautious as well. Although this person doesn't know martial arts, the guards by his side should not be simple." The other grinned. "Don't worry, of course I know. The fact that the buyer is spending so much money means it's not that easy. But what's the harm in that? I've already contacted them. There will be 3 6th grade experts sitting in later, 5 4th grade, and more than a dozen 3rd grade martial artists. With so many people around, it's just that if 2 7th grade experts come, they won't be able to defeat them. Just wait and collect." Li Changzhe rented a carriage, and after leaving the city gates, he kept going north. Soon the carriage came to a stop at a grove of trees. Xiang Yu, who was sitting in the driving position, lifted the curtain and said, "Your Highness, we have arrived." "Yes?" Lee Sung-taek opened the car window and looked outside. All I could see in front of me was the dense, dark forest. Seeing that he had already arrived at the northern forest slope, Li Changzhe stepped down from the carriage. Just now, the system reminded that the check-in point had been refreshed to North Forest Slope, but it didn't say the exact location. It's not a small area of woods, hundreds of acres, so you can't try it bit by bit, can you? System, can you make a deal to shorten the sign-in point? A little bit more, please? After asking the system, Li Changzhe did not hear a response from the system. Never mind, it's better to take your time and figure it out yourself. Come on, walk me in. Li Sung-taek waved his hand and walked deeper into the woods in front of him. Yes. Xiang Yu and Li Suanxiao nodded in agreement and immediately followed closely behind. When Li Changzhe walked to the middle of the woods, the system in his head immediately made a sound. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Li Sung-taek immediately returned. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarding the secret mastery Tianshan Plum Breaking Hands 1 part. When Li Changzhe heard the sound of the system reward, his heart once again rejoiced. This time the reward, actually secret masterpieces. What a thought! Chapter 31, Attacked in the Forest. The whole army was wiped out. Li Changzhe did not expect that the reward he received this time was actually the secret mastery, Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand. He previously in the film and television have seen the introduction of this set of martial arts. It is Tianshan Tongmu's mastery, also known as the 6-way folding plum hand, belonging to the 3-way palm method, 3-way grappling method, including the 6-way martial arts. The world of any moves martial arts can be self-chemical in this 6-way folding plum hand, although in terms of the power of the palm force, it might not be as powerful as Tianshan Tongmu's other martial arts. Tianshan folding plum hand. The main focus is to encompass all things. It can be said that there are only 3 palm techniques and 3 grappling techniques.
but they cover the grasping method, the stances of all kinds of blades. The changes are complicated, subtle, so that people cannot be defended.
Li Chengze was still thinking earlier that there was an empty copy of the 9 Yang divine power,
but no martial arts mastery,
and this came straight out of the blue. By the time he practiced this heavenly mountain plum breaking hands, his martial arts would definitely improve drastically.
Just as Li Chengze was contemplating,
Xiang Yu on the side came over and said in a low voice,
"Your Highness, those who followed us just now have caught up with us." Li Chengze nodded and said, "Okay, wait for them first." In fact, as early as when they were in the city of Kyoto, Xiang Yu had already sensed that someone was secretly following them. As for Li Chengze, in order not to scare the snakes, he pretended not to know and continued to take Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Shao out of the city, because he knew who sent these people. Soon, the sound of rapid footsteps rang out in the woods, and a dozen black-clothed and masked men, holding various blades, arrived in front of Li Chengze and surrounded them. At this time, one of the black-robed men, holding a steel sword, coldly shouted at Li Chengze, "Kid, your time to die has come." Unperturbed, Li Chengze looked at the visitor and asked, "How much did you charge for taking over the steel?" The man in black droned, "What, money or not? We simply look at you in a bad light. We just want to kill you." "Old sure. Don't give him crap. Hurry up and do him so we can go back and deliver." "That's right. I haven't even eaten my noon meal at Tama. Hurry up. Xiao Chui is still waiting for me at Ihonglu." Quite a few other black-clothed men, who had already waited impatiently, opened their mouths.
The black-robed man who spoke earlier
nodded his head and said, "All right, then let's do it." However, Li Chengze glanced around and nodded. Not bad. 3 6th grade, 5 4th grade,
and 12 3rd grade martial artists.
It seems that in Kyoto City, at most, there are only these people who don't want to die. But unfortunately, you are still too weak. One of the black-robed men,
whose martial arts skill was at the 6th rank,
angrily rebuked, "Let go of your mother's bull ********. I'll chop you up right now." As he spoke, he wielded a copper-ringed machete,
and with a hard point of his toes on the ground, his entire body was like an arrow as he quickly rushed towards Li Chengze. Just as he had just rushed not more than a few steps,
Xiang Yu, who was standing on the side, instantly moved.
Xiang Yu clenched his right fist,
mobilized the power in his body and swung hard towards the incoming person.
A strong wind immediately appeared and surrounded his fist, striking at the black-robed man's copper-ringed machete.
Bang!
Xiang Yu swung his fist out, directly shattering the steel machete,
along with the black-clothed man's body, and punching a big hole through it. With a thud,
the man in black fell to the ground, his blood instantly staining the ground in death. The other black-clothed men who were originally just about to rush over were instantly stunned after seeing the scene in front of them.
A 6th-ranked expert was just killed by someone else, with a single punch? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this youth in front of him had martial arts skills in the realm of the 8th rank? Or maybe it's a 9th grade? For a while,
the crowd felt their scalps tingle,
all without the fighting spirit they had just now. At this time, Li Chengze looked at the crowd and smiled. "In fact, I already knew that you guys would come, and was specifically here to wait for you. After all, it's a nice setting, and there are no people or animals around yet, so it's perfect for a grave." Those men in black,
after hearing Li Chengze's words,
then realized that they were fooled.
It turned out that people had found out a long time ago, and had specially found experts to come here and wait. Then wouldn't staying here be a death sentence? One of the black-robed men with martial arts skills at the 6th rank immediately turned around and ran when he saw that the momentum was not right.
As important as gold is, lives are more important. What's the point of keeping more gold if you don't even have a life? The crowd, who were already dumbfounded, also began to turn away after seeing one of the 6th grade experts decisively escaping. However,
Xiang Yu let out a cold snort and kicked his right foot violently on the ground.
Countless cracks instantly appeared on the ground,
and his body erupted forward like a cannonball.
Soon,
he chased after one of the black-clothed men and swung his sandbag-sized fist towards the other's body,
smashing it fiercely. Click, click.
The man in black received a punch from Xiang Yu. The bones and internal organs of his body all burst into smithereens,
spitting blood, and died. Immediately after,
Xiang Yu rushed towards the other person.
For a while, throughout the woods, miserable screams rang out one after another. It seemed like it was not like a battle, but just a one-sided massacre.
No matter how high the martial arts skills were,
none of them were able to take a single punch from Xiang Yu. There were even quite a number of people who,
seeing Xiang Yu's fist swinging at them, did not bother to pick up the weapons in their hands to fend them off.
As a result, the steel,
which was usually incredibly strong, was as useless as papier-mâché at this moment.
In just a few minutes,
Xiang Yu was covered in blood and killed more than a dozen people,
just like an evil ghost coming out of hell.
Just as Xiang Yu was about to kill the last person, Li Chengze immediately waved his hand and said, "Stop, leave one alive first." Xiang Yu only withdrew his fists after hearing Li Chengze's words, grabbed the last black-clothed man and slowly walked towards Li Chengze. Following closely, it was thrown in front of Li Sungtaek. "Your Highness." Xiang Yu arched his hand and bowed to Li Chengze. Li Sungtaek nodded. "Good. Hard work. Duty calls." Xiang Yu replied and then consciously stood to the side. When Li Chengze looked at the black-clothed man who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, he laughed and said, "That's why you're scared to pee? How dare you come out as an assassin when you have so little guts? Say, who sent you?" The man in black shook his head and said, "No one. Not saying anything, right?" Li Sungtaek picked up the steel knife on the ground, walked over to the black-clothed man, raised his hand and slashed towards his shoulder. Hands rise and fall, and blood bursts forth. In the next moment, the black-clothed man's left hand was directly cut off. Immediately after that, he let out an agonizing scream. Li Chengze's face changed drastically as he raised his foot and stepped on the body of the black clothes, holding the tip of the knife against his neck and said in a cold voice, "Dead to the world. You're still not talking, are you? If you talk tough again, I'll cut off your right hand, too. From now on, you'll eat with your feet instead." The man in black was shocked, and hurriedly nodded his head through clenched teeth. Don't. I said, it's someone who offered 3,000 taels of gold to come and buy your life. Chapter 32, The Empress arrives. Sitting and waiting for a good thing. After listening to the man in black, Li Chengze said, "I didn't realize that my head is actually worth 3,000 taels of gold. Then you should know who the buyer is." The man in black shook his head and gritted his teeth. "No, don't know. We also just take money to do things. Never ask who the buyer is." "That's right." Li Chengze nodded and said, "Then go back and tell that buyer that if he wants to do this kind of thing again in the future, it's best to find some powerful people. Otherwise, it would just be a disgrace." The man in black hurriedly nodded his head and said, Yes, I will definitely bring the words." Li Chengze threw away the steel blade in his hand and waved his hand at the man in black. "Alright, you can get lost now." After the man in black saw Li Chengze let him go, he didn't care about the pain coming from his body. He stood up in a panic, and ran quickly towards the front, and soon disappeared. At this time, Li Siyuan Xiao came from the side and said to Li Chengze, "Your Highness, are you letting him go just like that?" Li Sungtaek nodded his head and said, "He's just a minor character. There's no use in keeping him. And, since it's someone the Crown Prince is looking for, he certainly won't strike out on his own. Even if we use him as a witness, we won't be able to pull the Crown Prince's head at all." When Li Chengze said this, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. "Since the Crown Prince wants to play, then I'll play nicely with him. What's the point of ending it all at once? Slowly subjecting him to fear would be the best. I want him to know that even living in the palace is not absolutely safe. If I want to kill him, I can do it any time." Afterward, Li Chengze waved his hand and said, Let's go back to the city." Meanwhile, in the East Palace, the Crown Prince's bedroom, Li Chengxian still in yesterday, as, lying on top of the bed, casually flipping through some novels and books, from time to time, but also laughed. Just as he couldn't stop laughing, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "The Empress has arrived." When Li Chengxian heard the voice outside the door, he immediately closed the book of words in his hand and stuffed it under the quilt, then pretended to be in pain. Ouch! Soon, the door to the bedroom room was opened and in walked a dignified middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a tan palace dress. Her face was expressionless, and her whole being was dead and lifeless. The middle-aged beauty folded her hands on her waist and walked into the room before walking slowly towards Li Chengxian. When Li Chengxian saw the visitor, he immediately nodded his head and said, "My son has met my mother." The visitor was none other than the Crown Prince's birth mother, Emperor Qing's married wife. The Empress walked to Li Chengxian's front, and the maid beside her was quick on her feet and immediately moved a stool from the side and placed it behind her. After the Empress sat on the stool, she was just about to open her mouth to speak, but a trace of panic flashed between her eyebrows, especially the hands in her sleeves, which were unconsciously trembling. "Come on, light up. Remember to order a few more." "Yes, slave girl will go and light it now." The palace maid at the side immediately walked to the side, took out a fire folding from her sleeve, and lit the lights in the room. It was noon at the moment, and the room, already bright, looked even brighter in the candlelight. And Li Chengxian didn't say much after seeing the scene in front of him, because he knew that the mother was very afraid of the dark. No matter whether it was day or night, she had to be inside the room, filled with candles, otherwise her heart would be very uneasy. About this matter, Li Chengxian still know, all because of the year Yi Qingmei was killed things. After Yi Qingmei's tragic death back then, her followers, knowing that the mother's family was involved, began to take bloody revenge. That night, when the night was dark, Chen Pingping, the head of the supervisory academy, and Fan Jian, the Sinan Bo, killed the entire clan of the mother's mother. That night, blood flowed, the entire family was massacred, and no one survived except for the mother. Although they did not move the mother, but this does not mean that it has been spared, but let the mother from now on, terrified, which is more painful than killing her, because, since the massacre of the family, the mother had left a shadow over it and was very afraid of the darkness, whether it was day or night. She had to light candles all over the house to try to dispel the darkness inside her, as well as the fear of Yi Qingmei's followers coming to assassinate her. Even the headdresses worn on the head have become weapons of defense. The Queen Mother once said that she couldn't forget that her own relatives had been killed with a screaming wail before her eyes, and that she couldn't act, even blindfolded. He could clearly feel the blood all over the ground, and the sight of his relatives being slaughtered. Li Chengqian glanced at the Empress and began to make up his mind in his heart. In the future, when he became the Emperor, the first thing he practiced was to kill Chen Pingping and Fan Jian and others, all of them, to avenge his mother's whole clan. After the Empress saw the palace maids light up the candles, her heart then relaxed a little. She slowly exhaled and looked at Li Chengqian, who was lying on the bed. Then, with a grim look on his face, he said, "How did you get into this mess?" Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Mother, rest her anger. This time it was an accident." The Empress said in a cold voice, "An accident? You can fall for such an inferior ploy. Where have you learned the books you are usually told to study? Remember, you are the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, and the entire country will be yours from now on. But now, if you can't even fight a tiny prince, how can you inherit the throne?" Li Chengqian also felt ashamed of himself, bowed his head and said, "Mother, don't worry. My son knows. In the future will never, ever happen again." The Empress sighed helplessly and reached out to wave her hand to the palace maid next to her. The palace maid understood and immediately took out a wine pot and handed it to her. The Empress took the wine pot, opened it and took a few sips before returning it back to the palace maid. Immediately following that, she spoke again. "In the future, when you do something, use more brains and don't overthink things. Got it?" Li Chengqian immediately nodded his head and said, "What mother said is extremely true. My son understands." The Empress then nodded in relief, pulling out a porcelain vase from inside her cuffs and placing it on the table next to her. "This is good medicine, extremely effective for your wounds. Let the underlings put it on you later. If you can't go out of the palace these days, reflect on your reflections." Li Chengqian nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes, my son understands." The Empress saw that Li Chengqian recognized his mistake with a sincere attitude, and no longer said anything more, got up and walked outside. Once the Empress left the bedroom, Li Chengqian let out a cold snort, his eyes full of malice. This time, even if he was punished by his father, he had to kill second brother. Otherwise he could not rest in peace. However, according to the previous plan, if those guys had gotten their hands on him, Ergo would already be a dead man. At that time, he would then kill and kill again, and he would be able to do it without knowing it. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian continued to pick up the talking book and flip through it. He's just sitting back and waiting for the good news now. And after the Empress left the Eastern Palace, she didn't return to her own chambers, but walked towards the Guanxin Palace. She was going to have a chat with Rapunzel now, about the killing. Chapter 33, Mission Failure, Targeting the Sunga. Cantonment Palace. Li Yunrui today wore a deep black glazed long dress. Makeup is also partial dark black system. The whole person looks enchanting to the extreme. She reclined on the soft couch, exposing a large portion of her body to the world. Soon, Li Yunrui's face flushed, and after taking out what was under his skirt and placing it beside his pillow, he then exhaled in satisfaction. A few drops of fragrant sweat, from that stunningly beautiful cheeks, quietly slipped down, dripping among the clothes and skirts on her body. While Li Yunrui was lying on the bed resting, his mind remembered Li Qing's figure, and his body, which had just calmed down, began to heat up once again. In the last few days, I don't know what's going on, but in my mind, I always think of Li Suntake's handsome and extraordinary face, which I've never had before. This has been happening since 2 days ago, when Li Suntake left. Before, when she was choosing, she was clearly in love with the prince, and she didn't hesitate to exert all her strength, which took him down. However, right now, in her heart, she was not half interested in the crown prince. It's just a very strange feeling. Li Yunrui lightly bit her thin red vermilion lips. Her eyes were even more confused. She looked at the edge of the pillow, the residual water stains. Her heart began to hesitate. Why don't we use it again? Or, perhaps, find an opportunity to pounce on the boy? Just as Li Yunrui was contemplating, Outside the door immediately sounded the eunuch's voice. The Empress has arrived. When Li Yunrui heard the voice, he immediately came back to his senses, and his eyes began to become resolute. Empress? What is she doing here in this palace? Li Yunrui slightly straightened her dress, stood up from the soft couch, and walked to the nearby table to sit down. Immediately following, the Empress, dressed in a tan palace dress, walked demurely into the bedchamber. Li Yunrui picked up the wine pot from the table and poured a cup of wine before smiling at the Empress. So it's the Empress mother who has come. I don't know where the wind blew you over today. The Empress walked to the table and was just about to sit down when her expression immediately changed drastically, looking around with a wary expression. The next moment, her body, too, began to tremble. At this time, Li Yunrui immediately waved his hand after seeing the Empress's expression. Someone, light the lamps. Soon, several palace maids walked in and filled the entire inside of the room, with a dozen candles, illuminating a dazzling light. The Empress saw the light before she heaved a sigh of relief and sat in front of Li Yunrui. And Li Yunrui waved his hand to the palace maids and said, "All go down." Yes, the palace maids nodded in agreement and left. After waiting until inside the entire room, only the Empress and Li Yunrui were left. She opened her mouth and said, "Did you get any results from the last time you sent someone to Danzhou?" Li Yunrui picked up the wine cup, drank it down in one go, and pushed another cup in front of the Empress. "It's strong, spicy in the mouth and useless in the aftertaste. You taste it." The Empress glanced at Li Yunrui and after a moment of contemplation, she picked up the glass of wine in front of her and poured it directly into her mouth and swallowed it. Ahem. As a result, the moment the drink was just down her throat, it choked the Empress. Li Yunrui slowly savored the drink and said, "Didn't I tell you just now that this wine is very strong, so you have to drink it carefully?" After the Empress lightly coughed a few times, she placed the wine glass on the table and said with a gloomy face, "Now that the wine has been drunk, isn't it time for you to tell me what the result is? I want to know if that bastard from Danzhou is dead or not." Li Yunrui shook his head. "No, it failed." The queen's face changed in surprise. "How could that be? Aren't the people sent over this time all experts? Why would they still fail?" Li Yunrui laughed. "It's not just that. This time there were also people from the supervisory yuan, but the result was still a failure. It seems that there are mysterious forces by that kid's side, protecting him in secret." The Empress pondered for a moment and said with a worried look on her face, "What then? There isn't much time left. This palace doesn't want that kid to come to the capital alive." After Li Yunrui took another sip of wine, he laughed. "Don't worry, you're not the only one who doesn't want him to come alive." The Empress nodded her head and said, "With your words, then this palace is relieved. Although the struggle between the second prince and the crown prince is now fierce, but in the eyes of the Empress, the first thing to get rid of is the illegitimate son living in Danzhou. No matter what, no matter how the second prince is, people have status, and it can't be compared to that kind of bastard. It was a good thing that many people inside Kyoto City didn't want that bastard to live." At this time, Li Yunrui put the wine cup down and raised his head just to look towards the Empress. "In these few days, you should take more time to discipline the crown prince properly. Don't let him do those stupid hookups again. The assassination of Li Qingze didn't work a few days ago, but in the past 2 days, he actually started again, and he wants to spend 3,000 taels of gold just to buy his head. It's simply foolish." The Empress frowned and said, "Is there even such a thing? The crown prince has not spoken to this palace about it." Li Yunrui sneered. "Yes or no? Just go ask the crown prince." Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. Seeing the Empress leave, Li Yunrui did not say anything more and continued to pour himself a drink. Other side, when Li Qingze returned to Kyoto City, he didn't return directly to the royal residence, but walked on the streets. Now it is almost noon. The pedestrians on the street began to gradually less and less. It should be to eat the reason. As Li Sung-taek was walking down the street, he immediately stopped in front of a pharmacy as he passed by. After he pondered for a moment, he whispered to Li Siyuan Shao, muttering a few words. Li Siyuan Shao nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. On the other hand, Li Qingze went straight into the medicine store and bought several kinds of herbs. When he came out, Li Siyuan Shao also took an oil paper bag and walked over quickly. "Your Highness, the things have been purchased. They're all in here." Li Sung-taek glanced at the oil paper bag and asked, "Did you buy it as I asked?" Li Siyuan Shao nodded and said, "Yes, everything is according to your Highness' request." Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Good, follow me to the Sangha. Let's go and heal the world." After that, Li Qingze led Xiangyu and Li Siyuan Shao towards the front, the Sangha, the back garden. The two of them, Lin Wanner and Yi Linger, were sitting in the stone pavilion chatting.
Yi Linger peeled the banana in her hand and handed it to Lin Wanner. Wanner, come have a banana. It's delicious. Lin Wanner shook her head and said, I don't eat. It's better for you to eat. Yi Linger said with a worried face. You don't eat well and you don't want to eat fruits. This is not good for your body. Besides, you just coughed up blood. A faint smile appeared on Lin Wanner's pale face as she said, It's fine. It's not the first time anyway. Maybe later on. Spit and spit and spit and get used to it. Yi Linger blankly glanced at Lin Wanner and said, Get used to a ghost. How can you get used to that when it's blood that's being thrown up and not something else? Chapter 34, Going to the Sangha for treatment, but being targeted? Yi Linger looked at Lin Wanner in front of her and her face was filled with heartache. This bosom friend of hers, who grew up in the palace and was seriously ill, was rarely able to go out and basically stayed in her room every day drinking medicine. While others were able to freely shop and play, Lin Wanner could only stay in the palace, only able to come out a few times a year. Moreover, due to her identity and body, she had to wear a bucket hat at all times whenever she went out of the palace and seldom showed her true face. It was only during this recent period of time that the palace had authorized Lin Wanner to live in the Chancellor's residence, so Yi Linger would, every day, run to be her companion. When Lin Wanner saw Yi Linger, looking worried, she laughed. Linger, you don't have to worry so much. I naturally know my own body. Sometimes I wonder what's the point of people living in this world. They didn't care much about me after they had me in the first place, so they might as well. Yi Linger's face was startled as she hurriedly reached out and grabbed Lin Wanner's hands, saying, Wanner, how could you have such an idea? Actually, there are a lot of people who love you and hurt you. Lin Wanner laughed. Linger, actually you don't need to comfort me. An illegitimate daughter like me, who grew up without parental love, and whose body has fallen victim to a persistent disease. No matter how much medication I take, I don't see any healing. Maybe, one day I won't have one. Yi Linger immediately shook her head. No, Wanner definitely won't. You will be cured later. Lin Wanner shook her head and said, If it were before, perhaps I would still believe it, but it's been years. I had to take pills every day after day, year after year, and never stopped, and now even when I see those pill jars, I can't help but feel a little nauseous inside. Speaking of this, Lin Wanner slowly stood up, looked at the clouds in the sky, and laughed. In fact, I've long been psychologically prepared for this, so even if I were to die suddenly, I wouldn't be afraid yet. It's just, I'd love to be able to go outside someday. I've heard people say that it's beautiful out there, and the mountains are beautiful, and it would be so nice to go and look good for once. Yi Linger wanted to say something after hearing Lin Wanner's words, but she didn't know what to say. The heart began to ache even more for this BFF. After all, Lin Wanner was different from other women. In the way of her identity, she was absolutely unable to decide her own fate. I guess it's not always possible to do even this small request in your heart. Yi Linger looked at her best friend who was full of smiles and acting very spontaneous at the moment, and suddenly began to panic in her heart. She can now spend every day with her best friend, talking, chatting, eating and shopping. But what about later? When the time came in a few more years, if she married someone, what would Lin Wanner do? When the time comes, surely you won't be able to stay together as carefree as you are now, right? Thinking of this, Yi Linger felt that the banana in her hand, too, didn't have much of an appetite. She put the banana down and was just about to say something when one of the maids from the mansion walked over quickly. Miss, a friend is here to see you. The maid walked up to Lin Wanner and bent down. Me? Lin Wanner said with a surprised face. Where do I have any friends? Are you mistaken? People come to find spirit, right? The maid shook her head and said, Miss, it is indeed for you. He said he came to help you heal. Healing? Hearing this, Lin Wanner felt even more baffled, and Yi Linger then asked, Who is the visitor? Male or female? The maid returned. It's a man, very handsome, about 18 or 19 years old. Man, handsome, 18 or 19 years old. Lin Wanner and Yi Linger looked at each other and were all surprised. Could it be? Lin Wanner immediately waved her hand and said, Quickly, go invite the people over. Yes. The maid nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. Lin Wanner looked at the maids departing back, then asked Yi Linger, Linger, do you think the person coming? Will it be Brother Chang Zhe? Yi Linger shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it should be. Lin Wanner nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face as her heart inexplicably began to rejoice. In the meantime, Li Chengze brought Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxia with him, and they stood in front of the door of the Xiangfu and waited. Soon, the maid who had just gone to report to Lin Wanner came to the door of the Xiangfu and said to Li Chengze, My lord, my lady invites you over. Li Chengze nodded his head and said, Good, then I'd appreciate it if the girl would lead the way. Just as Li Chengze had just walked into the sangha,
he saw a young man walking head-on down the aisle not far away. The man was dressed in a black ornate brocade robe, with an unusual man's hairstyle, starry eyes and sword brows, a hint of Englishness between his eyebrows. His footsteps were steady and his breathing was in order, obviously someone who knew martial arts. When the man walked up to Li Qingze, he immediately laughed and said, "I don't know where the wind is today. How could it blow your second highness here? I wonder what it is that the second hall is coming down to the Sangha for. Surely it can't be to find me." The words were spoken with hostility and disdain in his eyes. Li Qingze glanced at the man and immediately in his mind, he found information about him. The man's name was Lin Gong, the second son of Chancellor Lin Ruofu. Again, this man was, in the original, a prince's man. That was why, just now, when he was speaking, why he was so hostile. Now that you've taken a stand, it's only natural that you don't speak politely. Moreover, in addition to having the backing of the crown prince, Lin Gong's father was also the chancellor of the kingdom of Qing, and possessed extremely high power, so naturally he would not be afraid of a royal son. Li Qingze laughed along with him. "I came here, naturally, not to look for you. Truth be told, I came to the Sangha to help cure Sister Wanner's illness." "Ha!" Lin Gong laughed. "So it turns out that your second highness also heals people. That's really something I'm not familiar with. There were quite a few people in the past who said they could cure my little sister's illness, but they all turned out to be liars. These crooks are really abominable. They do anything to cheat money. At that time I killed them all in a fit of rage." Li Qingze had heard the sound of Lin Gong's words, but remained unperturbed. "That's right. Some people are indeed vain and only practicing deception to harm others. Of course, not me. I'm a great healer," Lin Gong said. "Is there any evidence?" Li Suntae nodded and smiled. "Of course I have." Lin Gong reached out. "Then take it out." Li Suntae smiled. "There is, but why should I show you?" "You." Lin Gong clenched his teeth and whispered, "Second Highness, this is the ministerial palace. I can kick you out any time." The smile on Li Qingze's face instantly disappeared. His hands wrapped around his chest as he looked at Lin Gong in front of him and said in a domineering manner, "Yeah, I'm standing right here. Try rushing one." Chapter 35. A case of failed pretending. If other people could talk nicely with Li Suntae, then he would naturally have a better attitude as well. If someone is deliberately trying to pick a fight, that's a different story. Don't say it's the Chancellor's son. The Chancellor himself is here, and if he's upset, he'll beat him up. However, Lin Gong was looking at Li Qingze in front of him, and although there was anger in his heart, he didn't dare to have an attack, but could only look at it angrily. The scene was, for a moment, awkward. Afterward, Lin Gong looked toward the maid who had just shown the way to Li Qingze and said coldly, "What are you still staying here for? You're very idle, aren't you? Get lost." The maid immediately bowed to Lin Gong. "Young master, just now it was the young lady who let the slave girl bring this gentleman into the house." However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Gong waving his hand. "Deaf are you? I told you to get lost." The maid trembled, no longer daring to say half a word, and turned to leave. When she left the place, Li Qingze then laughed. "The son of a prime minister, but he can only take it out on the people." Lin Gong sneered. "So what? This is the Sangha. Is it even wrong for me to discipline a few subordinates? If Second Highness doesn't see eye to eye, you can leave now and I will never stop you." Although he didn't know if Li Qingze came over at this moment, if it was really for the purpose of curing his little sister. But, in his mind, none of it mattered. Anyway, he had already sided with the crown prince's side, so maybe in the future, with Li Qingze, he would be on the hostile side. So, he didn't even want his little sister to have any relationship with Li Qingze. Li Suntae laughed and said, "It seems that you are very unwelcoming to me." Lin Gong nodded. "That's right. So what?" Li Qingze laughed. "It's better this way. Let's fight with our bare hands. Anyway, if you look at me in a bad way, I will likewise look at you in a bad way." When Lin Gong heard this, he immediately laughed, and laughed loudly. "Did I hear you wrong? You want to fight me? I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, and now I'm already a 5th grade expert. Not to mention one of you. Even if it's 5 of you, you're still no match for me." In Lin Gong's impression, Li Qingze didn't know martial arts at all, which was why he was so confident. Li Qingze shook his head and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If you don't dare to fight, just obediently get out of the way. And if you run into me again in the future, just back off straight away." "Humph." Lin Gong gritted his teeth and growled lowly. "You brought this on yourself. Don't get beaten up when the time comes. Just go and complain in front of His Majesty." Li Qingze said, "Two people fight, point to point, win or lose. No one is allowed to sue." Lin Gong said, "Is this true?" Li Qingze said,
It's a deal. Come on then. As soon as Lin Gong's words fell, he had already been unable to hold back, and his body leapt forward, jumping in front of Li Qingze, followed by an immediate swing of a clenched right fist to the small of his back. Originally, Lin Gong wanted to attack Li Qingze's face, but he was afraid of hurting him with a punch, so he had to retreat and hit him in the small of the back. In this way, it will be able to knock him out in a short period of time. After all, the reason Lin Gong wanted to make a move was just to teach him a lesson. No matter what, he was after all a famous prince, so if he really injured him, it would be very troublesome. Lin Gong swung his fist out, directly and accurately, hitting Li Qingze in the small of his back. Fall down. Lin Gong looked at Li Qingze with a cold smile on his face. Soon, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. How can? Only to see that at this moment, Li Qingze, after taking a punch from him, not only was he fine, he didn't even react halfway. Afterward, Li Sungtae said, "That's the end of the fight? The power of your fist? It's too weak." Lin Gong couldn't believe the facts in front of him. The punch he had just thrown, even though he hadn't used his full strength, was able to knock an ordinary person unconscious. As a result, now, it's like hitting cotton. Had he made a mistake in his estimation and Li Sungjae wasn't an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Lin Gong screamed in his heart and wanted to take his fist back. As a result, Li Qingze reached out and grabbed his fist and laughed. "It's not polite to come. Since you punched me, it's only right that I should punch you back. Take that." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Qingze clenched his right fist and swung a punch at Lin Gong's stomach. Bang! With a sound, Lin Gong's body then quickly retreated backwards before he fell to his knees on the ground. His face was pale, his hands covered his stomach, and he let out a wail of pain. Immediately following that, Lin Gong looked at Li Qingze with a shocked expression. He actually knows martial arts? Moreover, the power wasn't weak. It was even stronger than a 5th grade expert. That punch just now almost made himself vomit blood. How is this possible? At that moment, Li Qingze clenched his fists and walked over to Lin Gong's face, saying, "We just agreed that no matter if you win or lose, you're not allowed to sue." Yo! Lin Gong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly waved his hand. Wait a minute. Next moment, Li Sungjae's fist, then, had smashed into his body. Other side, Lin Wanner and Yi Linger were sitting inside the stone pavilion talking and laughing. Perhaps they had talked about happy things. The faces of the two of them, all of them had big smiles on their faces. Miss. Before the smile on Lin Wanner's face disappeared, she saw the maid from earlier go and return. With a look of urgency on her face, she quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong? What's so alarming?" The maid walked quickly to Lin Wanner and spoke. "Miss, it's not good. I brought your friend over just now, but as soon as I entered the door, I was stopped by the second young master. The two were at a standoff there, and then a fight broke out." "What?" Lin Wanner was shocked and hurriedly asked. "Second brother and brother Qingze fought?" The maid nodded. "That's right, it's in the front yard." Yi Linger suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right, Lin Gong is said to be the crown prince's man, so after meeting Li Qingze, he's definitely going to do something to embarrass him. Moreover, Lin Gong is a 5th grade expert, but Li Qingze doesn't know martial arts, so he will definitely suffer." Lin Wanner's face changed drastically as she anxiously said, "What then? Brother Sungtae came here to help cure me, and I definitely can't let second brother bully him." Yi Linger nodded her head and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go over and take a look." "Good." Lin Wanner nodded her head in agreement, and then followed Yi Linger, walking quickly towards the front courtyard. In the meantime, Xiangfu, front yard, Li Qingze bent down and squatted down, looking at Lin Gong, who was sprawled on the ground with a swollen nose. "Keep it coming. It's not over yet. Didn't you say just now that you were going to knock me down today? How come you yourself are lying on your back instead of getting up?" However, Lin Gong buried his head into the ground and kept waving his hand. I concede. Just now, Lin Gong had already sensed that not only did Li Qingze know martial arts, but he was far superior to him. If he continued to fight, there was a real possibility that he would be killed by the other party. Chapter 36, This style isn't right. Stop. Second brother. Don't bully brother Qingze. He's here to help me see the doctor. When Lin Wan'er knew that Lin Gong was going to bully Li Changze, she was anxious in her heart. So, just now, on the way over, it was a complete jog all the way over. Originally, she thought that Li Changze would definitely be beaten up by her second brother, and in her heart, she had already thought that she would give a good lecture later. After all, her relationship with Li Sungtae had only just eased up in the last few days, and it would not be worth it if she were to go back to her old relationship when it was because of Ergo. However,
By the time Lin Wan arrived at the front yard, the picture in front of her was different from what she had imagined. Yi Linger also followed behind Lin Wan, and when she saw Li Chengze and Lin Gong, an incredulous look appeared on her round face. What the hell? Isn't Lin Gong a 5th grade master? How is it that Li Sung-taek, now, has been beaten into a pig's head? Is it possible that Li Sung-taek, too, knows martial arts? Why hadn't I heard him talk about it before? Lin Gong, who was lying on the ground, looked up at Lin Wan and said in a sly manner, "Little sister, look more clearly. Who is bullying who?" And after seeing Lin Wan, Li Chengze immediately stood up from the ground and smiled at her. "So it's Sister Wan. Oh, Sister Linger is there too." After seeing that Li Chengze was fine, Lin Wan breathed a slight sigh of relief, raised her hand to wipe the fragrant sweat from her face, and laughed. "Brother Chengze, are you here to help Wan with her medical treatment?" Li Chengze nodded and said, "That's right. When I saw you last time, I realized that you had a persistent illness lingering in your body. So I followed the medical books and grabbed some medicine for you. Although I can't guarantee that the medicine will cure you immediately, it will certainly alleviate your condition quite a bit." Lin Wan laughed. "I didn't think that Brother Chengze would also be a healer. It's too powerful, isn't it?" At this time, Lin Gong, who was lying on the ground, whispered, "Little sister, I feel like my waist is going to break. Quickly have someone help me up." However, Lin Wan directly ignored Lin Gong and continued to look towards Li Chengze. "Brother Chengze, this is not the place to talk. Follow me into the room." Li Chengze clapped his hands and said, "It's also good, so that we don't have to wait for something else to create noise and affect us when we're healing." Lin Wan smiled faintly and pulled Li Chengze's sleeve, about to walk forward. As she passed by Lin Gong's face, she couldn't help but let out a soft grunt and twisted her head away. Soon, Yi Linger followed closely behind, leaving Lin Gong alone, sprawled on the ground. Casually just now, Li Sung-saen didn't hit him too hard, but it would take a lot of effort for him to stand up now. After several unsuccessful attempts, he could not help but get furious and say, "Where are the people? Where have they all died? Why don't you hurry and get over here?" A few moments later, a few houseguard-like men, shaking yo-yo, came from all around. "Second prince," Lin Gong roared, "cut the crap and hurry up and lift me up." By the time the houseguards lifted Lin Gong up, he was just about to continue his fury when he saw the crowd in front of him, all with marks of beatings on their faces. Lin Gong looked at the crowd and asked, "What's going on? Who the hell hit you guys with those bruises on your faces?" The householders all shook their heads and said, "No, don't know. It was so fast. I just blinked and I fainted." "Me too. Didn't even see who it was." After Lin Gong listened to the words of the houseguests and combined them with the scene just now, he instantly understood what was going on. No wonder when he was being beaten, none of the houseguests in the mansion stood up to help him. All of them have been knocked out. It doesn't take much to figure out who did this. Lin Gong gritted his teeth and growled lowly, "Damn it, it must be Li Sung-taek's doing. This time's revenge I memorized. There is no end. Ouch in the future." Lin Gong sucked in a mouthful of cool air and immediately waved his hand to the family man. Quickly, send me back to my room to rest." Lin Wan led Li Chengze from the front yard all the way to the entrance of her boudoir. "Brother Sun Jake, come in." Lin Wan smiled at Li Chengze. Li Chengze stood in the doorway. Just when he was about to hesitate a bit, Yi Linger, who was beside him, said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about if you're not sick. Hurry up and get in." Li Chengze felt the same, so he didn't say anything and followed Lin Wan into the room. While Yi Linger walked behind her, she opened her mouth and asked, "Do you know martial arts?" Li Sung-jack nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yi Linger stood with her arms wrapped around her, in a chivalrous posture, and shook her head. "It's nothing, just a little curious. Why haven't I heard of this before?" "You know martial arts?" Li Sung-taek smiled. "Then you guys didn't ask about it?" "That's true." Yi Linger raised her head to look at Li Chengze, just about to continue to open her mouth to ask something, but she just happened to see his smiling appearance, and coupled with his already handsome looks, she panicked for a moment. Crap, that feeling of a racing heart, it's coming back. Yi Linger blushed slightly and hurriedly turned her head away from continuing to look at Li Chengze. At this time, Lin Wan then said to Li Chengze, "Brother Chengze, you just said that you want to help cure me. What do I need to do?" Li Chengze walked to Lin Wan and said, "Sit down first, let me take your pulse." "Good." Lin Wan smiled, like a little girl, and sat down on the stool in a good manner, stretching out her small white and smooth hand. Li Chengze, on the other hand, sat across from her and stretched out 2 fingers, resting them on Lin Wan's pulse as he began to contemplate with his eyes closed. In fact, Li Chengze doesn't know how to do medicine at all, taking a pulse and all, it's all completely fake. However, in the original story,
The disease that Lin Wanner got was consumption. So after having this cause of illness, it would be good Moreover, the disease can be cured with more nutrition and medication.
Yi Linger came back to her senses and saw Li Qingze taking his pulse in a decent manner. Her heart was also flooding with mutterings.
Can he really cure Wan Er? Soon.
Li Qingze opened his eyes and said slowly,
Sister Wanner, your symptoms after you got sick, were you often coughing and occasionally coughing up blood? Lin Wan Er nodded.
Yes. Then, Li Sung-taek continued. There will also be night sweats and a gradual wasting away of the body as a characteristic.
Right. Lin Wanner asked. The eunuchs prescribed so many medicines before, but they didn't get better.
Li Qingze withdrew his hand from taking the pulse and said,
Drinking medicine is right, but you can't always drink medicine.
And some medicine isn't necessarily a good thing after drinking it.
And in the room you are staying in,
you need to ventilate it more to ensure the circulation of fresh air, which will be good for your body's recovery. Lin Wanner came to a realization and said,
So that's how it is. Li Sung-taek added, By the way, what do you usually eat? Lin Wanner returned, There's nothing, just some white porridge, veggies and such.
The imperial doctor said that I can't see meat or fish with this disease,
so I can only eat vegetarian food.
Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said,
How can that work if you just eat veggies? How can your body be nourished this way? Eat more meat in the future,
especially chicken thighs,
which are rich in their essential amino acids and are easily digested,
making it a great source of supplemental protein. Lin Wanner and Yi Linger all froze and asked in confusion,
Eating a chicken leg? What's in it in? Chapter 37 Fan Xian, so there really are fellow travelers in this world? More meat?
Lin Wanner blinked a pair of beautiful eyes and asked curiously, But the imperial doctor said that I should abstain from meat and vegetables.
Yi Linger also nodded her head and agreed. Right. Why are you different from what the eunuch said? Li Qingze said. It's not like the imperial physician is all-knowing and what he says is not entirely correct. Think about it.
When you're sick your body becomes weak.
It must be conditioned and replenished, right? Chicken is a good thing. It has a lot of nutrients in it. If you eat more of it, your body will recover faster.
Lin Wanner and Yi Linger looked at each other.
Although they didn't understand much,
they felt that what Li Qingze said did make sense.
So, they immediately believed it. Immediately following, Li Qingze added, The imperial physicians in the palace, sometimes their medical skills are limited. If they are really that good, then why haven't they cured you after all these years?
Lin Wanner immediately nodded and said,
That's right, Brother Qingze is right, and I also feel that it is indeed so. From his chest, Li Sung-taek pulled out a greaseproof paper bag, and after opening it up, inside were 2 large chicken thighs that emanated an aroma. Wow!
It smells so good. Lin Wanner's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the chicken leg.
Li Qingze picked up one of the chicken legs and handed it to Lin Wanner. Here, I bought this especially for you. After eating it, your body won't be so weak.
Immediately after Lin Wanner received the chicken leg,
she nodded her head and smiled at Li Qingze. Many thanks to Brother Qingze. Soon after, she couldn't wait to take a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and extra flavorful. It's so delicious. Seeing Lin Wanner eating so happily, Li Qingze smiled along with her. Eat more if it's delicious. Immediately following, he handed the other one to Yi Linger. Here, this is just for you.
Yi Linger froze for a moment. Then she shook her head and said,
I'm not sick. Why would I eat it? Li Sung-taek said. Who told you that you have to be sick to eat a chicken leg? You can't have it during the week?
Yi Linger wanted to retort,
but she didn't know what to say, so she could only turn her head away. When Li Sung-taek saw this, he said, You're not eating, are you? If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away, he said,
and raised the chicken leg in his hand,
about to throw it at the ground. Don't throw it.
Yi Linger hurriedly snatched the chicken leg from Li Qingze's hands,
and lightly grunted. Who said I won't eat it? Then, it was time to pick up the chicken leg and take a small nibble.
Li Sung-jack shook his head and laughed. Then from inside his pocket,
he pulled out a few medicine packets and placed them on the table. Sister Wanner, these are the medicines I grabbed for you. You should remember to drink them once a day. About the order and method of boiling the medicine, I've already written it down on the paper. Just need to arrange to let the underlings.
Lin Wanner nibbled a few bites of the chicken leg and nodded her head.
Thank you, Brother Qingze. Li Sung-taek said. Since that's the case, you guys can eat slowly. I'm going back.
Lin Wanner put down the chicken leg in her hand and asked with some frustration.
Are you leaving so soon? Could have stayed a little longer. Li Sung-taek smiled. It's fine. I'll come back in a couple days.
I'll come back for a follow-up when you finish these pills.
Hearing this, Lin Wanner's face,
then a smile appeared on her face.
Good. A promise is a promise, yo. Li Sung-jack nodded. It's a deal. Then, he waved his hand to Yi Linger on the side and said, Sister Linger, You guys take your time eating. I'm leaving. Cough cough. Yi Linger almost choked, and hastily nodded her head. Okay. No.
Li Sung smiled at the two Zephyrs and left the boudoir directly.
When Li Qingze left, Lin Wanner happily sat down on the stool, took a bite of the chicken leg in her hand, and smiled contentedly. The chicken thighs that Sungjak brother brought are so delicious, and Yi Linger nodded silently as she looked at the chicken leg in her hand. Yes, this chicken leg, it's delicious. After Li Qingze left the Songfu, he saw Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao, still guarding the entrance. He waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. Let's go to the restaurant for dinner." Soon, the figures of the three of them left the location of the Sangha. In the meantime, Danzhou, Fanfu, in the backyard, a teenager with clear eyebrows and a very pretty face, bent over and squatted on the ground, looking at a male corpse lying in front of him. He took a tree branch and nudged at the corpse, realizing that there was no semblance of movement, before letting out a helpless sigh. I thought that the assassin who came this time would be a little more powerful. As a result, it's still so trashy that I'm already dead before I can even put up much of a fight. If I had known, I wouldn't have used poison just now. I would have just used overbearing true chi and killed him, the teenager said, dropping the branch in his hand and starting to fumble with the corpse's clothes. As a result, still nothing was found. He squatted and sat on the ground, resting his left hand on his cheek and picking up the branch with his right hand. He drew randomly on the ground. I don't know how Sister Roa Rua is doing in Kyoto. She hasn't written over for months. The young man's name was Fan Xian, and he was the young master in the Fan residence. Just as Fan Xian bowed his head in contemplation, a young man dressed in ancient black clothes and blindfolded with a black cloth appeared behind him. After Fan Xian sensed someone behind him, he immediately turned to look and said, "Uncle Wuzhu, don't you have any sound when you walk? If it wasn't broad daylight, you'd be scared to death." The young man named Five Bamboo, with his arms wrapped around his chest, said expressionlessly, "It's you who are too weak." Fan Xian glanced at Five Bamboos and waved his hand. "Well, I'm indeed too weak, so naturally there's no way I can compete with you. By the way, uncle, do you recognize this man?" Five Bamboo said. "I don't recognize it." Fan Xian asked, "Then do you know who is trying to kill me?" "Someone has been trying to kill me since I was very young, and it's been more than 10 years, and they haven't given up yet." The Five Bamboos nodded. "I know." Fan Xian stood up with some excitement and asked, "Then tell me quickly, who exactly is it?" Gajira shook his head. "Now is not the time." Fan Xian patted his chest and said, "I'm 16 years old. I'm about to become an adult. There are some things that you should tell me." Five Bamboos said faintly, "When the time comes, you will know." "Hey!" Fan Xian was just about to say something when he saw outside the door a maid running in. "Young master, there's the latest newspaper from Kyoto. I bought it back for you." The maid walked up to Fan Xian and handed him the newspaper in her hand. Fan Xian took the newspaper and smiled. "Sister Shinger has worked hard." The maid shook her head. "Young master, it's not hard." Fan Xian laughed and immediately opened the newspaper in his hand and began to check it out. I don't know what has happened over in Kyoto in recent times. However, when Fan Xian flipped through the newspaper, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. He stared intently at the top of the newspaper and exclaimed, "So there really are fellow travelers with me in this world." The reason Fan Xian was so surprised, it's because he was in the newspaper and saw 3 verses written by someone else. 3 poems that do not belong in this world. Chapter 38, Old Country. Talent. Sitting in the moonlight on an idle night, a ghostly man plays the veiled zither. Suddenly I hear the tune of the sad wind, like the chant of a cold pine. The white snow messes with the delicate hands, the green water clears the false heart. The bell period is long gone, and there is no soulmate in the world. Fan Xian looked at the newspaper in his hands and whispered a poem out. Even though his face did not show any unnecessary expression, his heart was bursting with shock. For this poem, written by the poet Li Bai, was only found in the world before him, especially in the last line of the poem. Zhongziki has been gone for a long time, and there is no soulmate in the world. The allusion to Zhongziki and Yuboya is used, but these two people do not exist in this world. Then the person who could make this poem must have traveled from other worlds, just like him. And, in all likelihood, they were old folks, from the same world. There are 2 other verses that do the same. Sure enough, his suspicions as a child were right. He wasn't the only traveler in this world. In fact, as early as Fan Xian could remember, he had already felt this way. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. Just take the newspaper in your hand. It's proof enough. It would be fine if it had come out a long time ago, but it's only been out for over a decade and it's out of place in this world. Not to mention all the soap, glass, sugar and such. So, as early as that time, Fan Xian vaguely felt that there should be other travelers in this world. When he thought of this,
Fan Xian carefully examined the newspaper in his hands and realized that the author of these 3 ancient poems were all written in the words Li Qingze.
Fan Xian looked up and said, "Uncle, do you know who Li Qingze is?" 5 Bamboo nodded expressionlessly. "I know." Fan Xian asked, "Who is it?" 5 Bamboo said, "Second Prince." "Second Prince?" Fan Xian frowned slightly, then began to ponder. At this point, 5 Bamboo then asked, "Him, what's wrong?" Fan Xian came back to his senses and waved his hand. "It's nothing, I was just asking. Just now in the newspaper, I saw this second prince do a few poems. Very great. The literary style is too good. I'll be sure to pay a visit if I get the chance in the future." If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this second prince, most likely, was also a traveler. I just don't know. How is the other person's character? Will it be an enemy, or a friend? However, in this recent period of time, it was better to hurry up and cultivate, striving to raise the martial arts realm a few more levels. After all, it is better to rely on people than to rely on oneself, and when one's own ability is strong, one does not have to be afraid of anything. With this thought, Fan Xian folded up the newspaper and tucked it into his pocket. "Where are you going?" Gajira asked from behind him. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, "Go practice." As soon as the words fell, his toes pointed on the ground, and his body immediately rose up in the air, leaping onto the courtyard wall in front of him. In the next moment, he directly rolled over and jumped down in style. Other side, Li Chengze brought Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxiao, and after leaving from the Xiangfu, he was ready to go to a restaurant on the street for dinner. Since he came to this world, he basically ate at home, so he wanted a change of pace. Moreover, Xiang Yu has made a great achievement today, so naturally he should be rewarded properly. In Li Chengze's memory, a restaurant on East Street was better. Not only was the decoration gorgeous, but the dishes inside were all good. It just so happened that today, while I had nothing else to do, I simply brought them here to try it. Just as Li Sungtaek was about to reach the restaurant, a woman dressed in plain clothes walked up to him and whispered, "This gentleman, I have forbidden books here. Do you think you need them? Banned books?" When Li Sungtaek heard this, he immediately became interested. "What kind of forbidden book?" The woman looked to her right and left and did not notice anyone else paying attention to the place before pulling out a few books from under her skirt. "All books that are on the market and forbidden for sale by the 8 divisions of the Court of Forensic Sciences. Just the thing for lads like you." Li Sungtaek swept a glance toward the names of the books and his eyes instantly lit up. He immediately picked up a copy and casually flipped through it a few times, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Nice guy. This is really a banned book, all of which are adults who like to read the Book of Liu Bei'a. Also, there are illustrations in the center, the particularly revealing kind." It didn't occur to Li Sungtaek that there were quite a lot of talents in this world. He coughed lightly a couple times and immediately lowered his voice. "How does the book sell?" The woman laughed. 1 or 2 silver pieces a book, and if you buy 5 books, you can get 1 free. Li Chengze nodded. The price was reasonable and not too expensive. "Okay, let's take 5 books and look at them first." At this time, Xiang Yu took out 5 taels of silver from inside his sleeve and handed it to the woman. The woman received the silver with a smile and immediately put the books in her hands. In Xiang Yu's hands, following closely, she said to Li Chengze, "My lord, there will be a new model on the market in 2 days, so if you want it, you can go to the hutong next to it." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the woman did not stay here and turned to leave. Li Sungtaek smiled without saying anything and continued to walk forward. As a result, they hadn't gotten much farther when they heard a footstep from the position behind them. "Stop! Who told you to sell banned books privately? Hand over the forbidden book." Li Chengze looked back and found 2 officers and soldiers dressed in black, rushing towards the woman and soon disappeared. Li Sungjak returned to his senses and continued to walk forward, soon arriving at a restaurant. When he walked into the restaurant, he was immediately greeted by fellows with smiling faces. "This gentleman, are you here to eat, or are you looking for someone?" Li Zuanxiao took a step forward and spoke to the fellow. "We are here to eat. Is there a private room?" The fellow shook his head and said, "Gu, this is really not a coincidence. Today's business is too good. The private rooms have all been taken up. Only the hall is left with seats. You may dine in the hall if you do not mind." Li Zuanxiao pulled out an ingot of gold and silver from his sleeve and said, "We'll pay double the price." The fellow smiled and said, "It's not a matter of price. It's the rules of our restaurant that is so. After all, eating should also pay attention to a first come first served. Don't you think so?" Li Siyuanshao was about to continue saying something, but he was stopped by Li Chengze reaching out his hand. "Good. Then we'll be in the hall." The fellow immediately smiled and said, "Okay, sir, please come this way." Afterward, Li Chengze followed the fellow and came to sit in a more remote location in the hall. "My lord, What do you need to order? The fellow asked. Li Qingze pondered for a moment and said, first, bring up your place, the more famous dishes, 2 more jugs of good wine. All right. The fellow nodded his head in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. On the other hand, Li Qingze waved his hand to Xiang Yu and Li Cun Shao, signaling them to sit down. My humble servant wouldn't dare. Xiang Yu arched his hand and said. Li Sungtae pulled the stool next to him away and said with a serious face, sit down. Yes. Seeing this, Xiang Yu and Li Cun Shao did not dare to say anything more, so they could only sit down obediently. Just then, in the private room by the window on the 2nd floor, a young man with clear eyebrows, holding a white paper fan, looked at Li Qingze with a gloomy face. Chapter 39. The battle was over before it began. A little before, in a box on the 2nd floor, Guo Baoquan is holding a white paper fan and is having a drink with a few friends. These few friends, that are not ordinary people, each with high martial arts, are all 5th grade masters. Is that he specifically find? Later recommended to the crown prince. Guo Baoquan is the prince's disciples, often hang out together. Know that the prince's recent lack of talent, which is not to spend a lot of money from elsewhere to find. Come on, guys, drink. In the future, as long as you do a good job, when the time comes, you'll have money, status, and women. Guo Baoquan held up his wine glass and said to the crowd. Everyone else at the table also raised their wine cups and said in unison, go through fire and water for Mr. Guo. Without hesitation, Guo Baoquan nodded and said, okay, drink. Just as several people were drinking, Guo Baoquan unintentionally, from outside the window, saw the figure of Li Qingze. Guo Baoquan thought he had misread it, and after rubbing his eyes, he realized it was really him. When he saw Li Qingze's figure, in Guo Baoquan's mind, he immediately had an idea. He put down the wine cup in his hand and looked at the several people at the table, saying with a serious face, since everyone has chosen to follow me, I will not hide anything anymore. In fact, I am a person under the crown prince's door. And anything I do is related to the crown prince. And in the future, as long as all of you work hard, glory and wealth will be at your fingertips. As you all know, the crown prince is the future His Majesty. And if we follow him now, then naturally the crown prince won't treat us poorly when he ascends to the throne in the future. Originally still drinking, said several people. After hearing Guo Baoquan's words, their faces all showed a color of excitement. Nowadays, to be able to do business with the crown prince, that's a lot of people. A dream come true. After all, without strength and connections, you don't have a doorway even if you have the heart. Especially, Guo Baoquan just said, now follow the prince to do business. Later glory and wealth, at your fingertips. Duke Guo. Don't worry, from now on, if you go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, you will definitely not frown. That's right, if you need anything, just ask. Go through fire and water. Seeing the righteous indignation of several people, Guo Baoquan nodded, and immediately from his sleeve, pulled out a bunch of silver tickets and casually threw them onto the table. Here are 10,000 taels of silver. You can take as much as you want and spend it. But wait, do one thing for me. Someone immediately spoke up. Mr. Guo, feel free to order anything. The others nodded as well, none of them reaching for those silver tickets. Guo Baoquan nodded with satisfaction, got up and came to the window, pointing toward the hall not far away. Did you see that good-looking man? He is second Prince Li Qingze. Likewise the hostile head of His Highness the Crown Prince. So, I want you guys to go over there and teach him a lesson. And don't hit him too hard, just make him lose face. Anyway, if you get into a street fight and assault, you'll get out soon after a few days in jail at most. By then, if His Highness the Crown Prince knows that you are going to jail for his sake, the impression will be different. Several people looked at each other and felt that what Guo Baoquan had said did have some truth to it. Doing things for other people is supposed to be a rare opportunity. And now that there's a ready-made opportunity in front of us, of course we can't miss it. Okay, I'll go now. I'll go too. It's just a few days in jail. No big deal. That's right. Just watch it. Mr. Guo. After a few people finished speaking, they immediately turned around and left the room, heading inside the hall. And Guo Baoquan opened the white paper fan and leaned at the window, looking at Li Qingze who was not far away. Guo Baoquan now serves as a compiler in the palace, and is the crown prince's disciple. His father is still the secretary of the Ministry of Rights, so it has developed arrogant and unselfish nature. Even the prince was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. If he waited in these people and gave Li Sungtae a good thrashing before he told the crown prince about it, the prince will be very happy. Thinking of this, Guo Baoquan stared at the scene not far away with a look of watching the show. In the meantime, Li Qingze was sitting at the table and was talking to both Xiang Yu. He had just seen Xiang Yu pulling off a few good kung fu moves during the fight and wanted to go deeper. Just then, A middle-aged man with a beard walked up to Li Chengze, reached out and slapped his hand on the table, and coldly grunted. Who let you sit at this table? Li Chengze, who was originally speaking, looked up at the bearded man and asked, What? Is there a problem? The man with the beard grimaced and droned. Of course there's a problem. This table was reserved by us. How dare you guys sit here? Get the hell out of here, or I'll make you eat your words. When Xiang Yu saw the bearded man talking like this, he directly stood up and clenched his hands into fists as if he was going to make a move the next moment. Upon seeing this, Li Chengze directly waved his hand for Xiang Yu to back off and raised his head to look behind the bearded man. Ha! What's with the topless girl coming here to eat? When the bearded man heard this, he immediately turned to look. As a result, just as he turned around, he screamed in his heart. Oops! Fooled! The bearded man reacted and turned around hastily. By this time, Li Chengze had long since risen from his stool and swung his left fist, punching the bearded man straight in the small of his back. Upon seeing this, the bearded man hurriedly shielded his hands underneath his body, ready to block the oncoming punch. As a result, Li Sungtake's left fist was just an illusory move, and what he was really going to attack was his right hand. Moreover, Li Sungjack's punch was very fast. By the time the bearded man looked up, the fist had slammed into his jaw. Ka-ching! With a sound, the bearded man's jaw, straight away, was shattered, and his body fell to the side with it. When Li Sungtake finished swinging, he didn't stop straight away, but charged towards a few others. Since they're all in this together, it's only natural that it's going to rain on their parade. However, the few people who followed along just now immediately reacted when they saw the man with the beard fall, and took up fighting positions, trying to block Li Chengze's attack. As a result, as soon as they made their moves, they saw hand shadows flashing in front of their eyes, and their bodies received a few slaps and punches respectively, and all of them collapsed on the ground. Li Chengze's current martial arts realm, although it was also a 5th rank, he was carrying a small success of the 9 Yang divine power, and with the cooperation of his mastery, the heavenly mountain plum folding hands, he was comparable to an ordinary 7th rank expert, especially when he struck out. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The fight was over before anyone else could react. Ouch! Ouch! The several people who came with the man with the beard just now were all lying on the ground at the moment, emitting bursts of wailing sounds. Li Chengze clapped his hands, looked at the several people lying on the ground, and laughed. With goods like you, how dare you come to my trouble? Tell me, just who sent you? Chapter 40, Li Chengze, I'm beating the prince's sectarian. Although Li Chengze rarely came to the restaurant, he knew the rules here. No matter how unintelligent that fellow was, he wouldn't take him to a seat that someone else had already reserved. So, Li Sungtake could tell at a glance that there was a problem here. And, these people are clearly here to pick a fight. Since that was the case, then he naturally wouldn't talk nonsense and would strike when it was time to strike. Let's not worry about anything else first. Let's have a fight. It just so happens that I can also test how well I've been practicing lately. It was good that Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao, both of them, knew that they were not Li Chengze's opponents, which is why they didn't make a move, but instead acted as spectators from the sidelines. Obviously, the result was what they expected. Li Chengze looked down at the bearded man who had just been knocked to the ground, and sneered disdainfully. With goods like you dare to come and pick a fight. Tell me, just who sent you? The man with the beard had just had his jaw attached, and he bared his teeth in pain, so after hearing Li Chengze's question, he immediately shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. No one sent me here to simply watch you. Hiss, pain pain pain. Before the man with the beard could finish his sentence, he felt a soreness coming from his arm, and when he looked closely, he realized that he had been stepped on by the other party. Seeing that the bearded man wasn't telling the truth, Li Sungtake didn't waste any time and reached out his foot to step on his arm. Don't say it, do you? Then this arm of yours, you don't want it. The bearded man. Then, came a scream. In the meantime, Gua Baokuan, who was in the room, was directly dumbfounded when he saw the scene inside the hall. What the hell? These are all 5th grade masters, and it's all over before the fight even starts? Besides, does the second prince know martial arts? How come I've never ever heard anyone talk about it before? Just as Gua Baokuan froze, inside the hall, screams came out one after another. He fixed his eyes and realized that Li Sungtake was stepping on the arm of the bearded man, making a creaking sound, and it was obvious that the bone must have been broken. When Gua Baokuan saw this, he immediately put away the white paper in his hand and hurriedly walked towards the hall. He had managed to find a group of experts with great difficulty, and this was less than half a day's time, so it would be a great loss if he was wasted. Thinking of this, Gua Baokuan walked quickly to the hall and immediately opened his mouth. What for? Why are you fighting here?
Li Qingze was about to stomp the bearded man's arm off when he heard someone shouting. Then he withdrew the force on his foot and looked back. The bystanders who were eating around them also stopped their hands and showed a look of watching the show. Lee Sung-taek looked at the visitor and immediately had his memory in his mind. The son of the Minister of Rights, Gua Yoji, Gua Baokuan, now serves as a compiler in the palace. Most importantly, this person was also a member of the prince's sect. Gua Baokuan walked up to Li Qingze's face and feigned surprise. So it's your second highness. I'd like to know who's so rude as to dare make trouble here. Li Qingze glanced at Gua Baokuan and laughed. So it's the son of Gua Xiangshu. What a coincidence. Gua Baokuan arched his hand and bowed to Li Qingze, saying, what a coincidence indeed. I was eating inside my room just now when I heard a noise, which is why I came out to take a look. I wonder what happened. Li Qingze pointed at the several people on the ground and said, it's not a big deal. It's just a few crazy dogs coming to pick a fight. It's also their bad luck to mess with anyone but me. This will waste them. Wait. As soon as Gua Baokuan heard that he wanted to abolish them, he immediately waved his hand and said, Second Highness, if this kind of small matter is involved, how can I trouble you? Since they don't know how to die, let me teach them a hard lesson. Lee Sung-taek asked, would you be so kind? Gua Baokuan laughed and said, it's a small matter, a matter of hands. Lee Sung-taek nodded, good, in that case, then, what's that? As he spoke, he made a point of looking in the direction behind him. Gua Baokuan didn't think much about it and directly turned around, following Li Qingze's line of sight. As it turned out, there was nothing behind him. Nothing behind me. Gua Baokuan turned around, and before he could finish his words, he saw a sudden blackness before his eyes. Bang! With a sound, Gua Baokuan felt his scalp tingling, his eyes were starry, and his entire head was blinded. His nose, in particular, was sore and aching, and when he reached out to touch it, he found it bleeding profusely. My nose! Gua Baokuan covered his nose with both hands and bared his teeth in pain. However, after breaking Gua Baokuan's nose with a punch, Lee Sung-taek raised his right leg and kicked him to the ground. After Gua Baokuan received a kick, his body kept retreating backward, directly hitting a side dining table and falling to the ground. He froze for a full 3 breaths before he stood up from the ground, covered his bleeding nose, and roared at Li Qingze. What are you doing? What gives you the right to hit someone for no reason? Li Qingze clenched his fist and looked at Gua Baokuan with a smile. Those people just now, you're the ones who found them, right? Gua Baokuan immediately retorted. What proof do you have? I don't even know them. Li Qingze nodded and said, it doesn't matter if I recognize you or not anymore. I just don't like the look of you and want to beat you up. What can I do? You. Gua Baokuan pointed at Li Qingze and was about to say something when he saw him walking over again. Hey, what are you doing? Stay back. I am the Crown Princess person. You dare to make a move. Egu. Before Gua Baokuan could even finish his sentence, he felt countless fists that had smashed into his body. Lee Sung-taek said as he hit, I'll hit you. So what? The prince's men, right? It's the prince's men I'm fighting. Don't think I don't know what you want. Play that for me. What are you? In just a few breaths of time, Li Qingze used his hands and feet to hit Gua Baokuan's body one after another. However, Li Qingze knew that Gua Baokuan didn't know martial arts, so he didn't use any internal force when he punched him. Otherwise, with the power he had at the moment, he would definitely be able to kill him if he used his full strength. Ouch! Don't fight! Don't fight! Any more fighting and people will die. Gua Baokuan covered his head with both hands and wailed in pain. His face and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood, and he bared his teeth in pain. And those who were watching the show around them all retreated far away at this moment, fearing that they would be affected. After all, they had just learned from Gua Baokuan's mouth that the person who made the move was the current second prince. In that case, who dares to lean forward? Lee Sung-taek also felt about the same, so he withdrew his fist and took a few steps backwards. Gua Baokuan saw that Li Qingze had finally stopped and he stopped wailing before he looked up. You really want to kill me? Chapter 41. This is bloodline suppression. Gua Baokuan was really scared at the moment. He hadn't expected that the second prince, Li Qingze, would be so unorthodox in his martial virtues. Saying you're going to do something doesn't give anyone a chance to react. It was no wonder that when they were just now, these 5th grade experts, they were able to be defeated in such a short period of time. Gua Baokuan forced himself to endure the pain on his body and pointed at Li Qingze with a trembling voice. Second Highness. This is not over. In the future, I will report to His Majesty, so that he can make a decision for me. Originally, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but now it's completely different. After all, the people he found just now had only given Lee Sung-taek the slip, and then they were beaten up. In that case, then it wasn't really them who were looking for trouble. but rather Lee Sung-taek who started it. That was why Gwabakuin thought that he could report this matter to His Majesty. How can it be that the present second prince of the hall, without asking any questions, started to hit people with his hands? Moreover, if we let His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, operate a little bit, we can surely punish him out. Perhaps the second prince will even be heavily punished by His Majesty because of this. When that time comes, he'll be a credit to the Crown Prince's door. Thinking of this, Gwabakuin felt on his body. Again, not so much pain. Lee Sung-taek, however, was unimpressed, shaking off the blood on his hand and saying, "Whatever, you can go now if you want to. If you're late, you're going to get hurt." Gwabakuin gritted his teeth and growled lowly, just about to continue saying something, but when he saw Lee Chengza in front of him, he swallowed the rest of his words. Lee Sung-taek laughed disdainfully and was not prepared to remain here. Directly walking towards the door, the fellows who were in charge of the hospitality just now did not dare to say anything more when they saw Lee Chengza leave. After all, the scene just now had directly scared him silly. Over the years, there had been very few people who could speak of dominance like the second prince. When Lee Chengza left, Gwabakuin also stood up from the ground, hurriedly lowered his head, and returned to the private room. Soon, the bearded man, several people, also walked in successively. "Gui Gongzi, we have disgraced you." When Gwabakuin heard this, he directly waved his hand and said, "This is not your fault. I also did not expect that the second prince would actually know martial arts, and it's extraordinarily strong." Gwabakuin felt that when he spoke now, not only did his head and mouth hurt, but even other parts of his body, all started to hurt. Looks like it's time to hurry up and get some medical attention. Gwabakuin thought of this, and again put away the silver tickets just now, and once again threw them on the table. "Take this money, and go back and find a place to rest and relax. I'll introduce you all there in a few days, after I've gone to see the prince." The man with the beard immediately arched his hand and said, "Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Gua." Gwabakuin waved his hand to the crowd, and without saying anything more, he directly left the private room. Other side, after Lee Chengza went out from the restaurant, he didn't go anywhere else, but returned to the royal residence. After what had just happened, he had no other interest, so it was better to hurry back to his house and continue to start cultivating. In the meantime, Fan House, backyard, Fan Ruarua squatted by the water well and was gently washing her clothes, and in the position next to Fan Ruarua, there was a gorgeously dressed teenager kneeling. It was none other than Fan Seja. "Sister, is it ready yet? It's been half an hour." Versace bristled and muttered in a small voice. Fan Ruarua continued to wash the clothes in her hands as if she hadn't heard. When Versace saw that his sister was ignoring him, although he was a bit unwilling in his heart, he could only endure it. After all, within this family, besides his father, the one he feared the most was this sister. If it upset her, it would be a bad day in the future. So, when his sister didn't tell him to get up, he had to kneel here, and no one could come. And so it was, for another quarter of an hour. After Fan Ruarua had finished washing the clothes, she set it up on a nearby bamboo pole so that it could be dried by the wind. Only after everything was done did Fan Ruarua turn back and look at Fan Seja who was kneeling on the ground. She grunted softly and walked slowly over to Versace and said, "How about that? No, you're wrong?" Versace came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Sister, I know I'm wrong." Really know it's wrong?" Fan Ruarua asked. "So tell me, what's wrong?" Fan Seja returned. "I shouldn't have walked unseeingly and soiled His Second Highness's clothes, and then labored on my sister to help with the laundry." Fan Ruarua nodded and said, "Well, not bad. What else?" Versace said, "I shouldn't tell the truth." "What?" Fan Ruarua frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean you shouldn't tell the truth?" Versace nodded. "Yeah, I shouldn't have told the truth. That Fan Xian was originally a bastard. There's no doubt about that. And isn't a bastard a miscellaneous?" "Fan Seja." Fan Ruarua let out a loud shout, directly cutting off the rest of Fan Seja's words. She picked up a ruler from the side and looked at Versace with an angry face. "Show me your hands." When Versace took a look at this situation, he immediately shrunk his neck and shook his head. "Sister, I was wrong. That Fan Xian is not a bastard. He is our blood brother." "Really? Blood brother?" Fan Ruarua didn't eat this at all, holding up the ruler and coldly shouting, "Stick out your hand." When Versace saw this, he knew that he couldn't get away with this beating, so he had to obediently extend his hand. Snap, pop, pop. Without the slightest hesitation, Fan Ruarua swung the ruler in her hand and heavily hit Fan Seja's palm, hurting him so much that he bared his teeth and tears came out of his eyes. "Shut up, hold back the tears." Fan Seja, who was originally about to cry out, immediately covered her mouth after hearing Fan Ruoruo's words and held back her tears.
There's no way around it. It's bloodline suppression. He could be afraid of his parents, but he had to be afraid of his sister. Afterward, Fan Ruoruo withdrew the ruler, glanced toward Fan Xija, and said, continue kneeling for another half hour. If you try to cheat, it won't just be a slap on the palm. Versace nodded heavily. No. Fan Ruoruo gave another soft grunt and turned straight away. Soon, Fan Ruoruo walked a little way in the courtyard and stopped at the entrance of the study. She raised her hand and knocked on the door of the room, whispering, Father. Soon, in the room, the voice of a middle-aged man was heard. Is it wakey? Fan Ruoruo nodded. Yes, father. There are some things that my daughter would like to talk to you about. Okay, come on in. When Fan Ruoruo heard the reply, she gently pushed open the door of the room, and then she walked in. And in the center of the room, there was a round table with a dozen books stacked on it. Behind the round table, there was a large hollowed-out screen, and behind it were 2 rows of giant bookshelves, which were densely packed with books. Next to the bookshelf stood a middle-aged man with a solemn face and proper features. He still had a 4-inch beard on his jaw, and he looked as if he knew that he was of a serious disposition and not serious enough. This man was none other than Fan Ruoruo's father, the current minister of the Ministry of Revenue, plus Sinan Bo, Fan Jian. Fan Jian was holding a book in his hand and checking it out. When he saw Fan Ruoruo approaching, he said, sit down first. What is it, exactly, that you want to talk to your father about? Chapter 42, So Your Highness is so pitiful. When Fan Ruoruo sat down in front of the round table, she said to Fan Jian in front of her, Father, there is a small matter that my daughter would like to talk to you about. It's not really a big deal. If you're not available then forget it. Fan Jian glanced at Fan Ruoruo, and after a moment of contemplation, he put the books in his hands, back into the bookshelf. Following closely, he walked over to the round table and sat down. My father doesn't have anything special going on right now, so if you have something you want to ask, just feel free to ask. Fan Jian knew this daughter very well. Usually if there was nothing important, she would never come to ask him, especially at this moment with such a serious expression. There must be something big. Is it a love affair with some gentleman? Well, it's quite possible. After all, her daughter was not too young, and was indeed of an age to marry. I just don't know which son of the family it will be. Just as Fan Jian was contemplating in his mind, Fan Ruoruo opened her mouth and asked, Father, can you tell me about the matter of the Second Highness? Fan Jian looked back with a startled expression and said, Li's son take? Fan Ruoruo nodded. Yes, it is precisely the second prince. Fan Jian's expression was a bit strange, and when he glanced at Fan Ruoruo, he asked, Why are you asking him? It's hard to believe that there is something between you. Seeing her father's misunderstanding, Fan Ruoruo immediately waved her hand and said, No father, actually the matter is like this. Soon, Fan Ruoruo told all about what happened before. With a pop sound, Fan Jian reached out and slapped his hand on the round table, his expression starting to become a bit angry as he coldly grunted. This brat, no big deal. Actually saying such words, it's like his skin is itching. Let's see how I'll clean him up later. Fan Ruoruo hurriedly said, Father must not be angry. I have already taught my brother a lesson. He is still kneeling in the backyard. When Fan Jian heard this, he nodded. Good. When it's time to discipline in the future, you must not be soft. All of them are already so stubborn now, and that's not going to be good enough in the future. Fan Ruoruo nodded and said, Yes, what father said is extremely true. I will discipline my younger brother well in the future. But father, my daughter is asking, what kind of person is that Second Highness? Obviously at a very young age, he was cheerful and lively and very talented. But when I grew up, it felt completely different. Although I also have talent, but it is no longer the same as before. As if I were a different person. When Fan Jian heard this, he sort of understood his daughter's meaning. He picked up the teapot next to him, slowly poured out 2 cups of tea, and drank one of them before saying, Do you feel that Second Highness's entire person has completely changed since he was crowned king? Fan Ruoruo hastily nodded and said, That's right. According to reason, the prince was made king. His status is much higher than before. He should be happy. But, Fan Jian put down the teacup in his hand and said, The prince being crowned king is indeed something that should be happy about. But it depends on at what time. His Second Highness was only 13 years old at the time. And not only was he crowned king, but he also built a mansion outside the palace. And even more so, he was free to intermingle with the group of ministers. And later on, he was able to enter the imperial study to listen to the imperial government. Prior to it, only the crown prince of the dynasty had such an opportunity. But now, to have a king, enjoying such treatment, know what that means? Van Rui pondered for a moment. This means, suddenly, her face was so shocked that she couldn't help but raise her hand and cover her mouth. Fan Jian nodded. You're so smart. You should be able to guess what it's about. I grew up with His Majesty. I know him too well. He did this for one purpose then, to pave the way for the crown prince. The Second Highness was destined from birth to serve as a millstone to force the prince to mature. Fan Ruo's face became ugly as she spoke. How could this happen? Then in that case, wouldn't it be very unfair to your Second Highness? Fan Jian laughed. Child, don't be silly. There's no such thing as fairness in this world, let alone among royalty. Since ancient times, the emperor's family has been ruthless. Do you think it's all talk? Fan Ruo bowed her head in silence for a moment, pondering in her mind. She didn't even know before that the Second Highness was so pitiful. From the time of birth, the fate is already predetermined. This no matter on whose body, cannot stand. It was no wonder that when Second Highness grew up, his entire person changed completely, and I guess he knew that there was no longer a choice. Thinking of this, Fan Ruo suddenly thought of how she looked when she saw Li Qingze on the street this morning. Despite the fact that fate has been so unfair to him, he continues to wear a smile on his face, a mentality that is truly worth learning from others. At this time, Fan Jian looked at Fan Ruo and said, Daughter, my father has said so much to you because he wants to tell you that in the future, it's best not to get involved with them. A crown prince and a second prince are beyond your reach. Fan Ruo returned to her senses and nodded silently. I know, father. My daughter will pay attention in the future. Then my daughter will leave you alone. Fan Jian waved his hand and said, Go and get busy. Just remember what my father said. Afterward, Fan Ruo stood up and left the place, and Fan Jian sat down where he was and slowly drank another cup of tea, contemplating for a moment before he stood up and walked toward the bookshelf behind him. Other side, Li Qingze returned to the royal residence, and after a simple meal, he began to smother himself in his room to cultivate, starting directly from noon and not ending until late at night. As the cultivation continued, Li Qingze's martial arts realm, too, was quietly growing. There was no talk all night. Next day, morning, after having breakfast, Li Qingze didn't go out of the royal residence, but continued to stay locked inside his room to cultivate. He thought of taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do now, just so that he could raise his martial arts realm, and strive to bring the 9-yang divine power to great completion in the shortest possible time. An hour passed. Li Qingze stopped cultivating and prepared to rest for a moment. At that moment, a figure appeared right outside the door. Li Sungtaek looked up and asked, Who's there? The silhouette held a white feather fan and immediately arched his hand. Lord, it's me. When Li Qingze heard who it was, he nodded and said, So it's one, huh? Are you okay? Jia Yan, who was outside the door, spoke up, Back to my lord. I just received news that there is a situation over in Danzhou. As soon as Li Qingze heard Danzhou, he immediately became interested and waved his hand. Quickly, come in and talk. With a creak sound, the door of the room, which was originally tightly closed, was suddenly opened. Immediately following, Jia Yan, who was dressed in elegant robes and holding a white feather fan, walked in from outside. Chapter 43, Request for Assistance. My lord. When Jia walked into the room, he immediately bowed to Li Qingze. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, There's no need to be polite. Why? Is something going on over there in Danzhou? Or is Fan Xian coming to the capital? Li Qingze thought to himself that if he were to follow the original plot, Fan Xian would have come over to Kyoto a year later. Could it be that he had changed the course of the plot, thus causing Fan Xian to come over early? That's not right either. He hadn't even reached a month since he was reborn into this world yet, and Fan Xian was so far away that even if he changed the plot, it shouldn't have rippled out. At this time, Jia Yan spoke up. My lord, just now news came from Danzhou. It is said that in this recent period of time, there have been quite a number of assassins from Kyoto, who have traveled to Danzhou on business. Their target is none other than that Fan Xian you mentioned. Oh, Li Sungtaek asked hurriedly. And then? Did they make it? Jia shook his head. No, they all failed. It is said to have been killed by that Fan Xian. When Li Qingze thought about it, he was right. Not to mention the fact that he had 5 bamboo, an expert, by his side, and his own martial arts were also good, especially the domineering true qi in his body. It was not an ordinary power. Moreover, he had previously in the poison master Fei Jie, learned all the means of making poison. Ordinary people want to kill him. It is really not so simple. Li Sungtaek nodded his head and said, I had guessed that this would be the case. He won't die that easily. Go tell the people in Danzhou to continue to pay attention to this Fan Xian. Once he has the intention to leave Danzhou, inform us promptly. Jia arched his hand and said, Yes, I'll get on with it. Right, Lord.
That plan you spoke of earlier.
Is it going to be implemented now?
That person has successfully infiltrated the Eastern Palace and is waiting for you to give the order.
Li Qingze pondered for a moment and said,
Tell him that something may have happened recently.
So don't do anything yet. When the time comes,
I'll send him a message myself,
so he can concentrate on sneaking in. Yes. Jia arched his hand.
Li Qingze turned around and was about to go back to his bed when that Jia Yan spoke up again.
My lord, there is one more thing. What is it again?
Li Sung-taek said somewhat helplessly.
Next time, if there is something important,
don't take a big breath and just finish directly.
Jia Yan returned. My lord, just now I got a message from the Ministry of Penal Affairs. There will be someone, later on, to take you to the Ministry of Penal Affairs. Ministry of Justice? Li Qingze asked with a curious face. Why does the Ministry of Criminal Affairs want to find me? And so on. Could it be because of what happened to Guobaokuan? Jia Yan nodded and said, it's very likely. It's estimated that they'll be here soon.
So please make arrangements early.
Lord, Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said, okay, I know.
You go down first, I have prepared for this matter.
From yesterday, when Li Sung-taek assaulted Guobaokuan, he was ready and waiting to be reported. When Jia Dang left, Li Qingze also stopped cultivating and instead directly walked out of his room and waited in the courtyard. Fruity. In less than a quarter of an hour, a dozen or so people dressed in black official robes came through the door.
The man at the head of the group had a fierce and domineering face, taking small foresighted steps as he slowly walked to Li Qingze's face.
Second Highness, please give us a ride, Li Qingze asked. Someone from the Ministry of Justice?
The man nodded his head and said,
that's right. My humble servant has been ordered by His Excellency to come and invite your Second Highness to take a seat at the Ministry of Penal Affairs.
Li Qingze smiled slightly and said,
yes, no problem at all.
The man waved his hand and said,
since that's the case, then Second Highness, please. Li Qingze nodded and said, okay, lead the way. Soon, a dozen or so people dressed in black official robes led Li Qingze out of the royal residence and towards the direction of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs. Sangha, boudoir. Lin Wanner sat on the edge of the bed, her legs gently hanging down and swaying casually as she held a chicken leg in her hand and laughed at Yi Linger next to her. Linger, this chicken leg tastes so good, so delicious. I feel like my whole body is refreshed after taking it. You're saying that if I continue to follow the treatment that Brother Sung-jae explained, I'll be fine in the future? Yi Linger also hugged a chicken leg and nibbled on it twice before nodding her head. Of course, you'll definitely be fine. And, the look on your face, it's already much better than before. These medicines must be effective. Hey, Lin Wan-er smiled, her entire body becoming energized. After she took a bite of the chicken leg, she tilted her head and began to contemplate it, before muttering in a small voice, I wonder what Brother Sung-jae is doing at the moment. It's obvious that I haven't seen him for only a day, but suddenly it feels like ages have passed. Yi Linger looked at Lin Wanner's face of infatuation and couldn't help but shake her head. It looks like you've fallen in love. Since you like him so much, wouldn't it be fine to ask His Majesty to grant a marriage in the future? Anyway, you're cousins and cousins, so after you marry him, won't you be able to kiss each other? When Lin Wan-er heard this, her face immediately turned red and said, Ling-er, what are you talking nonsense about? Yi Linger came up to Lin Wanner's face and laughed. What? Don't you like him? Lin Wan-er originally wanted to retort, but she didn't know what to say. If it had been before, she might have said no. It could be now. In the heart and mind, the figure of Sung-jae's brother, especially in this recent period of time, she could clearly feel that she had indeed fallen in love with Brother Sung-jae. Yi Linger saw that Lin Wanner didn't say anything, so she began to tease. If you don't say anything, that's a tacit admission. If you see, again in the future, who's there? Before Yi Linger could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt someone behind her and immediately turned to look, only to see that in the room, there was suddenly an extra silhouette. Lin Wanner turned around after hearing Yi Linger's voice. Then, too, a youth was seen, standing behind them. Yi Linger immediately protected Lin Wanner behind her after spotting the youth. And with that, she assumed a fighting stance. Who are you? Run inside the room for what? Just now, Yi Linger discovered something very frightening. When this youth came in just now, she actually didn't feel anything at all, as if he was a ghost. This could indicate that this person's martial arts realm was much higher than hers. At this moment, standing in front of Yi Linger and Lin Wanner was none other than Li Siyuan Xiao. He said with an expressionless face, I have come to ask for help by order of His Highness. Your Highness? Yi Linger took a careful look at Li Siyuan, then came to a realization and said, I recognize you. You're the guard beside Li Sung-taek, aren't you? Li Siyuan nodded. That's right. Yi Linger asked, seeking help? Could it be that Li Qingze? Something has happened? What?
Once Lin Wanner heard that something had happened, she was also a bit anxious and said,
Did something happen to Brother Qingze? Chapter 44, Inexplicable. Originally, Lin Wanner didn't feel anything, but when she heard the visitors say that there was a high probability that something would happen to Li Qingze, she immediately became nonchalant. What's wrong? What happened to Sung Jack's brother? As Lin Wanner spoke, her entire body began to get a little agitated,
and her body suddenly began to cough.
Ahem.
When Yi Linger saw Lin Wanner like this,
she immediately comforted. Wanner, don't get excited. Listen to what he has to say first. Only then did Lin Wanner react and nodded, saying, That's right. This big brother. How is brother Sung Taek doing? Li Yuanshao opened his mouth and said, The Second Highness, just now, has been taken away by the people from the Ministry of Justice. Taken away again? Yi Linger asked with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Why was he taken away again by the people from the Ministry of Justice? It's hard to say that it's the same thing as before, but then, hasn't the case of Zhuo Ziling's murder been closed a long time ago? Yi Linger, 2 days ago, even inquired with the people from the Ministry of Justice, and the people there told her that the case had absolutely nothing to do with Li Qingze, and that it was framed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, the Crown Prince has now been punished and has been grounded by His Majesty for 3 months, and is still staying in the Eastern Palace. Since it's all over, then Li Sung Taek, why is he still being taken away? This is, Li Tsuinxiao said, the exact cause of the matter. Humble servant is not quite clear. However, my humble servant learned from the mouths of those in the Ministry of Justice that the Second Highness this time was due to a beating, and the person who was beaten was not a small person, and it is said that it has been reported to His Majesty. So now the Second Highness is being taken to the palace. Hitting someone? Yi Linger looked toward Lin Wanner beside her. Immediately following,
Lin Wanner suddenly thought of something and said in surprise,
I know, it must be second brother.
Yi Linger frowned slightly and asked,
You mean Lin Gong? Soon, Yi Linger suddenly realized, that's right, when he came here yesterday, didn't he fight with Lin Gong, and then beat him, to a pig's head? Could it be that Lin Gong was so angry that he reported the matter to His Majesty? Lin Wanner nodded and said, That's right, definitely. I didn't expect second brother to be this kind of person. I really misjudged him. Yi Linger said, It's a special time for Li Qingze. If someone makes an issue out of this, it will be very unfavorable for him, especially since Lin Gong is also the son of the Prime Minister of the dynasty. Lin Wanner also panicked a little and asked, Then, what can we do? Yi Linger mused. Wanner, it can only be you now. Me?
Lin Wanner pointed at herself and said,
How do I do it? Yi Linger said, Right. You now hurry into the palace to find the Empress Dowager and let her make the decision for you. Right. Lin Wanner nodded. Why didn't I think of that just now? I'm going now. At this time, Li Tsuinxiao spoke again. Sheriff Master, my humble servant is already outside the door, ready for the carriage. After you sit on it, they will send you to the palace in the shortest possible time. Good. Lin Wanner immediately got up, and without even changing her clothes, she hurriedly walked towards the door. Soon, Lin Wanner said that she brought her maid and left the xiangfu. After Yi Linger saw Lin Wanner leave, she was also ready to return to the house to run an errand. However, there was something else she had to do before she left. Yi Linger waved her hand to Li Yuanshao and said, We already know about this matter, so hurry back and wait. With that, she hurried out of the room and headed straight for the front yard, and Li Yuanshao, seeing the completion of the task, did not stay here, and directly walked out of the room after the body like a ghost to leave. Other side. In the front yard of the xiangfu, Lin Gong, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, was currently lying on a rattan chair and resting. There were 2 maids standing beside him, one helping to fan him, and one gently peeling the grapes, putting the peeled grapes, casually, into his mouth. Lin Gong chewed grapes in his mouth, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. The weather today is really nice. Eating the food, lying in the wicker chairs, and catching the breeze was just beautiful. It would have been even better to recite a few more poems. Pity. Lin Gong spat out the grape boy in his mouth and said, It's a pity that I can't write poems. Just as Lin Gong was muttering to himself, Yi Linger, who was not far away, walked over with an angry face. When she walked in front of Lin Gong, she spoke, Lin Gong, I really didn't expect that you were actually this kind of person. I've always thought of you as a brother before, and followed your example in every way. As it turns out, yours is not only brutal and unreasonable, but also has a particularly small heart. I was so wrong about you. From now on, never ignore you again. At this moment, Lin Gong, the grapes in his mouth, hadn't even been completely eaten clean, and after hearing Yi Linger's words, he was directly blinded. What? Sister Linger, what are you saying? Why can't I understand any of it?
Lin Gong said with an innocent face.
Yi Linger lightly hummed. Why don't you dare to admit if you dare to do it?
Lin Gong spread out his hands and said blankly.
What do you mean by dare to do or not dare to admit? What exactly is the matter? Humph. I won't trust you anymore.
Yi Linger didn't give Lin Gong the chance to ask, and directly turned around to leave.
However, at this moment, Lin Gong was even more dumbfounded. He saw Yi Linger wanting to leave and immediately got up. Hey, don't you go away.
Give the word.
Hiss, it hurts.
Lin Gong had just stood up when his body began to ache, and he sat down on the rattan chair once again. He looked at Yi Linger who walked out of the door of the mansion and scratched his head with a speechless expression.
Did Linger's sister take the wrong medicine today?
I didn't mess with her either.
It's inexplicable.
Lin Gong thought for half a day,
but didn't come up with anything,
so he stopped bothering about it and continued to let the maids feed the grapes.
He thought that Yi Linger was in a bad mood, so he probably should forget about it tomorrow. In the meantime,
Li Qingze followed these people from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs,
and after leaving the royal residence, he kept walking towards the central street. He opened his mouth and asked, Hey, this road, it doesn't seem to be going to the Ministry of Justice. What? Now that you have offices in the Ministry of Justice, are you all running inside the palace?
The middle-aged man at the head of the group arched his hand to Li Qingze and said,
Second Highness, truth be told, this time we're not going to the Ministry of Justice, but to the palace.
Li Sung-taek asked, Then was it the Ministry of Justice that came looking for me?
Or was it His Majesty who came looking for me? The middle-aged man nodded.
Both.
All right then.
Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said,
Continue leading the way.
Yes. The middle-aged man nodded his head in agreement, so he continued to lead the way forward.
In fact, from just now, Li Qingze already knew that he was heading inside the palace.
If he hadn't guessed wrongly,
that Guobaokuan must have dressed up in a miserable state to sue in front of His Majesty. Win or not, the other guy was going to disgust him. However, no matter,
because he'd already found a countermeasure.
Chapter 45, I implore your Majesty, do something for the microcosm. A little later,
Li Qingze followed the people from the Ministry of Justice and went straight to the Shangshu room after walking into the palace.
When he was on the road, he didn't worry, at all, about any danger to his life.
Not to mention his own martial arts realm, which was even stronger than the unusual 5th rank. Ordinary people were not his match at all.
What's more, among the people from the Ministry of Punishment just now,
there were also 2 Luonet dead soldiers, so there was no need to worry about perfection.
Moreover, Li Sungjak hadn't encountered anything strange along the way.
When he arrived at the entrance of the Shangshu room,
led by the middle-aged man,
those from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs,
then immediately stopped in their tracks. Second Highness,
our mission has been accomplished.
Please go ahead.
As soon as the words were said, these people immediately turned around and left without saying more than half a word.
After seeing this, Li Sung-taek didn't say much,
and after slightly straightening his clothes, he walked to the door of the Shangshu room.
At that moment,
a young man dressed in the costume of a eunuch immediately stopped him.
Second Highness, wait here, the slave girl will inform you. Li Qingze nodded his head and said, Then I'll be grateful to the eunuch. Duty calls.
The young eunuch just finished his words and turned to leave.
In the meantime, in the Shangshu room, Emperor Chang, dressed in a large red robe, was sitting in front of his desk, holding a book and checking it out.
In front of the desk lay a man covered in bandages, with only his 2 eyes and mouth showing,
letting out a guttural wail.
And in front of this bandaged man stood a middle-aged man,
wearing a black official robe, rattling on about something. Your Majesty,
this matter is of a serious nature and has great repercussions, so please deal with it severely.
Otherwise, if everyone in Kyoto, who is a rich son of a housekeeper, were to follow suit, what kind of behavior would it be? Where is the law of the land? And where are the words of men?
Emperor Qing did not show any unnecessary expression on his face after hearing the middle-aged man's words and continued to look at the books in his hands.
A moment later, he looked up at the other party, which then spoke. I Qinghua, you should be tired of standing and talking. There's a seat next to you. You can sit down and take your time.
Gui Yoji waved his hand and said,
Thank you for your Majesty's understanding. The micro-minister is not tired yet. As your Majesty also knows, this is the only son that I have,
and the task of passing on the family name will have to fall on him in the future. Now that he's been beaten to this state,
the micro-minister's heart aches. I implore you, your Majesty, to do the right thing for the micromanager.
Seeing Gui Yoji said so, Emperor Cheng nodded his head and said,
Don't worry, Gua Izi, the second prince will come over later. At that time, I will give you a justice. Just then, a young eunuch
walked in from outside the Shangshu room.
Your Majesty, The second prince has arrived and is currently waiting outside the door.
Emperor Cheng put down the books in his hands and said,
"Good, quickly let him in."
"Yes."
The young eunuch turned and left.
Emperor Cheng said to Gui Yoji,
"Gui Aicheng, as for how things really are, we will know later."
Gui Yoji arched his hand and said,
"Yes, I believe in His Majesty,
and I'm sure he will handle this matter impartially." Li Qingze waited outside the door for a while before seeing the young eunuch who had just left,
walking out again. "Second Highness, His Majesty is asking you to come over." Li Sungjak nodded. "Okay, say I know."
When he had just walked into the Shangshu room, he heard a wailing sound coming from inside, a sound that was not loud, but very clear and familiar.
Obviously,
it was none other than Guobakuan who he had taught a lesson yesterday.
When Li Qingze walked into the Shangshu room, he met Emperor Qing inside, with a middle-aged man standing next to him, as well as the man lying on the door panel, covered in bandages. "My son, meet my father." Once Li Sungtaek walked to the center of the room, he bowed to Emperor Jian. Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "Be excused, Lao I'm looking for you today. Do you know what's going on?" Li Sungtaek nodded. "I didn't know at first, but now I probably know a little." Emperor Cheng reached out and pointed at the bandaged man below, and asked, "This man, you should recognize him." Li Qingze looked towards the bandaged man. Then he shook his head and said, "I can't recognize him without seeing his face." At this time, Gui Yoji, who was standing on the side with sharp eyes and a gloomy face, opened his mouth and said, "Your Second Highness, this is the son of my humble servant." Li Qingze pretended to be surprised and said, "So it's Guo Shangshu's son, then I really didn't see it. However, since he is the son of Guo Shangshu, why is he in this look? Is it trying to be a trick?" Gui Yoji just wanted to be angry, but felt that it was not appropriate, so he simply held back and opened his mouth. "Second Highness, do you really not know why my son is like this?
Just what heinous crime has he committed to be so beaten and maimed in public?"
At that time, so many people were watching, and in the future, even if the wounds on the body can be healed, but the wounds in the heart, that can be accompanied by a lifetime awe. And please, your Second Highness, give me an explanation. Li Qingze saw Gui Yoji. The more he said, the more angry he became. His body couldn't stop trembling, as if the next moment, he was going to jump up and curse. However, he said unhurriedly, "Gui Yoji rests his anger. Anger hurts the body. You just said only that how Guobakuan was beaten by me. But do you know why I had to beat him up out of all the people inside the restaurant at that time?" Gui Yoji coldly snorted. "That's because the Second Highness, see my son is not good." At that time, someone could hear clearly that it was because of my son, who is a protege of His Highness the Crown Prince, that the Second Highness made his move. If it's really because of this reason, then Second Highness is a bit too brash. At these words, silence fell upon the scene. Even Emperor Qing, who was reading with his head down, began to raise his head and look toward Li Qingze. Quangshan Palace. Li Yunrui was still draped in a thin veil, with most of his body exposed, reclining on the soft couch, his eyes closed in deep sleep. Soon, a palace maid hurriedly walked in, bending down to worship. "Princess, something has happened." Li Yunrui slowly opened his eyes, yawned and spoke. "What's wrong? What happened?" The palace maid said, "Just now, His Majesty summoned His Second Highness over, as if it was because of the beating." "Oh?" Li Yunrui immediately became interested and asked, "Who did he hit?" The courtesan said, "It seems to be the son of the Minister of Rights, beating the old miserable, wrapped tightly all over it." Li Yunrui said, "Then how did His Majesty handle it?" The palace maid shook her head and said, "When the slave girl came just now, the Second Highness had just gone into the Shangshu room, and the exact result of what is still unknown." Li Yunrui pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Good, this matter is known to this palace. You continue to go over there to monitor it, and as soon as you have any results, report back immediately." "Yes." The palace maid nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Afterward, Li Yunrui smiled faintly and said, "This little guy, he really doesn't want to stop. Earlier it was the Crown Prince, now it's all punched to the head of the Minister of Rights, Gui Yoji's son." Chapter 46, Prince, second brother has finally been punished. Eastern Palace. In the prince's chambers, Li Changqian was lying on his bed, flipping through the book of words in his hands, with a cheerful smile on his face from time to time. This talking book is really well written. Although it is a forbidden book, it is very readable, especially the love between men and women in it. It is perfect. I'm drooling just looking at it, and if it weren't for the fact that I can't get out right now, I'd really like to catch up with my aunt. Just when Li Changqian was reading seriously, a young eunuch came from the door with a porcelain basin in his hand. "Your Highness, the delicious food you asked for is here." The young eunuch placed the porcelain basin on the table, took out a small bowl and served some and brought it to Li Chengxian.
After Li Chengxian put down the book of words in his hand, he took the porcelain bowl and took small bites. When he had just taken a few bites, his face changed slightly and he asked, "Who made this?" The young eunuch immediately returned, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Is there something wrong with the flavor?" Li Chengxian shook his head and said, "No, the flavor is very good, but this palace has never eaten it before." The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "Back to Your Highness. The matter is like this. The imperial kitchen has recently changed another batch of cooks, so the flavor is a bit different from before. But Your Highness can rest assured that these cooks are of a very good standard." Li Chengxian came to a realization and said, "I see. No wonder the taste is so special." As he spoke, he had already eaten a bowl and said, "Come, give the palace another bowl." "Yes." The young eunuch took the porcelain bowl and refilled it again before handing it to Li Chengxian. In this way, Li Chengxian all of a sudden, actually ate 5 bowls continuously, until after hiccuping, which only stopped, Li Chengxian touched his stomach and waved his hand. "Well, this palace is a bit full from eating, so let's stop here for today." "Yes." Then the slave servant will leave. After the young eunuch finished speaking, he directly carried the porcelain basin and left the room. Li Chengxian, on the other hand, picked up the talking book and continued to flip through it. When the young eunuch walked out of the outside of the bedchamber, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face. Especially, just now, when he saw Li Chengxian eating happily, his heart was even happier. "You like it, don't you? I'll give it to you every day from now on. Only, there will be some little spices added to this, and then you will regret that you are eating so joyfully at this moment." After the young eunuch sneered, he directly turned around and left. A few moments later, when Li Chengxian was seriously looking at the words, there was a young eunuch, who came through the door. "Your Highness." Li Chengxian frowned and said in a cold voice, "What's wrong again? Didn't the palace just tell you that this is the end of the day?" The young eunuch who just walked in froze for a moment and immediately arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, the slave girl came over for the first time today. Didn't you ask the slave girl before to keep an eye on things in the palace? There has been news." Hearing this, Li Sungtaek instantly became interested and hastily looked up and said, "Is that so? Come on, what's going on?" The young eunuch nodded and said, "Not long ago, the Minister of Rights, with his son who was injured, went forward to the Shangshu room to look for His Majesty, and also said that it was." "Wait." Li Chengxian waved his hand to interrupt the young eunuch and asked, "The son of the Minister of Rights?" "Yes, exactly." The young eunuch nodded. Li Chengxian knows that the son of the Minister of Rights, named Guobaokuan, is a person under his door, usually also very good friends with him, is also regarded as like-minded generation. How did he bruise it? First of all, not to mention, Guobaokuan is the prince's door, and people's father is still the Minister of Rights. The general people do not dare to offend So what's going on now? Who injured Guobaokuan? Li Chengxian asked. The young eunuch returned. "Your Highness, the matter is like this." Li Chengxian waved his hand again and interrupted. "This palace is asking you, who actually injured Guobaokuan? What are you babbling about?" Young eunuch. He was about to say it, but he had no choice but to be interrupted by the crown prince all the time. So he, seeing that the other party froze, Li Chengxian directly opened his mouth. You speak." Anxious to death this palace, the young eunuch took a deep breath and said, "It is the second highness, second brother?" Li Chengxian said with a surprised face. He hadn't thought that the person who injured Guobaokuan was actually second brother. According to reason, Guobaokuan and the second brother, usually there is no enmity. That how will. Wait. Li Chengxian suddenly thought of something. Could it be that it was because of Guobaokuan's relationship with him that the second brother laid hands on the injury? Li Chengxian asked again. Then do you know why second brother injured Guobaokuan? The young eunuch shook his head and said, "The slave girl only knows that the second highness beat up Guobaokuan because he is your highness's protege. That is why. At that time, His Majesty was very angry, and the slave girl came over on purpose to report this matter to your highness. So what happened after that? I don't know." Li Chengxian laughed coldly. "It's true. This palace has long guessed it. I hadn't thought that second brother had already begun to lay hands on the people of this palace. It's simply too much." "Wait, did you just say that father was angry?" The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "That's right. After His Majesty found out, he was very angry and threatened to severely punish his second highness." When Li Chengxian heard this, he immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, so second brother also has today. Good. Father's punishment is good, as it should be. Second brother caused this palace to be grounded here for 3 months, and now that he's being severely punished by father, it's simply too exciting."
After Li Changxian laughed out loud, he immediately said to the young eunuch, "You now hurry over and see how Father Emperor punished second brother." "Yes, slave girl will go now." The young eunuch nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. Afterward, Li Changxian laughed once again. It hadn't occurred to him that it was such a big surprise after only 2 short days. He'd have to laugh hard when he found out how Ergo was being punished later. Other side. In the heavy deep palace, the yellow glazed tiles, which were flooded with golden light, flashed out an even more piercing light under the sunlight. Vermilion high wall, scattered dotted bricks, empty traces of silhouettes, but no reason to give birth to a sense of oppression, so that people cannot breathe. In the back garden of the great hall, a kindly old lady, dressed in a gorgeous brocade costume, with gold and silver accessories on her head, was sitting on a stone chair, with her eyes half closed, listening to the female officials beside her, whispering something. Then, a young girl-like courtesan walked quickly from a short distance away. After the palace maid walked in front of the old madam, she immediately bent down and worshipped. "Empress Dowager, County Princess Chen has come and is waiting outside the hall at this moment." The old lady's eyes immediately opened after hearing the morning county lord, and she said with a look of surprise, "Wanner is here? Get her in here." Chapter 47, Am I mistaken? A little before, Lin Wanner was riding in a carriage, and after leaving the Sungda, she had been walking towards the palace. When he entered the palace, he didn't stop for a moment and walked quickly toward the harem. "Miss, slow down." The maid behind her, seeing that Lin Wanner was walking fast, hurriedly reminded. However, Lin Wanner was unimpressed, and her walking speed did not slow down, but instead became much faster, because she knew that if she could see the Empress Dowager quickly, she would be able to save brother Sunjak sooner. "Chun Yun, hurry up, time is running out now," Lin Wanner said to the maid behind her. The maid quickly walked up and after reaching out to support Lin Wanner, she said, "Miss, we're all already at the palace, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Moreover, your second highness's auspiciousness will surely be fine." Lin Wanner didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Soon, they stopped outside a large hall. Lin Wanner waved her hand to her maid and said, "Chun Yun, quickly go and have someone tell the Empress Dowager that I demand to see her." "Yes." Chun Yun nodded in agreement and immediately walked towards the front of the temple. Soon enough, from inside the main hall, a palace maid came out and arrived in front of Lin Wanner. "Sheriff Lord Chen, the Empress Dowager has an invitation." Lin Wanner nodded, and without the slightest stay in place, she walked forward with quick steps. Not long after, Lin Wanner walked into the back garden and saw the old lady sitting in the stone pavilion and immediately walked forward. "Grandma!" Lin Wanner cried out in favor. After the Empress Dowager saw Lin Wanner come over, a kind smile also appeared on her face and she reached out to hold her. Laughing, "Wanner, what brings you here? Is it that you're not used to living in the forest house?" Lin Wanner shook her head and said, "I'm fine living in the Lin mansion." The Empress Dowager nodded her head and said, "It's good to live okay." "Ha, Wanner, you have a good look on your face. It's even better than after you left before. What's going on? Talk to Grandma." Lin Wanner said, "Grandmother, I'm in much better health now, and it's entirely because of Brother Chingza." "Li Chunza?" The Empress Dowager's face changed slightly as she asked, "This matter, what does it have to do with that old man?" Soon, Lin Wanner told all the things that, before, Li Chengza had helped her cure, one by one. Only then did the Empress Dowager come to a realization, nodded, and said, "So this little guy, he also knows about medicine. Since I was a child, I've seen him as different and a good poet." "That's right, a few days ago, it wasn't writing a few poems that drew those great scholars of the literary world, clamoring for their praise." Lin Wanner nodded her head and said, "Yes, Brother Chang Zhe is really good, but he's made a mistake now, and he might be punished by his uncle." The Empress Dowager asked with a puzzled expression, "Why? What mistake did he make?" Lin Wanner said, "Earlier, when Brother Chengza went to the Shangfu to help cure me, he was blocked by second brother, and then they had a fight. Now that the second brother has been injured, he is ready to report the matter to his uncle." So, when the Empress Dowager heard this, a trace of anger flashed between her brows and she coldly grunted, "Nonsense! This Lin Gong is really detestable. He actually dares to block Lao Er's treatment. He's really living out of his mind." The Empress Dowager had originally disliked Lin Xiang very much because of the Rapunzel. After all, it was because of him that his own daughter, who was head, was not even married today. So in later years, the Empress Dowager brought Lai Wanner to the palace to be raised, and usually did not allow the people of the Phase House to contact. If it wasn't for the fact that Wanner's malady had gotten a bit worse in recent times, she would never, ever let Wanner return to the Sangha. As a result, now Lin Gong, the son of Lin Xiang, has come up with such a thing. Immediately afterward, the Empress Dowager lightly grunted. This Lin Gong. It's normal for him to be beaten, but he actually dared to report this matter. Let's go. Wanner, come over with me. I'd like to see how His Majesty will punish the second. Lin Wanner asked. Grandmother, what should we do if Uncle punishes Brother Chunza? He dares. The Empress Dowager patted the back of Lin Wanner's hand and said, Wanner, don't worry. I will take care of this matter. Just now when you talk, Too Thick has vaguely feel. Lin Wanner to Li Changzhe seems to be extraordinarily concerned. And never before, if she hadn't guessed wrong, she guessed that Lin Wanner had fallen in love with Li Changzhe. If this matter was true, it would be a good thing for both of them. After all, they could be called door to door in both status and position. And being cousins made them even closer. Take some time later and ask on the side. And Lin Wanner's heart immediately bottomed out after hearing the Empress Dowager's words. As long as the Empress Dowager was willing, then the matter would be perfectly fine. Immediately following, Lin Wanner accompanied the Empress Dowager and left the back garden, heading to the Shangshu room. Soon after, in the Shangshu room, Emperor Qing was reading a book with his head down when the eunuch who had sent the message came over with a quick step. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager and Princess Qing have arrived. Oh, when Emperor Qing heard the eunuch's words, he immediately put down the books in his hands and quickly stood up. Immediately following, the two of them, Lin Wanner and the Empress Dowager, walked slowly from the door. When Emperor Qing saw the Empress Dowager, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Mother, why have you come over? After Lin Wanner saw Emperor Chang, she then saluted. Greetings, uncle. Emperor Chang glanced at Lin Wanner and said, So it's Wanner, shouldn't you be in the Sangha recuperating right now? How did it come to be in the palace? Lin Wanner didn't open her mouth. Instead, the Empress Dowager said, This matter? It's still not the son of that Lin Xian who messed up. Why is this matter? Emperor Chang said with a bewildered look on his face. The Empress Dowager coldly said, Imperial son, you should know this matter very well. Didn't that kid, just now, come to report with you? Have you already punished my grandson Zell? Emperor Chang felt a bit puzzled and hurriedly asked, Mother, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? When did the son of Minister Lin come to me? And when have I ever punished my second because of him? The Empress Dowager said. Then why, today, did you bring Zaire into the palace? Emperor Chang said, I let the oldest two into the palace because he and the son of the Minister of Rights had a small conflict. To be precise, it's because he injured someone else. So the Minister of Rights came over, looking for justice from me. What does this matter have to do with the son of the Lin minister? Ha? Lin Wanner blinked and asked, It's not because of Brother Chingza, the beating of second brother? Could I be mistaken? Emperor Chang said, You should be mistaken. But when did the second one fight with Lin Gong again? What the hell is this kid doing out there every day? Chapter 48, Li Qingza, I haven't finished yet. Lin Wanner's heart, which was originally lifted after hearing Emperor Qing's words, was slowly lowered. It turns out that Brother Sung Sain was called into the palace just now, not for the matter of second brother's beating. But how did he get involved with the son of the Minister of Rights? Again? Just now, I heard from Uncle that Brother Qingza injured the son of the Minister of Rights? At this time, the Empress Dowager on the side spoke. Imperial son, what is going on here? Mother Empress, you sit down first, and wait for me to slowly speak with you. Emperor Qing helped the Empress Dowager and walked towards the front, sitting down on a nearby chair. Immediately following, Emperor Qing spoke. Actually, the matter is like this. Today, the Minister of Rights brought his son, who was injured, to the Shangshu room to complain. Said that the oldest two in the restaurant outside the palace, for no reason, his son injured, although already let the doctor has seen, but 10 days and half a month. It is estimated that will not be able to get out of bed. So, I had the second come over just now and asked him why he was hitting people. The Empress Dowager asked. So what did Zaire say? Right, uncle. What did Brother Qingza say? Lin Wanner asked hurriedly. Emperor Qing laughed and said, This matter is a long story. Moreover, I did not expect that things just now. There is actually a reversal. It is simply ridiculous. The Empress Dowager said with a displeased face. Don't sell yourself short. Knowing full well that our hearts are in the right place, Lin Wanner nodded her head and said, That's right, uncle. Just say it quickly. I don't think Brother Sungjak would hit someone for no reason. It must be someone else's fault. Emperor Qing glanced at Lin Wanner, but felt some curiosity in his heart. This little girl, when did she get so close to her penis? And, it's called so affectionately, have they been? Emperor Qing contemplated for a few moments less, and then told what had just happened. Briefly, a little before. Wei Yoji could no longer hold back his inner anger as he confronted Li Qingza, and with a flutter of his sleeve, he coldly grunted. Is it because the second highness looks at my son in a bad light, that he is like this? Li Chengza, with a harmless face, looked toward Guiyoji. Guo Shangshu, this is where you misunderstand me. Would I judge a person by his appearance? Even though your love is almost as good looking, not as tall, and just as average as a person, I won't look the other way, and that's something one can be completely assured of. You, Guiyoji heard the other side said his son ugly. The heart naturally cannot tolerate. Just about to export retort, after seeing Li Chengza, on the spot froze. Starry-eyed sword eyebrows, handsome features, straight and tall figure. Even in ordinary robes, his body exuded a noble aura. No one would probably object to saying that he was the first beautiful man in the country of Qing. Qi Guiyoji always had a different feeling in his heart when he looked at Li Chengza, especially after hearing what Li Sungtaek had said. It always felt like what he said made so much sense that it was practically impossible to refute it. Then, Guiyoji recalled his own son, who was simply ugly when compared with Li Chengza. Ahem, they are both sons. Why is it that the handsome and talented one is always someone else's? However, Guiyoji quickly reacted and continued. And, Your Highness, this matter is not a fabrication by my humble servant, but it is the truth. At that time, there were people who heard clearly that when you were beating my son, it was because he was a protege of His Highness the Crown Prince, and to say that the one who hit was the prince's protege, if it's really because of this reason, then Second Highness is a bit too brash. As soon as these words came out, those who were present at the scene all fell into silence. Even Emperor Qing, who was reading with his head down, began to raise his head and look toward Li Chengza. He originally didn't want to intervene, letting Guiyoji and Li Chengza slowly confront each other and wait for a result. However, after hearing Guiyoji's words just now, he immediately became interested. If the previous fight between Li Chengza and Guo Bakuan was of a personal nature, it would be harmless, as long as no one gets killed. Then there won't be any trouble, just an apology and some extra silver. In the future, we will all still be the pillars of the country. However, if it was true as Guiyoji said that the reason why Li Chengza beat Guo Bakuan was because he was the crown prince's protege, then it would be a big deal. This is partisanship, a very serious matter. A lot of people will die if it gets really bad. Emperor Qing put down the books in his hands and looked at Li Chengza with a gloomy face. Elder 2, can what Guiyoji said just now be true? As he spoke, from Emperor Qing's body, an invisible pressure erupted and filled the room. After Guiyoji felt this pressure, he knew that His Majesty might be angry and started to look towards Li Chengza. He would like to see what excuses this hallowed Second Highness had when the matter came to a head. Moreover, Guiyoji was not afraid of Li Chengza's lies, because there were many people in the restaurant at that time, and he had already found out a few people as witnesses. As long as Li Sungtaek is otherwise, then he immediately puts the witness on the stand. When the time comes, it will be the crime of deceiving the king. Meanwhile, Guo Bakuan, who was lying on the ground, had a smile on his face even though his body was wrapped in bandages, especially when he felt that His Majesty was going to be angry. He was happy in his heart. He knew it would be. Wait, let's see how this second prince still ends up. Anyway, it had been arranged long before he entered the palace, and there would be absolutely no surprises. Guo Bakuan now are a little impatient, want to see Li Chengza punishment. By then, if the crown prince knew, he would be very happy. Penis, speak. When Emperor Qing saw that Li Chengza didn't open his mouth, he let out another cold cry. And, this time, it was even louder than it had been earlier. A moment later, Li Chengza arched his hand and said to Emperor Qing, Father, what Minister Guo said just now, there is indeed this reason. Guiyoji heard Li Chengza admit it, and in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief this time. He really didn't expect that His Second Highness would admit so decisively, and thought that he'd be able to weasel his way out of it for a few moments. This is great. Let's see how the Second Highness, later on, will end up. Guo Bakuan felt equally happy after hearing Li Chengza's words, and all he wanted was now that he has admitted it, His Majesty will never, easily, spare him. After all, words about partisanship are done privately, not openly. If not handled properly, it can become a pain in the ass. Emperor Qing was also completely surprised after hearing Li Chengza's answer, and when he was about to say something, he heard Li Chengza speak again. Father, my son has not finished speaking. Ha! Emperor Qing sneered and said, Fine, then I'd like to see what else you have to say. If what is said does not satisfy me, then wait to be punished. Chapter 49, The Nine Tribes Elimination Game. Li Chengza said unhurriedly, the things that Guo Shangshu said just now are indeed true, but not exactly right. The reason I punched Guo Bakuan was entirely in self-defense. What? Guiyoji asked with a puzzled expression. What the hell is self-defense? How he had never heard of it before.
Seeing Gui Yoji's puzzled face, Li Chengze immediately explained.
Self-defense means being forced to strike. That is to say, when I punched Guo Baokuan, I didn't take the initiative, but was forced to return the favor, so the fault isn't even mine.
Just after Li Chengze finished speaking,
Guo Baokuan,
who was still lying on the ground, immediately waved his hand and said,
"He is lying, Your Majesty.
The Second Highness is lying.
He's the one who started it.
At that time,
in the restaurant, when I met the second prince,
I had only just said and done nothing before he assaulted me.
There were a lot of people in the tavern at the time. They can all testify."
Gui Yoji also bowed his hand to Emperor Qing and said,
"Your Majesty, what my son said is true. This morning,
I made it a point to get a couple of witnesses who were there,
and they said exactly what my son just said. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, the witnesses are outside. Call them in and ask them."
Emperor Qing pondered for a moment before waving his hand to the eunuch beside him.
The eunuch understood and immediately spoke. "Call the witness." Soon, several young men, dressed in gorgeous clothes, came into the room one after another.
They all bowed their heads and immediately knelt on the ground when they walked next to Gui Yoji.
"Grasshopper, see Your Majesty." The eunuch beside Emperor Qing spoke again. "Several of you, tell the scene of that day's meal in the restaurant, one by one. Think it all out before you say it, and if you leave anything out, watch your respective heads." The crowd's neck shrank, and they said, "I went for a drink that day, and ordered the famous steamed fish, and I ate a large portion of it, and in the end, I couldn't eat it, so I put it on the table.
I was drinking like 4 taels of wine and eating.
I was there for dinner that day and then." The eunuch immediately waved his orchid hand and interrupted the crowd, saying, "What nonsense are you all talking?
I am asking you to say how the Second Highness and Guo Shangshu's son
fought that day."
The crowd then reacted and said successively.
At that time, Guo Shangshu's son was also eating inside the restaurant, and when he saw Second Highness, he hurried forward to greet him. Then the Second Highness, too, recognized Guo Shangshu's son, and the two of them joked and laughed a bit. As a result, for reasons unknown, the Second Highness just swooped in and attacked Guo Shangshu's son,
and even knocked him to the ground.
That's right. At that time, Guo Shangshu's son,
claiming to be one of His Highness the Crown Prince's men,
tried to get him to stop, but instead of stopping, the second hall fought more and more fiercely, shouting under his breath as he did so, "It is the prince's men who are being beaten." Then the Second Highness had enough of fighting and didn't even eat, just left. The eunuch pinched his orchid finger and said, "Is what you say true?" The crowd immediately knelt down and said, "What the grass people say is true in every word, and they dare not hide anything." The eunuch nodded, before looking toward Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qing looked at Li Chengze with a cold smile on his face. It's like saying, "Now what do you have to say?" Now inside the room, the two happiest people were Gui Yoji's father and son. After all, the current scene was very favorable to them. With the witnesses here, let's see how the Second Highness can still refute. Meanwhile, Li Chengze remained unperturbed, and after listening to the words of these people, he opened his mouth to ask, "Are you guys done? So now it's my turn to talk." Gui Yoji arched his hand and said, "Good. Then my humble servant will wash his ears and listen to what your Second Highness has to say." When Emperor Qing saw that at this point in time, Li Chengze was still very calm, he also began to feel some curiosity in his heart. Could it be that this guy, he still has some kind of card to play? Good. I'd like to see what else you can say. Li Chengze arched his hand toward Emperor Qing and said, "Father, what these witnesses said just now is indeed not false at all, but they only said half of it, and why not the other half?" "Oh," Emperor Qing immediately became interested, resting his chin on his elbow and leaning on the desk, making an appearance of watching a play. "Then I shall have to listen to the other half of the words." And Gui Yoji's heart immediately thumped after hearing Li Chengze's words. What? And the other half of the words? How he didn't know that there was something else to say. Li Chengze walked quickly to those witnesses and asked, "What you just said is indeed true, but why don't you just start from the beginning? What was I doing before Guo Baokuan met me?" Someone thought about it and said, "At that time, the Second Highness was fighting with the bystanders." Li Sung-taek added, "Then why did I fight with the bystanders?" Another person said, "I remember. At that time, when the Second Highness came in, he ordered a meal and sat at the table with 2 attendants and waited. Then, out of nowhere, several burly men appeared, saying that Second Highness had taken their reserved seats, and telling Second Highness to get lost. Naturally, his Second Highness was unwilling, and fought with those people." Gui Yoji's face began to look a bit ugly after hearing these words from the witnesses. These guys, when they asked yesterday, why didn't they say what they just said? Although he didn't know what was wrong with these things, something still felt wrong. Li Sung-taek nodded and said, "Very well, things are indeed as they should be." Guiyoji immediately retorted. Second Highness, do these things have anything to do with my son being beaten? Lee Sun-taek nodded and laughed. Of course I did. I've been to that restaurant many times before, and I know that their rules are very strict, and even at the busiest times, the fellows wouldn't be stupid enough to take me to a seat that someone else has already made a reservation for. So, those guys, they're clearly here to pick a fight, just looking for a chance to teach me a lesson. If that's the case, then I definitely won't be beside myself with my hands up. So naturally, I'm going to make the first move. When Li Qingze said this, he said to Guiyoji, Gui Shangshu, what do you think the punishment would be if you were instructed by a bystander to beat a prince in the street according to the law of the dynasty? Guiyoji said, this is a great offense of executing 9 clans. I think there is no one who is stupid enough to dare to do so. When Li Qingze heard Guiyoji's words, he immediately clapped his hands and said, Shangshu Gui is right. It is precisely the great offense of executing 9 clans. Immediately following that, he immediately reached out and pointed at Guo Baokuan. Those few people, they were instructed by your son, Minister Guo. Tell me what crime he has committed. Chapter 50, things are exposed, and the law punishes them severely. Emperor Cheng, who was originally sitting on the sidelines watching the show, did not show any expression on his face after hearing Li Qingze's words, but he was happy in his heart. This show is getting really interesting to watch. All the signs just now indicated that Lee Sungjak had sort of gained the upper hand, and he was already thinking about how he was going to punish his penis later on. As a result, the picture has now turned and there is this inside story. The officials of the court sent people to lay hands on the prince of the hall. This is really living out of patience awe. According to the law of the dynasty, it is indeed a great offense to execute 9 clans. Interesting, too interesting. At the same time, Guiyoji froze on the spot. He already felt a little uneasy just now, but now there is actually such a thing? He hurriedly looked towards Guo Baokuan, trying to find the result in the other party's eyes. However, Guo Baokuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Father, Second Highness is lying. It's not like that. Even if I were given the guts of heaven, I wouldn't dare to send someone to plot against the prince. Dad, you have to believe me. Really? Guiyoji looked at his son's appearance, not like a lie, but in his heart, he still felt a little uneasy. After all, at this moment, Lee Sungjak had shown a calm and collected appearance from the beginning to the end, and was not half afraid at all. If he's not strategizing, he's forcing it. However, no matter which outcome it was, Guiyoji did not dare to bet on it. After all, this is, which family's life is at stake? At this time, Li Chengze laughed and looked toward Guo Baokuan. Then he said, Guo Baokuan, do you think that if you give someone some silver, they will be able to sell their lives for you? A mere 10,000 taels of silver is nothing. When Guo Baokuan was about to retort, he suddenly froze instantly after hearing Li Qingze's words, because he just heard 10,000 taels of silver. It was at that time that he handed over to those people the amount of money. How did Li Sun-taek know? Could it be that those people had betrayed him and reversed to Li Sunjak's side? If that's true, it's a disaster. Thinking of this, Guo Baokuan's back had broken out into a cold sweat. Guiyoji had been staring at his son since a while ago. His every move was in his eyes. However, right after Li Qingze said 10,000 taels of silver, he realized that his son's expression was not quite right. From this, it could seem that what Li Sun-taek had said should be true. Guiyoji sucked in a mouthful of cool air, feeling that the lives of the whole family would be finished later. Seeing that Guo Baokuan stopped speaking, Li Qingze continued, Are you feeling surprised? Pleasantly surprised, right? You're not the only one who has witnesses. I do too. As he spoke, Li Sun-taek shouted to the door, Bring the people in. Guiyoji and Guo Baokuan, after hearing Li Qingze's words, looked towards the door. Even Emperor Qing, who was sitting in front of his desk, was similarly interested in the witnesses in Li Qingze's mouth. Soon, from the direction of the door, 5 figures walked in, one of which had a full beard and a grim expression. However, when Guo Baokuan saw this person, his face instantly changed drastically. He hadn't thought that the witnesses in Li Qingze's mouth were actually these people. When these 5 people walked into the room, they immediately knelt on the ground, all silent. When Li Qingze looked at Guo Baokuan, who was already completely confused, he laughed. How about it? Doesn't it look familiar? Then, he turned to the witnesses that Guiyoji had just looked for, and said, Several of you take a good look at the people who fought with me inside the restaurant at that time. Were they these people? The crowd looked toward the bearded man and the others. Then they nodded and said, Yes, 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 that's them. Yes, those are the ones. Li Sun-taek laughed, then said to the bearded man in front of him, Tell me everything you know. This is your only chance, otherwise no one can save you. The man with the beard reached out and touched
the 2 fingers on his left hand that had been broken. As if something horrible had come to his mind, he immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll definitely tell the truth." The others acted much the same way as the bearded man and began nodding their heads in agreement. However, at this moment, Wobakun was completely dumbfounded. He had just wondered for a moment if he was looking at the wrong person. How could the expert he had found at that time be so respectful to Li Qingze? Could it be that within the past 2 days, something had happened between these experts and Li Sunjak that he didn't know about? However, within Guobakuan's heart, he had already begun to calculate what to do next. Once these people tell the truth, it's really a capital offense to execute 9 clans. Thinking of this, he hurriedly looked toward his father, just in time to see Guiyoji's angry eyes, which scared him so much that he shrunk his head. At this time, Guiyoji had already vaguely felt that their family was going to be finished. Maybe, all of them will be killed by this rebellious son. Soon after, the man with the beard spoke. At that time, this Guogongzi gave us 10,000 taels of silver, saying that it was to teach the second highness a lesson. He also said that if we get this done right, he'll even recommend us to the crown prince and we'll be able to eat and drink in the future. We got carried away for a moment and then agreed to his request, ready to teach the second highness a lesson. But as soon as we opened our mouths, the second highness recognized us and beat us half to death. Guobakuan had a lifeless look on his face after hearing these words, because he knew that it was over. It was just that Guobakuan didn't understand why these people betrayed him and chose to help Li Qingze instead. Li Qingze, who was on the side, saw Guobakuan's expression and guessed what was in his heart. In fact, the only reason things are the way they are is because he has people. Guobakuan didn't realize that these people he was looking for, although they were very righteous and their martial arts skills were good, but the opponents they encountered were the Luo network, the dead soldiers. Especially in the Luo network, there were a number of people who were the best at forcing confessions and punishments, and after experiencing their tactics, it was worse than death. So, since this morning, Li Sungtaek already knew the reason. This time, Guobakuan not only did not because of this matter let him suffer punishment, on the contrary, to their own family, brought about the destruction of the disaster. At the same time, Emperor Qing had listened to the words of the bearded man and the others, and knew what had happened. He looked up to Guiyoji and said with a calm face, "Gui Aiqing, what do you think about this matter? How should it be resolved?" Guiyoji's heart was like ashes, and he kneeled down on the ground with no hope of ever being born. "Back to your majesty. This matter is all the fault of my son's incompetence in teaching him, and only then did such a big disaster occur. I implore your majesty, dispose of them according to the laws of the dynasty, and I have no complaints whatsoever." Seeing Guiyoji's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "Good. In that case, I will dispose of it according to the law of the court." Chapter 51, Death of a Man, Plagiarism of a Family. According to the law of the dynasty, those who attempt to murder the prince shall be punished by the execution of 9 clans. As soon as Emperor Qing's words fell, Guiyoji, who was kneeling on the ground, the heart that was hanging in the air just now, finally died. Since his majesty has said so, what will happen to him can be imagined. If I had known this would be the case, I would have asked carefully and seriously when I came over today. Meanwhile, Guobakuan, after hearing Emperor Qing's words, directly lay down on the door panel, his heart as if he was dead. This is completely ate up. However, when Emperor Qing said this, he turned his tone and said, "However, in view of the fact that Gui Aiqing has labored hard and has not committed any other crimes, and the prince has not suffered any harm, he is hereby punished lightly. Then instead of executing the 9 clans, let's plagiarize the family instead, and then remove Guiyoji's official position, relegate him to the status of a commoner, and imprison him in the heavenly dungeon to wait for his release. As for Guobakuan, the official position on his body is cancelled and he will never be employed." Afterward, Emperor Qing looked at Li Qingze, who was at the side, and asked, "Elder, do you have any opinion on the punishment I have made?" Li Qingze immediately arched his hand and said, "Back to father. My son has no opinion." "Very well." Emperor Qing turned his head to Guiyoji again. "Aiqing Guo, what about you?" Guiyoji bowed his head and said, "Herb has no opinion. The straw man thanks your majesty for not killing him." After Emperor Qing listened to Guiyoji's words, he then nodded and made a wink to the eunuch next to him. To the eunuch next to him, the eunuch instantly understood, and immediately spoke. "Someone come." With the eunuch's words, a dozen or so guards in armor came quickly from the door. Standing behind the crowd with tall men, the eunuch pointed to the witnesses Guiyoji had brought and said, "These people are ill-intentioned, trying to lie to murder the prince, and are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Pull them out and behead them." Those who were originally kneeling on the ground were all dumbfounded when they heard the eunuch's words. They just came over to be witnesses. how somehow they had to kill their heads. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. Your Majesty is unjust. We did not plot against the prince. Mercy, Your Majesty. Mercy. Why is this different from what was promised? I don't want to die. Your Majesty. The grasshopper is unjustly accused. The eunuch saw that the crowd begged for mercy and didn't respond at all, so he immediately waved his hand at the guards. Immediately following, the guards too together, on the begging for mercy of these people, all to pull out of the room door. From the beginning to the end, Goyoji did not dare to raise his head, as if he had not heard the pleas for mercy, because he knew that it was done on purpose by His Majesty. Now that things have happened, it is naturally far from enough to just plunge him into jail and lock him up. So, someone in the room had to die. Since he and his son won't die, it's the turn of these witnesses. As for the bearded man on the side, just now there was the second prince protecting them, that His Majesty wouldn't kill them. A few moments later, the pleas for mercy, which had been ringing outside the door, suddenly disappeared. Inside the entire room, a silence began to fall. In the end, it was Emperor Chang who spoke. Since the matter has been resolved, let's do it. Elder, it's been hard on you this time, and you even made a special trip over. Lee Sung-taek arched his hand and said, it's not hard, just a show of hands. Emperor Chang waved his hand and said, in that case, go away and don't get in the way of my reading. Soon, inside the entire imperial study, only Emperor Chang himself was left. Lin Wanner let out a soft sigh of relief after hearing Emperor Chang's words. Since Brother Sungjak was fine, she was relieved. It had really freaked her out just now. I don't know if now, Brother Sungjak has left the palace yet. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner immediately said to Emperor Ching, Uncle, since it's already fine, I'll take my leave first. I suddenly remembered that there's something else going on. When the Empress Dowager saw Lin Wanner like this, she naturally knew what was on her mind, so she nodded and said, good, then go ahead and get busy. If you can't get used to living in the Sangha, return to the palace. Lin Wanner nodded and said, got it grandma, then I'll leave first. After that, Lin Wanner walked out of the study with quick steps. However, when she left, Emperor Ching suddenly thought of something and asked the Empress Dowager, Mother, this little girl, when did she get involved with the second? The Empress Dowager's original benevolent appearance instantly became serious as she said in a cold voice, what are you asking for? Emperor Ching smiled, it's fine, I'm just asking. Since it's alright, then I will respectfully send Mother off. The Empress Dowager glanced at Emperor Ching and said nothing more, directly turning to leave. Emperor Ching reached out and stroked his chin after seeing the Empress Dowager leave, brooding in place. Just now, looking at Lin Wanner's appearance, it seemed like she was interested in Lao Er. At the thought, Emperor Ching shook his head, because regarding Lin Wanner's matter, he had originally made arrangements long ago, just waiting for that Danjo kid to come over. In that case, it's time to nip this thing in the bud. A moment later, Emperor Chang nodded. The oldest two are now adults too, and should indeed be concerned about his marriage. Other side, after Lee Sung-taek left the imperial study, he didn't go out of the palace directly, but waited at a location away from the palace gate. Soon, Jia Yan, who was dressed in an elegant tunic, lightly shook the white feathered fan in his hand and arrived in front of Li Qingze. My lord. Jia arched his hand toward Li Qingze. Li Qingze nodded and asked, how is it? Are they still well these days? Jia nodded. I've already seen them just now, hiding them well and not revealing their identities. As long as when the time comes, once the Lord gives the order, they will be able to take complete control of the entire palace in the shortest possible time. Lee Sung-taek said, very well, I think that this day, before long, will come. By the way, how's the prince's side? Jia said, already, as instructed, he has begun feeding the crown prince some medicines, and it is said that he is eating them happily. This is the kind of thing that hides for a longer period of time and is not harmful to the body for a short period of time. So, even the most skillful medical practitioner will not be able to check it easily. Li Qingze laughed. That's good. This recent period of time, just let the crown prince be happy first. When the time comes, let him be worse than dead. Since you chose to send someone to assassinate, you should be prepared for a counterattack from the other side if you fail. Jia Yan said, my lord, are we waiting for someone if we don't leave the palace now? Lee Sung-taek nodded. That's right, it's to wait for someone. Counting the hours, she should be coming out soon. Soon, Li Qingze saw Lin Wanner with her maid on the aisle not far away, and Lin Wanner immediately trotted over to him after she saw Li Qingze as well. Brother Sungjak. When Lin Wanner ran over, she laughed. Brother Qingze, you haven't left the palace yet. Lee Sung-taek said with a smile on his face. Yeah, I was waiting for you. Chapter 52, things turned upside down. Woe to the east?
Lin Wanner walked quickly to Li Qingzi's front, her face slightly red with a little fragrant sweat on it, and smiled at him. Brother Sung Jack, it's great that you're okay, you scared me just now. Li Sung-taek smiled. Isn't it alright now? Come on, let's get out of the palace first. Yes. Lin Wanner nodded happily. Afterward, Li Qingzi took Lin Wanner and walked in the direction of the outside of the palace. It was not long after Li Sung-taek left. Above the courtyard wall of the palace, a young man dressed in black suddenly appeared. His gaze was like a torch, and with an arrow pouch on his shoulder and a huge black bow in his hand, he looked around carefully. Immediately following, with a gloomy face, he said, "Strange, just now, I clearly found that an outsider had sneaked into the palace. How come he disappeared in a twinkling of an eye? And this person's martial arts cultivation isn't that high, but he's running quite fast." The young man pondered for a moment and said, "No, if we don't hurry to find this person, there's a good chance that something big will happen. When His Majesty blames us, we'll be in big trouble." As soon as the young man's words fell, his body leapt towards the front, and after jumping onto the other courtyard wall, he stepped on the eaves of the house and rushed forward. In the meantime, Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's bedroom. Li Chengqian is still the same as just now, is lying on the bed looking at the novel words, and now and then pick up the fruit, began to eat up. Soon, a young eunuch walked quickly from outside. "Your Highness, it's not good to talk about things in a big way." After hearing the eunuch's voice, Li Cheng's eyes instantly lit up and immediately threw down the words in his hands, full of joy. Why? Was Ergo punished? If Ergo is being punished, that should be a good thing. How can it be bad? Tell me quickly, how did father punish second brother this time? It's not supposed to cancel his throne, is it? Seeing that the young eunuch didn't say anything, Li Chengzi immediately spoke. Why don't you say something? You're in a hurry to kill this palace. Come on. The young eunuch smiled awkwardly and said, "Your Highness, just now, the slave girl's prying information learned that the end result of the punishment is a copy of the family. And it just killed several people. Plagiarized the family?" Li Chengqian's expression froze. Looking a bit incredulous, is father's punishment so harsh? It shouldn't be. Even if second brother made a more serious mistake, he shouldn't be copied out of the family. Isn't this a direct relegation of him to the status of a commoner? Strange, just plain strange. Seeing that the crown prince thought wrongly, the young eunuch immediately said, "Your Highness, it's not the second prince who was copied, but the Minister of Rights who was copied." What? Li Qing's eyes widened and he was directly stunned in place. The Minister of Rights was actually raided? That's not right. Isn't he the victim? If he was a victim, then why did Father Emperor Wei sentence him to a copy of the family? There's definitely something wrong here. Li Sung-taek spoke. What exactly is going on? You hasten to tell me the original cause of the matter, one by one, without any concealment. The young eunuch nodded his head in agreement and began to tell Li Chengqian all the things he had just learned. A few moments later, Li Chengzi frowned tightly and whispered with a speechless face, "This Guo Baokuan, can't it be that he's a little cutie? How dare he do such a thing? Plotting to kill a prince. According to the law of the dynasty, you will be executed by 9 clans. And, even if he was going to do it, he'd have to find a bunch of people he could count on. And look at the he's found. Furthermore, even if the plan fails, we still have to cut off the roots. We can't leave the other side with a handle. This is great. Let the other side find the evidence. And deserve to be plagiarized. How could this palace have such a bunch of pig teammates? Really, the reason why Li Qingzi was so angry was entirely because the things Guo Baokuan had done were simply too much. Instead of getting the desired result, the family was taken in. Fortunately, the father is open to grace. Not completely in accordance with the law to punish. Otherwise, then Guo Baokuan this time next year, there will be a mouthful of blessings. In fact, this matter is also blamed on Li Chengqian himself. He forgot to tell the second brother's recent information to Guo Baokuan, because he knew that right now, second brother's side was guarded by a very strong expert, and if an ordinary person went to assassinate it, it wouldn't work at all. After all, a few days ago, when the group of experts he had found went to assassinate Li Chengzi, not only were they all wiped out, but they were also discovered by the other party. This also led to Li Chengqian now dare not go out of the palace, think still inside the palace, safer. Now by Guo Baokuan so engaged, not only their own family, all to play in, even he will be affected. In case father thinks that the reason why Guo Baokuan is doing this is entirely at his own behest, then there will be trouble. After all, Guo Baokuan is just a palace compiler, and which has the guts to plot against the prince. Isn't that a curse? Thinking of this, Li Chengqian cursed a mouthful of expletives and immediately said to the young eunuch, "Quickly go to the Guanxin palace and find the eldest princess. and say that this palace has something important to discuss. Yes, 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 slave girl will go now.
The young eunuch nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
Subsequently, the more Li Changxian thought about it, the more angry he became,
and then looked to the side of the words of the book, but also did not even have a half interest. He grabbed the word book in front of him and threw it straight to the floor.
When the gas felt about right, Li Changxian waved his hand again and shouted, "Someone come, soon."
A courtesan with a clean look came from outside the room.
"Your Highness, what are your orders?"
Li Changxian pointed to the words on the ground and said,
"Pick up the stuff. This palace hasn't finished reading it yet." Guangxin Palace, the Great Hall.
Li Yunrui was sitting in front of the bed, holding a tea brush in his left hand and a porcelain bowl in his right hand.
He was gently making tea powder,
and in front of her,
stooping over, stood a female officer, mouthing something. A few moments later,
Li Yunrui held the porcelain bowl, a flirtatious smile on her face as she softly said, "So he had prepared for this.
No wonder he always looked emboldened when he entered the palace today. In that case, that Minister of Right's move is clearly asking for trouble, and there's no one to blame. Nope, if you really want to blame it, you can only blame Guobaokuan, this brainless guy."
Li Yunrui picked up the tea brush, stirred it so that the tea powder was evenly affected by the water, then rushed into the appropriate amount of hot water, and then quickly stirred it with the tea brush until the frothy gush,
and only then stopped the action in his hands.
She picked up a towel and wiped the fragrant sweat off her face and laughed.
No wonder the crown prince can't fight him now. This has gotten stronger recently.
The palace is really growing to like him.
Thinking of this,
Li Yunrui licked his thin red vermilion lips, and his eyes began to flutter.
Chapter 53, The Empress Dowager's Knock.
The young girl's decision. Just as Li Yunrui was sitting on the bed and pondering, a palace maid came from outside the palace in a panic.
"Princess, it's not good. The Empress Dowager is here."
When Li Yunrui heard the word Empress Dowager, he immediately came back to his senses and pointed at the tools in front of him,
saying, "Quickly, put these things away."
Afterwards, she got up from the bed and straightened her dress,
feeling that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Before she was ready to go out to meet them, by the time she had just stepped out of the hall, she saw the Empress Dowager with a group of palace maids, walking slowly towards this place.
After Li Yunrui saw the Empress Dowager, he immediately bent down and bowed, saying softly, "My son, I have met the Empress Mother."
She had grown up so much that she could be said to fear no one,
not even Emperor Qing, but the only thing she was very jealous of, to the point of fear, was her own mother. The Empress Dowager walked to Li Yunrui and said with a gloomy face, "Follow me in, I have something to say to you."
"Yes." Li Yunrui obediently nodded in agreement.
Soon,
Li Yunrui followed the Empress Dowager and came to one of the rooms inside the Grand Hall.
As the Empress Dowager sat on the chair next to her, she directly asked Li Yunrui, "Have you still been in contact with him recently?"
Li Yunrui folded his hands to his waist and stood in place obediently,
naturally knowing who the he in the Empress Dowager's mouth was.
Then he shook his head and said,
"No, I don't know. Mother, why do you ask about this?" The Empress Dowager's face remained gloomy,
and she said in a cold voice,
"Then do you know that yesterday, Lin Gong hindered Zaire, and went to help Wanner cure her illness?"
"What?" Li Yunrui froze for a moment, feeling that there was something not quite right about what he had just heard.
Lin Gong hindered Li Sungtaek and went to help Wanner's cure? And so on. When did Li Sungtaek know how to cure people? Also, when was it that he went to the Sangha to help Wanner with her illness? Once Li Yunrui reacted, he continued to shake his head. "Mother, I really don't know about this matter." The Empress Dowager sneered. "It's best not to know. In the beginning,
if you hadn't protected him with your own life, I would have had him killed long ago, and wouldn't have let him live for so long.
After all these years, I personally raised Wanner in the palace, not letting him see Wanner once, nor in the court, setting up any obstacles for him. If it weren't for Wanner's serious condition recently, I wouldn't have let him return to live in the Sangha. Now what?
When Zaire was helping Wanner with her treatment,
they, the people of the Lin house, actually dared to block it. I don't care if it was unintentional or not, if it's because of them that Wanner's body is half-assed.
I'll kill all of them in the Lin mansion, even if he's the head of the 100 officials.
Remember, I'm not kidding."
Li Yunrui hurriedly nodded his head,
saying, "Mother, my son knows."
"Humph." The Empress Dowager snorted coldly and said, "Take care of yourself."
After that, he directly stood up and walked towards the outside of the hall. "My son, respectfully send off Mother," Li Yunrui spoke. After Li Yunrui sent the Empress Dowager away, she returned to the previous hall and continued to sit on the bed and began to meditate. She hadn't realized that it had happened in the past 2 days. Moreover, what made her think even less was that this brat, Li Chengze, actually knew medical skills. If Li Qingze was really sure that he could cure Wan Er's illness, it would be great. Just then, a young eunuch came from outside the hall and paid his respects to Li Yunrui. Greetings, eldest princess. His Highness is invited, saying he has important matters to discuss. Li Yunrui knew that the crown prince had asked her to go over. It must be for the matter of punishing the Minister of Rights just now. Only, she didn't want to. Now, continue to help the prince. Li Yunrui waved his hand and said, "You go back and tell the crown prince that this palace is not feeling well today and will go over again in a few days." The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "Yes, then the slave girl will leave now." Li Yunrui, on the other hand, after watching the young eunuch leave, had a hint of a meaningful smile on his face. Outside the palace, Li Qingze was sitting inside the carriage and was having a great conversation with Lin Waner. Lin Waner was very happy at the moment, especially when she sat next to Li Changze. Her heart was beating very fast. She had never felt this way before. "Sister Waner, your complexion today is better than yesterday," Li Qingze said. Lin Waner nodded and said, "Yes it is. I'm feeling very good today. It's been a whole day and I haven't even coughed." "Thank you brother Sunjak." Li Sungtaek smiled. "What are you thanking for? This is all what I should do." "Right." From within his arms, Li Qingze pulled out an exquisitely crafted scented bag and placed it in Lin Waner's hand. "I was on the street yesterday, and I picked it out for a long time before I got it, and it feels like it goes well with you." Lin Waner's face was delighted as she turned over the scented capsule in her hand and said in surprise, "What a beautiful scented capsule. Well, tastes and smells great too." Li Qingze nodded his head and said, "Inside this scented bag, there are some medicines stored that are very helpful for your malady. You'll definitely get better faster if you keep it with you from now on." Lin Waner put the scented capsule away and said with a joyful face, "Brother Qingze, this is the best gift I've ever received." "Yet, brother Sunjak, you're so nice." Li Qingze smiled. "When your condition improves in a few days, I'll secretly take you out of the city to play. It's rumored that the flower fair is about to begin in some areas, and it's sure to be a very busy time." "Yes, yes." Lin Waner nodded excitedly. Her greatest wish in this life was that one day she could leave this Kyoto, which was like a walled city, and go out into the world. And, Lin Waner secretly looked to the side and saw Li Changze's handsome mortal side face. Her heart beat faster. Moreover, if she could go and play with brother Sung Sane, then she already had no regrets in this life. Soon the carriage gradually came to a halt. "My lord, we're here." Jia reached out and lifted the curtain to Li Qingze. Li Qingze looked at Lin Waner on the side. "Sister Waner, we've already arrived at the royal residence, so I'll go back first. Wait for a couple days, and I'll look for you at the Sungha." Lin Waner nodded and said, "Fine, then I'll wait for you in the mansion." Li Qingze waved his hand and smiled. "Then it's a deal. It's a deal." Afterward, Li Qingze stepped off the carriage and walked towards the inside of the royal residence. Lin Waner opened the curtains and looked at Li Changze's departing back until it completely disappeared. She looked down at the scented pouch in her hand, an excited smile on her face. "If I could stay by Sungjake's side for the rest of my life, how wonderful it would be." When she thought of this, Lin Waner's heart, she had already made a decision. A few moments later, the carriage started walking again, towards the front. Quickly. Chapter 54, Shingon Great Achievement. Signing points refreshed once again. A few days later, as usual, Li Sungtaek locked himself in his room to cultivate after having breakfast. As he practiced day and night, that nine-yang divine power was on the verge of becoming a great success, and he could clearly feel that the internal energy in his body was growing in a steady stream. Not only that, but Li Sungtaek also realized that the body had changed a bit from how it was before. To be precise, as his martial arts improved, the internal energy in his body continued to grow without being released, and his body began to ache vaguely. So, that's a lot of trouble. By that time, not only would they only be able to accumulate the internal energy of the nine suns, but not be able to fully exert and utilize it. Their internal energy would not continue to grow, and they could easily die of excessive chi leakage after a strenuous battle. Suffice it to say, if it can't be fixed, it's going to be a pain in the ass back there. After all, Li Sungtaek had previously learned about the nine-yang divine power, and at the final critical moment of practicing it, something strange would happen to his body, and his whole body would be dry and hot and burn itself, and it would be strangely itchy and intolerable. One must survive such suffering, or else one's work is easily undone. At this time, it is necessary to get the help of others. To open the whole body, hundreds of acupuncture points, breaking through the whole body dozens of metaphysical passages, in order to completely cultivate the great success. By then, the abnormality in the body would cease, and the internal energy would endlessly circulate and generate itself to the point of unending life. Li Qingze had been in the movie and television before,
and he seemed to remember that when Zhang Wuji was practicing this gongfu, it was in the Qiankuan Ichi bag of the monk of the cloth bag that he had received a miraculous encounter, and this was how he had completely integrated into this gongfu.
Soon, Li Qingze no longer continued to cultivate, but instead asked Jia Yan, who was outside the door, to come over and come discuss the matter. Jia was well informed, not only as a literary strategist, but also as a martial arts expert in his own right, whose realm was at the point of the 7th rank. Therefore, he immediately thought of a way to personally help Li Qingze open his acupoints. In this way, after several hours of operation, Jia finally opened all the acupoints. Phew! On the bed, Jia exhaled a deep, cloudy breath, his face and body covered in sweat. He spoke to Li Qingze. My lord, all the acupuncture points on your body have been opened. There should be no more unusual changes in your body. As for Li Qingze, as early as just now, he had already felt that the acupoints on his body had been completely opened. The entire person, instantly, felt especially relaxed, and even the internal energy in his body was being born in a steady stream. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, his current martial arts realm should have already reached around the 8th rank. In this way, even if they encountered a 9th grade expert, they would still be invincible. Li Qingze then opened the system page. Host, Li Sungtaek. Age, 19. Realm, 8th grade. Charm, 100. Weapons, none. Techniques, 9 Suns Divine Power. Heavenly Mountain Plum Breaking Hands. Guards, Xiang Yu, Li Tsuan Xiao. Schemer, Jia Yan. Forces, Rohan 295. Dead soldiers. Li Qingze saw that on the attribute page. His martial arts realm, indeed, had reached the 8th grade. From this, it wouldn't be long before he could step into the realm of the 9th grade. When the time comes, that's when he can fight back completely. However, Li Qingze seemed to have discovered something and immediately looked on the system page. Strange. Before, that Luo net, the dead man, was all 300. How come it's now 295? What about the remaining 5? Li Sungtaek pondered for a moment and said, it can't be, they've already been killed. Most likely. Thinking of this, Li Qingze asked Jia Yan in front of him, have you received any news lately? Of the martyrdom of the Luo net, the dead soldiers? At this moment, Jia Yan, who was holding a towel and wiping the sweat from his face, immediately shook his head after hearing Li Qingze's words and said, no, what? Has someone already failed to lurk? Li Sungtaek nodded, it's very likely, and I have a hunch that someone might have failed. That's fine, you go right back to rest now and then send someone to investigate and see if the situation is true. Jia Yan immediately arched his hand and said, yes, I'll get right on it. Li Qingze added, go and have someone investigate first. Don't act rashly and wait until after reporting back to me. No matter who it is, if they dare to kill our people, then they can never rest easily. These Luo net, dead men, although their cultivation levels varied, were all elites in all walks of life. Therefore, Li Sungtaek valued them very highly. Moreover, he was likewise curious as to what kind of person was it that was able to recognize the Luo net, dead man and successfully kill it. When Jia had left, Li Sungtaek sat on his bed in deep thought. Just then, in Li Qingze's mind, once again, the sound of the system reward rang out. The next check-in location is in the backyard of the Sangha. Please prepare yourself in time. Check-in locations, refreshed again? Li Qingze's heart rejoiced once again after hearing the system's voice. He hadn't heard about the refresh location for almost 3 days, and wondered if there was a problem with the system. However, this time, the refreshing location was actually the backyard of the Sangha. That's a coincidence. Originally, he had prepared that he was going to go to the Sangha today to review Lin Wanner's medical treatment. I just wonder, what will be the reward for this one? Thinking of this, Li Qingze changed into a brand new robe, and slightly straightened his grooming and hairstyle before walking out of the room. Soon, Li Qingze walked towards the Sangha. Meanwhile, the backyard of the Sangha. Lin Wanner was wearing a brand new dress, her face was painted with exquisite makeup, and her hair was decorated with gold and silver accessories, making her even more beautiful than usual. She leaned against the windowsill and looked up at the sky not far away, a faint smile on her face. At this time, the maid walked up to Lin Wanner and said, Miss, are you waiting for someone again? He's not coming today. Lin Wanner shook her head and said, it won't be. Brother Qingze will definitely come today. I have this hunch yet. The maid laughed. Miss, you said the same thing yesterday yo. Lin Wanner lightly hummed. That's not the same. Today, Brother Sung Jack will definitely come. Seeing that the young lady was very persistent, the maid did not say anything more, and stood beside her obediently, looking outward with her, and, now and then, talking and laughing. However, just as the two of them were talking and laughing, suddenly, right from the direction of the front yard, there came a pig-killing scream. Lin Wanner immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the front yard, asking, "What's going on? Who made such a miserable noise?" Chapter 55, Lin Gong, why am I always the one who gets hurt? Chun Yun, who is this person making a miserable noise? Lin Wanner asked the maid next to her. Chun Yun shook her head and said, I don't know yet. When I came over just now, I didn't find anything. That would be strange then. Lin Wanner pondered for a moment and said, Let's go over and take a look. Okay. Chun Yun nodded in agreement. Immediately following, Lin Wanner took her maid and walked towards the front yard after leaving from inside the room. A little before, Xiangfu, front yard. After a few days of recuperation, the injuries on Lin Gong's body had almost healed, and even his complexion had returned to its usual appearance. It was a nice sunny day, so he was out in the front yard basking in the sun, as usual. Just as he was eating fruits and resting on a rattan chair, a figure appeared in front of him. A middle-aged man with a 3-inch beard walked over with a gloomy face. When Lin Gong saw the visitor, he immediately stood up from the rattan chair and nodded respectfully. Father Sama. The visitor was none other than Lin Gong's father, the chancellor of the dynasty, Lin Ruofu. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Lin Gong with an expressionless face and said in a cold voice, In your eyes, do you still have me as a father? Lin Gong trembled and hurriedly said, Lord Father, what do you mean by this? Is it hard to believe that the child has something to annoy you again? And please tell me. Father Sama. Lin Ruofu looked toward the maids next to him and said in a cold voice, You guys go down first. Yes. The maids nodded their heads in agreement and bowed towards Lin Ruofu. Then they retreated. Only after the maids all left did Lin Ruofu look over at Lin Gong and said, A few days ago, did the Second Highness come to the mansion and help Wanner cure her illness? When Lin Gong heard this, his heart thumped and he nodded, saying, Yes. I don't know why you, Father Sama, are asking about this. At the time before, he had not informed his father of this matter. After all, it's not a glamorous thing to do. I didn't think my father would know, so how can I now? Lin Ruofu grunted coldly again. Then the injuries on your body were also inflicted by the Second Highness at that time? Lin Gong nodded. That's right, but things are actually. Lin Ruofu waved his hand, cutting Lin Gong's words off, and said on the spot, Let me ask you, at that time, when Second Highness came over, why did you stop him? Do you realize that doing this may bring death to our family? Lin Gong froze for a moment. Then he exclaimed, Father, are you not alarmist some? How can it be so serious? Isn't it just offending the second prince? How does he have the right to decide whether our family lives or dies? Moreover, Mr. Father is still the head of the 100 officials, which can be said to be under one person and 10,000 people. Ouch! Before Lin Gong could finish his words, his body was lashed by a cane and he let out a painful scream. Then, he saw that in his father Sama's hand, at some point, there was actually an extra cane. Immediately after that, Lin Ruofu threw up the rattan cane in his hand again and viciously swiped at Lin Gong's body. Gu! Father Sama, don't hit! Ouch. However, when Lin Ruofu saw Lin Gong beg for mercy, instead of stopping, he continued to whip. I'll beat you to death today. You, unseemly, unaware of the heights of heaven. Do you think that just because you're the son of a chancellor, you're not afraid of the sky or the earth? For your information, there's His Majesty up there, and the Empress Dowager behind you. So what are you? Moreover, as an elder brother, instead of not trying to find a way to cure your little sister's illness, you delayed someone else's treatment because of some personal matters. If anything happens to your little sister, you're a murderer, and 100 deaths won't be enough. Lin Ruofu felt relieved of a bit of anger after pumping the cane a few times before stopping his hands, and at this moment, Lin Gong's arms and chest were all covered with marks from being hit by the rattan. He had no choice but to endure the pain at the moment, despite his heart's resentment. At this time, Lin Ruofu threw the rattan down and said to Lin Gong then, Yesterday the word came from the palace. The Empress Dowager knew about this matter and acted very angry, scolding the eldest princess on the spot. For so many years, the Empress Dowager never let Wanner get close to us. Her heart was already very dissatisfied, and now you've made such a mess. Really, this is the first time, and likewise the last time. Do you hear me? Lin Gong hastily nodded in agreement and said, I understand, Father Sama, I really do. This time, he could really understand why his father was so angry. It turned out that the Empress Dowager knew about it. Well, then he didn't get beat up unfairly this time. Lin Ruofu took a few deep breaths before adding, In the future, when you do something, you have to think more with your head and try to think long term.
Don't do anything but focus on the smallest thing in front of you and lose the great opportunity behind you. Lin Gong rubbed the marks on his arm and nodded.
Understood, Father Sama. Just then, a guard came from the direction of the gate. Master, there is someone outside the door seeking an audience. Who is it? Lin Ruofu asked. The guards returned. It's the Second Highness. HM? Lin Ruofu's eyes lit up and waved his hand. Then why are you still waiting? Hurry up and invite him over. Yes. The guards immediately turned around and left. After Lin Ruofu straightened his clothes, he said to Lin Gong, when you meet the Second Highness later, watch what you say. If you talk any more nonsense, see what I'll do to you later. Got it. Lin Gong put his sleeves down to cover the wounds on his body. Soon, a handsome and extraordinary youth, led by the guards, walked slowly from the direction of the gate. Aya, so it's the second hall coming down. Lin Ruofu arched his hand towards Li Qingze and said, you didn't say a word in advance, so that my humble servant can go and pick you up. When Li Qingze saw Lin Ruofu, he followed suit and arched his hand. So Prime Minister Lin is in the mansion, then it's a real coincidence that I've come this time. As he spoke, he then looked at Lin Gong next to him, and realized that he was only bowing his head and did not say more than half a word. Li Qingze was a little skeptical in his heart, not knowing what kind of madness he was, again, but as a result, when he saw the wound on his chest, he vaguely guessed one or two. Second Highness, you've come today. I wonder what you're here for, Lin Ruofu asked. Li Sungtaek said, actually, I came here this time because, at this moment, Lin Wanner came from the direction of the inner courtyard, and her face instantly lit up when she saw Li Qingze. She knew that brother Sungjak would, for sure, come today. Afterward, Lin Wanner turned toward Li Qingze, waved her hand, and shouted, Brother Qingze, Chapter 56 The Treasure Book of Medicine. After seeing Li Qingze, Lin Wanner quickly walked towards him and laughed very happily. Brother Sungjak, you're here. I knew you'd come. Li Sungtaek also nodded and smiled. Today is the day, so I came over to take a look. How is it? After these few days of conditioning, is your body any better? Lin Wanner nodded heavily and said, it's gotten a lot better. Not only do you look better, but even your appetite is stronger than before. Saying this, Lin Wanner smiled again. Thank you, Brother Changze. Li Sungtaek waved his hand and said, you're welcome, this is all what I should do. However, while Lin Wanner and Li Qingze were exchanging words, Lin Ruofu and Lin Gong, who were on the side, looked extremely embarrassed, especially Lin Gong, who was already displeased with Li Qingze, but now he was joking with his little sister in front of them. It was simply too much. If it wasn't for the fact that his father Sama had just said not to start a conflict with the other party, he would have gone up and cursed away. However, Lin Ruofu also began to feel some curiosity in his heart when he saw this scene. His own daughter, when exactly, was she so close to the second prince? Moreover, Wanner's eyes when she was looking at the second prince were not so innocent, but instead had a hint of tenderness and adoration. It couldn't be that Wanner, in her heart, already liked the second prince. If that's the case, then things could get a little dicey. When he thought of this, Lin Ruofu coughed gently. Lin Wanner, who was originally smiling, reacted only after hearing the voice. She had almost forgotten that there was someone else next to her. Lin Wanner turned to Lin Ruofu and Lin Gong and smiled. Greetings, Father Sama. Greetings, second brother. Lin Ruofu waved his hand and smiled. We're all family. There's no need to be polite. However, Wanner, your recent complexion is indeed much better than before. It seems that the second highness's medical skills are, indeed, very skillful. Li Sungtaek immediately replied back. Nowhere. It's just a small carving skill. Not at all. Brother Qingze's medical skills are amazing, Lin Wanner said. Lin Ruofu glanced at Lin Wanner, nodded, and said, since your second highness is here for a follow-up, then I won't bother you. In the morning, my humble servant will certainly prepare a generous gift and come to the door to thank you. Li Qingze nodded to Lin Ruofu and said, then you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll go ahead and review Sister Wanner's diagnosis. Afterward, Li Qingze took Lin Wanner and walked towards the backyard of the Xiangfu. When they left, Lin Ruofu pondered for a moment and didn't say anything more. Instead, it was Lin Gong, who was on the side, who skimmed his lips and said disdainfully, Lord Father, look at the way he looked just now. Wasn't it annoying? I wish I could go up and punch him in the face. Lin Ruofu sighed helplessly and said, alright, I've told you to exercise some restraint. Why don't you listen? That is your little sister after all. The second prince's move is also to try to cure her. You should thank him for that. Plus, if you could beat them, would you have been beaten up so badly last time? Lin Gong was disliked, but still somewhat unconvinced. That was an accident last time. Lin Ruofu looked at him like a little cutie,
As he looked at Lin Gong, he stopped taking care of him and directly threw up his sleeves and walked towards the outside of the mansion.
He's got other things on his mind right now, so he'll just leave the idiot son alone for now. Meanwhile, Li Chengze, together with Lin Wanner,
was walking in the backyard.
At this moment, Lin Wanner was very happy. Even if she didn't speak, there was still a cheerful smile on her face, which was completely different from when she met her a few days ago. When Li Chengze was walking, he would also, from time to time, just talk about some interesting topics, and Lin Wanner became even happier when she heard it. Just as they hadn't left for a while, in Li Sungjak's mind, the system's voice once again resounded. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Here comes the reward. Li Sungtak instantly returned. Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward Medicine Treasure Book.
Upper volume. The first volume of the Canon of Medicine, the sacred text of medicine,
encompassing all the diseases and illnesses that exist in the world, with recorded remedies.
The Book of Medicine? It's only half a volume? After hearing the system's reward, Li Chengze Li Kai stopped in place and began to close his eyes to check the reward he had just received. Soon, in his mind, a thick, huge book appeared with the words Medicine Treasure Dictionary upper volume written in large letters. By the time the consciousness was tapped on that book, the contents of it began to unfold in its entirety. It was only at this time that Li Sungtak suddenly realized why the reward this time was only half a volume. There are not only internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, but also acupuncture and detoxification. The knowledge contained in these chapters alone is too much. He had just casually glanced at it, and realized that the knowledge in it not only contained Chinese medicine, but even Western medicine was covered. Not only that, it also clearly records how to develop some medicines, carry out large-scale surgeries and so on, which can be said to be very detailed. Even people who have never been exposed to medicine before can still become a good doctor if they follow the steps on this. It could be said that as long as he possessed this half of the medical book, he would be able to find a cure for any disease that appeared in the world. Thinking of this, Li Chengze immediately checked the medical treasure book, wanting to find from it a cure for consumption. Soon, he was in the medical books, and found the cure for consumption, which was described in great detail. With this method, then Lin Wan'er would be completely cured in less than half a month and would never have to endure the pain of coughing again. At that moment, Lin Wan'er, who was walking on the aisle, stopped after seeing Li Chengze stop. Originally, she thought that when Brother Sungjake stopped, he was preparing to say something about something, but she realized that it was not the case. After waiting for a few moments, Lin Wan'er was really a bit curious, so she opened her mouth and asked, "Brother Changze, are you alright?" It was only after hearing Lin Wan'er's words that Li Chengze came back to his senses and said, "It's fine. I just had a sudden thought, a cure for the disease in you. In less than half a month, I will be able to cure the disease in you, completely." Lin Wan'er was surprised. Really? Of it? It would be really great if the disease in her body could really be completely cured. After all, she couldn't even dream of such a thing. Li Sungtak laughed. "What's the point of lying to you? Come on, I'll double check you." "Aha, I'll listen to Brother Chengze." Lin Wan'er narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled at Li Chengze, and Li Chengze reached out and touched Lin Wan'er's little head, and led her forward. Chapter 57, The Nerdy and Fun-Loving Teenager Who is a Vegetarian. Boudoir. Li Chengze reached out and touched Lin Wan'er's pulse, and after a few moments of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Well, you've been recovering pretty well lately, so you can just eat normally every day from now on." Li Chengze withdrew his hand from taking the pulse and added, "When I come over tomorrow, I'll get you some more medicine." Originally, when he came over this time, he brought drugs with him, only, at that time, they did not know how to treat consumption, but just followed the medicine prescribed in the original. Now that he already knew how to go about curing the disease after he had the medical treasure book, he naturally couldn't let Lin Wan'er take those less effective medicines anymore. However, Lin Wan'er's heart became even happier when she heard that Li Changze would have to come back tomorrow to say it. With that, after the review was over, the two sat down and started talking and laughing. It wasn't until several hours later that Li Sungtak felt that it was about time, so he found an excuse to leave. Other side, Fan Ruoruo was walking down the street with a package, and behind her, Versace followed with a lifeless look on his face, his little mouth still muttering. After a few moments, Fan Ruoruo couldn't stand it anymore, so she stopped where she was, turned to look at the teenager behind her, and angrily rebuked, "Versace, you're not finished. I asked you to come over with me to drop something off, and your mouth hasn't stopped mumbling about anything since you left the house. Doesn't it even bother you?" Versace bristled and said, "I didn't want to come in the first place, but you made me come instead." Fan Ruoruo grunted coldly, If it wasn't for you before, would that second highness clothes have gotten dirty? Since it's all because of you,
it's only natural to come over and apologize to second highness personally.
Versace muttered. You're still saying that. If it wasn't for you chasing me at that time, I wouldn't have been able to run. If I hadn't run,
then surely I wouldn't have crashed into second highness.
So in the final analysis, it's still your fault. Good. Fan Ruoruo nodded her head and said 3 good words in a row.
And when she saw a thumb-sized branch on the ground, she picked it up, and also flung it violently in midair a few times.
However, when Fan Xizha saw this,
his face suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly walked forward to hold Fan Ruoruo's hands.
My dear sister, what are you doing? I was just kidding you. How could I possibly have a complaint? Ha, you don't want to get angry or it won't be pretty yet. Seeing Fan Ruoruo's playfulness, she stopped bothering with him and reached out to throw the branch away. Then, raising his hand to Versace's forehead, he flicked it heavily. Count your blessings. Let's go. We'll be there soon. Versace reached up and rubbed his forehead, not daring to say anything more despite the anger in his heart. After all, he was sort of completely clueless about this sister. Soon, Fan Ruoruo brought Fan Xizha to the location of the royal residence. Fan Ruoruo stopped and looked at the mansion in front of him before saying to Fan Xizha, Go on, go over and call the door. Oh well. Versace bristled and strutted to the front door. Bang, bang, bang. Versace knocked heavily on the door and shouted, Anyone? Immediately following,
the door was opened and a middle-aged man walked out from inside. He wore a green Taoist robe and held a white feather fan as he opened his mouth and asked, Who are you? Why are you calling the door here? Fan Xizha glanced at the middle-aged man and said with some impatience, Quickly go and report to your master, and say that there is a guest visiting? Jia lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and laughed. You're a guest? And dare I ask, which guest are you? Fan Xizha waved his hand and said, What do you care about this for? If you are told to go in and report, just go over obediently. Where is all this nonsense?
Jia Dang said in disbelief. Since you won't say where you came from, then I definitely won't give you the report.
As he spoke, Jia just raised his hand and closed the door.
Ha!
This one straight up screwed Versace.
What's the situation? Are all janitors so rude now? So angry? When Fan Xizha used to be in the mansion, those underlings, each as long as they saw him, were nodding their heads, which had been so rude to him. So now Versace, as if he had suffered a great insult, raised his hand again and knocked on the door of the room. Open the door! Open the door! With a creak, the door opened again, revealing Jia holding a white feather fan. Why haven't you left yet, you brat? When Fan Xizha saw Jia appear, he immediately opened his mouth and cursed. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you turn me away? Believe it or not, one word from me and I'll beat you half to death. Jia shook his head and laughed. I don't believe it. Hey! Versace shouted as he reached up and rolled up his cuffs. If you don't believe me, then do you know who my father is? Jia said. If you don't know, you can go back and ask your mother. She should know who your father is. Asterisk. Hearing this, Versace couldn't hold back any longer and raised his hand toward Jia. As a result, Jia's body flicked, and Versace's fist, crookedly, hit the iron door. Hiss. Hurts. Versace rubbed his fist, tears coming to his eyes from the pain. However, Jia looked at this dopey teenager in front of him and smiled without saying a word. He also didn't expect that he would meet such an interesting person today. Versace was already angry, and now after his hand was red, he became even angrier. You unknowing underling, how dare you hide? I'm totally pissed off. As he spoke, Versace swung his fist and charged towards Jia, only he hit a few times, not even touching the corner of Jia's coat, and still had to keep going. Meanwhile, Fan Ruoruo, who was standing not far away, looked at the scene at the doorway and a big question mark flashed in her mind. What's going on? Didn't I just tell him to knock on the door? Why did he start a fight? Fan Ruoruo thought to herself that her brother must have gotten into trouble again, so she was ready to go over and teach him a lesson. Miss Wakey? Fan Ruoruo was just about to take a step when she heard a familiar voice from behind her and immediately looked up. Then, she saw a handsome and extraordinary face, looking at her with a smile. Second Highness, why are you outside? Fan Ruoruo smiled back. Lee Sung-taek said, I had something to do just now, so I went out for a stroll. Why are you here? Are you looking for someone? Fan Ruoruo nodded and immediately took the package in her hand and handed it to Li Qingze. These are your clothes. They've been washed and dried for you, so I brought them over to return them to you. So that's how it is. Li Qingze took the parcel and laughed. No need to be so troublesome. You can just find an underling to send it over. It's not necessary to make a trip in person. Fan Ruoruo hurriedly shook her head and said, No way.
How can you let an underling deliver something so valuable? And I'd like to. Just then, from the location of the entrance of the royal palace, came the miserable screams of Fan Seizha. Chapter 58 Angry Fan Ruorua. A little before, Versace's battle with Jia had gradually turned from what had started as a verbal argument to one of force. After all, Versace had been raised to be a man of honor, and had never met, yet, an underling who dared to defy him. Especially, just now, when he was preparing to hit Jia, instead of knocking down, he even made his hand red. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. Well, what a backlash! You're just an underling. How dare you hit me with your hands? Hearing this, Jia Yan immediately waved his hand and said, "Hey, little guy, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be spoken indiscriminately. Who hit you with their hands? Why are you turning black and white upside down? Obviously you did it yourself and didn't find the right spot. How can you blame me?" "Humph," Versace said arrogantly. "I'll turn black and white upside down. So what? You're just an underling. What gives you the right to treat me like that?" Jia lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and said in disbelief, "What's wrong with the subordinates? And the underlings are at your mercy?" "That's right." As soon as Versace's words left his mouth, he clenched his fist vigorously and attacked towards Jia once again. However, he himself didn't know martial arts, and the moves he used when hitting people were those used by children. So naturally he couldn't hurt Jia in the slightest. Soon, Jia's dodging from side to side wore Versace down. I'm pissed. Versace saw how to swing his fist. Not to mention hitting someone, even the corner of the other party's clothes, could not even touch. In a fit of irritation, he went straight for a head-on collision, ready to crash into Jia. As a result, Jia's body gently dodged to the side, and Versace's head then directly hit the stone pillar next to him. Bang! Versace only felt dizzy and bleary-eyed, and his eyes were tearing up from the pain. He reached up and touched it to the top of his head and realized it had swollen up. This time, Versace quit and just sat on the ground and spilled his guts. Ow! Fan Ruoro, who was originally talking to Li Chengza, hurriedly turned around to look after hearing the screams. Then, Versace was seen, sitting on the ground and rolling around, looking like a scoundrel. When Fan Ruoro saw this, her small face instantly turned red. On her side, she had just been talking to Li Suntake, but as a result, her brother ran to someone's front door and threw himself around. So how would people look at her? No matter what, their Fan family is a prestigious family. How did they come out with such a thing? It's all about to disgrace her, to her face. At the same time, Li Suntake also looked towards the main entrance and spotted Versace on the ground, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. What's going on here? Fan Ruoro smiled faintly at Li Chengza and said, "Second Highness, I will go over and take a look first." Without waiting for Li Chengza to reply, Fan Ruoro quickly walked forward to Fan Seizha's face and gritted her teeth and growled lowly, "Versace, what are you up to again?" Fan Seizha, who was originally spilling his guts, seemed to have found a backer when he saw his sister come over, and immediately stood up, pointing at Jia Yan, who was next to him. "Sister, that's him. He just punched me and cursed me." With that, he pointed to the big bag on his head and said, "Look, sister, the big bag on my head. He hit it. Quickly, have father call someone and punish him severely." Fan Ruoro frowned tightly as she looked at the Versace in front of her, somewhat in disbelief of what was happening in front of her. At this time, Li Suntake also came from the side and asked, "What's going on here?" Jia walked up to Li Chengza and arched his hand. "Your Highness." Li Chengza nodded his head and said, What happened just now?" Jia said, "Your Highness, the thing is this. Just now this teenager came over and knocked on the door and asked you to come out to greet him, saying he was a guest you had invited. When I asked him where he came from, instead of telling me, he insulted me and finally even tried to make a move. Only, he missed me and hit the wall himself, which is what just happened." Li Chengza nodded thoughtfully and said, "So that's what happened." As for Fan Ruorua beside her, after hearing Jia Dang's words, her face immediately became gloomy, staring carefully at the Fan Seizhu in front of her. "What people just said, is it true?" After a moment's hesitation, Versace said, "So what if it is? He's an underling. Shouldn't I scold him a few times? Who told him to duck just now? Or else my head wouldn't have swelled up." Hiss. Pain. Before Versace could finish his sentence, his ear was pinched, and the force was particularly strong, causing him to grimace in pain, only to see Fan Ruoro pinching Fan Seizha's ear and saying with a gloomy face, "Good, now you've all learned to turn black and white upside down. If I don't discipline you, you're going to turn against the world in the future." The only reason she was so angry was because Versace had started to lie. And that was something that would have to happen in the future if she didn't discipline him properly. Versace's ears ate the pain and immediately begged for mercy. Sister, spare your life. I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong this time. I won't dare next time. Really? After Fan Ruoro released her hand, she immediately said to Li Chengze, Second Highness, I'm sorry to bother you today. I'll apologize later when I'm free. Li Chengze nodded and said, Yes, you can come whenever you want to in the future. Fan Ruoro smiled at Li Chengze and turned directly away, not bothering Fan Xizha either. However, when Versace saw this, he knew that his sister must be angry and hurried after her. Sister, wait for me. I really know it's wrong. Don't ignore me. Only after this Fan sibling had left did Li Chengze ask Jia Yan, Manhwa, how was it? How was the rest? Jia Yan returned. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have recovered almost as much as I could. And I've sent someone to check it out. So I'm sure word will come back before tonight. Li Sung-taek nodded. That would be best. Come on, let's go back to the house. It's time for lunch. Yes. Jia nodded in agreement. A little later. Fan house. Backyard. Versace was kneeling in the courtyard with a dozen books on his head. A lifeless look in the blazing ocean sun. Even though he was now hot, thirsty, and tired, he didn't dare to walk away, but could only obediently kneel here. Since they returned to the house just now, without saying a word, his sister made him kneel in the sunlight for 3 hours with the books on top of him, and he was not allowed to leave if the time was not up. In the meantime, in the living room of the Fan mansion, the three of them, Fan Jian and Fan Ruo, as well as the Lu clan, were eating around the table. Fan Jian plucked a few mouthfuls of rice and then asked Fan Ruo, where is your brother Xizha? I didn't even see him in person just now at dinner. Fan Ruo lowered her head to eat and said in a normal tone, I punished him for kneeling in the backyard for 3 hours. We don't need to care about him. Fan Jian and Lu looked at each other, knowing that it must have been Fan Xizha who had caused trouble. Otherwise Fan Ruo would never, ever punish him like this. However, both of them were too accustomed to it to intervene in the matter and began to continue eating. Chapter 59, Li Chengze's killing intent. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already dark. Li Chengze sat on the bed in his room and practiced after having dinner. The internal energy in his body was growing in a steady stream, like a stream of air that began to run through his body. Several hours later, Li Chengze stopped his cultivation and prepared to take a break before continuing. When he got out of bed and poured a cup of tea, he had just sipped it when he noticed a figure standing outside the door. Who's out there? Li Sung-taek asked. Soon enough, Jia's voice rang out of the door. Lord, it's me. So it's one he. Li Chengze put down the teacup in his hand and asked, Is there something wrong this late? After pondering for a few moments, Jia Yan spoke. My lord, the matter you asked me to look into has come to a head. Yes? Li Sung-taek laughed. Then come in first and talk. With a creak, the door to the bedroom room was opened before Jia walked in through the door. He entered, but kept his head down and his face became a little hard to see. When Li Chengze realized that Jia was out of sorts, he asked, What's wrong? Something shouldn't be wrong, should it? Jia Yan then nodded and said, My lord, I have just gotten word that 3 of the Luonet, deadly soldiers have indeed failed in their lurking and have been discovered by the other side. Li Chengze's brows furrowed as he whispered, It's really like this. No wonder when he checked the system panel earlier, he found that 3 people were missing from the dead soldiers. Something had really happened. Then what? Li Sung-taek asked hurriedly. The 3 of them, are they all dead? Jia shook his head. Not yet, but soon. Li Sung-taek froze for a moment and asked, What do you mean? Not yet? After pondering for a moment, Jia Yan sighed helplessly and said, My lord, it's better for you to see for yourself. Li Sung-taek asked with a puzzled expression. What are you looking at? Only when Jia clapped his hands, the sound of footsteps immediately sounded outside the door. Immediately following, 2 big men in strong suits, holding a large wine altar, slowly walked in from outside. The wine altar was more than half a meter high, and it was covered with red satin, so it was impossible to see the inside clearly. What's this? Li Sung-taek asked. Jia Yan raised his hand and waved the white feather fan in his hand. Striking out a gust of breeze, he lifted the red satin on the wine altar, revealing the scenery inside. However, when Li Chengze looked toward the wine altar, his body suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide open, still somewhat at a loss for words. For in the wine jar was squatting a man. His hair had been pulled out raw, covered in blood and broken scalp, and his eyes were closed tightly as a pair of bloody tears slid down his face. Not only that, but his nose was gouged out and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The whole thing gasped for air, barely surviving. After pondering for a moment, Li Chengze immediately asked Jia, Who made this? Jia Yan returned, They were originally meant to be lurking in the ombudsman's court, but it's just a shame that within a few days of going in, their identities were exposed. And then they were mistreated like this.
This person's name is Ma Tian. His cultivation is not high, but he is particularly cautious and resourceful. He originally thought that he would succeed. But, Jia sighed and said, after Ma Tian was captured, he had his legs and feet chopped off, then his eyes were gouged out, his tongue was cut out, and even his hair was pulled out hard. But even after all the abuse, he still didn't give us up. Li Chengze looked at the Ma Tian in front of him. His heart was very unfavorable, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth, though he knew that failure was a common thing when doing such dangerous tasks. But when you see a loyal subordinate suffering from inhumane abuse, your heart will still be very upset. You could have killed him with a single cut. After all, that's what you're here for. But abuse in this form, that's of a different nature. Li Chengze slowly sighed, walked over to Ma Tian and squatted down in front of him, and softly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let go of the people who abused you. It won't be long before he turns out to be just like you." Even though Ma Tian's tongue and eyes were gone, his ears were still there, and when he heard Li Chengze's words, he nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after that, Ma Tian's head lolled to the side and he stopped breathing. "My lord, brother Ma Tian has already left," Jia said to Li Chengze. Li Sung-taek nodded his head and said, "Okay, I know." By the time he stood up, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was also the first time since Rebirth that he wanted to kill someone urgently. "Right." Li Chengze suddenly thought of something and asked, "Manhwa, you were talking about them just now. Where are the other two?" Jia returned, "My lord, it's like this. The other two brothers are now highly poisoned, even though we brought them both back. But the poison on your body can't be detoxified, and you will still die." "Poisoned?" Li Chengze mused. "It can't be that the person who found the three of them was from the third division of the supervisory court, right?" Jia nodded. "It seems so." Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said, "Let's not worry about that first. Where are they at this moment?" Jia returned, "It's staying in a remote room." Not daring to let others get too close because of the poison on his body, Li Sung-taek said, "Go, take me over there." He now possessed the treasure book of medicine, which contained the most complete antidote to poison in the world, and there was no poison that could not be solved. That's why I wanted to check it out. "Ha?" Jia was surprised. "My lord." "But," Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Don't but. Hurry up and lead the way." "Good." Jia Yan saw that Li Chengze insisted on going, so he didn't say anything more and immediately turned around to leave. Soon, Li Sung-taek saw two men with festering bodies and blue faces in a gray room. Although they had proper features and sound limbs, the poison in their bodies was particularly strong, and the skin on their entire bodies, as if they had been fried, had festered in sections. Li Sung-taek quickly stepped forward, and on these two men's bodies, carefully examined them. Afterwards, he finally found out what kind of poison it was, and luckily, inside the medicine treasure book, there was a detailed description of the antidote. Li Sung-taek stepped back from those two men and walked to the table next to them, picking up a quill pen and quickly writing on the paper. After a few breaths, Li Chengze took the paper in his hand and handed it to Jia Yan at the door. "Manhwa, you go to the pharmacy now and grab the medicine according to what's on top of this prescription." Then it was boiled down into a potion and had it applied to their bodies. Although Jia had doubts in his heart, he was still relatively trustworthy when it came to Li Chengze. Then, it left with the paper. And after cleaning his hands, Li Sung-taek took a walk in the yard, because he had already figured out how to deal with that person from the third division of the supervisory yuan later on. Chapter 60. Late night, Guo Zhiguan brought a few youths dressed in black, coming from the streets outside, and after walking into the supervisory academy, he went straight to a room in the third place. With a bang sound, Guo Zhiguan clenched his fist and pounded it heavily on the table, roaring lowly, "Damn it, with so many of us, we actually managed to let them, in front of our faces, rob the people away. This is just a strange shame." Everyone else in the room all lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. After all, the whole thing was really humiliating. They originally thought that they would be able to take credit for this matter, but it turned out that they had been busy for a few days, but it was all for nothing, especially Guo Zhiguang in the room. His heart was even more furious, and fire started to rise inside his eyes. It was with great difficulty that he realized that an outsider had infiltrated the supervisory court and captured the three again. This would have been a great opportunity, because, most likely, these three people were spies sent by Northern Qi. It was only after Guo Zhiguang's deep consideration that he felt that behind these three people, there was a high possibility that there would be other people. That's why he didn't report it directly, but tortured about it, trying to find out the whereabouts of the others.
However, Guo Zhiguang still somewhat underestimated the other party's will, and no matter how severely they were tortured, they still wouldn't let go. In a fit of rage, Guo Zhiguang put the ears, the most cruel, the most painful instruments of torture, all to these three people to use. Originally, he thought that he was about to succeed, but then an accident happened. A few people with very high martial arts skills took the spies away in front of them, even though they went after it afterward. There was no sign of the silhouette. Guo Zhiguang pondered for a moment and said, they shouldn't be able to run far in such a short period of time, much less go out of the city. So these people are still inside the city now. Someone asked. So what now? Otherwise, let's report this matter, and then send a large team to search from house to house, and we'll be able to find them. No way. Guo Zhiguang waved his hand. If we use a large team, even if we find someone, when the time comes, it won't have anything to do with us. Wouldn't we have to give up such a great credit to someone else? Yeah, that makes sense. The others nodded in agreement. Guo Zhiguang reached out and stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment more before saying, that's better. Let's look around the city tonight, and if we find someone, that's naturally the best. If we really don't find anyone, we'll have to report it. Anyway, no matter what, it is absolutely impossible to let them leave Kyoto City. When the others heard this, they had no comments and all agreed with Guo Zhiguang's statement. Since all are fine with that, let's go. With a wave of Guo Zhiguang's hand, the crowd immediately left the place and headed towards the supervisory academy. It was just that Guo Zhiguang didn't realize as he left the supervisory academy that on the roof behind him, there stood a bizarre figure with a black and white longsword on his waist, staring at him intently. A few moments later, as the several people each separated and headed in different directions, the silhouette on the roof, too, disappeared. In the darkness of the night, Guo Zhiguang was on the streets, carefully inspecting them for fear of missing a trace. As he walked, he also sniffed his nose at the odor that emanated from the air, because on those who fled, the poisons that were inflicted were all carefully formulated by him, and there were several scents in them that he was particularly familiar with. The scents, moreover, can remain in the air for a long time. This was also intentional on his part, and its purpose was to be easy to find. Soon, after Guo Zhiguang inspected a section of the location, he suddenly saw a bright light and an excited smile appeared on his face. It smells! It looks like those who escaped should be in this neighborhood. Guo Zhiguang was overjoyed, and his walking steps, too, began to go a little faster, and the smell, all around, grew stronger. When a few breaths had passed, Guo Zhiguang stopped outside a courtyard wall. He looked up at the mansion in front of him, nodded excitedly, and laughed. The odor is very strong inside the courtyard. I think those people, at this moment, are hiding inside this house. Perhaps this is a harbor for Northern Qi spies. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that my luck would actually be so good that I would actually come across such a great credit. When we catch these people, promotion and wealth will be just around the corner. Guo Zhiguang was just about to flip in through the courtyard wall, but then shook his head and said, no, the guys who came to save the day just now, their martial arts skills are not weak. Maybe they are all above me. If I barge in blindly, I'll be in trouble if I can't beat them. It's better to call the others over, so we can all look out for each other. Moreover, when the time comes and there is really danger, I can also abandon them to get away. Thinking of this, Guo Zhiguang took out a horn arrow from his sleeve, and was about to pull the rope on it, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned around. Who? It was only after Guo Zhiguang turned around that he realized that a dark silhouette was in the shadows not far away, quietly watching him. The bright moonlight fell like a Milky Way, slanting over the eaves of the house and leaving a dark cloud of shadows, and the silhouette, it just happened to stay inside. Although Guo Zhiguang couldn't see the other party's appearance, he was able to feel a killing intent from his body. It was obvious that the other party was not here to chat with him. Guo Zhiguang reached out and shook his hand, and several tiny bottles, poured out from inside his sleeve, were grasped in his hand. Inside these bottles, all of them were all kinds of poisons. Once they exploded, they could emit powerful poisonous smoke and miasma, a means he used to escape. I wonder who your honor is. If you're here to find Guo Mao, why don't you dare to show your true colors? However, after Guo Zhiguang finished speaking, the silhouette still didn't speak. Just like a dummy, Guo Zhiguang saw that the other party didn't speak and his body didn't move, so he naturally didn't dare to move around freely. When masters fight, it's all about the enemy not moving, and me not moving. Moreover, if he were to take the lead, the poison in his hand, lacking initiative, would greatly reduce its power. So, now we can only wait for the other side to make the first move. Just as Guo Zhiguang was pondering, the person who was originally in the shadows immediately began to take a step forward. After Guo Zhiguang saw this, he immediately began to come back to his senses. And the poison in his hand was held tightly in his grip.
Just find the right opportunity to throw them all out later.
However, Guo Zhiguang realized that the silhouette in front of him had suddenly disappeared.
What's the situation?
As Guo Zhiguang was shocked in his heart, he immediately waved the poison in his hand and smashed it in front of him.
Bang! As an explosion sounded,
a cloud of colorful smoke instantly appeared.
Chapter 61, Returning the Way of the Other.
After Guo Zhiguang looked in front of him,
at the poisonous smoke that erupted,
he didn't stop for a second and directly turned around and ran.
After the simple test just now, he had been able to sense that the person just now was definitely not a simple character,
and his force was definitely not below him.
Against such a person, one should never fight hard, but only outwit them.
Therefore, Guo Zhiguang should always put himself
in a favorable position. When he encountered an enemy that he couldn't defeat, he never tangled
and rushed to escape when he could.
That is to say,
the reason why he has survived this long.
However,
as Guo Zhiguang fled, a silhouette appeared in front of him once again.
It seems to be the same guy from earlier,
because he saw that the figure in front of him had black and white longswords at his waist.
How is this possible? Guo Zhiguang was shocked. The poisonous smoke he released just now,
that was capable of trapping people below the 8th rank. Even an expert of the 8th rank couldn't get out from inside the poisonous smoke in a very short period of time. He was confident of that.
As a result, it wasn't even 3 breaths of time before the other party ran ahead of him. That's fast. That's too fast. Thinking of this,
Guo Zhiguang reached out and shook his hand.
And once again, from inside his sleeve,
he poured out several bottles of poison. He was just about to raise his hand and throw out the poisonous smoke when he saw the silhouettes flashing in front of him.
The next moment,
Guo Zhiguang felt a sharp pain coming from between his belly.
The strength in the entire body disappeared with it.
Woo!
Guo Zhiguang's face turned white.
Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body knelt on the ground,
gasping in pain.
If the Lord hadn't asked for a live capture, you would have died twice just now.
The silhouette looked at, coldly, Guo Zhiguang, who was curled up on the ground,
and lifted his hand to carry him on his shoulder, before walking forward at a brisk pace.
In the meantime,
in a room in the backyard of the royal palace,
Lee Sung-taek looked at the 2 men lying on the bed,
their bodies covered in bandages, and then he breathed a sigh of relief.
After his emergency treatment just now,
the 2 of them were not in danger of dying for the time being.
Still, it will take some time to recuperate.
It had to be said that the person who had poisoned this person
was really a genius, actually able to concoct
this peculiar poison. If it wasn't for the fact that he had obtained the medicinal treasures,
when he saw this kind of poison, he really wouldn't have been able to undo it. Just then, Jia came briskly through the door.
Good news, Lord.
Li Chengze looked toward Jia and asked, "What's the good news?"
Jia said,
"That man,
who has been captured,
is in the king's mansion at this moment."
Li Chengze's face was delighted as he said,
"So soon? Where are the people now?"
Jia Yan returned.
"It was Xian Jian who brought him here,
and now the man has been locked up inside the side room."
Lee Sung-taek clapped his hands and said, "Good, then let's go take a look now."
"Yes." Jia nodded his head in agreement and then began to lead the way forward.
Soon,
Lee Sung-taek walked into a room and found a young man kneeling on the floor, his body tied with ropes and his head covered to a black cloth.
"My lord, this is the man,"
Jia said,
pointing at the youth, and next to him, Xian Jian, standing upright,
immediately arched his hand when he saw Li Chengze coming over.
"My lord." Lee Sung-taek nodded to Xian Jian. "Good, you've done a great job."
He then pulled a chair from the side and sat in front of the young man, still crossing his legs in the process.
Removed the black cloth from his head.
When black and white Xian Jian heard Li Chengze's words, he immediately removed the black cloth,
the original panic-stricken one.
Upon realizing that the black cloth on his head had been removed,
hastily looked around.
However, when he saw Li Sung-jack in front of him,
a smile immediately appeared on his face. "So it's you, Second Highness. This scared the hell out of my humble servant."
Li Sung-taek leaned back in his chair and laughed.
"You know me?" Guo Zhiguang nodded. Recognize. I had the honor of being in the palace before, and meeting the Second Highness. I'm from the 3rd Division of the Supervisory Court, but I'm loyal to the court." Li Sung-taek said.
"I know,"
Guo Zhiguang asked.
"Then I wonder why your Second Highness.
Why did you bring my humble servant here?"
Li Chengze adjusted his sitting position and smiled at Guo Zhiguang in front of him.
"It's nothing, I just want you to meet a friend." "A friend?" Guo Zhiguang looked even more confused this time. Soon, there were 2 youths, carrying a large wine vat, and placed it in front of Guo Zhiguang. When Guo Zhiguang glanced toward Zhougang, his entire body instantly froze. This, Li Sung-taek smiled. "How about it? Do you recognize him?" Guo Zhiguang hurriedly nodded and said,
Recognize. This person is a Northern Chi spy, and when they tried to infiltrate the supervisory court, they were discovered by me, and then they were arrested and interrogated, trying to ask for accomplices. Unfortunately, before it could be asked, it was saved by someone else. Speaking here, Gui Jiguang suddenly thought of something, which made him realize. So your Second Highness has found out about this as well. If that's the case, then my humble servant will no longer meddle in this matter, and the credit will all be yours. Gui Jiguang thought that the second prince had also realized that this person was a spy and wanted to capture to collect the credit. So, he was prepared to do a favor and just give this person to the other party. In this way, if you want to be promoted and become rich in the future, the chances are much greater. However, after listening to Gui Jiguang's words, Li Sungtaek instantly understood what he was trying to express, only to see him laugh and look at Gui Jiguang and say, "Are you mistaken? In fact, this person is not a spy at all." Gui Jiguang exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Sungtaek shrugged and said, "What's impossible? Because he's my man." When these words came out, they directly shocked Gui Jiguang into speechlessness. He's one of His Highness's men? What's that supposed to mean? Why would His Second Highness put someone lurking inside the supervisory court? Could it be? Gui Jiguang suddenly, in his mind, thought of a terrible thing. At that moment, Li Chengze slowly stood up, looked down at Gui Jiguang, and sneered. "You took my people and tortured them into this state. We'll have to settle this score." Gui Jiguang hurriedly shook his head. "Second Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was one of yours, or he never would have been. I beg your Second Highness to be magnanimous and spare me this time." "Ha!" Li Chengze sneered and said, "Now you know you're scared?" Late. Immediately following, Li Chengze pointed at the already dead Ma Tian and said, "How you tortured him? Then how I tortured you. It's called returning the favor. Do it." As Li Chengze's words fell, Xianjian immediately stepped forward and drew the black longsword at his waist, and when Gui Jiguang saw this, he was so frightened that he continued to beg for mercy. "Second Highness, I really know I'm wrong. Please, give me a chance." Really? Chapter 62, Entering the Palace. "Second Highness, please give me a chance. I really know I'm wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Spare me this one." Gui Jiguang was terrified at the moment. How could he not expect that things would actually turn out like this? "Originally, I thought that a big credit would fall from the sky, and I would be promoted and become rich in the future. But it didn't occur to me that, instead of being a great credit, it was possible that I would even lose my life. He doesn't want to die yet." Seeing Gui Jiguang begging bitterly, Li Chengze waved his hand with some impatience and said, "Cut out his tongue first. It's noisy." "Yes." Xianjian nodded his head in agreement and came to Gui Jiguang's front, cupping his chin with one hand, and with the other hand, he then took his long sword, shoved it into his mouth, and slashed it fiercely a few times. Gui Jiguang felt a sharp pain coming from his mouth, and his body began to tremble continuously, and when he wanted to continue shouting out words, he found that he could only spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he deeply felt despair and fear. Seeing Gui Jiguang's horrified look, Li Chengze waved his hand to Heibai Xianjian again and said, "This guy is tricky. I don't know what kind of evil he's holding in his heart. Cut both his arms off first." "Yes." Black and white Xianjian nodded his head in agreement and immediately raised his hand and dropped his sword, instantly chopping off both of Gui Jiguang's arms. Woohoo! At this moment, Gui Jiguang, by the pain of the broken arm, grimaced in pain, wanting to let out a miserable scream, but could not shout at all, and with cold sweat pouring down his face, the pain instantly spread throughout his body before he didn't hold on and collapsed on the ground and fainted. When Li Chengze saw this, he added, "First bandage his broken arm, and when 2 days have passed, then cut off both of his legs. I'm going to make it a luxury for him to even think about dying." "Yes, Lord." Black and white Xianjian put away the long sword in his hand and arched his hand to Li Chengze. Li Chengze said no more and directly flung his hands away, while Jia Yan followed closely behind and also headed for the door. "My lord." Jia Yan quickly walked over to Li Chengze and asked, "If we kill this person, what should we do if the people from the supervisory court know about it?" Li Sungtaek said disdainfully, "What can I do if I know? Don't worry about them. Even if the people from the inspectorate don't come, I won't let them go. Go inform the others that there's no need to lurk in the supervisory academy for now. I'll make my own arrangements later." Jia nodded. "Okay, I got it." Li Sungtaek waved his hand and said, "That's enough for today. I'm going back to rest. I'll leave the rest to you." Jia Yan returned. "Good. Please don't worry, Lord Is." After that, Li Sungtaek went back to his bedroom to rest. It was a night that was not meant to be ordinary. The next day, early morning, after having breakfast, Li Sungtaek walked around inside the courtyard, skimming food in the process. Soon, Jia came from a short distance away at a quick pace. My lord, the man we captured yesterday is dead.
Oh, Lee Sung-taek asked curiously. What's going on? Didn't I say yesterday that I was going to torture him slowly? Why did I kill him? Jia returned. My lord, we didn't kill him, but he killed himself. When I woke up this morning, I found the man had bitten his tongue. Bit his tongue and killed himself? Lee Sung-taek stroked his chin and mused. Are you sure he's really dead? Jia nodded. It's true. I checked it myself. The breathing has stopped and the pulse is gone. It's obviously dead. Lee Sung-taek waved his hand and laughed. That's different. Some people can play dead. Jia said. Did he play dead? If that's the case, then I'll just go look again. Wait. Li Chengza waved his hand to stop Jia and said. It's better this way. It doesn't matter whether that person committed suicide or not. Why don't you have someone just cut off his head and pull it out of town and bury it? Didn't he want to die? Then I'll make him whole, and see if he dies with his head gone. Jia Yan nodded his head and smiled. Good. It's still the Lord's thoughtfulness. I'll go and do it now. Once he waited for Jia to leave, Li Chengza continued to skate around the courtyard, punching a few times in the process and digesting the food he had just eaten, followed closely by one of the mansion's servants, who came from the direction of the main gate. Your Highness. The servant walked quickly to Li Chengza's front and handed a letter in his hand, handing it to him, saying, Your Highness, just now the palace came and asked me to bring this letter to you. From the palace? Li Chengza curiously took the envelope and opened it up, realizing that it was from his mother consort, saying that something was wrong and asking him to come into the palace to discuss. When Lee Sung-taek put the letter paper away, he asked the servant, Where are the people in the palace? The servant returned, waiting outside the gate. Lee Sung-taek said, Okay, go and ask him to wait for a moment. I'll be right there. Yes. The servant nodded in agreement and directly turned around to leave. Lee Sung-jack didn't linger here either, and quickly walked back to his room, changed his clothes, and then headed for the main door. When he arrived outside the gate, he saw an old man in eunuch's attire, with a white beardless face, standing aside and waiting. Next to him lay a 6-person sedan chair. Greetings, Second Highness. Once the eunuch saw Li Chengza, he immediately nodded and smiled. Li Chengza nodded his head and said back, Tough luck, eunuch. The eunuch said, It's not hard. This is all what the slave girl should do. Since your highness has come out, let's go. The empress is still waiting. Good. After Li Chengza replied, he quickly walked towards the sedan chair. The eunuch then shouted, Rise the sedan chair. Immediately following, 6 bearers lifted the sedan chair and left the place in a great hurry. Even though Li Chengza, who was sitting in the sedan chair, didn't know what his mother consort was looking for him for, he knew that it was definitely not a simple matter. Thinking about this, Lee Sung-jack fell into deep thought. In the meantime, Imperial Palace, Shanshu Room, Emperor Chang, as usual, was dressed in civilian clothes, sitting in front of his desk, carefully turning over the folders in his hands. Soon, a middle-aged general in armor, with a muddy pace, walked quickly into the Shanshu. When he arrived in front of Emperor Qing, he immediately arched his hand in obeisance. My humble servant, meet your majesty. Only after Emperor Qing heard the middle-aged general's voice did he raise his head and waved his hand forward. Yi Aiqing has come. Give the seat. Soon, a young eunuch carried over a stool from the side and placed it behind Yi Chong. Thank you, your majesty. After Yi Chong thanked Emperor Chang, he then sat down on the stool. Emperor Chang put down the zhang folds in his hands, then said to Yi Chong, Yi Aiqing, I'm looking for you today because I have something important to talk about. Yi Chong returned. I don't dare. Your majesty. If you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will certainly be obliged to do it. Emperor Qing laughed. This matter, for you, is also considered a happy event. Chapter 63 Giving Marriage. Emperor Chang said, Yi Aiqing, if I remember correctly, do you not have a young daughter in addition to your eldest son? Yi Wan? Yi Xiang nodded. That's right. The microcosmic minister does have a young daughter named Yi Linger, who just turned 15 this year. Emperor Chang added. 15 years old. Ah, so I wonder if I'm married or not. Yi Chong shook his head and said, Not yet married. Because my daughter is a martial arts nerd and has a reckless and active personality, different from ordinary women. No one dares to come to the door to propose marriage. This, too, has been a headache for the microcosm for a long time. Is that so? Emperor Qing laughed. Then do you think that she is a good match for eldest? What? Yi Chong froze for a moment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Emperor Qing continued to laugh. I am saying, take your family's little girl and give her in marriage to the second prince. What do you think? This. For a moment, Yi Chong did not know what to say. Although he usually didn't come into contact with the second prince, he had more or less known about it. According to reason, to be able to tie the knot with the royal family, I don't know how many ministers in the court, dreaming of things. However, the dispute between the second prince and the crown prince has now become known throughout the dynasty, so it's no longer as simple as just tying the knot. However, since His Majesty is doing this, he must have his reasons. After all, he had honored His Majesty from the beginning to the end. Yi Chong immediately stood up and arched his hand. Thank you for your Majesty's favor. Since your Majesty thinks highly of the Yi family, then naturally, the microcosmic minister will not refuse. Just, Emperor Cheng said, are you afraid that your daughter will not agree? Yi Chong smiled awkwardly and said, that's not true. Since ancient times, marriage is all about parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can it be something that a child can decide? I just think that my daughter is reckless and a martial arts nerd. How can she be qualified to marry Second Highness? Emperor Cheng laughed. So you care about this? It doesn't matter. I think your little girl, your family, would be a good fit. When these words came out, Yi Chong instantly understood what His Majesty meant. It seems that His Majesty has long since decided to marry his daughter to His Second Highness. That being the case, it was only natural for him to say nothing more. Only Yi Chong stood up and arched his hand to Emperor Cheng. Then, on behalf of my daughter, I would like to thank your Majesty for your favor. Emperor Cheng nodded his head and said, in that case, then I will grant the marriage later. So go back and prepare. Yi Chong returned. Yes, the humble servant excuses himself. When Yi Chong turned around and left, Emperor Cheng stood up from his desk with his hands behind his back and wandered in the same spot for a moment, pondering in his heart. Other side, Li Chengza rode in a sedan chair and walked all the way to the palace. From the location of the royal residence, as there was a eunuch beside him to lead the way, there was no obstruction when the road met the barrier, and the way was unobstructed. Soon, they entered the palace and came to the side hall where Princess Shu Gui resided. Stop! The eunuch reached out to stop the sedan chair, walked quickly to the front of the sedan chair, and said respectfully, Your Highness, it's already here. Li Chengza stepped down from the sedan chair and glanced at the eunuch beside him, so he nodded and said, Good, I'm grateful to the eunuch. The eunuch nodded and smiled. Your Highness is joking. This is what the slave girl should do. Li Chengza smiled and pulled out a few hundred taels of silver bills from his body, handing them to the eunuch's hand. Please take more care of the eunuch in the future. Seeing this, the eunuch collected the silver ticket and then smiled with a face like a flower, saying, Don't worry, Your Highness, the slave girl knows what to do. Li Chengza nodded, and without saying anything more, he directly walked towards the side hall. The reason why he had to pay that eunuch just now was naturally because of the matter of the mother consort. After all, these eunuchs often walked around here, and after taking his money, a lot of things came in handy. Soon, Li Sungtaek arrived in the side hall. Only, at the moment, the side hall was empty. Knowing where his mother consort was, Li Sungtaek went straight through the great hall to a study in the back. Throughout the study, there were several tall bookshelves filled with different kinds of books, and next to one of the bookshelves, there was a middle-aged woman standing, who was currently holding a book to check it out. When Li Chengza saw the middle-aged woman, he immediately walked over and bowed his hand, saying, Child, meet mother consort. Only after Shukue consort heard the voice did she come back to her senses, and turning around, she looked toward Li Chengza and laughed. Zell's here. Li Chengza nodded his head and said, Mother consort, I wonder what you called your child over for. Shugue consort placed the books in her hands, into one of the bookshelves, reached out and pulled Li Chengza's wrist, walking forward. Mother consort asked you to come over, so naturally something good has come of it. Good thing? Li Chengza looked at consort Shugue with a bewildered expression. This mother consort of his, who usually stayed in the deep palace, basically didn't have any contact with other people and only liked to indulge in the world of books. In that case, what would be the good news? Only to see Shugue consort walk to the table and chair next to her and sit down, smiling to Li Chengza. Zara, you are not too young anymore. It's time to consider taking a royal concubine. A princess? When Li Sungtaek heard this, his heart thumped. Could it be that the good thing mother consort said was for him to take a royal concubine? He hadn't even considered the matter yet. Shu Jifei added, Yesterday, your father has already sent word that he will give you a marriage in the next few days. When the time comes, mother consort will certainly do it for you, in style. When you are married, mother consort's greatest wish will be considered gone, while mother consort is still young. In a few years you will be able to help you with the children you give birth to. Wait, Li Chengza hurriedly interrupted consort Shugue and said, Mother consort, wait a moment, why is this even about a child? When did father give the marriage? Why don't I know anything about it? And who is the woman? Shugue Fei laughed. You know the female party, and you know her well. Recognize? Still familiar? Lee Sung-taek's face was delighted. Could it be Lin Wan-air? Could it be that Emperor Chang? The old dang saw that he had recently become close to Lin Wan-er, so he wanted to fulfill them? At this time, Shu Guifei said, "It's a girl from the Yi family. It seems to be called Yi what?" When Li Qingze heard this, he exclaimed, "Yi Linger?" Noble consort Shu nodded her head and said, "That's right, it's Yi Linger. It seems that your father was right. You two have known each other for a long time, and it is said that she is also well-born in appearance, and is perfectly suited to you. What's with the marriage all of a sudden?" Li Qingze was inwardly surprised. According to the time inside the original, isn't the bestowal of marriage still more than a year away? How is this? Could it be that he changed the plot of the original, and so caused a lot of things to start moving forward? If that's the case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It was just that this inexplicable bestowal of marriage was somewhat difficult for him to accept. It's not possible that Emperor Qing, this old dang, has some kind of conspiracy. Moreover, if he and Yi Linger were to be given in marriage, what about Lin Wan-air? Chapter 64, Li Qingze, Qing Emperor. This old dang is simply too deceitful. Seeing Li Qingze's expression at the moment, something was not quite right. Shugui consort asked, "Zell, what's wrong? But are you displeased with the Yi girls, in any way?" Li Sung-taek came back to his senses and shook his head. "That's not true. It's just," Princess Shukwai asked. "Just what?" Li Qingze thought for a moment and said, "It's just that I'm not thinking about it yet. About getting married." After Shu Jifei heard Li Qingze's words, she then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are 19 years old this year. You have indeed reached the age when you should get married. If it weren't for the lack of a suitable candidate, Mother Consort would have opened the door for you long ago. Since you don't have any grievances against the Yi girls, it's fine. When tomorrow morning comes, bring the Yi girl into the palace and let Mother Consort take a look." "Ha?" Li Sung-taek froze for a moment and said, "So soon? How?" Shu Guifei looked at Li Qingze with a puzzled face. Li Sung-taek hastily shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Since Mother Consort has said so, I will bring Sister Linger over tomorrow." Consort Shu Guifei smiled with a kind face and said, "Good, then Mother Consort will wait. By the way, Mother Consort has heard something else. Your father's father has also helped to bestow a marriage on County Lord Chen, in addition to giving you a marriage. It says that when the time comes, we can have a wedding together." "Ha? Lord Chen? Isn't that Lin Wan-air? Emperor Qing has also given her a marriage?" Li Qingze immediately asked Princess Shu Guifei. "Mother Consort, then how did Father Emperor bestow the marriage to County Princess Chen? Who is the man?" After pondering for a moment, Shu Guifei said, "It seems to be the eldest son of Sinan Bo, called Fan something." Li Qingze was shocked. "Fan Xian?" Concubine Shu nodded and said, "That's right, it's Fan Xian. However, according to what I've heard from others, this Sinanbo's eldest son has a somewhat special status, so he's been living in Danzhou since he was a child." After listening to Consort Shu Gui's words, Li Qingze began to ponder in his heart. He had obviously changed so many things. How come the plot still hasn't changed? Emperor Chang actually still gave Lin Wan-er a marriage to Fan Xian. Also, the time seems to be quite a bit ahead of schedule. In that case, wouldn't Fan Xian be soon entering the capital? No. Now hurry back and find one and discuss this next thing. If you can't, just destroy Emperor Chang and rebel. Since we can't solve the problem, let's take care of the people who have the problem first. Thinking of this, Li Qingze said to Consort Shu Guifei, "Mother Consort, if there's nothing else, then child will leave first." Concubine Shu nodded her head and smiled. "Good, you go back and get busy first. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, bring the Yi girl to the palace." "Good, child knows." Li Qingze nodded in agreement and directly turned around to leave. When Li Qingze left, Shu Guifei consort then laughed again and said, "It went by really fast. In the blink of an eye, Zaire has grown so big that he will soon be married. I hope that after he gets married, he'll be able to live a good life with the Yi family girl, and it's best not to get caught up in the crown prince's dispute." However, after Shu Guifei finished her sentence, she sighed helplessly. Perhaps she also thought that what she had just thought was a bit unrealistic. Yi Mansion. Backyard. Yi Linger was practicing martial arts inside the courtyard as usual. Just as she was practicing, Yi Chong, who was in full armor, came into the backyard. When Yi Chong saw Yi Linger, he didn't interrupt her at the first opportunity, but stood by the side and watched silently, and from time to time, nodded his head in satisfaction. Soon, when Yi Linger finished a set of palm strikes, she then saw Yi Chong next to her. "Father." When Yi Linger saw Yi Chong, a trace of surprise appeared on her round little face, and then she walked over quickly. As for Yi Chong, when he saw Yi Linger coming, he also clapped his hands with satisfaction and laughed. Daughter, this martial art of yours is getting better and better. I'm sure it will catch up with me in a few years. Yi Linger hemmed and hawed and said, What are you talking about, father? You are a 9th grade upper expert. How can I possibly compare to that? Yi Chong nodded his head in relief and laughed. It will be, with your natural talent. If you want to become a 9th grade expert, it won't be simple. Yi Linger pulled Yi Chang's arm and pouted. I wish it could be like that too. By the way, father, what did you just go and do? Why are you so happy? Yi Chong laughed. It's natural to be happy when there are happy events. What kind of happy event? Quickly tell us, Yi Linger said with some excitement. Yi Chong looked at the daughter in front of him and laughed. Of course it's your lifelong matter. His Majesty summoned me to the palace just now, saying that he wants to bestow a marriage with you. When Yi Linger heard the word bestow marriage, her face instantly changed drastically, and the hand that was originally pulling on Yi Chong immediately loosened. She frowned tightly and asked, Bestowing marriage? Why did His Majesty give me a marriage for good reason? Yi Chong said, Bestowing a marriage is a good thing. Yi Linger said, Why? Father, do you agree? Yi Xiang nodded and said, With such a good thing, why wouldn't I agree? Yi Linger puffed up her round little face in anger and gave a light grunt, saying, Father, why don't you give me a discussion? I don't want to get married just yet. And, just to marry, I'm going to marry someone I like. Whoever His Majesty bestows the marriage on, whoever likes to marry, I won't marry anyway. Yi Chun snapped, Nonsense. The marriage granted by His Majesty, how can you be allowed to say you won't marry? Moreover, I feel that the Second Highness is a good person. Not only was he born handsome, but he is also talented. Hasn't he been famous recently? Now in the city of Kyoto, but a lot of big girls and famous talented girls want to line up to marry him. Yi Linger froze for a moment and hurriedly said to Yi Chong, Father, wait, you were saying, who is the man I'm going to marry? Yi Chong returned, Second Highness Li Chengza. When you were kids, didn't you play together a lot? Li Sun-take? Yi Linger didn't think that the person she would marry in the future would actually be Li Chengza. If it's him, then there's no problem. When she thought of Li Chengza's handsome face and how she looked when she saw him recently, a hint of redness flashed on Yi Linger's small round face. At the same time, Yi Chong realized that his daughter's attitude changed immediately after hearing that the person she married was the Second Highness. It's also shy at the moment, a clear sign of being interested in someone else. Yi Chong instantly understood what was going on, and sighed with a feigned helplessness. Daughter, if you really don't want to get married, then I'll go and speak to His Majesty and ask him to take back his order. Even if His Majesty blames me, I can't let you be wronged. Originally Yi Linger, who was still indulging in her fantasies, immediately came back to her senses after hearing Yi Chang's words and hurriedly waved her hand. Father, wait. The matter of marrying can be discussed. Chapter 65, I will not marry. Yi Chong looked at Yi Linger, who was a little anxious, and the thoughts that he had just thought in his heart were able to be fully confirmed. Sure enough, it was just as he thought it would be. In that case, things are much better. However, Yi Chong deliberately flirted. What? Weren't you saying just now that whoever you like to marry should marry whoever you like? Why is this a sudden change of heart? Yi Linger, for a moment, didn't know how to answer. After Yi Chong saw this, he reached out and touched Yi Linger's small head, saying, Admit it if you like someone else. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yi Linger nodded, her small face even redder than just now, and whispered, I do like him a little. Yi Chong laughed, that won't do. Since you like it, sit back and wait to get married. Yi Linger was surprised. So fast? When is the wedding? I'm not ready for it? Yi Chong laughed. Of course it's not now. It's just that we need to prepare in advance now, and it will take half a year at the earliest. So that's how it is. Yi Linger then breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chong laughed again. What? You can't wait to get married already? Yi Linger pondered for a moment, and when she reacted, she said somewhat shyly, Father, what are you talking about? Just after the words were said, Yi Linger's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly turned around to leave. However, when Yi Chong saw Yi Linger leave, the smile on his face slowly began to disappear. I don't know if it's the right thing to do this time or not. Immediately following that, he let out a helpless sigh. There are times when one just can't help themselves. It's just a shame. The daughter's future happiness. Yi Chong turned around and left immediately after lamenting for a moment. In the meantime, Yi Linger left the backyard and came directly to her boudoir. Until a quarter of an hour had passed, the blush on her face had not completely dissipated. She then sat down in front of the dresser, resting her chin on her hands, looking at the figure inside the bronze mirror, and fell into deep thought. Soon, Yi Linger stood up from the stool, walked to the cabinet, and began to pick out the clothes.
She was going to share this good thing with her bestie. When she thought of this, she changed into a brand new red dress, and after making a few comparisons in front of the bronze mirror and feeling satisfied, she left the room with a smile on her face. Sangha, boudoir, snap. Inside the originally relatively quiet boudoir, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately following that, Lin Wanner's voice, too, began to ring out. I'm not getting married. Why the sudden bestowal of marriage? Lin Ruofu, who was in the room, immediately waved his hand when he saw that Lin Wanner was a bit agitated. Wanner, don't be agitated. The disease is just on some now, and it would be troublesome to agitate it and make it worse. Lin Wanner's entire body also began to calm down after she dropped a teacup just now, and she sat on a stool, her eyes red and flooded with quite a few tears. Originally, she was happier today. After all, the disease in her body, after being treated by Brother Sung Sain, had already healed for the most part. If you continue the treatment, you'll probably be cured in less than a month. However, just a quarter of an hour ago, her father came over suddenly and said he had good news for her. The result was the notification of the bestowal of the marriage. The male party of the key marriage bestowal, which she did not recognize, seemed to be the eldest son of Sinanbo. She had made up her mind only a short while ago that she would not marry Brother Sungjak in this life. That's why, just now, he was acting so agitated. Lin Wanner sniffled a few times before saying, Father, can you ask uncle to take back his order and return the marriage? Lin Ruofu shook his head and said, a gentleman has no words. What His Majesty has already decided can't be changed so easily. But you can rest assured that in the future, if that Sananbo's eldest son dares to bully, my father will definitely not be lenient with him. Lin Wan was a bit flustered and hurriedly said, Father, I don't want to marry Sinan Bo's eldest son. Lin Ruofu looked at Lin Wanner in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, Wanner, in your heart, do you already have someone you like? Lin Wanner nodded and said, that's right, I love Brother Chingza. I will not marry him in this life. Lin Ruofu narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, as early as the last time, when he met Li Chingza in the mansion, he had already sensed it. At that time, the way Wan looked at Li Changze was filled with light at all times. It's a shame though, Lin Ruofu sighed and said, Wanner, father can promise you everything else, but not this time. Since His Majesty has already bestowed the marriage, you should stop thinking about it and forget about His Second Highness. 4. What? Lin Wanner asked with a puzzled expression. She is now the county princess of Chen, and her father is the prime minister of the current dynasty. No matter whether it is the birth, or the status of the words, it is very compatible with the prince. Then why can't you marry Brother Sun Take? Lin Ruofu slowly opened his mouth and said, because when His Majesty bestowed a marriage to you, he likewise bestowed a marriage to His Second Highness. The woman you know, is General Ye's daughter. Father, are you saying, Ling Heir? Lin Wanner was surprised. The fact that her uncle had originally bestowed a marriage between her and the eldest son of Uncle Sinan was already enough of a surprise, and now they've actually given Brother Sunjak a marriage as well. The woman, or her best BFF. This, for a while, Lin Wanner didn't know what to say. When Lin Ruofu saw that Lin Wanner was in deep thought, he couldn't say anything more. Knowing that things came suddenly and it would take some time to digest, he then exited the room and left the area. Lin Wanner sat in front of the stool and pondered for a little while before she immediately stood up. No way. She had previously decided that she would not marry Brother Chingza in this life, so she definitely could not change it easily. Since there was no way for her father to put off the marriage now, she would go to the palace to find her mother. If there is nothing mother can do, then go to the Empress Dowager. Anyway, no matter what, she would never marry anyone else. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner immediately moved and headed towards the door of the room. Soon after, Lin Wanner left the Xiangfu, got on a carriage, and headed to the palace. Other side, after Li Sungtae came back from the palace, he sat inside the living room contemplating what to do next. He always felt that Emperor Chang, this old Yin coin, if he gave the marriage now, it was not a good omen. There must be something hidden inside. Of course, the earlier talk of rebellion is also impractical, and certainly not in the short term. Even if there is a rebellion, it certainly won't be now. Let's not talk about the lack of timing. Just now, inside the palace, with Emperor Chang, a great master, and Hongxi Xian on the 9th rank by his side, who would be an opponent? Therefore, at the very least, he had to have 3 great masters by his side before he could even consider killing Emperor Qing. Chapter 66, The Conspiracy. In the living room, Li Sungtae sat on a stool and was looking down in deep thought when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. As Li Qing's words fell, the door to the room was opened, and Jia Yan, dressed in a green Taoist robe, walked in from outside. My lord, it's done. the guys dealt with clean. Li Qingze nodded when he saw Jia. Jia Yan added, "My lord, it's just as you said, that guy is indeed playing dead. But then it turns out we were thinking of resisting when we really wanted to kill him." "Oh?" Li Sungtaek asked curiously. "And then?" Jia laughed. "And then, Xian Jian had his head chopped off." Li Chengze said disdainfully, "That kind of person deserves to die." "Right, Lord," Jia added. "Yesterday, news came from the northern Qi side, claiming that the plan was going well. But what?" Li Sungtaek asked. Jia Yan said, "However, the people on the northern Qi side said that they wanted to meet someone with status behind the amazing salamander." Li Chengze nodded his head and said, "I know about this. I'll make arrangements when the time comes in a few days." Jia said, "Well, in that case, I'll get busy first." Wait. Li Chengze waved his hand to stop Jia. Jia archly said, "My lord, what other arrangements do you have?" Li Chengze pondered for a moment and said, If we were to rebel now, what would be the chances?" Jia frowned tightly and thought for a moment. "If you rebel now, it is estimated to be no more than 30%. First of all, our forces. We haven't fully penetrated Kyoto City yet, and our troops and provisions are basically not there either. Secondly, it is rumored that inside the Imperial Palace, there exists quite a few experts, and there are also great masters sitting in the town. If we want to rebel, it is undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg, and it is doomed to fail. If you look at it from my point of view, unless we have more than 2 great masters around us, or 100,000 troops for deployment, that's how you can take your chances. Up to 70%. Li Chengze nodded. What Jia said was a good difference from what he thought. Now is really not the time for them to rebel. Looks like it will have to wait a while longer. Better yet, down the road, a few archons will be given when signing up for rewards. That's the way to deal with that old of a coin. Emperor Cheng. Alright, you go down first. Li Chengze waved his hand at Jia. Yes. Jia nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. After that, Li Chengze contemplated for a while longer before returning inside his room, ready to continue cultivating. In the future, as long as he was fine, he would start practicing non-stop, striving to raise his own force to the realm of a great master. Soon, Li Chengze began to fall into, week after week, cultivation. Other side, after Yi Linger arrived at the Fei's residence, she ran to the door and reached out to knock on it. Dun 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 dun. A few moments later, the gate was opened, and a family man came out from inside. So it's Miss Yi. I don't know what you've come over. What's the matter? Yi Linger waved her hand and said, What this young lady came over to do is none of your business. Don't open the door yet. After being reprimanded, the family man immediately opened the gate and then obediently stood aside. Afterwards, Yi Linger flung her high ponytail and walked into the Fei's house. Just as she had walked into the compound, just a short distance away, she saw Lin Gong, who was basking in the sun. Yi Linger pretended that she didn't see it, directly ignoring him and continuing to walk towards the backyard. When Lin Gong saw this, he immediately frowned tightly and waved his hand. Hey, Sister Linger, why don't you say hello when you see me? Yi Linger lightly hummed. I don't want to talk to despicable people. Lin Gong, who was originally sitting on a recliner, immediately stood up after hearing Yi Linger's words and said, What did you say? Who's mean? Get it straight. Humph, too lazy to bother with you. Yi Linger skimmed him and directly trotted all the way out. Lin Gong froze on the spot. Then he shouted, Hey, don't go away. Give me a clear explanation. Don't think that just because you're a girl, I won't dare to beat you up. For your information, I'm also a 5th-ranked expert, and I'm awesome. When Lin Gong saw Yi Linger's figure completely disappear, he muttered a few words in a low voice and resumed sitting on the recliner. Just as he had just closed his eyes and was about to sleep, he felt someone approaching and immediately opened his eyes. Then, Lin Gong saw that Yi Linger, expressionless, appeared in front of him. Where's Wan Er? Why isn't she home? Yi Linger asked coldly. When Lin Gong heard this, he immediately crossed his legs and laughed. Why should I tell you? It's fine if you want to know, but you have to apologize to me. Who made you call me despicable just now? When Yi Linger saw that the other party didn't say anything, she clenched her fists vigorously and made a cackling sound. In that case, I'll just have to give you a taste of the flowing cloud scattering hands and the great splitting coffin. Lin Gong, who originally had a playful smile on his face, instantly stood up from the recliner, and even fell back a few steps, looking at Yi Linger with a surprised expression. Hey, let's have a conversation. It's not good to make a move. Didn't you want to know where Wan Er went? I could have told you that. Lin Gong had just focused on sunbathing and almost forgot one thing. That was Yi Linger's martial arts, but it was at the 7th rank realm, 2 major realms higher than him in amount yet. Moreover, She also knew the flowing cloud scattering hands and great splitting coffin martial arts, so her strength was not to be underestimated. If they really fought later, then they would definitely be looking for abuse. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not get ourselves in trouble. Yi Linger loosened her hands and asked, "Where did Wan Er go?" Lin Gong returned. "Wan Er went to the palace and just left not long ago," Yi Linger said with a puzzled expression. "Going to the palace? Why did she go to the palace?" Lin Gong said, "Who knows? I guess he's not satisfied with His Majesty's bestowal of marriage." Just now, she knew about the bestowal of the marriage and threw quite a tantrum. Hearing the word bestow marriage, Yi Linger's face changed slightly, and a bad thing came to mind in her heart. Wan Er was also given in marriage? And who is the man who gave the marriage? Lin Gong thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be Sananbo's eldest son. I don't know much about the specifics. By the way, why did you call me mean before? I don't think I've ever messed with you, have I?" Yi Linger glanced at Lin Gong and immediately hummed softly, "Think for yourself." After saying that, he directly turned around and left, leaving Lin Gong with a dumbfounded look on his face. Lin Gong looked at Yi Linger leaving and couldn't help but wave his hand. Sick. It's inexplicable. Chapter 67, The Unexpected. Yi Linger was ready to rush back home after leaving the Sangha. Only, on the way back, her heart thought of Lin Wanner. After all, this time, His Majesty's bestowal of marriage had come a bit suddenly, and they hadn't expected it at all. Especially, just now, I heard Lin Gong say that Lin Wanner acted very angry when she heard about the bestowal of marriage. Then she must be very upset in her heart right now. If she hadn't been unable to enter the palace at will, she would have gone to accompany her girlfriends. Yi Linger pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it, it's better to go home and wait for Wanner first. Maybe when she comes back, things will be settled." Yi Linger also knew that the current Empress Dowager very much favored Lin Wanner and also treated her since she was a child. If Wanner, at this moment, went in to find the Empress Dowager, she would definitely be able to help her out. Thinking of this, Yi Linger stopped thinking about anything else and continued walking towards her home. Soon, Yi Linger returned to the Yi mansion. Only, when she was just about to walk into the mansion, she saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance. "It's you? Why are you here?" Yi Linger asked as she looked at the man in the doorway. She recognized the other party, the same person who had reported to Wan Er when she was in the Sangha earlier. At this moment, Li Cun Shao, with his hands wrapped around his chest, stood in place with a serious face. It was only when Yi Linger walked in front of him that she twisted her head to look. "I am here by order of His Highness to deliver a message to the prospective princess." Princess to be? Yi Linger froze for a moment after hearing Li Cunxiao's words. Then her small face instantly turned red. Yeah, she's about to marry Li Sungtaek and become the crown princess. It's just that it's still a little uncomfortable right now. No need to be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Linger returned. Li Cun Shao spoke. "His Highness is busy at the moment and asked me to come and deliver a message." With that, he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Yi Linger. When Yi Linger reached out to take it, he immediately turned around and left. Yi Linger looked at the envelope in her hand and was just about to ask something else when she realized that Li Cunxiao, who was still there just a moment ago, had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The action is so godlike that every time I see it, I feel incredibly surprised. Yi Linger didn't know. Why would Li Chengza suddenly write her a letter? Driven by curiosity, she eventually opened it to check. The content of the letter was small, only 2 short lines, but it made Yi Linger startled. Immediately following that, a blush appeared on the round little face. The general content of the letter said that Li Chengza's mother consort wanted to see her, so at around the hour of tomorrow, she was going to bring her to the palace. Yi Linger's heart began to beat frantically after reading the letter paper. She hadn't expected it to be something like this. "We're going to the palace to meet Princess Shukwai. Isn't that, like, the rhythm of meeting the parents?" Yi Linger's heart at the moment began to panic a little, fearing that something would go wrong tomorrow. After all, that was the future mother-in-law, so it was natural to make a good impression when they met. It's a pity Wan Er isn't here right now. Otherwise, it would have been possible to discuss it with her. Yi Linger pondered in place for a moment, and thought it would be better to go back to her room and pick out the clothes she would wear when she went tomorrow. Thinking of this, Yi Linger went back to her house and walked towards her boudoir. Other side, Quangshan Palace. Lin Wanner sat at the table, sniffled, and cried, "Mother, I don't want to marry. Especially, strangers who know nothing. Why did uncle give the marriage? What on earth does he think of me?" Li Yunrui looked at the crying young girl in front of him and inexplicably felt a wave of heartache in his heart. She had placed Lin Wanner by the Empress Dowager's side since the time she gave birth to her, and basically had not spent any time with her. Also, she didn't do what she should have done, being a mother. Therefore, For the young girl in front of him, what Li Yunrui had the most of was indebtedness and heartache. Seeing Lin Wanner at this moment, crying so aggressively, she would naturally feel bad as well. And most importantly, that is, the inner vault. Li Yunrui was aware of what the Imperial brother's purpose was if he bestowed a marriage for Wanner. She knew from before. Therefore, in these recent years, she and the Empress had teamed up and sent out assassins for I don't know how many times, wanting to get rid of that little guy in Danjo. Unfortunately, it fails every time. Now that the Imperial brother has bestowed the marriage, that means that, in a very short time, that little fellow from Danjo will soon return to Kyoto. So, they still have a chance. Li Yunrui glanced at Lin Wanner and comforted. Wanner, you don't need to worry, just leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer later. Lin Wanner was pleasantly surprised. Do you mean to say that uncle will withdraw the bestowal of marriage in the future? Li Yunrui nodded and said, yes, I will. I will make my royal brother agree. When Lin Wanner heard this, a smile appeared on her face. However, Li Yunrui asked again, Wanner, do you have someone you like? That's why you are so rejecting the bestowal of marriage? Lin Wanner's small face blushed and nodded, saying, yes, yes. Seeing Lin Wanner's shy appearance, Li Yunrui was immediately interested and smiled. Yes? Which male is that? And why haven't I heard you talk about it before? Lin Wanner nodded her head and said, yes, it's brother Chang Zhe. Ha? When Li Yunrui heard this, several question marks instantly appeared in his mind. Li Sun-take? The person Wanner liked would actually be Li Changzhe. When did this happen and how come it was never mentioned before? True to form, she is her daughter. Even the favorite, it's the same However, Li Yunrui thought of one rather embarrassing thing. If Wanner also likes Li Changzhe, what will she do in the future? Can't be a mother and daughter serving together. Li Yunrui inwardly poo-pooed a few times, discarding the thoughts he had just had. For now, it's better to figure out how to go about it. Wanner's marriage. She didn't want to agree to this anyway, no matter what her feelings or reasoning were. In the meantime, the imperial study. Emperor Qing was sitting in front of his desk, holding a freshly brewed teapot in his hand, and after pouring 2 cups of tea, he pushed one of the cups in front of him to Fan Jian. Try it. Good tea. It's delicious. Fan Jian nodded, and after picking up the cup of tea in front of him and drinking it, he spoke. Not bad. Sweet and flavorful with a little bitterness. Good tea indeed. After Emperor Chang also drank a cup, he laughed and said, naturally, it's a good tea. How could I frame you with a mortal thing? Fan Jian put the teacup down and nodded. Alright, since the tea is also drunk, let's get down to business as well. Your Majesty has asked the micromanager to come here, not just to have tea, right? Emperor Chang laughed. Naturally, I can't hide it from you. I have called you here this time for a good thing. Chapter 68, a good news, and a bad news. Good thing? On Fan Jian's face, a faint smile appeared and he said, I wonder what good thing it is. In fact, from the time he entered the palace just now, he had been able to guess what Emperor Chang wanted to do when he sought him out. After all, he knew Emperor Chang too well, having grown up together since childhood. What was in his heart? Naturally, he knew it all. Also, something had happened recently that had left him a bit drained as well. At this time, Emperor Chang laughed and said, it is naturally a good thing that I am looking for you. By the way, that little fellow, how is he living in Danjo? Fan Jian shook his head. It's bad, especially in recent times. There have been more and more people traveling to Danjo to assassinate. Although he can handle it all, I'm just afraid that one day there will be an accident. And then, Emperor Chang waved his hand and said, I already know about this matter. However, I am sure that he will be safe and sound. Fan Jian sighed helplessly. Since His Majesty has said so, then naturally I won't say anything more. Emperor Chang said, good. In that case, go back and make preparations to have him picked up from Danjo. Hearing this, Fan Jian's face instantly lit up with joy and said, could it be that His Majesty has already bestowed the marriage? Emperor Chang nodded his head and said, that's right, I have already bestowed the marriage of County Princess Chen to him, and the marriage will be consummated when the fall period is over. So soon? Fan Jian was surprised. Didn't we say before that we'd have to wait a while longer? Would the time be ripe to come over now? Emperor Chang said, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Originally, Emperor Qing did think that he would wait a while longer before letting Fan Xian come to the capital. However, something had happened now that forced him to make a decision ahead of time. His niece, in particular, had now begun to develop a love affair with Lao Er, beyond that of brother and sister, which he had not expected at all. So, for the sake of a long night, Emperor Qing had no choice but to advance. Moreover,
This matter, when advanced, has the same not inconsiderable advantage of catching certain people off guard. When Fan Jian saw that Emperor Qing had said so, he had no choice but to agree. Only, if Fan Xian came to Kyoto afterward, there would be more advantages than disadvantages for him. After all, today's Kyoto is not as calm as it looks on the surface. There are many forces that are hiding in the shadows. Once it floods, it's going to make a big splash. And then maybe, with this in mind, Fan Jian began to make preparations for what was to come afterward. Your Majesty, is it possible that there is something else besides the giving of the marriage? If not, the microcosmic minister will take his leave. Emperor Chang knew what was on Fan Jian's mind, but did not stop him, so he waved his hand and said, "Fine, you can retire first." "Yes, I am leaving." Fan Jian arched his hand and bowed to Emperor Qing, then turned to leave. However, when Fan Jian left, Emperor Qing got up and stood up, heading for the door. Soon, Emperor Qing came to a pond and looked at the calm water in front of him, pondering in his heart. A moment later, Emperor Qing turned to the middle-aged eunuch next to him and spoke. "Do you know how to make the fish hidden in the water, completely exposed?" The middle-aged eunuch shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, the slave girl doesn't know yet." Emperor Qing didn't say anything, but instead grabbed a handful of fish food from a nearby lunchbox and threw it into the pond in front of him. The water, which was still calm, immediately began to splash. Immediately afterward, dozens of large fish appeared, scrambling out of the water and starting to madly grab those fish food. After Emperor Qing saw the scene before him, he said, "Now, do you know yet?" The middle-aged eunuch immediately nodded her head and said, "Now, the slave girl knows it." Just about to sprinkle bait inside the water. That big fish hidden in the water will naturally spring out of the water yet. Emperor Qing, with his hands behind his back, nodded and said, "That's right, as long as there's bait, there's no fear that the fish won't show up." People, too, right now, inside Kyoto City, there are too many forces hidden, and they are all waiting for an opportunity. So, I'll give them this chance, and we'll see who can fully grasp it. The middle-aged eunuch pondered. "Your Majesty, then what if what he does after coming to the capital does not meet your expectations?" Emperor Qing gave a cold laugh and said, "If that's the case, then he's useless. What I want is a sharp blade that can be invincible, not a useless piece of scrap metal. Waste, doomed." The middle-aged eunuch nodded and said, "Your Majesty, the slave girl understands." Emperor Qing then held his stand, keeping his eyes fixed on the pond in front of him. Meanwhile, the Eastern Palace. Today's Crown Prince Li Changqian, after several days of recuperation, the injuries suffered by his body, has almost healed, without having to lie on the bed every day. On this day, he was in a pretty good mood, so he lay down on a rattan chair and sunbathed in the yard, humming a little song. It would be nice to get out of the palace. Just when Li Changqian was sunbathing with his eyes closed, a young eunuch walked over quickly. "Your Highness, on the side of the Shangshu room, there's news coming in again." "Ha!" Hearing this, Li Changqian instantly became interested, hurriedly sitting up from his rattan chair and asked, "What news?" Quickly, the young eunuch returned. "Just now, someone passed on two pieces of news. For your Highness, it should be one piece of good news and the other is bad news. Do you think we should hear the good news first, or the bad news first?" Li Changqian frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "In that case, let's hear the bad news first." "Wait, never mind, let's hear the good news first. It's been days since this palace has heard good news." "Yes." The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "The good news on the other hand is that His Majesty has given the Second Highness a marriage today, and the woman is General Ye's daughter." "Yi Linger." "Who?" Li Changqian said with a look of surprise. "Yi Linger? Ha ha ha, really? If it's true, then it's indeed good news for this palace." Li Changqian had met Yi Linger before and had heard of her, so she could be called a tiger daughter of the general's family. Although his looks are a bit better, he has a rude personality, especially likes to get his hands dirty, and is also a martial arts nerd. If she gets married to second brother in the future, she might do it at the drop of a hat. Even if second brother knew martial arts, he surely wouldn't dare to fight her. When the time comes, it's going to be a good show. The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "This matter, it's true. His Majesty even summoned General Yi personally." Li Changqian nodded and said, "If that's the case, then this matter should be true. I didn't think Ergo would have this day. Moreover, it's still father who gave the marriage, so even if he doesn't agree, it's no use at all." This palace is now already able to visualize how second brother will be beaten to a pulp after he gets married. "By the way, what's the bad news?" Li Changqian asked. Chapter 69. This is really bad news. "By the way, what's the bad news?" Li Changqian asked. That news just now was indeed good news for him. "I just don't know. What's the bad news? Only the young eunuch spoke. Your Highness, the bad news is also the bestowal of marriage. What? Li Changqian frowned slightly and said, speak clearly. The young eunuch nodded his head and said, it's like this. Today, His Majesty bestowed a marriage to County Princess Chen in addition to giving marriage to His Second Highness, the man, the eldest son of Sananbo yet. With a rubbing sound, Li Changqian suddenly stood up from the rattan chair with a surprised look on his face. What did you say? Father has really given cousin a marriage. As early as a long time ago, when Li Changqian was plotting with Li Yunrui, he heard his aunt talk about this. It was also only an idea at the time and had not yet been formally implemented. So, they didn't take it to heart and patronized other things. Now that it was confirmed, it took Li Changqian by surprise, because this cousin of his is not just a famous county princess, but it concerns the inner treasury. Whoever marries her in the future will be in charge of the entire inner treasury. Now father's meaning has been very obvious, is that he wants to take the inner treasury and give it to someone else. If you look at it that way, it is indeed bad news for him. After pondering for a moment, Li Changqian immediately shook his head and said, no, this matter is absolutely not okay. The inner treasury must be fought over and must never fall into the hands of outsiders. Immediately afterward, he said to the young eunuch beside him, you now hurry to the Guanxing Palace and look for the eldest princess to come over, saying that this palace has something important to discuss. The young eunuch also knew the seriousness of the matter and didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Nodding his head in agreement, he immediately turned around and left. Then, Li Changqian began to hesitate in place. This time, Kyoto was going to change. Guanxing Palace, Great Hall. Li Yunrui began to sit in place and contemplate after sending Lin Wan'er away. In fact, a long time ago, she very much disapproved of this matter of her imperial brother giving Wan'er a marriage. After all, Wan'er's body, but with the inner treasury has a great relationship, naturally, cannot be sent to the hands of outsiders. However, the imperial brother did not listen to others at all and insisted on giving Wan'er to Fan Jian's eldest son. Originally, Li Yunrui thought that in this recent period of time, his royal brother had not mentioned this matter and thought that he had forgotten about it. As a result, now it's just straight up action. Not, at all, giving them any chance to react. That's a bit of a problem. If it wasn't for the fact that the harem couldn't interfere in politics, she would have rushed to her royal brother and spoken carefully about the matter. Since things had now turned out like this, it was designated as unrealistic to ask the imperial brother to retract his order. So now it's down to, well, the last resort. That is, we can't let that kid leave Danzhou alive, or come to Kyoto City alive. Once he's dead, things will be a lot easier. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed out on Li Yunrui's pretty face. Soon, however, she thought of something else. I didn't think that Wan'er actually liked Li Chengza as well, so this shows that my previous thoughts were right. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hung out with the prince in the first place. Li Yunrui then nodded and said, however, it's not too late, there's always a chance. Other side, after Lin Wan'er left Chongqing Palace, she didn't leave the palace directly, but walked towards the grand hall where the Empress Dowager resided. She knew that her mother alone could not change her uncle's decision. Therefore, Lin Wan'er was now going to go to the Empress Dowager and beg her to make a decision for herself. If the Empress Dowager loved her so much, she definitely wouldn't refuse. As a result, not even half an hour later, Lin Wan'er left the palace in tears. As soon as she returned to the Sangha, she locked herself in her room without eating or drinking, and she didn't see anyone. This made the entire Sangha become very anxious. The next day, early morning, after having breakfast, Li Chengza went back to his bedroom and spoke to the maid next to him, saying, Peachy, undress, I want to take a bath. Xiao Tao nodded in agreement and quickly undid Li Chengza's clothes and asked, Your Highness, do you still need a slave girl to go in and rub your back? After Li Sungtaek stepped into the barrel, he closed his eyes and lay down on the rim of the barrel, saying, No need, you can just rub it outside. I have things to do later. I have to make a trip to the palace. As soon as Xiao Tao heard that His Highness was going to enter the palace soon, he didn't dare to have any extra thoughts and began to seriously help him rub his back and bathe. Soon after the bath, Xiao Tao even thoughtfully helped Li Chengza dry the water stains and change into a clean robe. Even his hair was carefully and meticulously combed and cleaned before gently tying it up with a jade hairpin. Only after the set-down was all done did Li Sungtaek walk out of the room and go straight to the front door. Other side, in the boudoir of the Yi mansion, Yi Linger sat in front of the dressing table, adding makeup and smearing red, applying lipstick in the process. She had been sitting in front of the bronze mirror busily since she got up in the morning, for more than 2 hours, and there was still no sign that she was going to finish.
Especially on her bed were a dozen beautiful and gorgeous dresses,
all in a state of pending selection.
Soon after Yilinger finished applying her lipstick and pursed her light lips, she asked the maid next to her, "How about this lipstick color?
Does it match the makeup on my face?"
The maid hurriedly nodded her head and said,
"Miss, it matches very well. It's just perfect. Your makeup was already looking good today, and the color of the lipstick is just the icing on the cake." After Yilinger was complimented,
although her heart was happy, a trace of displeasure flashed on her face and she said, "You must have been perfunctory,
saying the same thing just now."
The maid bit her head seriously and said,
"Miss,
I swear that this one says what she means.
Let's go with it. It's a little understated but not too understated. Don't forget, you're going to meet your future mother-in-law now, so naturally you can't dress up so colorfully." When Yilinger heard this, she immediately realized that she had almost forgotten about this matter just now. Yeah,
she was meeting her future mother-in-law,
not her girlfriends and friends, and the more low-key she could be, the better.
"Okay, at your service."
"That's it."
The maid heaved a sigh of relief in her heart after seeing Yilinger agree.
The lady finally doesn't have to try anymore.
For more than 2 hours,
the lady was not tired. She was about to go crazy. Just then, Yi Chong, dressed in civilian clothes, arrived at the entrance of the boudoir and immediately frowned tightly as he looked at Yilinger, who was picking out clothes inside.
"Oh daughter, why are you not ready? It's been more than 2 hours." Yilinger took a long dress and put it in front of her body and stroked it a few times,
saying, "It'll be ready soon."
Yi Chong said somewhat helplessly,
"You have to hurry up. Now the Second Highness is waiting for you outside the gate. Don't keep people waiting." Chapter 70, Lovely Fiancé. Yilinger, who was still slowly picking out her clothes, was immediately stunned when her body heard her father's words. Immediately following, she raised her willow eyebrows in surprise. "What? He's already coming?" Yi Chong nodded and said, "That's right. The Second Highness came a long time ago and has been waiting outside for more than an hour." "Ha? Is it taking so long?" Yilinger didn't expect Li Chengze to come early. No one had mentioned it just now. "In case you feel like waiting too long, will you get mad?" It was their first time out, after all, and, still, to meet the future mother-in-law. Thinking of this, Yilinger picked out a beautiful red dress and walked to the nearby screen to change. And when Yi Chong saw this, he shook his head in relief and turned to leave. In fact, he had just been joking, and Lee Sungjak hadn't even come over. "The purpose of this is to be able to get my daughter changed and out of the house sooner." It had been over 2 hours, and it would probably be longer if she didn't get some tension. Soon after Yi Chong left, Yilinger changed her clothes and walked out of the boudoir. Only, she hadn't been gone for long when she suddenly thought of something and hastily unhooked the dagger from her waist and placed it back on the table in the room. She was on her body again, and after scrutinizing it a few times, she didn't find anything wrong with it. However, by the time Yilinger anxiously walked out of the gate, where was Li Chengze's figure? It was at this time that she realized that she had been lied to by her father. Abominable! Yilinger clenched her pink fists, clenching her silver teeth darkly, and a trace of anger flashed out on her round little face. She really thought just now that Lee Sungtaek had been waiting outside the door for a long time, and in her mind, she had already thought of an excuse for what to say later. As it turned out, the person never arrived at all. Yilinger exasperatedly skimmed her mouth, and was about to turn around to find her father when she saw a male gentleman slowly walking down the street not far away. The visitor's figure was erect, walking generously and powerfully, wearing a brand new male robe with a cloak over his shoulders, and with that handsome appearance of red lips and white teeth, people were deeply attracted by a single glance. It was none other than her fiancé, second Prince Li Chengze. Good June. Yilinger looked at the oncoming Li Chengze and couldn't help but chant under her breath. Even though she had thought before that Li Sungtaek was born very handsome, but today's outfit was even better than ever. Just by looking at it for a few moments, Yilinger felt her heart beating very hard, and a hint of redness flashed across her round and pretty face. When Yilinger saw Li Chengze getting closer and closer, she immediately unclenched her fists, reached out and touched the accessories on her head, and after adjusting her state of mind a bit more, she then stood in place and waited. Soon, Li Chengze arrived in front of the gate of the Yi mansion. Naturally, he saw Yilinger next to him. "Sister Linger, why are you out so early?" Li Chengze walked to Yilinger's front and said with a faint smile. Yilinger looked up at Li Chengze, and after her body was slightly stunned, she didn't dare to look at his face, and immediately twisted her head elsewhere, whispering, I've only just arrived." Li Sungtaek laughed. "Then since we're out, let's go. It's convenient while there are fewer pedestrians on the streets." Yilinger twisted her head around, puzzled. "Aren't we going to the palace? Going down the street for what?" Li Chengze nodded and said, "It's natural to enter the palace, but before that, we need to buy some things." If you see mother consort later, you can't go empty-handed. Etiquette is still required. Yi Linger's eyes widened, and a trace of panic flashed across her round, pretty face. She hadn't, really, thought of that before. Yeah, later, but to meet the future mother-in-law. How to have time to start to go naturally, to buy some things. Crap, there was no one in the house that had actually thought of it. Seeing Yi Linger, who was a bit flustered at the moment, which was particularly cute, Li Qingze took her hand and said, "Come on, just leave the shopping to me. You just keep up." Yi Linger let Li Qingze grab her hand and walked forward slowly. Nonetheless, she didn't refuse. Her heart was especially happy. It was sort of the first man, since I could remember, who had ever touched her hand, and it actually felt so amazing. The body was not only tingly, but also light, and the heart beat faster. However, Lee Sung-taek had other thoughts in his mind as he walked forward. In fact, in the original story, Yi Linger was quite good to Li Qingze, and the two of them always had a good relationship after they got married. Yi Linger not only did not make any sorry Li Qingze things, but also when he took poison to kill himself, want to follow him to martyrdom. Only later, it was stopped by Fan Xian knocking him out. Therefore, Lee Sung-taek didn't have much animosity towards this lovely young girl. Instead, he had more than a hint of sympathy. After all, she couldn't help but realize that she was also someone else's pawn until after Lee Sung-taek's death. For such a good girl, since Lee Sung-taek had come across it, he naturally would not miss it. Since they, both of them, have been used as pawns since they were children, they should just knock the board off and be the chess players themselves. Soon, Li Qingze took Yi Linger and bought a whole bunch of gifts on the street, all suitable for women. Not only that, but inside the bookstore, several brand new books were purchased. Afterward, the two of them, Li Qingze and Yi Linger, rented a carriage and headed in the direction of the palace. In the carriage, Yi Linger looked at the gifts in front of her, and after pondering for a moment, she said, "These things, are they really okay? Should I, go buy some more? I always feel like it's not enough." Lee Sung-taek nodded. "It's already enough. It's just a meet and greet gift. It's not like you're going to go into the store." "That's true." Yi Linger smiled and added, "Then in that case, I'll give you the money for the flowers later. After all, it's going to be delivered in my name later." Lee Sung-taek laughed. "What are you thinking? From now on, we're family, so it's only right to spend money on you." Yi Linger's body was stunned, and her pretty face immediately turned red as she quickly turned her head to look away. Granted, she's about to marry Lee Sung-taek, but, face to face, it's still a bit uncomfortable. But a family. When she thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on Yi Linger's face. Li Qingze saw Yi Linger's appearance, but smiled without saying anything. "I really didn't expect her to be so cute and shy after a little tease." Just as Lee Sung-jack smiled, the voice of the system immediately sounded in his head. "The next check-in location is at the Nanqing Imperial Palace, so please prepare yourself in time for the host." The check-in point has been refreshed again? This time, it was actually refreshed to the Nanqing Imperial Palace. That's really too much of a coincidence. I just wonder what the reward, this time, will be. He's looking forward to it now. Chapter 71, Signing Up for Rewards, the First Grand Master, the Imperial Palace. In the aisle leading to the harem, Li Qingze was walking slowly with a big bag in his hand and Yi Linger in tow. Yi Linger changed her usual lively appearance. The whole person showed some embarrassment and silently followed behind Li Qingze. Soon, Li Qingze stopped in front of a large hall and said to Yi Linger beside him, "Here it is. The mother consort is staying in it." Yi Linger glanced at the great hall and after a moment of contemplation, she lightly bit her thin red vermilion lips and said, "That, me." Seeing that Yi Linger was a bit shy, Li Qingze was naturally able to understand what was going through her mind at the moment. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's fine. Mother Superior is very nice and will surely like you. You're usually not even afraid of fighting, so it's hard to be afraid of this?" Yi Linger felt that what Li Qingze had said did have some truth to it, so she nodded and said, "All right, let's go in. We're going to meet sooner or later anyway, so what's there to be afraid of now?" "That's right." Li Qingze nodded his head and smiled, then led Yi Linger into the large hall in front of him. In the meantime, Princess Shu Gui was sitting in the main hall, waiting with a smile on her face. In fact, from the time she had breakfast, Shuji Princess had been waiting here, wanting to see if there was any change in this Yi family girl, and when she was small, no matter what, it would be her daughter-in-law in the future. So naturally, she had to keep a good eye on it. After that, Princess Shu Gui looked towards the palace maid beside her. "The people are almost here. Go bring the gifts." "Yes." The palace maid nodded her head in agreement, turned around and left the place. Soon, the palace maid went and returned.
still holding an exquisite brocade box in her hand,
and walked to Consort Shu Gui's front. "Your Highness, the things have been brought yet." After taking a look at the brocade box, Princess Shu Gui nodded and said, "Good, you take it first." Just then, outside the great hall, footsteps rang out. Immediately following, Li Chengze brought a red-skirted girl with him, walking towards the inside of the great hall. Mother Consort. After Shu Guifei saw Li Chengze, she stood up from the stool, folded her hands on her waist, and said with a smile on her face, "Zell's here." As she spoke, noble Consort Shu then carefully surveyed Yi Linger behind Li Chengze. However, at this moment, Yi Linger, who was already extremely shy, now when she was being sized up by Princess Shu Gui, her little head quickly lowered, not daring to raise her head again. However, Princess Shu Gui still saw her appearance and then nodded. This little girl was born also cute, round face, correct features, figure is also good, slender and straight, not like a weak girl, on the contrary, it is like practicing martial arts. At this time, Li Chengze put down the packages in his hands, and then said to Consort Shu Gui, "Mother Consort, these things are all given to you by Sister Linger. She didn't know what you liked, so she bought a little too much." Shu Guifei nodded and smiled. "Just come, what other gifts do you bring?" "Tired. Sit down." Yi Linger shook her head and said, "No, not tired." Just as she finished her words, she took a look into Li Chengze's eyes and instantly understood. Walking slowly in front of Consort Shu Gui, immediately following, Yi Linger took out a few brand new books from her sleeve, respectfully handing them over to Princess Shu Gui's face. "Mother, this is for you." After Shu Guifei saw the books in Yi Linger's hands, her eyes instantly lit up. She didn't expect that this little girl in front of her actually knew her preferences. Nice. She likes it better now. Noble Consort Shu reached out and pulled Yi Linger's hand, walked to a side chair and sat down, full of smiles and said, "Linger right, in the future we are all family. There is no need to be so polite." Speaking here, she took the exquisite brocade box from the hand of the palace maid next to her, and after opening it, she pulled out an emerald green bracelet from inside. Just by looking at the color and finish, she knew that it was not an unusual thing. "If you marry Zaire in the future, you'll be considered my daughter-in-law. And this is the gift I've prepared for you, which I'm presenting to you now." Yi Linger's entire body was instantly stunned when she saw the bracelet, because this bracelet, no matter the color, or the workmanship, as well as its material, that can be the top of the line. Such a precious thing, even if you have money now, it's not the same as being able to buy it. Yi Linger quickly waved her hand and refused. "No, this is too precious. I can't have it." However, Shu Gui Consort did not think so and pulled Yi Linger's small hand and put it on in passing. "What can't you have? We'll all be family soon. What's the point of being polite?" Seeing that she couldn't push her way out of the situation, Yi Linger looked up at Li Chengze, wanting to start asking for help, only to see Li Chengze nod his head and say, "Sister Linger, since it's a gift from Mother Concubine, just accept it. No need to be polite." "Exactly." Princess Shu Gui smiled with a pleased expression. "Look, doesn't it fit well on your hand?" Shu Jifei was now the more she looked, the more she liked Yi Linger, and always felt that she was especially kind. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Chengze said to Consort Shu Gui, "Mother Consort, you two take your time to chat. I want to go outside and take a look around." Concubine Shu nodded her head and said, "Good, then you go." When Yi Linger saw that Li Chengze was about to leave, a hint of panic began to form in her heart, and she was about to get up and walk with him when she was stopped by Shu Gui Consort with a wave of her hand. "Zell wants to go for a spin, so let him. We'll just sit here and talk. There's so much more I want to say to you." Afterward, Li Sungtaek left the great hall and stood in the aisle outside. He opened his arms, stretched greatly, and sat down at the next step. In fact, Li Chengze had just said that he wanted to take a turn, but it was entirely an excuse so that his mother consort and Yi Linger could be alone in a peace and chat. After all, he was more or less an eyesore standing around all the time. Once Li Sungtaek sat down, he began to meditate on what to do next here. Now that Emperor Qing, the old Deng, had bestowed the marriage, if there were no surprises, in at most half a year's time, that Fan Xian would surely leave Danzhou and rush to Kyoto. At that time, the entire Kyoto city will definitely not be calm. So, does he need to do something now? Just then, the voice in his head, once again, sounded. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Li Chengze immediately came back to his senses after hearing the system's voice. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword God. Li Chungang, God of Swords. Li Chungang, Realm, Grand Master. Weapon, Trojan Bull. Li Chengze's expression was instantly pleased after hearing the system's voice.
Here we go. The great master he had longed for had finally arrived. This time, the reward was not only a character, but also a grandmaster. Chapter 72, Sword God, Lee Chun-gang. Previously, Lee Sung-taek had felt that he didn't have enough manpower right now, and that there were almost no real experts. Although there were quite a few 9th grade experts, they were simply not enough in front of a grand master. Therefore, there was a great lack of great masters around him. Now it was good that the reward for signing in was actually a great master, or the god of swords, Lee Chun-gang. Regarding Lee Chun-gang, Lee Changzhe has naturally heard of him, especially the sentence "the sky does not give birth to me Lee Chun-gang. The way of the sword is as long as the night can be said to be domineering." Just as Lee Changzhe was contemplating, a short, white-haired old man slowly walked from a short distance away. The old man's hair and beard were all white, with only his right hand hanging down at his waist, the sleeve of his left arm empty, his face with 2 goatees, and he was clad in an old and tattered sheepskin fur. "Your Highness." The white-haired old man walked up to Lee Changzhe and nodded to him, and Lee Changzhe looked at this person and knew that it was none other than that sword god Lee Chun-gang. If we just look at the image and appearance, there is nothing unusual, no different from the ordinary old man. "There you are." Lee Sung-jack nodded and smiled. In the future, when he had this great master's blessing, his strength could be said to have, directly, increased by a large grade. If there were 2 more, then we could find a way to just rebel, and it's too early for that. Lee Chun-gang stood in front of Lee Changzhe and whispered, "Your Highness, what are your orders? Is it to kill someone?" Lee Sung-jack waved his hand and said, "No, you don't have to be so nervous. Come on, sit down and talk." Since Lee Chun-gang was a sword god, there must be quite a few martial arts he had practiced in the past, so he might be able to gain something by exchanging a few words with him. However, just as Lee Changzhe and Lee Chun-gang were chatting, a palace maid came from not far away. "Greetings, Second Highness." The palace maid walked to Lee Changzhe's front and respectfully bowed. Lee Changzhe glanced at the courtesan and realized that she looked familiar and had definitely seen her before. "Are you okay?" The palace maid nodded her head and said, "Second Highness, the slave girl has been ordered by the eldest princess to invite you to the Qingxin Palace." "Auntie?" Lee Changzhe's face changed slightly and frowned. What's this crazy bastard doing with him? And how does she know that she had entered the palace today? And so on. Lee Changzhe suddenly thought of the scene that Li Yunrui had shown during his last visit to the Guangxin Palace, which still made him shudder. Granted, she's long and pretty and classy as a person, and she's all ripe on her body, just the right age to get fat and juicy. However, Lee Changzhe was still somewhat unable to accept Li Yunrui's previous past. However, since Li Yunrui had asked him to go over now, there might be something else. Lee Sung-taek bowed his head and contemplated for a moment, and immediately came up with a good idea. He looked up at the courtesan in front of him and waved his hand. "I know. Go back first. I'll be there later." "Yes." The palace maid nodded her head in agreement, and then directly turned around to leave. Lee Changzhe glanced at Lee Chun-gang beside him and said, "You go back to the royal residence first. There's still something on my side, so I guess it'll take some time." "Understood." Lee Chun-gang smiled and nodded, and with that, he turned to leave. After that, Lee Sung-jack went straight towards the main hall. In the meantime, above the main hall, noble consort Shu was pulling Yi Linger's hand and saying something with a smile on her face. Although Yi Linger was a bit shy, she listened silently and nodded from time to time. And Shu Guifei talking. The more she looked at the young girl in front of her, the more she liked it in her heart. And even the attitude when she spoke were obviously gentle a lot. When Lee Changzhe walked to the main hall, he saw the prospective mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatting quite well, so he lost the idea of interrupting them and stood at the entrance of the main hall for a while. Perhaps after Shu Guifei noticed Lee Changzhe, this stopped the gushing. When Lee Sung-jack saw that they weren't talking anymore, he just walked up. "Mother consort, did you have a good chat?" Concubine Shuji nodded her head in satisfaction and laughed. "Good, good, good." Yi Linger looked up at Lee Changzhe and lowered her head again without opening her mouth to speak. In fact, she wanted to leave just now, but she just didn't have the chance or the excuse. Moreover, at this moment, this look was just too suffocating and completely different from her usual. If she were to let her now, and compete with others in martial arts, that is to fight for several hours, she wouldn't feel the slightest bit tired. At this time, Lee Changzhe said to consort Shu Guifei, "Mother consort, it's almost time. Sister Linger and I are leaving. I have things to do later. I'll see you in a few days." Concubine Shu nodded her head and said, "Good. You guys go and get busy. Don't worry about me." As soon as Yi Linger heard that she could go, her eyes once again took on a glowing color, and she immediately said to Princess Shu Guifei, "Your Highness, HM?" Noble consort Shu frowned tightly and looked toward Yi Linger. "What did I just say to you? What are you going to call me?"
Yi Linger was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. Her pretty face began to turn red, and she whispered, "Mother, mother consort." Shugue Fei patted the back of Yi Linger's hand and laughed. "That's right. In the future, if Zaire bullies you, just come to the palace to find mother consort, and mother consort will do it for you." Yi Linger blushed her round little face and nodded, saying, "Thank you, mother consort. Alright, you and Zaire go and get busy." Noble consort Shu released Yi Linger's small hand and said. Li Chengza arched his hand toward consort Shugue and said, "Farewell, mother consort." Afterward, Li Chengza took Yi Linger and left this great hall. When they went out, Yi Linger heaved a sigh of relief, still moving her own muscles. Just now in the great hall, it really suffocated me. I didn't dare to move or speak. I've never been this tired before when I was practicing. Li Sung-taek laughed as he walked. Just get used to it. Actually, mother consort is very nice. When you talk to her again in the future, different so formal, just follow the normal behavior. Ah, Yi Linger thought about it and said, if it's as usual, mother, will she think I'm rude? Aren't a lot of parents, like, kind of quiet, understated soft talented girls? Li Chengza shook his head and pointed at the bracelet in Yi Linger's hand, saying, if mother consort didn't like you, how could she give you such a precious gift? To you? Yi Linger looked at the bracelet in her hand and felt that it did make sense, and on her round and pretty face, a smile flashed out once again. It's just so much fun to be recognized. After Yi Linger smiled for a moment, she realized that the path that Li Chengza had taken did not seem to be the direction out of the palace. Aren't we leaving the palace? Where is this going? With his hands behind his back, Li Sung-taek walked down the wide aisle and said, we're not going out of the palace right now. We're going to make a trip to the Palace of Eternal Faith. Yi Linger frowned slightly and said in surprise, Changshin Palace? Isn't that where the Rapunzel lives? Li Chengza nodded his head and said, that's right. We are going to find the eldest princess. Chapter 73, Crazy Auntie. Interesting things. Guangxin Palace. Great Hall. Li Yunrui looked at, with a gloomy face, the young eunuch kneeling in front of her and said in a cold voice, go back and tell the crown prince that this palace has been suffering from a recent physical ailment and it is not advisable to go over there. Wait for a few days. Also, let the crown prince think about it lately. There are some things that should be fought for. Naturally, but in a good way. The young eunuch nodded his head and said, understood. The slave girl has made a note of it. Li Yunrui waved his hand and said, in that case, go back. Yes. The young eunuch nodded his head in agreement, and then he turned to leave. And Li Yunrui slowly sighed, leaning back on the soft couch, gently caressing his forehead, pondering in his heart. A few moments later, Li Yunrui was lying on his bed in deep thought when the palace maid came from outside the palace. Princess, he's here. The second temple is here. Li Yunrui immediately came back to his senses after hearing the palace maid's voice, and also adjusted his sitting posture in the process. Soon, Li Chengza came from outside the hall. However, Li Yunrui immediately had a smile on his face and a happy heart after seeing Li Chengza. It's been a few days since I've seen him, but it feels like ages. Moreover, today, Li Sung-taek's dress is also much more handsome than the last time he came here. Add to that a trim figure that's just by looking up at him, his eyes began to flutter and a twinge came from his body. I want to pounce on it right now. However, when Li Yunrui saw that, behind Li Chengza, there was also a young girl in a red dress standing. He raised, okay, she's a little upset right now. Auntie, I'm coming. Li Chengza came forward and smiled at Li Yunrui. At this time, Li Yunrui withdrew the flirtatious appearance from just now, sat up his body and nodded his head. Here you are. Sit down. When Li Chengza and Yi Linger sat down, Li Yunrui asked knowingly, this girl is. Li Chengza immediately explained, this is my fiancé, Yi Linger. Greetings, eldest princess, Yi Linger said to Li Yunrui. Li Yunrui glanced towards Yi Linger and said, it's quite cute looking. It does match with Chengza. Yi Linger's pretty face began to redden again when she heard the compliment. At this time, Li Chengza said, Auntie, I wonder if you're looking for me. Is there something you want? In fact, from when he came over just now, he guessed what this crazy batch was up to. If I hadn't run so fast last time, I might have been pounced on by her. She doesn't care what you are once this guy gets mad. After all, in the original, Li Yunrui, the crazy batch, played very tweed. Not only do they keep countless face heads, but they also have several men, with whom they maintain inappropriate relationships. What's more, the two of them, her and Emperor Chang, were clearly siblings, yet they had a child as usual. So, this crazy batch, Li Chengza really doesn't dare to provoke awe. Maybe you can't get rid of it after you've attracted it. It was precisely because of this that when he heard that Li Yunrui was looking for him just now, this brought Yi Linger over.
He just couldn't believe that this crazy batch would still dare to do the kind of thing he did before. In front of outsiders. It does work if you look at it now. Just now, Li Yunrui's attitude had obviously tightened up a lot after seeing Yi Linger. Otherwise, she would have just pounced on me just now, right? Sure enough, one should never, ever be alone in a room with her in the future. At this time, Li Yunrui laughed. In fact, this palace is looking for you because of Waner's matter. What happened to Waner? What happened to Sister Waner? Li Chengze and Yi Linger, after hearing Li Yunrui's words, asked in unison, only to see Li Yunrui unhurriedly say, "Don't you guys already know?" Li Sungjak frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly reacted, giving in marriage. When Emperor Qing gave the marriage yesterday, it wasn't just to him and Yi Linger, but also Lin Waner and Fan Xian. Could it be that Lin Waner had come to the palace to find Li Yunrui because of the marriage bestowal? Li Yunrui said, "Yesterday Waner came over to this palace and said that she didn't want to marry Sananbo's eldest son. Moreover, in her heart, she has already had someone else long ago, and she is not married to him in this life. So let this palace go and talk to her royal brother and cancel the marriage." But unfortunately, the palace failed, and the royal brother does not intend to annul the marriage. There is another important thing. That is, Waner went to the Empress Dowager yesterday before she left the palace. Only on her way back, her face didn't look very good. She should have failed as well. If the palace is not mistaken now, Waner should be very sad right now. After hearing Li Yunrui's words, Li Chengze immediately knew the meaning of her words. Not only was Li Chengze, even Yi Linger, who was beside him, was vaguely able to guess something. She and Lin Waner were bosom friends, and the two got along the deepest, so she was naturally able to guess. Afterward, Yi Linger turned her head toward Li Chengze, pondering in her heart. The mood that was still particularly happy had mostly disappeared by now. Li Chengze looked at Li Yunrui and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Auntie, what do you want me to do? I wasn't asked to come here this time to say these few words, was I?" He also didn't want Lin Waner to marry Fan Xian. However, Emperor Cheng, the old Yin coin, had directly caught him off guard with his sudden marriage bestowal. Moreover, by his side right now, there was only one Grand Master, Li Chungang, and it was probably not too realistic for him to try to go and kill Fan Xian. After all, with the five bamboo, who was considered the most powerful patriarch around, Li Chungang would not necessarily be able to defeat him. So to speak, this matter cannot be rushed. Li Yunrui reached out and rested her hands on her cheeks on the table in front of her, revealing an extremely flattering look as she looked at Li Chengze. "It's really nothing. This palace just doesn't want one heir to be sad. There has to be a way, right?" Li Chengze pondered for a moment, and without looking at Li Yunrui, he directly arched his hand and said, "All right, I know about this matter. Then if there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Li Yunrui waved his hand and said, "All right, then this palace won't see him off." Immediately following that, Li Chengze didn't say anything more and immediately stood up, holding Yi Linger's hand, and walked towards the outside of the hall. Only after the two of their figures completely disappeared, did Li Yunrui return to his usual appearance, leaning back on the soft couch, the corner of his mouth drawing a tantalizing arc. She was now looking forward to how Li Sungtaek would resolve this matter. Li Chengze brought Yi Linger, and after walking out of the palace, he directly got on a horse and rushed in the direction back. It was just that, when she left from the Changxin Palace, Yi Linger's complexion had begun to look a little off. She always kept her head lowered, and her round and pretty face was devoid of the shyness and excitement that she had felt when she arrived just a moment ago. Instead, she became gloomy. It was as if it was a small child who had made a mistake and had become a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Li Chengze looked at Yi Linger's appearance and immediately guessed the reason. Things are really getting interesting nowadays. Chapter 74, A Bad Joke. What's wrong? You've been moping around since you left the palace just now. Li Chengze, who was in the carriage, said to Yi Linger. Yi Linger lowered her head, clenched her hands tightly together, and said softly, I. She tried to open her mouth to say something, but it never came out, and her demeanor became downcast. Li Sungjak pressed his hand against the back of hers and said, "I know what you're trying to say, but it's not your fault. You don't have to. It's all on your head. This is, after all, a marriage granted by His Majesty, and we are all victims, so who can refuse?" But, Yi Linger pondered for a moment and said, "But, I know that Waner likes you in her heart, or else she wouldn't have been so angry yesterday and run to the palace. If that's the case, then in the future we..." Li Chengze stretched out his other hand and put it to Yi Linger's chin, lifting her head up slowly and said with a serious face, "Here, answer me a question." Yi Linger looked at the handsome appearance in front of her. Her heartbeat accelerated even more.
and nodded. You said, Lee Sung-taek asked. Forget about the others for now. So do you like me? Yi Linger's eyes widened as she looked at Lee Chingza with some surprise. She hadn't expected that the other party would ask so bluntly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Lee Sung-taek added, don't think too much. Just answer according to your instincts. Like it or not. Yi Linger's face blushed slightly, her shell teeth lightly biting her thin red lower lip as she nodded and whispered, like it. The voice was too low. I didn't hear it, Lee Sung-taek said. Yi Linger gritted her teeth. Her voice immediately raised quite a bit, and with her eyes closed, she shouted, like it. Yi Linger, love Lee Sung-taek. After shouting, Yi Linger immediately regretted it. She hadn't expected that the voice would actually be so loud, and had shocked herself. Lee Sung-taek drew his hand back, leaned his body against the car panel behind him, and laughed. If you like it, then you like it. As for shouting so loudly, what if it scares others? Yi Linger frowned tightly and immediately turned her head towards Lee Chingza. Then she clenched her pink fists and pounded onto his body. You were the one who told me to yell earlier, and now you're blaming me for being loud. Do you know, I just had a hard time, only to drum up the courage to shout. You actually, if I don't give you a little lesson to taste, I really think this lady is easy to bully. As she spoke, Yi Linger's double fists were constantly pounding on Lee Chingza's body. However, she had just hammered not more than a few times when Lee Sung-taek covered his chest with a pained face and kept coughing. This time, Yi Linger was frightened and hurriedly stopped the fist in her hand and checked on Lee Chingza's body. Hey, are you okay? Did I just push too hard? Or does it hurt somewhere? Does it hurt? Yi Linger anxiously inquired a few times and found that Lee Chingza's eyes rolled over and his body collapsed on top of hers. After Yi Linger saw the scene in front of her, her heart became even more flustered, and her body began to tremble slightly as she panicked. Lee Sung-taek, don't scare me. I really didn't mean it just now. As he spoke, a few bean-sized teardrops slid down Yi Linger's pretty face and dripped onto Lee Chingza's face. Ha! At this moment, Lee Chingza, after feeling a sense of wetness appear on his face, immediately opened his eyes and withdrew from Yi Linger's body. You. Yi Linger's eyes were slightly red and she said with a surprised face, only to see Lee Chingza laugh and say, I'm fine. I was just messing around with you. Why are you so unamused? What are you crying about? Yi Linger froze for a moment, and after realizing that she had just been tricked, she huffed and turned her head away. You're a pain in the ass. You're still teasing people when they're in such a bad mood, Lee Sung-taek said. It's not that I felt the atmosphere was a bit depressing, so I wanted to make a joke. Yi Linger lightly hummed, this joke? It's not funny at all. Lee Chengza patted Yi Linger's shoulder and said, alright, don't be angry. Let's talk about business. Later on, we'll first make a trip to the Sangha to see how Sister Wanner is doing. Once Yi Linger heard about Wanner, she turned around and said, Wanner right now, must be very sad. But would it be, for her to see if we went together? Lee Chengza laughed. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Yi Linger saw Lee Chengza, looking like he was strategizing, so she didn't say anything more. Soon after, Lee Chengza brought Yi Linger and arrived at the courtyard wall at the backyard of the Face House. He pointed to the courtyard wall in front of him and said, later, I'll go over the wall directly from here. Yi Linger looked at the several feet high courtyard wall and nodded her head. This height is okay, it's easy to climb up. As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her skirt and took a few steps backwards, making as if she was going to run. Lee Chengza reached out to pull Yi Linger's arm and asked, what are you doing? Yi Linger said, over the wall. Ha, a wall of this height. I could have scaled it when I was 10. Lee Sung-taek said breathlessly, I didn't ask you to go over the wall. It's me who will go over the wall later. Ha, Yi Linger said, what about me? Lee Sung-taek said, you're going in through the front door. If I'm not wrong, the people in the Sangha right now must all be advising one heir. When you go later, they'll all naturally go away. Yi Linger realized what was going on. No matter what, she was now considered Li Qing's fiancée, and it was indeed a bit awkward if she came to the Shangfu together. Good, then do as you say. Yi Linger nodded. Without saying anything more, Li Qing's body leapt upwards and reached out to grab the edge of the wall, followed by another flip, stepping directly on top of the courtyard wall. Right after that, he jumped off the courtyard wall and disappeared. However, Yi Linger, who was standing in place, looked at the scene just now, and a trace of adoration flashed out on her round and pretty face. Lee Sung-taek's moves just now were so awesome. In just a few short strokes, the several feet high courtyard wall was turned over. It's so handsome. Sure enough, it was worthy of being the man she would marry in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Linger covered her face with both hands and hemmed and hawed in place. A few moments later, Yi Linger jolted awake and reached out to slap her forehead. Almost forgot about business. Immediately after that,
she walked towards the main entrance of the Sangha.
In the meantime, in the boudoir of the Sangha, take it away. All of it. I said no.
Lin Wanner's face was pale as she sat in front of the bed,
shouting in exasperation. And in the room, the two of them, Lin Ruofu and Lin Gongfu, cautiously looked at Lin Wanner, their faces all helpless. Chapter 75, Sisterly Love. Daughter, you should eat more or less. You haven't eaten for almost a day and a night.
Any more of this and your body will surely not be able to take it anymore.
Lin Ruofu comforted Lin Wanner. Ever since yesterday afternoon,
when Lin Wanner came back from the palace, her face became ugly and she even locked herself in her room.
Not only that, it's been almost a day and a night from now, and she doesn't eat anything,
which can make Lin Ruofu anxious.
If something happens to this at home,
then the Empress Dowager won't let him off the hook.
However, the current Lin Wanner, who was still angry, didn't listen to them at all. Now it's impossible to coax or fight. Very helpless.
Lin Gong scratched his head and said,
Little sister, you should more or less eat something. Even though you don't agree to the marriage bestowal, we can take our time and discuss everything. However, Lin Wanner was unimpressed and only left Lin Ruofu and Lin Gongfu with a backward glance, not even saying anything.
Seeing that Lin Gonger didn't care about him either, he shrugged his shoulders and retreated behind him. Just when Lin Ruofu was at a loss, a maid came running quickly outside the door.
Grandmaster, Miss Yi is here.
She said she was coming over to see the lady.
Hearing this,
Lin Ruofu immediately waved his hand and said, quickly invite her over.
At this time, Lin Gong asked, Father, Sister Linger has the best relationship with little sister,
so let her come over later to help persuade her.
It might be effective.
Lin Ruofu nodded his head and said,
I think so too. Well, let's get out of here. Your little sister doesn't want to bother with us if we stay in the room anyway. Lin Gong said, that's not because of the matter of giving marriage. Pops, it's not that I'm talking about you.
You're not doing the right thing in this case.
What are you afraid of?
Why don't you dare to oppose it?
Isn't it a joke on your little sister's life?
With a snapping sound, Lin Ruofu raised his hand and slapped on Lin Gong's head,
reprimanding,
Bull ********.
This is a marriage granted by His Majesty. Who dares to object? Have you lived longer? Or has our family lived longer? That's right too.
Lin Gong rubbed his head and with quick steps, he headed out of the room. Lin Ruofu looked back at Lin Wanner and sighed helplessly before he flung his hands away.
When everyone else had left,
Lin Wanner began to pick up her handkerchief, wiping the tears that were streaming down her face, and her body was trembling slightly.
Why are you doing this to me? Why do they all have to bully me? In that case, what's the point of living?
Just as Lin Wanner was crying, a small head
stuck out from the door. Wainer, after Yi Linger walked in through the door, she saw Yi Linger sitting on the bed and walked over quickly. Wanner, I'm coming. Lin Wanner, who was originally crying, hurriedly turned around when she heard Yi Linger's voice. Immediately after that, she quickly stood up and pounced towards Yi Linger. Spirit, Lin Wanner began to cry after she jumped into Yi Linger's arms. Linger, I don't want to marry Sananbo's eldest son. They're all bad people and they bully me.
If I had known it was going to be like this,
I wouldn't have been cured in the first place. I might as well have died. Woohoo!
Yi Linger reached out and patted Lin Wanner's back,
comforting her. Alright, don't cry. I'm here, aren't I? I know you're aggravated. It'll work out. Speaking of this, she helped Lin Wanner's body straighten up and walked quickly to the window. Lin Wanner was uncertain and asked, Linger, what's wrong? Yi Linger didn't reply,
but instead directly opened the windowsill and then waved her hand outside. Yi Linger then retreated back to her original position.
Spirit, what's wrong with you? Why open the window when it's good? Ha!
Just before Lin Wanner could finish her sentence, she saw a figure suddenly flash by where the window was, startling her. When Lin Wanner saw the visitor clearly, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face.
Brother Sung Jack. At this moment,
the person who jumped in from outside the windowsill was none other than Lee Sun-taek. When he had just tumbled in over the courtyard wall,
he had indeed seen Lin Wanner's boudoir with Lin Ruofu and Lin Gong standing in it. So, instead of coming straight over, he waited on the side.
Only after he saw Yi Linger greet him did he quickly walk over. Li Chengza smiled at Lin Wanner when he closed the window with his backhand.
Wanner sister, I heard that you were not happy these 2 days. So we.
Before Li Chengza could finish his words,
Lin Wanner lunged towards him and even reached out to hold him tightly. Lee Sun-taek knew this would be the case. He twisted his head somewhat awkwardly and looked at Yi Linger next to him. No matter what, Yi Linger was his fiancée, the kind that had already bestowed a marriage contract. Now it's more or less in her face, being hugged by another woman. Soon,
Lin Wanner also thought of something and hurriedly loosened her hands and withdrew from Li Chengza's arms.
Then, he looked at Yi Linger with some embarrassment and said, Linger, Actually I. At this time, Yi Linger walked forward and held Lin Wanner's palm, smiling. Wanner, I know you like him, it's okay. We both grew up as the best of sisters. It's nothing to fall for the same person. If it's possible, I have no problem with two women sharing a husband. Lin Wanner was surprised. Really? Really? Cough cough. Lee Sung-tae coughed lightly a few times, immediately interrupting the words of the two of them. Several groups. A real sisterhood. One dares to say it, and one still dares to think it. Only, where is the time to discuss this now? Lee Chengza said. Sister Wanner, I just heard your father say that you haven't eaten anything since yesterday? That's not good. It's the right time to replenish your body. You can't skip meals. Lin Wanner lowered her head in some frustration and said, I'm in a bad mood. So, Lee Chengza smiled, directly from the inside of his arms, pulled out a large oil paper bag. After opening it up, inside were 2 braised chicken legs. He handed one of them to Lin Wanner. Brought this for you. Taste how it tastes. Lin Wanner took the chicken leg and hurriedly smiled at Lee Chengza. Thank you, brother Chengza. Lee Chengza handed the other one to Yi Linger, and said, this one is for you. Ha! Yi Linger was surprised. Do I have one too? Lee Sung-tae took the chicken leg back. Forget it if you don't eat it. Yi Linger quickly snatched the chicken leg back and said, who said I won't eat it? When the 2 teenage girls were happily looking at the chicken legs, Lee Sung-tae sat down in front of a nearby stool. Then, Lee Chengza said, you two eat slowly. Let me start by saying what to do next here. Chapter 76, Ombudsman's Office. President. Ombudsman's Office. In the courtyard, a white-faced middle-aged man, wearing a large black robe, sat on top of an iron wheelchair, his hands crossed in his sleeves. His face was expressionless as he looked up into the deep blue and clear sky, his mind pondering. This person was none other than the head of the Supervisory Academy, Chen Pingping. Soon, a black-robed youth walked quickly from not far away. Dean. The black-robed youth arrived in front of Chen Pingping and gave a respectful salute. Chen Pingping continued to look up at the sky and spoke. What is it? The black-robed youth arched his hand and said, Dean, Gui Zhiguang of the 3rd Division has disappeared. Chen Pingping frowned slightly before she came back to her senses and turned her head to look at this black-robed youth. What do you mean? The black-robed youth said. Gui Zhiguang has been missing for 2 days, and the side of the 3rd branch suspected that something had happened to him, so they had me come to report. It seems like it was the night before the big day, when he was tracking the Northern Qi inner circle and never came back. When Chen Pingping heard this, her face became even more puzzled and she asked in disbelief. What? Was Zhiguang went to track down the Northern Qi insiders? What does a guy from the 3rd branch care about what goes on in the Northern Qi inner circle? The black-robed youth shook his head and said, in this matter, my humble servant is also unclear. Chen Pingping pondered for a moment, feeling that there must be something strange about this matter, and he knew Gui Zhiguang. This man, despite his somewhat despicable behavior, has a very bright mind and places great value on fame and fortune. However, he was very afraid of death. If the thing to be done, even if it brings great benefits, but jeopardizes lives, he will not do it easily. So, to rashly go after the Northern Qi secret agent in the middle of the night, without informing the rest of the supervisory court, there must be something wrong here. When she thought of this, Chen Pingping waved her hand to the black-robed teenager and said, go and call all the people who, on that day, were with Gui Zhiguang. Yes. The black-robed teenager nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. After waiting for the black-robed teenager to leave, Chen Pingping spoke again. Someone come. Only a flash of silhouette was seen. In front of Chen Pingping, a person wearing a black robe with a mask on his face instantly appeared. Get the word out, and call back all the people in the neighborhood of Danzhou, except those in 4 places. Things, I'm afraid, are getting ahead of themselves. The black-robed man nodded without opening his mouth to speak, and his body retreated backward, like a ghost, and disappeared. A few moments later, the black-robed youth who had left just now had gone and returned, followed by several black-robed youths. Dean, I have brought the person. The black-robed youth arched his hand toward Chen Pingping. A few other black-clothed youths followed suit and arched their hands at Chen Pingping. Dean. Chen Pingping looked at the crowd expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, tell me, what really happened that night? One of the youths immediately spoke. Yard. Actually, the matter is like this. A few days ago, there were outsiders infiltrating our supervisory academy, and they were discovered by Gui Zhiguang, who also captured them. Only, while being severely tortured, he was saved by his companions, and then while chasing them, Gui Zhiguang disappeared and never returned. When Chen Pingping heard this, she frowned slightly, and reaching out, she whacked on the wheelchair and lightly drank. Ridiculous. If you found someone lurking in the prosecutor's office, Why didn't you report it? And who gave you permission to dispose of it privately? In the end, someone else was saved. What are you all doing?
Several people all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy after hearing Chen Pingping's cold drink.
Dean, have mercy. It's none of our business. It's Gui Zhiguang. He's the one who didn't let us report it. That's right. We've said we've persuaded him, but he won't listen to us in order to get credit. I begged the dean to see that this is the way it is.
After Chen Pingping heard the words of several people, she thought that what they said did make sense because Gui Zhiguan was that kind of person. It was just that he hadn't expected that someone had actually taken the attention and hit the ombudsman's office.
That's a lot of consequences if it's successful.
I just don't know which side of the force these people are on.
After pondering for a moment, Chen Pingping asked, "Are you sure that those people are secret agents of Northern Qi?"
The crowd shook their heads.
"Not sure. This is all guessed by Gui Zhiguang." Ping Chen. A moment later, Chen Pingping looked at the crowd and coldly grunted. "This time, I'll spare you all for the time being. Wait to redeem your sins. From now on, hurry up and investigate. Where exactly did Gui Zhiguang go? Also, where on earth did those people lurking in the inspectorate come from? If you can't find out, then you don't come back." Hearing this,
the crowd immediately nodded their heads in agreement.
"Yes, yes, yes, we'll go now." As soon as the words fell, these black-clothed youths all turned around and left. Afterward,
Chen Pingping sat in her wheelchair and continued to look up at the sky,
pondering in her mind. In the meantime, Sangha, boudoir.
Li Sungtaek sat on a stool to the side and looked at the two young girls in front of him who were eating chicken drumsticks,
and opened his mouth. "You two eat slowly, and we'll talk briefly about what to do next. First and foremost is Sister Wan Er." Lin Wanner, who was originally nibbling on 2 bites, looked at him with a blank expression after hearing Li Qing's words. "Me?" Li Sungtaek nodded. "That's right, it's you. The purpose of our coming here is to tell you that even if you are displeased with this marriage giving, you should not rebel in such an extreme way. The body is your own, and if you don't eat or drink, what you end up hurting is still your own body. So, your task from now on is to eat and drink as usual. Don't worry about anything, just leave the latter to me. Otherwise, if anything else happens to your body, it will be too late to say anything then."
Lin Wanner froze for a moment,
and suddenly comprehended what Brother Chang Zhe had just said. Yeah, why hadn't she thought of that before? There are many ways to fight back against things, and self-harm is just one of them, or the lowest and least effective.
If it was really like what Brother Sung Sain had said, even if he had found a solution, wouldn't it be more trouble than it was worth if something happened to his own body?
Thinking of this,
Lin Wanner immediately nodded her head and said,
"Okay, Brother Chengza, I'll listen to you."
Li Chengza nodded his head and smiled. "As for the matter regarding the bestowal of marriage later,
just leave it to me. With 6 months to go, he could do absolutely anything. Moreover, things had come to a head,
and he was going to be ready to meet with Fan Xian. He didn't go before because he didn't have anyone around him who could deal with that pervert.
5 bamboo, but not anymore, because he has the Archon too."
Chapter 77 Danzhou Stormclouds.
Li Chengza and Yi Linger, after leaving the Sangha, were walking on the streets. Neither of them opened their mouths to speak. At this moment, Li Chengza, from the time just now, had been thinking in his mind about Fan Xian. After all, he now had the Grand Master by his side, and was perfectly capable of dealing with that robot from 5 bamboos. In that case, it would be completely possible to kill Fan Xian. Only, it wouldn't do Fan Xian any good if he died now. After all, that oldine coin of Emperor Chang, Chen Pingping of the Inspectorate, Fan Jian's Black Riders, plus 5 bamboos, a top sect master. Once he killed Fan Xian on the front foot, then these people, on the back foot, would surely retaliate strongly. When the time comes, it's absolutely impossible to top it with the time we have now. So, he had to find a chance to have a chat with Fan Xian. It's best to form an alliance first and meticulously develop a wave. And when the time is ripe, then he doesn't have to be afraid of anything. If it doesn't work, just one more enemy. 2. Since he was, now, able to play the Crown Prince as a retard, what could one more Fan Xian do? Besides, he couldn't believe that Fan Xian would be indifferent if he knew about his own life and the real reason for his mother's death. Thinking of this, Li Sungtaek smiled and nodded, deciding to do just that. When he returned to the royal residence later, he began to make preparations, and at this moment, Yi Linger, walking softly and slowly beside Li Chengza, always keeping her head down, pondering in her heart. Although, just now, Lin Wanner had already agreed that she would not use self-inflicted injuries to resist in the future. Especially, Yi Linger slowly raised her head and looked towards Li Chengza beside her, and when she realized that he was also in deep thought, she lowered her head once again. I also wonder what is going through his mind right now. Is there really a way? In the future, To help Wan Er with the matter of marriage giving? Just as Yi Linger lowered her head in contemplation,
there was a bang and her forehead suddenly hit something. Yi Linger stopped her steps, looked up and forward, and realized that she had just bumped into something.
But it was actually Li Qing's chest. Li Qing's stood in front of Yi Linger and looked down. What's wrong? Been distracted since just now?
Yi Linger rubbed her forehead and said,
No, nothing.
Li Qing's reached out and rubbed Yi Linger's forehead and said,
Still saying it's nothing. You were all perky before.
Why have you turned so melancholy now?
Anymore. I'm your fiancé, so I'm kind of on my own. What's something that you can't talk to one of your own?
Yi Linger pondered for a moment and felt that what Li Qing's said was indeed reasonable, so she nodded her head and said,
I just have a hard time in my heart,
because Wan Er is my best sister. We grew up together and have a special bond, and her life has never been smooth or happy since she was born. It's not even enough that I couldn't feel my father's and mother's love since I was a child, but even my body got a bad disease,
coughing every day and not being able to eat properly. Now the body is not easy to get better,
and now it is given in marriage to a stranger,
whom I have never seen before,
and for the rest of my life, I have been nailed to death.
Speaking of this, Yi Linger's eyes were slightly red, and tears, the size of buckets, quietly crossed from her face. When I think about it, Wan Er's fate is so unfair, my heart is very hard. When Li Qingze saw Yi Linger crying with her head down,
he leaned his shoulder in front of her and comforted her.
I know everything you're talking about. Don't worry, I will definitely not. In the future, let Wan Er continue to suffer.
Yi Linger leaned on Li Qingze's shoulder and whispered,
Are you really sure that you can get Wan Er's marriage back? Li Qingze pondered for a moment and said, There should be no problem. Anyway, there are still half a year left. Anything is possible. Right, Li Sungtaek said. If I accomplish this matter, can you give a reward?
Yi Linger froze for a moment and said,
What? Reward? Li Qingze hemmed and hawed, then came to lean on Yi Linger's ear and muttered a few words in a low voice. After Yi Linger heard this, she lowered her head towards her heavy chest and her face immediately turned red. You think so? After saying that, she even grabbed Li Qingze's sleeve and wiped the tears off her face, and wiped her nose a few times in the process. When Li Sungtaek saw this scene, he exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Even if you wipe your tears, isn't snot excessive? Yi Linger didn't think so, and after wiping away her tears, she quickly ran forward. When she had run a few steps, she turned to Li Qingze and then said, Hey, Li Sungtaek, if you can really do it, I'll think about it then and let you have your fill. As soon as the words fell, Yi Linger couldn't hold back any longer and ran forward with her face flushed red. Her heart was beating fast at the moment. It had never felt this way before. I didn't think that the serious Li Sungtaek could say such things and take a big bite of. She was not disgusted, however, and even looked forward to it a little. When she thought of this, Yi Linger's running speed became even faster. Seeing Yi Linger's departing back, Li Qingze shook his head with a light smile. What a sweet little girl. I was only joking with her just now, but I didn't expect to take it seriously. You should tease a few more times in the future if you're not doing anything. After that, Li Qingze turned away and walked towards the location of the royal residence. A few days later, outside Danzhou City, not far from a tea house, with the sound of a few hoofbeats, a fast horse came galloping from a wide road not far away. The fast horse stopped in front of the Mercedes to the tea house. Immediately following, a young man dressed in black power suit jumped down from a fast horse. After the young man walked into the tea house, he immediately waved his hand and said, Boss, serve a pot of good tea. Then, a fellow carried a teapot and walked over quickly. Guest, your tea is here, please enjoy. The fellow put the teapot down and then turned to leave. After drinking a few bowls of tea, the young man took out a few coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. Then he got up and left. Soon, the fellow went to the table, picked up those coins, and immediately walked to the inner room. And in the inner room, a middle-aged man was sitting, opening his mouth and asking the fellow, How is it? Has the man left yet? The fellow nodded. It's gone. It should be from Kyoto City again. Counting this person, it's already this month, the 5th batch, isn't it? It's really persistent. The middle-aged man nodded his head and said, Regardless of him, if there are no surprises, this person will definitely not live to see the next day either. Anyway, the Lord only asked us to spy on Fan Xian and not do anything else. So let them continue to fight. Good. Then we'll continue to watch the tigers. The fellow then laughed. Chapter 78, The Breathless Fan Xian. Danzhou, Fanfu. In the backyard, Fan Xian reclined on a recliner, crossed his legs, and rattled off something. And in front of him, a few maids with clear eyebrows, sitting on the ground with good behavior, were listening with full attention. That night, Ning Kaichen was reading in the Orchid Temple. when he suddenly heard outside the door the sound of a zither, and feeling very curious, he got up and went toward the door. Just as he had just taken a few steps, he saw a woman in white playing the zither in a pavilion not far away, and then Ning Kaichin slowly stepped forward, wanting to check the situation. As Fan Xian spoke, he saw the several maids in front of him, all with their eyes wide open, hearing very serious. He saw that the time was right and his voice began to slowly lower. Ning Caixin walked to the pavilion and opened his mouth to question the woman in white, and the woman in white stopped stroking her zither and slowly turned around. Suddenly, Fan Xian's voice, instantly raised several times, startled the maids in front of him, all of whom fell to the ground. "Young master, you're so annoying." "That's right, the young master must have done it on purpose." "Scary," the maids muttered as they rose from the floor. Fan Xian, however, was unimpressed and laughed. "I can't be blamed for this. You guys were the ones who insisted on listening to ghost stories in the first place. I was thinking that I'd wait until midnight to tell you guys about it. It'll definitely be more exciting then." Just then, a man in the shape of a houseboy walked in from outside the main door. "Young master, it's time to eat." The man waved his hand at Fan Xian. Upon hearing the word dinner, Fan Xian stood up from the rattan chair with a carp, clapped his hands, and said, "Okay, let's eat first. My stomach is really hungry." As he spoke, Fan Xian swaggered, heading in the direction of the front yard. The maids, too, followed Fan Xian and left the backyard. Only, as Fan Xian crossed the backyard, he noticed that the back door was open and there were several middle-aged men, one after another, moving vegetables into the yard. Fan Xian knew that the Fan Mansion was very large, and there were quite a few people living in it, so naturally, meal provision was a big job. Therefore, the meals that the Fan House eats every day are delivered from outside every day. Fan Xian glanced at the person who was delivering the meal, and feeling a bit curious, asked the houseboy beside him, "That's not right. Isn't Old Chen the one who usually delivers the food? Why haven't I seen him today?" The housekeeper immediately replied back, "Young master, it's like this. Old Chen had something to do today, so he didn't come over, but had his nephew take his place." "So it is." Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully, and without saying anything more, continued to walk forward. A few moments later, after eating lunch, Fan Xian left the Fan Mansion and went to a secluded place to practice. Now that he had practiced for a long time, the overbearing true qi in his body had simply been utilized freely, and was no longer uncontrollable as it had been before, crashing across the sky. If one could continue to suppress it, one's own strength, the improvement might be even faster. Fan Xian then stopped thinking about it and continued practicing in the same spot. I don't know how long it's been. Fan Xian was practicing when, all of a sudden, a sharp blade flew over from not far away in midair. The sharp blade was several feet long, shaped like a flying dagger, and after flashing out a cold light, it came straight towards his brow. "Ha!" After Fan Xian sensed something strange, his body immediately flashed out to the side, dodging the attack he had just made. However, when he turned around, there were several more sharp blades that came whistling from not far away. Fan Xian let out a light gulp, lifting his foot to kick a nearby branch, lifting it to his body, and reaching out to catch it again. Immediately following, the tree branch in his hand gently swung up, like a long sword, blocking the oncoming sharp edges, as much as possible. "Now that you're here, don't hide your head. Come out rightfully and brightly." Fan Xian had finished speaking and did not see any silhouettes appearing, and there was not even a sound around, making it unusually awkward. "Ha!" Fan Xian let out a light laugh and plucked a sharp blade from a nearby tree. Then it swung the sharp blade forward, swinging it, not far away, into the branches of a tree. Claptrap. With a sound, right from that branch, a silhouette fell down. The visitor was a middle-aged man, dressed in a black power suit, with a scar mark over his right eye. "How did you know that I was hiding on a branch just now?" the middle-aged man asked. Fan Xian gripped the branch with both hands and propped up his body with a hangdog look, saying, "You don't think that just because you're stupid, that everyone else gives you the same stupidity. It's a clearing and there's nothing around but trees, so where do you think it'll be hidden?" Speaking of this, Fan Xian then laughed. "I'm now kind of curious if the person who hired you as assassins is a guy who is stupid and has a lot of money. I can't believe I found out that you guys, who are brainless and weak, have come to assassinate me." The middle-aged man roared angrily. "Who are you calling brainless?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man took a step out and rushed towards Fan Xian. "Die for me." A quarter of an hour later, Fan Xian put away the porcelain vase in his hand and immediately pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth and nose, only to see that on the ground, there was a constant bared sound, and blue smoke was also rising. The middle-aged man from earlier had his eyes wide open at the moment, with a shocked look of death, and his body, which began to decay rapidly,
In just a few short breaths, the body of the middle-aged man had already turned into blood. Afterward, Fan Xian covered his mouth and nose and went to sit on a nearby rock, looking over the silver in his hands. The silver, which was obtained from the body of that middle-aged man, was nothing other than silver. After Fan Xian put the silver away, he sighed helplessly and said, "Just who is trying to kill me? Every time someone comes, they have no strength, no intelligence, and are completely there to give away their heads. It's inexplicable." Soon after, Fan Xian asked behind him, "Uncle, do you know who the person who came this time is?" 5 Bamboo, who wore ancient black clothes and was blindfolded with a black cloth, wrapped his arms around his chest and said expressionlessly, "No, who's that?" Fan Xian asked. 5 Bamboo said, "Now is not the time." Fan Xian, "Uncle, can't you say anything other than that for a change? If you don't, then just say you don't know." "Good." Gajira returned. Fan Xian sighed helplessly and said, "Uncle, talking to you is really tiring. Can't you say something? Anything useful?" 5 Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, "Yes." "Really?" Fan Xian became interested and asked, "What is it?" Gochuji said, "You're going to Kyoto soon." Chapter 79, Sacrifices. "Uncle, what did you say?" Fan Xian looked at 5 Bamboos with a puzzled expression. "How come?" "Somehow, he's going to Kyoto?" Although Fan Xian had never been to Kyoto, he knew something about it from others. And, every so often, his little sister, Fan Ruorua, would send letters from Kyoto, describing the situation there. In fact, Fan Xian had wanted to go to Kyoto for a long time, but he just never had the chance to go, as well as his grandmother didn't want him to go, so he didn't have this plan. Fan Xian asked, "Uncle, why did you say, I'm going to Kyoto? Is something wrong?" Gojutsu nodded. "Because you're going to Kyoto, to get married." "What?" Fan Xian looked incredulous and immediately stood up from the stone. "Why would I go to Kyoto to get married? It's hard not to." The 5 Bamboos nodded. "Yes." Immediately afterward, from his arms, he pulled out a package and threw it into Fan Xian's hands. "This is Ms. Van. For you." As soon as Fan Xian heard that Fan Ruoro had delivered it, he hurriedly opened the package and found that it contained a letter, as well as an exquisitely crafted and extremely beautiful-looking belt. He casually opened the envelope and began to read the information inside. Soon after Fan Xian read the letter, he realized what was going on. This belt in front of him was a birthday gift for him, and since he couldn't come to Danjo from Kyoto, he had to send this gift in this way. Sure enough, it was still his own sister who knew how to love people, always thinking of him as her big brother. However, something that made Fan Xian unexpected. "I can't believe it's a gift of marriage." Because Fan Ruorua said on the top of the letter that His Majesty had given him a marriage a few days ago to the daughter of a prime minister. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fan Xian put the letter paper away and cursed in disbelief. After all, he had crossed over from the modern era, and what he disliked most was feudal arranged marriages. In the past, when he was small, Fan Xian also often educated Fan Ruorua. Love should advocate freedom, their own marriage to make their own decisions. Now it's so bad that he's actually become a victim of the dynasty. There was no need to think about it to know that the purpose of His Majesty's granting of the marriage must have been for the marriage of the two families to strengthen the power of the dynasty. "Humph, to give me a marriage for no reason. What do you take me for? I'm not eating that. In the future, my marriage, naturally, will be my own." Fan Xian then picked up the waist plate in front of him and began to carefully examine it. He had to say that his little sister's vision was quite good, and he liked both the quality and the appearance of the waist plate he had selected. It seems that there are still people in this world who are thinking about him. This feeling, it's so good. A few moments later, Fan Xian put away the belt in his hand, patted the dust on his body, and then continued to start practicing in the same spot. As for returning to Kyoto, he didn't bother. Anyway, no matter what, he was going to be in charge of his own marital affairs and would never compromise. No one can. 5 Bamboo, who was on the side, looked at Fan Xian in front of him and rummaged through it, his face never showing any expression. Kyoto, the royal residence. As usual, Lee Sung-taek skipped around the yard after lunch, slipping in his food in the process. He had basically never gone out in the past few days, and the sign-in points hadn't continued to refresh. Therefore, he practiced every day after eating, and his own martial arts realm, consequently, improved a lot. Lee Sung-taek was skulking around in the courtyard when 2 young men walked in quickly from the place outside the main gate. "Your Highness." The 2 of them walked up to Lee Changza and bowed to him in obeisance. When Lee Sung-jack looked at the 2, their memories appeared in his mind. They were none other than Lee Changza's 8 family generals, of which Fan Wusu and Xia Bayan were among them. He was previously placed elsewhere by Lee Sung-taek and has just been transferred back. Lee Sung-taek said, "It's good to be back,
Go to your room and rest first. Fan Wusa shook his head and said, Your Highness, we're not tired. I heard that you were assassinated some time ago? Did the Crown Prince send someone to do it? Damn it! Xiabian clenched his fists and growled lowly. They couldn't play us openly, so now they're starting to engage in assassination. Had I known that, the two of us, in the first place, should not have left. Li Qingzi knew that this Fan Wusu and Xiabian, who was loyal to his predecessor, was also a rare talent. He waved his hand at the two men and said, No need to be so nervous, it's in the past. Now that the Crown Prince is locked up in the palace and can't get out, he won't make any other moves for a while. Fan Wusu and Xiabian, after hearing Li Qingzi's words, then put their hearts down. Your Highness, if there is anything in the future, just order. Yes, as it should be. The two men arched their hands in unison. Li Sungjak nodded. Okay, I know. Go down, and I'll find you later if I need you. Yes, the two of them, Fan Wusu and Xiabian, then turned to leave. After that, Li Sungjak was ready, and continued to skulk around in place, thinking about some things in the meantime. In addition to the recent matter of giving marriage, he also had to find a way to solve something about Northern Qi. Since the North Qi side, let's send a heavyweight. It naturally couldn't be a minor character. So, if about who to send, Li Sungtaek started to get a little torn. When the time came, it just wouldn't work, so he'd go over there himself. By the way, he went to meet again the experts on the Northern Qi side. If he could contact a few of them, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, it would be too easy to get rid of that old silver coin. Emperor Chang. Just as Li Sungjak was contemplating, the voice of the system resounded. Once again, in his head. The next check-in location is at Yi Mansion. Backyard. Please prepare yourself in time. The Yip Mansion? Isn't this Yi Ling Heir's home? Li Qingzi did not expect that this time the signing location would actually be refreshed to the Yi Mansion. But it was fine. Anyway, he was going to marry Yi Linger in the future, so he could just go to the Yi Mansion to take a look. Li Qingzi turned around and went back to his bedroom, changing into a brand new robe before he walked out of the royal residence. In the meantime, Yi Mansion. Backyard. Yi Linger sat in the stone hall, her hands resting on her round and pretty face, her eyes looking into the distance, her mind pondering. Ever since the last time she and Li Qingzi were separated, her mind would always be wandering, and sometimes when she slept and dreamed at night, she would have some messed up dreams. I've changed the small pieces of clothing that are close to my body several times alone, and I'm shy about getting up every morning. Right now, all I can think about is Li Sungtaek's appearance. At this time, a maid who was not too old sneakily came from not far away and shouted to Yi Linger in a low voice. Miss, I'm back. Yi Linger heard the voice and immediately came back to her senses, saying in surprise, quickly, I'm over here. The maid quickly ran to Yi Linger's front and pulled out a parcel from her bosom, placing it on the stone table in front of her. Miss, here's the forbidden book you asked for. You must put it away after reading it. If the master finds out, he will surely punish me heavily. Yi Linger took the package and nodded her head. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Chapter 80, The Scene of Social Death. Yi Linger carefully opened the package and pulled out a brand new book from inside. The books are untitled and contain a number of exquisite illustrations in addition to the text. When Yi Linger looked at these words, a hint of redness immediately flashed on her round and pretty face. The illustrations, in particular, are thrilling to look at. However, the maid next to her also stretched out a small head melon and looked at the books in Yi Linger's hands, her small face turning red. With a pop sound, Yi Linger reached out and closed the book, and then said to the maid next to her, Forget it, let's just sneak a peek at night. This is too exciting. The maid covered her small mouth and snickered. Miss, I don't think you need to read these books. Wait until you and the Second Highness are married, and he will teach you himself. Yi Linger skimmed her mouth and said, What do you know? It's natural to learn these things in advance. You wouldn't understand if I told you anyway. I'm craving fruit now. Go get me some. Okay, miss. The maid nodded her head in agreement and then turned to leave. Once the maid left, Yi Linger opened the book in her hand once again and started looking at it with a red face. She also, every now and then, gave a look of dawning realization. Yi Linger grew up so big, usually especially liked to dance with swords and guns. For the matter of women's red, there is no half interest. And even more so, there is no one to teach her the matter of men and women. So she's in a bit of a limbo right now regarding that aspect of things. After all, the marriage is soon to take place. If you do not study, it will be a shame if you make a mess at that time. It was precisely because of this that Yi Linger would have her maid purposely go outside to buy some forbidden books to read. She'd had to brush up on her knowledge about that recently. Soon after Yi Linger read the contents of the book,
her body gradually began to produce abnormalities. Not only was his mouth dry and his face red, but his eyes began to gradually become disoriented. It was a special feeling, something that had never happened before. In the meantime, Lee Sung-taek arrived outside the backyard wall of the Yi mansion. He was just about ready to think that he'd just walk right in through the front door. But then another thought. It's too much of a hassle to go through the front door. It's easier and faster to just go over the wall. What's more, it's also particularly exciting. Lee Chingza then looked to the left and right for a few moments and did not find the presence of others before he rolled over and jumped onto the courtyard wall and jumped into the courtyard. Lee Chingza didn't take more than a few steps in the courtyard before he saw a silhouette in a red dress in a stone pavilion not far away. And it was Yi Linger. When he realized it was Yi Linger, he walked over quickly. Just as Lee Chingza came behind Yi Linger and was about to call her, he realized that she was reading a book and was reading extremely seriously. Lee Chingza did not disturb Yi Linger, but stood behind her and looked into the book. As a result, after he had looked at it for not more than a few moments, he immediately came to his senses. Ooh, nice guy. So it's this kind of forbidden book that you're reading. No wonder you're reading it so carefully. And it's a little more brilliantly written than the one he bought earlier. After reading it for a few moments, Lee Sung-taek muttered in a low voice, "This book is really well written." Yi Linger nodded and said, "Yeah, it's really good. It gives people an immersive feeling when they look at it." Before Yi Linger could finishing her sentence, she felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned back to look. Then, she saw Lee Sung-taek's handsome face appearing in front of her. Yikes! Yi Linger was taken aback. People always make mistakes when they panic, and when they are frightened, the situation can be even worse. Therefore, Yi Linger hurriedly tried to stand up from the stool after she discovered Lee Chingza. Instead, he ended up being so flustered that his body didn't stand still and he fell towards the ground. At this moment, a large hand quickly reached out and grabbed Yi Linger's arm, pulling her up. "Careful, why can't you stand still?" After Yi Linger stood up straight, she immediately lowered her head with a reddened face, still holding the book tightly in her hand. She wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. There should be nothing more embarrassing in life. It's like when you're a kid, stealing something bad and being caught by an adult. Yi Linger did not expect that Lee Chingza would actually suddenly appear here and inexplicably stand behind her. What's more, the books she had just been reading were also seen. If it's a normal book, so be it. However, this is a forbidden book, and it is full of shameful descriptions of the love between a man and a woman. Now that she was found out, then would Lee Sung-taek think that she was a woman who knew no shame? If she were to be withdrawn from the marriage again because of this matter, then what face would she have to survive in the world? Thinking of this, Yi Linger's heart was terrified and shocked, and she didn't know what to say for a while. However, at this moment, Lee Sung-jack didn't think much about it. It's just reading an 18-band book. It's not like it's a big deal. Wouldn't it be normal to read some of these books to supplement your knowledge when you're about to get married anyway? What's wrong? Lee Chingza asked curiously when he saw Yi Linger keeping her head down. Yi Linger pondered for a moment and softly said, I'm looking at it for the first time." "What?" Lee Sung-taek was unsure. Yi Linger added, "I haven't read it before. Just started reading it today. I'm not that kind of woman." When Lee Chingza heard Yi Linger's words, he immediately understood what was going on, and with that, he said, "What does it matter? It's not that big of a deal. Since the book is written, it's there for people to read and enjoy themselves." Yi Linger's head snapped up with an unbelievable expression and said, "Don't you think that women who read this kind of book are all?" Lee Sung-taek waved his hand and said, "Of course not. It would be too arbitrary to decide a person's character and persona just by reading a few forbidden books. Don't worry, you're not the only one who likes to watch it. I usually watch it too." Yi Linger's face reddened and said, "I didn't like to see it." Lee Chingza looked at Yi Linger's showy red face, like a ripe red apple, even more adorable, and wanted to tease her. Then, Lee Chingza pretended to be surprised and said, Sister Linger, the way you look today, it's a bit strange." Yi Linger froze for a moment and hurriedly reached out to touch her blushing face, saying, "Where? Is it weird?" She hadn't prepared to go out today, so she hadn't made a point of dressing up. Could it be that the gouache wasn't applied evenly? Or is the lipstick the wrong color? Or maybe, something dirty on your face? Yi Linger was anxious in her heart. She lightly bit her lower lip with her shell teeth, and after contemplating for a moment, she apprehensively turned to Lee Chingza and asked, "What's weird about me?" "Me?" Chapter 81 is secularism to the extreme is elegant. Well, Lee Chingza came over to Yi Linger's face and stared at her carefully and seriously. Then he said, "You're so cute today." Yi Linger listened with excitement and trepidation, with her full attention, to what Lee Chingza would say. However, When she heard Lee Sung-taek's words, she didn't realize, at first, what was meant by what was said. When she reacted, her pretty face became redder. You hate it. Yi Linger once again shyly lowered her head, not daring to look up at Lee Chungza again. She had been dealing with martial arts since she was a child, and apart from her father and elder brother, she had never come into contact with another member of the opposite sex, much less had the opportunity to talk about love. Therefore, where had Yi Linger heard such love words before? And she was instantly fallen. And when Lee Changza saw Yi Linger's appearance, his heart was also happy. Sure enough, for the girls of this era, telling such earthy love stories is most effective. If in a past life, you said such earthy words of love to its other girls, they must have scolded you for griping but not the girls nowadays. After vulgarity to the extreme, that's elegance. Just then, in Lee Changza's mind, the system's voice once again sounded. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Sign in, Lee Sung-taek said immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Qi Spirit Pill. Qi Ling Dan. After taking it, it can transform the internal energy in the host's body into true Qi. Lee Changza's heart immediately rejoiced after hearing the system's reward. Can you take the internal energy in your body and transform it into true Qi? This directly increases one's power to a large level. In this way, the power that erupted when one performed martial arts moves again was absolutely extraordinary. After all, internal force and true Qi were not comparable at all. Moreover, Lee Sung-taek had suddenly thought of something that surprised him even more. It's all ready to cast true Qi now. Then, later on, wouldn't it be possible to transform true Qi into aura? If it really works, then you can cultivate immortality. When he thought of this, Lee Sung-jaek nodded excitedly. Cultivating immortality. What a desirable, yet exciting place. Subsequently, Lee Changza waved his backhand, and in the middle of his palm, quietly lay a blue-glowing elixir. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly swallowed this pill. Since Yi Linger, at this moment, was still shyly lowering her head, she didn't realize what Lee Changza had just done. However, when Lee Changza took the elixir, he felt that in his body, a warm current appeared, and it was also particularly comfortable. In the meantime, Yi Linger was still thinking in her mind, as she lowered her head, about what had just happened. Any other man who would have dared to say something like that to her face would have been thrashed long ago. However, in front of facing Lee Changza, she couldn't hate it, and there was actually a small joy in her heart. She doesn't know what's going on. However, Yi Linger's feelings towards Lee Changza had become more and more unusual during this recent period of time when she was spending time with him. It wouldn't be a bad thing if in the future, she was really allowed to spend her life with Lee Sung-taek. Yi Linger then slowly raised her head and looked at the handsome young man in front of her. It had to be said that Lee Changza was very much like his mother consort, born especially handsome, with red lips and white teeth, delicate features, and a hint of Englishness emanating from his eyebrows. He is also exceptionally talented and is said to have extraordinary martial arts skills, making him a model of a good man. Yi Linger didn't think that she would actually marry such an excellent man. Thinking of this, Yi Linger pondered for a moment, and after making up her mind in her heart, she quietly came over to Lee Changza's face and gently kissed him. Then, like a thief, he quickly lowered his head. Lee Changza, who was originally feeling the true Qi in his body, after seeing the scene just now, was also completely surprised that she would actually steal a kiss from him, worthy of being the daughter of a general, acting just so boldly. Once Lee Changza came back to his senses, he looked down at Yi Linger in front of him and asked, "What were you doing just now?" "Didn't do anything." Yi Linger shook her head, pretending to know nothing. Lee Changza let out a light laugh, lifting his hand. He then lifted Yi Linger's chin and said, "If you want to kiss, you have to kiss righteously. What's wrong with stealing a kiss?" Just after the words were said, Lee Changza lowered his head and came up, ready to kiss those light red lips. However, just as Lee Changza was about to get his way, the distance between his lips, just a hair's breadth away, he suddenly heard the maid's voice. "Miss, I have washed the fruits for you. You see, eat first." The moment Lee Sung-taek heard the maid, his body immediately withdrew backwards, and he also stretched out his arms in an athletic gesture. Yi Linger, on the other hand, quickly turned around and quickly adjusted her sitting position, the look of panic on her face extremely obvious. When the maid was about to walk into the stone pavilion, she saw Lee Changza and immediately bowed in worship and said, "Slave girl has met your second highness." Lee Changza coughed lightly a few times and waved his hand. "Well, excuse yourself." "Yes." The maid nodded her head in agreement and immediately walked over to Yi Linger, handing over the fruit plate in her hands. "Miss, here's the fruit you asked for yet." Yi Linger nodded her head and said, "Okay, let's put it on top of the table first."
When the maid placed the fruits on the table, she looked at Yi Linger with a surprised expression. Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why are you so red in the face? Yi Linger was shy, happy, and a little angry at the moment. It was so obvious just now that they were about to kiss. It was the arrival of the maid that. But, after all, you can't blame people for that. It was completely unexpected. Yi Linger raised her hand and fanned herself, saying, it's fine. I'm just a little hot. Oh, it's just a little hot. That way. The maid didn't suspect anything, so she took the fan from behind her and fanned Yi Linger. Seeing that the reward for signing in had already arrived, Li Qingze didn't feel too good about staying here, so he simply said goodbye to Yi Linger and left. Sister Linger, then you guys continue to be busy. I'll go back first. Yi Linger saw that Li Qingze was going to leave, and when she wanted to retain him, she felt that it wasn't quite appropriate, so she gave up on the idea. Okay, then I'll see you some other day, Yi Linger said. Li Qingze waved his hand to Yi Linger, then turned around and walked behind him. Hey, Second Highness, you've gone the wrong way. The front door is over there, right? The maid saw that Li Qingze had gone in the wrong direction and immediately pointed out to him. Instead, Li Sun-taek laughed. When I came here, I didn't use the main entrance, and now that I'm going back, naturally I don't need to. By the time he reached the courtyard wall, he jumped up with a casual leap. Then with a flip, he disappeared. Chapter 82. Danzhou, Fanfu. The weather on this day was sunny and cloudless, and the breeze felt extraordinarily comfortable as it blew on one's body. Fan Xian, as before, sat idly on a rattan chair in the backyard and began to tell the maids a story. What was being told this time, however, was not a ghost story. Instead, it's a novel about love. The maids in the mansion, all of whom were in their 13 or 14 years of age, usually did not have any spare time to talk about their love affairs apart from their work. Therefore, the story told by Fan Xian was very much enjoyed. Each of them became engrossed in the story and began to fantasize about being the heroine. Fan Xian looked at the maids, all eyes wide open, with a look of rapt attention, and continued to speak. A few moments later, after Fan Xian finished telling a singable love story, he clapped his hands and said, well, the story has ended here. Do you still have any more you want to hear? The maids couldn't get enough of it and started making comments. Young master, tell me another love story. I'd love to hear it. Fan Xian laughed. You can't listen to a love story for a long time. You always need a change of flavor. Another maid said excitedly. Then tell ghost stories. The scarier the better. Fan Xian said. And tell ghost stories? The last lecture on Liuzhai almost made you all cry. If we say it again, will you still sleep at night? Finally that maid said. Young master, you still continue to talk about that Tian what ate what? I always feel that Aju died too pitifully. Did you resurrect her later? Resurrection, my love? Fan Xian shook his head and said, if Azu is dead, she definitely can't be resurrected, and if she is, it would really be a ghost story. The maids said in unison. Young master, what story are you telling then? Fan Xian pondered for a moment, repeatedly stroking his chin, and soon thought of something and nodded. There, I'm going to tell you a story today, called The Golden Vase. The maids asked excitedly. Young master, what type of story is it this time? Fan Xian hemmed and hawed and said, that's a lot of genres. There's action, romance, suspense, thrillers, and so on, so I guarantee you'll enjoy listening to it. Yes, young master, quickly say it. The maids nodded in unison. Just as Fan Xian was about to speak, one of the mansion's household servants walked over quickly. Young master, it's time to eat. Upon hearing the word dinner, the maids whose faces were still joyful, all hung their heads and left. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, you don't have to be so frustrated. So after dinner, take some time out and I'll continue the story for you. When the maids heard this, a smile appeared on their faces, and they all left at a quick pace. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders in boredom and headed towards the front yard. Soon after, Fan Xian ate his lunch and after stretching greatly for a few moments, he headed towards the backyard. Anyway, it wasn't like he had anything else to do every day. Other than practicing martial arts outside, the only thing left to do was to tell stories to the maids. Otherwise he would die of boredom. By the way, there's always the assassination from Kyoto to deal with. Otherwise, living in Danzhou for such a long period of time would really bore you to death. When Fan Xian arrived at the backyard, he saw several maids already waiting here. Why are you guys eating so fast? When the maids saw Fan Xian, they all greeted him with smiles and walked over. Young master, we want to hear you tell a story. Yeah, listen to it early. We've got work to do later. Fan Xian nodded and said, alright, you guys sit down first. I'll get started. That said, a long time ago, before Fan Xian could finish his sentence, he heard a flopping sound, and one of the maids in front of him, as she sat down, her body didn't stabilize, and she directly fell to the ground. Fan Xian laughed. Why, did you drink at noon? How many drinks does it take to start getting drunk? The maid, who fell to the ground, caressed her forehead and said, I didn't drink. How come my body just won't listen to me? I feel dizzy. Just then, several of the other maids, too, began to stagger and fall to the ground. After Fan Xian saw the scene in front of him, he originally thought that they were just fooling around, but then he realized that the faces of the crowd began to turn white, clearly signs of poisoning. Fan Xian directly bent down and squatted down, and began to inspect the bodies of several of the maids. As expected, they were poisoned. The good thing was that it wasn't a powerful poison. It would only make one's body soft and unable to make any strength. Fan Xian got up and walked to the stone table behind him, pulling out a packet of medicinal powder from his body and pouring it directly into the teapot, casually shaking it a few times. Immediately after that, he walked quickly to the maids, who had fallen to the ground, and fed them. A moment later, Fan Xian then asked, how was it? Does the body still have no strength? The maids got up from the floor and shook their heads. It's okay, now that my body feels strong again. Yes, young master. What was that you fed us just now? It's amazing. Fan Xian nodded. The poison that they had just been poisoned with was just as he had guessed. Only, how did they get poisoned? Besides, they were all just maids. Why would someone else poison them? Wait, could it be? Fan Xian spread his legs and ran straight to the front hall. These maids who had just recovered, after seeing Fan Xian in a hurry, knew that something big might have happened, and they all chased after him as well. However, on his way to the front yard, Fan Xian realized that the house servants and servants of the mansion were all weak and collapsed on the ground. The symptoms of these people were all the same as just now. Their faces were white and their heads were sweating profusely. Fan Xian did not bother with these people for the time being, but quickly ran to the location of the main hall and saw an old woman, slumped over on the dining table. Grandma! Fan Xian was alarmed at the sight of the old woman, and in 3 steps, he quickly rushed to the other side and began to scrutinize it. The good thing is that the body is not in any serious trouble for the time being, just like the poison it has been hit with. Grandma, wait a moment, I'll immediately detoxify you. Fan Xian picked up a nearby teacup and poured some of the powder in, then mixed it with tea and stirred it before finally feeding it to the old woman. A few moments later, Fan Xian asked, Grandma, how are you feeling? After the old woman took a few deep breaths, she nodded and said, it's no longer a problem. Fan Xian heard the old woman say that she was fine. Grandmother, you wait here first, I'll go save the rest of the house. Soon, Fan Xian ran out of the main hall. The old woman, on the other hand, looked at Fan Xian as he left, and a cold smile appeared on her pale and surrounding face. Over here, Fan Xian had just arrived in the courtyard, and the maids he had saved earlier had already come over. He saw the crowd and immediately waved his hand. You guys come over here quick. I have something for you. Chapter 83, Fan Xian goes to the capital. The maids hurried toward Fan Xian after hearing his words. Young master, what do you need from us? Yeah, just ask if there's anything you need. Fan Xian pulled out a medicine bag from his pocket, handed it to the maids, and instructed, you take this powdered medicine, stir it into the water, and then just feed it to the poisoned person. Just let them rest for a few more moments. The maids nodded their heads in agreement and immediately took the medicine bag and began to get busy. And without stopping here, Fan Xian tapped his feet on the ground a few times and began to run towards the outside of the courtyard, because he already knew the person who had poisoned the people in the mansion. Soon after leaving the Fan mansion, Fan Xian came to a secluded compound surrounded by vegetables and fruits, and even in front of the main gate, there was still a carriage parked. Instead of entering directly through the gate, Fan Xian came to the outside of the courtyard wall and rolled over and jumped down. He leaned over the courtyard wall and began to look, carefully and earnestly, into the courtyard. It was just that after he had checked for a long time, he still hadn't found anything out of place. Fan Xian pondered for a moment, pulling his dagger out of his boot before jumping off the wall. The yard was clean, barely a speck of debris, much less signs of a fight. In particular, the whole house was exceptionally quiet. Fan Xian frowned tightly, holding the dagger backwards in his hand as he began to walk cautiously toward the house. As he stepped into the doorway of the house, he immediately pushed the door open, and then quickly withdrew to the sides, lest he be attacked by a concealed weapon or the like. As a result, the door to the room opened and still nothing appeared. Fan Xian waited for a moment, bent down in a crouch, and quickly rolled in towards the house, the dagger in his hand even more protected in front of his chest. However, when Fan Xian entered the room, the scene he saw in front of him took him by surprise. Old Chan! Fan Xian got up and yelled, only to see in the room 3 thumb-thick hemp ropes, hanging down from the beams of the room, directly hanging a man and a woman.
Both men and women were in their 50s and 60s, and their faces were already covered with wrinkles. What surprised Fan Xian even more was that corpse spots had begun to appear on the bodies of these 2 corpses. This means that they have been hanging for more than 3 days.
Fan Xian looked at the 2 corpses, pondered for a moment, and said, the 2 of them usually sold vegetables for a living, so they shouldn't have incurred any enemies. So, the person who killed them should have gone to deliver food to the Fan residents in order to be in disguise, and then taken the opportunity to poison them. Yes, definitely. Fan Xian clenched his fists and pounded them hard on the tabletop, yelling lowly, damn it, the murderer must have come for me. That's why he hurt the innocent. Immediately afterward, Fan Xian took several breaths to untie the corpses of old Chen's husband and wife before taking his dagger and rushing out the door. If he was right, the murderer must not have gotten far, because half an hour ago, he was still inside the Fan mansion, and found the person who delivered the food. When he thought of this, Fan Xian immediately rushed out the door and ran towards the main entrance. As a result, he had just reached the front door when he immediately stopped in place. Fan Xian turned around and walked towards the right rear, holding the dagger tightly in his hand, ready to stab it out as soon as he encountered the enemy. After he had taken a few steps, there were signs of dirt being turned over right in the doorway of the east room. Fan Xian took a shovel from the wall next to him and began digging in the doorway. A few moments later, an adult male body, thrown from the earth. This person was wearing black armor, with a green waistplate hanging from his waist, and his neck had traces of being slashed, obviously killed by a fast sword. Fan Xian unhooked the green-colored belt tag and placed it in his hand to examine it. The ombudsman's office in 4 places? Fan Xian looked at the body in front of him and mused. He's from the inspectorate? His master, Fei Jia, was also a member of the supervisory board, so if you count, this was still a fellow officer. It's just that the people from the ombudsman's office, why are they being shown up here, and why were they killed? After Fan Xian pondered for a moment, he came to a bold conclusion. Could it be that the murderer this time is someone from this inspectorate? So he killed the old Mr. and Mrs. Chen, and then after disguising his appearance, he went to the Fan residence to deliver food, and then finally poisoned them. This conclusion, looking at it, does fit perfectly. When Fan Xian thought of this, he reached out and fumbled around the corpse a few times, and found several medicine bags containing various poisons. It seemed that what he had just thought was right. This person was indeed the murderer. But, Fan Xian got up with a bewildered look on his face. And how did he die? Fan Xian pondered for a moment more, and directly shouted out, Uncle! It's you! Uncle! Fan Xian shouted several times in a row, and only then did the roof reply. I am. 5 Bamboo said in a cold voice. Fan Xian turned to look at 5 Bamboos and asked, Uncle! This man, did you kill him? This was because he had just checked his body and realized that this person's martial arts were not low, even higher than his, probably around the 8th rank. To be able to directly kill an 8th ranked expert with a single sword, one would definitely not be an ordinary person. Therefore, Fan Xian felt that only his uncle Wuzhu could be so skillful. However, 5 Bamboo shook his head. No. Ha? Fan Xian froze for a moment and said, You didn't kill him? That's who it would be. I don't know. 5 Bamboo's voice was cold, and he returned indifferently. Fan Xian said, That's strange. Who else would help me besides uncle? Now things are starting to get more and more interesting. Because Fan Xian felt that while someone was secretly sending people to kill him, there was also someone who was secretly helping him. Although he didn't know who both forces were, he could clearly sense that both were from Kyoto. In that case, it was time, then, for him to set out into the capital for a spin. Fan Xian wanted to see who was trying to kill him. He then spoke, Uncle, let's go back to the house and pack up our things, and rush to Kyoto at once. 2 days later, after having breakfast, Li Chengzi carried a bench early and came to sit in front of the courtyard, and the maid, Xiao Tao, with melon seeds and peanuts in her hands, was standing in front of him in a well-behaved manner. In the meantime, in the courtyard, 2 figures were competing and fighting. They were none other than Fan Wusu and Xiang Yu. Back a few days ago, Fan Wusu and Xiebian returned to the royal residence and found the guards Xiang Yu and Li Tsunxiao. It was probably the self-perception of the strong. The 2 of them felt that Xiang Yu and Li Xiao were good at martial arts, so they thought it would be fine to spar. Previously, Xiabian and Li Tsunxiao, who had fought for hundreds of matches, both of whom were of the 9th rank, ended in a draw. And today it was Fan Wusu and Xiang Yu's turn. So just after breakfast, they drilled. Li Qingze naturally would not miss the opportunity to see a good show, so he moved the bench in advance, let the maid take peanuts and melon seeds, and became a spectator. Chapter 84 Diving into the palace at night. Stealing the key.
The backyard of the royal residence. Xiang Yu and Fan Wusheng have fought for hundreds of rounds, and it is still difficult to tell the winner from the loser. One of them was armed with a gun, and the other wielded a sword. In full display of their own strength in the courtyard, Li Qingze kowtowed to the melon seeds and ate the peanuts that Xiao Peach had peeled, nodding his head with great satisfaction. It had to be said that this was really too eye-pleasing to watch two ninth-grade experts fight. Between each move, there was a sense of power that dazzled the eyes. Moreover, this was only to the point. If it was a real life-and-death battle, the power would probably be even stronger. Xiang Yu, in particular, belongs to the type of person who gets stronger and stronger the more he fights. After all, the name of the king of Western Chu did not come for nothing. Just as Li Qingze was looking towards the fight, Li Chungang, who was beside him, couldn't help but shake his head. When Li Qingze saw this, he asked, "What's wrong? Sword God Li? You don't think the two of them can fight?" Li Chungang nodded. "It's not bad. If you cultivate for a few more decades, you can barely catch up with the old man." "Amount. Okay, you're the sword god grandmaster. You're right about everything." Li Chengze laughed and no longer bothered with Li Chungang, but continued to look ahead. Bang! A wigwam in the courtyard was struck by the overlord gun and instantly exploded into smithereens. When Xiang Yu saw Fan Wusu dodged his attack, he couldn't help but laugh. The speedy reaction is quite fast, but not the strength. It seems that more practice is needed. Fan Wusheng gave a disdainful laugh and said, "Guys who only talk big. We don't know who will lose and who will win." As he spoke, he immediately swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Xiang Yu's body. Xiang Yu's body slightly dodged sideways, dodging the shadow of the oncoming blade. Boom! Fan Wuxi's long sword fell, cutting a crack in the ground and rippling up layers of dust and smoke. He. Xiang Yu waved the overlord gun in his hand and laughed. Interesting. As he spoke, he fought furiously with Fan Wusheng. Just then, Jia Yan, who was dressed in a green Taoist robe and holding a white feather fan, walked slowly from a short distance away. "My lord!" Li Qingze immediately waved his hand at Jia after seeing him and said, "Wenha, come over here. It's not easy to see such a wonderful fight." Jia Yan came to Li Qingze's face and said with an arch of his hand, "My lord, news has come from Danzhou." Danzhou? As soon as he heard the word Danzhou, Li Qingze immediately became serious and asked, "What news?" Jia said, "The Danzhou side claims that the young man named Fan Xian has left Danzhou and is preparing to come toward Kyoto. In 3 days' time at the latest, it will come to Kyoto City." When Li Qingze heard Jia Dang's words, he immediately stood up from his stool and began to stroke his chin, pondering in place. Fan Xian really did enter the capital early, which means that a lot of the plot, as per the original, is starting to pull away as well. But, again, that's what Li Sung-taek wanted. Since Fan Xian had come to the capital, it was possible to speak with him about the matter of granting a marriage to one heir. One more important point. Previously, Li Qingze had almost forgotten that there was something stored in the palace that was relatively important to Fan Xian. That is, the key that Yi Qingmei left behind earlier. Also in Fan Xian's hand, the key to the case that housed the Bamlet heavy sniper. In the future, after Fan Xian came to Kyoto, he would definitely find a way to find the key and open that chest. In that case, then he'd be able to seize the initiative by getting that key before Fan Xian came to the capital. Li Sungjak nodded silently as he thought of this. Without delay, he would, this evening, sneak into the palace to find that key. Li Sungtaek remembered that in the original story, that key was in the Empress Dowager's chambers, in a secret compartment under the bed. Afterward, Li Qingze then said to Jia Yan, "Wenha, go make some arrangements. Tonight, I'm going to lead someone to sneak into the palace and steal one thing." "Yes, I'll go make arrangements." Jia Dang nodded in agreement. He didn't care about the lord, why he wanted to enter the palace and what he wanted to steal. It is only responsible for arranging the tasks given by the lord. When Jia had left, the one-armed old man beside him said to Li Qingze, "Your Highness, if you go to the palace to steal something, do you need me to be your companion?" Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "No, I have my own arrangements." Now was not the time for Li Chungang to reveal his identity. Moreover, once he, a great master, made a move and Emperor Chang knew about it, then things would become troublesome. By then, several other great masters, too, would come over. Afterwards, Li Qingze sat down on the stool again and began to continue watching Xiang Yu and Fan Wusheng's battle. In the meantime, a carriage, which was on the wide official road, was running forward quickly. In the carriage, Fan Xian and Wu Zhu, both of them, were sitting face to face. In Fan Xian's arms at the moment, he was holding a black leather case, about the length of an adult's arm, long and thin. Fan Xian looked at the lock opening on the chest and pondered for a moment. "Uncle, are you sure you don't know?"
What's in here? Five Bamboo said expressionlessly. I don't know. It was left by the lady. She didn't say. Fan Xian sighed helplessly. Alright then. It seems that the only way to find the key is to find out what, exactly, is in here. The night before, when Fan Xian was preparing to leave Danzhou, Five Bamboos had found such a box from the secret room and handed it to him. Only the appearance of this box was so strong that it could not be opened just by using external force. Even when the dagger scratched on it, it couldn't leave any marks at all. Therefore, he could now only wait until, after traveling to Kyoto City and finding that key, he could open this chest. However, Fan Xian was able to sense that inside this chest, it definitely wouldn't be something mundane. Thinking of this, Fan Xian put the box aside and leaned back into the carriage to sleep. Anyway, the journey to Kyoto was still several days away, so I had to rely on sleep to polish the time. If only there were trains and airplanes. When the time comes, it won't take that long to travel from Danzhou to Kyoto. Time passes like water in the blink of an eye. Soon it was already late at night. Li Chengze changed into his night clothes and with a black mask on his face, he took Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao, as well as the four of them, Fan Wusu and Xia Bian, and left the royal residence. After they came out of the royal residence, they ran all the way down the street in the direction of the palace. Soon, the five of them arrived outside the walls of the palace. Li Chengze said to Li Tsuanxiao and Xia Bian, "You two, stay here to take over while the three of us go in. If we are caught later, you will hurry back to find someone, and you must not act recklessly." Li Tsuanxiao and Xia Bian nodded their heads and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness, we will definitely follow what you say." Good. Li Chengze waved his hand to Xiang Yu and Fan Wushang. Let's set off. Chapter 85, Going to the Palace for Advice. Diving into the Hall of Containing Light at night. In the night sky, three ghostly figures were walking on the palace wall that was more than 5 feet high. Soon, as the leader with a flip jumped down, the remaining two also followed the jump off the palace wall. From beginning to end, did not make a sound. After Li Sungtaek jumped off the palace wall, he hid in the shadows next to it. A few moments later, not far down the aisle, a line of soldiers in armor appeared and began patrolling through the area. Once the soldiers had walked past, Li Chengze waved his hand to the bespectacled Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu understood and immediately bent down and squatted, placing his hands under the black face cloth. A cooing sound rang out. This was closely followed by a cooing sound not far down the aisle. As the voice rang out afterward, a young man dressed in the costume of a eunuch came walking quickly from a short distance away. Xiang Yu immediately greeted the young eunuch when he saw him coming. Soon, Xiang Yu brought the young eunuch and arrived in front of Li Chengze. "Your Highness." The young eunuch immediately arched his hand and said. Knowing who the young eunuch was, Li Chengze nodded and said, "You should be well aware of the time and place of the Feathered Forest Army's patrols at night." The young eunuch nodded and said, "I know, Your Highness. Feel free to rest assured. My subordinates have already investigated this long ago." "That's best." Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Then it's not too late. Lead the way." "Alright, you guys follow me." The young eunuch nodded his head in agreement and then walked forward. Subsequently, the three of them, Li Chengze and Xiang Yu, followed the young eunuch forward. In this way, under the leadership of the young eunuch, their group, dodging the patrols of a dozen teams of soldiers, finally came to the harem peacefully and without angst. "Your Highness, up ahead is where the Empress Dowager lives. Do you need me to take you there?" The young eunuch said, pointing ahead. Li Sungtaek shook his head and said, "No need, just leave the rest to us. You stay in the palace. You'll be useful later. You can't reveal your identity yet." The young eunuch nodded his head and said, "Understood, my subordinate will leave now." Just after the words were said, the young eunuch turned around and left. At this time, Li Chengze said to Xiang Yu beside him, "Wait, just pester that person and try to delay for as long as possible. We'll pick you up here when we're done." "Don't worry, Your Highness, I have my own measure." Xiang Yu nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Li Chengze didn't say anything more and left the place with Fan Wushang. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, was heading in the opposite direction. Soon Xiang Yu came to a stop in front of a room, reached out and unloaded the two sections of the Overlord gun from his waist and gently assembled them together. Then, it stood straight and looked into the room with the flickering lights in front of it. In the meantime, in the candlelit room, the white-faced and beardless Hong Si Xian was currently sitting at the table, leisurely drinking a small wine and eating a few plates of cold dishes. Once he picked up the wine glass in his hand and drank the contents in one go, a small smile appeared on his pale face. After so many years, there is no longer anyone who dares to be so bold to come and hang out in the palace. I didn't expect that I would let my slave meet it today. As he spoke, Hong Si Xiang threw the wine glass in his hand and threw it towards the door with force. With a swish sound,
The wine glass was like a sharp arrow that was shot out, flying out of the papier-mâché window and heading straight for Xiang Yu outside the door. Before the stuff arrives, the sound comes first. As soon as Xiang Yu heard the whistling sound, he immediately raised the overlord gun in his hand and smashed the wine cups that smashed in his face. Bang! The wine cup was instantly exploded into smithereens after it hit the overlord gun.
Xiang Yu's body, on the other hand, went backward and retreated a few steps.
He stopped and frowned slightly.
This person is indeed like what your highness said. He is indeed not a simple character. Don't look at the simple move at the time just now, but it contained a powerful force. If his reaction was any weaker, it was estimated that he would have been ruined. Few a sound. Hong Si Xiong, who was still drinking in the room, instantly flashed out of the room and arrived in front of Xiang Yu.
Hong Si Xiong flung his sleeves and looked at Xiang Yu in front of him.
Then he smiled faintly and said, I wonder what your excellency's purpose is in breaking into the palace at night. Xiang Yu is holding the overlord gun,
only holding the stand with this,
just like a god of war in the world,
looking at Hong Si Xiong with a contemptuous face, saying, I've long heard that there is a great master inside the palace with an extremely high martial arts realm.
The late generation is untalented and has come here to ask for some advice. Originally,
Hong Si Xiong was still wondering if this person would be one of the old monsters from the past, breaking into the palace to do something untoward. Now that he heard the other party say latecomer, then he could just discard the idea.
And, since it wasn't those old monsters, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Child, do you know that if you are caught breaking into the palace at night, you will be killed?
Hong Si Xiong said with a smile on his face.
Xiang Yu shook his head and said, the late generation has come here, only seeking a battle, though they die with no regrets. Although Hong Si Xiong couldn't see clearly how the other party looked like, he could also feel the other party's strong battle intent. He nodded and laughed. In that case,
then the old slave will play with you. It just so happens that the old slave hasn't,
for quite some time, moved his muscles. Good. As soon as Xiang Yu's words fell, his toes gently pointed on the ground, and his body instantly catapulted out,
rushing straight towards Hong Si Xiong.
However,
Hong Si Xiong was not the least bit afraid and raised his hand to meet him.
Other side, Li Qingze led Fan Wushang, his feet lightly stepping on the grass as he traveled through the night sky. The reason why he asked Xiang Yu, just now, to challenge Hong Si Xiong was purely to attract the other party's attention. Or else,
once they were discovered by Hong Si Xiong's whereabouts, they could not say that they would alert the guards and the feathered forest army, and it would become troublesome at that time. After all, there was still Emperor Qing, the great master, in the palace. That was why Li Qingze asked Xiang Yu to go and fight Hong Si Xiong in the name of a challenge. So much for that. Hong Si Xiong was in the way. Naturally he would not alarm the guards and the feathered forest army.
A few moments later,
Li Qingze and Fan Wuxiu arrived at the Hall of Containing Light, the palace where the Empress Dowager resided. At this time the Hall of Containing Light, revealing everywhere a quiet and peaceful meaning, and elsewhere is very different. Li Qingze whispered to Fan Wushang, wait here, I'll be right there. Yes. Fan Wushang nodded his head in agreement,
and his body then took a few steps backwards, hiding in the darkness, and Li Sungtae quickly stepped forward, his body running lightly through the hall. Soon, he arrived in front of the main hall and saw that the palace maids and eunuchs who were in charge of the night watch were all beginning to doze off. Seeing this, Li Sungtae pulled out the incense from his arms and lit it before gently tossing it forward. A few breaths later, with the mid-air, a faint scent wafted up. In the great hall, whether it was a small eunuch or a palace maid, all of them were already dead asleep. After that, Li Sungtae ran forward with quick steps. Soon came, in the midst of a bedchamber. Chapter 86, the item is in hand. A test of true strength. After Li Sungtae arrived at a bedchamber, he found that not far away, a large, gorgeous and elegant bed was placed, and on top of this big bed, lying a white-haired old woman. At the moment is covered with a thin silk-like quilt to sleep, and from time to time also sounded snoring. This old woman was none other than the Empress Dowager of the dynasty and Emperor Qing's own mother, his grandmother. Earlier, in his mind, Li Sungtae remembered what she looked like. Afterward, Li Qingze did not look at the Empress Dowager much, but directly rolled over and came under her bed. Due to the ecstasy kicking in, so Li Sungtae wasn't worried that the Empress Dowager would suddenly wake up, which he had prepared for in advance. Just after Li Sungjae tumbled under the queen-sized bed, he began to reach out and fumble around on the wooden planks. He remembered that in the original story, the key to Fan Xian's chest was hidden under the Empress Dowager's bed. Fruity. After groping around for a few moments, Li Sungtae found a secret compartment. He then opened the hidden compartment and with fixed eyes he looked forward. Only inside the secret compartment, there were no jewels or silver bills, only a white cloth, a letter, And a key. It's really all this stuff. Li Chengzi said first picked up the white cloth, a white damask of excellent material, which was all blank and did not stick a single mark on it. He had read the original before, so naturally he knew what this white silk was. Thinking about Yi Qingmei, using the Barrett sniper rifle, he killed the 2 royal brothers of the old Cheng king, and also directly helped the Cheng king's family ascend to the throne. In the end, some operations directly let the Qing dynasty, from a heavy military and cultural barbarians, transformed into a superpower, can be united in the world. Although Yi Qingmei's credit was not small, it also gave the Li clan's royal family an increasingly strong sense of fear, especially the dynastic Empress Dowager of Qing, was even more shocked and afraid of this, and after failing to recruit her, she sent someone to give Yi Qingmei a white damask, first letting her kill herself to end it. However, Yi Qingmei not only didn't kill herself, but also had 5 bamboo send the white silk personally to Empress Dowager Qing's bedside, which almost didn't scare her to death. As for a letter in here, it was also written by Yi Qingmei to Emperor Qing at that time, and didn't mean much. Li Sungtaek put the white silk back in place and took out the key inside directly before closing the dark compartment. Immediately afterward, he slid out from under the bed and, with a few taps of his feet, ran toward the outside. Soon after Li Chengzi exited the great hall, he found Fan Wusheng on the side. Li Chengzi handed the key in his hand to Fan Wusheng's hand, and said, "I'll leave the stuff to you. Copy it at the fastest speed possible. Understand?" Fan Wusa took the key and nodded. "Don't worry, Your Highness. My subordinate guarantees that I won't let you down." As soon as the words fell, he immediately turned around and ran towards a short distance away. When Li Chengzi saw that Fan Wusu had left, he sat down on the grass next to him and began to wait. As long as they waited for Fan Wusheng, and the copying of the key was successful, then they could leave the palace. If the plan is not unexpected, you should be able to leave soon. However, after sitting where he was for a while, Li Sungtaek felt a bit bored and was ready to go around somewhere else. He then shook his head again, rejecting the idea. Usually, according to the normal plot, things that don't come as a surprise are sure to end up as a surprise, so it was best that he didn't have to go anywhere right now. Just wait here. An old brother said it well. I'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. Thinking of this, Li Sungtaek continued to sit where he was and wait. In the meantime, the battle between Xiang Yu and Hong Si Xiong has gradually unfolded. Just now, Hong Si Xiong didn't know who the visitor was. After all, he was masked and dressed in black, so he couldn't clearly see who the other party was. So, the only way to test the waters is to use martial arts. It was only when Hong Si Xiong continuously executed several great killing moves, all of which were blocked by the young man in front of him, that he began to feel some admiration in his heart. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this person's age should be around 25 or 26 years old, but the martial arts realm, it had already reached the upper 9th rank. If he continued to develop in the future, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Grand Master's realm. Over here, the lance in Xiang Yu's hand flicked a few times, all of which were easily dodged by Hong Si Xiong. Immediately following, he stopped on his feet and directly rolled over and leaped. The lance in his hand was erected forward, then he quickly smashed down. When the lance fell, it blew up a gust of wind, wanting to have the power to open mountains and split rocks. As for Hong Si Xiong, when he saw the long spear domineering attack, he originally wanted to borrow his fingers to resist it, but after sensing the power of this move, he gave up on this idea, and his body directly flickered, dodging it with ease. Bang! The long spear descended from the sky, carrying an extremely terrifying force, and ruthlessly smashed into the ground, exploding with a loud bang. Not only that, a crack several feet long had been smashed into that hard and sturdy ground. Hong Si Xiong looked at the ground beneath his feet, a pleased smile on his face as he said, "Young man, the power is quite good." No wonder he dared to break into the palace at night and came to fight with the old slave. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, was unimpressed and said, "Sculpture is not enough to mention." Ha! Hong Si Xiong laughed. Interesting. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the gate outside the courtyard. "Eunuch Hong, are you alright?" Hong Si Xiong knew that those guards outside the door must have heard the noise just now, which was why they were so nervous. Xiang Yu's entire body also started to tense up after hearing the voice outside the door. He wondered if this old eunuch in front of him would reveal his identity. It is not yet time for His Highness's appointment. Once you've been found out, then you have to start thinking of something else. At that moment, Hong Si Xiong turned his head toward the guards outside the door and shouted, "It's fine. The old slave just wanted to, today, move his muscles." The guards outside the door, upon hearing Hong Si Xiong's reply, immediately said, "So that's how it is, then we'll leave you alone."
Anyone who worked in the palace knew that Hong Saizang was a great master with high martial arts attainments. Since he wanted to move his muscles, there was no need to disturb him. Moreover, it was estimated that no one who didn't want to die actually dared to come and mess with a grand master. It's almost as if they've lived too long. When the guards left, Hong Si-zion looked towards Xiang Yu and smiled. What? What's that look on your face? Did you think, just now, that the old slave would expose you? Xiang Yu nodded. There is indeed this idea. Hong Si-zion said. The old slave has been living in the palace for almost 20 years without moving around. It's not easy for a junior to come today, so naturally I want to get comfortable. However, in the competition later on, the old slave won't be merciful yet. Xiang Yu swung his overlord gun and said expressionlessly, Me too. Make a move. Chapter 87, Acquiring Martial Arts Secrets Again. One incense stick later, Li Qingze was sitting on the grass of the Empress Dowager's chambers, his head bowed in contemplation, when a silhouette quickly flashed by. Your Highness, I'm back. Fan Wusa came to Li Qingze's front and said softly, How's it going? Did you get the key copied yet? Li Sungtaek asked. Fan Wusa pulled out 2 keys from his arms and handed them to Li Qingze. Your Highness, already? Li Qingze took the 2 medicinal spoons and placed them inside his hand to check them out, realizing that they were almost identical and there was no difference. Which of these 2 keys is real and which is fake? Fan Wusu pointed to one of them and said, This one is real. Li Sungtaek looked at the key being pointed at and asked, Are you sure? Fan Wushang smiled somewhat awkwardly. Actually, my subordinate doesn't know whether it's true or not, so that's how it is. Li Sungtaek put away the 2 keys, and then he turned around, walking towards the chambers behind him. Anyway, that Empress Dowager, and do not use this key to open the lock, even if it is put in the fake. She will not know, so now it doesn't matter so much whether the key is real or not. When Li Qingze came to the bedchamber again, the Empress Dowager was still asleep on the big bed, snoring loudly from time to time. Li Qingze did not bother with the Empress Dowager, and with another roll of his body, he came under the bed, reached out and opened the hidden compartment on the bed, and put the key back in. Immediately following, he turned around in a dashing manner and directly left the chambers. Phew! After Li Qingze walked out of the Empress Dowager's chambers, he let out a soft sigh of relief. The keys finally arrived. When Fan Xian came to Kyoto City in a few days' time, he could take the key and negotiate. If Fan Xian agreed to cooperate, that would naturally be the best. If you don't agree, then there's nothing to be done. When the time came, Li Chungang dealt with the 5 bamboos, and he brought the remaining 9th grade experts, not believing that he couldn't kill a Heaven's Destiny son. Your Highness, has it come to pass? Fan Wushang asked as he stepped out of the shadows. Li Sungtaek nodded. It worked. Let's go. Let's go help Xiang Yu now. And when we repel Eunuch Hong, we can just leave the palace. Yes. Fan Wushang nodded in agreement, turned around, and walked forward, just as Li Qingze was about to take a step. In his mind, the system's voice once again sounded. The next check-in location is at the front hall of the Guangxin Palace, so please prepare yourself in time. The check-in point has been refreshed again? Li Sungtaek stopped where he was and couldn't help but start muttering in his heart after hearing the voice in his head. How come it's refreshed to Guangxin Palace again? Hasn't this been refreshed once before? Could it be that the location of the check-in could still be refreshed back and forth? When Li Sungjak thought about it carefully, he realized what was going on. It turned out that the last time it was refreshed, it was the Guangxin Palace, and this time it was its front hall. Never mind. It's not too far from here anyway, and it's a matter of passing. Fan Wusu had just taken a few steps when he realized that Li Qingze had stopped where he was, so he turned around and whispered, Your Highness, why don't you leave? Li Qingze waved his hand at Fan Wusu and said, I have something to take care of over here. You go ahead and help Xiang Yu. I'll be right there. Anyway, he was just going to the Guangxin Palace, clocking in and signing in, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Good, then my subordinate will go over first. Fan Wushang nodded in agreement and immediately ran forward, and Li Sungtae turned around, rolled over and jumped onto the roof of the house, heading towards the Guangxin Palace not far away. His footsteps were light, stepping on the glazed tiles with barely a sound, and his speed was still getting faster. This was thanks to the martial arts that he had practiced before, as well as the effects of that Qi spirit pill that he had taken. The internal energy in his body now had begun to transform into true Qi, and his body's perception of nature was unknown how many times better than before. Not only that, Li Qingze also felt that his 5 senses were beyond normal, especially his eyesight and hearing, which had improved more than several times. Even in the dead of night, without the slightest bit of light, he could see it all. He was beginning to wonder a bit if it was really possible to cultivate immortality. Soon, Li Sungtaek stopped on the roof of a house, The place he was currently standing at was the front hall of the Guanxin Palace. Although the Guanxin Palace was the bedchamber of eldest Princess Li Yunrui, it was also divided into the front and back halls. Li Yunrui usually slept and lived in the location of the back hall. The front hall, on the other hand, was considered her study, the place she usually used for her office. Li Chengze sat down on the roof and began to wait for the system's prompt. Since he had now reached the place, the system should have alerted him. Fruity. In Li Chengze's mind, the system's voice sounded once again. This meets the sign-in location. Does the host choose to sign in? Here comes the reward. Sign in. Li Sungtaek said immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts secret. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. There are 13 layers in total, and each layer of cultivation will possess the enormous power of a dragon and an elephant, and its external palm power is strong and ferocious, with each move weighing thousands of kilograms of force, and is incomparably powerful. Li Chengze was even happier inside after hearing the system's reward. It didn't occur to me that this time, the reward was actually another martial arts secret, or the rarer dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong. He had learned about this martial art before in movies and TV dramas, and it was by no means ordinary. Moreover, it was still that the higher the number of layers practiced, the more powerful it became. Thinking about it, that Golden Will Dharma King had only cultivated 10 layers and possessed the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, all of which were able to walk horizontally in the divine eagle world. If this was cultivated to the 13th layer, it was probably going to be invincible. Thinking of this, Li Chengze immediately began to meditate and cultivate, to see if applying the assistance of the 9 yang divine power could speed up the cultivation of this martial art. Soon, between closing his eyes and meditating for a few breaths, Li Chengze had actually cultivated to the 2nd layer. Several guys, with the assistance of the 9 suns divine power, and then go to cultivate other martial arts. The speed is like drinking water. Afterwards, Li Chengze stopped thinking about it and continued to start cultivating. It was only after half an hour had passed, and the cultivation speed of the dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong had begun to become slow, that he opened his eyes. After the cultivation just now, he had already cultivated this dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong to the 5th layer. This would probably take more than 10 years if it were an ordinary person. Sure enough, with the addition of the plugin, that effect is different. Now that he had the enhancement of the 9 yang divine palace, along with the heavenly mountain's 6 yang palms, and the dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong, he could be undefeated even against an expert of the 9th grade. If one were to take an hour in the future and cultivate the dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong to the 13th layer, one would definitely be able to raise the realm of martial arts to the level of a grand master. Ha ha ha. It's exciting to think about it. Chapter 88, Meeting Li Yunrui again. Battling Yen Shui. Li Sungtaek stood up from the roof and was ready to leave Guanxin Palace. Since the reward was now in hand, it was no longer useful to stay here to avoid a long night's sleep. It was better to hurry out of the palace. Thinking of this, Li Sungtaek's footsteps were light, and his body was like a falcon, jumping quickly on the roof. Just as Li Sungtaek was passing by the back hall of the Guanxin Palace, he suddenly heard a voice if nothing else. Ha! What's that sound? Li Sungjak immediately stopped where he was and began to listen carefully. Ever since he had taken the elixir, his entire eyesight and hearing were much stronger than that of an ordinary person. So, within 100 meters, even the sound of insects chirping could be heard clearly. Li Chengze listened in place for a moment and realized that it was actually a woman's gasp. It still seems to be. Li Chengze was also considered an old driver in his previous life. Not to say that he was proficient in the affairs of men and women, but he also knew a lot. So, all at once, he just now heard what that sound was, and the voice was familiar. Li Sungtaek flipped over and hung downward upside down, hooking his feet on the eaves. The whole man, hanging upside down from the eaves of the house, as if he were a big bat. Then his eyes widened as he peered into the room in front of him, with the large red candle flame flickering in the gray room, reflecting a seductive and sexy woman's reflection. And this woman was none other than the eldest princess, Li Yunrui. It's really her. I told you how it sounded so familiar just now. In fact, just now, when Li Sungjak heard the voice, he had already guessed who it was. Only, he was afraid to confirm it. After all, in the original story, Li Yunrui, the crazy batch, only communicated with the crown prince in depth now. Now that the crown prince is grounded, it's naturally impossible for him to appear here. So, Li Sungtaek was a little curious about this aunt of his, and who she was playing with today. This was the reason why Li Sungjak, just now, had to stop. Only, when Li Sungtaek fixed his eyes towards the room, he realized what was going on. It turned out that in the room, there was no one other than Li Yunrui. In other words, she is now in a self. Afterward,
Lee Sung-taek shook his head helplessly. Looks like your aunt is in high spirits tonight. It's just that he doesn't understand. If you're in a hurry, why don't you go to the prince? Now that the crown prince was grounded, there was no way for him to come out, but she could go to the Eastern Palace. In the old days, this kind of thing, she certainly didn't do it too often. However, Lee Sung-taek wasn't interested in spying on others, so he prepared to get up and leave. Just as he was about to roll over and leap, inside the room, Lee Yunrui suddenly called his name. Shengza. Quick! Lee Sung-taek was startled, thinking that he had been discovered, and immediately looked down into the room. As a result, Lee Yunrui was still enjoying himself with his eyes closed. Nice guy. Lee Sung-taek was directly speechless, because this crazy batch of ants actually thought of him as a fantasy object. He said that Lee Yunrui had plotted against himself before and must have craved his body. Now the evidence is in. Next time if you come back to Guangxin Palace, you should never come alone. Immediately following that, Lee Sung-taek's body stepped backward and immediately fell backwards onto the roof and began to continue jumping forward. Just as Lee Sung-jaek had just jumped no more than a few steps away, all of a sudden, a violent sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out in mid-air. After Lee Chengza sensed something strange in mid-air, he immediately executed the 9 Yang Divine Power and the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong, and the power in his body instantly multiplied. Next moment, he raised his hand and grabbed at the oncoming attack. Snap! Lee Chengza's palm grabbed a slender arrow branch, and his body also took several steps backwards. So fast, so powerful. Just now, when he sensed the danger, fortunately, at the first moment, he turned on the 9 Yang Divine Power and the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Power. Or else, he definitely couldn't catch that arrow just now. Perhaps the body would be pierced by a long arrow. Inside the palace, the person who could shoot a long arrow, so mighty, and as fast as lightning, there's only the commander of the guards, Yan Xiaoyi. Fruity. When Lee Chengza looked up and forward, he found a man in black armor standing on the roof of a house not far away. He held a huge bow in his hand and looked over with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Yan Xiaoyi frowned slightly when he saw the long arrow in Lee Chengza's hand and said in a cold voice, "So it's not just any little thief. Those who are able to catch this arrow of mine with their bare hands without being injured will definitely not be below the realm of the 8th rank in strength. However, you have already committed a capital offense by breaking into the palace at night. Die." Lee Chengza knew that Yan Xiaoyi, an expert on the 9th rank, possessed excellent hearing and eyesight in his own right. Not only can you hear the sound of the room through the wall, but you can also use it to identify the location of the enemy. What's more, his archery skills were considered to be the best in the world, and he was able to shoot arrows so fast and accurately that he was able to shoot through iron armor. From that simple arrow just now, Lee Chengza had been able to sense that Yan Xiaoyi's strength was by no means a mere boast. However, what Lee Sung-taek was more curious about was why this one suddenly appeared here in the middle of the night when he wasn't sleeping. Immediately afterward, he reacted. Just now, he almost forgot that Yan Xiaoyi liked Lee Yunrui and could be considered her licking dog, or the kind that could give his life. It must be that, every night, Yan Xiaoyi would squat in the vicinity of the Guangxin Palace, always guarding Lee Yunrui's safety. That was why he had been discovered by Yan Xiaoyi after coming here just now. Thinking of this, Lee Sung-taek realized another problem. Since Yan Xiaoyi, at all times, was keeping an eye on Lee Yunrui, she must have known that she was mouthing someone else's name and doing what she just did. And, now that he knows, he hasn't done anything about it, so he's eavesdropping on the sidelines. Gee, this is real dog licking. Boilermakers come and are handed cigarettes. Just then, in mid-air, a sound of breaking wind once again resounded. That Yan Xiaoyi again set up his huge bow and shot out a long arrow. Lee Sung-jaek, after hearing the voice, once again, he saw his chance and then backhanded the oncoming long arrow. How? When Yan Xiaoyi saw that the long arrow he had just shot was actually caught again, a puzzled look immediately appeared on his face. If the first arrow was caught just now, it could only be called luck. However, this second arrow, which was actually caught again, could no longer be said to be luck. In all these years, this was the first time Yan Xiaoyi had encountered, with martial arts in the lower 9th rank realm, someone who was able to catch the long arrows he had shot with his bare hands. And, still, 2 of them. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaoyi once again pulled back his giant bow, preparing to shoot his 3rd arrow. He wouldn't believe it. There was someone else, other than a great master, who was able to catch the long arrows he shot with his bare hands, 3 times in a row. Chapter 89 Battle 9 Pins. Yan Xiaoyi drew his bow and prepared to shoot another long arrow. He couldn't believe it. Other than a grandmaster, there was someone who could dodge 3 arrows in a row. It's something that's never been done before. Moreover, Yan Xiaoyi was also very confident about this. Waiting for this arrow, he could definitely injure this person. However,
Yan Xiaoyi's bowstring had already been drawn and he was about to shoot the long arrow out when he realized that the black-clothed man in front of him had suddenly disappeared.
Obviously just now. Next moment.
Yan Xiaoyi then reacted and hurriedly turned to the side. Fruity. The black-robed man who was a long way away from him just a moment ago was actually running fast in front of him at this moment. Only, the other party was too close to him at the moment, so it was not good to use the bow and arrow to attack, and immediately pulled out the dagger from his waist,
and stabbed at Li Qingze. As early as a moment ago, Li Qingze had already begun to launch his attack when he received Yan Xiaoyi's second long arrow. But anyways, people were always experts on the 9th rank, especially in the aspect of archery. It could be considered a top-notch existence. Therefore, it is best not to pull away when fighting this person. As long as it was close to being at his side, that bow and arrow would not be effective, and the battle would be half weaker. Therefore, Li Qingze had already used his fastest speed to arrive in front of Yan Xiaoyi, when he was about to shoot the third long arrow, and raised his palm to slap forward. Fortunately, Yan Xiaoyi's reaction was not slow, and after seeing Li Qingze approaching, he immediately drew his dagger and stabbed towards him. Originally, Li Qingze's swung palm, with a gusty whine, was about to slap on Yan Xiaoyi's body. As a result, he suddenly drew his dagger and used it to cut off his attack. If the slap continued, even if it would succeed, perhaps the entire arm would be cut off directly. With a quick retraction of his palm power, Li Qingze bent down in a crouch and raised his foot to sweep forward. Seeing this, Yan Xiaoyi was taken aback, his body quickly stepping back to avoid Li Qingze's sweeping leg. Immediately following, he gripped the dagger with his right hand in reverse, and his left hand transformed from a palm into a fist, utilizing the power in his body and swinging it rapidly towards the front. Just in time, Li Qingze lightly drank. His right palm also transformed into a fist, and against the oncoming fist, without the slightest bit of hesitation, he directly braved forward. He had just wanted to try how strong this would be after adding the power of the 9 Yang divine power as well as the 5th layer of the dragon elephant prajna power. Now, just in time, let's see if he can defeat a 9th ranked expert with the realm of the 8th rank and the addition of 2 more feats. Bang! The next moment, the 2 fists collided in response. Even the air exploded with a sound. However, at this moment, Li Qingze's body did not move at all in its original position. On the contrary, it was Yan Xiaoyi, whose fist, after colliding with Li Qingze, felt his body being struck by a powerful force as he retreated backwards one after another. The moment Yan Xiaoyi stopped walking, he looked up at Li Qingze, a hint of surprise beginning to show on his face. He hadn't thought that with just a simple punch, the other party would actually be able to, in fact, erupt with such a powerful force. This man, by no means simple. Maybe the strength, it will be in him on top. Yan Xiaoyi said in a cold voice. Who on earth are you? Dare you to take off your scarf and show your true colors? Li Sun-take laughed. I wouldn't dare. As soon as the words fell, with a dabbing sound, his body was like a sharp arrow that had been shot out, heading towards Yan Xiaoyi. Humph! Yan Xiaoyi snorted coldly, his right hand dagger swinging, his left fist whistling out as he fought fiercely with Li Qingze. Soon, the two of them went back and forth for hundreds of rounds. Moreover, what made Yan Xiaoyi feel surprised was that he actually couldn't fathom his opponent's origin when he fought with this person. According to reason, 2 people fighting, it is easy to detect the other side of the martial arts road, to know the teacher who. However, just now, Yan Xiaoyi realized that the black-clothed man in front of him was performing martial arts that he had not seen before. That's right, he actually hadn't even seen anyone else perform a single move. This is terrible. This would indicate that this person came from a place that he had never known before. However, when did such a person with high martial arts skills and a mysterious identity appear in Kyoto City, and how it got to the palace? If this person is here to assassinate, the consequences. The more Yan Xiaoyi thought about it, the more his scalp tingled, and he no longer dared to hide half of his strength and get excited with Li Qingze. After a few more breaths, Yan Xiaoyi saw an opening and directly threw the dagger in his hand, stabbing at Li Qingze's face. As for Li Qingze, he seemed to have already noticed it, and after the dagger stabbed out, his body immediately leaned back and lay directly on the glazed tiles. With a whoosh, the dagger flew past him. Immediately following, Li Qingze's palms braced the tiles, and with a carp, he directly stood up. At this time, however, Yan Xiaoyi drew his bow and aimed it at Li Qingze, about to shoot the long arrow in his hand. As a result, the next moment, from in front of him flew a piece of glazed tile that struck his wrist, knocking down the long arrow he had just knocked. In fact, from just now, when Yan Xiaoyi threw the dagger, Li Qingze knew that he would definitely shoot an arrow next. After all, that's what he's good at. So just now, when he was dodging the falling of the dagger, he had taken a piece of glazed tile in his hand, and in the moment of rising, he quickly threw it out.
A trace of grimness quickly flashed across Yin Xiaoyi's face after his wrist was struck. Not only was this person's force not weak, even his reflexes were not something an ordinary person could have. In such a short period of time just now, not only did he dodge the dagger's attack, but he was also able to predict the next move. It was simply terrifying. A guy like this, as long as he's not one of theirs, will be a scourge in the future if they keep him going. At the same time, Li Qingzi didn't make much of a stop and continued to charge towards Yin Xiaoyi. Since there was now a qualified test subject, it would be better to practice a few more times. A good opportunity like this doesn't come along very often. However, just as Li Qingzi was about to rush Yin Xiaoyi's face, a shadow of a blade flashed swiftly before his eyes, slashing towards the top of his head. Sensing the danger, Li Qingzi's body quickly dodged to the side, which allowed him to avoid the enemy's attack. When he stopped, he saw a middle-aged man in armor standing beside Yin Xiaoyi. The man was holding a long knife and his face was grim as he looked at him. Miyagi? Li Qingzi immediately recognized the middle-aged man upon seeing him. This man, the deputy commander of the palace guards, Gong Dian. It was also an 8th grade expert. When Li Qingzi saw Gong Dian coming over, he knew that the fight he had just had with Yin Xiaoyi had attracted the attention of the others. In that case, we'll have to retreat first. If he continues to be entangled, until the palace guards all surrounded towards him, and then want to leave can be troublesome. Chapter 90, Safely Leaving the Palace. The Disappearing Assassin. What a ballsy guy. Even dare to break into the palace. You simply don't know how to die. Gong Dian, who was in a suit of armor, flung the long sword in his hand, and then sneered at Li Qingzi. At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi spoke to Gong Dian. Don't be gullible. This person's martial arts are not below mine. What? Gong Dian looked at Yin Xiaoyi with a surprised expression. When he came over just now, he only felt that the strength of this black-robed man was only around the 8th rank. As for Yin Xiaoyi, as the Grand Commander of the Guards, his martial arts realm was on the 9th rank. Could it be that he had just misread this person's martial arts and was not at the 8th rank? After seeing Yin Xiaoyi come out, Li Qingzi was no longer prepared to fight them and began to think of ways to leave. He suddenly looked behind Gong Dian and Yin Xiaoyi and said in surprise, "Ha? What's that?" The two of them, Gong Dian and Yin Xiaoyi, quickly turned around after hearing Li Qingzi's words. Only, as soon as they turned around, they cried out, "Fooled!" As expected, the two of them, Gong Dian and Yin Xiaoyi, hurriedly turned around again after turning around and not noticing anything. And at that moment, Li Qingzi had already started to leap up and run towards the front. Yin Xiaoyi shouted, "He's trying to escape. This person has a mysterious identity. We absolutely cannot let him leave. Don't worry, he won't be able to run away." Gong Dian coldly shouted, flung up the long sword in his hand, stepped on the roof with both feet, and began to chase towards Li Qingzi. As for Yin Xiaoyi, he lifted his foot and kicked up the huge bow, and after pulling out a long arrow from the arrow pouch behind him, he drew his bow and strung up an arrow, aiming at Li Qingzi who was running away quickly, ready to release the long arrow in his hand. As a result, he had just pulled the bowstring away, when Li Sungtaek, who was in front of him, suddenly jumped down onto the house and his vision disappeared. *********. Yin Xiaoyi put away his bow rope and followed suit as he chased towards the front. Gong Dang ran around extremely fast, not panicking at all even in his heavy armor. Soon, he chased after Li Qingzi and without hesitation, he swung out a knife. In the darkness of the night, the shadow of the knife flashed and cut straight towards Li Qingzi's back. Li Sungtaek, who was running away, hastily dodged to the side after sensing something strange behind him. Swish! The shadow of the blade fell from the sky and slashed down almost against Li Qingzi's back. Humph! Gong Dian's face showed unusual excitement when he saw that his opponent had dodged his slash. It had been many years since he had encountered such a strong opponent. It was a good opportunity to experiment with the martial arts he had recently learned. Only, Gong Dian began to feel some imbalance in his heart after he swung a few slashes at Li Sungtaek, all of which were easily dodged by him. And at this time, Li Qingzi suddenly looked behind Gong Dian once again and said, "Ha? What's that?" This time, however, Gong Dian did not turn around, but instead sneered, "Ha, do you think you can get me to fall for the same trick twice? It's also underestimating me." However, before Gong Dian's words were even finished, there was a silhouette that rushed in front of him and kicked him with a raised foot. Bang! On Mayanori's waist. After being kicked, his body fell directly to the side, and rolled on the ground a few times. Li Qingzi laughed. "I told you that something was close, but you still refused to listen. Now you've been hit. Your Highness, are you alright?" The visitor came toward Li Qingzi's face and asked in a low voice. Li Qingzi looked at the person who came. It was none other than Fan Wushang, who was dressed in black. I'm sure he heard the commotion and that's why he ran over to save him. Li Sungtaek nodded. "It's fine,
Now that it's done, we should go. What about Xiang Yu's side? Fan Wuxi returned.
Xiang Yu has already lured Eunuch Hong outside the palace and the two are still fighting furiously.
Okay, so we're now. Whoosh! A long arrow, with a violent wind-breaking sound, flew in midair from not far away. Look out! After Fan Wuxi noticed something strange, he immediately drew his sword and shot down the oncoming long arrows. Seeing this, Li Chengze immediately waved his hand toward Fan Wushang. Don't mind him. Let's go! As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chengze took Fan Wushang with him and began to quickly run towards the front. Soon,
Yan Xiaoyi chased him here,
and that Gongdian also stood up from the ground,
a hint of grimness on his face as he roared lowly.
Pissed off. It just pisses me off. They don't talk about martial virtues, they actually do sneak attacks from behind. Yan Xiaoyi said, cut the crap. Let's chase after them. If we let them get away with this, we'll lose a lot of face. Mayanori also felt that this was indeed the case,
and picking up his long sword from the ground, he moved forward to catch up.
In the meantime, throughout the palace, a cry of alarm began to ring out. Catch the assassin! An assassin has entered the palace. Li Chengze and Fan Wushang, turning east and west inside the palace, finally came
to the place where they came in earlier, and with a casual leap, they jumped onto the courtyard wall several feet high.
At this time, Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian, with quite a few of their guards,
had also chased them here.
Thieves don't go. Stop! After Yan Xiaoyi angrily shouted,
he was ready to draw his bow and shoot an arrow towards Li Chengze.
As a result, suddenly from the courtyard wall, a black shadow several meters high flashed out and threw itself at them. Seeing this,
Yan Xiaoyi immediately exclaimed,
quickly dodge! Everybody get out of the way! While Gongdian stood in place,
he swung the long sword in his hand and fought his way forward.
Break me! With that,
the shadow of the blade collided with the black shadow,
cutting it in half. Ka-ching! Bang!
As the heavy object crashed to the ground, the crowd realized that the original black shadow just now was actually a huge boulder of several hundred pounds. Yan Xiaoyi wasn't overly surprised and immediately waved his hand.
Everyone, go after them. Definitely can't let them escape the palace alive. Other side, Li Siyuan Shao was on the courtyard wall, and after throwing that boulder, he tumbled down outside the palace, along with the two Li Changze. Where's Xiang Yu? Hasn't he come out yet? Li Sungtae asked. Shibian shook his head. We didn't see it. At this time, Fan Wusu said, just now, I saw Xiang Yu, when he was fighting with Eunuch Hong, heading in the direction of the western city.
Li Chengze pondered for a moment and said to Li Tsuanxiao and Xiabian,
you two go and meet Xiang Yu. We will wait for you in the mansion. Within half an hour, no matter if you find Xiang Yu or not, you must rush back to the mansion immediately. Understand? Yes. Li Siyuan Shao and Xiabian nodded their heads in agreement, and then they ran forward.
Li Chengze turned to Fan Wusu again and waved his hand.
Go, let's hurry back now. Soon after, the two of them, Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian, with a group of guards, began to look for the assassin's traces on the streets after coming out from inside the palace. Only, after they searched for half a day, the assassin actually disappeared. Chapter 91, Transferring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Thanks for the reward support from Loading DB. Black as ink in the night sky, a slender silhouette, like an eagle with spread wings, jumped quickly on the roof. Soon, the figure stopped where it was, hands behind its back, and looked around carefully. Ha! The old slave really did look away. This young man, not only is his martial arts not weak, even his escape speed is quite fast. This person was none other than Hong Xiich, who had come out of the palace. He was in the palace just now, and was in the middle of a fierce fight with Xiang Yu, and the other party hadn't even been able to tell the difference between victory and defeat. But he suddenly fled. It was not easy for Hong Xiich to meet such an opponent, so how could he let him escape just like that? So that's why it's in hot pursuit. Only, Hong Xiich had been chasing the street for a while, and would have been on the verge of catching up. As a result, the person suddenly disappeared when he turned a corner just now. It was as if this person was particularly familiar with the city of Kyoto, and knew every corner of the city by heart. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have disappeared right under his nose. Hong Xiich contemplated for a moment, thinking that the people had already left, so it would be useless to stay here. It would be better to return to the palace first. After that, Hong Xiich turned around and left. Just as Hong Xiich leaped over a few houses and was about to walk in the direction of the palace, he saw a dozen guards on the street not far away. Ha! Isn't that the head commander and vice commander of the guards? How did they get out of the palace? Hong Xiich felt that something was not right, and his body immediately leapt forward to the front of the crowd. Who? Over here. Yan Xiaoyi was leading the lead guards, walking at a fast pace through the streets when he suddenly sensed something.
lifting his hand to hold his giant bow and drinking from the rooftop in front of him.
It's the old slave.
With his hands behind his back, Hong Si-ich jumped gracefully from the roof and landed in front of the crowd. When Yan Xiaoyi saw that it was Hong Si-ich, he then put away the huge bow in his hand and said,
"So it's eunuch Hong. I wonder why the eunuch. Why is he here?" Hong Si-ich nodded his head and said, "Just now, I was chasing a little guy, and that's how I ran here. By the way, why did the chancellor run away from the palace?"
Yan Xiaoyi hummed softly,
"Don't mention it. An assassin trespassed into the palace this night and was discovered by us. So, it was chased all the way here."
"Assassin?" Hong Si-ich's face was shocked and said,
"When did this happen? Is that assassin here to assassinate His Majesty?"
Yan Xiaoyi shook his head. The assassin has not been captured yet, so he does not know the exact situation. When Hong Si-ich heard this, he began to frown slightly and said with a gloomy face,
"Could it be that the kid just now is also one of the assassins? If that's true, isn't its purpose to transfer him away from the palace and then?" Thinking of this, Hong Si-ich's heart felt a hint of uneasiness as he immediately said to Yan Xiaoyi, "Chancellor, you guys continue. The old slave is going back to the palace to take a look." Just after the words were said, Hong Si-ich's body was like a burst of ghosts, directly disappearing in place. Yan Xiaoyi began to sigh helplessly inwardly as he saw Hong Si-ich leave. Sure enough, the realm of a grandmaster was indeed not simple.
Although his current martial arts cultivation had already reached the 9th grade upper realm, and was only one step away from the realm of a grandmaster. However, this short step is like a chasm that cannot be jumped over, and the difficulty of the process is known only to oneself.
Ahem.
Yan Xiaoyi sighed helplessly.
Ah, the Grand Master. What a realm to aspire to. After Yan Xiaoyi sighed,
he was about to lead his men to continue chasing after the assassins when something suddenly occurred to him.
Just now,
I was so focused on chasing the assassin that I almost forgot about the Rapunzel.
After all,
the location where the assassin appeared just now was precisely in the Guanxin Palace.
If the assassin,
who was just there, had only tuned him out, and his purpose was the Rapunzel,
then now, thinking of this,
Yan Xiaoyi reached out and shouted to the guards behind him,
"You guys continue to keep chasing.
I'll go back to the palace first." As soon as he finished speaking, he held a huge bow and headed straight in the direction of the palace.
In the meantime, after jumping on the roof, Xian Yu walked straight into a gloomy alleyway. After a few moments, he didn't notice anyone approaching, which completely reassured him.
Xian Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said,
"Finally got rid of that old eunuch.
I didn't think that an old eunuch in the district would have such extraordinary martial arts. Especially the force of each move is extraordinarily overbearing, completely different from ordinary internal force. It's fortunate that I was the one who fought him just now. If it were anyone else, I would have definitely lost."
Thinking of this,
Xian Yu walked out of the Hadong place and just walked towards the street not far away. Just when Xian Yu had just taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped in place and tightly gripped the Overlord gun in his hand.
Next moment, a figure fell from the roof. "Don't do it, it's us." After Li Siyuan Shao arrived in front of Xiang Yu, he immediately waved his hand and said.
Xiang Yu heard a familiar voice, which made him drop his heart.
"What brings you here? Where is His Highness?" Li Tsuanxiao said. "His Highness has already gone back. He asked us to come and meet you. How are you? Are you hurt?" Xiang Yu laughed disdainfully. "Are you kidding? Just an old eunuch. How could he injure me?" Seeing that Xiang Yu was fine, Li Siyuan stopped asking more questions and waved his hand. "Let's not talk so much first. Let's go back to the mansion." "Okay, let's go." Xiang Yu also wanted to hurry back to rest.
After Li Chengze returned to the king's residence, he first took the key he had obtained and found a location to put it away. Then he waited with the two of them,
Fan Wusu and Jia Dang, at the location in the backyard. As time passed by bit, Li Sungjak's heart, too, slowly began to tense up, because he did not know if Li Siyuan Shao and Xiebian, now, had picked up Xiang Yu. If something happens to Xiang Yu,
then start thinking about how to go about resolving this matter.
At this time, Jia Yan lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and said, "My lord, there is no need to be anxious. Xiang Yu will definitely be fine. If it's just Hong Si-ich who makes a move, it's not really possible to beat him, usually when nothing is going on."
Jia Yan is also in contact with Xiang Yu and the others,
is fully aware of their true strength. Therefore, between the realms of the 9th rank, there really wasn't necessarily anyone who could beat him. Li Chengze felt that what Jia Dang said did have some truth to it. After all, it was Xiang Yu, so as long as he didn't need a Grand Master, there shouldn't be a problem. Just as Li Chengze was pondering, 3 silhouettes tumbled over the courtyard wall. "Your Highness, we're back." When Li Chengze heard the voice, he raised his head and looked forward. Then he saw Li Tsuanxiao and Xiang Yu, the 3 of them, walking quickly towards here. He was relieved to see a few people. "Luckily it's all okay. Chapter 92, Your Highness. Something big is happening. Xiang Yu, are you okay? Li Chengza asked Xiang Yu who was beside him. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't worry, I am unharmed. Xiang Yu arched his hand and said, a mere old eunuch can't help me yet. As he spoke, Xiang Yu's face was full of confidence. However, Li Chengza also knew that Xiang Yu would definitely not lie, and since this was the case, then he would not say anything more. Following closely, he nodded to Xiang Yu and the others. You guys have worked hard tonight. Go rest first. The crowd chorused. No hard work. I am willing to go through fire and water for your highness. Li Chengza smiled gratefully. Good. I'll remember. All go ahead and rest. At this point, the crowd no longer excused themselves and first bowed their hands to Li Chengza before they all left. When all of them started to go back to their rooms to rest, Li Chengza added to Jia who was beside him. I'll leave the rest to you. Clean up the trail around it. Jia nodded his head and arched his hand. Don't worry, Your Highness. Just leave it to me. Jia then turned to leave. And Li Sungtaek didn't stay idle, quickly walking back into the room and taking out the key in his arms. The key in front of him was not of this world, as he remembered. As long as he had this, when Fan Xian entered the capital in the future, he would find another opportunity to steal the sniper rifle inside his case. In time, aside from the Grand Masters, kilometers away, you can kill whoever you want. Right. Li Sungjaek suddenly thought of something else. He remembered that in the original, this case that Fan Xian was carrying only had the Bamlet sniper rifle in it, but no bullets. It seems that the bullet was left at the bottom of the lake in Taiping Buyuan. Li Sungtaek repeatedly stroked his chin and mused. Now that we have the key, that Bamlet sniper rifle is also imperative. So now it's just a matter of bullets. And there seems to be something other than bullets inside the bottom of the Taiping Bio Lake. Well, still need to find an opportunity to go to the bottom of the lake in Taiping Bio later. Maybe there will be unexpected receipts, but certainly not now. After all, coming over here tonight, the inside of the palace will surely be bustling with activity. When he thought of this, Li Sungtaek put the key away, and after taking off his outer clothes, he directly laid down on the bed. It's getting late and it's time to go to bed. The rest is better to wait until later. The next day, early morning, palace, inner courtyard. Due to the assassins that made trouble last night, the guards in the entire palace, which had been multiplied by several times, began to carefully patrol around. Only, the guards had been busy for most of the night, but they had not found any sign of the assassin. A number of people began to wonder if there were any assassins in the palace at all. One of the great halls of the palace, a plain-robed Emperor Cheng, with his hands behind his back, stood straight in the great hall, looking around with a gloomy face, and in front of him, Hong Xiich hunched over and bowed his head. Your Majesty, the old slave has just checked, and no one else in the palace has been injured for the time being. It's just that the old slave is still unclear now. What exactly is the origin of this person? Emperor Cheng pondered for a moment and said, are you saying that the assassin who came this time was not alone? Hong Xiich nodded. Yes, indeed, because a young man, in the name of a challenge, pestered the old slave for a duel in the palace. Yet another two assassins, who appeared at the location of Guangxin Palace, also exchanged blows with Commander Yan. When Emperor Qing heard this, he immediately turned to him, while a cold smile appeared on his face, saying, are you saying that last night, apart from you and that assassin fighting, even Yan Xiaoyi, likewise encountered an assassin? Hong Xiich nodded a little awkwardly and said, no, that's right, that's it. Ha! Emperor Cheng suddenly laughed, and it was a particularly grim laugh. Both of you are experts on the 9th rank, and you didn't even leave an assassin behind? It's too much of a disappointment to me. 2. In the future, how can I trust the safety of the entire palace to you? Hong Xiich immediately arched his hand and said, please rest your anger. Your Majesty, the slave girl deserves to die. Those assassins, they should still be in the city of Kyoto right now. As long as the gates of the city are queried closely tomorrow, the assassins can definitely be captured. Emperor Cheng waved his hand and said, I don't want to hear about the process, I only want to hear about the results. This matter, I only give you 3 days. If after 3 days, there is not a satisfactory answer, you know the consequences. Hong Xiich nodded and said, yes, the slave girl will go and do it now. After that, Hong Xiich turned around and left. After waiting for Hong Xiich to leave, Emperor Cheng walked slowly and walked to the entrance of the Great Hall, looking into the dark night sky and falling into deep thought. Will it be one of them? To be able to escape in the hands of a 9th Pin Shang, his strength is definitely only as high as it can be, and from this, it would only be a Grand Master. But, Emperor Qing thought of this, but then shook his head, discarding the thoughts he had just had. After all, There wasn't just one person who sneaked into the palace yesterday, yet it is the lowest 3. From this, it can be stated that it will definitely not be a Grand Master. Moreover, last night, he didn't detect that there was an aura of a Great Master battle. Since it wasn't a Grand Master, the visitor was interesting. I just don't know what their purpose is in sneaking into the palace this time. Eastern Palace. Outside a courtyard, Crown Prince Li Changqian, after having his morning meal, just like every day, laid back leisurely on the rattan chair, flipping through the word novel in his hand. He was supposed to be angry and annoyed during this time of his grounding. After all, he couldn't get out every day and could only stay inside the Eastern Palace. However, in recent times, Li Changqian suddenly felt that it would be a good choice if he didn't go out. Every day you don't have to think about anything. You just need to blow off some steam, get some sunshine, and then read a novel-talking book, and live a very nourishing life. It would be great if it could be like this every day for the rest of the year. However, just as Li Changqian hadn't finished reading the words in his hand, a young eunuch walked quickly towards him. Your Highness, something has happened again. The young eunuch walked to Li Changqian's front and said hurriedly. Li Changqian put away the words in his hands and said with some impatience, "What is it? Can't you see that the palace is busy?" Such demoralizing words in the morning. The young eunuch said, "Your Highness, it's like this. According to reliable information, at the time of last night, an assassin entered the palace to carry out an assassination yet." What? Li Changqian was shocked and immediately put down the words in his hands, and the whole person also stood up from the chair and asked, "Is the news reliable? Are those people so bold as to dare to enter the palace to commit an assassination? Has anyone died yet?" Chapter 93, Fan Xian enters the capital. Dark tides and clouds emerge. Li Changqian was very surprised just now when he heard that an assassin had entered the palace to carry out an assassination. After all, it had been years since something like this had happened. Moreover, the thing that made him feel most curious was who had an accident in the palace last night. Who, exactly? Are these assassins here to assassinate? That's what Li Changqian felt was the most important thing. The young eunuch said, "For the time being, we don't know yet. The slave girl just heard that there was an assassin last night. The specific things haven't checked clearly yet." Li Changqian waved his hand and said, "Don't go and investigate yet. This palace wants to know what the assassins were after when they sneaked into the palace last night." "Yes, Your Highness. The slave girl will go and inquire now." The young eunuch nodded his head in agreement and then turned to leave. Immediately following, Li Changqian slowly sat down on the rattan chair and began to fall into deep thought. A few moments later, Li Changqian frowned and suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Just then, Li Changqian's face changed slightly as he spoke. "What's going on? Today's delicacies, why haven't they been sent over yet? What did the palace say before? That as soon as you've had your breakfast, you should grab it and send it over? Hurry up and hurry." Li Changqian cursed. In recent times, he especially liked the imperial cuisine, that new imperial chef, who made delicious things. If you don't eat a meal, you're all over the place. Other side, after having breakfast, Li Changza let the other people in the mansion, during these recent days, do not need to do anything, just rest in spite of it. Wait for the wind to blow over and then do something else. Soon, Li Sungjak stayed in his room and continued to start cultivating. After last night's battle with Yen Xiui, he was considered to have a general understanding of his own strength. Just with the 9 yang divine power that he was cultivating at the moment, coupled with the dragon elephant prajna power, he could barely be able to fight against a 9th grade expert. Since that was the case, then he would cultivate when he had nothing else to do, striving to be able to raise his own martial arts realm by another level. In that case, it wouldn't be long before he could take on a grandmaster. And, after last night, when they went into the palace and made a mess, it would definitely be extra strict outside. So these days, it's all about doing nothing in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. All that was left to do was to wait until Fan Xian entered the capital in a few days. Thinking of this, Li Qingzi stopped thinking about it and continued to shut inside his room to cultivate. Guangxin Palace, Great Hall. Li Yunrui was still wearing light robes, somewhat lazily lying on his side on the soft couch. A pair of extremely charming eyes, gently blinking a few times, with a different flavor. And in front of Li Yunrui, there sat a middle-aged beautiful woman. Li Yunrui glanced at the middle-aged beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Sister-in-law, this early in the morning, you ran to find this palace. What exactly is the reason for this? If you have something to say, don't be so polite in front of your own people." After pondering for a moment, the Empress spoke. "That bastard from Danzhou is said to be on his way to the capital." "This matter, do you know?" Li Yunrui nodded his head and said, "I know. This palace has long heard about it." The Empress, a little anxious, rose quickly to her feet and said, "You know? If you knew, then why didn't you act?" Absolutely cannot let this person come to Kyoto alive. Li Yunrui wore a smile on his face, and after adjusting his sitting position, he spoke. What do you need as? For so many years, this palace doesn't know how many assassins it is sent to assassinate that little guy's life. But what about the results? None of them worked. All of them failed. The queen said. What then? Is this person? We just don't care? Li Yunrui shook his head and said. It's natural to manage, but it also requires a process. Since we're in Danjo and can't kill this person, it's better to wait until he comes to the capital. No matter what, Kyoto City is our territory. Besides, we're not the only ones inside Kyoto City who want him dead. The empress nodded thoughtfully and said. So it is. Li Yunrui laughed. Don't worry. In these recent days, just wait at ease. In the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. Kyoto City, an unusual carriage, traveling slowly from outside the city. And sitting inside the carriage was none other than Fan Xian, who had arrived from Danjo. After several days of long-distance traveling, he finally traveled from Danjo to the city of Kyoto. Ever since Fan Xian was reborn in this world, this is considered his first time leaving Danjo, where he has lived for many years. And, for the first time, it was such a long carriage ride that it almost made him throw up upside down. Fan Xian lifted the curtains and looked out onto the bustling streets. Kyoto City. It really deserves to be the capital city of Qinghua. This is much more lively than Danjo. At this moment, Fan Xian was like the feeling of a bumpkin from the countryside who suddenly came to a big city. Curiosity and surprise at whatever is in front of you. Soon, Fan Xian reached out and caressed the black box in front of him, becoming even more curious about its contents. After a few days, when he went into the palace and found the key, he would be able to open this chest. When the time comes, we'll know what's inside and what it will actually be. Old mom, I wonder if what you left behind will be a surprise. Fan Xian then said nothing more and continued to observe the scene on the street. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of pairs of eyes had begun to keep a close eye on Fan Xian since he had entered the capital. Li Chengze was in the backyard of the royal residence, with Fan Wuxing and the others, briefly sparring in martial arts, when someone outside the door suddenly ran in. Your Highness, the man you are looking for has already entered the city. He's heading towards the Sananbo residence right now. Yes? Li Sungtaek said with some excitement. It's finally here. I was waiting for him. The palace, outside a certain hall, Emperor Cheng, who was dressed in civilian clothes, stood at the edge of the pond, holding some fish food in his hand and gently sprinkling it inside the water. And the fish inside the water, tempted by the fish food, sprang up and began to scramble for it. Emperor Cheng looked at the fish food inside the pool. A cold smile then crossed his face. At this time, a young eunuch, slowly walking towards Emperor Cheng, said, Your Majesty, I just got word that the people have already entered the city yet. Yes? Emperor Cheng laughed. It's good to be here. It seems that this Kyoto city is about to change. Soon after, the carriage stopped in front of the Fan residence. Fan Xian lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. When he looked at the unfamiliar mansion in front of him and pondered for a moment, he said, Is this my home? Chapter 94, Infiltrating the Fan Mansion. The chest in hand, Fan Xian held the box in his hand and walked straight towards, in front of him, the Sananbo mansion. In fact, as early as Danjo, Fan Xian had fantasized in his mind what his home in Kyoto would be like, and his father, and the rest of the family. After all, since he was born, the family had never seen anyone other than his grandmother. Fan Xian pondered for a moment before he began to walk forward at a brisk pace into the mansion. However, not long after he had entered the mansion, a teenager walked up to him, cursing and swearing. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go. A mere bastard is worthy of having me pick him up? It's just ridiculous. Humph. Fan Xian saw that the young man in front of him, with his gorgeous clothes and decent appearance, did not look like an ordinary person. The teenager, it seems, would be his brother? Versace. Back in Danjo, Fan Xian had heard from Fan Ruorua that she had a younger brother named Fan Xija, a mischievous and rebellious teenager. Fan Xian stopped and looked at the oncoming Versace, and this time, Versace seemed to notice him, too, and instinctively froze and asked, Who are you? Why are you in my house? Fan Xian said, Guess. Ha! Versace snarled. Guess what? Did you come to my house to steal? Originally, Versace was angry in his heart, and now that he saw the stranger, suddenly appearing in the house, he was ready to take his anger out on the other side. Thinking of this, Fan Xija checked around for a few moments, picked up a branch on the ground, and immediately pointed it at Fan Xian. Count yourself unlucky that this guy ran into Little Master Me today. Later, I'll let you know what it means to be cruel. Watch the move. As Fan Xija spoke, his person had already rushed to Fan Xian's face.
swinging the branches in his hands and starting to strike at his body. And Fan Xian had long since seen that Fan Xizha didn't know any martial arts at all, and was not the least bit flustered when he saw him charging head-on. Just as he flicked his body to dodge the oncoming attack, he didn't forget to lift his foot, tripping Versace. Flop! Versace's body fell heavily to the ground in a dogfight. Just this? Fan Xian saw this and said, "That's pretty cruel of you, but what about just being cruel to yourself?" Versace yelled as he got up from the floor. "Murder! Where are the people in the house? All dead. Someone comes into the house and steals, and no one does anything about it?" With a few loud shouts from Versace, there were really a few houseguests, who ran over towards this side. When Fan Xizha saw someone coming, he immediately pointed at Fan Xian and said, "Quick, that's him. You guys get on and break his legs for me." Just as these household servants were about to rush towards Fan Xian, an angry shout rang out from the surroundings. "What for?" Afterward, a young girl with an extremely beautiful appearance walked towards this side in a dignified manner. When Fan Xizha saw the visitor, he hurriedly said, "Sister, this is a thief, who came to the mansion just now to steal. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's just break him and send him to the government." "Kneel down," Fan Ruoruo said in a cold voice. Vance grunted lightly. "Did you hear that? My sister told you to kneel down." Fan Ruoruo twisted her head to look at Fan Xizha and said in a cold voice, "I'm telling you to kneel down." "Ha?" Versace was baffled and somewhat at a loss for words. "Do you hear me? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down?" Fan Ruoruo let out another angry shout. Versace obediently knelt down despite his heart. After all, bloodline suppression. With a thud, Versace obediently knelt on the ground, just as Fan Xizha was puzzled. Next to him, Fan Ruoruo, whose originally angry face immediately turned into a joyful smile. "Big brother, you're here." Versace's entire body was dumbfounded when he heard Fan Ruoruo's voice. What? The bastard in front of him was actually his cheap big brother, the bastard son of Donjo? Oh, Versace inwardly sneered a few times. No wonder he felt angry when he saw this person just now, so he was still a dead ringer. Then this is fine. Fan Xian saw the young girl in front of him and laughed. "You're Ruo, aren't you? I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've actually grown so beautiful." Fan Ruoruo laughed along with it. Big brother is joking. Ruoruo is still the same as before. Ah, big brother must be very tired after sitting in the carriage for so long and running from Donjo to here. Quickly follow Ruoruo inside to rest. Fan Xian nodded. "It's true that I'm a bit tired." Fan Ruoruo wrapped her arm around Fan Xian and said, Let's go. But Ruoruo has so much to say to you." "What about him?" Fan Xian looked at Versace, who was kneeling on the ground. Fan Ruoruo waved her hand and said, "Don't mind him. Who let him disrespect big brother just now?" Seeing Fan Xizha's daring appearance, Fan Xian didn't say anything more. After that, he followed Fan Ruoruo and walked towards the hall of the mansion. Versace, on the other hand, pouted his lips in displeasure and knelt obediently in place. He was used to kneeling anyway. No big deal. Just as Fan Xian and Fan Ruoruo were walking towards the hall, at the corner of the Fan mansion, the figure of Li Changze was revealed. As early as Li Changze had learned that Fan Xian had already entered the capital, he had come to the Fan residence ahead of time to hide. The purpose was to get that box in Fan Xian's hand. He now had the key and knew the combination to the box, so he was sure to remove the contents. In a couple of days, I'll find another opportunity to go to the bottom of the lake at Typing Bio to look for bullets. In time, Thinking of this, Li Cheng's heart became very excited. It was just that he hadn't expected to see Fan Xian return to his residence not long after he came to the Fan residence just now, and then the scene just now. Now that Fan Xian was going to the hall, he should be going to Fan Jian and the others, and he only needed to wait here. After all, it was impossible for Fan Xian to carry that box with him all the time. In this way, Li Sungtae squatted in the Fan mansion, and nearly 2 hours had passed before he finally found an opportunity. Fan Xian suggested that he would go outside and look around, and then he was led by Fan Ruoruo and went shopping. And when Li Chengze saw his chance, he immediately sneaked into Fan Xian's house and found the black box. He walked up quickly and placed the black case on the table, then took out the prepared key and inserted it into the keyhole of the case. With a click, the plywood on the front of the case popped open, revealing a small black panel screen. In this world, other than Fan Xian who knew what it was, he was the only one who knew. This is the keyboard on top of the computer and the yoke that the case is set on. Li Sungtae reached out and stroked his hand over the keyboard, feeling particularly familiar. A few months ago, he was using it like crazy at home. Li Sungtae contemplated for a few moments before he began to recall what the password for the box was. Chapter 95, Banlet Sniper Rifle. In hand, Li Sungtae pondered for a moment and said, I remember in the original, the password on top of the box.
It seems to be the name. That's right, the name. Immediately following, Lee Sung-taek frowned and said, "Oh no, I forgot whose name it was."
It's just a wonder he didn't look closely enough when he read the original at the time.
Calm down. Think back carefully first. Surely you can remember. Lee Chingza contemplated for a moment more, readying himself on the keyboard and typing in Fan Xian's name. However, he quickly discarded that thought. After all, the password for this box was set by Yi Qingmei. She didn't know who Fan Xian was, so how could she set the password to Fan Xian's name? Let's enter Yi Qingmei's first. Soon, Lee Chengza was on the keyboard, typing Yi Qingmei's name.
The result is that the screen does not respond.
He tried a few more people's names and all failed. Immediately after,
Lee Sung-taek suddenly thought of something and immediately typed in GGTTGH.
Then the magic happened. With a snap, the box was opened straight away. When Lee Sung-taek saw the box open, he let out a soft sigh of relief.
Just now he was so focused on thinking of other people's names that he ended up forgetting the most important one.
That's the name of the 5 bamboo. In the original, the code for the chest is replaced by the very name of Gajira. When the box was opened, it was found to be divided into 3 levels. Because of its unusual shape, the things that can be placed in each layer must be narrow objects. When Lee Sung-taek opened the first layer, he found the metal tool divided into 3 parts. Like the original account, some of these things inside are tubular in parts, and some seem to fit in the grip. It was none other than a Bamlet sniper rifle, but it's just being taken apart now.
Lee Sung-taek stroked the barrel of the gun in the case and couldn't stop rejoicing in his heart.
In the future, if he had this equipment and with bullets, within 1 kilometer, he could kill whoever he wanted to, except for grandmasters. Moreover, it can be done so quietly that when the other party dies, they don't even know how they died. After that, Lee Sung-taek put everything inside the box, on the first level, into the cloth bag he was carrying and took it away. As for the second and third layers, he didn't open them directly. It's just a few letters anyway. Once Lee Sung-taek had put the guns away, he closed the case again and put it back in place. Immediately after that, he took advantage of the fact that there was no one around, and directly took his firearms and left the Fan residence. Other side, Fan Xian didn't know what was going on in the mansion, let alone that the case he was carrying with him had been opened. He was currently wandering around the city of Kyoto with Fan Ruo, and the two of them, Fan Xija. Originally, Versace did not want to come along. After all, from the very first moment he saw Fan Xian, he was so conflicted that he couldn't wait to beat him up. Take a good bite out of this nasty. However, now within the family, not only was his sister defending him, but even his father, his lordship, was speaking for him, so it was only natural that he could no longer run afoul of his misfortune. Even if it's as hateful as it is, you'll just have to put up with it for a while. Brother, how is it? Inside Kyoto City, isn't it especially nice? I'm not lying to you, am I? Fan Ruo said to Fan Xian with a smile on her face. Fan Xian nodded and said, "That's right, it's really good. It's a lot more fun than Danjo, that's for sure. Moreover, the things that are sold on this street are so diverse that it's dizzying to look at them." At that moment, Versace laughed disdainfully. "That's natural. What do you think this place is? This is Kyoto, where the capital city of the entire country of Qing is located. Of course it is better than the Danjo one." However, just as Versace was in mid-sentence, he felt a chill coming from all around him. Unsurprisingly, this must be the look in my sister's eyes. He swallowed the rest of his words and said, "Hey, there's actually nothing in Kyoto City. It's all boring stuff. In fact, I still prefer Danjo, where the people are outstanding. And if you live there, you must be especially happy." Fan Ruo blankly glanced at Fan Xija, then said to Fan Xian, "Big brother, let's ignore him." Fan Xian shook his head helplessly and asked Fan Ruo beside him, Ruo, you've been inside Kyoto City for so long, do you know anything about the second prince?" Previously, when Fan Xian was in Danjo, he had read the poems written by the second prince and had some doubts about his identity. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this second prince, most likely like him, had crossed over from another world. Only, Fan Xian just didn't know if the second prince was from the same world as him. This second prince, since he was able to write those verses, should be an old hometown with him. When Fan Ruo heard Fan Xian's words, she spoke, "Big brother, why are you interested in the second prince? Hardly, you want to take sides?" Ever since Fan Ruo learned from her father's mouth about the second prince, she felt too sorry for him. From the moment of birth, one's destiny is predetermined and there is nothing one can do to change it. So, now that she heard Fan Xian ask this, the first thought in her mind was that this big brother was going to be ready to start taking sides. After all, The current dispute over the crown prince was well known in the city of Kyoto, and it was a very big deal. Standing in line, Fan Xian froze for a moment when he heard Fan Ruorua's words, then he reacted and shook his head. Where do you think you're going? I've only just arrived in the capital. How could I go and take sides? Let the royals settle their own affairs. I'm sure I won't interfere. So it's like this. Fan Ruorua quietly let out a sigh of relief and said, Second Highness is not a bad person. Not only is he talented, he's also handsome. Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, That's right. Since this sister of his, the evaluation she gave, were all good, then this second prince's character should not be too demolished. Never mind. I'd better find a chance to get in touch in person later. Fan Xian said, Are you guys hungry? I'm a little hungry now. Let's go find a place to eat. As soon as he heard about dinner, on Versace's face, excitement immediately appeared as he hurriedly nodded and said, I'm hungry too. Go go go. Let's go eat together. I know where there's good food. Afterwards, the three of them walked towards, not far away, the restaurant. Lin Mansion, Boudoir. Lin Wanair was sitting in front of the window, looking out at the sky, looking up. A few moments later, Lin Wanair sighed helplessly. Today is the 4th day. Brother Sungjak hasn't come to see me yet. Missed him so much. Chapter 96, I want to withdraw from the marriage. Lin Wanair sat in front of the window, looking at the sky outside, pondering in her heart. In the last few days, due to the medicines she had taken that Li Qingze had brought, her body had gotten better for the most part, and it had been quite a while since she had vomited blood. Also, the color has gotten bad. If this is the case, I think that after a few more days of adjustment, the malady on the body will be completely cured. All things, right now, are tending to be good. Only now, Lin Wanair's heart was missing Li Changze even more. If it wasn't for his help, he wouldn't even be getting better so fast right now. Thinking of this, Lin Wanair rested her hand on her chin and continued to look up at the sky, especially at the sight of swallows in midair, traveling in pairs. An impulse arises in the heart. If one day, the two of them, she and Li Sungtaek, like birds in the sky, could leave Kyoto City and live freely, how wonderful it would be. Just as Lin Wanair was sitting in front of the window in deep thought, her personal maid hurriedly came through the door. Miss, Mississippi. Lin Wanair came back to her senses after hearing the maid's words and said, What happened, so panicked? The maid walked up quickly and said, Miss, I just heard the news that the man called Fan Xian has arrived in Kyoto City today. Who? Lin Wanair's willow brows frowned slightly, feeling that this name sounded somewhat familiar. The maid said, It's that eldest son of the Fan family, the one you're engaged to. Lin Wanair looked unusual and quickly stood up from her spot, saying, That person has already come to the capital? How did it happen so fast? According to the date on the marriage contract, there's still 6 months to go. It's only been a few days and that man is already here in the capital? Could it be that he was already impatient and wanted to bring the marriage contract forward earlier? No way. Lin Wanair shook her head and said, Absolutely not. When the maid saw that Lin Wanair's expression was different, she hurriedly asked, Miss, what's wrong with you? Is it unwell? Lin Wanair waved her hand and said, I am fine. Go ahead and go down there, and come and let me know as soon as you can if there's any more news. When the maid saw that Lin Wanair was insistent on this, she couldn't say anything else, so she turned around and left. Only after the maid left did Lin Wanair begin wandering in place. She was really panicking a bit now, not expecting this day to come so soon. However, she had already decided long ago that she would not marry Brother Qingze in this life. If it really comes to that, Brother Qingze can't solve it, then she'll. Just then, a figure jumped in through the window. Who? Lin Wanair, who was originally in deep thought, immediately became alert after sensing someone walk in. As a result, as soon as she turned around, she saw Li Sungtaek with a lunchbox in his hand. Brother Sungjak. After Lin Wanair saw that it was Li Changze, she immediately pounced towards him and hugged him tightly. And as soon as Li Qingze walked into the room, he was taken into Lin Wanair's arms. He felt the softness in his arms, as well as a faint scent of flowers coming from the tip of his nose, and his whole mood, too, was instantly happier. Li Qingze gently patted Lin Wanair in his arms and said, What's wrong? Is not a few days not see, Miss I'm not. Before Li Qingze could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong with Lin Wanair, and her body was trembling slightly. And, on his shoulder, he actually felt a wetness. Li Qingze hurriedly supported Lin Wanair and realized that her eyes were slightly red and a few tears were still hanging on her face. What's wrong? Did something happen to you?
Lin Wanair just lowered her head and cried, not saying much. This time, it scared Lee Sung-jack to death.
Sister Wanair, speak up, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?
You tell me and see if I don't teach him a lesson.
Lin Wanair still hugged Lee Chingza tightly and shook her head, saying, No. There's no one bullying me. Lee Sung-taek asked, then this is.
Brother Chingza, I'm just afraid that in the future, I won't be able to hold you like this anymore. I've said before that I'll never marry you in this life. Hearing this, Lee Sung-taek immediately understood what was going on. It must be Lin Wanair, who already knew that Fan Xian had entered Kyoto, and that was why her mood was so low.
Lin Wanair added, Brother Chang Zhe, will we always be together in the future?
Lee Chengza patted Lin Wanair's shoulder and said, Don't worry, we definitely will. Don't think too much, as I said before, just leave this matter to me.
Before long, you'll definitely get what you want. Lin Wanair nodded and said, Well, Wanair trusts you. Lee Chengza let Lin Wanair hold him like this and didn't say anything more.
Originally, he had thought that he would have to take some time later to have a good talk with Fan Xian. There's no need to talk about it if it seems like it now, just lift the table and quit. Anyway, he's got it now, that bumper-neck sniper rifle, and he'll find the bullets in a few days.
Moreover, he had a better choice regarding the matter of Fan Xian and Lin Wanair's marriage contract.
Since in a short period of time, it is impossible to solve the problem, then we have to solve it. The person who brings the problem is good. Thinking of this, Lee Chengza shook the lunchbox in his hand and said to Lin Wanair, Look what it is. They're all your favorites, I'm sure you haven't had any lately. Lee Sung-taek opened the lunchbox in his hand. Inside was a chicken leg, as well as a small amount of rice, all of which were of good quality, and just looking at it was very appetizing. When Lin Wanair saw the delicacies in front of her, her eyes immediately had a light and she said in surprise, Wow.
So many delicacies. Sung-jack brother is the best.
Lee Sung-taek put the lunchbox down and said, Alright, let's eat first.
Fan house, backyard.
Just after noon, Fan Xian and Fan Ruoro, both of them, returned to the mansion from the street. After this outing, so that Versace for this white to the big brother has a new understanding, the relationship has eased a lot, no longer as hostile as before. By the time they had just returned to the mansion, a house guard was walking towards them. Young master, the master has an invitation.
Fan Xian pointed at himself and said, Looking for me? Yes. The houseboy nodded. Fine.
Fan Xian looked unconcerned and said, Anyway, there's something I want to ask Pops.
Fan Xian was then led to the study by the family man.
As expected, inside the study, Fan Xian met his father, Fan Jian.
Coming.
Fan Jian sat down at his desk and waved his hand at Fan Xian, Sit down.
You must have quite a few things you want to ask me. Fan Xian nodded, There are indeed quite a few things I would like to ask. But before I ask, I want to say one thing. Fan Jian said, What is it?
Fan Xian said word for word, I want to withdraw from the marriage.
Chapter 97, Why must you marry her? You're withdrawing?
Fan Jian, who was in the study, had a trace of doubt flash across his face after hearing Fan Xian's words.
That's right. Fan Xian nodded, The first thing I came over from Danzhou to do, and that was to withdraw from the marriage. Fan Jian said with an expressionless face, Where's the reason? Fan Xian said, What reason does it take?
I've been living in Danzhou for the past 10 years or so, and I haven't even seen that girl's face, so why should I marry her?
Fan Jian said, Do you know who the fiancé is? I know. Fan Xian nodded, Ruo told me just now, it's the daughter of the chancellor of the current dynasty, and also the Morning County princess. If you know that, then you still want to withdraw from the marriage? Fan Xian said, It's because I know who she is that I'm withdrawing from the marriage.
Marriage is not a trivial matter to be done casually, and the matter of affection is even less to be forced, and I will not marry someone I do not like. Fan Jian pondered for a moment, picked up the teapot on the table, and after pouring a cup for himself, he poured another cup for Fan Xian. He had been expecting Fan Xian's words just now. Because, to be able to say something like that did fit Fan Xian's character. Immediately afterward, Fan Jian picked up his teacup and drank it down before speaking to Fan Xian.
The marriage was granted by His Majesty. If you want to withdraw from it, then it's up to you. A hint of curiosity flashed across Fan Xian's face as he said, What, you don't object to me withdrawing from the marriage? Fan Jian said, If I had objected, would you have given up withdrawing from the marriage? Fan Xian shook his head and said, No. Fan Jian said, That's not right. Since you will still honor your own ideas if I oppose them, what am I saying? Fan Xian hadn't thought that his own father, in fact, would have such an idea, which was completely unexpected.
He originally thought that his father would definitely make a lot of noise when he found out about the withdrawal. Fan Xian had long ago, in his mind, prepared himself to be lectured.
As a result, this father in front of us is actually so nice to talk to? That's good, it saves him from wasting his breath. However, after a moment of contemplation, Fan Xian asked the question in his heart, which had long been in doubt. Why do I have to marry her? By all accounts, his father was the Minister of Rights and Uncle Sinan, and he was a leading presence in the entire Qing kingdom. Since that's the case, there shouldn't be a need to rely on him to join the Chancellor in marriage, to hold on to that thigh. So, Fan Xian became very curious. Why did he marry this Miss Lin family? Moreover, His Majesty will certainly not, for no reason, bestow a marriage.
Fan Jian smiled faintly and said, because Miss Lin's mother is the current eldest princess, His Majesty's own sister.
What? Fan Xian's expression was stunned. He hadn't thought that his fiancée actually had such an identity. The mother is actually the current Rapunzel. Hey! In that case, wouldn't she have a secret with Lin Xiang? It's true, people in high society play with flowers. At this time, Fan Jian added, it's just that this Rapunzel, who has never married in her life, is secretly managing the royal family's merchant house, providing the entire Qing kingdom, as well as the imperial palace, with an unending supply of money. Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, so that's how it is.
Fan Jian said, Her Highness, the eldest princess, has only such a daughter, and His Majesty has long since decided that the royal merchant house will be managed by the eldest princess line. So, in the future, whoever marries the Miss Lin family and becomes the son-in-law of Her Highness, the eldest princess, will potentially become the future owner of the royal merchant. Fan Xian pondered for a moment, and in the middle of his mind, he suddenly thought of something and asked. That royal merchant, is it the Yi family's business? Back in Danzhou, Wuzhu had talked to Fan Xian about what her mother used to do. One of them was the business she was doing in Gyeongguk, which was said to be very large. It could be argued that her mother, alone, was better than a dozen men at this aspect of business. Fan Jian pressed the armrests of his chair and slowly stood up, staring at Fan Xian and said word for word, that merchant house, it was originally your mother's. So you're just taking back what was already yours? Fan Xian. A little later. Fan Xian left the study and went back to his room. He started by checking to see if there were any signs of rummaging through the things he was carrying. After all, he had just come to the capital, and he didn't have complete trust in the people around him. Especially, just now, after talking to the nominal father. When Fan Xian had checked the room, he found that everything was still there, even the black box, still lying quietly on the bed as it had been when he left. Fan Xian sat on a stool, picked up a teacup and poured a cup of tea, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and only after realizing that it was not poisonous did he drink it with confidence. He then walked over to the bed and just laid down, his body arranged in a wide berth. Phew! It seems that this matter of withdrawing from the marriage is really not as simple as imagined. But still, I'm definitely making my own decisions in my own life. Thinking of this, Fan Xian said nothing more and simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. 2 days later. Somewhere in the palace's great hall. Emperor Qing was reviewing the folders in his hand with a serious face. At that moment, Mayanori, who was wearing armor, walked over with quick steps. Your Majesty, my humble servant has made a mistake, please punish me. Emperor Qing raised his head slightly and looked toward the palace codex in front of him, saying, What, is it hard to believe that the assassin's matter is still unaccounted for? Dongdian hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, my humble servant has searched the city for 3 days, and there is still no whereabouts of those assassins. It's like, they just suddenly disappeared out of thin air from that day. Emperor Qing put down the zhang folds in his hands and said, Forget it, people are not unusual characters in the first place, and since they don't want you to find them, it must be a lot of work. Since nothing has gone wrong in the palace, the matter of the assassin will pass for now. However, Emperor Qing said, and his face began to rapidly become serious as he said, This is the first and equally the last time. Can you understand what I'm saying? Gongdian nodded, I understand. Alright, go down. Emperor Qing waved his hand, signaling that he could retire. Gongdian bowed his hand towards Emperor Qing before turning to leave. And Emperor Qing looked up to the outside of the palace, a cold smile immediately appearing on his face. He then began to pick up the zhengbiao again and carefully looked through it. In the meantime, after Li Qingze came out from the bottom of the lake in Taiping Bayan,
his entire body was unusually excited. Because Bamlet's bullets, at last, have arrived. Chapter 98, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has been killed. Before less. Lee Sung-taek dodged the guards at Taiping Bio and found the bullet at the bottom of the lake. Only 3 though. But for him, it was perfectly adequate. After all, in the original, the Bamlet sniper rifle, except for the Grand Master, who could not be killed by a single shot, others could be killed in seconds completely. Of course, he hadn't thought of taking this weapon and using it against an Archon. After leaving the Taiping Bio, Li Chengze directly returned to the royal residence with the bullet. Originally, in Li Chengze's plan, he wanted to use Fan Xian to go and fight with the Crown Prince. But now he's changed that. Why do you want to fight with the prince? His current martial arts realm was on the verge of reaching the 9th grade, and his entourage around him were all 1 in a million experts. So, Lee Sung-taek wondered why he had to follow someone else's way of going about it. Just get rid of the prince straight away. It was because of this that Lee Sung-taek was ready to take this weapon and assassinate Crown Prince Lee Sung-xian. Maybe, it could even be a surprise for Emperor Cheng. Li Chengze, after returning to the house, the first is a beautiful sleep, wait until enough good spirit is ready to start to implement the plan. Time passes like water in the blink of an eye. Soon, night fell and the sky was covered in blackness. Li Chengze once again put on his night clothes, carried a parcel on his back, and left the royal residence with Li Siyuan Shao. Originally he wanted to enter the palace alone. However, to be on the safe side, Li Siyuan Shao was brought along. As for Xiang Yu and Fan Innocent, some time ago, they had already entered the palace, so let them rest in the mansion. After all, this time, unlike last time, he was perfectly capable of killing from a kilometer away. By then, even if the guards found them, they would have long since run away. Soon, the 2 of them, Li Chengze and Li Tsuanxiao, tumbled onto the palace wall that was several feet high, and jumped quickly on it. Li Chengze had gotten the news a long time ago, due to the fact that when he entered the palace a few days ago, he made such a big commotion. The guards in the palace were already half as many as usual. But even so, it was still difficult for their 2 9th grade experts. Shortly after, the 2 of them, Li Chengze and Li Tsuanxiao, stopped at a location nearly a kilometer away, outside the East Palace. Li Sung-taek found a suitable position and started to open the backpack behind him, pulling out a bunch of parts from it. After his casual installation, a brand new Bamlet sniper rifle appeared in his hands. Li Tsuanxiao looked at the rifle in Li Chengze's hand, and although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not open his mouth to say anything. At this time, Li Chengze whispered, "Shao, go to the side and guard the law. If anyone comes over, notify me as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." Li Siyuan Shao nodded his head in agreement and then walked off to the side. And at that moment, Li Sung-taek took out a bullet from his pocket and placed it in the magazine before loading it. Then he looked up at the sky and began to wait. Li Chengze closed his eyes and recited several hundred numbers in his heart before immediately opening his eyes, placing his right eye on his monocular and starting to look forward. Even though it was the dead of night and pitch black, it was no different than daytime in his eyes. Just as he looked forward for a short while, he did find that at the entrance of the East Palace, he saw the figure of Crown Prince Li Chengxian. Long before he came over, Li Chengze had already talked to the people lurking in the palace, so that Li Chengxian could appear at the location of the entrance at the agreed time. It would allow him to take a shot. The men, it now seemed, hadn't really let him down. Li Chengze looked at Li Chengxian, who was not far away, with a cold smile on his face. "Bye-bye, dear brother." With that, it was ready to pull the trigger. In the meantime, Li Chengxian did not yet know that the danger had come, and was standing at the entrance of the East Palace, with a young eunuch, looking at the night sky. "I really didn't expect the night to be so beautiful today. It's almost as good as a portrait." Li Chengxian lamented to the eunuch beside him. The young eunuch nodded and said, "Your Highness is extremely right then. When you look at the stars in the night sky, each one is so dazzling, very similar to you, Your Highness." "That's right." Li Chengxian nodded his head and said, "This palace is the future emperor, having the honor of the 9 to 5, naturally, it should be as glorious as this star. Watching the night from the palace, however, is more than a little uninteresting. Wait until later, when the palace goes out, and be sure to." Just then, a loud sound, like the sound of thunder and lightning, exploded violently in mid-air. Then, the right half of Li Chengxian, who was still talking just a moment ago, the right half of his face, along with his head, directly stormed into pieces. For a moment, red and white mingled together, bursting everywhere. Flop.
Li Cheqian's body fell to the ground, blood and brain matter instantly staining the ground red. At this time, the young eunuch immediately shouted, "Help, murder! Someone come quickly, His Highness the Crown Prince has been assassinated." As the young eunuch shouted loudly, the guards who were in the vicinity of the East Palace began to flock over, wanting to see what was going on. As they saw the scene before them, they were all shocked in place. If it wasn't for the way they were dressed, they wouldn't have thought that the person lying on the ground at this moment was actually His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's too bad to die. Subsequently, the other guards in the palace, upon hearing the sound, immediately looked around to see what was going on.
In the meantime,
Li Chengza picked up the shell casings that fell on the ground after firing that shot and immediately waved his hand to Li Siyuan-Shao.
See ya, let's go.
At this moment, Li Siyuan-Shao had been completely shocked by the scene just now.
What was that all about?
Something that seemed so flat and uninteresting would actually erupt, with such a powerful sound, it was simply terrifying. However, he didn't say anything more and began to follow Li Siyuan-Shao out of here. Li Chengza was on his way back, extraordinarily smooth, there were no accidents in the middle, and he ran furiously all the way back to the royal residence. As for the assassination thing just now, he didn't have to worry about it at all.
Li Chengqian, a man who doesn't know martial arts, definitely won't survive after being shot in the head.
Now it's just a matter of waiting, and tomorrow morning there will be results.
I just don't know, if Emperor Chang knew that the Crown Prince had been killed, what kind of a performance would he give? I'm sure it will be a pleasant surprise. The Imperial Palace.
In Emperor Qing's chambers. Emperor Qing, who had reviewed a lot of Zhangfu, felt a bit tired physically, so he took off his outer clothes and prepared to go to bed. As early as several years ago, Emperor Qing had no intention of favoring his concubines, so in recent times, he had been living on his own. Just as soon as Emperor Qing lay down, the door rang out, with the eunuch's anxious voice.
Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Down. No. Not good anymore. Emperor Qing sat up from the bed with a somewhat unhappy expression and said, "What's wrong?
What's the hurry if you can't speak slowly?"
With a sobbing voice, the eunuch immediately returned. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Your Royal Highness, he was killed. Chapter 99, Chaos in the Palace, Searching for the Murderer. What did you say?
Emperor Qing quickly stood up from the bed, and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the door of the room and opened it with a raised hand. Only a middle-aged eunuch, with tears streaming down his face, could be seen looking at him.
Say. Who was killed? Emperor Qing said with an angry face.
If it wasn't for the fact that the eunuch in front of him was his companion for many years, he would have done it long ago. Dare to slander the Crown Prince's murder, this crime is punishable by death. The middle-aged eunuch said, Your Majesty, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. Just now, news came from the East Palace, His Highness the Crown Prince he was killed. Emperor Qing saw that the middle-aged eunuch in front of him did not look like he was lying. Besides, he wouldn't dare lie. Therefore, Emperor Qing's heart, at this moment, had begun to panic a little. The Crown Prince lives in the Eastern Palace and is surrounded by so many guards to protect him, how could he be killed? And who dares to sneak into the palace at night to kill the Crown Prince?
No way. He's going to rush to the scene. Set up the car, I'm going to the East Palace. In the meantime,
the news of the prince's murder began to spread rapidly throughout the palace. In the Guangxing Palace, Li Yunrui had drunk a little wine this night and had already stripped off his clothes and slept. And, I don't know what's going on, but tonight her sexual interest is particularly strong, as if in her heart, there's an inexplicable excitement. So, before going to bed, she took out her gadgets on time and was ready to have a comfortable game before going to bed with peace of mind. Only to be interrupted by a courtesan at the door just as her sexual interest was getting strong.
Your Highness, something big is wrong.
Li Yunrui was very angry in her heart since she hadn't arrived yet, and she slammed the tool in her hand, heavily on the ground, and shouted towards the door. You'd better say something big for the palace or I'll rip your head off. The palace maid outside the door hurriedly said, Your Highness, the princess, the crown
prince, was killed. What? Li Yunrui was a bit confused, thinking that he had misheard, so he asked again, Who did you just say?
The palace maid said, It is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? He's been killed, and now the whole palace is in chaos. Knowing that the palace maid would not lie, Li Yunrui hurriedly put on a piece of clothing and walked quickly to the door.
What the hell is going on?
The palace maid panicked. The exact situation, the slave girl doesn't know. You quickly go and take a look. Li Yunrui pondered for a moment, turned around, changed his clothes and dress, and hurriedly followed the palace maid out. After all, if the crown prince was killed, it was a major event for the entire Qing kingdom. At this time, the eastern palace had been surrounded by a number of guards. Not only that, even the entire palace was lit up. The guards, eunuchs, and palace maids all rose from their beds and began to search throughout the palace. Especially Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian, just now, after realizing that the crown prince had been killed, their entire bodies were all scared silly. After they learned of this news just now, they thought they had heard it wrong, and only after confirming it over and over again did they dare to head to the eastern palace. After coming to the scene and seeing the tragic situation in front of them, the two of them, whose hearts were originally hanging in the air, finally died. Because, the person who died in front of him was none other than Crown Prince Li Chengqian. And the death was extremely tragic. Half of the face and head were gone, and red and white lay on the ground, bleeding all over the place. The two of them, Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian, had never imagined that such a tragic situation would actually occur inside the palace.
Chancellor, how? How did this happen? Gong Dian asked with a shocked face. Yan Xiaoyi laughed and said, how would I know? It's a ING dinner and the sky is actually falling. But I know one thing right now. That makes two of us, to be dead. Mayanori gulped, his mind in turmoil. He felt that Yan Xiaoyi was right. This time, the two of them, indeed, were going to die. Originally, a few days ago, inside the palace happened, the assassin entered the palace, they as the guard's commander, but did not fulfill their duties, not to mention the assassin was not caught. As a result, now inside the palace, the matter of the crown prince being killed actually happened, so how could they still have a life to live? Maybe, all 9 clans will be lost. Just then, the crowd suddenly shouted, His Majesty has arrived. The two of them, Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian, joined the other guards in hastily kneeling on the ground upon hearing the voice. Immediately following, Emperor Qing followed a middle-aged eunuch and came towards the East Palace in quick steps. When Emperor Qing walked through the crowd and saw the body lying on the ground, his expression snapped. Even though the corpse on the ground was a bit gruesome, Emperor Qing could still see that it was none other than the crown prince that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty. Emperor Qing was stunned for a moment, thinking he was dreaming, so he reached out and pinched his thigh hard. With an onslaught of pain, Emperor Qing had confirmed that he wasn't dreaming, and that this moment was something that was really happening. Emperor Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath, saying, Who did this? Gong Dian moved a few steps forward and said, Your Majesty, my humble servant deserves to die. Emperor Qing turned violently to the Gong Dian in front of him and angrily rebuked, I'm asking you who did it. Who is the murderer? Emperor Qing still couldn't believe, even now, this fact in front of him. Who on earth is so bold as to enter the palace to assassinate the crown prince? The key also worked. How could he not be angry about that? Gong Dian tremblingly returned, Your Majesty, my humble servant is incompetent and has not found out who the murderer is? Whom? Emperor Qing's eyes squinted, staring intently at the Gong Dian in front of him, saying, What did you say? The crown prince was killed, and you guys didn't even find the murderer? Then what do I want you to do for food? Gong Dian immediately bowed his head and said, My humble servant deserves to die. Just then, from a short distance down the aisle, came a large group of people. The Dowager Empress and Empress of the dynasty, as well as the eldest princess, all came to the East Palace one after another. The Empress took the lead and walked to Emperor Qing, and after looking at the corpse on the ground, tears flowed out at once, kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, completely devoid of her usual appearance. My son! My son! What's gotten into you? Who did this? Who the hell did this? The Empress Dowager looked at the corpse on the ground, and her expression was also so gloomy and terrifying that it was as if water could drip out. Even Li Yunrui, who was on the side, was shocked by the scene in front of him. It's too bad to die. At this time, Emperor Qing walked to the side and asked the young eunuch responsible for accompanying the crown prince. What were you doing when the prince was in trouble? The young eunuch hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is none of the slave girl's business. At that time, the slave girl was enjoying the moon with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, when suddenly, in mid-air, a thunderous sound rang out. Then, His Highness the Crown Prince was hit by something and lost most of his head. Emperor Qing frowned and said, Are you saying that the Crown Prince became like this after hearing the loud noise? The young eunuch said, That's right. Chapter 100 The murderer, actually someone who has been dead for more than 10 years? All you hear is a noise and people are killed?
Also, there was no murder weapon in sight.
Could the murderer be a Grand Master? Emperor Qing's heart at the moment was filled with doubts about this. Not only that,
Emperor Qing still felt a hint of familiarity when he saw Li Qingxian's wounds.
he had definitely seen this look before in the days before.
Only, now, for a moment, it doesn't come to mind.
Afterward, Emperor Qing asked, at the time of the prince's accident, did you see what it was? No. The young eunuch shook his head, nothing, haven't even seen a single figure yet.
When Emperor Qing heard the young eunuch's reply, he fell into deep thought where he was.
Just then,
The Empress Dowager in the crowd, her face suddenly changed greatly, and she hurriedly waved her hand and said, quickly,
go back. Help the widow back. Emperor Qing, who was still in deep thought, immediately walked up after seeing the Empress Dowager's behavior. Mother, what is wrong with you?
Seeing Emperor Qing in front of her, the Empress Dowager grabbed his hands and said in horror, it's her.
She did it. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager's entire body began to tremble slightly. Emperor Qing asked with a confused look on his face, Mother, what are you talking about? The Empress Dowager shook her head and said, it must be that ghost, absolutely right.
Emperor Qing saw that the Empress Dowager looked flustered and immediately turned to the surrounding palace maids, waving his hands.
Quickly take the Empress Dowager back to her chambers to rest.
At this time, the Empress also stood up from the ground and said to Emperor Qing, Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for my concubine. Emperor Qing nodded his head and said, don't worry, Empress, this matter will definitely be investigated closely, and once the murderer is known, he will never be lightly punished. You should return to your chambers and rest first as well. Although the Empress was very reluctant to leave, she knew that there was nothing she could do if she stayed here, so she had no choice but to leave with the palace maid. Seeing that both the Empress and the Empress Dowager had left, Li Yunrui did not stay here, and she immediately arched her hand to Emperor Qing.
Your Majesty, my sister is also going back. Emperor Qing waved his hand to Li Yunrui and did not say anything more.
Soon, in front of Li Qingxian's corpse, only Emperor Cheng and Yan Xiui were left behind, as well as Gong Dian and many other guards. Emperor Qing pondered for a moment and turned to ask the Gong Dian behind him.
Which of the guards are in charge of the care of the Eastern Palace this evening? Gong Dian immediately returned, Your Majesty, it is Fei Tingwen's group this night.
Emperor Qing grunted coldly, the guards are unfavorable, it's useless to keep them, behead them all. In addition, Emperor Qing swallowed the words he was just about to utter after glancing at Gong Dian and Yan Xiui. He slowly sighed and was about to prepare to speak when his eyes immediately lit up and he quickly walked towards Li Qingxian's corpse. Immediately following, Emperor Cheng bent down and crouched down, and behind Li Qingxian's head, he found a small golden object. The object was small, like the size of a fingernail, but solid. When Emperor Cheng picked up this object, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face, and his body immediately took 2 steps backwards, nearly falling to the ground. Immediately after he had settled his body and put this away, he said to Gong Dian, hurry up and put away the crown prince's remains, then send someone to thoroughly investigate the murderer.
I will find the murderer in the shortest possible time. No matter what the cost, the murderer must be found. Yes, humble servant will do it now. Gong Dian rose to pay his respects. Emperor Qing immediately turned away. However, before he could take a few steps, he added to Mayanori, if you can't find anyone, then you'll have your head. Emperor Qing then left without looking back. After Emperor Qing left the Eastern Palace, he went straight to the bedchamber where he had just slept. Waiting until he closed the door of the room all the way, only then did he sit down heavily on the stool, and his entire back, long ago, was drenched in cold sweat. Following closely, Emperor Cheng took out the golden object and placed it under the lamplight to examine it. As a result, Emperor Cheng finally verified what he had just guessed within his heart. This golden thing in front of him, he recognized it. To be precise, it was one he'd known for over a decade. Because, back then, Yi Qingmei was the one who used this item to kill a few of the royals of the dynasty, before they, as princes, had the qualifications to be able to inherit the throne. No wonder Emperor Qing just now, when he saw the wounds on the crown prince's body, he always felt that something looked familiar. This time, it all made sense. The person who killed the crown prince was none other than Yi Qingmei, who had long since died, more than a decade ago. It must have been that the Empress Dowager, earlier, had also sensed this, and only then did she get so flustered and say what she did just now. But there was one thing that Emperor Qing couldn't figure out. It was an ironclad fact that Yi Qingmei had been killed more than 10 years ago. So how come now?
Emperor Qing's eyes instantly lit up as he muttered, "It's hard to believe that the weapon that Yi Qingmei used back then is still in this world. So, at the time of this night, someone took this weapon and killed the prince."
Yes, definitely.
There was just one more thing that worried Emperor Qing greatly.
That's the weapon. Who did Yi Qingmei give it to in the first place? Fan Jian? Pinky-chan? Or is it Five Bamboo?
Whoever this man is, he dares to take this weapon and kill the prince today.
So by tomorrow, will he be ready to kill him?
It was because Emperor Qing had seen, precisely, the power of this weapon that he had been so worried for so many years, going so far as to secretly cultivate martial arts and become a grand master. It was just that he didn't know yet if the martial arts he had practiced would be able to withstand a blow from that weapon. Just thinking about this, Emperor Qing felt his scalp tingle and was uncomfortable.
Damn it!
Emperor Qing let out a low growl, clenching his fist and pounding it heavily on the tabletop.
The next day, early morning.
After waking up from his sleep, Lee Sung-taek changed into his clothes and after briefly freshening up, he started to go to the living room to eat. Today he was extraordinarily happy from the moment he woke up. Even when I ate, I had to eat a few more bowls than usual.
There's no way around it. People are happy when they're happy.
By the time Li Qingze had eaten his breakfast, he and Xiang Yu, a few people, were playing in the backyard location. And he was still sitting leisurely on the rattan chair as before, watching the several people in front of him compete against each other. Soon, Jia Yan, who was dressed in Taoist robes and holding a white feather fan, walked quickly from the direction outside the main gate. When he arrived in front of Li Qingze, he immediately arched his hand and said, "My lord, there is news from the palace."
Lee Sung-taek asked, "Is the person dead?" Jia nodded, "Dead.
Now the palace is in chaos, His Majesty has killed a lot of people, and the guards, too, are all acting like crazy, and have started frantically searching for the murderer. I'm sure it won't be long before the entire city of Kyoto is closed down and scrutinized carefully and seriously.
Lord, should we do something?" Chapter 101, A Chance Encounter on the Street.
Lee Sung-taek waved his hand and said, "No, just wait and see what happens. You've worked hard, go down and rest first."
Yes. Jia nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
And Lee Sung-taek then started where he was, in deep thought. If he wasn't wrong, the current Emperor Qing should know that the thing that killed the crown prince was what he had seen before. In that case, Emperor Qing would shift his target to someone related to Yi Qingmei. However, it wouldn't be long before someone was sure to suspect him. After all, once the crown prince died, then the biggest beneficiary, naturally, would be him. Lee Sung-taek had also already thought about this question a long time ago. It was also because of this that he used the Bamlet sniper rifle to kill the crown prince, Li Qingxian. In that case, even if other people had any doubts, Emperor Qing, that old yin coin, would definitely not believe it. Moreover, Fan Xian, now, probably didn't know that the box he was holding had been opened and used the contents to kill the crown prince. Thinking of this, in his mind, Lee Sung-taek had another idea.
Mess it up. The more chaotic it is, the better it is.
Afterward, Li Qingze got up and left, returned to his bedroom to change his clothes, and walked out of the royal residence. 2 days ago, Yi Linger asked him to go shopping, and it just so happened that he was happy today, so he simply went out to have some fun.
Other side. Fan Xian went back inside his room to stay after having breakfast. A little bored, he sat down on a stool and looked out the window. Ahem. Uncle Wuzhu said that the errand went for 2 days, it's been 5 days, why isn't he back yet? And I want him to take it with him, to steal the key to the palace. Before, when Fan Xian was on his way to the capital, 5 bamboos had told him that the key inside the chest was hidden inside the palace. So, if he wanted to find the key, then he had to make a trip to the palace. That's the palace. Not only was it heavily guarded inside, it was rumored to be filled with experts, and there were also people at the level of Grand Masters in attendance. How could he, a person who had just advanced to the 7th rank, walk inside the imperial palace? The bottom line is this. He hadn't been to the palace before either, he was a stranger to everything, and if he went alone, he would be looking for death. So, Fan Xian had to stay in the mansion, waiting for Wuzhu to return. Just as Fan Xian was contemplating, a small melon of a head poked its way through the door. Hey! You're really here. The visitor, none other than Versace. After the contact in the past few days, Versace felt that he, the white-giving big brother, was actually not that obnoxious. Most importantly, this big brother of his can actually write books. And it's selling all right. So, Versace was thinking of plotting and scheming with Fan Xian for a future fortune.
When the time came, he would be responsible for managing the books, and Fan Xian would only need to publish the books and split the money earned 50-50.
Hey, it must make lots and lots of money.
Fan Xian glanced at Fan Xija and said somewhat helplessly, I'm in an annoying mood right now, so it's best to leave me alone.
If it's okay, go play with someone else. Puzzled, Versace asked, what's wrong? Weren't you alright when you were eating just now? Too lazy to care. Fan Xian stopped looking at Fan Xija and turned his head back.
At that moment, Fan Ruo came from a short distance away and stopped at the position of the room's entrance.
Big brother, today's weather is nice, let's go shopping.
Fan Xian waved his hand and said, I don't want to go, you guys go by yourselves.
Huh? Fan Ruo looked at Fan Xian and also felt a bit puzzled. She twisted her head to look at Versace next to her and asked, did you make Big Brother angry? Versace immediately waved his hands and said, sister, unjustly accused. It's none of my business. He was like that when I came over just now. It's going to be sick, isn't it? Versace suddenly thought of something and said, I know. Sister, he must be like you, having those few days a month when he doesn't feel well. What did you do then? Hurry up and tell him. Fan Ruo blushed slightly and blankly glanced at Fan Xija, saying, Hugh. Don't talk nonsense. What? Versace said, am I wrong again? Of course it's wrong. Fan Ruo retorted. At this time, Fan Xian got up and said, forget it, it's fine to stay inside the room, let's go shopping. By the way to check it out. At that time in Danzhou, who exactly wanted to kill him? Fan Xian had been a man for 2 lifetimes and was not the type of person to be bullied but not dare to fight back. Just let him find out. Whoever it is, it's not going to be good. Fan Xian placed the box under the bed, and only then did he take the 2 of them, Fan Ruo, and leave the Fan residence. A street in the middle of Kyoto. Li Chengze and Yi Linger were shopping slowly. The 2 of them were talking and laughing like a young couple in love. Moreover, with this period of contact, Yi Linger was no longer as formal as before, and was able to do the same as usual when chatting with Li Chengze. A few moments later, just as the 2 of them were walking down the street, they saw a large group of soldiers, who started patrolling the streets in search. After Yi Linger saw the scene in front of her, she asked curiously, did something happen yesterday? Why are there so many soldiers in the streets, all of a sudden? It looked like they were still searching for something. Li Sung-taek shook his head, I'm not really sure, who knows? Yi Linger added, when I first got up in the morning, father was called away. Seeing as he left in a hurry, something big must have happened. Forget it, it's none of our business anyway, let's go on shopping. Today was considered the first time Yi Linger and Li Chengze went out shopping. So she is cherishing it, this time. However, Yi Linger thought to herself that her luck in this life was really good. Luckily, after falling for Li Sung-taek, she became his fiancée. Especially when walking on the street, Yi Linger looked at Li Chengze from time to time, her heart was overjoyed. If she could stay with Li Sung-taek for the rest of her life, how good it would be. Thinking of this, Yi Linger frowned slightly, but her face flashed with displeasure. Linger, this thing goes well with you, do you want to wear it and try? Li Chengze noticed that Yi Linger's expression was not right and immediately stopped in place and asked. What's wrong? Yi Linger pondered for a moment and said, I just thought of Wan Er. If Wan Er, now, could come out shopping with us, how good it would be. Li Sung-taek laughed, aren't you afraid that I'll marry both of you later? Yi Linger tilted her head and lightly hummed, of course I'm not afraid. Wan Er and I are the best of girlfriends, if you really marry them both, then count yourself competent. Good, a promise, when the time comes, you cannot after. Li Chengze's words have not finished, but in front of the eyes to see a person. No. To be precise, there should be 3 of them. Chapter 102, Old Folks Meet Old Folks. A little before. Fan Xian, along with Fan Ruo and Fan Xija, both left the Fan mansion and began to wander the streets. Sister, what do you think of the offer I just made? If you follow this method, you're guaranteed to make a lot of money. When the time comes, we'll be rich. Versace walked beside the 2, chattering away. Before Fan Xian could say anything, Fan Ruo stretched out her finger and flicked it heavily on Fan Xija's head, saying, You think this business is child's play? It's not that easy, there's a lot of complexity in the process of it. Versace rubbed his brain and said, Sister, just listen to me, doing business is actually very simple. I'm full of fight right now, I just need an opportunity. When the time comes, it's going to be a blast to make a lot of money.
When Fan Xian saw these two siblings starting to bicker together again, he shook his head helplessly.
Sometimes he still envied Versace.
After all, having been raised with food and drink, you usually don't have to think too much. Unlike him, who had traveled from another world since he was a child, not only did he not experience affection, but he had to prevent being assassinated every day. Maybe, at some point, if you're not careful, you'll lose your life.
Ahem. After Fan Xian inwardly sighed helplessly, he began to walk forward at a brisk pace. Just as he had taken a few steps, he suddenly sensed something and immediately stopped where he was. Fan Xian looked up and saw a man and a woman standing on the street not far away. The male was handsome and extraordinary looking, always exuding a noble aura, while the female was cute looking and wearing a long red dress. However, Fan Xian had a marvelous feeling in his heart after one glance at the handsome man. Even though it was his first time meeting this person. Yet, it felt extraordinarily familiar. In the meantime, Lee Sung-taek stopped where he was and looked at the oncoming trio. Fan Ruoro and Versace, he had met them before, so naturally he knew them. And beside the two of them stood a very pretty-looking man. Without guessing, Li Qingze knew that this person must be Fan Xian. "Zay, what's wrong with you?" Yi Linger asked curiously when she saw Li Qingze stop. At this time, originally, Fan Ruoro and Fan Xija were in the midst of bickering with each other, when they ended up seeing Li Qingze in front of them. Fan Ruoro reacted quickly and immediately bowed to Li Qingze, "Greetings to your second highness." And Fan Xian's eyes instantly lit up after hearing Fan Ruoro's words. So, he's the second prince, Li Qingze. Sure enough, it was a handsome and unusual man. Then, Li Qingze smiled at Fan Ruoro. "Are you guys shopping?" Fan Ruoro nodded. "We have nothing to do at home, so we came out for a stroll." "Right." Fan Ruoro pointed at Fan Xian beside her and said, "This is my big brother, Fan Xian." "Big brother, this is the second prince of the dynasty." Fan Xian immediately laughed. "So it's second highness, long time no see." "I've heard of your great name before when I was in Danzhou." "Yes?" Li Qingze said, "I didn't think that my fame is so great that I'm actually known in Danzhou." Fan Xian nodded and said, "That's not true, I was in the newspaper at the time and often saw poems done by the second highness. If you have the chance, you must ask for advice." Li Qingze's face was calm as he said, "No problem, if you have time, you can go to the royal residence to find me." "Oh. No problem," Fan Xian said very enthusiastically. At that moment, Fan Ruoro immediately reacted when she saw Yi Linger on the side and said, "Since Second Highness and Miss Yi have an appointment, we won't bother." "Goodbye, Second Highness." Li Qingze nodded and left with Yi Linger. Fan Xian's gaze, on the other hand, always followed Li Qingze's body, his mind pondering. If it wasn't for the crowd of people just now, he really wanted to ask this Lee Sung-taek whether he was a traveler or not. But Fan Xian thought of another problem. If anything, he was sure that Lee Sung-taek, too, was a traveler. So, what's next? It is often said that when a hometown meets a hometown, there are tears in both eyes. But there is always a bad side to things. It's not just a saying that one mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Thinking of this, Fan Xian looked toward Li Qingze again, in the direction he had just left. At this moment, not only was Fan Xian's gaze, at all times, on Li Qingze, even Fan Ruoro's eyes were always on him. Especially when he saw Li Qingze and Yi Linger shopping together, his heart was a bit uncomfortable. Is it envy or jealousy? Maybe both. Moreover, people have already been given in marriage by His Majesty, so one has even less chance. Sister? Sister! Seeing Fan Ruoro in a daze, Fan Xija suddenly shouted loudly. After this voice roared, it directly startled Fan Xian and Fan Ruoro. Only then did Fan Ruoro come back to her senses and angrily shouted, "Versace! What are you doing?" Unimpressed, Versace said, "I'm not doing anything, I'm asking you a question. And, sister, you don't have a chance anymore." What? Fan Ruoro was unsure. Only to see Fan Xija hemmed and hawed and laughed. The girl beside Second Highness just now is called Yi Linger, right? If I remember correctly, His Majesty gave the Second Highness a marriage some time ago, and the woman was called Yi Linger. Fan Ruoro nodded. That's right, what's wrong with that? Versace said, doesn't that make sense? People have just been shopping together, so when the date arrives in the future, we'll just get married. Where else will you have a chance when the time comes? Fan Xian was the first to react and asked, what, does Ruoro like Li Qingze? Fan Ruorua's face instantly turned red and retorted, no.
No, big brother, don't listen to Fan Xian nonsense.
Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, in fact, Ruorua would be a good match for Li Qingze. Really? Fan Ruorua's eyes instantly lit up. Immediately following, she reacted, saw Fan Xian smile, and said, I don't mean that. Big brother, you were so annoying, ignore you. With that, he hurried forward. Seeing this, Versace finally found an opportunity and started to say in the background, sister is shy. Still not admitting it. Other side. Li Qingze and Yi Linger, after separating from Fan Xian and the others, continued to wander the streets.
Originally, according to Li Qingze's initial intentions, he was prepared to want a showdown with Fan Xian and then work together. Then he just gave up on the idea. That's what killed the prince. After all, inside a world, there should never be two travelers. So who has the last laugh? That's the winner. Chapter 103, Who is the murderer? Zay, try this stuff, it's delicious? On the street, Yi Linger held a bunch of freshly fried veggies and waved them in front of Li Qingze's face. Seeing this, Li Qingze opened his mouth and bit down on a veggie, and after chewing lightly for a few moments, he nodded his head and said, it does taste good. Yi Linger hemmed and hawed and started of eating the food in her hands. However, she had just taken a few bites when she suddenly thought of something. Wait. Yi Linger said, Zay, we just saw Fan Ruorua's big brother, it seems to be called Fan Xian, could it be that he is? Li Qingze nodded, that's right, he's Fan Xian. Also Wan Er's fiancé. Ha? Yi Linger exclaimed, so it's him. When did he come to the capital? Li Sung-taek said, it should be the last few days. But it doesn't matter, the result will be the same if he comes to the capital or not. Yi Linger saw that Li Qingze spoke so confidently, so she didn't say anything more. But in her heart, she was still worried about Lin Wan Er. When she thought of this, Yi Linger came to Li Qingze's face and whispered, Zay, if you can solve Wan Er's engagement with someone else, I will. What? Li Qingze looked at Yi Linger with a puzzled expression. Only Yi Linger's face was slightly red, her hands tightly pinching the edge of her skirt, and after pondering for a moment, she finally made up her mind and said, I'll promise you. When Li Qingze heard this, his face instantly changed, and his eyes, still involuntarily, skimmed towards Yi Linger's bosom. He hadn't expected that Yi Linger would actually take the initiative to say such words. Especially that little face, red as a ripe cherry. It's just so cute. Li Sung-taek looked at the blushing young girl in front of him, and after a moment of contemplation, he whispered. And before that, can we pay some interest? What interest? Yi Linger blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Qingze. That's. Li Sung-taek also hemmed and hawed and spoke his mind. After Yi Linger heard this, her face became even redder and she hurriedly shook her head. No. Can't. You hate it. With that, he twisted his head and walked forward. Seeing this, Li Qingze immediately chased after him. Hey, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Really just kidding then. Wait for me. Other side. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Emperor Qing was sitting in front of his desk with a pair of panda eyes, his face ashen. He looked at the several guards kneeling on the ground and said in a cold voice, What did you say? No murderer found? My prince has been dead for almost 10 hours. It's been such a long time, and you actually didn't even find out who the murderer was, so what's the use of me still keeping you? Men, pull them out and chop them up. Several guards hurriedly bowed their heads in obeisance. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Please, Your Majesty, give my humble servant another chance. However, without waiting for the guards to finish, they were pulled away by other guards. When Emperor Qing saw that the guards were pulled away, he angrily rebuked, Humph. Bunch of losers. At this time, a middle-aged military general wearing armor and a long sword at his waist walked slowly into the imperial study. My lord, meet your majesty. It was only after Emperor Qing saw the visitor that his face began to ease up, waving his hand and saying, It's General Yi who has come. Give me a seat. Immediately following, there was a young eunuch, who brought over a stool from the side and placed it behind the visitor. Yi Chong immediately arched his hand and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. When he sat down, he immediately spoke to Emperor Qing, Your Majesty, I wonder why you called me here. As Yi Chong arrived at the palace, he realized that the guards in the palace had become a bit different from before. It seemed as if the guards patrolling the area had become several times more numerous, and people could be seen basically everywhere.
Not only that.
Even the palace maids and eunuchs, they all looked embarrassed, as if something extraordinary had happened. Since the eunuch did not say what happened when he summoned him to the palace just now, Yi Chong was still confused until now. At this time, Emperor Qing rubbed his brow and spoke, "Last night, a big event happened in the palace. My crown prince has been killed."
What?
When Yi Chong heard this, he immediately exclaimed in shock and quickly stood up from his stool. Then, he felt that he had lost his temper just now, so he immediately arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry, I was only
just now."
Now the Qing Emperor, because of the matter of the crown prince was killed, has been engaged in the hard exhaustion. Last night is all night sleepless, which still have free time to care about Yi Chong out of shape things, immediately waved his hand and said,
"I have called you here to find the murderer. No matter what the cost, I must know who the murderer is. If I can catch the murderer, I will have my own reward."
Yi Chong immediately worshipped, "I accept the order, and will definitely not fail your Majesty's trust."
Emperor Cheng nodded and said, "Good, then go and check it out now." "Yes, I will leave."
Yi Xiang nodded his head in agreement, then he turned to leave.
After waiting for Yi Chong to leave, a middle-aged eunuch walked quickly from outside the imperial study. "Your Majesty." Hong Xiich stopped beside Emperor Cheng and bowed his hand in obeisance. Emperor Cheng said, "How is the investigation going? Who was the one who entered the palace last night?"
Hong Xiichi shook his head and said, "The old slave has been checking for a full night, and there is still no gain. However, what the old slave is sure of is that those who killed His Highness the Crown Prince should not be the few who entered the palace last time."
Emperor Cheng nodded, "That's right, I feel the same way.
The only realm that can kill from a distance without revealing one's identity is the realm of the Great Master. However, Bitter Lotus lives in northern Qi and has never stepped foot in southern Qing, so it's impossible for him to come to the palace unnoticed just to kill a crown prince. And Yi Luyun, much less would he risk the destruction of his 9 clans to do such a thing." Hong Xiichi said, "This matter, the old slave also thinks it's very strange." At this time, Emperor Qing said, "Continue to investigate. Now that the city of Kyoto has been completely closed, that murderer must still be in the city.
I'm going to let you find the murderer in the shortest possible time. Still, whatever it takes."
Hong Xiich immediately nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, the old slave will go and do it now." Only after Hong Xiich left did Emperor Qing stand up with his hands behind his back, looking distantly at the scenery outside. Then, he slowly spoke, "Yi Qingmei, Yi Qingmei.
Where exactly did you put that weapon, back then, before you died?"
"Such a powerful and marvelous weapon can only be put to greater use if it is placed in my hands."
"But it's okay. It won't be long before I get that weapon." Chapter 104, Difficulties.
After Yi Chong left the imperial study, he found his senior brother, Gong Dian.
Because he still doesn't know what really happened last night. Moreover, what was most unexpected to Yi Chong was that the crown prince would actually be killed. If he couldn't handle it well, then the trouble would be too great. Therefore, he dare not be sloppy in this matter. Soon after, Yi Chong found it and was patrolling Gong Dian. "Senior." After seeing Yi Chong, Gong Dian hurriedly gave a greeting and walked over quickly. "Senior, why are you here?"
Yi Xiang nodded, "It was His Majesty who summoned me here. And, now I'm in full charge of this."
Mayanori nodded thoughtfully and said, "So that's how it is." Yi Chong asked, "What are you doing?"
Gong Dian shrugged somewhat helplessly and said, "What else can we do? Of course we have to search the palace for the murderer. Since the accident last night, our group of people have not rested for a moment, have almost turned over the entire palace, and still have not found any clues. It's been more than 10 hours, and we don't even know who the murderer is or how he killed.
It looks like we're kind of living it up."
The reason why Mayanori said that was solely because, just now, he had seen too many of his guards being killed. From last night, until now, His Majesty has beheaded hundreds of people to vent his anger.
And the numbers will certainly continue to grow. If he couldn't find the murderer, he probably wouldn't end up any better. Yi Chong asked, "What the hell is going on here?"
Mayanori was also helpless, and with a resigned look, said, "Who knows? Last night, when the prince was killed, it happened suddenly. According to the eunuchs who were present at the time, only a loud bang was heard, and then the crown prince was killed without any warning at all."
Yi Chong frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Is that so strange?" Gong Dian came to Yi Chang's front and whispered, "Yeah, very strange.
At that time, half of His Highness the Crown Prince's face, all smashed, brain pulp and blood mixed together, flowing all over the ground, miserable. As I see it, this matter is not done by man at all, but... Hey! Yi Chong immediately waved his hand and said, "This is not something you can say, there is no such thing as ghosts and monsters in the world, it must be man-made. Only, recently, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has been grounded in the Eastern Palace, just who is it, who wants to kill him?" Gong Dian pondered for a moment and looked to the left and right a few times before pulling Yi Chong aside and saying, "Senior brother, in my opinion, if the Crown Prince dies, whoever it benefits, then whoever it is should be the murderer." Yi Chang's eyes lit up in surprise. "You mean, it's the Second Highness who sent someone?" Immediately afterward, Yi Chong shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Though there has been a several-year-long battle between His Highness, the Crown Prince, and His Second Highness, the Crown Prince. But, no matter how much the Second Highness wants to win, he can't possibly do something like hand-to-hand combat. If he's found out, then won't he be dead?" Gong Dian thought for a moment and said, "That's right, the Second Highness shouldn't be that stupid. And who could the killer be?" Yi Chong sighed helplessly and said, "Don't think about it, it's better to hurry up and look for clues." Afterward, Yi Chong led the crowd and began to search the palace. In the meantime, Guangxin Palace, the front hall. Li Yunrui wore a brocade long dress, yet it was still very revealing. A large part of her body, all of it, was exposed in the air. And in front of Li Yunrui was standing the Grand Commander of the Guards, Yan Xiaoyi. Li Yunrui picked up the teacup on the table and said after taking a small sip, "Are you saying that you didn't sense the presence of anyone at the time when the prince was killed?" Yan Xiaoyi nodded, "That's right. At that time, I was patrolling the neighborhood of the Eastern Palace, and at that time, whenever someone appeared, I was sure to be able to detect it. Unless the person coming is a Grand Master." Li Yunrui shook his head, "It shouldn't be a Grand Master. They didn't come to the capital at all, otherwise the Supervisory Committee wouldn't have no news at all. Moreover, even if they sneak into the palace, it's simply impossible, just to kill the Crown Prince alone." Yan Xiaoyi said, "Could it be that the murderer is a ninth-grade expert? If that's true, then there's no way he can, possibly, escape me." Li Yunrui pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This is unknown for now. It seems that some more investigation is needed." Yan Xiaoyi immediately arched his hand and said, "Then I'll go ahead and search, maybe I'll find some clues." "Well, go." Li Yunrui waved his hand to Yan Xiaoyi. When Yan Xiaoyi left, Li Yunrui pondered in place. In fact, from the time of last night, she had vaguely guessed the murderer of the Crown Prince. Because of the death of the Crown Prince at that time, she had seen it a long time ago. Just not sure. After all, the person who did this at the time has long been dead for many years. In a store in the city of Kyoto, Li Chengze put a string of very fine necklaces on Yi Linger's neck and said, "Now that the gift is on you, no more anger." Yi Linger shook her head, "I'm not angry, just now didn't you say it was a joke? Besides, the necklace looks expensive, don't want it." Li Chengze immediately waved his hand and said, "This is my gift to you, how can I not want it? It's just a little money." Seeing this, Yi Linger no longer refused and nodded her head, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After Li Chengze had paid, he took Yi Linger and left the store. "We've been shopping all noon, it's time to go eat. It's said that a restaurant in the front street is good, and the food in it is very tasty, let's go over and try it?" Yi Linger nodded, "Good." Soon, Li Chengze brought Yi Linger to a restaurant. Now just close to noon, there are very many guests inside, the entire first floor hall has been completely filled, even the second floor box are out of position. Li Chengze said to Yi Linger, "We're a bit late, there's no room." Yi Linger said, "Since that's the case, let's just go out on the street and eat whatever we want." Just as Li Sung-taek was about to leave, he heard a voice ring out from his position on the second floor. "Ergo." Li Sung-jack heard a familiar voice and immediately looked toward the second floor. Then, the figure of Li Hong-sung was seen. "Hong-seong?" Li Sung-taek said in surprise. Li Hongchang waved his hand at Li Chengze and said, "Second brother, come up here. I've booked a room, let's get drunk later." Li Chengze smiled at Yi Linger beside him. "Well, now we have a spot." Chapter 105 Palace Jade Wine? Li Chengze had originally thought that there was no place left in this restaurant, but he hadn't expected that he would actually meet his cousin Li Hongchang. "Let's go, there's a spot now," Li Chengze said to Yi Linger beside him. The two of them then went up to the second floor and came in front of Li Hong-sung. "Ergo, it's been a long time." Li Hongchang looked at Li Chengze and then Yi Linger and laughed. "What,
This isn't even a marriage yet, and you guys are starting to live in a two-person world?
Ever since Li Hongcheng found out that His Majesty had given Li Qingze and Yi Linger a marriage, he was overjoyed.
Because, how could Li Hongcheng not expect that His Majesty would give the two of them a marriage?
Even though we all knew each other as children, it was only as children.
Now that we're all grown up, personality-wise, we've all changed quite a bit.
Especially Yi Linger, who usually liked to dance with swords and guns, and was completely different from the usual big girls. If second brother marries her in the future, he'll be in for a treat. These days, Li Hongcheng was trying to find an opportunity to comfort his second brother. As a result, it didn't occur to me that it would be such a coincidence that I would run into him today. Only, what Li Hongcheng did not expect was that second brother was actually with Yi Linger.
Is it hard to believe that the two of them, now starting to take advantage of this opportunity, have begun to cultivate their feelings?
At this time, Yi Linger heard out that Li Hongcheng was flirting with her, and immediately puffed up her round little face and lightly hummed.
What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up.
Seeing this, Li Hongcheng immediately waved his hands and said, Don't, second sister-in-law, spare your life. After Yi Linger heard her second sister-in-law, her face instantly turned red and whispered, What are you
saying?
In her heart, though, she was very happy, and she liked the title.
Li Sung-taek said to Li Hong-sung, Did you come to eat by yourself?
Speaking of dinner, Li Hongcheng immediately became serious and said, Second brother, I actually called you over just now for a reason.
Oh? Li Sung-taek asked, What's the reason? Li Hong-sung lowered his head in some embarrassment and said, Actually, it's... He. I've got a crush on a girl, so I asked her to dinner, and it just so happens that I've run into you guys now, so let's get together. Li Sung-taek laughed, Yo, who's the girl? You want me to play matchmaker for you, don't you? He, that's what it means anyway.
Li Hongcheng laughed, They're in the house at the moment, so you guys can go in as well.
Li Qingze nodded his head and said, Alright, let me see just who the girl is.
As he spoke, Li Sung-taek pushed open the door of the room and walked in. As a result, after he walked into the room, his expression immediately changed when he saw the few people in front of him. Because the people in the room at the moment, Li Sung-jack still recognized all of them, it was Fan Ruo and the others who had met not too long ago. Meanwhile, Fan Ruo and Fan Xian, as well as the nerdy teenager, Fan Xija, were sitting inside the room chatting away before they saw Li Qingze push the door in.
Second Highness? Fan Ruo said with a surprised face after seeing Li Qingze appear. Hello guys.
Li Sung-taek quickly adjusted his expression and greeted a few people. At this time, he reacted, it seems that when he was in the original story, Li Hong Achievement was more fond of Fan Ruo, and in the end, he was able to get married.
After Li Hongcheng walked in through the door, he said to Fan Ruo and the others, Miss Ruo, I just went out and ran into my second brother, so I called them up here as well. You don't have any comments, do you?
Fan Ruo immediately shook her head and said, No.
No. How could she dare to have an opinion? Wouldn't she be offended if she said anything?
Seeing this, Li Hongcheng immediately smiled and said, In that case, let's eat together, it's lively even with a large crowd. Soon, Li Hongcheng and Yi Linger walked into the room and sat down around the table. As Li Qingze sat down, he didn't forget to look toward Fan Xian on the side. Noticing that he was sipping his tea, he was likewise sizing himself up, along with a look of desire to speak.
Li Qingze laughed and didn't say anything more, and with that, he picked up a nearby teacup to drink tea.
The store then began to serve the food. Li Hongcheng picked up his wine cup, got up and said, I'm hosting today, and everyone has been very appreciative, so here's a toast to all of you. I'll do it first, make yourselves at home. Only after Li Hongcheng finished his drink did the crowd start eating. Since we all knew each other, we didn't have to be overly formal during the meal, and we soon got acquainted. Li Hongcheng liked Fan Ruo, so when he was eating, he would give her food with a smile all over his face. And Fan Ruo couldn't refuse, so she could only accept it reluctantly, but her eyes, from time to time, looked at Li Qingze. On Li Qingze's side, during the meal, his eyes were always on Yi Linger's body, and he would also occasionally help her with her food, and on both of their faces, all of them had smiles on their faces. As for the two of them, Fan Xian and Fan Xija, they were like two big light bulbs, constantly shining. However, Versace's mind, at the moment, was all focused on the dry rice, and didn't care what the others thought. He was the only one present who was particularly happy with his meal. On the contrary, Fan Xian, the entire person was sitting on pins and needles, uncomfortable. Especially after he saw that Li Hongcheng liked Fan Ruo and kept on courting him during meals. And while Fan Ruo agreed on the surface, she actually refused in her heart because she was interested in the second prince. However, the second prince and Miss Yi, they belonged to two lovers, with only each other in their eyes, there was no one else at all. Therefore, Fan Xian felt that these people in front of him, their relationships were so messy that it hurt his brain to look at them. Just as Fan Xian had just eaten not more than a few bites of his meal, he suddenly thought of something. He'd almost forgotten about it. Afterward, Fan Xian stood up and picked up the wine cup in front of him, so he said to Li Qingze, "Second Highness, meeting for the first time is considered fate, let me toast you. It would be good to be friends later." Fan Ruoruo, who was originally eating, immediately turned strange in her expression after hearing Fan Xian's words. She didn't understand Big Brother, why she wanted to be friends with the Second Highness. Has Big Brother figured it out and is ready to start taking sides? At this time, Li Qingze picked up his wine glass and said, good talk, good talk. After Fan Xian downed the drink in his hand, he said, "This wine isn't bad, it's strong enough to drink. However, I used to drink a fine wine when I was in Danzhou that was 10 times stronger than this." Li Hongchang was surprised, is it really so? What kind of wine is it that's actually 10 times better than this kind of liquor? Fan Xian looked at Li Qingze and slowly spoke, the name of that wine is Palace Jade Liquor. I wonder if your Second Highness knows about this kind of wine. Li Qingze looked up into Fan Xian's eyes and began to murmur in his heart. Here we go. It's finally time to start pairing up the code words. Chapter 106, Confirming the Eyes, it's the person to kill. As soon as Fan Xian's words fell, Li Hongchang was the first to speak. What kind of wine? What a strange name. Fan Xian did not answer Li Hongchang's words, but continued to look at Li Qingze and asked, Your Second Highness, you must know about this kind of bar. This code word that Fan Xian was saying at the moment would definitely be known to anyone who was in the same world as him. That was precisely why he wanted to use it to test the other side. Even though Fan Xian was, at the moment, not fully thinking about what would happen afterward, he could only ask first. At that moment, Li Sengtae put down the wine glass in his hand and said, That wine you mentioned, I happen to know about it. I think it was 181 cups, if memory serves. Li Qingze knew that what Fan Xian had just said, the understander was testing. Trying to find out if it was a traveler like him. However, Li Qingze didn't care now whether Fan Xian knew whether he was a traveler or not. Because he's had a solution for a long time. Anyway, the prince has already been killed, so it's not that bad. Only, Li Qingze was a bit curious about what Fan Xian would do after he realized he was a traveler. That's what he wanted to know. However, Fan Xian's face changed slightly after hearing Li Qingze's words, and he immediately reacted. Immediately following, he laughed and said, I told you, Second Highness must know. Now that seems like a good guess. At this time, Fan Xizha, who was originally stuffing his head with his meal, was immediately surprised after hearing Li Qingze's words. What? 180 taels a glass of wine? What kind of liquor actually sells for so much? It's laced with gold. Fan Xian said, You don't understand this, you'll know later. He then looked at Li Qingze beside him and said, Your Second Highness, besides that drink, do you know about odd change and even change? Li Sengtae slowly returned, symbols look at phenomena. Fan Xian asked again, the heavenly king covers the earth? Li Sengtae said, the pagoda suppresses the river demon. Fan Xian said, how are you? Li Sengtae said, I'm fine, thank you, and you? Gotta. Fan Xian saw that the second prince in front of him was not only able to match the code words, he even knew English. Now there was no need for a quiz, the other party must have traveled from another world, just like him. Just as Fan Xian and Li Qingze were pairing up their secret signals, the others around them, all of them, were in a state of bewilderment. After all, the words that had just come out of both of their mouths were unfamiliar words that had never been heard before. Second brother, what were you guys just talking about? Li Hongchang asked in confusion. Li Sengtae said, it's fine, just a few idle words. Come on, let's all drink. Fan Xian also raised his cup and chimed in, that's right, it's just some inconsequential words. When Li Hongchang saw that both Li Qingze and Fan Xian had said so, he didn't think much more about it and raised his glass and drank. It was just that Fan Xian had started to become a bit silent since he had asked just now, not knowing what he was thinking about. On the contrary, Li Seng-jak was no different from earlier and continued to drink and eat. Half an hour later. Feeling that he had eaten about the same amount of food, Li Sengtae made an excuse to say goodbye to Li Hongsung's few people and then left the restaurant. While walking on the street, Yi Linger asked Li Qingze who was beside her. Zhe, you and that Fan Xian, did you know each other before?
Li Qingze shook his head and said, I don't recognize it, I've never seen it before. Oh. Yi Linger nodded. What's wrong? Li Sung-taek asked. Yi Linger said, it's fine, I just have a feeling that you two seem to know each other. Li Sung-taek said, is it the reason why you both couldn't understand the conversation between the two of us just now? Yi Linger nodded, that's right, it is. What you two just said is very strange and I've never heard it before. And what's that wine, is it really particularly expensive, needing 180 taels a glass? Li Sung-taek laughed, that's a joke, where can you get such expensive drinks? If it really sold for that much, wouldn't it have been rich already? That's true, haha. Yi Linger laughed and said. Li Chengze reached out and touched Yi Linger's head, saying, let's go, it's still early, let's go for another stroll. Yes, yes. Yi Linger nodded excitedly, her heart happy. Other side. As Li Chengze and Yi Linger left, the three Fan Ruorua siblings also bid farewell to Li Hongcheng. Just like that, Fan Ruorua took her brother and younger brother and walked in the direction of the mansion. Fan Ruorua asked curiously when she saw Fan Xian's silence as she walked down the street. Big brother, are you okay? Why do you feel distracted? Fan Xian shook his head, it's fine, I was just thinking about something. Versace, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked, are you thinking of opening a wine shop inside Kyoto City, specializing in selling wine? Just sell whichever one you just said, 180 taels a cup. 1 cup is 180 taels, then 10 cups can be 1,800 taels, and if 100 cups, it can be 18,000 taels, if 1,000 cups. Boy, that's a lot of money. Fan Xian glanced at Fan Xizha and didn't bother with him, remaining silent. Versace, on the other hand, was unforgiving, saying, it's a profitable business, it's like picking up money for nothing. When are you going to open a wine shop? I can help you calculate the accounts, and when you make money later, you will split the money 50-50. When Fan Ruorua saw that Fan Xizha didn't have any eyesight, she immediately stretched out her slender jade hand and flicked it on his forehead. Shut up, will you? I can't see that big brother is thinking about things, so stop bugging him. Geez, you should have said so. Versace rubbed his forehead, disgruntled. Fan house, study. Sananbo Fan Jian was standing on the bookshelf in his study, looking through the books in his hands. At that moment, a silhouette came through the door. Fan Jian opened his mouth as he turned his back to the doorway and looked at the books in his hands. Didn't I tell you not to go inside the study and interrupt while you're reading? However, the silhouette that had just entered through the doorway said, what, even I can't come in? Ha! Fan Jian heard a familiar voice and immediately turned to look. Then he saw the white-faced middle-aged man, who was sitting in a black iron wheelchair, appear in the study. Yo, rare guest. What made you think to get up and run to my mansion? The middle-aged man who entered the study at this moment was officially the president of the Supervisory Academy, Chen Pingping. Chen Pingping said with a serious face, I came to find you, naturally I have something to say. Fan Jian said, what is it, and making it so serious? Chen Pingping said, Prince, killed. Chapter 107 Mysterious Forces. What did you say? Fan Jian was shocked when he heard Chen Pingping's words, and even the books in his hands were directly dropped to the ground. Chen Pingping nodded her head and said, you heard it right, the crown prince was in the palace last night and was killed. Is the situation true? Fan Jian was surprised. Chen Pingping said, of course, how could I joke about such things? Fan Jian also felt that what Chen Pingping had said did have some truth to it, how could he make such a joke? And, the news, for him, was kind of a bolt from the blue. How could he not have thought that the crown prince was inside the palace, but he was actually killed? Who's that magical to be able to run inside the palace and kill people? Fan Jian asked again, who killed them? Did you catch the killer? Chen Pingping pushed the wheelchair forward a few times and stopped in front of the table next to him. Afterward, he slowly picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea before slowly drinking it. At this moment, Fan Jian, after seeing the scene in front of him, immediately said, you'd better hurry up and speak, what's going on? Has the murderer been caught yet? What a rush! Chen Pingping sighed helplessly and said, no. More than 10 hours have passed since the time of the crime, and it has not yet been found out who the murderer was and for what purpose he went to kill the crown prince. What? Fan Jian's face, once again flashed a trace of surprise, said, did not find the murderer? Can't you even find the murderer with your entire inspectorate out? Chen Pingping nodded, that's why I came to find you. Fan Jian pondered for a moment,
feeling that something was a little off, and hurried to the door, closing it behind him.
Then, only then did he say to Chen Pingping, "What does it mean? What are you trying to say? Is it hard to believe that you already have a suspect?"
Chen Pingping shook her head and said, "The object of suspicion is not there, but I always feel that something is not quite right. It's as if a mysterious force exists in Kyoto City today, plotting something in secret.
Their purpose, in all likelihood, will be detrimental to the court." Fan Jian said, "Since you know that in the city of Kyoto, this mysterious force exists, why don't you go and investigate?
Perhaps they are the murderers of the crown prince." Chen Pingping shook her head and said, "That being said, I had the people from the supervisory academy investigate, but the results didn't turn up any clues. I can't let the supervisory yuan lock up all the people in Kyoto City and scrutinize and torture them."
Fan Jian nodded and said, "That's true, this move is indeed inappropriate. But what does your majesty think of this matter?"
Chen Pingping said, "I have not yet entered the palace to meet his majesty, so how can I know?" Fan Jian pondered for a moment, slowly sighed, and said, "It seems that we can only wait for his majesty to personally summon him." Chen Pingping added, "Actually, I have another reason for coming over this time."
Fan Jian knew what he wanted to say, so he waved his hand and said, "Fan Xian and his siblings went out shopping. You'll see him when he gets back." "That's right."
Chen Pingping nodded after pouring another cup of tea, "Then I'll just stay here and wait for him."
After a long time. After separating from Yi Linger, Li Chengze walked towards the royal residence alone. Originally, he wanted to send Yi Linger home directly. Yi Linger, however, said that she missed Lin Wanner, so she went to the Fei's house first. After seeing this, Li Chengze naturally would not accompany her anymore and had to leave first. However, just as Li Chengze had just walked to the entrance of the royal residence, a middle-aged man, dressed in a green Taoist robe, walked out from inside. "My lord."
Jia Yan lightly shook his white feather fan in his hand and immediately greeted Li Chengze when he saw him return.
Li Chengze asked, "Wenha, are you going out?" Jia nodded, "My lord, I was going to come to you." "Looking for me?" Li Sung Taek said with a curious expression, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" "Nothing has happened." Jia Yan waved the white feather fan in his hand and said, "Didn't you have someone, earlier, inquire about that blindfolded teenager's traces?" "There's already news, it's 20 miles outside the city at the moment. Moreover, Li Chun Gang has already gone over and is probably about to exchange blows now." "Really?"
Li Chengze's face was ecstatic, he didn't expect that things would come so quickly. Originally, he had thought that before dealing with Fan Xian, he would first take out that robot 5 bamboo. As long as the 5 bamboos were dead, then Fan Xian would have lost his right arm and would no longer be able to raise half a storm. At that time, if they wanted to deal with Fan Xian again, it would be too easy. As for Chen Pingping and Fan Jian by his side, and even Fei Jia, who specialized in using poison, they would all be worthless. It was just that I didn't know what the outcome would be after the two great masters fought later. When he thought of this, Li Chengze's heart began to fill with excitement. Go, let's hurry over now, later if we're late, we won't have a good show." After Li Chengze finished speaking, but his face changed again and said, "No, the city gates are closed now, we can't get out." At this point, Jia Yan then laughed, "Lord, don't worry, I've already made arrangements for this matter. Even if the gates have been closed, we can still get out."
"Really?" Li Chengze looked at Jia with a surprised expression. Jia nodded.
Li Chengze laughed and said, "Then what are you waiting for, hurry over." Jia then took Li Chengze, and after leaving the royal residence, he headed towards the machine street not far away. Lin Mansion, backyard. In the boudoir, Lin Wana was drawing on the drawing paper on the table with her right hand holding a brush and her left hand holding her sleeve. With a few strokes of embellishment, a character phase of a handsome man jumped onto the drawing paper. Just as she was fully concentrating on her portrait, a red-clothed silhouette walked softly from outside the door. Yi Linger was just about to open her mouth to speak when she came to the door of her boudoir, but when she saw Lin Wanner in the room, who was concentrating on her painting, she did not make a sound. With light footsteps, she quickly walked forward and came behind Lin Wanner, looking toward the drawing paper. The result was a portrait of a handsome man. Lin Wanner's drawing was very good, with only a few brushstrokes, she was able to outline the character with 6 points of divinity. Moreover, the person in this portrait was obviously none other than her fiancé, Li Sung Taek. Yi Linger couldn't help but start to sigh after looking at it for a moment. "Your painting work is really good." Lin Wanner drew a few strokes of eyebrows and immediately nodded her head. "That's natural, my usual favorite is." Before Lin Wan-er could finish her words, she realized that something was wrong. She immediately turned to look, and nearly screamed in shock.
Chapter 108 Understanding Sister, Well-Behaved Sister.
Lin Wan-er, who was originally painting seriously, instinctively jumped when she heard someone speak. However, when she turned around and realized that the visitor was her good best friend Yi Linger, she was only able to put her heart down slightly. Why don't you have a voice when you walk? You scared me to death. Lin Wan-er held the brush in one hand and patted her slightly arched chest with the other. Yi Linger came to Lin Wan-er's front and laughed. So what, who made you draw so seriously?
You didn't even notice when I walked in.
Lin Wan-er let out a sigh of relief, and was just about to say something, but suddenly her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly put down the brush in her hand and folded up the portrait she had just drawn. When Yi Linger saw this, she couldn't help but feel a little amused in her heart. This little ninny, if she wanted to put the portrait away now, wouldn't it be a little too late? She didn't think much of it, though, and didn't resist it too much. Even though Lin Wan-er liked Li Changze, that was something she knew before and it was a normal thing. After all, Li Changze was so outstanding that he was considered famous in the entire Kyoto city. It would be abnormal if any young girl from any family didn't like Li Sung-taek. Moreover, Yi Linger's heart had long been prepared. She didn't mind sharing a husband with Lin Wan-er. We are all good girlfriends, and if we can all marry the same man, we will still be good sisters. At this time, Lin Wan-er looked at Yi Linger with some embarrassment after she put the portrait away. She just reacted. No matter what, Yi Linger was, in name, her brother Changze's fiancé. Therefore, Lin Wan-er's heart at the moment always felt awkward. When Yi Linger saw that Lin Wan-er was silent and had an embarrassed look on her face, she instantly understood in her heart what she was thinking about. Only to see her reach out and hold Lin Wan-er's small hand, she said softly, "What's wrong?
Is it rambling again?"
Lin Wan-er wore a slight smile and shook her head slightly, saying, "No.
Nothing.
Just is."
Yi Linger laughed. "Don't just, I know what you're thinking. Actually, I don't care, really."
Lin Wan-er's face was shocked, and the color of joy flashed between her eyebrows as she said, "You
really?"
Yi Linger nodded her head and said, "Of course, we're good sisters, good girlfriends. Said we'll be together for the rest of our lives. In the future, it would be best if both of us could marry Li Sung-taek as our wives, so that I would be relieved too." Before Yi Linger, the one who was most relieved was Lin Wan-er. At that time, she also suffered from malignant diseases, and could not be rescued for many years, and she was depressed all day long, with the appearance of a short life. Even Yi Linger, who wanted to accompany her all the time, was completely unable to do so. If they both, in the future, marry the same person, then they won't have that concern anymore. After Lin Wan-er heard Yi Linger's words, she knew that she was serious and a warmth immediately surged in her heart. She had originally thought that something bad would happen to Yi Linger when she found out about this matter. Maybe, between the two of them, they will even break up. In hindsight, she'd been overly concerned.
"Linger, you're so nice."
Lin Wan-er looked at Yi Linger with a smile on her face.
Yi Linger, on the other hand, nodded and said, "That's natural. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?"
But Yi Linger looked at Lin Wan-er with a serious face. "Let's say first, if we get married in the future, I'll be the eldest and you'll be the youngest, yo.
From now on, you'll have to call me sister."
Lin Wan-er's face was delighted as she said, "No problem, Sister Linger."
He.
When Yi Linger heard this, her heart was even happier. It was even happier than just now, when Li Hongqing called her second sister-in-law. Afterward, Yi Linger reached out and picked up Lin Wan-er's white, sleeve-length chin and laughed.
"Sister Wan-er is so good, let sister give you a good pain in the future."
Yes.
Lin Wan-er immediately cooperated.
The two of them smiled at each other before they each parted ways and took a seat at a nearby table.
Right.
Yi Linger had just sat down when she thought of something else, and hurriedly pulled out a brocade box from her bosom and placed it on the table.
"This is from A's, see if you like it."
As soon as she heard that it was sent by brother Changze, Lin Wan-er's face, once again, revealed a joyful expression as she hurriedly opened the brocade box in her hand. It turned out to be found. Inside was actually a string of gold necklaces.
Wow! What a beautiful necklace!
Lin Wan-er took the necklace in her hand and realized that not only was the workmanship exquisite, even the shape was exceptionally great. Looking at it made people happy.
"Is it true that Sung Jack brother gave it to me?"
She hadn't expected that her brother Sung Jack, who was usually on her mind, would actually give a gift. It's still such a beautiful gift. Sure enough, brother Sung Jack still has her in his heart as well. Thinking about this, Lin Wanner's heart was extremely happy.
Come, I'll put it on for you. Yi Linger took the necklace in Lin Wanner's hand and tried to put it on her neck.
Well, they really did have a good eye, and this pure gold necklace couldn't be more suitable on Lin Wanner's body.
How is it? Does it look good? Lin Wanner's face showed joy as she immediately stood up and said to Yi Linger.
Yi Linger nodded her head with a satisfied look. Beautiful, too beautiful.
Zay will be happy to see it then. Yes? Lin Wanner's heart became even happier after hearing this.
At this time, Yi Linger once again came to Lin Wanner's face and muttered in a low voice.
When the time comes, Asawa will definitely.
As he spoke, and snickered a few times on purpose. Lin Wanner didn't understand at first, and when she reacted later, her pretty face immediately showed a blush. Following that, she proudly held her head up with a confident expression. As long as brother Sung Jack likes it, I'm sure it's fine with me. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh when she glanced at that heavy chest. If you're eaten up by Aze, how can you milk the baby in the future? Lin Wanner seriously said, it's okay, when the time comes, I can just leave one for the child and one for brother Chung Zae.
You?
Yi Linger was amused by her best friend's words. Why didn't she think of it before?
Oops. Just now, I was just joking with Wanner. Why did I really consider it? However, it would be a blessing in a past life for Aze to have married both of them. She was now kind of looking forward to what it would be like later on, after everyone was married, and she was sure to be especially happy. Right, Wanner. Yi Linger suddenly thought of something and said.
I just ran into that guy while I was shopping with Azer.
Who is it? Lin Wanner was still indulging in her fantasies and didn't guess who Yi Linger was talking about.
Yi Linger said word for word, Fan Xian.
Chapter 109 Battle of the Great Masters. Ha!
The smile on Lin Wanner's face after she heard the word Fan Xian instantly disappeared. She frowned slightly and looked at Yi Linger in front of her, asking, You
saw him?
Yi Linger nodded, and then briefly told what she had encountered before. However, you don't have to be too nervous, Ace has already said that the matter is in his hands. I'm sure it won't be long before the engagement between you will be cancelled. Lin Wanner nodded her head in agreement and began to meditate without saying a word. She had lived in the palace since she was young and had had a lot of contact with Emperor Qing, so she naturally knew her uncle's character.
If it was someone else who spoke such big words, Lin Wanner would definitely not believe it. However, if it was her son Jake's brother, there would be no problem.
Lin Wanner believed that her brother Chung Zae, since he said it, he could definitely do it.
A few moments later, Lin Wanner nodded silently and said, I believe in brother Chingza, he will definitely be able to do it.
At this time, Yi Linger dragged her hands over her round little face, rested her elbows on the tabletop, and said, yeah, I'm pretty convinced too.
Ace will definitely do it.
Immediately following, she reached out and lifted Lin Wanner's chin, changed to a male accent, and said meaningfully, so, Sister Wanner shouldn't be sad. There's no threshold you can't cross with your brother Sung Take. Lin Wanner heard that her best friend was flirting with her, her face eased up quite a bit, and she started to grab Yi Linger's hand, saying,
Yeah.
In that case, let my sister come, and serve brother Sung Jake to broaden his clothes. As he spoke, he reached out to tickle Yi Linger.
After Yi Linger saw this, she immediately waved her hand and said, He. What do you? You want? Ha ha. I'm kidding you. Ha ha ha. Wanner, I'm wrong. Spare me.
Yi Linger was most afraid of itching on her body, usually no one else knew about it, only her best friend knew about it. However, Lin Wanner hummed an invitation and had absolutely no intention of stopping, continuing to mess around with her.
In the meantime, Li Qingza had managed to get out of Kyoto City under Jia Dang's leadership.
They rode in the carriage and began to run wildly in the direction of the city.
At that moment, Jia lightly shook the white feather fan in his hand and said, My lord, am I right? I promise to get you safely out of Kyoto City. Li Qingza nodded his head and said, Yes, your method is fantastic, it's like saving for a rainy day. In the future, if you want to leave Kyoto City without letting anyone know about it, then take this path.
Li Qingza did not want to fight. Jia Yan has long had people, secretly the city dug tunnels, can lead directly to the outside of the city, the secrecy is very high.
By the way Fumiwa, how is the quality and safety of this tunnel of yours? What if someone finds out?
Jia Yan waved his hand and said, My lord, you can rest assured that nothing will happen in this matter. I've already sent people from Luonet ahead of time, secretly lurking around, as long as it's not a great master, or thousands of hordes coming over, absolutely nothing will happen. Even if an expert of the 9th grade came, he would still be left behind.
It was only after Li Qingze heard Jia Dang's explanation that he completely put his heart down. After all, he was quite comfortable with Jia acting. Just as this wagon, in moving forward quickly.
In mid-air, a loud noise suddenly burst out.
Boom!
The sound was like the sound of thunder, violently exploding in the surroundings. Then the horses immediately stopped where they were and let out a yelp.
When Li Qingze lifted the curtains, he looked out the window and said, "What's wrong? It's a sunny day and it's actually thundering." However, Jia Yan frowned tightly and waved his hand. "My lord, that wasn't thunder just now, it was man-made." "Man-made?"
Li Sung-taek's face was startled as he said, "Could it be?"
Jia nodded, "I guess so, the battle between the two great masters has already been fought."
Hearing this, Li Sung-taek hurriedly jumped down from the carriage and looked toward the location where the sound had just been made. The battle between the two great masters was a rare sight for 100 years, and it would be a lifelong regret if he missed it.
"My lord, look there."
Jia Yan also jumped down from the carriage, raised the white feather fan in his hand, and pointed toward the mountains not far away. Just as Li Qingze looked in the direction Jia had pointed, he saw two silhouettes, which were constantly jumping around.
Boom! Boom! A few more voices exploded.
Just now, at the place where those two silhouettes jumped, an explosion immediately rang out, blowing the stone to smithereens. Originally, Li Qingze thought that when Xiangyu swung his fist to explode the wigwam before, it was already too powerful. As a result, after seeing the scene in front of him just now, he was completely shocked. The power that they erupted was several times stronger than Xiangyu at that time.
A rock several feet high could easily explode into smithereens. If this had hit a human body, there would be absolutely no bones left.
There was also that sword stroke that instantly raised the water curtain of the lake 10 feet high, as if it had been cut straight through.
The realm of the great masters is truly remarkable.
The more Li Qingze looked, the more exciting he felt, and immediately waved his hand to Jia Yan and said, "Wenhe, the distance is too far to see clearly, let's walk in a bit." Jia Yan was also pleasantly surprised and said, "It's possible, but we can't get too close or it will spread to us."
"Okay, let's be careful."
Li Sung-jack nodded in agreement and tiptoed, leaning forward.
And Jia followed closely after him. A little before. 20 miles outside of Kyoto.
Gojutsu, with a black cloth on his face, was walking slowly down the road. Originally, Five Bamboos was planning to enter the capital city with Fan Xian at that time. Only, he had something to go to Dongyi City at that time, so he temporarily separated from Fan Xian. Now that the matter was done, he was ready to return to Kyoto City and search for Fan Xian before joining him in the palace to look for the key. Just as Gajira continued to walk on the road, he stopped abruptly. Immediately following, Five Bamboo twisted his head and saw a white-haired old man on a rock not far away. A one-armed old man in a tattered leather jacket, to be precise. Gojujang turned around and raised his face, which was covered with a black cloth, to look at the white-haired old man. This white-haired old man was none other than sword god Li Chun-gang.
"Are you waiting for me?" Five Bamboo spoke slowly.
Li Chun-gang lifted the wine jug and gulped a few mouthfuls and said,
"That's right, I was waiting for you. It's been a long time coming." Five Bamboos watched Li Chun-gang carefully. Realizing that in the back of his mind, there was no image of him. This would also mean that this person he had never seen before. However, Five Bamboos was able to sense that this person was not coming from a good place. Because he sensed a killing intent from the other party's body. Chapter 110 Great Masters exchange hands, showing their divine might. Even though Five Bamboos did not recognize Li Chun-gang in front of him, he could feel a killing intent from his body. This would show that it would never be good for this person to be waiting for him here. In that case, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. Only to see Five Bamboos' toes, gently pointing at the ground, his body was like a sharp arrow being shot, darting forward. As the Five Bamboos acted extremely fast, their bodies seemed to cut through the air, a little faster than the sound of the wind, emitting a buzzing, terrifying sound. Li Chun-gang, who was originally drinking wine, saw the Five Bamboo running wildly towards him, and instead of any panic on his face, he had more than a little joy on his face. That's the way to go. Only an opponent like that deserved to be allowed to make his move. Before Li Chun-gang, when he received the task of stopping and killing the Five Bamboo, he was a little dissatisfied in his heart, and he always felt that some of them were too big to use. No matter what, he was also at the realm of a great master, and thought that he could not meet any real opponents in this world. So, naturally, he was offended when he had to know and came to kill an insignificant little character.
As a result, it did not occur to him that the strength displayed by this blindfolded teenager in front of him was actually far beyond his imagination.
Even if it was only one move, he was able to sense that it was extraordinary.
If it was a 9th-ranked expert at this moment, the only thing that would happen was death. After all, when a true master kills, often only one move is enough. At the same time, the 5 bamboos did not hide their strength when they struck out just now, but directly exploded most of their body's potential. He was likewise able to sense that this one-armed old man in front of him would definitely not be an ordinary person.
Although it was still unclear, the other party's martial arts realm.
But definitely more than 9 pints up.
Next moment.
The figure of the 5 bamboos came right in front of Li Chun-gang, transforming his palm into a fist and swinging it forward violently. As soon as the fist was revealed, it instantly exploded with a sound.
Just in time.
Li Chun-gang laughed, reached out and threw down the wine jug, pouring the qi in his body, quickly into his right hand. Immediately after that, he raised his hand and caught a punch from 5 bamboos.
Bang! Fists and palms collided, instantly exploding with a loud bang.
A huge mass of airflow, laced with bursts of qi, quickly raged in all directions.
Ka-ching! Ka-ching!
The few stones behind Li Chun-gang immediately showed several cracks when they were hit by the air currents and qi. However, Li Chun-gang was like a stone statue, standing steadily in place, not moving at all.
Ha!
After the 5 bamboos saw the scene before them, a trace of doubt immediately appeared on their ice-cold faces.
Good strong man. The power of the move he had just performed was enough to kill any 9th-grade expert in seconds.
However, the other party had not been damaged in the slightest. Especially when it hit the other party's palm, but it felt like a stone sinking into the sea, did not have any waves.
It's not right. Very wrong.
It seemed that 5 bamboos had guessed correctly just now. This one-armed old man in front of him, his own strength, definitely exceeded the 9th-grade upper realm. Perhaps, it had already stepped into the realm of the great master, just like him. It's just that he knew all the great masters in the entire world.
And who is this grand master now?
At that moment, the excitement on Li Chun-gang's face became even more intense.
He hadn't guessed wrong just now.
This blindfolded teenager in front of him, his strength was indeed extraordinary. It seems that today, was able to have a painful fight.
Yes.
Li Chun-gang laughed out loud and immediately retracted his right hand, lifting his foot and kicking at the 5 bamboos. His kick was so fast that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye, and in just a short moment, it arrived in front of 5 bamboos. Originally, Li Chun-gang thought that this kick would be able to kick 5 bamboo in the face, but he still underestimated his strength. When 5 bamboos saw Li Chun-gang's right hand retracted, he had already sensed the approaching danger and quickly crossed his arms, shielding his entire face. Immediately following, Li Chun-gang's right foot kicked over.
Bang!
After Gojutsu blocked, with both hands, the oncoming attack, his body slid backwards continuously. It wasn't until he had skidded several feet away that he reluctantly stopped his body. However, the moment 5 bamboos stopped his body, he once again rushed towards the front. This time, it was actually faster than just now. As his body tore through the air, his right fist surged out again. Only, Li Chun-gang didn't receive it hard this time, but his body dodged to the side to avoid the punch this time.
Boom! 5 bamboos' right fist, instead of hitting Li Chun-gang, hit the stone behind him.
The hard rock that was several feet tall instantly exploded into smithereens after receiving this punch.
Claptrap. For a while, countless pieces of broken small rocks, one after another, fell to the ground.
Seeing that the strike missed, the 5 bamboos immediately attacked again, swinging their fists at Li Chun-gang once more. And Li Chun-gang was not the least bit flustered, his body swung left and right, easily dodging the oncoming attacks. Because he knew that the blindfolded teenager in front of him, the punches and styles that he threw out, appeared to be plain and ordinary, but in fact, they contained extremely brutal power. Once struck on the body, although it would not be fatal, it would be painful enough for a long time.
That was why Li Chun-gang dodged it away. A few moments later,
Li Chun-gang saw that the blindfolded youngster in front of him was swinging his fists faster and faster, and his moves were getting swifter and swifter. He then reached out and waved his hand. Directly from his long sleeve, he threw out a 3-foot-long sword.
This is his personal sword, the wooden ox horse.
Li Chun-gang swung his sword out and quickly chopped forward. An ancient and powerful sword shadow instantly flew out from the sword and smashed down towards the 5 bamboos. The 5 bamboos, who were originally swinging their fists continuously, were instantly startled when they saw the shadow of the sword smashing down on them.
the signal of danger quickly echoed through his mind.
When the 5 bamboos saw this, they immediately withdrew to the right, barely brushing shoulders with this sword shadow.
Boom!
The several feet long sword shadow smashed down into the lake behind the 5 bamboo, instantly exploding with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, the lake raised a 10-foot high curtain of water. From a distance, it looked as if the entire lake had been sliced open hard.
Claptrap!
Soon, the water curtain fell in response, and the lake once again regained its calm.
However, after seeing the scene just now, 5 Bamboo's ice-cold face revealed a rare look of shock.
It was only a matter of moments before he regained his composure. When 5 Bamboos was looking at Li Chungang, who was not far away, although his face was still expressionless, in his hand, he already had an extra brazier. Because he knew that the one-armed old man in front of him was strong, even stronger than he had imagined. So, he's going to start exerting his full strength.
Otherwise, it is very likely that you will die here today.
As for Li Chungang, when he saw that 5 Bamboo had taken out his weapon, he knew that his opponent was going to exert his full strength, and he was naturally happy in his heart.
He was beginning to look forward to it a little now.
If this blindfolded boy exerted his full strength,
what would that look like? Chapter 111. A sword breaks an arm, fleeing in distress.
The two of them, Li Chengze and Jia Dang, purposely walked another dozen meters forward in order to be able to see the battle between the grandmasters. Originally, Li Sung-taek wanted to continue to get closer. However, he was afraid of being caught in the battle, which made him stop where he was. Just as they stopped, they saw 5 Bamboos taking out their weapons and fighting furiously with Li Chungang. Li Chengze looked at the scene in front of him and said with an excited expression, "Boy, this great master is really powerful, it's simply beyond the mortal body.
A single punch can smash rocks into pieces. If this were on a human's body, it would probably be instantly secured." Jia Yan, who was beside him, also nodded in agreement. "My lord is right, this Grand Master has indeed exceeded the norm. To be able to reach their realm, unusual weapons are already useless, and it's hard to be killed." Li Chengze said, "Indeed, no wonder there are quite a few people that dream of becoming Grand Masters. However, if you want to become a Grand Master, it's not an easy thing to do." As Li Chengze was talking, he saw that not far away, a mass of chi and debris was rapidly coming, and he hurriedly crouched down low, which allowed him to dodge it. And at this time, the battle of the patriarchs had already been fought exceptionally fiercely, and seeing this, Li Chengze did not say anything more and continued to look forward. In the meantime, after dodging Li Chungang's sword, 5 Bamboo immediately swung his brazier to counterattack. The brazier stabbed away extremely fast, instantly arriving in front of Li Chungang and stabbing at his eyes. This brazier, if stabbed, coupled with that extremely fast force, would definitely be able to pierce through the head. When the time comes, it's certain death. Although the brazier was extremely fast, that Li Chungang was even better. Long before the brazier came to Li Chungang's face, it was blocked by the wooden ox horse he swung up. Dang! When the two weapons collided, not only did they emit a violent sound, but sparks also rose. After blocking the brazier, Li Chungang laughed and said, "Kid, you're quite fast, but your force is a bit weak. If that's the only force, it won't hurt me." With a light grunt, 5 Bamboo immediately swung his left hand and threw a punch forward. Seeing this, Li Chungang's body quickly bent downward, dodging the wind of the oncoming punch. Boom! The wind of the fist struck the rock behind Li Chungang and once again exploded into smithereens. "Not bad, that's the force you should use." Li Chungang laughed out loud, and with the force from the wooden ox horse in his hand, he once again chopped out a sword shadow. Since the 5 Bamboos at this time was too close to Li Chungang, after realizing that the other party had chopped out a sword, even though he reacted quickly and dodged to the side, his body was still hung with colors. 5 Bamboos fell back a few steps, and the moment he stopped, he realized that a several-foot-long gash had been cut into his waist, just below his left arm. A yellow grease that slowly oozed out of the wound. 5 Bamboos brushed the wound with his left hand and looked up at Li Chungang. It seemed that he had guessed correctly just now. This one-armed old man in front of him was far above himself in terms of strength. There was just one thing that Gajira very much didn't understand. This person didn't look like a temple messenger, so why would he possess such a terrifying power? Moreover, the other party's purpose was clear, to put him to death. That's why 5 Bamboo couldn't figure it out. This one-armed old man, what kind of power is he? And who sent it to root him out? After pondering for a moment, 5 Bamboos spoke, "I have a question, may I ask?" Li Chungang flung the wooden cow horse in his hand and said, "Ask." 5 Bamboos said, "Who on earth are you? And on whose orders are you trying to come and kill me?" Li Chun-gang laughed, you want to know? Gajira nodded, I want to. He.
Li Chun-gang laughed, if you want to know, I won't tell you. I'm not the kind of person who was brainless enough to tell everything in full before killing someone, and in case you escape, wouldn't that be a curse to leave behind? If you really want to know, wait for the next life. When the 5 bamboos heard this, they began to fall into silence. Since it was useless to ask more questions, he stopped talking and swung the brazier again, charging forward. Seeing this, Li Chun-gang rejoiced, come on, let me have a good battle. Immediately following that, the weapons in their hands once again collided into each other. A few moments later, Li Chun-gang's body took half a step backward and immediately executed his famous stance. Sword Chi rolling dragon wall. Only an invisible sword Chi was seen, quickly hiding in the ground and disappearing. When 5 bamboos saw Li Chun-gang retreating just now, they thought that he was about to be outmatched and was showing signs of defeat, so they were ready to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their might. However, when 5 bamboos was just about to take a step forward, a huge dragon condensed by a sword Chi, mixed with the slightest of sparkles, quickly rose up from the ground. Ha! The 5 bamboos were immediately taken aback when they saw the scene in front of them. Ever since he possessed consciousness, it was the first time he had seen such a ferocious and domineering move.
Next moment,
those sword Chi lingered with each other and rolled forward, as if they wanted to explode anything in front of them into smithereens.
Boom!
That giant dragon of sword Chi, when it ruthlessly slammed into 5 bamboos, swept it into the lake behind it, setting off gusts of giant water curtains.
Claptrap!
The water curtain turned into countless water droplets and fell to the ground one after another. After Li Chun-gang had executed a move, he checked the lake for a moment. Immediately after that, his body turned into a residual shadow and came straight to the surface of the lake, flipping over and burrowing into the bottom of the lake.
A few short breaths later, the lake suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Bang!
With the loud noise, the entire lake surface, once again, lifted up a water curtain several feet high. A figure, then, jetted out of the lake. Li Chun-gang was holding a severed arm in his hand after flying out of the lake. Only a hint of curiosity showed on his face. For the severed arm that was in his hand at the moment did not shed a single drop of blood, and there was no flesh or blood at the severed limb, but something made of iron. After pondering for a moment and not coming up with a clue, Li Chun-gang's body leapt up behind him and quickly arrived in front of Li Changze.
Your Highness!
Li Chun-gang looked toward Li Changze, who was lying on the ground. When Li Changze saw Li Chun-gang appear in front of him, he immediately stood up from the ground and hurriedly looked into the distance.
What about that Gajira? Is he dead?
Li Chun-gang shook his head and said, that kid took a sword Chi rolling dragon wall move from me, even if he doesn't die, he's almost crippled. As he spoke, he held up the severed arm in his hand and said, he escaped just now, and there is only one severed arm left at the bottom of the lake.
So that's how it is. Li Sun-take nodded and said, however, you've already done an amazing job.
A Grand Master has already lost to you, so I guess I won't be able to make much of a splash in the future. At that moment, Jia looked at the broken arm in front of him and was surprised.
Lord, look! What is this? Chapter 112, 2 Travelers in the Same World.
Look, you guys, what is this thing? Jia pointed to the broken arm on the ground and was surprised. It was the first time he had seen it, this kind of arm that looked like a human's on the outside while it was iron on the inside. At this moment, Li Chun-gang, too, had a look of surprise on his face. Back a while ago, when he found this arm at the bottom of the lake, he was also feeling very curious. When Li Changze saw this, he spoke, this is the blindfolded teenager just now, with an arm on him.
There's really no surprise, because he's not even human.
The 5 bamboos were originally robots that had come out of the temple, and it was only natural that they had parts of machines in them. Only, Jia and Li Chun-gang didn't know what it meant to be a robot, so it needed to be explained to them. Li Chun-gang frowned slightly and said, he
is not human? Is it hard to be an immortal?
Li Changze shook his head, it's not some immortal. Well, what to tell you guys?
Right.
Li Changze immediately thought of something, he is considered a kind of organ art. The inside of his body is made up of various parts and machine expansion. If you look from the outside, there is no difference from an ordinary person, but in reality, he is not a human being. When Jia heard the organ technique, he nodded thoughtfully.
So that's how it is.
Although Li Chun-gang didn't know any organ techniques, he was able to understand some of Li Changze's explanation. And, as long as the other party wasn't some kind of immortal, there was no problem. Li Chungang said, so he's not a real person. No wonder when I fought with this kid just now, I always felt something was wrong. Although his speed and strength are good, I can't feel any fluctuation of true chi.
Just now I thought it was an illusion.
At this time, Li Chengzi said, well, since the matter has been completed, let's not stay here.
Hurry back to the city before we run into anything else. Li Chungang and Jia Dang then said nothing more and directly nodded their heads in agreement.
The three of them then quickly left the place. Not long after Li Chengzi and the others left this place, a black head slowly drilled out from the bottom of the lake.
Five Bamboo was cloaked in hair, his face still covered with a black mask, but his image was extremely wretched.
He made sure that no one was around before he completely climbed out from inside the lake. Five Bamboo was soaked to the skin, and his originally clean and tidy robes were now tattered and torn. The entire right arm had already disappeared, and at that break, a large number of iron parts were revealed, on which sparks kept flashing. Not only that, but even several parts of the skin on his body were cut with large and small wounds, revealing the black mechanical parts inside, as well as the dark yellow grease.
Ahem. When the five Bamboos had just climbed to the shore, they immediately coughed softly, and large swaths of dark yellow grease flowed out of their mouths.
He lay in a wide position on the floor, his breathing beginning to settle.
Only, Five Bamboo's mind was still troubled at the moment.
It was the first time he had been defeated since he had a consciousness.
And, defeated so badly.
If he hadn't reacted quickly just now and hid deep in the bottom of the lake in time, he would have definitely been finished just now.
He hadn't completed the mission given by the lady yet, so he absolutely couldn't die. This person, very strong. Moreover, he didn't exert his full strength just now. In the future, Mrs. Sun may be in danger.
After saying these words, the five Bamboos immediately stood up from the ground, no longer stopping here, and immediately walked towards the front.
Soon after,
the three of them, Li Chengzi and Jia Yan, returned to the city through that secret passage and went straight to the king's residence. Once they had returned to the royal residence, Li Chengzi asked down to Fan Innocent about the situation to see if anything else had happened in the little while he had been gone.
Your Highness, everything is normal, and the palace hasn't sent anyone over to send a message. Fan Innocent returned.
Li Sung Take pondered for a moment and began to ponder in place. Originally, he thought that after the crown prince was killed, Emperor Qing should have sent someone to summon him to the palace.
But not now.
From this, it could appear that Emperor Qing had suppressed the news for the time being, not wanting others to know about it.
However, it's understandable.
After all, the crown prince's murder was a big deal for the entire kingdom of Qing. Li Chengzi was now looking forward to how Emperor Qing, at that time, would announce this matter to the public.
And the most important point. Now that the five Bamboos had been injured, they must have fallen from the Grand Master realm, which would be a fatal blow to Fan Xian. Moreover, if it didn't take long, Emperor Chang would definitely target Fan Xian's murderer. After all, the weapon that killed the crown prince was previously owned by Yi Qingmei, and after she died, she would surely have passed the weapon to Fan Xian. In that case, everything will make sense. Afterward, Li Sung Jack went straight to the bedroom. He now had to seize the time to cultivate, so that he could raise his martial arts realm to the level of a grandmaster at an early date. Especially after just now, after seeing the two great masters exchange blows, it was even more compelling. Other side. Fan house. Fan Xian, who had just returned from the street, returned to his room alone after separating from Fan Ruorua. His heart was in turmoil and heavy with something right now, and he didn't know what to do about it. Originally, when Fan Xian did not come to the capital, his heart felt very curious about the second prince, Li Chengzi, whether he was a traveler or not. Now that he knew this fact, he didn't know what to do. Moreover, Fan Xian now had to wonder if the person who had sent assassins to assassinate him before could be this second prince. After all, by normal logic, two travelers would not be allowed in the same world. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Unless a male and a female. Now that they're both male, it's clear that there's no possibility of coexistence. Then, Fan Xian thought of something, and his face began to become extremely shocked. Could it be that this second prince, Li Sung Take, had already known, as early as when he was very young, that he was the identity of a traveler? Wouldn't it be horrible if that were true? Fan Xian had his hands behind his back and began to wander inside the room. He was now somewhat skeptical that he would be able to fight this second prince. Just then, a figure flashed through the window and rolled to the floor. Who? Fan Xian sensed that someone had entered and immediately pulled his dagger from his boot in a defensive stance. When he saw the figure on the ground,
his face suddenly changed drastically and he hurried over.
Uncle, what's wrong with you? The person rolling on the ground at the moment was none other than Five Bamboos. Five Bamboos slowly stood up from the ground and waved his hand to Fan Xian. There's no need to panic, I can't die yet. Fan Xian helped Five Bamboos up and said in surprise, Uncle, how did you get into this state? Chapter 113 The Secret in the Box. Fan Xian was nothing but shocked after seeing the scene before him. He had known Five Bamboos since he was a child, and had sort of grown up following the other party, and had always felt that this uncle was invincible, and that there was no one in the world who would be a rival. It was now the first time that I had ever seen Five Bamboo in such a sorry state. Moreover, Fan Xian already knew that Five Bamboo's martial arts strength was already in the realm of a Grand Master. Since someone was able to injure him, their own strength must also be that of a great master as well. Then who could be the one who hurt Uncle Wuzhu? Yi Lu Yun? The Four-Guard Sword? Bitter Lotus? Or is it deep in the palace, that great master? Just as Fan Xian was pondering, Five Bamboos spoke up. The person who injured me was a white-haired, one-armed old man, not someone I know. This person is, most likely, a newly emerged expert. He's very strong, I'm no match. So, in the future, you have to be careful. When Fan Xian heard this, he exclaimed, Uncle, what do you mean by this? Is it hard to believe that the person who injured you was actually coming for me? Five Bamboos nodded with a serious face, it's very likely. So, in the future, you need to be prepared. Fan Xian froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, he spread his hands and said, Uncle, you're joking. What's the point of being prepared if the purpose of the person who was injured was really directed at me? Even a great master like you can't defeat this person. What can I do as a mere 7th rank? Five Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, that's true. Right. Five Bamboos suddenly thought of something and said, where's the box Miss left for you? Boxes? As soon as Fan Xian heard the box, he immediately went to the bed and bent down, reaching out to yank out the black box inside. The case is here. Fan Xian placed the box on the table, but his brows furrowed slightly. He seemed to feel just now that the box, just now, was a lot lighter than when he came before. An illusion? Fan Xian carefully checked around the box, and only after confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary did he put his heart down. It seemed that he had been too nervous just now, which had created this illusion. Uncle, what do you want the box for? It's not like we have a key, and even if we had this chest, we wouldn't be able to open it. Five Bamboo nodded, I know where the key is. When we find the key and open the chest, what's inside will protect you completely. In the beginning, the young lady once said that if she encounters, in the future, a danger that she can't defeat, she will open the box, and there are things inside that can save her life. Yes? Fan Xian said in surprise, then where is the key? Five Bamboo said, inside the palace. No, to be precise, it's in the Hall of Containing Light. Hall of Containing Light? Fan Xian said with a look of surprise, isn't that the bedchamber where the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty resides? My mother's key, how did it get there? Moreover, when I was a child, I heard you say that my mother was most at odds with the people in the palace, almost as if they were enemies. If that's the case, then how did my mother's key come to be kept by the Empress Dowager? Is it hard to believe that you were lying to me before? Five Bamboos shook his head, I didn't lie to you. Those men were, before, very much afraid of the lady, especially the contents of this chest. That's why they managed to get the key. The purpose of which is to not want the box to be opened again. Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully, feeling that there was indeed some truth in what Uncle Five Bamboo had said. He came up to the box and tapped it lightly behind him a few times, musing. If that's the case, then I'm really curious as to what's inside this box. Something that can make so many people, all of them very afraid, will definitely not be a simple thing. Five Bamboos said, allow me to rest for 2 days, and then I will take you with me to the palace and find that key. Fan Xian nodded, good, then it's a deal. However, Uncle Fan Xian looked at the wretched Five Bamboos and said, you're so badly injured now, do you need me to grab some medicine? Doesn't it hurt when your whole arm is broken? With his back against the wall, Five Bamboo slowly crouched and sat down on the floor, saying, no need. Go about your business, I'll just rest for a few moments. When Fan Xian saw that the other party was insistent on this, he didn't say anything more anyway. Uncle Wuzhu's temper was very strange, and he had gotten used to it a long time ago. Afterward, Fan Xian sat down on a stool, resting his chin on the table with one hand, and his mind began to brood. Was there any connection between the person who defeated Uncle Five Bamboo just now and the person who assassinated him before? And who are they? How is it that after leaving Danjo and coming to Kyoto City for just a few days, the trouble just keeps on coming? Ahem. Fan Xian sighed helplessly. It felt like things were becoming more and more problematic and he was already getting a headache. Palace, Hall of Containing Light. In the last few days, the Empress Dowager's sleep quality has been poor. And love to dream. The bottom line is that she always has the same dream. No matter if it was day or night, the Empress Dowager would dream of the past whenever she closed her eyes. Things that have long been forgotten, but I'm afraid to remember. At noon that day, after the Empress Dowager had her lunch, she lay down on the soft couch and squinted for a while. Originally, she thought, just squinting with her eyes closed, surely she wouldn't dream. As a result, just after a snooze, the dream started again. In her dream, the Empress Dowager returned to the house where she used to live, and was surrounded by a number of familiar people. These were all people from the royal family, and inside, there were also the two princes that were killed by Yi Qingmei in the beginning. They were covered in blood, their faces all rotted with a big hole, and they kept coming towards her. The scene was extremely bloody and horrible. And not far away, Yi Qingmei suddenly appeared, holding a strange object in her hand and laughing non-stop. The Empress Dowager recognized the item in Yi Qingmei's hand as the weapon that had killed the two emperors. Immediately following, Yi Qingmei suddenly raised the weapon in her hand and aimed it at her forehead. Bang! With a loud bang, the scene in the dream instantly shattered. Ah! The Empress Dowager woke up with a startled cry. Empress Dowager, are you all right? Several palace maids who were serving in front of the bed hurriedly inquired upon seeing the Empress Dowager awakened. The Empress Dowager touched her face and realized that sweat had already hung on her face, then she shook her head. It's okay, just a bad dream. There is no need for you to serve here, so go down first. Yes. The palace maids nodded their heads in agreement, and then they turned around immediately. Wait until the bedchamber is, well, empty. The Empress Dowager immediately felt under the bed. Soon, the Empress opened the compartment and took out from it a strangely shaped key. After the Empress Dowager saw the key in her hand, her heart then let go of her heart. As long as this key is there, then the box left behind can't be opened, then she doesn't have to worry about being in danger. Chapter 114 Why the Murderer Could Not Be Found. The Empress Dowager replaced the key back into the compartment under the bed, and the heart that was originally hanging, only then did she begin to slowly put it down. Until now, there was no return from the dream that he had just had. After all, that dream was just too scary and extraordinarily real. It's just that the Empress Dowager is a bit puzzled, since the key is still here, it means that the box can't be opened. In that case, what about the prince? On that day, she clearly realized that the scene when the crown prince was killed was almost exactly the same as when he was killed more than 10 years ago. And that's exactly why she was so alarmed at the time. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager's heart grew more and more panicked, and she felt the need to go and talk to His Majesty. Come on, man. The Empress Dowager wiped the sweat off her face and called out to the outside of the hall. Immediately following that, a few palace maids walked in from outside the palace. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, "Change your clothes and set up your chariot. The mourner is going to the imperial study." Yes. The palace maids nodded their heads in agreement, and then they began to get busy. Other side. Yi Chong and Gong Dian, two people, carrying many guards, has been in the palace, rummaged twice, still no news, even a little clue cannot be found. It was as if, at that time, the one who entered the palace to assassinate the crown prince was not the work of a human being. Gong Dian topped with two thick black circles under his eyes, a face of helplessness plus bitterness, all the same as before, heroic and divine. It had come to the point where Mayanori knew the mission was not going to be accomplished and had to just swing for the fences. Anyway, the date given by His Majesty is coming soon, and it will be hard to escape death then. So, for the sake of the 9 clans, it's better to wait for death obediently. Yi Chong, on the other hand, was not impressed. He hadn't given up even though he had checked the palace for half a day and hadn't found any clues. In Yi Chang's past cognition, no matter what cases happened, clues were bound to be left behind, and there was no such thing as a perfect criminal. Just because you can't find it now, it's just overlooked, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yi Chong pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go, let's search again." Ha! Gong Dian frowned tightly with a bitter smile, "Still looking?" "Elder brother, we've already turned the entire palace over 3 times, and still haven't found any clues." Even if we go now, it's still redundant.
Yi Chong sighed. That being said, I always feel that there is something wrong with things.
Maybe there are some important clues that we've overlooked, and if we look again, we might find something.
Besides, you don't want to just hold back and be killed by His Majesty. Gong Dian said, alright, senior brother is right, then it's fine as you said. It's still death to look for it anyway, and it's still death to wait for it, so I might as well look for it again, and maybe there really will be a miracle. As they spoke, the two of them led the guards and continued to walk ahead. Just as Yi Chong had just searched a few halls, he met a group of people head-on. After Yi Chong saw the visitor, he hurriedly arched his hand and worshipped, greetings to Empress Dowager. The visitor was none other than the Empress of the day, the Crown Prince's birth mother. Only that the Empress, who was already a little low and pale, was now even more haggard. Especially with a head full of hair that had turned mostly white, the whole person also seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. The Empress' eyes were red and concave, her face was pale and bloodless, and she coldly glanced at Yi Chong and said,
General Yi, His Majesty asked you to search for the murderer, how is the investigation going?
Yi Chong immediately arched his hand and worshipped, back to the Empress Mother, we are searching at this moment, just that there are many people and places in the palace, so. The Empress immediately waved her hand, interrupting Yi Chang's words, and coldly hummed, the palace is asking you how the investigation went.
The palace only wants to hear the results, nothing else.
She almost yelled that last sentence, in a huge voice. When Yi Chong saw that the Empress was like this, his heart was completely understandable. No matter what, after all, the Crown Prince is her own son, favored since childhood, and the future emperor. Now she was killed, if it was anyone else, she would not be able to accept it easily, if she could not go crazy, it would already be very good. Yi Chong immediately returned, please calm your anger, we
haven't found any clues yet.
What? The Empress reached out and peeled away the palace made in front of her and stood in front of Yi Chong, her face grim and fierce as she reached out and pointed at Yi Chong and roared.
Why can't you find out the clues?
What did His Majesty raise you for? Why can't you even find a murderer?
Are you guys doing your jobs properly or not? Doesn't want to live.
The Empress seemed to have found a vent, transforming all the grievances and anger she had suffered in the past few days into words that kept coming out of her mouth. As for Yi Chong and Gong Dian, the two of them obediently lowered their heads and let the Empress babble on with her insults. I can't help it, I'm a laborer, and it's not unusual for me to be scolded when I run into the boss's wife who has a dead son. After all, money is hard to make and is hard to eat.
A few moments later.
The Empress was perhaps tired of cursing, and only then did she start to slowly stop, and after she took a few breaths, she stared hard at Yi Chong and said,
What are you guys staying here for?
Why don't you hurry up and find the murderer of the Crown Prince?
Huh? Oh.
Yi Chong reacted and immediately arched his hand in obeisance to the Empress, yes, we'll go now.
Just after the words were said, Yi Chong took several large steps and walked forward quickly.
As for Gong Dian and those guards, when they saw that Yi Chong had already left, they all chased after him. The Empress looked at the backs of the people leaving, her fists clenched tightly, and she said in annoyance,
Damn it! The palace doesn't care who you are.
Dare to kill this palace's son, this palace will never let you go. This palace is sparing this life, but I will die with you. Originally, the Empress lived every day, very apprehensive, fearing that those people back then would come to the palace to seek revenge on her. So, day or night, she is never in the shade.
But now it's different.
Since the death of the Crown Prince, she had no more relatives in this world. What she had feared before was also completely gone from her, forever.
She wants revenge. She must have her revenge.
Whoever killed her son, she wanted revenge. Thinking of this, the Empress stopped her trembling body, which led her to the front. However, a palace maid right beside the Empress had a light smile on her face when she looked at the Empress' back. Other side. Yi Chong felt that the entire world, after separating from the Empress, started to become quite quiet.
Sure enough, the mood is so refreshing when there are no women's noises.
Senior brother, don't go so fast, wait for me.
Mayanori came after him at a quick pace. Chapter 115. Then the music was played, then the dance.
Senior brother, why are you walking so fast? Gong Dian quickly caught up and said to that Yi Chong again, moreover, you just left without saying anything in advance, so it's good to be mentally prepared. Yi Chong stopped his steps and said, if I don't go so fast, in case the Empress mother wants to vent again, won't I still be scolded? Gong Dian nodded his head and sighed, elder brother, now you should know what it's really like when I'm usually inside the palace. Looking at the Empress Mother, there will surely be quite a lot of things like this in the future. Yi Chong waved his hand and said, no matter what, people have lost a son, so it is indeed understandable if they have a bad temper. Forget it, let's just keep investigating, and when we find any clues, we won't get scolded again. Seeing this, Gong Dian did not say anything more and followed Yi Chong out of here. Several hours later, Yi Chong led the palace dictionary and the guards, and carefully searched half of the palace, again. As a result, there is still no clue. Now Yi Chong didn't have any way but to report this matter to Emperor Qing, so that he could choose this matter. See, I told you it was a useless endeavor just now. Mayanori spread his hands. Yi Chong sighed and said, well, you are indeed right. If you want to find the murderer, there are sort of no clues inside the palace, so you'll have to expand the scope. We'll report this to His Majesty and ask him to send out his soldiers and horses to start searching the city of Kyoto. There might be clues. Gong Dian nodded and said, then let's go. Anyway, if you die early or late, you're going to die. Just as Yi Chong and Gong Dian, both of them, were about to prepare to leave, a piece of broken glazed tile on the ground attracted his attention. Wait! Yi Chong waved his hand to the crowd, signaling for them all to stop. He bent down and crouched down, picking up a piece of the ground, as big as the size of a fingernail cap, a piece of broken glazed tile, and put it in his hand to check it out. Mayanori asked curiously as she reached her head over and looked at the broken glazed tiles. Elder brother, what's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Chong looked at the broken tiles in his hand and mused, this is the glazed tiles stacked on the roof, with an extraordinarily strong appearance, that is, if it is attacked by a weapon, it will not crack easily, and now a piece of it has actually fallen off. And by the looks of it, it should have been stepped on and broken. If I'm not wrong, this person definitely won't be an ordinary person. Mayanori was surprised. Could it be that this was left behind by the murderer? Yi Chong immediately waved his hand to the guards beside him and said, everyone spread out immediately, go check above the roof, and report immediately if you find any signs of breakage. Yes. The guards nodded their heads in agreement and immediately rolled over and jumped onto the roof, starting to search carefully. Soon, one of the guards, suddenly pointing to the house at his feet, shouted, General, there's something here. After Yi Chong heard the guards shout, he hurriedly jumped onto the roof several feet high with a single leap of his body and arrived in front of the guard. Where is it found? The guard pointed to the glazed tiles on the ground and said, it's here. Yi Chong came to the front of the guard and looked in the direction he pointed to, and saw that the glazed tiles on the roof showed signs of being broken. He quickly bent down in a crouch and placed the fragment of masonry in his hand, gently on top of it. The result is a tight fit. The pieces of glazed tile that I picked up just now were the ones that fell from this. After Yi Chong looked at the scene in front of him, he pondered a little in his heart, and a guess appeared in his mind. The murderer who killed the prince that night must have stopped here. Just. Yi Chong stood up straight and raised his head to look into the distance, realizing that not far away directly opposite this place was the location of the East Palace. Is it possible that the murderer, the one who stood here, killed the man? When he thought of this, Yi Chong immediately shook his head, again feeling that the idea was not very realistic. After all, this place is 2 miles away from the East Palace. It's impossible for a more powerful murderer to kill from such a distance. Also, it was still dark, and the vision must have been greatly impaired. Most importantly, the murderer suddenly disappeared after the killing. The guards in the palace, none of them saw any sign of a human figure. Even a great master could not make such a bizarre scene. Therefore, this was why Yi Chong discarded the idea he had just had. Elder brother, what have you found? Gong Dian also climbed to the roof and asked Yi Chong. Yi Chong was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw what looked like something on a piece of glazed tile under his feet. He bent down in a crouch again and reached out to touch his hand on the glazed tile. Is this gunpowder? Yi Chong recognized what was on top of the tile and said with a look of surprise. What? This is gunpowder? Mayanori beside him also exclaimed. Yi Chong picked up the tile again and placed it in front of his nose to smell it, confirming that there was a smell of gunpowder. Yes, it's gunpowder. Just how did the gunpowder show up here? Could it be? Gong Dian said, Senior brother, could it be that you've thought of something? Yi Chong pondered for a moment and said, let's not talk about it for now, come with me to meet His Majesty. As he spoke, Yi Chong picked up the glazed tiles under his feet and rolled over to jump off the roof. Gong Dian wanted to inquire about what had happened, but when he saw that Yi Chong had no intention of saying anything, he stopped talking and followed closely. Right after Yi Chang's few people left, from the position behind the house, a young eunuch walked out. The eunuch's gaze was always focused on Yi Chong and Gong Dian's figures until they completely disappeared into thin air. Afterward, the young eunuch directly turned around and left. Other side. In the backyard of the royal mansion, Li Qingze was leisurely lying on a rattan chair, crossing his legs, and was watching a group of dancers dancing. As the accompaniment sounded, the dancers twisted their sexy waist and showed their charming colors. Li Qingze twisted his head and opened his mouth, and Xiaodao, the maid standing beside him, quickly placed the peeled grapes in his mouth. Once Li Sung-taek had eaten the grapes, he nodded in satisfaction, his mouth still humming a small tune lightly. However, in Li Sung-taek's heart, he was murmuring. And I don't know if the evidence I left behind has been found. If they didn't, then the people inside the palace would really be Neelies. As early as that night, after Li Qingze killed Crown Prince Li Qingxian, he left some clues in the same place. The purpose of this was so that it could be discovered and then reported to Emperor Qing. Once Emperor Qing finds that evidence, he will definitely confirm who the murderer is. When the time comes, a certain traveler is going to be out of luck. Thinking about this, Li Sung-jack's mood became better. Li Qingze ate a few more grapes and immediately waved his hand. Then play the music, then dance. These days, he's going to be a foppish king, too. Chapter 116 Strange Reward. The King's Mansion. Li Qingze was in the backyard, leisurely eating grapes and watching a group of dancers dancing in a very comfortable manner. Every now and then, he clapped his hands and screamed in complete foppishness. A few moments later, one of the mansion's houseguests walked over with quick steps. Your Highness. The family man came to Li Qingze's front and immediately bowed his hand in obeisance. Your Highness, the palace's chancellor pays his respects. Li Qingze nodded and said, let them come in. Yes. The houseboy nodded in agreement, turned around and headed in the direction of the main entrance. However, Li Sung-taek was still lying on the recliner and continued to look at the dancers in front of him. Soon, the family man from earlier went and returned, followed by Yen Xiaoyi, and a dozen or so fully armed guards. Your Highness, the Chancellor and the others are here. The family servant said to Li Qingze. And Yen Xiaoyi also arched his hand in obeisance to Li Qingze. Greetings, Second Highness. Li Qingze glanced at Yen Xiaoyi and said, so it's Grand Commander Yen. I don't know what Great Commander Yen came to this king's residence to call it? Yen Xiaoyi nodded, back to your Second Highness, my humble servant is just doing a routine check. Last night the palace was haunted by assassins, so His Majesty sent my humble servant to search the city of Kyoto. It's everyone who searches, it's not going to be specific to one person. Li Qingze nodded thoughtfully and said, so that's how it is. Then you search, feel free to search, don't be polite. Yen Xiaoyi said, many thanks to your Second Highness for understanding. Immediately following, he turned his head to the guards next to him and said, you guys go search. Remember, all be careful and don't be so reckless. Yes. The guards nodded their heads in agreement before they began to search the side rooms. At this time, Li Qingze turned to Yen Xiaoyi, who was next to him, and asked, Commander Yen, you just said that the palace was haunted by assassins last night, did something happen then? Yen Xiaoyi waved his hand and laughed, your Second Highness is overly concerned, nothing has happened, it's just a few small thieves. It's just that they also had the audacity to make a very bad impact, even though they didn't make a scene in the palace. If we don't punish them severely, in the future, won't someone just break into the palace? That's right. Li Qingze glanced at Yen Xiaoyi and said nothing more. It must have been because Emperor Qing had already ordered them not to spread the news of the Crown Prince's murder, which was why Yen Xiaoyi kept his mouth shut on the matter. But it didn't matter, he already knew anyway, it didn't matter if he said it or not. What matters is what happens after the prince dies. At this moment, Yen Xiaoyi looked at the dancers dancing next to him and said, your Second Highness is truly a good sport. Li Qingze nodded his head and said, yeah, I've had nothing to do lately, so I'm looking for some fun to have. How about that, they're good dancers. Hee, Yen Xiaoyi laughed somewhat awkwardly and said, not bad indeed. Li Sung-taek laughed, since it's good, let's watch it together. Men, go and bring a chair over for Commander Yen. Yen Xiaoyi immediately waved his hand and said, no. No need. Your Second Highness, just look at it, humble servant still has things to do. He'd like to see if he couldn't find the murderer in the next few days and even lose his life. Soon, the guards who had just gone in to search, returned again. How's it going, any gains? Yen Xiaoyi asked the few people. The guards shook their heads, there was nothing to be found. Upon hearing his men's reply, Yen Xiaoyi actually heaved a sigh of relief, obviously very satisfied with the result.
Yan Xiaoyi then said to Li Qingze, Second Highness, since the search is over, we will leave first. Excuse me. Li Qingze nodded and said, It's fine, this is your duty. Farewell. Yan Xiaoyi bowed to Li Qingze again before turning to leave. As for Li Qingze, he remained the same as he was just now, continuing to recline on the recliner, eating the grapes peeled by Xiaodao, and looking at the flamboyant dancers in front of him. A few moments later, the houseboy who had left earlier trotted all the way over. Your Highness, they've gone far away. I saw it with my own eyes, and they have gone to search the other mansions. Yes? When Li Qingze heard the family servant's reply, he immediately stood up from the rattan chair and said, Hurry up and go close the gate of the mansion, no one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. Yes, I'll get on with it. Immediately following that, Li Sungtae turned to the women dancing in front of him and waved his hand, Stop, stop, stop. The dancers who were originally dancing immediately stopped their hands after hearing Li Qingze's words. You guys stop dancing for now and go down to rest. Li Qingze turned to Xiaodao beside him and said, Go to the account office and expend a portion of the labor money to these dancers. And then, just let them go. Peach nodded, Yes, Your Highness. Once Peach left with the people, Li Qingze waved his hand in the direction of the bedroom. He knew before that after the crown prince had been killed, Emperor Cheng would surely send people and search closely throughout the entire city of Kyoto. Since that was the case, he would use Yan Xiaoyi's mouth to tell Emperor Cheng what had just happened. Next, available on. Just as Li Qingze had just walked to the door of the bedroom, the system in his head, once again, sounded. The next signing in location is in the backyard of the royal mansion, please prepare yourself in time for the host. Li Qingze immediately stopped in place after hearing the system's voice. I can't believe the signing point has been refreshed again. It had been several days and no movement had appeared, so he thought there was a problem with the system. Wait. Li Sung-jak suddenly reacted. The backyard of the royal palace? Isn't that, like, where he lives now? Good lord, this time the location of the brush line actually ran to the front door of the house. Not bad. The system is getting better at taking care of people. Thinking of this, Li Qingze changed his direction and once again walked towards the backyard. By the time he got to the backyard, he started waiting in place. A few moments later, the system in his head then sounded again. This meets the sign-in location, does the host choose to sign in? Sign in. Li Sung-tae replied. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarded with one secret martial arts book. A black wooden box then appeared in Li Qingze's hand. It's another martial arts secret this time. I just don't know, what kind of martial arts secret will it be this time? Only, Li Sung-tae looked at the wooden box in his hand and said curiously. Before, the system would have just said that something was rewarded. Why is it different this time? After pondering for a moment, Li Sung-jak gently opened the box. Only inside the box, quietly lay a pair of, well-worn robes. Li Qingze opened the robe again and found it filled with, densely written words. And, at the top of the text, 4 large words were written. The Sword of Wisdom. Chapter 117 Refuting. Refuting the evil sword score? When Li Sung-tae opened the robe in the box, he found that it was filled with, densely written words. And at the very top of that text, 4 large words were written. The Sword of Wisdom. Ha! Li Qingze instinctively froze when he saw the writing on the robe. Thinking he was mistaken, he gently closed the robe. I must have opened it the wrong way just now, open it again and see. Li Qingze laughed and reached out to break the robe open again. Only the top of the surplice was still written in 4 large letters. The Sword of Wisdom. Li Sung-tae closed it again and opened it up once more. In this way, he tried several times over and over again, and the words on the robe still remained unchanged. Moreover, when Li Qingze looked closely at the text inside, he found that the beginning clearly read, if you want to practice this skill, swing your sword and go to the palace. Grass. It's really the Sword of Wisdom. This time, Li Qingze could finally confirm that the reward he had just received was none other than the sword script of wisdom from the Lin family. Li Qingze threw the robe in his hand on the ground and said in exasperation, I'm not Lin Pingji, so I'm practicing the furry sword script of evil. Who has nothing better to do than practice swordplay on their own. The rewards given by this system are getting weirder and weirder, they might as well not be given at all. Li Qingze's current martial arts realm was about to reach the 9th grade, and if there were no surprises, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to reach this point. Maybe, in the future, he could even become a Grand Master.
Not only that, Li Chengza would soon be able to marry Yilinger and Lin Wanner, and a wonderful life of sexual bliss was beckoning to him. Only if he was brain dead would he give up such a good thing to cultivate this sword script of evil. However, Li Sung-taek suddenly thought of something. Since he didn't want to practice the secret book, he could have someone else do it. After all, this sword record of evil was not small in power, and if he could cultivate it successfully, his strength would definitely not be underestimated. I just don't know who should be allowed to practice the secret book. Li Sung-taek stood still and contemplated for a moment before picking the robe up from the ground and putting it back into the wooden box. When he found an opportunity later, he would let the sword masters under him choose for themselves to practice or not to practice. If someone whose strength was on the 9th rank, after practicing this secret book again, they might be able to break through to the realm of a grandmaster. Faced with such a great temptation, someone is sure to be tempted. Thinking of this, Li Sung-taek laughed, picked up the wooden box, and headed in the direction of the bedroom. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Emperor Qing was sitting at his desk as usual, his hands still pounding away, all in black.
Soon, a middle-aged eunuch walked in from outside the room. Your Majesty, General Yi and the Vice Commander are seeking an audience.
Emperor Qing continued to fiddle with the things in his hands and said without lifting his head.
Let them in. Yes. The middle-aged eunuch immediately turned around and left. A moment later, the duo of Yi Chong and Gong Dian walked over with quick steps. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Yi Chong and Gong Dian, both of them, bowed to Emperor Chang in unison.
Emperor Chang nodded his head and said, Be excused.
The two secretaries have come to see me, they must have good news.
Yi Chong said, Back to Your Majesty, there is indeed news.
As he spoke, he pulled out a glazed tile from his wide sleeve.
Your Majesty, this is what I was looking for on a roof somewhere, and it should have been left behind by the murderer. Yes? Emperor Chang then raised his head and gave the middle-aged eunuch not far away a wink.
The other party understood, and immediately walked to Yi Chang's front and took the glazed tile, then walked to Emperor Qing's front. Yi Chong added, Your Majesty, after my simple investigation, I can already tell that this glazed tile is stained with gunpowder on top.
Moreover, the location where this glazed tile was found is directly opposite the gate of the Eastern Palace, so...
Emperor Qing picked up the glazed tiles on the table, placed them in front of his eyes to examine them carefully, and smelled the smell on them. He was already completely sure that what Yi Chong had just said was right, what was stained on it was indeed gunpowder.
Emperor Qing put down the glazed tile in his hand and spoke, Are you saying that the location where this tile was found is directly opposite the gate of the Eastern Palace?
Yi Xiang nodded, That's right, indeed.
Emperor Chang asked, How far away is it?
Yi Chong thought for a moment and said, It's about 2 miles away. Emperor Chang nodded and said, Good, I already know about this matter.
What else have you got?
Yi Chong bowed his head in obeisance, Your Majesty, my humble servant is incompetent and did not find any other clues. And please must Your Majesty chastise me.
Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, Well, you're already very good for finding this clue.
From now on, the search for the Crown Prince's murderer ends here.
You don't need to go searching, all of you go back and rest.
Yi Chong and Gong Dian, after hearing Emperor Qing's words, they all let out a sigh of relief.
In this way, their lives, even if they were saved. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Yi Chong and Gong Dian bowed in unison.
Emperor Qing said, All right, I'll go down, I have other things to do.
The two of them, Yi Chong and Gong Dian, once again bowed to Emperor Qing before turning to leave.
Soon after, Emperor Qing was the only one left in the entire imperial study.
Immediately after Emperor Qing looked at the tiles on the tabletop, his face revealed a cold smile that was resistant to questioning. It seemed that his previous guess was completely correct. The person who killed the Crown Prince must have something to do with Yi Qingmei. Only that weapon in her hand could kill someone directly from 2 miles away. Back then, when he was still the son of the world, he had already seen it, the terror of that weapon. If you look at it that way, the murderer, again, narrows it down quite a bit. No, to be precise, the killer can already be identified to someone. Emperor Qing looked up in the direction outside the temple and muttered. That little fellow has been in the capital city for several days, I should also find an opportunity to go and meet him.
I just don't know if he'll let me down.
Just as Emperor Qing muttered to himself, a voice immediately sounded outside the door.
The Empress Dowager has arrived.
Emperor Qing came back to his senses when he heard the eunuch's shouts. Immediately following, the Empress Dowager, who had a sad face, walked slowly from outside. When Emperor Qing saw the Empress Dowager, he hurriedly stood up from his spot and said, "Mother, why have you come over?" When the Empress Dowager came to Emperor Qing's presence, she immediately spoke, "I came over this time because I wanted to come and tell you that I already know who the person who killed the crown prince is. It is Yi Qingmei that is the one who killed the crown prince." Emperor Qing said, "Mother, are you confused? How could it be that Yi Qingmei killed someone? Yi Qingmei died more than 10 years ago."
Chapter 118 Emperor Qing's Decision.
Emperor Qing saw the Empress Dowager who had a very bad temperament and knew that she must not have rested well in the past few days. No matter what, the crown prince was also her own grandson and had been loved by her since childhood. Only, Emperor Qing naturally wouldn't believe what the Empress Dowager had just said.
In fact, he knew what the Empress Dowager meant.
It must have been at that time, when he saw the crown prince's body, he also found the tragic situation exactly the same as when Yi Qingmei killed someone before. Because of this, back then, the Empress Dowager was very jealous of Yi Qingmei to the point of fear. No matter if it was the Empress Dowager, even Emperor Qing himself was very jealous of Yi Qingmei. It came down to the weapon in her hand. Being able to kill anyone directly from 2 miles away, without even a chance to fight back, is not defensible. It all feels particularly horrible to think about it.
Emperor Qing pondered, "Mother, my son knows what you mean.
But please rest assured that this matter will be resolved by the minister himself, and I promise to give you a satisfactory answer." The Empress Dowager sighed, "Your Majesty, you are now the king of a country, in charge of the entire Qing kingdom's large and small matters. But don't forget, the crown prince is not only the crown prince, but also your own son. What to tell the world if this matter is not handled well? If the titular crown prince, staying in the palace, is able to be easily killed without suffering punishment, then let others, how should they look at our royal family?" Emperor Qing immediately nodded his head and said, "Mother's lesson is extremely true, my son knows what to do." In fact, even if the Empress Dowager didn't say anything, Emperor Qing would have severely punished the murderer.
It's not just a murder, it's more of a provocation.
Provoking the majesty of the entire royal family, provoking the supreme imperial power. If it is not severely punished, then there will surely be others, who will follow suit in the future. Therefore, Emperor Chang would never tolerate this matter. And the Empress Dowager likewise knew that the person who killed the crown prince was not that Yi Qingmei. The reason she had just said that was purely to knock Emperor Qing.
Because the Empress Dowager didn't want Emperor Qing to be confused about this matter. After all, imperial power is inviolable. No matter who it is, if they dare to disregard the royal authority, they will only end up dead. Seeing Emperor Qing's attitude just now, the Empress Dowager was very sincere, so she did not say anything more. She sighed again and said, "Your Majesty, I know you will punish this matter severely. If that is the case, then the grieving family will leave first and wait for your news." Emperor Qing immediately arched his hand and said, "Their subject respectfully sends mother off." The Empress Dowager nodded and said no more, directly turning to leave. When the Empress Dowager left the imperial study room, Emperor Qing's face, on the other hand, revealed a strange look. He walked slowly to the outside of the imperial study and stood in the doorway with his hands on his head, looking towards the golden splendor in the distance, pondering in his mind. A few moments later, Hong Xiyich's figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind Emperor Qing and bowed his head in obeisance. "Your Majesty, the old slave is back." Emperor Chang nodded slightly and said, "How is the investigation going?"
Hong Xiyichi returned, "Your Majesty, the old slave has already searched all over the city of Kyoto, and still no trace of the murderer has been found. However, the old slave has discovered that in this morning, the Second Highness and Miss Yi are strolling around Kyoto City."
"Yes?"
Emperor Chang nodded his head. "It seems that the two of them are developing very quickly."
"However, this is what I expected."
Hong Xiyichi added, "Not only that, but even Lord Fan's sons and daughters have gone wandering the streets."
And then they met and had lunch together.
When Emperor Qing heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at Hong Xiich in front of him, saying,
"What did you say? Penis met up with the kid? And had dinner together?" Hong Xiich nodded, 1,000 times true. Emperor Qing pondered for a moment and asked, "So did anything happen to them?"
Hong Xiich, "That's not true, the Second Highness and the Fan family's son, they get along well." Emperor Qing suddenly let out a laugh and said, "That's a bit strange. It stands to reason that the two of them should not know each other very well since they've never met.
I can't believe we're sitting down to dinner."
Speaking of this, Emperor Qing immediately grimaced, a trace of uneasiness rising in his heart. If nothing happened to the crown prince, then Fan Xian wouldn't have to worry about anything if he befriended Li Qingze, which he was looking forward to the two of them doing. After all, if the two of them stood together, it would be even more important for the prince to be honed. Both would be a good whetstone. But now, the crown prince was suddenly killed, and that's when things went sour. Even if the whetstone is good, what's the point of having a whetstone when the knife is gone? Thinking of this, Emperor Qing asked again, where did that brat go after he separated from Lao Heir? Hongxi Ichi shook his head and said, after the Fan family's son left with the second highness, he went home with his younger siblings.
Nothing but. Emperor Chang asked, only what?
Hongxi itched, only, Chen Pingping went to the Fan mansion at this time of the year and has yet to come out.
What?
Emperor Qing's face immediately showed a hint of gloom upon hearing Hongxi Ichi's words. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong if Chen Pingping went to the Fan mansion.
But, in the past 2 days, that's a bit off.
Especially recently, Fan Xian had returned to the Fan mansion, which had to make him, for that matter, connect the dots.
Then think of the previous time, Chen Pingping and Yi Qingmei's relationship.
Emperor Qing pondered for a moment and said, good, I already know about this matter.
You go down there and don't have to look into the murderer's business. Good, the old slave will leave now.
Hongxi Ich nodded his head in agreement, then he turned around and left.
A few moments later,
Emperor Qing slowly sighed and said, Fan Xian,
don't let me down. Just after the words were said, Emperor Qing threw out his sleeves and directly turned around and walked into the imperial study. In the meantime, Fan house, backyard. You're the head of the supervisory academy?
Fan Xian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Chen Pingping, who was sitting on the wheelchair, laughed, why, do you recognize me?
Fan Xian nodded, and from the table next to him, picked up an apple and said, I've heard Master talk about you. Master? Chen Pingping thought for a moment before she realized, you mean Fei Jia? Fan Xian said, that's right, he's my master. But you didn't come to see me today just to chat, did you? Chen Pingping said, may I? Fan Xian glanced at Chen Pingping and nodded, it's not impossible. Chen Pingping laughed, actually, there is nothing else that I came to find you today. Your mother was extremely kind to me back then, so it's only natural for me to come over to see you now that you've come to the capital. Chapter 119. Another day has passed since the prince was killed. The guards who were still searching in Kyoto City had all stopped moving, and even the gates that had been tightly closed had all begun to open normally. In the royal residence, Li Qingzi didn't feel strange after knowing about this matter. Because it's normal. This would indicate that Emperor Qing had already confirmed who the murderer of the crown prince was. Moreover, he was not afraid of this person escaping, which is why he opened the city gates and pretended that he didn't notice anything, as usual. Li Sung-taek, who had eaten breakfast, began to think about the future as he walked in the backyard. It was estimated that, in 2 days at most, the matter of the crown prince's murder would not be concealed. When the time comes, Emperor Chang will not only hold the crown prince's funeral, but also severely punish the murderer, as well as re-establish another prince to be chosen between their brothers. Granted, in between, Emperor Qing told him and the crown prince to fight it out, and then got the officials in the court to line up in support. Now after the death of the crown prince, the heir to that throne, by definition, would be him. But, Emperor Qing, the old silver coin, would not be so simple as to pass this great responsibility to him. Maybe something else will pop up then. Therefore, if you want to deal with Emperor Qing, you must think of a few more countermeasures. A few moments later, Li Qingzi thought of something and immediately waved his hand to the maid next to him, waving his hand. Little Peach, go and call Li Chungang over. Just tell him I have something for him. Xiao Tao, who was originally learning flower arrangement, hurriedly nodded her head and left after hearing Li Qingzi's words. Soon, Little Peach brought Li Chungang and walked towards him. Your Highness, he's here yet. Little Peach smiled at Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi nodded his head and waved his hand, okay, you continue to be busy. Okay. Peach nodded in agreement before turning to leave. As for that Li Chungang, he walked up to Li Changzhe and said in a low voice, I don't know what your highness asked me to come here for? Li Qingzi said, take some time later and go around the Fan mansion. Don't do anything but hang out in the direction of the courtyard, preferably pretending to be looking for someone. I'm going to make that before the 5 bamboos that you defeated realize that you're looking for him. However, even if you spot him, you don't have to do anything, it's all as if you don't see him. Li Chungang frowned tightly and said, why is that? Since this person's battle power has become so low, if I were to meet him, I could definitely restrain him very easily.
Li Chengzi shook his head. What I need now is not to restrain him, but to lure Fan Xian out. In that case, his 5 bamboos will become panicked, and at that time, they will definitely try to do everything they can to enhance Fan Xian's combat power. Li Chungang shook his head and said, Your Highness, I still don't understand something.
It's fine.
Li Qingzi waved his hand and said, You don't need to understand, just do as you're told. I'll tell you the original reason when you get back. Li Chungang nodded his head in agreement and turned directly away. Li Sung-taek, on the other hand, began to mutter, in his mind. He wanted to do this solely for the sake of, to force 5 bamboos and Fan Xian to take desperate measures. Now that the 5 bamboos had lost an arm, their strength had dropped drastically, so naturally they weren't as valiant as before. So, once Fan Xian was in danger, then 5 bamboos would definitely let him open the box in his hand.
Because 5 bamboos knew that the contents of the box could completely protect Fan Xian.
Then, next, surely, he would run to the palace and steal that key. That's what Li Sung-taek wanted to see the most. The current Fan Xian and 5 bamboos did not know that the key had been changed. It was also unknown that at this moment, the inside of the palace was much more heavily guarded than usual. If you really enter the palace, there is a 90% chance that you will be discovered, and then you will have a good show. That was why Li Qingzi had asked Li Chungang to go around the neighborhood of the Fan Mansion now. Once the 5 bamboos discovered Li Chungang, they would naturally think that Fan Xian was in danger. If you want to finish each other off completely, then you have to open the box. To open the chest, you have to go inside the palace and steal the key. Li Qingzi did this in order to accelerate the pace of pushing 5 bamboo and Fan Xian to infiltrate the palace. To give them a sense of urgency, there is no time for serious thinking. Afterward, Li Sung-jack didn't stop at the backyard and directly walked in the direction of the bedroom. Take advantage of the fact that there is nothing to do in this period of time now, and hurry up to cultivate martial arts, so as to prepare for the future early. Other side. After Fan Xian had breakfast in the mansion, he returned directly to his bedroom, still keeping the door to his room closed. When he walked into the room, he knocked toward the bottom of the bed and said, Uncle, come out, there's no one else in the room right now. Soon, a figure tumbled out from under the bed and stood in front of Fan Xian.
Fan Xian asked curiously as he looked toward 5 bamboo's aura, which was much better than the day before. Uncle, how is your health now? Are you sure you don't need a doctor?
5 bamboo shook his head. No, I can handle it myself. Fan Xian saw that after only one day, the wounds on his body had basically fully recovered, and he was really surprised. If this were to be placed on an ordinary person's body, one wouldn't think of healing without recuperating for 10 days and half a month. As a result, it had only been a day, and the wounds on 5 bamboo's body were immediately on the verge of being completely healed. This martial arts cultivation realm, once it reaches the realm of a Grand Master, is really unusual. In response, Fan Xian also began to have an even stronger desire for the Grand Master as well. If he, in the future, was also able to become a great master, then I really don't know what it would be like. At that moment, Fan Xian thought of something and said to 5 bamboos, Uncle, I want to visit the supervisory court. I heard from the dean of that inspectorate that at the entrance to the inspectorate, there stands the stone tablet with my mother's name engraved on it. So, I want to check it out. 5 bamboos contemplated for a moment, his cold face still without any expression. He then nodded and said, Good. I'll go with you later. Fan Xian said, Alright, then I'll change my clothes and we'll leave now. Soon, Fan Xian changed into a brand new robe and tidied up the room a little before taking 5 bamboos out of the room. Once they were out of the gate, they headed in the direction of the inspectorate. In fact, Fan Xian's desire to go to the supervisory academy wasn't for the sake of seeing that stone tablet. More than that, he wanted to investigate who, back in Danzhou, had always wanted to put him to death. It is said that the ombudsman's office, which is very well informed, can surely know something about this. Yesterday he had asked Shen Pingping, and the other party seemed to know but didn't tell him, which made it feel hard. Therefore, it is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself, and it is better to solve everything by yourself. Just as Fan Xian was musing on the road, 5 bamboo, who was beside him, suddenly pulled him to the side and whispered, Crap! That man was actually so quick to find us. Chapter 120, Wonderful Swordsmanship. Originally, Fan Xian was still thinking that he would go over to the supervisory academy later and prepare to investigate the matter of being assassinated by someone else before. As a result, in the next moment, he was pulled to a nearby position and hid by the 5 bamboos beside him. Uncle, what's wrong? Fan Xian asked with a curious look on his face. Immediately after 5 bamboos brought Fan Xian into hiding, he waved his hand at him, signaling to keep quiet for now. Immediately following, he slowly turned his body sideways and looked a short distance away.
This was followed by turning back to Fan Xian. See that one-armed old man in front of you? Fan Xian nodded, see. 5 bamboos said in a cold voice, he's the one who, before, attacked me. What? Fan Xian's face was shocked as he continued to look ahead and whispered, so that's him. So why is he here, Speaking of which, Fan Xian had a horrible thought. Because in all likelihood, the other side was coming for him. Otherwise, why would it be in the neighborhood of the fan house? Uncle, did he come? 5 bamboos immediately nodded, that's right, this person should be coming for you. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so quick and find his way here. Fan Xian was surprised, what then? He was aware that this person was so powerful that he was able to take the 5 bamboos, who were also at the Grandmaster realm, and was almost beaten to death. Wouldn't this be a dead end if this person struck out at him? Only the 5 bamboos shook their heads and said, it seems that we can't wait. Get back to the mansion before he finds out. Without delay, let's sneak into the palace tonight and steal that key. As long as one has what's inside the chest, one can definitely defeat this person. Fan Xian hastily nodded his head in agreement, saying, fine, then we'll hurry now. Afterward, Fan Xian and 5 bamboos quickly retreated back into the fan mansion. Meanwhile, Li Chungang is wandering the streets. He had already discovered the 5 bamboos just now, and after listening to Li Qing's words, he didn't rush over it the first opportunity, and treated it as if he hadn't seen it. It wasn't until the 2 were completely gone that he breathed a sigh of relief. And I don't know, Your Highness, why you let them go. If I had struck just now, I would have definitely caught it. Never mind, since His Highness has made arrangements, it's good to listen to him. While the purpose is now accomplished, then I'd better go and have a drink. Li Chungang casually spat out a few sentences, turned around, and left the place. The royal residence, the hall. Li Sungtaek sat on a chair in the hall, looked at the few people in front of him, and said, You are the ones who have followed me and are the most skillful with the sword. I happen to get a sword art here that is very subtle. If I cultivate it, I might be able to push my strength even further. Maybe, it can even be directly elevated to the realm of a Grand Master. Do you guys want to practice this sword technique? As soon as Li Qing's words fell, Xiabian, Covering Sun, Black and White Shanjian, and Shang-Chi, who were present, were all shocked. Just what kind of sword art, after practicing it, was actually able to ascend to the realm of a Grand Master? This is a very rare opportunity. Without much hesitation, the crowd nodded. Your Highness, I am willing to cultivate. And me. Me too. When Li Qingzi saw that all of them agreed, he added, Don't be in a hurry to be willing, I haven't finished yet. The power of this sword art is indeed great, but there is a very harsh requirement when it comes to targeting cultivators. That is, you must train your sword on your own, or you will go off the deep end. What? The crowd, which was originally full of excitement, all began to fall silent after hearing Li Qing's words. No man, after all, takes this decision lightly. Once you self-flagellate, that means you will lose the pleasure of manhood and become a eunuch. After seeing that the crowd was silent, Li Qingzi nodded in satisfaction. That's right. That's normal human psychology. It's natural to think about such good things when they come up. If these people in front of them, upon hearing that practicing this sword art would require them to become eunuchs, they wouldn't even hesitate and would directly agree with their mouths full. Well, he'll have to think carefully about that. Li Sungtaek added, because of this sword art, which is said to have been self-created by a eunuch, later generations will have to become like him when practicing it. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. You want to gain something, then naturally you will lose something. However, I can responsibly tell you that as long as you practice this sword art, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Li Qingzi naturally had real evidence when he said such words. Thinking back then, that Lin Pingji's own strength, before he had practiced the sword record of evil, was only a third-rate commodity. However, by the time he had practiced the sword in his own palace, his strength had skyrocketed and jumped straight up to first-class level. So, the efficacy of this sword script of evil is still very great. These people in front of them, their own strength, were all experts at the 9th rank realm, and if they were to cultivate this sword art, they would be able to completely ascend to Grand Master. Then, from the wooden box next to him, Li Qingzi took out the surplus and threw it directly onto the ground. As the robe slowly descended, it began to level the ground. This is the sword art I was talking about, you guys can take a look at it first. Whoever wishes to cultivate it can take it back. Li Qingze added, for the record, practicing this sword art is entirely by choice. If you don't want to cultivate, then I'll give you, later on, some other martial arts secrets. At this time, Xiabian, Covering Sun, Black and White Xianjian, Shang-Chi and the others, all started to look towards the surplus on the ground. Subsequently, the faces of the crowd changed, all of them revealing a look of shock. Originally, there were still people who were skeptical, thinking that it was a joke for the crowd, and that it was a wonderful and brilliant swordplay, and that they were going to practice the sword in their own palace. As a result, after they actually saw the sword stance, they all dispelled their earlier thoughts. Because this sword stance, it was so wonderful and marvelous that one couldn't help but want to cultivate it after taking a look at it. If one was truly able to fully practice this sword move, one's own strength would definitely skyrocket. Maybe, it will really be promoted to Grand Master. However, there are quite a few people, when they see the words written on it, if you want to practice the skill, you have to wield a sword to commit suicide, they still dismiss the idea. The sword moves are nice, but it's still not a good idea to lose the manly fun. On the other hand, Li Qingze, who was on the sidelines, was slowly sipping his tea. The matter need not be so urgent for him. Regardless of whether these people would cultivate this sword move or not, there was no problem. Even if everyone present did not practice this sword move, it would be fine. Chapter 121 A man who understands a friend dies for him. A few moments later. Li Sung-taek asked the crowd, well, has anyone decided? Even if no one wants to practice, it doesn't matter, as I just said, it's voluntary in itself. By the time Li Qingze's words had just fallen, all of these people present were silent. Li Qingze also understand all, see the crowd no one answer, just about to open the mouth, when he saw the next Xiabian, stood out. Your Highness, I am willing to give it a try. Xiabian arched his hand in obeisance. When Xiabian's words rang out, the faces of the other people around him all threw surprised glances at him. To be able to make up one's mind and cultivate this sword move is not such a simple thing. When Li Qingze saw that Xiabian stood up, he asked, are you sure? This is a big deal for the future, so don't regret it again then. Xiabian said with a serious face, I've already made up my mind and won't regret it. Without a woman in my heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine, I just need subtle swordplay, everything else can be indifferent. Good. Li Qingze really wanted to give Xiabian a compliment. With this kind of realization, if you don't become a great master in the future, who will become a great master? Alright, since you've decided, then you can take this sword move and practice it. Are you guys okay with this? Li Sung-taek said to a few others. The crowd immediately shook their heads, no. No. They are still manly fun most important for this wonderful sword fight. After all, everyone likes different things. Seeing that the crowd had no opinions, Li Qingze nodded and said, since they all have no opinions, let's leave the matter at that. Well, you all go down and go about your business. Yes. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement, and then they left. Li Sung-taek, on the other hand, continued to sit where he was, leisurely sipping his tea. A few moments later. A bizarre silhouette flashed in directly from outside the hall. Your Highness. Immediately after Li Chun-gang appeared in the living room, he arched his hand in obeisance to Li Qingze. How did things go? Li Qingze put down the teacup in his hand and said to Li Chun-gang. Li Chun-gang nodded his head and smiled, don't worry, Your Highness, I have already taken care of this matter. Half an hour ago, I was skulking around the fan mansion, as you instructed. I just happened to run into 5 bamboo, and a handsome young man, who should be the 2 you mentioned. However, they have returned inside the fan house after seeing me. Li Sung-taek immediately clapped his hands and said, good, what you did was really great. In that case, go down and rest, and for the last few days, whatever you want to eat or play, just do it, you don't need to report to me. Many thanks, Your Highness. Li Chun-gang nodded his head in agreement, turned around and transformed into a shadow, disappearing directly in the same spot. Li Qingze, on the other hand, stood up from his stool and laughed, if there are no surprises, 5 bamboo will definitely take Fan Xian and sneak inside the palace to steal the key in the shortest possible time. They surely don't know what's happened in the palace in the past 2 days, this would be a lot of fun if the guards found out. Thinking of this, Li Qingze immediately waved his hand and said, someone come. As Li Qingze's words had just fallen, right from outside the living room, a burly man walked in, none other than Li Zuanxiao. Your Highness, what are your orders? Li Qingze said, you now hurry to stay near the fan mansion and keep a watchful eye on every move in the mansion. If 2 youths come out of it, report back immediately. Yes, humble servant will go over now. Li Xiyu and Xiao nodded in agreement and turned around to leave. Afterward, Li Qingze then laughed. It would be interesting if the duo of Fan Xian and Five Bamboos really sneaked into the palace to steal the key this evening. That kind of thing is just funny to think about. Looking forward to tonight then. A little later. In the compartment in the backyard of the royal mansion, Xiabian was holding the robe with both hands, looking at it with great interest, and his face was still showing excitement. He had never seen it before, there were such exquisite sword strokes, his heart was itching to watch, he just couldn't stop. In the future, if he practiced this sword stance, achieving the realm of a great master would be as easy as a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Xiabian then gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind that he was going to be ready to start practicing the sword on his own. Just as Xiabian was about to draw his long sword, the door of the room was knocked on. Who? Xiabian shouted toward the door. It's me. The visitor at the door replied. When Xiabian heard who the visitor was, he immediately stood up, walked to the door of the room, and opened it. Only to see Fan Innocent, who was dressed in a black power suit, holding 2 large bags of things, walked in through the door. Xiabian asked, "What are you doing here?" Fan Innocent put down the things in his hand and said, "Of course I came to see you, what else can I do? I heard that His Highness gifted you with a very subtle sword stance." Right. Xiabian pointed to the robe on the table and said, "This is it." Fan Innocent opened the robe and took a general look at its contents, then he scanned twice and said, "This sword move is really subtle, it's really extraordinary. However, have you really determined that you want to cultivate this sword move?" Xiabian said, "Then there is still a lie." "What, you don't want to cultivate too?" Hearing this, Fan Innocent hurriedly put his robe down and raised his hand. "Of course I don't want to. Let's not talk about the fact that I'm a sword player, but I'm still a bit overwhelmed by the idea of practicing swordplay on my own. After all, a few days every month, I still have to go into the warm spring house and look for Xiao Cui to have an in-depth conversation." Xiabian blankly glanced at Fan Innocent and said, "Since you don't cultivate, why did you come over? If there's nothing else, you'd better get going, I'm going to start getting busy later." Fan Innocent sighed and said, "Ahem, good intentions are like a donkey's liver and lungs, it's not like I wanted to come and see you." As he spoke, he pointed to the package on the table and said, "In fact, this is the tonic that His Highness gave you to eat and drink after you've been in the palace. When the time comes, you'll definitely be unable to get out of bed for a few days, so you can eat these if you're hungry then. Also, His Highness said that the effects of these tonics are very good, so that your body can recover faster after you eat them." Xiabian looked at the tonic on the table and his eyes instantly started to turn red. He hadn't thought that His Highness would actually think so much, and he was very excited in his heart. Right now it would be for Xiabian to die for His Highness, and he would do so willingly. It is not simply a matter of saying that a man will die for his friend. In the future, he would have to practice hard, this sword script of wisdom. Striving for an early date, he could become a Grand Master's realm. In time, he will be able to repay His Highness. At this time, Fan Innocent said, "How about it, can you get down?" Rubbing. Fan Innocent pulled out the saber at his waist and smiled at Sir Xiabian. "If I can't get down, I can do it for you." Chapter 122 The Assassin Who Broke into the Palace at Night. Fan Innocent pulled out the saber at his waist, and with a smile on his face, he looked at Sir Xiabian and said, "If you can't get down, I can do it for you yet. We are all brothers, so you don't have to thank me for this little thing. Don't worry, I'll do it gently and there will be absolutely no pain." Xiabian looked at the saber in Fan Innocent's hand, and his face instantly changed drastically as he hurriedly waved his hand. "No. I'll just do it myself." "Are you kidding me? With a knife that big, you'll be in big trouble if you can't get a good cut. And, for such private matters, it's better to do it yourself." Fan Innocent waved the saber in his hand and laughed. "You really don't need it? Don't mention it, just leave it to me. Come on, hurry up and take your pants off." Xiabian immediately waved his hand, interrupting Fan Innocent's words, grabbed his clothes, and yanked them toward the door. "Get lost, if you're really fine, you're the greenhouse to find your date. Want to see my jokes, dream on." Fan Innocent had just been pushed out the door, and the door to the room was immediately closed. "Alright, then take care of yourself." Fan Innocent put his saber away before turning to leave. When Fan Innocent left, Xiabian once again returned to the seat he had just taken and began to meditate. After a few moments, Xiabian once again looked over the robe in front of him and finally made up his mind. From a nearby case, he pulled out a delicate dagger before he swung it downward. As a scream rang out, In the royal household, another sister was born. Time passes like water in the blink of an eye.
Soon the night will fall, and the whole world will be shrouded in darkness. In the fan house, Fan Xian changed into a nightshirt and wore a black turban on his head. His face was covered with a black mask, and only his eyes were exposed on his entire body. After he put the dagger on the table, and the several porcelain bottles containing medicines, all into his arms, he then turned to the 5 bamboos next to him, and said,
"Uncle, I'm ready, we can go." Like Fan Xian, the 5 bamboos also shrouded their bodies and appearances, all under their clothes, so that one could not see their true appearance at all. He pulled a map out of his pocket and pointed to the route on it, saying,
"Let's confirm it one last time. Wait and go in through here, then you'll pass a couple of large halls, and this way. After you enter the palace, just go to the Hall of Containing Light and the key should be hidden in the Empress Dowager's room. And I'll lure the palace's experts away to buy you time, so just make sure you hold on tight and don't get caught." Fan Xian nodded. "Uncle, you've talked about this plan no less than 5 times, and I remembered it clearly a long time ago. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't drop the ball."
5 bamboos said, "That would be best.
Let's hope there are no surprises in our plans tonight." Fan Xian patted his chest and said with a confident expression, "Let's go, uncle, tonight, there will definitely be no accidents."
The 5 bamboos didn't say anything more, and then waved his hand at Fan Xian. "Come on, let's leave now." A few breaths later, 2 weirdly shaped silhouettes, after tumbling out from the courtyard wall of the fan mansion, started jumping on the rooftops in the street. In the blink of an eye, it was gone.
Li Siyuan Xiao, who was originally in the vicinity of the fan mansion, secretly watching, immediately hid his body after seeing those 2 silhouettes. It was only when those 2 silhouettes, instead of noticing him, ran straight ahead that Li Siyuan Xiao stood out from the shadows. Li Siyuan Xiao looked toward the back of the 2 men leaving and muttered in a low voice, "As expected of your highness, there really is someone coming out from inside the fan mansion." Looking at the direction they ran to, it should be the palace.
Could it be that the 2 of them are going to break into the palace at night?
Thinking of this, Li Siyuan Xiao stopped staying in place, his body immediately rolled over and jumped onto the roof next to him, dashing towards the front.
A little later,
the backyard of the royal residence. Li Sung-jak was resting on a rattan chair with his eyes closed. A dark silhouette quickly jumped in front of him.
"Your Highness, there is news."
Li Siyuan Xiao stopped in front of Li Chengze and bowed his hand in obeisance.
Li Chengze immediately opened his eyes and said, "What news?"
Li Tsuanxiao said, "Just now there were 2 silhouettes that tumbled out of the backyard of the fan mansion and have headed in the direction of the palace. They all wore night clothes, even their faces were covered with black masks."
"Oh."
Hearing this, Li Chengze knew that it was the 2 of them, 5 Bamboo and Fan Xian, who had already started to go to the palace to steal the keys. How could he miss something so good-looking? Li Chengze quickly stood up and turned to Li Tsuanxiao, who was beside him, and said, "You hurry back and change into your night clothes, and we'll go to the palace right away to have some fun."
"Yes, humble servant will go change now."
Li Siyuan Xiao nodded in agreement and turned around to leave.
"Wait."
Li Chengze waved his hand to stop Li Tsuanxiao and added, "Don't forget to call Fan Innocent and Xiang Yu."
"Yes." Li Siyuan Xiao turned around and left.
And Li Sung-take laughed and turned toward the room, chanting as he went. If we go by the original story, Fan Xian and 5 Bamboos explored the palace at night and indeed obtained that key.
But, sadly, they met me.
If I'm around, naturally I won't let them get what they want.
Otherwise, who will take the blame for that murder of the prince? So, Li Sung-jak let out a laugh again and said, "Fan Xian, ah Fan Xian. We're all travelers, it's only right to give gifts when we meet. In that case, let's send you a black pot."
Li Sung-take's mouth rose slightly, and after changing into his night clothes, he just pushed the door to leave. The moon is dark, the wind is high, and it's a murderous night. Fan Xian and 5 Bamboos arrived at the location of the palace soon after leaving the fan mansion. Even though it was Fan Xian's first time here, he always felt that this place was extraordinarily familiar, as if he had been here before. On the other hand, 5 Bamboo was very skillful, and from the time he entered the palace, he quickly dodged the guards and arrived near the center hall. Only in his heart, 5 Bamboo's heart was a little curious. He always felt that the guards in the palace seemed to be a lot more than before.
Is it an illusion?
5 Bamboos did not voice out this idea, but instead agreed with Fan Xian and parted ways. Only, they didn't realize that not far behind them were 4 silhouettes that were silently watching. Li Chengze immediately had a light smile on his face after seeing Wu Zhu and Fan Xian separate.
The good stuff is about to start. A few moments later,
Hong Siich, who was originally drinking in his room, suddenly sensed something and his face instantly changed. Immediately following that, he immediately stood up and looked toward the release door, sneering.
Hey, this assassin actually has the guts to come back. You really don't put the old slave in your eyes. Chapter 123. A good show is about to begin. Hong Si tickled and laughed. He was laughing very hard at the moment,
because he hadn't expected that another assassin would actually break into the palace during this night time. Seeing that the other party came with a clear purpose and did not look like they were entering the palace for the first time, it was obvious that they were very familiar with this place.
Then there's only one possibility.
The assassins who entered the palace at this moment should be the same group as the ones who came last time. Who else would be so bold as to run into the palace and cause trouble? Hong Siich laughed, casually putting the wine glass down. His body slowly stood up. Following closely, he turned slowly toward the door.
Meanwhile, 5 bamboo, dressed in night clothes, tumbled in from outside the courtyard wall.
As a result, the moment he landed, he saw in the courtyard, standing white-faced middle-aged eunuchs.
Ha! Gajira instinctively froze. What's going on? Why is this eunuch out? Shouldn't he be in his room by rights?
Originally, on the way here, 5 Bamboos was still thinking in his mind about what to do later to lure this eunuch out.
Now people are pressing on, not staying in the house.
At that moment, Hong Siich said to 5 Bamboos with his hands behind his back and hunched over. Child, the old slave really didn't expect that you would actually dare to come back again.
The last time you escaped, the old slave's heart, it's very upset.
5 Bamboos frowned tightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face immediately after hearing Hong Siich's words.
What's the situation? It was the first time he had been in the palace in the past 10 years, so what was the last time? Did the other party recognize the wrong person?
When Hong Siich saw that 5 Bamboos didn't open his mouth, he continued, the murder of the crown prince the day before yesterday was also done by you, wasn't it?
You are the only ones who dare to be so bold.
The old slave was fretting about how to find you guys, but it turns out that you guys are good, but you sent yourselves to the door.
For once, stay. What? The prince has been killed.
5 Bamboos' face changed violently after hearing Hong Siich's words.
Someone was so bold as to kill the crown prince. Wait. It was then that Gajira reacted.
It must have been this eunuch in front of him who took him for the one who killed the crown prince. No wonder just now, while coming over, I found that the guards in the palace were twice as many as before.
So that's what happened. 5 Bamboos immediately turned away and said, sorry, you've recognized the wrong person.
Hong Siich laughed and said, child, it's not for you to say whether or not to admit your mistake.
Stay.
As soon as Hong Siich's words fell, his toes slammed on the ground, and his body darted forward like a ghost. When 5 Bamboos saw the oncoming Hong Siich, he then drew the long sword at his waist and tangled with it.
Other side.
Fan Xian had arrived near the Hall of Containing Light. He looked toward the Great Hall not far away, and after a few moments of contemplation, he muttered in a low voice. Up ahead is the Hall of Containing Light, Uncle 5 Bamboo said the key is in there. Only, Fan Xian saw that this bedchamber was not small, so if he wanted to hide one thing, it would certainly be easy. However, in that case, it would be a bit time-consuming for him to find it out. Thinking of this, Fan Xian took out a few sections of medicinal incense from his arms, and after lighting them, he quickly ran forward. The few people behind Fan Xian, Li Chengze, were still quietly following him.
After seeing Fan Xian, who had already entered the Hall of Containing Light, Li Chengze said to Li Siyuan Xiao and Xiang Yu, who were beside him.
Xiao, Yu, you guys go now and lure the guards around, all of them, here.
Let's wait and surprise him. Yes.
Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao nodded their heads in agreement, then they turned around and left.
Li Chengze looked at Fan Innocent beside him again. Let's go find a place and just watch the show later.
After Li Siyuan Xiao and Li Chengze separated, they found 2 guards with swords in front of the room not far away. These 2 guards with swords are only responsible for standing guard here and do not patrol elsewhere. After seeing this, Li Siyuan Xiao quickly flashed to their side and raised his hand to knock the 2 out. Only the force of his hand was so light that it was easy to come to his senses. When Li Siyuan Xiao knocked the man out, he immediately rolled over and jumped onto a nearby roof. Immediately following, a small group of patrolling guards came slowly from a short distance away. When the leading guard came near this room, he immediately shouted,
"Swallow the mountains and rivers."
However, the guards, who were originally responsible for standing guard, did not open their mouths to answer. The guard who led the way just now, once again shouted, "Swallow the mountains with your breath."
Still no answer.
The guard who was leading the group, his face instantly changed, pulled out the saber at his waist, and walked over with quick steps. As a result, 2 guards were seen lying on the ground.
Oh, something's wrong.
However, when the guard who was leading the group checked on the ground, he found that he was only unconscious and not dead.
Nye Jinpeng, Ran Jikong, you two wake up.
As the guard who was leading the group shouted a few times, the 2 people who were already unconscious slowly woke up.
Ran Jikong, what's going on with you?
The guard named Ran Jikong touched the back of his neck and said, "I don't know, I was fine just now, but suddenly I was knocked out."
Did you see, then, who the doer was? Ran Jikong shook his head and said, "No. No."
The guard who was leading the group was just about to continue asking something when he heard a voice suddenly ring out from the roof behind him.
Who?
Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Siyuan Shao immediately stood up and quickly ran towards the front.
Before he left, he even made a deliberate noise.
The guard who was leading the group saw on the roof a black shadow flashing out and immediately shouted,
"There's an assassin."
He then turned to the guards beside him and said, "Quickly inform the others that another assassin has appeared in the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard who was leading the group immediately swung his sword and chased after him. One of the guards, after seeing an assassin appear in the palace, quickly pulled out a horn arrow from his waist and shot it towards mid-air.
Chirp! Pop! A brilliant firework suddenly bloomed in mid-air.
The guards who were originally patrolling around the area quickly rallied to the front after seeing the smoke and fire rising. Meanwhile, the 5 bamboos, who were fighting fiercely with Hong Seichi, changed their faces once again after seeing the fireworks in mid-air.
This is...
And immediately after seeing the appearance of the fireworks, a cold smile appeared on Hong Seichi's face as he said,
"The old slave told me, you definitely won't be alone. After we take you down, the old slave will go get the others." Other side.
Mayanori, who had already taken off his armor and was about to go to sleep, quickly got up and walked to the door to look a short distance away when he saw the fireworks in mid-air. Afterward, Gong Dian laughed out loud and said, "Another assassin has broken into the palace, it's simply heaven's help. This is not an assassin, this is clearly a great merit of redemption."
Chapter 124, Fan Xian, I won't take this black pot.
After Fan Xian entered the hall of containing light, he first used the medicinal incense in his hand to mesmerize the palace maids inside the hall before flashing in. This medicinal scent, there is no toxin in it, smelling it will only lead to heavy unconsciousness, it will not cause harm to the body. After all, he had come to steal something, and he couldn't be discovered, so naturally, he couldn't get anyone killed. After the people in the Great Hall, all of them were unconscious, Fan Xian made a sliding shovel and collapsed into one of the innermost rooms. Previously, 5 bamboos had said to him that the key inside the chest was hidden somewhere in the Great Hall, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find it if he wanted to. When he thought of this, Fan Xian no longer hesitated and began to look it up carefully. Just as Fan Xian had flipped through a few drawers, he heard a sudden sound from outside the Great Hall.
Chirp! Pop! A brilliant firework immediately bloomed in mid-air. Ha!
Fan Xian turned to look outside the hall, a hint of doubt flashing in his mind.
What's with the fireworks in the middle of the night? Or such a small one? Wait! Fan Xian reacted instantly.
Oops! This is not fireworks, it should be the palace guards, used by the transmission signal arrows.
Could it be that their entry into the palace had been exposed?
Fan Xian was so alarmed that he didn't dare to stay here and hurriedly turned around and headed out of the hall. As a result, as soon as he walked outside the hall, he saw appearing in front of him a dozen palace guards. Fan Xian didn't expect to run into the palace guards just as he came out of the Great Hall, and he couldn't help but curse. And these guards who appeared, who were already angry in their hearts, immediately shouted after seeing Fan Xian's figure.
The assassin is trying to assassinate the Empress Dowager, everyone grab him. He must not be allowed to harm the Empress Dowager.
As one of the guards shouted out, the others instantly took out the sabers at their waists as if they had been pumped up, and rushed in toward Fan Xian. At this time, if they let the assassin get away again, the 9 clans would surely follow them.
So now it's not just about duty, it's about the 9 tribes working on it.
When Fan Xian saw the guards rushing over, he didn't intend to engage them, but rather thought about hurrying out of here. After all, his whereabouts had been exposed, and more guards would come later, so he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Fan Xian raised his hand and flung out several tiny porcelain vases, smashing them against the oncoming guards.
Bang!
Several porcelain bottles collided with each other, immediately bursting out a cloud of colorful smoke, obscuring the crowd's vision. Fan Xian, on the other hand, took this opportunity to roll over and leap onto the roof next to him and began to run forward. Originally, Fan Xian thought that the poisonous smoke he had just thrown out would definitely trap those guards. As a result, when he turned to look, he found that the guards, even though they had been hit by the poisonous smoke, were still charging towards him. These guards, as if they had gone mad, began to chase after Fan Xian, shouting under their breath as they did so. "There's an assassin, come and get the assassin! Assassins are trying to assassinate the Empress Dowager, come and catch the assassins!" Fan Xian saw the guards behind him and couldn't help but frown. What's with the guards? Only a few taels of silver a month, what a way to play with your life. Fan Xian couldn't help but curse, and his body ran away even faster. In fact, Fan Xian did not know that the guards that appeared here just now were lured over by Xiang Yu and Li Siyu and Xiao. And while drawing them over, they were teased by them, so they're all holding a fire in their hearts. Meanwhile, in the shadows near the Hall of Containing Light, Li Qingze looked at the departing Fan Xian and began to be happy in his heart. That's the way to go. The fun has already begun. I just don't know what it's going to be like when he gets caught later. In particular, what would that Emperor Qing do when he realized that Fan Xian had been captured? Thinking of this, Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's catch up and take a look as well." Other side. Mayanori started running wildly inside the palace after leaving the place where he lived. In particular, the speed at which he ran away when he heard a guard yelling at the location of the Hall of Containing Light just now was even faster. He hadn't expected that the assassin who had infiltrated the palace this time would actually target on the Empress Dowager's body. Assassinating the Empress Dowager. It's a big crime to kill 9 families. If he wasn't wrong, the assassin who infiltrated the palace this time would definitely be the same as the one who assassinated the crown prince last time. In that case, wouldn't he be able, then, to redeem himself? Thinking of this, Gong Dian couldn't help but sneer a few times as his body leapt forward like an eagle. Soon, on a roof not far away, Mayanori saw a dark shadow. Finally found it. Upon seeing the silhouette, Mayanori quickly drew the steel sword at his waist, and he charged forward at a fast pace. Still want to run? Stay for me. As he spoke, Gong Dian arrived in front of the silhouette and immediately swung the steel blade in his hand. A windy sound of who exploded in mid-air. Fan Xian, who was originally fleeing, suddenly heard a cry coming from his ears, and his body instinctively sensed that there was danger, so he immediately drew the dagger at his waist and held it in front of him. Next moment. The steel blade then clashed with the dagger, hard. Dang! A sound, in the ears of both men, exploded violently. And Fan Xian's wrist, which was holding the dagger, felt a sharp pain coming from it, and his body nearly fell to his knees. What a strong force! Fan Xian looked at the visitor and his face quickly changed drastically. Because he knew that this was meeting an expert. If there was no mistake, this person's martial arts realm would definitely not be lower than the 8th rank. Oops. Thinking of this, Fan Xian began to cry out in his heart. And at that moment, Gong Dian, looking at Fan Xian, who was being suppressed by him, couldn't help but sneer. Good boy, I really didn't expect that you would actually dare to come back again. It wasn't enough to kill the crown prince last time, but this time you actually tried to assassinate the Empress Dowager. You're really bold. Ha! Fan Xian looked at Gong Dian with a confused expression, not knowing what he was talking about. Who killed the prince? Who came back to assassinate the Queen Dowager? Wait. Prince is dead? When did he die and how did he not hear about it? Soon after, Fan Xian reacted and said, Hey, don't wrong a good person, who killed the prince? I'm not taking the blame for this. Gong Dian sneered, still dare to argue? Die. As he spoke, Gong Dian swung his sword again and slashed towards Fan Xian. Hey, do you not understand human language? I just said, people are not grass. Fan Xian cursed, and seeing that the other party didn't listen to him at all, he was about to strike back, ready to leave this place first. No matter what, he had committed a capital offense by breaking into the palace at night. It's okay if you don't get caught. To do otherwise is to be guilty as sin. Chapter 125 Fan Xian's Arrest, the Coming Chaos in the Imperial Palace. Fan Xian saw that it didn't make sense, so he had to find a way to escape first. Now that his whereabouts had been discovered, there were more and more experts in the palace. If he didn't leave, he would be in trouble later. However, when Gong Dian was fighting his opponent, he realized that he was actually distracted and didn't use his full strength at all, which made him feel humiliated. The suffocation plus anger in his heart had completely reached its peak during this moment.
Good guy, actually looking down on people. Wait for me.
After Gong Dian snorted coldly, his feet jumped quickly on the roof and his body instantly arrived behind Fan Xian. He stowed the steel blade behind his back with his left hand, and with his right hand, he violently struck out a palm that went straight for Fan Xian's back. As Fan Xian fled forward, he did not forget to keep an eye on Gong Dian behind him, and when he sensed danger coming, he immediately turned around and lifted his hand to harden his hand to receive the oncoming palm. Not only that, he knew that the Gong Dian in front of him, his strength was quite a bit higher than his, so naturally, he didn't dare to underestimate it, and as he raised his hand, he immediately operated the overbearing true qi in his body.
Ha! Fan Xian let out a light gulp and lifted his hand to harden it against the incoming palm. Bang!
With a sound, Fan Xian's body began to continue sliding backwards several steps. That Gong Dian, on the other hand, stood still, his body unmoving. Just as Fan Xian had just stopped his body, he felt the qi and blood in his body surge, and his mouth was even sweeter. With a wow sound, Fan Xian turned around and spat out a small amount of blood. A cold smile appeared on Gong Dian's face as he looked at Fan Xian in front of him and said,
I really underestimated you, taking that slap from me and still standing. The next slap, however, won't be so simple.
Fan Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his face began to look very ugly. Even though he had known for a long time that the man in front of him had a much higher martial arts cultivation. The result, to be stronger than expected. Just now, just one palm had already beaten him to the point of vomiting blood, and if it weren't for his overbearing true qi, he would probably have fainted by now. Therefore, if one were to fight this person, one should never fight hard.
If you outsmart it.
Only to see Fan Xian's aura flash, his wrist began to rapidly flutter, and from inside his sleeve, he pulled out an azure-colored porcelain vase. This was given to him by his master Fei Suk before, allowing it to be used at a critical time, so that he could quickly escape. Originally, Fan Xian thought that he wouldn't be able to use this item for a while, but now it was better to be able to use it.
Afterward, Gong Dian stopped talking nonsense and began to strike again.
Just after he had taken a few steps forward, Fan Xian quickly threw over an azure porcelain vase.
What's this? Mayanori looked in front of him with a confused look on his face.
As a result, the azure porcelain vase immediately exploded as it flew into mid-air.
Bang!
Immediately following, a cloud of blue-black smoke dispersed from that porcelain vase and quickly attacked those guards.
Gong Dian's face instantly changed after seeing the cloud of smoke, and he couldn't help but shout. Oh no, it's poisoned. Everyone, back off.
Before Mayanori could finish his sentence, he felt dizzy and his body instantly became weak. Not only Gong Dian, but even the other guards beside him, all of them had black eyes and fell to the side. Seeing that the plan had worked, Fan Xian's heart instantly rejoiced and he turned around and ran forward. It seemed that his master hadn't lied before, and the gifts that were presented were not ordinary. To instantly mesmerize an 8th grade expert, this item must be extraordinary. After leaving his palace later, he must buy some good things and must honor his master. However, Gong Dian, who was sitting upside down on the ground, looked at Fan Xian, who was already far away, and in his heart, all he wanted to do was curse his mother.
He hadn't expected to actually plant it again.
If this person were to escape the palace again, then in the future, he should not continue with his position as vice commander.
Maybe, not even the head. Damn it!
Gong Dang let out a low growl, his face all unwilling.
In the meantime,
just when Fan Xian felt that he was being happy in his heart after getting rid of those guards who were chasing him, then one could hear a sudden, violent sound of breaking wind in mid-air. Whoosh! When Fan Xian heard the sound of breaking wind, he instantly felt his scalp go numb, and a sense of crisis came from his body instinctively. And, to be even more intense than what he had just felt, even more so. Immediately afterward, Fan Xian turned around and was about to dodge to the side.
As it turned out, it was too late. Bang!
A long, dark arrow struck hard, above Fan Xian's left shoulder. With a thud, Fan Xian fell to the ground in response. Not only that, he also felt pain all over his body, as if it was going to fall apart. Immediately afterward, he lolled to the side and fainted. At that moment, a man wearing armor and holding a huge bow walked slowly from not far away. When he saw the fallen and unconscious Fan Xian, he couldn't help but sneer, since he still came and dared to seek death. It's even if we were allowed to escape by you last time, but if we are allowed to escape by you again this time, how can we still have the face to live? The person who came was none other than the Grand Commander of the Guards, Yan Xiaoyi. As early as when the guards transmitted the signal just now, he had already sensed it. Just as he came over, he saw that Gong Dian was fighting this person. Yan Xiaoyi felt that with Gong Dian's strength, dealing with this fellow in front of him was already completely sufficient, and there was no need for him to make a move at all. As a result, it did not occur to him that this assassin was still hiding a trick, and would use those poisonous fumes to completely mesmerize the Gong Dian several people to the spot. Therefore, Yan Xiaoyi saw the right moment to shoot an arrow just as Fan Xian was leaving. If he hadn't wanted to catch him alive, that arrow just now would have been enough to kill the other party. And that arrow just now, although it wouldn't place a death sentence, it turned into a half-dead look. Yan Xiaoyi then walked over to Fan Xian and reached out to remove his mask. Just beneath the mask was a handsome, beautiful man's face. Yan Xiaoyi looked at the man in front of him and his brows couldn't help but furrow. This person. He does not recognize Ah? Forget it, it's better to bring him to His Majesty. Afterwards, Yan Xiaoyi pulled out the horn arrow from his waist and, into mid-air, he struck it. Chirp! Pop! Another brilliant firework quickly blossomed in the darkened mid-air. This was the numbered arrow that the palace guards were to contact, meaning to notify the others that the danger had been lifted, and that everyone could continue in their respective roles. After sending the signal, Yan Xiaoyi picked Fan Xian up on his shoulders and jumped straight off the roof. As for Gong Dian, who had fallen to the ground, after seeing the numbered arrows, his face was instantly happy. For he knew that the assassin had been caught. In this way, he doesn't have to die. At this time, Li Qingze, who was not far away, nodded in satisfaction after seeing the scene just now. The things were just as he thought. Fan Xian had been captured, and might, immediately, be going to meet Emperor Cheng. In that case, he would have to, well, add more fire to it. Li Qingze turned to the three people beside him and said, let's go to Guangxin Palace. Things are as messy as they can get, and this time, I'll see how he's going to play it. Chapter 126 Emperor Cheng, it's really getting excessive Dang! It was accompanied by a soft thud. Five Bamboo was holding a long sword, and as he chopped forward, he was blocked by Hong Xiichi with his chopsticks. Due to Hong Xiichi's exertion of overbearing true qi. Therefore, that chop from Five Bamboos just now did not break the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. Instead, Hong Xiichi laughed, child, with only one hand, you can't deal with the old slave And this sword technique of yours of looking forward and backward, left and right, looks familiar too. Five Bamboos grunted coldly, cut the crap. The only way to know if you can handle it is to fight it. Five Bamboo's heart was now so anxious that he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Because just now, he had seen that a guard had released a numbered arrow, which meant that Fan Xian's trail, potentially, had been discovered. So, he had to hurry up and find an opportunity to go forward and check it out. If it was really Fan Xian who was captured, it would be a big trouble. Breaking into the palace at night, that's a capital offense. When Five Bamboos thought of this, he was no longer prepared to waste any more time, and began to exert his entire body's functions to defeat Hong Xiich as fast as possible. Although he had now wasted an arm, his own strength, however, had not decreased in the slightest, and if he wanted to defeat the person in front of him, it was still completely doable. Just when Five Bamboos was not ready to continue the disguise, suddenly from not far away in mid-air, a brilliant firework rose. Ha! Gochuji looked at the fireworks in mid-air and his face suddenly changed drastically. He was aware of the firework, what it meant. Could it be that Fan Xian has been caught? At this time, Hong Xiichi likewise saw the eye flower, and on his pale face, a cold smile appeared, saying, it seems that your companion has been captured. However, it's not surprising that the squire's grand commander has been holding fire in his heart for a long time, and now that he's met you guys again, he'll naturally do his best. All right. Hong Xiich moved his muscles and laughed, let's not waste time and end this farce early. Five Bamboos pondered for a moment and immediately threw down the long sword in his hand, kicking his toes violently on the floor. Bang! The floor underneath Five Bamboos' feet was instantly exploded into smithereens, and a crack, like a spider's web, began to spread rapidly in all directions. And his body, like a sharp arrow that had just been shot, rushed towards Hong Xiichi quick. Hey! Just in time. Hong Xiich operated the overbearing true qi in his body, and with a raised hand, he swung a fist forward, just in time to collide with the oncoming Five Bamboos. Bang! A loud noise instantly shook the room. A powerful wave of airflow and true qi fluctuations began to spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The tables, chairs, farm implements, and wooden room doors that were originally parked in the courtyard immediately exploded into smithereens after being struck by the fluctuations of true chi. The robes on Hong Si-ichi's body were even more whistling and exploding from the air currents. However, his body was like a stone statue, not moving a muscle in place.
Yes. What a pain in the ass.
After Hong Si-ichi let out a loud laugh, he once again swung his fist and struck the 5 bamboos in front of him. As a result, instead of receiving it hard, 5 bamboos borrowed the force of Hong Si-ich and quickly retreated his body backwards.
Oops.
After Hong Si-ich realized that something was wrong, he rushed forward to chase after him. However, he had just taken a few steps when a cloud of colorful smoke suddenly exploded before his eyes.
Poison.
Seeing that the smoke was poisonous, Hong Si-ich's body immediately fell backward. When the smoke cleared in front of him, he laughed coldly, "You won't get away with this, kid."
Next moment,
Hong Si-ich's body, like a ghost, left this courtyard.
Other side.
In the middle of a certain bedchamber, Emperor Qing was dressed in civilian clothes, sitting on a stool, his eyes looking straight ahead. He had been awake since just now when the palace was haunted by assassins, and had been sitting here, waiting for the outcome of the matter. Emperor Qing's heart had already decided that if he allowed the assassin to escape again this time, then he would kill both Yan Xiaoyi and Gong Dian. If letting the assassin go the first time was justifiable,
then the second time, it's a different story. If it's not punished severely, where will the majesty of the royal family be in the future?
Luckily, it didn't take long for things to be over after making a scene about the assassin. Only, at this moment, Emperor Qing's heart was very curious.
Who could this assassin who ran into the palace 3 times be? Is it the person he has in mind? And if it did, what was he supposed to do about it?
Just as Emperor Chang was sitting in place and contemplating, a middle-aged eunuch walked quickly from somewhere else.
"Your Majesty, the Chancellor seeks an audience.
He says he has captured the assassin and is turning him over to your disposal."
Emperor Chang nodded and said, "Let him in."
"Yes."
The middle-aged eunuch turned to leave.
Soon, Yan Xiaoyi carried a man in black and walked quickly to the bedchamber. Only, this time, Yan Xiaoyi was completely different from usual. Not only had his body straightened up, even his complexion had become confident. He walked up to Emperor Qing and casually threw the black-clothed man on his shoulder, immediately arching his hand.
"Your Majesty, my humble servant has captured the assassin.
This person tried to assassinate the Empress Dowager, and has been subdued by my humble servant. Please ask your Majesty to deal with him."
What? Emperor Qing's face instantly changed drastically as he said in surprise, "You're saying he's trying to assassinate the Empress Dowager?"
Yan Xiaoyi nodded. 1,000 times over, someone spotted the assassin coming out of the hall of containing light. When Emperor Qing heard this, he instantly became anxious and immediately stood up, saying, "Quickly, set up a car, I'm going to take a look at the hall of containing light." He hadn't expected that the assassins this time were actually heading for the Empress Dowager. The crown prince had already been killed, and if anything happened to the Empress Dowager, then the majesty of the royal family would truly be gone. Just as Emperor Qing walked out of the hall, he immediately turned to Yan Xiaoyi and said,
"Wait here, no one is allowed to come in until I return. If you let the assassin go, then you don't want to live either."
Yan Xiaoyi immediately arched his hand and said, "Please rest assured, your majesty, my humble servant will definitely not let the assassin escape."
"So it's best."
Emperor Qing flung his embroidered robe and left the place at a quick pace.
Soon after,
in the hall of containing light, the Empress Dowager lay unconscious on her bed, and beside her sat a doctor taking her pulse. And Emperor Qing's face became extremely gloomy as he watched the scene in front of him. Soon, the eunuch stood up and bowed to Emperor Qing, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is not in any serious trouble. She has inhaled a drug and is only temporarily unconscious. She will wake up automatically after a few hours."
Emperor Qing said in a cold voice, "Are you sure the Empress Dowager has no problems?"
The eunuch nodded and said, "Yes, please don't worry, your majesty, just wait in peace." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing then slowly sighed and said, "All right, you can go down first." Subsequently, when he looked inside the hall, at the unconscious several young girls, a cold smile even flashed in his heart.
"Good, very good. How dare you make a move on the Empress Dowager? You're really tired of living."
Chapter 127, Exploring the Guangxin Palace at Night. After Emperor Qing left the hall of containing light, he went straight back to his previous chambers. When he returned, he saw that Yan Xiaoyi was still here, and even the assassin was lying quietly on the ground just as he had left earlier.
"Your Majesty!
Yan Shui immediately arched his hand in obeisance upon seeing Emperor Qing's return. Emperor Qing nodded slightly and said, "Very well, tonight you are credited with catching the assassin, tomorrow I will be seriously injured." Hearing this, Yan Shui's face lit up with joy as he said, "Many thanks, Your Majesty. My humble servant apprehended the assassin as a matter of duty, and did not dare to have a reward. There's still a reward. Let's save our heads first." Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "A public is a public, a fault is a fault, and since there is a merit, naturally there should be a reward. You've had a hard night, go back and rest first." "Yes." Yan Shui nodded in agreement and turned to leave. A few moments later, inside the entire bedchamber, only Emperor Chang and the unconscious Fan Xian remained. Emperor Qing had his hands behind his back, but his gaze was fixed on Fan Xian as he walked up to him. "Fan Xian. It's his illegitimate son out there. To be precise, it was a bastard child with Yi Qingmei." Even though he hadn't seen him for so many years, Emperor Qing was still able to recognize him instantly when he saw him. Moreover, in Emperor Qing's previous planning, he had originally wanted to marry Lin Wanner to him, and then use his power to sweep away the potential forces in Kyoto City, thus allowing the entire country of Qing to be completely in his hands. But now, Emperor Qing had to reconsider the matter. Also, Emperor Qing was very confused as to why Fan Xian had killed the Crown Prince. Reasonably speaking, he had no grudge against the Crown Prince, and it was impossible that he would do such a treacherous thing. The most important thing was that Fan Xian should not have laid hands on the Empress Dowager. In fact, Emperor Qing had known that the murderer would be him the night the Crown Prince was killed. Because after Yi Qingmei died, the weapon in her hand never appeared again. When Emperor Qing spent a lot of effort, almost turning over the entire country of Qing, but did not find that weapon. Now it had suddenly appeared and killed the Crown Prince, which made Emperor Qing suspect that the weapon was in Fan Xian's hands. A few moments later, Emperor Qing looked at Fan Xian on the floor, contemplated for a few moments less, turned around and headed for the bedside position. Soon, Emperor Qing took out a few pill bottles from the compartment at the head of the bed and rejoined Fan Xian. He reached up and grabbed the long arrow over his shoulder, then pulled it outward with all his might. Well, as the arrow was pulled out, the unconscious Fan Xian immediately let out a low cry. However, he remained unconscious, his body lolling to one side. Put! As soon as the arrow left the body, blood immediately burst out, tracing a graceful arc. At that moment, Emperor Qing immediately reached out and opened the medicine bottle, pouring the powder inside, around that wound, before wrapping it with a strip of cloth. Once this was done, Emperor Qing heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the stool next to him. The wound was now sealed and the blood did not continue to flow. Next, just wait until he wakes up. Afterward, Emperor Qing stared closely at Fan Xian, pondering in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Sung-taek had arrived at the Guangxin Palace. He said to the few people next to him, "You guys wait outside, I'll be right there. Remember, whatever happens in the palace later, you all stay out of it. We came here tonight for the purpose of watching the show." "Yes, we understand." Xiang Yu and Li Sunxiao, the three of them, replied in unison. Li Sung-taek nodded and then immediately walked towards the front. Soon, Li Chengzi came to the front hall and found Li Yunrui. Tonight's Li Yunrui, instead of enjoying himself alone as he did last time, was lazily sitting at the table, slowly drinking wine. However, her attire at the moment was still very bold and exposed, and in addition to the large red belly band that fit her body, an almost transparent tulle was draped over her shoulders. And underneath the long skirt, there was a pair of thighs like a white python, overlapping each other in a flirtatious manner. After seeing the scene in the room, Li Sung-taek couldn't help but nod his head. Sure enough, a 30-year-old woman is just the right age to be fat and juicy, all sexy and flirty. He's enlightened now. And finally, I realized how simple and unassuming Brother Mendel's preferences were back then. After that, Li Sung-taek did a flip and jumped directly from the window into the room. And at this time, Li Yunrui, not knowing how many glasses of wine he had drunk, his face became red and his eyes began to fill with watery mist. She lightly bites, sexy thin red vermilion lips, a little bit of wine, from the corner of the mouth to slide down, dripping on top of the white as snow collarbone. "Auntie?" Li Chengzi shouted to Li Yunrui in a low voice once he arrived in the room. When Li Yunrui heard the sound, he immediately raised his head to look into the room. When she saw Li Chengzi, a smile immediately appeared on her face and said, "I must be so drunk that I'm actually starting to hallucinate. However, this is good, what I dare not do in reality, then I can't let go in my illusion." Saying this, Li Yunrui slowly stood up and walked towards Li Chengzi. It was just that as she walked, her body wobbled and she nearly fell to the ground. Soon, Li Yunrui walked to Li Chengze and reached out to hug him. Not only that, pouting her lipstick-coated lips, she just kept kissing on Li Sung-taek's face. Ha! Li Chengze was taken aback by the action in front of him, immediately releasing Li Yunrui and taking a few steps backwards. Auntie, wake up. I'm Li Sung-taek, I have something important for you. However, Li Yunrui narrowed his eyes and continued to pout his little lips as he once again lunged towards Li Chengze. Li Chengze realized that Li Yunrui was already drunk, and immediately took out the porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill, and shoved it directly into her mouth. Afterward, Li Chengze gently shook Li Yunrui and whispered, Auntie, are you awake yet? After Li Yunrui swallowed the pill, her consciousness then began to recover, and in just a few breaths, she had already sobered up most of the wine. Hiss. Head hurts. Li Yunrui lightly stroked his forehead and said, What's going on? This palace's head hurts. Seeing that Li Yunrui had already sobered up, Li Chengze said, Auntie, you've sobered up. Chengze, why are you? You here? Li Yunrui said with a surprised face. She had just remembered that she had been drinking booze and had accidentally drunk too much. I can't remember the back of it. Li Chengze said, Auntie, I came to see you about something, and it's still a big deal. Big events? Li Yunrui rubbed his forehead and said, What great things can you have, but rather, these days, great things have appeared in the palace. Li Chengze waved his hand and said, It's really a big deal, it's about Yi Qingmei. What? Li Yunrui's face suddenly changed drastically and immediately looked up at Li Chengze, saying, Who did you just say? Chapter 128 Crazy Li Yunrui. Yi Qingmei. Those 3 words may not mean much to others. But for the Li Yunrui in front of him, that was the most unmentionable name. Because in this world, the person Li Yunrui hated the most was Yi Qingmei. The mere mention of the name would drive her crazy. Li Yunrui came to Li Chengze's face and asked with a shocked expression. You mean who? Li Chengze returned unhurriedly, Yi Qingmei, is the woman you know. Li Yunrui's face suddenly changed, no longer the flirtatious and tenderness of a moment ago, and began to turn extremely grim as she said word by word. What do you mean? That woman, hasn't she been dead for years? Li Chengze nodded his head and said, Yi Qingmei is dead for many years, but she still has her son surviving. What did you say? Li Yunrui's face, even more embarrassed than just now, immediately yelled in a low voice, She has a son? You tell me who her son is. Li Chengze said, This person, as you know, is none other than Wan Er's sister's fiancé. When Li Yunrui heard Li Chengze's words, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and an incredulous look appeared on his handsome face. Soon after, she shook her head and said, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Isn't Fan Xian the eldest son of Fan Jian? How did he? Could it be that he was born to Yi Qingmei and Fan Jian? Li Chengze added, Auntie, you're wrong, Fan Xian was not born to Yi Qingmei and Fan Jian. Rather, it is Yi Qingmei, the child born to father. Li Yunrui froze for a moment, looking straight at Li Chengze for a long time without uttering a word. This news, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, hit Li Yunrui's body hard, making her somewhat at a loss for words. To say that Yi Qingmei and Fan Jian had a child, her heart had no other emotions than anger and jealousy, and at most, as before, she would find an opportunity to finish him off. However, now that she knew that Yi Qingmei had a child with Emperor Qing, it was different. Ever since she was a little girl, she has adored this elder brother so much that it has reached a point beyond ethics, and the two of them even have. But she would never allow it. Yi Qingmei was having an affair with Emperor Cheng and even gave birth to a child. How could she tolerate this? After pondering for a moment, Li Yunrui asked, Where did you learn the news from, can it be true? Li Chengze nodded his head and said, Auntie, don't worry, this matter is true. How could I dare to take this kind of thing and joke about it? Moreover, Auntie, you might want to think about this. If Fan Xian is not father's son, then how could father bestow sister Wanner's hand in marriage to him? Doesn't it mean plainly that he will be allowed to hold the financial power of the inner treasury in the future? Li Yunrui instantly reacted after hearing Li Chengze's words. Yeah. In that case, then things make sense. It was no wonder that Imperial Brother had bestowed a marriage to allow Wan Er to marry Fan Xian. Because the matter of the inner treasury, back then was originally created by Yi Qingmei. It was only after Yi Qingmei's death that she was in control. Now that the Imperial Brother was doing this, it was clear that he was trying to return the inner treasury back to Fan Xian. Because Fan Xian was the son of his royal brother and Yi Qingmei. Yeah. Good for you. Li Yunrui clenched her silver teeth darkly and growled softly in a low voice. Even her body, during this moment, was trembling. I want him dead. I'll make sure he dies. Originally, Li Yunrui didn't want Fan Xian to live, and now with this status, it added to his disgust for him. If she had known this would be the case, she would never have let Fan Xian live years ago. Li Qingzi saw Li Yunrui, who had begun to gradually go crazy, and then said, Auntie, in fact,
there is another thing that is also related to that Fan Xian. If you want to kill him, there are a few people you can go to. Speak up. Li Yunrui gritted his teeth. Li Qingzi said, you can go to the Empress and Empress Dowager, they can help you and kill this Fan Xian. What? Li Yunrui looked at Li Qingzi with a puzzled expression. Empress and Empress Dowager, why would they help this palace?
Li Sung-taek nodded, because the person who killed the crown prince was most likely him.
Moreover, he tried to assassinate the Empress Dowager this evening, and has now been captured by Yin Xiaoyi and brought before father.
This time, Li Yunrui was even more stunned in place. She hadn't expected that the crown prince was actually killed by Fan Xian. And, tonight, trying to assassinate the queen mother.
How dare this kid? Is he trying to get revenge? Thinking of this, Li Yunrui immediately nodded. Yes, definitely.
Back then, Yi Qingmei's death was originally related to the royal family, and now, since Fan Xian was her son, he was supposed to avenge her.
No, this person must not live. Hey, wait. Li Yunrui suddenly thought of something, looked up and then looked at Li Qingzi and asked. How did you know about the prince being killed?
Li Qingzi said, Auntie, I'll explain this matter to you later, the most important thing right now is Fan Xian. He's committed a capital offense now, but in my opinion, father won't kill him that easily. So, you need to hurry up and link up with the Queen and the Empress Dowager and get them to do this. Li Yunrui pondered for a moment and felt that what Li Qingzi said did have some truth to it.
It definitely wouldn't be easy to kill Fan Xian.
However, she could not do it alone, but the result would be different if the other people in the union were there. Thinking of this, Li Yunrui quickly walked to the bed, not caring if there was anyone around, and immediately removed the tool from his body and changed into a brand new dress. While Li Sung-taek's eyes immediately widened when he saw the scene in front of him. Waist so thin, legs so long, skin so white. Sure enough, there are 3 stages that every man must, in fact, go through. Question mend, understand mend, become mend. Soon, after Li Yunrui changed her palace dress, she hurriedly walked outside. At this time, Li Qingzi spoke up, Auntie, don't talk to her people, I'm the one who told you what happened. Li Yunrui nodded, don't worry, this palace has its own measure. The palace will be unsettled this evening, so you should hurry out of the palace.
Okay, bye Auntie. Li Qingzi waved his hand back.
Afterward, Li Yunrui then walked out of the Guangxin palace with his long legs and walked straight ahead. And Li Qingzi sat down unhurriedly, picked up the wine pot on the table, first smelled it, and after realizing that it was just an unusual drink, then he poured himself a cup. In fact, he knew that just by virtue of Li Yunrui and the Empress plus the Empress Dowager's power, it would be impossible to put Fan Xian to death. When Fan Xian's matter came to light tomorrow, then Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, for sure, wouldn't sit idly by. Even if they had to risk killing their heads, they would definitely still want to save Fan Xian.
Not to mention, there's a Gajira with a broken arm. Chapter 129 Fan Xian's identity, exposed. In fact, Li Qingzi didn't think that Emperor Chang would be so easy and would kill Fan Xian. After all, there was Chen Pingping and Fan Jian, not to mention that robot 5 Bamboo. However, the reason why Li Qingzi would let Fan Xian take the blame was originally to, well, break his relationship with the royal family. In that case, no matter how Fan Xian ended up, Emperor Chang would not let him continue to marry Lin Wanner. Their engagement, then, will surely come to an end. That's what Li Sung-taek wanted. Li Qingzi didn't believe that when the time came for all sorts of pressure to hit him, Emperor Chang would still bite and not let go. If it really came to that, he could think of another way to get the engagement cancelled as usual. Moreover, if he wanted to deal with Fan Xian, he could have taken his time, there was no need to rush. Right now, Li Qingzi was most interested in knowing how Emperor Qin should resolve this matter later after it completely stormed the airwaves. Li Sung-taek immediately got up and left after finishing a glass of alcoholic beverage. Later on, Li Yunrui would definitely bring the Empress and Empress Dowager together to find Emperor Qing for a showdown, and it would definitely be exciting then. This kind of scene, then he couldn't just miss it. Li Sung-taek laughed, and his body immediately leaped forward and disappeared into the night. Other side.
After Li Yunrui left the Guanxin Palace, he directly arrived at the bedchamber where the empress resided. Since the crown prince had been killed a few days before, the empress had been so silent in her grief that she had not only shut herself up in her room, but had not eaten or drunk or slept. It is said that since that day she has not closed her eyes for 2 days and 2 nights, not to mention that she has not eaten. When Li Yunrui arrived at the empress's bedchamber, he saw that the door to the room was tightly shut, but there was no light inside. If you put it in the usual, the queen is the most afraid of the dark, even when sleeping, will light a candle flame, now how can? Li Yunrui quickly stepped forward and just arrived at the entrance of the bedchamber. The palace maid who was guarding beside her immediately saluted her.
Greetings, Your Highness the eldest princess. Li Yunrui opened his mouth and asked, is the empress there?
The palace maid returned, the empress has always been in her chambers and has never gone out.
Li Yunrui said, open the door to the room, this palace wants to go in.
Yes. The palace maid nodded her head in agreement, turned around and opened the door to the room. With a creak, the door to the room was opened, while the inside was dark.
Li Yunrui didn't say much and walked quickly into the middle of the bedchamber. Empress?
Li Yunrui came to the bedchamber and shouted in a low voice. Only to see that it was still pitch black in front of them, making it impossible to see clearly what exactly was inside. However, Li Yunrui's heart at the moment felt very uncomfortable. It would be dark inside the room, but it was too dark now to reach out and see even a little light. Li Yunrui pondered for a moment, and when he saw no response from inside, he shouted again.
Empress, this time the palace has come over to bring you a message. News of the prince's murderer, to be precise.
As Li Yunrui's words just fell, inside the entire room, a thunderous banging sound began to ring out, as if something had hit the table. Soon, a candle flame was lit, instantly illuminating the entire hall. Only then did Li Yunrui realize that the doors and windows of the entire bedchamber were all nailed with black cloth, which caused the hall to be pitch black. And not far from her, there stood a cloaked woman in a white dress, holding a candle in her hand, walking slowly towards Li Yunrui. If it wasn't for the fact that when Li Yunrui saw that the person coming was the empress, she would have screamed in fear. It's only been 2 days since I've seen you, how did the empress become such and such? Cloaked hair, pale and bloodless, eyes red and sunken, but lips as red as blood. It seems that the death of the crown prince was too great a blow for her, and has completely disregarded her image.
It's understandable when you think about it.
Originally, she was the high and mighty mother of a country, possessing supreme power, and by all accounts, when one man wins, all chickens rise. The entire family would, because of her, have their status drastically improved and enjoy treatment that ordinary people could not have. As a result, in one night, everyone in the entire family was slaughtered cleanly, leaving only her alone, accompanying the prince's side. Now even the crown prince has been killed, it would be strange not to go crazy.
What did you just say?
The empress walked up to Li Yunrui and asked coldly. Li Yunrui came back to his senses and said, this palace said that it knows who the person who killed the crown prince is.
The empress grimaced, her fists clenched to a cackling mess, and said, Who? Who on earth killed Cheng Qian?
Li Yunrui said, it's Fan Xian, the one we sent to assassinate, before.
Fan Xian? The empress frowned tightly and mused, isn't that Fan Jian's eldest son? Has he eaten leopard's guts and dared to make a move to kill the crown prince? You can't be bluffing me.
Li Yunrui sighed and said, at first I didn't believe it when I found out the news, but... Let me put it to you this way, Fan Xian is not Fan Jian's eldest son, he is actually the son of his imperial brother, and Yi Qingmei. The empress opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Yunrui with an unbelievable face, and her body fell back a few steps with it, shocked.
What? Are you talking about? How could he be?
Li Yunrui nodded his head and said, this matter is true, how could this palace, possibly, joke about such a thing? If not, why did imperial brother give Wanner a marriage to that Fan Xian? Also, this night Fan Xian also broke into the palace and prepared to assassinate the queen mother, and has now been captured and is at his royal brother's place.
The empress pondered for a moment and said, I still can't believe it a little, how is this possible?
Li Yunrui said, this palace knows that this matter is hard for you to believe, but this is the truth.
Otherwise, you will now accompany this palace and go to find your royal brother to ask for clarification.
This person killed the crown prince and tried to assassinate the empress dowager, no matter what his identity is, we can't let him live. The empress grunted coldly, if this is really the one who killed Cheng Qian, I will make him pay in blood. I'm just going to fight for my life and let him die.
Li Yunrui nodded and said, this is natural. Come on, let's go now.
After Li Qingzi came out of the Guanxin Palace, he began to lead Xiangyu and Li Xuanxiao and several others, jumping on the roofs of the houses. Due to the fact that the guards in the palace, after Fan Xian had been captured, were obviously much more relaxed than before. Soon, Li Sungtaek stopped at a place, on the roof of a 4-story palace, and he said to the few people next to him, "You guys go and be alert all around, and if there are any problems, let me know immediately."
Yes. Several people nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave.
Li Sungtaek, on the other hand, opened the cloth bag behind him and pulled out a Bamlet sniper rifle. After he had put the stand in place, he began to get up to the monocular and look through it.
Only Emperor Qing's figure immediately appeared, in that monocular. Chapter 130 Fan Xian, How the Sky Collapsed After a Nap.
Li Sungtaek saw Emperor Jiang's figure from the monocular of his Bamlet sniper rifle. At this moment, he was sitting in the Great Hall, his head bowed in deep thought about something. And in front of Emperor Qing's face lay an unconscious man in black, none other than Fan Xian. Originally, Li Sungtaek had envisioned that he would check outside of Emperor Jiang's chambers to see what happened next. However, it suddenly occurred to him that Emperor Qing, that olding coin, was at the realm of a great master, so if he was too close, he would definitely be discovered. So, Li Sungtaek came up with this solution. In this way, not only can you easily see what is happening inside the bedchamber, but you can also not be discovered. It is simply beautiful. Li Sungtaek then began to look at what was happening in the bedchamber from his monocular-looking glass.
In the meantime,
Emperor Qing, in his bedchamber, looked at Fan Xian, who was still unconscious, and pondered in his heart for a long time.
He actually had a lot of things he wanted to ask Fan Xian. What I want to know most is the weapon that, from miles away, can kill. When Yi Qingmei used it back then, it had shocked him speechless and directly changed his previous perception. Emperor Qing had never imagined that there could actually be such a weapon in the world that could kill from miles away. Even later, when he had become a Grand Master's realm, he was unable to do all of this with ease. Therefore, Emperor Chang was always very jealous of that weapon in Yi Qingmei's hand. For a long time, he was almost afraid to sleep for fear that he would wake up with his life. It was precisely because of this that Emperor Qing began to frantically go searching for, after Yi Qingmei's death, the weapon in her hand. It was just a pity that he had searched for more than 10 years and still had not found any trace of it, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Originally, when Emperor Qing thought that he would never be able to see this weapon again in this life, he found it again. Emperor Cheng exhaled slowly after a moment of contemplation. No matter how much it cost, this weapon, he had to get it. Otherwise, he can't sleep or eat. There was just one thing that Emperor Cheng very much didn't understand and couldn't figure out at all. He didn't understand why Fan Xian would kill the crown prince. And why assassinate the Empress Dowager? Could it be that he now knew his own life, and that's why he came to take revenge? In that case, that does make sense. But who informed him of his birth? It's Fan Jian? When he thought of this, Emperor Qing shook his head. Fan Jian shouldn't have done that. He was trying to protect Fan Xian, and that's why he brought him back home to raise him as his eldest son. Otherwise, then wouldn't all the things he had done before be in vain? Is that Pinky-chan? This person used to worship Yi Qingmei so much that he willingly became her lackey, and wouldn't even frown if he died for her. So, he would be highly suspect. Emperor Qing suddenly thought of what Hong Xiichi had said the other day. At that time, Shen Pingping, who had been to the Fan Mansion for a trip, must have been in contact with Fan Xian at that time. Perhaps, since that time, he had already informed Fan Xian of his identity. Emperor Chang nodded thoughtfully, feeling that the idea was practical and that it should be right. It seems they can't wait any longer. Just then, the originally unconscious Fan Xian suddenly let out a low cry. Hiss. The body hurts. Fan Xian covered the wound on his shoulder and slowly sat up from the ground. Quickly, he reacted and hurriedly looked around. Just now, Fan Xian remembered that when he was escaping, he seemed to have been shot at, and he didn't know what happened behind him. Could it be that he has been rescued? Thinking of this, Fan Xian immediately looked around and realized that it was an unfamiliar place. And next to him sat a middle-aged man. You're awake? Emperor Cheng asked with an expressionless face. Fan Xian said, You saved me? Emperor Cheng nodded his head, That's right, and you can say the same thing. Fan Xian added, Then what is this place? Emperor Qing said, This is my chambers. Oh, so it's your bedchamber. Fan Xian had not yet finished speaking when he suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately opened his eyes wide and looked toward the Qing Emperor in front of him. I. Did he just say I? Could he be? Fan Xian asked tentatively, could you be His Majesty today? Emperor Qing's gaze was contemptuous as he looked condescendingly at Fan Xian and said, what, I don't look like me? Fan Xian's face instantly changed drastically, and just as he was about to stand up and make a pilgrimage to Emperor Qing, he realized that a sharp pain was coming from his shoulder, and he collapsed and sat down on the ground again. Hiss. Fan Xian grimaced in pain and hastily raised his hand to cover the already bleeding shoulder. Emperor Qing spoke, the injury on your shoulder, it's not fully healed yet, it's best not to exercise strenuously. Otherwise, you don't want your shoulder. If that arrow had missed a bit more, you would have been dead. However, to take an arrow from a 9th grade expert and still wake up so quickly, your physical quality is quite good. Fan Xian then realized that the person who had just shot him wounded would actually be a 9th rank expert. No wonder he didn't dodge it just now. Immediately afterward, a sense of crisis began to rise in Fan Xian's heart. Now that his whereabouts have been exposed, how should he explain this later? Breaking into the palace at night is a capital offense. At this point, Emperor Cheng asked, why did you assassinate the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager has no grudge against you, why would you do such treacherous things? Ha! Fan Xian, who was originally contemplating a countermeasure, was directly confused by Emperor Qing's words. What the hell? Why did he assassinate the Empress Dowager? When is he going to assassinate? Fan Xian suddenly reacted to what those guards, when they were chasing him just now, had said. I didn't assassinate the Empress Dowager, this is a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please believe you and me. Is that so? Emperor Qing said with a grim look on his face, then tell me why you broke into the Hall of Containing Light in the middle of the night and mesmerized the Empress Dowager and the palace ladies? You don't mean to say that it's just a trip there. This. Fan Xian suddenly fell silent. He didn't dare to tell the truth now, because the 5 bamboos had said in the beginning that this matter must not be told to anyone, no one. So naturally, Fan Xian would not tell Emperor Qing that he had come to the palace to steal the key. When Emperor Qing saw Fan Xian suddenly fall silent, he knew that this matter could not be faked, and his heart became even more furious. He looked at Fan Xian with a grim face and drank coldly. Fan Xian, you have disappointed me. Not only did you dare to kill the crown prince of the dynasty, but you also assassinated the Empress Dowager. Do you know that this is all a great crime of executing 9 clans? I don't understand why you're doing this. At this moment, Fan Xian was even more confused after hearing these words from Emperor Qing. What the hell? He clearly didn't do anything. Why are they all saying that he killed the prince? Chapter 131 There are no 9 clans, talking is so hard. Just now inside the bedchamber, the scene that happened was all seen by Li Qingze, who was not far away. Especially after he saw, not to mention how hilarious it was, Fan Xian's bewildered face after waking up and facing Emperor Qing's questioning. Moreover, things were not far from what Li Sung-taek had expected. Despite being confronted by Emperor Qing's questioning, Fan Xian still didn't say what exactly he had come to the palace to do. It must be that before, 5 bamboos had already told Fan Xian that the matter of the chest could not be told to anyone. Now Fan Xian didn't know that he was actually the son of Emperor Cheng and Yi Qingmei, so he would never, ever tell such a secret. It was precisely because of this that Li Qingze had asked Fan Xian to take the blame. Then, Li Sung-taek continued to look towards the bedchamber. He wanted to see how Emperor Qing would be able to fight when Li Yunrui and the Empress came over later. Right at this moment, Li Chengze realized that outside of the bedchamber, 2 silhouettes were walking quickly. It was Li Yunrui and the Empress. Hey, what a thought! The 2 of them are here too, so it's going to be especially lively later. Li Sung-jack muttered something in a low voice. In the bedchamber, Fan Xian hurriedly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. I didn't even kill the crown prince, this is pure slander. It was Fan Xian's first time in the capital city, having never been here before. Moreover, Fan Xian had never even seen the crown prince's face, so how could he possibly kill him? I don't know why the palace guards all say I killed the crown prince, but I really didn't. I beg your Majesty's understanding. Emperor Qing said with a gloomy face, then tell me why you appeared in the palace. And why did you run to the Empress Dowager's chambers? Give me a reason to believe you. Fan Xian was silent again after he said this. Because he didn't know, at all, how to express it. However, when Emperor Qing saw Fan Xian's silence, he naturally assumed that he was acquiescing to the matter. Otherwise, why not open your mouth and explain? Just as Emperor Qing was about to continue his questioning, the outside of the bedchamber, however, suddenly resounded with noisy voices.
Empress Mother, Your Highness, His Majesty is resting now and no one is allowed to disturb it. Unbridled, what are you, actually dare to stop this palace, believe it or not this palace, cut off your head. Get out of my way, dog slave. This was followed by the sound of slapping. Emperor Qing immediately frowned tightly upon hearing the voice, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. Because just now, from the words, he already knew who the visitors were respectively. It was just that Emperor Qing didn't understand how the two of them had come here. Bang! The door, which had been closed, was suddenly kicked open. Immediately following, Li Yunrui and the Empress walked in quickly, followed by a middle-aged eunuch who covered his face. Your Majesty, it's not that the slave girl is incapable, but she can't stop them. The middle-aged eunuch covered his reddened face and said with some aggression. Emperor Chang waved his hand to the middle-aged eunuch and said, "You can step down first." Yes. The middle-aged eunuch nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. Emperor Qing saw the middle-aged eunuch leave and was just about to open his mouth to ask the Empress and Li Yunrui why they came at this time. That Empress grimaced as she looked at Fan Xian, who was sitting upside down on the ground, and asked, "You're Fan Xian?" Fan Xian glanced at Emperor Qing and then at the Empress, and then he nodded, "Yes, I am Fan Xian." When the Empress saw Fan Xian admit it, she immediately walked over to him and raised her foot to kick him. "You're the one who killed my son, Sheng Qian. You give back my son's life. You give back my son's life." As the Empress's first kick came out a bit quickly, Fan Xian did not dodge it, and he did not expect that his opponent would suddenly strike. And on the few kicks that followed, they were all easily dodged by Fan Xian. If he hadn't known that the crazy woman in front of him was the queen, he would have punched back. Just as the Empress continued to insult and kick Fan Xian, Emperor Qing, who was on the side, suddenly drank coldly. Unbridled. Empress, what the hell are you doing? This is my chambers, there is no room for you to be wild. Only to see the Empress standing in place, her hands on her waist, looking up at Emperor Qing, she said in disbelief. I've just spilled my guts here, so what? Do you still want to kill me? Still want to execute my 9 clans? Come on, then hurry up and do it. Li Yanxian, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of death anymore now, so don't use this to pressure me anymore. I've been dead since Cheng Qian died, and now the only reason I'm alive is to get revenge. I will make those who killed Cheng Qian pay back in blood. Li Yunrui, who had just followed the Empress and came in, was truly stunned after seeing the scene in front of him. She knew the queen would be mad, but she hadn't expected it to be this mad. I actually dared to dislike my royal brother. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to play like this even if they had 10 guts. In the meantime, Li Sung-taek had also seen what had just happened, and was simply happy in his heart. This Empress is really handsome. Dare to face and Qing Emperor hard steel, directly steal him, cannot speak. As expected, this person who doesn't have 9 clans is talking tough. Now that there were no more clansmen other than the Empress, there was naturally no need to look at Emperor Qing's face anymore. It's really getting interesting. At this time, Emperor Qing was also surprised by what the Empress had just said. He just wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Because the other side no longer has 9 clans, it simply can't be selected. Besides, no matter what, she was now the Empress, so she couldn't be killed at the drop of a hat. Wouldn't that make you a dim king? No. Even if it is a fainting king, then he would not dare to kill the queen directly, at least he should abolish the queen first. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Qing said to the Empress, "Look at you, what you have become. Cloaked in hair, dressed in white, with a plain face, unlike a human being, unlike a ghost, where is there any semblance of the mother of a country?" As soon as Emperor Qing's words fell, the Empress immediately retorted, "Why would I? It's not because of you. If you can't even protect your own son, what kind of emperor are you, and what kind of father are you? How dare you?" Emperor Qing angrily rebuked, "Empress, you're getting out of line, do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" The Empress grunted coldly, "Kill if you want to, no need for words. But before I die, I'll take it back." As she spoke, she looked toward Fan Xian and said, "You still haven't told me why you killed Cheng Qian. What exactly did he offend you and why did you kill him?" Fan Xian shook his head, "I just said that I didn't kill the person. How many times do I have to say it before you guys believe it?" Chapter 132, Angry at Me. I've said it many times, I didn't kill the man, I didn't kill him, I didn't kill him. Why don't any of you believe me? Fan Xian was on the verge of breaking down now. He didn't understand that just by breaking into the palace at night once, he was actually vilified as a murderer. Whether it was the palace guards or not, or the Qing emperor in front of him, as well as the crazy woman who had suddenly appeared just now, they all said that he had killed the crown prince. He just can't possibly go and do something like that, even if he were to do something stupid. Kill the crown prince of the dynasty, there are a few 9 clans enough to exterminate. However, the empress didn't believe Fan Xian's words and said coldly, "Dare to do it, dare not admit it, is it? What kind of a man are you to admit what you've done?" Fan Xian said with some impatience, "I didn't even do it, what do I have to admit? Do you guys want to bend the rules?" At this time, Emperor Qing opened his mouth. "I feel that this matter, perhaps there is still something fishy, should be carefully investigated. Everything is about evidence, no matter what." The empress directly waved her hand, cutting Emperor Qing's words off, saying, "What could be so fishy? He dared to enter the palace to assassinate the Empress Dowager, what else would he not dare to do? Is it because Fan Xian is your son that you are so biased in his favor?" As soon as the empress's words fell, Emperor Qing's face instantly changed drastically as he said with a surprised expression, "What did you just say?" The empress said, "You know in your own heart what I said. Whether he is or not, you and Yi Qingmei that child, I want him to die. I must have him dead." Emperor Qing angrily rebuked, "Crazy, you are truly crazy. Do you have any idea what you were just talking about?" Emperor Qing was so confused at the moment that he was almost about to panic. He hadn't expected the queen, who had just spoken, to say such things. How did the empress know that Fan Xian was his son with Yi Qingmei? Nowadays, in this world, except for Qin Pingping and Fan Jian, there was no one else who knew about this matter. And where did the queen learn that? Strange, just plain strange. At the same time, Fan Xian, who was next to him, was similarly dumbfounded. What? What did he just hear? You are the son of Emperor Qing and Yi Qingmei? How is this possible? Isn't his dad Fan Jian? How come it's Emperor Jiang again? Ha! He must be dreaming. How else could it be such a travesty? At this time, the empress looked at Emperor Cheng again and said, "The king is not joking. Do you dare to say that Fan Xian is not the son of you and Yi Qingmei? Don't you dare swear." Emperor Qing stared viciously at the empress, the fists in his sleeves, clenched tightly by him, his body was about to stop trembling. He wants to kill someone now. Really wanted to kill someone. However, when he saw Li Yunrui next to him, he said in a cold voice, "This matter, was it you who told the empress?" "I." Li Yunrui glanced at Emperor Qing, but didn't dare to speak. Originally, she had a lot of things that she wanted to ask Emperor Qing, but after seeing the other party's eyes, she was too intimidated to say anything. And at this time, the empress spoke out in righteousness, saying, "Don't you try to digress. Li Yunrui was captured by me for company, this matter has nothing to do with her. If you want to know who told me, then I won't tell you." Emperor Qing returned his own eyes back to the empress, and slowly sighed, saying, "That's right, Fan Xian is my son." The empress laughed coldly, "I knew that he is the seed of you and Yi Qingmei. Back then, I could tell that Yi Qingmei was no good, and now her son, the same is true. It's true that if you have a mother, you have a son, and neither is a good dong." Snap. In the bedchamber, the sudden sound of a slap directly interrupted the empress' words. Emperor Qing retracted his smacking palm and angrily rebuked the empress, "Have you gone mad enough? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll be rude to you. Really think I don't dare to kill you." The empress reached out and touched the reddened slap marks on her face and the blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, and was silent in place for a moment. Immediately after that, she suddenly laughed loudly, and her entire body began to become a bit maniacal. She glared angrily, gritting her teeth and roaring lowly, "Li Yunxian, if you have the ability, kill me now. Otherwise, I will die with him even if I die. And I'll make you, too, lose your name." With that said, the queen suddenly turned around and slammed herself into the stone pillar behind her. Bang! The queen's head, after hitting that stone pillar, made a soft thud. Immediately afterward, she collapsed to the ground, her forehead covered in blood. Yikes! Seeing the empress, Li Yunrui suddenly ran to the stone pillar next to her and screamed in fear. Then she hurried over to check the queen's injuries. Only after Li Yunrui realized that the empress was not dead, but had fainted, did he let go of his heart. However, at this moment, Emperor Qing, while looking at the empress who was already unconscious, only wanted to curse his mother in his heart. This crazy, what is she up to? If it wasn't for the fact that she was in the way, Emperor Qing really wanted to beat her to death. No matter what, she is also the empress of the dynasty, the head mother of a country. If she crashed and died here, how should she explain to the ministers in the future? Therefore, even though Emperor Qing, who is usually very calm, was a bit unable to hold back at the moment and wanted to open his mouth to curse. Grass. After Emperor Qing secretly cursed in his heart, he immediately shouted, "Someone come. Call the eunuch at once." He then looked at Fan Xian next to him and gritted his teeth. "Fan Xian. Where are the guards?" As Emperor Qing's words fell, several guards in armor quickly flashed into the Great Hall. "Your Majesty." The guards immediately arched their hands in obeisance when they arrived at the Great Hall. Emperor Qing grimaced, pointed at Fan Xian next to him, and said in a cold voice, "Escort him to death row and await his punishment. During this period, no one is allowed to touch it, and those who disobey will be beheaded." "Yes." The guard nodded his head in agreement and immediately got up and walked over to Fan Xian, pulling him towards the outside. And Fan Xian hadn't come back to his senses and was always in a daze. After all, the information just now was simply too unbelievable for him. At this time, Li Yunrui opened his mouth. "Royal brother, actually You get out of here too." Emperor Qing roared. Li Yunrui froze for a moment, his mouth seemed to have 1,000 words, but he didn't know how to speak. Emperor Qing saw that Li Yunrui did not act and roared again, "Didn't you hear? I'm telling you to get lost." Li Yunrui hadn't seen in a long time Emperor Qing would be so angry, he didn't dare to stay here and immediately turned around to leave. A few moments later, inside the entire bedchamber, Emperor Qing was the only one left. He pondered for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately following that, Emperor Qing kicked the table away and growled lowly. "Damn it! Pissed off at me." Chapter 133: A pawn off the tracks. In the bedchamber, Emperor Qing looked at the mess in front of him, as well as the unconscious empress, and began to sit on his stool in deep thought. He couldn't figure out why things had turned out the way they had. Originally, for so many years, many things had been going on, toward what he had expected, within his grasp at all times. However, I don't know at what point, it started to deviate, completely out of his mind. In particular, what was happening now made him feel amazed. What the hell is going on here? It was as if he had prepared an elaborate chess game and created a number of pieces as well, and was preparing to make a big move. As a result, he realized that before he had the chance to play, the board suddenly exploded, and the pieces on it had all become discards and could not be used at all. This feeling of suffocation and helplessness instantly surged to the forefront of his mind, messing with his irritable mood. Pissed off, his stomach hurt. It's a feeling I've never had before. Ahem. Emperor Qing sighed helplessly, looked viciously at the empress on the ground, and continued to start brooding. A few moments later, a middle-aged eunuch, with a medicine chest on his shoulder, walked quickly into the great hall and immediately bowed his hand in obeisance to Emperor Qing. "My lord, I see your majesty, and hope that your majesty will be blessed with a golden piece." Emperor Qing impatiently waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap and hurry to help the empress." The middle-aged eunuch nodded and was about to open his mouth to speak when he saw the empress lying on the ground and was instantly startled. He hurried over and checked on the empress's forehead, realizing that there was nothing serious. His hanging heart then dropped. Immediately following, the middle-aged eunuch doctor took out the medicines and bandages for healing from the medicine chest and began to treat the empress's wounds. Soon after the wound treatment was over, the middle-aged eunuch then said to Emperor Qing, "Your Majesty, the Empress Mother's phoenix body is no longer in trouble, she only needs to rest on time. The Empress has been sleepless for the past few days and hasn't eaten, so that caused her body to weaken, and with a gentle bump, that's why she suddenly fainted." Emperor Qing nodded and said, "Good, I know. You go down." "Yes, I will leave." The middle-aged eunuch nodded in agreement and turned around to leave. At this time, Emperor Qing spoke again, "Secretary Song, I don't want others to know what happened here tonight. You should know what to do." Imperial Dr. Song understood and immediately nodded his head, "Your Majesty, I haven't been here tonight and don't know what's happening here." Emperor Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well, retire." Only then did Dr. Song leave. Immediately afterward, Emperor Qing opened his mouth again and shouted, "Someone come." As Emperor Qing's words fell, several more guards flashed inside the Great Hall. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "Go and call a few palace maids in to bring the Empress back to her chambers. The Empress is tired and will return to her chambers to rest." "Yes." The guards nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Afterward, Emperor Qing looked at the unconscious empress on the ground and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. And at this moment, Lee Sung-taek, after seeing the scene just now, almost laughed out loud. Cool. Especially when he saw, just now, Emperor Qing's helpless and stifled appearance, his heart couldn't be more pleased. It was estimated that Emperor Qing, the old Yin coin, was still wondering how things had suddenly turned out like this. Even if he wanted to investigate, he simply couldn't find out anything. For this matter, Li Chengza had long been prepared and was not at all afraid of Emperor Qing's investigation. Moreover, when this matter came to light tomorrow, how could Emperor Qing have the heart to investigate anything else? Just the matter at hand was already enough to keep him busy. Thinking of this, Li Chengza immediately put away the bamlet, put it back into the cloth bag, and carried it behind his back. Since he already knew how things would turn out, it was useless to stay here. By the time tomorrow rolls around, the really good stuff will be on the up and up. It will be most interesting at that point. Lee Sung-taek whispered to the side, "Come back, all of you." Then, 3 pitch-black silhouettes flashed in front of Li Chengza. "Your Highness, what do we need to do?" Li Siyuan Shao asked immediately after he returned. Li Chengza waved his hand and said, "Let's not do anything now and hurry out of the palace. When we get back, we'll get a good night's sleep, and then we'll watch the show tomorrow." Li Siyuan Shao and the 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief, none of them knowing what Li Chengza meant. However, they did not ask questions and all nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, Li Chengza led the 3 of them, Li Tsuanxiao, away in the darkness of the night, flickering. At the same time, the palace's side hall. Hong Xiichi's figure jumped from a short distance away and stopped on top of the roof. His gaze was tightly opened and he quickly swept around, and on his pale face, surprise immediately flashed out. Strange? Just now, I could still perceive this person's figure. How come in the blink of an eye, the person has disappeared? Moreover, this person is too familiar with the construction of the palace. Afterwards, Hong Xiich took another close look around before confirming that the person had completely disappeared, and then he turned around and left. When he arrived at Emperor Qing's chambers, he whispered, "Your Majesty, the old slave seeks an audience." "Come in." From the great hall, came Emperor Qing's voice. Hong Xiich pushed open the door of the room and walked slowly to the middle of the great hall. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he realized that there was a mess in front of him, and there were still traces of blood on the ground. After seeing the scene in front of him, Hong Xiich was immediately startled and hurriedly opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, the old slave is late to save the emperor. Please forgive me." Emperor Qing waved his hand with a calm face and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Weren't you there to catch the assassin just now? Where are the men? Have they been captured yet?" Hong Xiichi shook his head and said, "The old slave was incompetent and did not apprehend that murderer." Emperor Qing said, "Forget it, it's normal that you can't catch him." If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the assassin who had fought with Hong Xiich must be that blindfolded 5 bamboos. This person was likewise a grandmaster with an unfathomable strength, so naturally, he was not that easy to catch. Hong Xiich, could it be that His Majesty knows who that person is? Emperor Qing said, "It doesn't matter who it is or isn't anymore. You unattach your ears, I'm going to explain a few things to you. The night is like ink, and the curved moon is like a hook. The darkness of the night had enveloped the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and the entire world was in a state of tranquility. A room in the ombudsman's office. Qin Pingping had just fallen asleep not long ago, and before he had the chance to fall asleep, he felt that in his surroundings, there seemed to be some kind of movement. He roused himself sharply and looked into the room. As a result, a black-clad figure was seen. Who's there? Following closely, the black-clad figure returned, "It's me." Chen Pingping heard who the other party was, and then she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So it's 5 bamboo. What are you doing inside my room in the middle of the night?" 5 bamboo said, "Fan Xian, something's wrong. Chapter 134 Fan Xian has disappeared. Fan Xian, something's wrong." 5 bamboo opened his mouth to Chen Pingping. "What?" Chen Pingping did not understand for a moment what 5 bamboo meant by this. Fan Xian is not in the Fan Mansion, staying well, how could something happen? 5 bamboos added, "Tonight, Fan Xian broke into the palace at night and was caught." Chen Pingping's face suddenly changed, instantly standing up from the bed and exclaiming, "What did you say? Fan Xian broke into the palace at night and then got caught? What's he doing in the palace for good reason? Even if you want to go, you can go in broad daylight, what's with breaking into the palace at night?"
And arrested, that's a capital offense.
Originally, when Chen Pingping heard the words of 5 bamboos, she thought that Fan Xian's accident was just a trivial matter.
I didn't expect it to be such a big deal, or something that would kill my head.
It was no wonder that Gachu, who he hadn't seen in years, would suddenly come to his room at night.
There must have been no way to fix it on his own, and that's why he came over to him.
However, Chen Pingping now could not care about anything else, but could only solve the matter at hand first.
Chen Pingping asked, "What's going on here? Why did Fan Xian suddenly break into the palace at night?"
5 bamboos said, "This matter is a long story. You go to the palace first to inquire how things are going now, and then I will tell you the original reason."
Chen Pingping pondered for a moment and said, "Well, it will have to do."
As she spoke, Chen Pingping put on her robe, sat on the wheelchair, and marched out of the room. The 5 bamboos, on the other hand, directly sat down in the same place and began to wait for Chen Pingping. At the time just now, he had thought of staying in the palace himself to spy on Fan Xian. However, at that time, being closely pursued by Hong Xiich, and the palace was in a relatively chaotic state, even if he stayed, it wouldn't be of much use. That was why he quickly left the palace and asked Chen Pingping to look into the matter. After all, he was the head of the supervisory academy. Not only was he powerful, he also had a lot of talents, and he was also the most suitable for prying information. Most importantly, Chen Pingping was an admirer of Miss, someone who could be completely trusted. With that thought in mind, Gajira began to lean against the wall, eyes closed in contemplation. On the other side, Fan Xian was in a daze and was brought into the death cell. By the time he reacted again, it was already around ugly time. The dark, humid air was laced with an amazingly sickening odor that just made you feel like throwing up when you smelled it. Fan Xian looked around the room and immediately frowned tightly, his heart more than a little overwhelmed. After all, the message known just now was also too bombastic and unbelievable to be believed.
How could he be Emperor Qing's son? What the hell is going on here? Why was he never told?
Also, who exactly was slandering him for killing the crown prince, as well as trying to assassinate the Empress Dowager?
Soon, Fan Xian reacted. Could it be that the person who slandered him, and the one who stabbed him before, were the same person? If that's true, then a lot of things make sense.
Moreover, Fan Xian could now finally understand why someone had to constantly assassinate him when he was in Danzhou. Because he was a royalty in exile, there were some people who didn't want him to live. Since that was the case, the person who wanted to kill him must be related to the royal family.
Who could it be? Royalty, who the hell wants him dead?
Fan Xian scratched his hair, feeling that his brain was blank and he didn't have half a clue at all. That's what made him feel terrible. Others were in the shadows, constantly laying hands on him without him knowing who the other party was, and even if he wanted to fight back, he couldn't find anyone.
So angry. After Fan Xian cursed, he directly lay down on the hay-covered bed to sleep.
Anyway, things are already like this, it's useless to worry about it, it's better to talk about it later. Besides, he's captured now, but Uncle 5 Bamboo is surely fine and will definitely find a way to save him. Therefore, Fan Xian wasn't panicking at all at the moment.
There was no talk all night. Early morning dawn reveals the belly of a fish. Fan house.
As the underlings placed the breakfast, all in the living room. The two of them, Fan Ruorua and Fan Xija, came to wait after washing up. Until the head of the family came over, even though they were hungry, they could only endure in silence.
Fan Xija looked at the dishes on the table, licked his lips, just about to open his mouth to say something, but when he saw the eyes of Fan Ruorua next to him, he immediately swallowed the words in his mouth and had to continue to wait here.
Soon, Fan Jian, who was dressed in a brocade robe, and the beautiful woman in a long dress, walked into the living room one after another.
Father, mother. Fan Ruorua and Fan Xija immediately nodded their heads and said. Fan Jian nodded and said, "Sit down." Right after everyone sat down, Fan Jian suddenly asked, "Where's Fan Xian? Why hasn't he come out to dinner?" Fan Ruorua shook her head and said, "I don't know, father, maybe Big Brother hasn't woken up yet."
Fan Xian pondered for a moment, then said to Fan Xija in front of him, "Fan Xija, go see what's going on." Fan Xija, who had originally picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat a large meal, was bewildered after hearing Fan Jian's words.
"I'll go? Why let me go, can't I call the maid over?"
Before Fan Xija could finish his sentence, he saw Fan Jian's eloquent eyes and instantly closed his mouth, quickly getting up from the stool and heading for the door. He waited until he was out the living room door before he muttered something in a low voice. Soon enough, Versace arrived, at the door of the room where Fan Xian was staying, and reached out to knock on the door.
Bang! 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 Fan Xian, hurry up and come out to eat, everyone is waiting for you. Oi! Fan Xian, do you hear me?
After Versace shouted a few words in a row, he didn't see any response from inside the room, so he shouted again.
Fan Xian, what are you doing inside the room, did you hear me or not? I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't talk, then I'm going to kick the door in. 2, 3. As soon as the words left his mouth, Versace raised his right foot and kicked the door to the room. With a bang, the door to the room was kicked right in. Versace saw the door to the room open wide and stuck his head inside the room before walking right in. Where are the people? Why isn't this guy in his room? Versace walked quickly to the bed, saw that the bedding was folded up in a regular fashion, and when he reached out to touch the surface of the bed, he realized that there was no warmth at all. Apparently it was last night and no one had slept in the bed. Fan Sha looked around curiously, and when he didn't find Fan Xian's figure, he shouted again. Fan Xian? Are you inside the room? If not, then I'm leaving. Versace saw that there was never a response, which made him turn away. As for Fan Xian's last night, not sleeping inside his room, it wasn't something he considered. Don't ever come back. That's even better. Within a short time, Versace returned to the living room and addressed Fan Jian. Father, Fan Xian is not in his room. He seems to have disappeared. Chapter 135, this is an absolute slander. Father, Fan Xian, he's disappeared. As soon as Versace sat down, he said to Fan Jian, who was beside him. What did you say? Fan Jian looked at Versace with an expressionless face. Fan Xia froze for a moment and hurriedly added, Fan. Is not, Big Brother is missing. I just went to my big brother's room and didn't see him. Also, his bedding was unused, and the bed was cold, apparently last night, and gone. Fan Jian frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. He was not in the room last night? Strange, if you don't sleep in your room at night, where would you go? Versace said, Father, perhaps Big Brother went out and had a rendezvous with his lover. Or perhaps, went to the street Warm Spring building, looking for girls to seek pleasure. I heard someone say, there recently came a new batch of beauties, service attitude. Versace was mid-sentence when he realized that his left foot had been stepped on, and he looked down to see that it was his sister who had done it. At this point, he realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he immediately held up his bowl and chopsticks and said, I made that up. Fan Jian skimmed at Fan Xia and didn't bother with him, but picked up the dishes and said, Forget it, let's eat first. Maybe, he'll be back soon. The crowd then started in dry meal mode. Just as Fan Jian had just eaten a few mouthfuls of rice, a family man came from outside the hall and said, Master, there is a guest outside the door seeking an audience. Guests? Fan Jian asked curiously, what guests? The reason why Fan Jian felt curious was because normally, there would be no one, early in the morning, running into someone else's house as a guest. Unless there's something special going on. The houseboy returned, the man didn't say, he gave me a letter, said it was for you, and then left. As he spoke, the family man took out, from his arms, an unusual envelope and handed it to Fan Jian. Fan Jian reached out and took the envelope, opened it up, and began to look at the contents. Only on the letter paper, for small words were written, something happened to Fan Xian. Fan Jian recognized whose handwriting it was, and with that, he folded the letterhead and placed it in his sleeve. Afterward, Fan Jian waved his hand at the family man and said, All right, I already know about this matter, you go down. When the houseboy left, Fan Jian picked up his bowls and chopsticks again and said, It's fine, everyone keep eating. The others, seeing this, didn't dare to say anything and continued to start eating with their heads stuffed. A few moments later, Fan Jian finished the bowl of rice and immediately stood up, saying, I'm done eating, you guys take your time. As he spoke, he walked slowly out of the hall and towards the main door. At this time, Fan Xia looked at Fan Jian's departing back and said to Fan Ruoruo, Sister, guess what our father went to do? The person who sent a letter to father just now is definitely not simple, maybe in here, something big is happening. However, Fan Ruoruo was unimpressed and said, Don't think nonsense, where would there be any big deal? I suppose it's one of the ministers of the court, who has official business for father. Hey, I don't think so. Versace laughed and said, How is it possible for official business to come and trouble father so early in the morning? Hey, do you think it could be, because of what happened to Fan Xian? He don't get into trouble out there and leave his father to wipe his ass. Fan Ruoruo glared at Fan Xia and said, Shut up, can't you look forward to your big brother? Hurry up and eat, and if you talk any more nonsense, go outside and kneel. Fan Seja immediately wilted when he saw Fan Ruorua's complexion. He lowered his head and muttered. Just know how to bully. Humph, ignore you. After Fan Ruorua glanced at Fan Seja, she didn't say anything more and began to eat in a bored manner as well. Only, in the back of her mind, mutterings flooded. Why didn't Big Brother stay in the room last night? Even if they were going out, they should have talked to her. Now how? Maybe Big Brother is just going out to run some errands and will be back soon. Thinking of this, Fan Ruorua's heart, this gave her a little bit of small comfort. Ombudsman's office, Chen Pingping's bedroom. Gochuji, like last night, had his eyes tightly closed and his back against the wall. He's waiting to hear from Chen Pingping. Only, after waiting for a full night, Chen Pingping still didn't come back. Five Bamboos knew that something must have gone terribly wrong when Fan Xian was captured last night. Otherwise, Chen Pingping would never, ever go out for so long. Five Bamboos had already made a decision to wait for another hour. If Chen Pingping had not returned, he would go to the palace himself to investigate. No matter how much risk he took, he had to take Fan Xian away. Just then, the door to the room, which was originally closed, was suddenly opened. Chen Pingping, dressed in black, came into the room in an iron wheelchair. When he closed the door to the room, Gajira immediately stood up and asked. Well, was Fan Xian arrested? However, Chen Pingping glanced at the Five Bamboos and did not speak, and a grim look appeared on her face. When Five Bamboos saw that Chen Pingping did not answer, he continued to ask, Speak. What the hell is going on? It was only when Chen Pingping twisted the wheelchair and turned him to face the Five Bamboos that he spoke. Tell me, what did you do last night when you went to the palace? I want to know the real answer. Five Bamboos said, We went into the palace last night and just wandered around. With a pop sound, Chen Pingping raised her hand and slapped it heavily on the wheelchair, her expression instantly becoming hideous as she roared. By now, why are you lying to me? News has come from the palace that Fan Xian entered the palace last night, preparing to assassinate the Empress Dowager, and was caught red-handed by the guards, and is now being escorted to death row, awaiting punishment. Is he crazy or not? Why would he go into the palace to assassinate the Empress Dowager? This is a great crime of executing 9 clans. And why did he kill the prince? Five Bamboos said, Fan Xian didn't assassinate the Empress Dowager, much less kill the crown prince. Someone must have framed him. Since Fan Xian is, right now, locked up in a death cell, I'll go over there right away and take him away. Chen Pingping was surprised. Wuzhu, are you crazy? That's death row, not an unusual place to come and go as you please. Besides, if you do take him away, won't you be sitting on his guilt? Gochuji said, so what's it going to take? Chen Pingping sighed and said, Tell me first, what exactly did Fan Xian go to do when he entered the palace yesterday? If he was vilified, we just have to find the evidence to prove his innocence. Five Bamboos said, We entered the palace last night just to look for a certain thing. Other than that, there is nothing else. Chen Pingping pondered for a moment and said, In that case, someone deliberately set him up? Never mind, I've already sent someone to ask the minister of the household. We'll discuss the matter when he comes over. Chapter 136 The reason for breaking into the imperial palace at night. The royal residence, the backyard. After eating breakfast, Li Chengze followed Li Chungang and started practicing some simple sword skills. Originally, he was studying with Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao both. It turned out that people's martial arts were mediocre, and it was all because of their natural godly strength that they were not ordinary people. There's no use in learning them. And Fan Innocent's main study was swordplay, which was different from Li Chengze's preference, which was why he sought out Li Chungang to learn it. Especially, during the other day, the astonishing battle power displayed by Li Chungang when he fought with the Five Bamboos directly made Li Chengze look dumbfounded. Good man, as expected of a sword god, it's just awesome. If he could learn a few moves in the future, his battle power would definitely soar. At that time, breaking through to the realm of a grandmaster was just around the corner. Just as Li Chengze was practicing his swordplay, Jia Yan, dressed in green Taoist robes, walked slowly from a short distance away. My lord. Jia walked up to Li Chengze and bowed his hand in obeisance. Li Chengze put away the long sword in his hand, gently exhaled a breath of clear air, and said, Fumiwa, you're here. Well, is there any news from the palace? Jia Yan nodded and said, As expected, Lord, news has just come from the palace that Fan Xian has been taken to death row to await his release, and no one is allowed to approach. Also, the inside of the palace has been blocked from spreading the news of last night's events.
Li Chengze laughed. I knew that old deng, Emperor Chang, would definitely suppress the news.
But the more he doesn't want people to know, then I'm going to let them know.
Wanha, you now immediately order down the news that the crown prince has been killed, and spread it out, to let the entire Kyoto city know. When the time comes, I'll see how Emperor Chang resolves it.
Jia nodded and said, yes, I'll get on with it.
Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said, be careful, don't let anyone catch a hold of you. Jia Yen said, don't worry, Lord, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Jia then immediately turned around and left. When Jia Dang left, Li Chengze then turned to Li Chun-gang, saying, come, let's continue. However, as Li Sung-taek practiced his swordplay, his mind began to prepare for what was to come next. Now that Fan Xian had been put on death row, he thought that it would soon be known by Qin Pingping and Fan Jian. Once the two of them knew about it, they would definitely find a way to rescue Fan Xian. So, Li Sung-taek was thinking of messing things up again so that they would have no way to start. Only when the water is thoroughly muddied, and there is no telling what exactly might be in it. At this time, Li Chun-gang suddenly stopped his hand movements, then said to Li Changze, Your Highness, when learning the art of swordsmanship, one must be fully focused and mindful. Otherwise it will be devoured by the sword chi and go off the deep end, causing a great disaster. Li Chengze was startled and immediately came back to his senses, saying, fine, I'll concentrate fully on practicing this sword art.
Other side.
After Fan Jian exited the mansion, he started to get on the sedan chair and the direction of the prosecutor's office. He pulled the piece of letter paper from his sleeve and examined it again. From just now, Fan Jian had recognized who the person who wrote this letter was. It is the yard of the prosecutor's office, Chen Pingping. It was just that Fan Jian hadn't thought about how something could have happened to Fan Xian.
Wasn't it fine yesterday?
It's only been one night and something has happened somehow. Moreover, to be able to make Qin Pingping write a letter to come, that meant that this matter would definitely be very serious. Just then, Fan Jian suddenly thought of something.
Could it be that last night, when Fan Xian stayed out all night, it was because of this matter? But he had only just arrived in Kyoto a few days ago. Even if something would happen, what could happen?
So, Fan Jian was a bit puzzled by this.
A few moments later,
the sedan chair stopped outside the prosecutor's office.
Master, it's here.
Fan Jian immediately came back to his senses when he heard the sedan bearer's words, and casually lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, realizing that he had indeed arrived at the procuratorate. Without saying a word, he immediately got out of the sedan chair and walked in quickly. Soon after Fan Jian walked into the procuratorate, he came to the room where Qin Pingping was staying and raised his hand to knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
Immediately afterward, he spoke, Open the door, I'm here. With a creak, the door to the room was opened, revealing Qin Pingping's figure.
There you are, come in and talk.
With a gloomy face, Fan Jian quickly walked into the room and casually closed the door behind him, saying,
What the hell is going on? How could something happen to Fan Xian? He didn't just come to.
Before Fan Jian could finish his sentence, he saw that inside the room, there was also a teenager standing in a nightclothes with a black cloth covering his face.
5 bamboos? Fan Jian recognized this person and said with a surprised look on his face.
At this time, Qin Pingping said, Don't be anxious for a while, here's the thing. Now that Fan Xian has been taken to death row, we're trying to figure out how to get to.
What did you say?
Fan Jian was instantly stunned when he heard this, saying,
Fan Xian was taken to death row? How is this possible? How could he be taken to death row when he was in good hands?
Knowing that this would be the case, Qin Pingping comforted Fan Jian, Don't be anxious, didn't I just say, don't be anxious, listen to me slowly. However, Fan Jian flung up his robe and said, How could I not be in a hurry? He's all but committed to death row, which makes me. Immediately afterward, Fan Jian nodded his head as if he had reacted, Alright, I'm in no hurry.
Tell me, what's going on? Qin Pingping sighed and said, It's better to let 5 bamboo speak.
At this time, 5 bamboos finally spoke. The thing is, at the time of last night, Fan Xian and I, both of us, broke into the palace at night, preparing to steal the key. As a result, not long after we entered the palace, Fan Xian was discovered by the guards and falsely accused of being the crown prince's murderer. Not only that, Fan Xian is now falsely accused of being the assassin of the Empress Dowager, and that's why he's been escorted inside the heavenly prison.
Fan Jian frowned and asked, You're going to steal the key? What's the key to the palace?
Qin Pingping nodded her head and said, This is also something I want to know. The 5 bamboos contemplated for a moment and eventually informed them of the truth. Before her death, the young lady left a chest in which she stored, among other things, a weapon of great lethality. Originally, Fan Xian wanted to open this chest and take out the weapons inside for defense, which is why he went into the palace to steal the key. Fan Jian and Chen Pingping looked at each other in disbelief, all of them looking incredulously at 5 bamboos. They did know that in Yi Qingmei's hands back then, there was an extremely lethal weapon. It is said to be able to kill from miles away. Later, after Yi Qingmei's death, that weapon disappeared, and it turned out to be packed inside a box, still in the hands of 5 bamboos. Chapter 137 The Crown Prince's Murderer. At this time, Fan Jian spoke up and asked, "What does Fan Xian want with the weapon?" That weapon was extremely dangerous, and he didn't understand why Fan Xian wanted it. Is it going to be against someone? Logically speaking, Fan Xian had only just arrived in Kyoto City not long ago, so he shouldn't have any enemies. Then why did he take this, a very lethal weapon? 5 Bamboo said, the weapon was taken for self-protection because someone was trying to kill him. What? Fan Jian frowned tightly and said, someone is trying to kill him? Who wants to kill him? However, Chen Pingping did not say anything more after hearing what 5 Bamboos said. 5 Bamboos added, back in Danzhou, there were people who wanted to kill Fan Xian 3 times. Only, all of them were blocked by him, and the assassins that were sent, all of them died. Then we came to Kyoto, and there were still people trying to turn on him. As he spoke, 5 Bamboo lifted his sleeve, revealing his empty left sleeve. When Fan Jian and Chen Pingping saw this, their faces changed violently and exclaimed. You're... 5 Bamboo said, my left arm, it has been cut off. Fan Jian asked, how can that be? Aren't you a grand master? Who's so powerful that they managed to cut off your left arm? Regarding the strength of the 5 Bamboos, Fan Jian still understood it. Thinking back then, the 5 Bamboos followed Yi Qingmei's footsteps and basically fought all over the world, never having lost a battle. Not only that, even the current several Grand Masters were not his match as usual. Therefore, Fan Jian felt very surprised at this moment after seeing that 5 Bamboo had his left arm chopped off. The 5 Bamboos are already so powerful. And how strong would the person who injured him be? However, at this moment, Chen Pingping was also extremely shocked in her heart after seeing that 5 Bamboos was missing a left arm. He was thinking the same thing as Fan Jian. In this world, there was actually someone else who was able to defeat the 5 Bamboos. It's unbelievable. 5 Bamboos said, this person's martial arts are very strong, stronger than several other grandmasters. Also, his identity is particularly mysterious, I have no idea who it is. Mysterious? When Chen Pingping heard this, something suddenly came to her mind. He had sensed before that in the present-day Kyoto City, there seemed to exist a certain mysterious force. At that time, Chen Pingping was not sure. If it seems now, there is indeed a mysterious force that exists in this Kyoto City. Who the hell could it be? Fan Jian said, you mean that there is a mysterious force that is preparing to turn against Fan Xian? So, you're going to the palace to steal the key and get the weapons in the chest to prepare for defense? As it turned out, last night, after you entered the palace, you were discovered. The 5 Bamboo nodded, pretty much, that's it. Fan Jian reached out and stroked his jaw, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, in that case, that mysterious force knows everything about your whereabouts. So, just after you guys entered the palace, they lured the guards over, and that's what caused Fan Xian to be exposed. Chen Pingping said, why, do you have a clue? Of course, said Fan Jian, shaking his head, no. To find out who these people are, you have to investigate carefully. However, before that, I'm going to make a trip to Death Row to meet Fan Xian. Chen Pingping nodded her head and said, good, I'll make arrangements for this matter. When you go, inquire carefully if Fan Xian offended anyone while he was in Danzhou. I'll immediately send someone from the inspectorate to investigate this mysterious force. Fan Jian nodded and was about to turn around and leave when he thought of something else and said, by the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Chen Pingping asked, what is it? Fan Jian said, it is the matter of the crown prince being killed. His Majesty cannot hide this matter for long. What's more, the Empress again believes that the crown prince was killed by Fan Xian, and has now begun to commit suicide as a way to force His Majesty to deal with Fan Xian. If, in a short period of time, it's impossible to find out who really killed the crown prince, then things will be troublesome. Chen Pingping waved her hand and said, I've already made arrangements for this matter, so go see Fan Xian first. After Fan Jian saw this, he didn't say anything more before turning to leave. And before Chen Pingping left, she looked toward the 5 Bamboos beside her and said,
So what are you going to do now? Whatever you do, don't act recklessly until we have found and solved the problem. Five Bamboo said, I understand. Don't worry, I won't bother you. As he spoke, the five bamboos headed for the door. In the twinkling of an eye, it disappeared. Seeing this, Chen Pingping shook her head helplessly, reached out and pushed the iron wheelchair, traveling forward slowly. The Imperial Palace. In the middle of the Hall of Containing Light. The Empress Dowager woke up from her sleep in a daze. She reached up and stroked, somewhat dizzily, her forehead, feeling that she had slept a bit too long last night. Empress Dowager, you're awake. A palace maid saw the Empress Dowager waking up and immediately came over to inquire. The Empress Dowager slowly sat up and said, What hour is it now? The palace maid returned, Back to your highness, it's already the hour. Cinnabar time? The Empress Dowager rubbed her forehead and said, Why did I sleep for so long? Why didn't you tell me to wake up in advance? This. The courtesan wanted to speak and silently lowered her head. The Empress Dowager sensed something was wrong and asked, What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it, it's not like the mourning family will blame you. The palace maid hesitated for a moment before she spoke, Your Highness, the fact that you have slept for so long is not due to lack of fatigue, but that someone has drugged you into unconsciousness. Ha? The Empress Dowager thought she had misheard, so she asked again, What did you just say? Someone drugged mourner into a coma? Who is so bold and presumptuous as to dare harm the mourner so? The palace maid said, Your Highness, at this moment the Empress Mother, and Her Highness the eldest princess, are waiting outside the palace, they know what's going on. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, Then let them come in. Yes. The palace maid nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. A few moments later. The Empress in a white plain dress with gauze wrapped around her head walked over side by side with Li Yunrui. However, the Empress had just arrived in front of the Empress Dowager and immediately fell to her knees, crying bitterly. Mother, you have to do it for me. I don't want to live, I really don't. The Empress Dowager's face instantly grimaced when she saw the Empress' appearance and said, What's going on? How did you get into this? At this time, Li Yunrui also knelt on the ground and said, Mother, this matter cannot be blamed on sister-in-law, it is entirely because of that, the murderer of the crown prince. If it wasn't for him, sister-in-law wouldn't be like this. The Empress immediately chimed in, That's right, it's that murderer. And please, Mother, do it for me. Chapter 138, The Truth. What did you say? The Empress Dowager asked, The murderer of the crown prince has been found? Who on earth is this man? The Empress said, His name is Fan Xian and he is the eldest son of Uncle Sinan. He is the one who killed my son, Cheng Qian. Please do it for me, Mother. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager quickly rose from the edge of the bed and exclaimed, Is what you say true? The Empress nodded, I can vouch with my life that this is true. At this time, Li Yunrui also chimed in, Mother, indeed. Fan Xian not only killed the crown prince, he also tried to assassinate you. He was the one who drugged you last night, and before he could do anything about it, the guards found out. As soon as Li Yunrui's words fell, the Empress Dowager became enraged and said, To actually have such a thing, is really abominable. Then where is Fan Xian now? I will never forgive him lightly. The Empress said, Mother, that Fan Xian has been escorted to death row by His Majesty. When the Empress Dowager heard this, she nodded and said, So it's already been caught. Since that's the case, then it's perfect, just let His Majesty directly have this person lynched to death. Not to mention the fact that he was disrespectful to mourner, but the one about killing the crown prince is definitely enough for him to die 10 times. However, the Empress suddenly said, Mother, this Fan Xian, in fact, has another identity. The Empress Dowager disdainfully said, What status can there be? If he dares to kill the crown prince, even if he is the emperor's own son, he still won't live. The Empress nodded her head and said, Mother, you are right, this person is none other than His Majesty's own son. What? The Empress Dowager looked at the Empress with an unthinking expression. Li Yunrui said, No, to be precise, it should be the child born to His Majesty and Yi Qingmei. This time, the Empress Dowager was even more confused. What did she just hear? His Majesty and Yi Qingmei actually have a child. When was this a thing and how did she not know anything about it? Seeing that the Empress Dowager didn't believe it, Li Yunrui added, Empress Mother, this matter is very true, last night His Majesty has already admitted this matter with his own mouth. So, there is still justice to be done, Mother. After pondering for a moment, the Empress Dowager suddenly thought of something and said, Fan Xian? Why does it sound so familiar to the grieving family?
Li Yunrui hurriedly returned, Empress Mother, this man is precisely Chener's fiancé, when His Majesty personally bestowed the marriage. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed, and on her aged face, a wave of anger quickly flashed out as she coldly drank.
So it's him.
Originally, the mourner did not approve of this matter, and felt that this man was not a good match.
It seems so nowadays.
Go with the mourning family to find His Majesty and have this marriage contract cancelled.
How can a person who is so sinful be worthy of Chener?
When Li Yunrui heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief inside. As long as the Empress Dowager stepped in, then the matter would be considered a done deal, which was why she came this time, wanting to pay her respects to her mother. Originally, Li Yunrui was still feeling helpless about Fan Xian and Chener getting the power of the inner treasury after they got married. As a result, there was such an opportunity. This time, she would never, ever let Fan Xian live.
Afterward, the Empress and Li Yunrui, the two of them, followed the Empress Dowager's side and left the Hall of Containing Light. In the meantime,
Fan Jian had already managed to enter the death cell with the help of Chen Pingping. Even though Emperor Qing said last night that no one is allowed to go near the death cell, violators will be beheaded. However, that was just talking to other people, and it didn't work for Fan Jian at all. Not only that, but Fan Jian likewise knew that if something happened to Fan Xian now, then Emperor Qing must have been thinking of it as well, so that he would hurry to come and fix it. Therefore, when Fan Jian arrived at the entrance to the death cell, the guards consciously parted and let him in directly. Soon, Fan Jian followed one of the guards to the second level of the death cell. When he had just entered, he saw Fan Xian's figure in a room not far away. At this moment, Fan Xian was lazily lying on a bed covered with hay, his hands resting behind his head, and not only was he holding a straw in his mouth, but he was also crossing his legs. No jail time at all, instead it's like they're here to have fun. At that moment, the man who had just led Fan Jian in said to him, Lord Fan, I can only give you one incense stick of time. And please don't make it difficult for the Department of Villainy. Fan Jian waved his hand and said, Got it, go down. When this person left, Fan Jian walked to the door of the room and looked at Fan Xian inside, saying, You're staying pretty much at home in here, aren't you? Fan Xian, who was originally in deep thought, heard the familiar voice before he immediately really got up.
Father. What are you doing here?
Fan Jian said, I came here, naturally, to try to save you.
What the hell is going on here? How did you turn out to be the murderer of the Crown Prince in good time? And why did you assassinate the Empress Dowager? Fan Xian spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, I don't know.
Inexplicably, I became the murderer of the prince. I just made a trip to the palace, and both the guards and the Empress and the girls flatly insisted that I was the murderer.
I'm really worse than a sinus. Do-yi? Fan Jian queried, Who's that? Oh, that's a character. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, That's not important, what's important is that someone is trying to frame me.
Otherwise, I couldn't have just entered the palace and been discovered by the guards and had everything pointed at me.
Fan Jian said, That's what we think, that you've been set up by someone else. And do you know who it was that set you up?
Fan Xian shook his head, I don't know, I've thought about it for half a day, but I haven't come up with half a clue. Fan Jian's face was grim as he sighed and said, Since you can't figure it out, things are in trouble. Right now, the murder of the Crown Prince is not yet known to the outside world, so we need to find the murderer you were framed for in the meantime.
Otherwise, no one can save you.
After Fan Xian was silent for a while, he asked Fan Jian, Father, I have a question for you.
Say, what's the problem?
Fan Jian said.
Fan Xian said, Am I the son of Yi Qingmei, or the son of His Majesty and Yi Qingmei?
What, you, Fan Jian exclaimed, how could you ask such a thing?
Fan Xian added, It was His Majesty himself who recognized it.
So, please also tell me, Father, I want to know the truth. Fan Jian did not expect that Emperor Qing would actually take this matter and tell Fan Xian directly.
Is he crazy? How can he even say such things?
However, Fan Jian saw that things had already been revealed and it would be useless to hide it any longer, so he just sighed helplessly and then nodded.
That's right, you are indeed Emperor Qing, and Mei's son. Chapter 139, Fan Xian, oh, destroy it.
Fan Xian's heart, which had been hanging in the air after hearing Fan Jian's words, finally died. He didn't expect that the truth would really be as what Emperor Qing said.
Ha!
Ha! Fan Xian had, by now, absolutely no idea what to say. At this point, Fan Jian said when he saw Fan Xian looking down in deep thought.
Now that you know about this, I won't hide it from you anymore. You are indeed the son of His Majesty, and may. Originally I was thinking that I would be ready to tell you about this later, but now.
Following closely, Fan Jian added, however, it doesn't matter much whose son you really are.
You can always be my son later if you don't mind. Fan Xian. Good lord, can it still be played like that?
How good was this mother of his, who used to be so good, that she could make others willingly raise children? If this was on anyone else, they would probably have shrugged it off a long time ago.
Suah, really excellent. It's a talent for a woman to be able to do what mother did. Fan Xian pondered for a moment and said, let's leave this issue aside for now, let's talk about the matter at hand.
As early as when I was in Danjo earlier, there were people who wanted to assassinate me, and now that I've come to Kyoto City, it still hasn't changed. If I'm not mistaken, the people who are defaming me now, and the ones who assassinated in the first place, should be the same force.
Fan Jian nodded, this matter, we also feel that it is indeed so. That's why I just asked you if you've offended anyone lately.
Fan Xian shook his head, no, I've only just come to the capital, I don't know a lot of people, so who could I have offended?
I wondered that too. But while I wasn't sure before, now I have some clue.
I'm sure the person who wants to kill me must have something to do with the royal family. Fan Jian reached out and stroked the beard on his jaw, pondered for a moment, and said, if it's as you say, then there are only two candidates.
The Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Don't want you to live because your existence would affect their interests. Fan Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, it's the same as I thought, and I think that the Crown Prince is the most suspicious.
Earlier you said that His Majesty desires to put me in charge of the inner treasury. In that case, the Crown Prince will definitely not be willing, and will indeed be able to say something if he wants to take a shot at me. It's just that, now that the Crown Prince has been killed, the only one left is the Second Prince. Maybe the Crown Prince's murder has something to do with him as well. After all, the battle for the Crown Prince is quite intense right now, and once the Crown Prince is killed, then the Second Prince will become the new Crown Prince. So, he's the most suspicious. At this time, Fan Jian however shook his head and said, the logic is indeed like this, but I always feel that something isn't right because it's also too obvious, the Second Prince shouldn't be this stupid.
Fan Xian was surprised, are you saying that someone is also framing the Second Prince? Fan Jian nodded, don't rule that out.
If that's really the case, then this person is too powerful to get rid of the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and you with just one thing.
Fan Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling that the other party did have a point. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Close to falsely accusing good people.
Originally, after Fan Xian had ascertained that the Second Prince, likewise, was a traveler, his heart already did not regard him as a good person. So, naturally, all the things that happened before were put on his head. Now that it dawned on him, he began to push the suspicion of the Second Prince away completely. If it seemed so, then the candidates could only be from the Grand Prince and that Third Prince. At this time, Fan Jian said, it's about time now, so I'll go back first.
You won't be in danger for a while, stay here for now. Fan Xian shrugged and said, it doesn't matter, stay wherever you want. Don't worry, we will definitely save you out.
Fan Jian said with a serious face. Afterward, Fan Jian stopped staying here, turned around, and headed for the door. Fan Xian pondered in his mind as he watched Fan Jian leave.
However, he didn't say much.
Now that things were like this, it was completely beyond his expectations. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have come to the capital in the first place, it would have been better to stay in Danjo. Now it's good to be trapped in this dark place, and it's hard to get out. Moreover, in the last 2 days, he had learned more information than he had in more than 10 years, it was like a dream.
He doesn't even know anymore what's real and what's not.
Immediately afterward, Fan Xian continued to lie on the bed, crossed his legs, and laughed bitterly for a few moments.
Destroy it. Destroy them all.
Other side. After Li Qingze finished practicing his sword art, he directly went out of the gates of the royal residence and walked in the direction of the Yi mansion. Now, taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do, he was prepared to go shopping with Yi Linger and have a good time. It might not be long before Emperor Qing sent someone to announce him to the palace.
At that point, things won't be fun.
Soon, Li Qingze arrived outside the door of the Yi mansion and saw Yi Linger, who was dressed in a red dress, looking around. Like a girl waiting for her lover.
Sister Linger, this way. Li Qingze greeted Yi Linger and walked over quickly.
Yi Linger, who was originally waiting, immediately showed a smile of joy on her face after hearing Li Qingze's words and walked towards him as well. Lee Sung-taek walked up and said, "How about it? You've been waiting for a long time."
"No yet."
Yi-linger immediately shook her head and said, "It hasn't been a long wait, I just got here as well." In fact, Yi-linger had already been waiting here an hour ago.
"Because it's an outing with your favorite person, what does it matter if you wait longer?"
Seeing the break and not saying anything, Lee Changza said, "Then let's go now. I heard from the servants in the mansion that a few new rouge stores have recently opened on North Street, and the stuff in them is very good.
Let's go over there." Yi-linger nodded her head and smiled, "Yes, I'll listen to you on all counts."
It doesn't matter where I go as long as I'm with you." Lee Changza smiled and reached out to the tip of Yi-linger's nose, gently scraping it.
"Go. I guess I won't be able to come out shopping with you for the last while."
Yi-linger said, "It's fine, if you're busy, I can go find you later."
"I usually, anyway, don't. At all."
Just before Yi-linger could finish her sentence, the words coming out of the mouths of the several pedestrians passing by her side instantly attracted her attention.
"Have you heard? The Crown Prince has been killed." "What? How could the Crown Prince be killed, really? You can't be serious." "It's a head killer. 1,000 times over, I just heard it with my own ears from someone else." Chapter 140. A young girl's blush is better than all love words.
Yi-linger stopped her steps and hurriedly looked toward Lee Changza beside her.
"Zay, did you hear that just now, what those guys were saying? They say the prince has been killed."
Lee Changza pulled Yi-linger to the side and whispered, "I also heard it from others this morning. It seems that something big must have happened in the palace in this recent period. That's why I just said to you that I might not be able, in the future, to hang out with you anymore." Yi-linger only then reacted and asked with a worried face, Then
will you be alright?"
After all, the battle between the second prince and the crown prince had intensified, and all the supporters in the court had long been divided into two factions. Now that the crown prince had been killed, it looked like the second prince had won, but in reality, there would be a big problem. Lee Sung-taek laughed, "It's fine, don't worry about me. I never wanted, anyway, the crown prince position."
He is not at all false in this statement. Because Lee Changza never wanted to be any kind of crown prince.
Wouldn't it be better if he were to become emperor directly?
At this time, Yi-linger nodded and said, "I respect your choice. In the future, no matter what kind of person you are, even if you are relegated to the status of a commoner, I will still marry you." After Lee Changza heard Yi-linger's words, his heart was inexplicably moved and he couldn't help but hug the other party. "Fine, then I'll break away from the royal family and become a commoner from now on. When the time comes, I'll join your Yi family and let you support me." When Yi-linger was hugged by Lee Changza, her body instinctively trembled for a moment, and then she hugged him. "Good, then I'll keep you from now on." Yi-linger hemmed and hawed. It was the first time she had, for the first time, been intimate with a man of the opposite sex. It felt good though. Especially the upright body, the broad chest, and the... Suddenly, Yi-linger reacted, "It is still in the street, they make this kind of intimate behavior, if it is seen by other people, is it not?" Even though she has a brash personality, I guess, she is conservative and feudal at heart, so what kind of person is she to be pulling and tugging on other men on the street? Luckily, they were an unmarried couple, and even if others saw them, they wouldn't say anything about gossip. Soon, Yi-linger's face instantly turned red and hurriedly withdrew from Lee Changza's arms. Let's just go shopping." As she spoke, she hurried forward. When Lee Changza saw Yi-linger leave, a sentence suddenly came to mind. "The blush of a maiden is better than all words of love." Now it seems to be true. It's nice to have such a lovely wife in a strange world. When he thought of this, Lee Changza accelerated his pace and chased after Yi-linger. "Sister Linger, slow down a bit. Wait for me." After Fan Jian came out from inside the death row, he got on a sedan chair and started to return to the supervisory court. Only, on his way back, something that made him unexpected still happened. Just as Fan Jian was going back, he heard the pedestrians on the street start talking about the murder of the crown prince, which immediately startled him. Wait until he sends someone to check it out. It turned out that the entire city of Kyoto had already known the news that the crown prince had been killed. The incident shocked the entire Kyoto. Fan Jian hurriedly returned to the supervisory court and arrived at Chen Pingping's residence. When he saw Chen Pingping, his face immediately changed drastically and said, "What's going on in Kyoto City? How did the news of the crown prince's murder get out?" Chen Pingping bowed her head in silence, obviously also knowing about this matter, and for a while she didn't know how to answer. Afterward, he then spoke, "This matter, I only just learned about it.
And, I've sent someone to find out, and I should know soon, who put out the news.
Fan Jian waved his hand and said, what else is there to check? Where's the time for you to investigate? By the time you find out, the yellow flowers will be cold. It's obvious that this was done on purpose by someone who just wanted to make a big deal out of it. Now it seems that the person who released the news must also be the one who killed the crown prince, and the purpose is also obvious. They don't want Fan Xian to live.
Chen Pingping nodded. That's right, that's what I thought just now. If I'm given enough time, I'm sure I'll find evidence to prove Fan Xian's innocence.
But there's not even time for that now.
Once the entire court knows about the crown prince's murder, it will surely shock the entire court. The crown prince of a country was killed. If this matter is not dealt with severely, even if the empress agrees, the entire court will not agree. Fan Jian gritted his teeth and growled lowly, that's what I'm afraid of. At that time, once we have no evidence to prove Fan Xian's innocence, then he will only die. All the clues are now pointing to Fan Xian as the murderer of the crown prince, and even if he isn't, His Majesty will treat him as the murderer in order to put the matter to rest in a hurry.
When that happens, no one can save him.
Chen Pingping bowed her head in contemplation, and after a moment, spoke, then, there is only, now, one last way that is feasible.
Fan Jian said, what way?
Chen Pingping stretched out her right hand, placed it in front of her neck, and with a gentle stroke, said, let Fan Xian die.
Fan Jian's face changed in surprise, you mean?
Chen Pingping nodded and said, other than that, I can't think of any other way to resolve this matter. If there is no accident, in this afternoon, there will be quite a number of officials who will enter the palace to meet His Majesty. There is no way to stop this matter once it comes to light.
Fan Jian pondered for a moment and said, well, that's all that can be done now.
I hope that in the time that Fan Xian has been dead, you've been able to hurry up and find the real murderer so that you can still make amends.
Chen Pingping said, don't worry, what I lack most now is time. As long as I'm given enough time, I'm bound to find the real murderer and clear Fan Xian's name. Fan Jian sighed slowly and said nothing more.
In fact, just now, when Chen Pingping and Fan Jian said that they wanted Fan Xian to die, they didn't really kill him. Instead, he was to be made to withdraw from the public eye by faking his death. When the time comes, just find the real killer and bring him back. Not to mention the two of them, even the current Emperor Chang would not let Fan Xian die so easily.
In the meantime,
inside the palace, the thing that caused Emperor Qing's headache finally happened.
He knew things would come though.
But I didn't expect that it would come so fast, and I wasn't prepared for it at all.
In the Imperial Library,
Emperor Qing's face was gloomy as he sat at the table, looking at the Empress Dowager, Empress and Li Yunrui in front of him, his head about to explode with anger.
Chapter 141 The Exasperated Emperor Qing. A little before,
Emperor Qing had come into the imperial study after having his morning meal. Due to the fact that he basically didn't sleep much last night, after all the things he had experienced, his mind started to ramble non-stop. Especially after escorting Fan Xian into the heavenly prison, he began to think about the solution afterward. After all, the crown prince had been dead for several long days, and common sense would dictate that he should be raised for burial and hurry to put this matter to rest. Only, right now, he didn't have enough evidence to prove that Fan Xian was the murderer, so naturally, he couldn't execute him at will.
Moreover, the thing that Emperor Chang wanted the most had not yet gotten his hands on it. And how can we let Fan Xian die?
At the very least, it's not too late to ask the whereabouts of that weapon before killing it. Just as Emperor Qing was sitting at the table, head bowed in contemplation, a black-clothed, powerfully suited guard walked out from the shadows beside him. He walked to Emperor Qing's front and bowed his hand in obeisance. Your Majesty, just now, Sananbo has entered the death row and chatted with the prisoner for nearly an incense stick of time.
Emperor Chang nodded and said, where are the people now? The guard returned, Sananbo has left.
Emperor Chang added, good, I know about this matter, you go down.
Yes.
The guard nodded his head in agreement and immediately turned around, returning to the shadows. Emperor Chang then took out paper and pen from the table, and began to write some words. He had known that Fan Jian would go to death row to meet Fan Xian.
Because only Fan Jian and Chen Pingping could find a chance to save Fan Xian.
That was why he let the guards go, allowing Fan Xian to enter and exit the death chamber. If there were no surprises, with Fan Xian and Chen Pingping's means, they would soon be able to find evidence to prove Fan Xian's innocence. Thinking of this, Emperor Qing picked up his quill and continued to write the contents on the paper. However, he had just written not even a few words when he heard the voice of a eunuch from outside the imperial study.
The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The Rapunzel has arrived. Emperor Qing, who was originally writing words, immediately frowned after hearing the voice outside the door. What are the three of them doing here? If it was just the Empress and Li Yunrui, it would be nothing and could be dealt with completely easily. However, actually even the Empress Dowager came, so the nature is different. No matter how majestic and solemn Emperor Qing was, he was still a child in front of the Empress Dowager. Ahem. Emperor Qing already knew that the Empress Dowager's purpose for this visit. I think he must have known about Fan Xian, and that's why he came to find him and ask for his pardon. After Emperor Qing sighed, he immediately put away the paper on which he had just written the words and placed it underneath the sangha next to him, and then he stood up. Right at this moment, the three of them, the Empress Dowager and the Empress, walked towards this place with quick steps, and on each of their faces, a look of anger appeared. When Emperor Qing saw the visitor, he immediately said to the Empress Dowager, "Greetings, mother." However, the Empress Dowager glanced at Emperor Qing and grunted coldly, "In your eyes, do you still have Morning House as your mother?" Simply too much of a disappointment to the grieving family. Emperor Qing said, "Mother, rest her anger, have something to say slowly." The Empress Dowager said, "Then Fan Xian, is he the son of Yu and Yi Qingmei or not?" Emperor Qing didn't hide it, so he had to nod his head and say, "Yes." Despite being mentally prepared, the Empress Dowager still felt incredulous after hearing Emperor Qing's answer with her own ears. When, exactly, did they get together? I can't believe I have a child. It's simply too much. The Empress Dowager suddenly thought of something and said, "No wonder you want to give Chen'er a marriage to that Fan Xian, so this is the reason." Emperor Qing said, "Mother, in fact, things are not so, I originally had other plans." The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, "The Morning family doesn't care what your plans are, this matter ends here, you hurry up and cancel Chen'er's engagement. The Morning family will never allow that Chen'er will become a widow before she is even married." Emperor Qing's face did not change, saying, "Mother, you mean to say?" The Empress Dowager angrily rebuked, "What, now that it's come to this, do you still want Fan Xian to live? He has already killed the crown prince and still wants to assassinate the mourner. What's the point of keeping this kind of treacherous person? Even if it's a death by 1,000 cuts, it's not enough." Seeing that Emperor Qing was still a bit hesitant, the Empress Dowager added, "Imperial son, you must not be merciful, you'd rather kill by mistake than absolutely miss." Emperor Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Mother, I know what you mean, and this matter will surely satisfy you." As he spoke, he looked up at the Empress, his eyes full of disgust within. However, the Empress was unimpressed and dared to look straight into Emperor Qing's oncoming eyes, her face full of disdain. Anyway, she was all alone now and had nothing to fear at all. At that moment, the Empress Dowager said, "In that case, then the mourning family will not be disturbed any further. Mourner is sure that you will take care of this." Emperor Chang nodded his head and said, "Please rest assured that mother is." Immediately afterward, the Empress Dowager turned to leave. And Emperor Qing looked at the Empress back and said, "Empress, you stay, I have something to say to you." As a result, the Empress didn't pay any attention to Emperor Qing at all, and after flinging her sleeves, she left the imperial study with quick steps. Emperor Qing's teeth gnashed in anger when he saw this. "Damn it! This, I will abolish you sooner or later." Emperor Qing secretly cursed angrily, and after taking a few deep breaths, he sat down on the stool, hitting the weight to take out the paper that he had not finished writing just now, and continued to write. As a result, he hadn't written a few words yet when Hong Xiichi's figure, like a ghost, floated over from the door. When Emperor Chang sensed someone, he roared, "What's wrong again? Can you still let me clean for a moment?" Hong Xiich had just arrived in front of Emperor Qing's face, and before he had the chance to open his mouth to speak, he heard an angry roar that startled him. He thought he had done something wrong again, and immediately arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, rest your anger, the old slave deserved to die." Emperor Qing put down the brush in his hand and said, "Forget it, it's none of your business. Say, what's the news this time?" Hong Xiichi saw that Emperor Chang was not angry before he spoke, "Your Majesty, it's not good." At this moment the entire city of Kyoto is publicizing everywhere the news that the crown prince has been killed. I guess the city of Kyoto now knows the news. What? Emperor Qing immediately stood up from the front of his stool with an incredulous expression. What's going on? Who spread the news of the crown prince's murder out? Hong Xiichi shook his head and said, "The old slave doesn't know." With a bang sound, Emperor Qing clenched his fist and slammed it on the tabletop, roaring lowly. "Damn it! Why is this happening? Quickly go and send people to investigate, and arrest all those who spread this news to me. If you meet anyone who resists, kill without pardon." "Yes, old slave will go do it now."
Hong Xiich nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. And the more Emperor Qing thought about it, the more angry he became, and he raised his hand and lifted the table in front of him, tipping it to the ground.
Pissed off at me. Chapter 142. Something big is going to happen. Well, did you have fun today? On the way back, Li Chengze asked Yi Linger beside him.
Yi Linger blushed slightly and immediately nodded her head, happy.
I haven't had this much fun in a long time. It's just what I just bought, isn't that a bit much?
As she spoke, Yi Linger looked towards Li Chengze's hands, holding the sizable package. All of these things were just bought on the street, during the tour.
Li Sung-taek laughed. It's fine, this is nothing. It's just a little money in the district.
The last thing he needs right now is money, so naturally he's going to be brash. After all, how can he not be willing to spend money on his own people?
Yi Linger smiled and didn't say anything more, but in her heart, she was extremely happy.
Since this period of time, she would always be inexplicably happy when she stayed with Li Sung-taek. Sometimes, even when I dreamed in my sleep, I would dream of Li Chengze's figure. It was as if Li Sung-taek had taken over her entire world, thinking about it all the time. At this time, Li Chengze said, "Go back first, the streets are not peaceful today, I'm afraid something is going to happen."
Yi Linger knew what Li Chengze meant.
Just now, as they were coming back, they saw that on the street, a lot of guards appeared and started arresting people everywhere. And the people who caught it were all discussing, earlier, the murder of the crown prince. Yi Linger knew that this was inside the palace, about to start moving.
Good, then let's go back. Yi Linger nodded and smiled. A few moments later, Li Chengze then sent Yi Linger back to the entrance of the Yi mansion. There it is. Yi Linger looked at the mansion in front of her.
She actually didn't want to go back, but she couldn't continue to pester Li Sung-taek, so she had to force herself to do so. Li Sung-taek nodded and said, "I'll send it here, and come back to you when I have time later." Yi Linger took the package in her hand and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you."
Li Chengze reached out and scraped the tip of Yi Linger's nose, and said, "I'll be going then. Bye." Yi Linger nodded.
Seeing this, Li Sung-taek said no more and turned around to leave the place. Yi Linger, on the other hand, stood in place, silently looking at Li Chengze's back until it disappeared into thin air before returning to her senses. Afterwards, Yi Linger wore a cheerful smile on her face as she walked quickly towards the mansion. After separating from Yi Linger, Li Chengze didn't go back to the royal residence directly, but walked towards the Lin residence.
With the news that the crown prince had been killed being proclaimed everywhere in Kyoto City, in just a few hours, the entire Kyoto City basically knew about it.
Lin Mansion, Front Hall. After Lin Gong rushed back home, he began to hoof it straight to the study.
"Father, it's not good. Big deal."
In the study, Lin Ruofu was sitting in front of his desk reading a book, and when he heard Lin Gong's words, he had a helpless look on his face. He slowly shook his head and said, "The son, is always fussy when it comes to things, how can he accomplish great things?"
"Calm down and everything, I'm really spoiled."
At this time, Lin Gong said hurriedly after walking into the study.
"Father, something big is wrong." Lin Ruofu said in disbelief, "What's so alarming?" "Calm down, haven't I told you many times to be calm and everything?"
Lin Gong waved his hand and said, "Father, this time is different. I just heard on the street that the crown prince was killed in the palace."
"What?"
Lin Ruofu directly stood up from his stool with a shocked expression. "The crown
prince was killed? How is this possible?"
Lin Gong said, "I didn't believe it at first either, but now the streets are filled with palace guards arresting people."
"If the matter is false, then what are they arresting people for? Besides, who would joke about something like that?"
Hearing this, Lin Ruofu felt that his son did have a point, and since the palace had already made a move, it meant that the matter was indeed true.
However, he still couldn't believe that it was actually happening. The crown prince of a country was actually killed? That's a shocking existence no matter what dynasty it's placed in.
Just as Lin Ruofu was contemplating, Lin Gong, who was on the side, said, "Father, what should we do after this?" Originally, he was a member of the crown prince's party, and what he had done in the past was to help the crown prince. Originally thought that in a short period of time, the crown prince was the future emperor, and after he became his party, he would be able to rise a few grades in the government, and be appointed as a vassal and a prime minister. As a result, now that the crown prince was dead, all the efforts made before had all become a sham. Lin Ruofu pondered for a moment before speaking, "What's the rush? It's the crown prince who died, not you. Let's wait and see first, since this matter has exploded, the ministers in the court must be even more anxious than you are."
But
Lin Gong wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Ruofu waving his hand.
Hold your horses, let's see it first. Just then, the mansion's houseguard walked over quickly. Master, there are people from the palace.
When Lin Ruofu heard the family man's words, he immediately stood up and said, please.
Yes, master.
The family man nodded in agreement and turned to leave.
While at this moment, Lin Gong said to Lin Ruofu, Father, why did someone suddenly come from inside the palace? Something's not supposed to happen.
Lin Ruofu said in disbelief, what's the panic?
Even if something happens, it's not like it's going to concern us. We won't know until later.
Lin Gong wanted to say something else, but then he felt that his old man was right, he hadn't done anything bad recently, so what was there to be afraid of? Afterward, Lin Ruofu took Lin Gong and walked out of the study. Just then, a white-faced, middle-aged eunuch walked slowly towards them.
So it's Eunuch Shen.
Lin Ruofu recognized the visitor and immediately greeted him with a smile. Eunuch Shen laughed, Minister Lin, the old slave has come to disturb again. Lin Ruofu said, what are you talking about, Eunuch Shen? I'm still begging for you to come to the mansion as a guest. Come, let's go to the living room and talk, I have some fine tea in my collection, so we can talk over a drink later. Eunuch Shen waved his hand and said, let's dispense with the tea today, the old slave is here, but he has something important to do. As he spoke, he pulled out an envelope from his pocket and said, this is a letter from His Majesty, asking the old slave to bring it to Minister Lin. Immediately after Lin Ruofu saw the letter, he was ready to bend over and kneel down, but he was interrupted by Eunuch Shen. Minister Lin, His Majesty said that there is no need to kneel to receive the letter.
I see.
Lin Ruofu stood up straight before immediately walking forward to receive the letter.
Thank you, Eunuch Shen. Eunuch Shen laughed, no harm done, it was originally the old slave's duty. Since the items have been brought, then the old slave will leave first. Lin Ruofu looked toward Lin Gong behind him, quickly send off Eunuch Shen. Only then did Lin Gong walk over and said to Eunuch Shen, Eunuch, please. Wait until that Eunuch Shen and Lin Ruofu Lin Gong left.
Lin Ruofu then opened the letter and flipped through the contents. Immediately afterward, he frowned slightly and muttered.
I can't believe it. Chapter 143 Unexpected Joy. Lin Gong quickly rushed back after sending Eunuch Shen away. Father, the letter His Majesty gave you, what does it say?
Lin Ruofu folded up the letter paper and tucked it inside his sleeve, saying,
Your Majesty, break off the engagement. Marriage contract? Lin Gong was surprised, is it my little sister's engagement? Lin Ruofu nodded and said, that's right, it's Wanner and Fan Xian's marriage contract. Lin Gong said, isn't this a good thing? You are already at odds with Fan Jian, much less want to become in-laws with him. Now that His Majesty has cancelled the marriage contract, then there's no need to join forces with the Fan family in the future. Lin Ruofu said, that being said, I'm still a bit puzzled. When I think about the matter of His Majesty's marriage bestowal for Wanner, I was very unhappy about it. Now somehow, the engagement is cancelled, there must be a reason for this. Lin Gong waved his hand and laughed, Father, aren't you overthinking it, there's no reason for that. Lin Ruofu shook his head and pondered for a moment before suddenly thinking of something and said, wait, could it be? When Lin Gong saw it, he hurriedly asked, Father, what's wrong? Did you think of something? Lin Ruofu said, it's the Crown Prince. That's right, it should be because of the matter of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Lin Gong was surprised, Father, are you trying to say that Fan Xian had something to do with the murder of the Crown Prince? Lin Ruofu nodded and said, very likely. If that's really the case, then the Fan family will be in bad luck. You hurry up and send someone, go to the palace and poke around to see what the situation is really like. If that Fan Xian really has something to do with the murder of the Crown Prince, He used to be worried that he couldn't find an opportunity to have a good fight with that Fan Jian. Now maybe, just in time, it will be an opportunity. Lin Gong also thought of something and immediately nodded, okay, I'll go now. Just after the words were said, he left on his ass. Lin Ruofu laughed, turned around and walked towards the study. However, he was just about to reach the door to the study when something else occurred to him. By the way, you can take this good news now and go tell Wanner. Previously, Wanner had always been repulsed by this engagement, and now she would definitely be happy if she knew that it had been cancelled. Thinking of this, Lin Ruofu changed his direction and headed towards Lin Wanner's boudoir. A little before, Li Chengza rolled over to the courtyard wall of the Lin mansion and looked around a few times to make sure that no one else was here before he jumped down.
Afterward, Li Chengze made light of the situation and came outside Lin Wanner's boudoir. And at this moment, Lin Wanner was sitting in her room, holding a brush and drawing paper, drawing something with a serious face. She was dressed in a long white dress, her face was painted with light makeup, and she wore an unusual teenage girl's hairstyle. Her whole face was rosy, and her complexion was too much better than before. Moreover, the two of them, Lin Wanner and Yi Linger, were girls with completely different styles. One is a big-hearted, feisty womanizer. The other, on the other hand, is a dignified and elegant lady of the house, full of ladylike gestures between her knitted brows and her feet. However, apart from her looks, Lin Wanner's figure was a bit stronger than Yi Linger's. Especially at this moment, when Lin Wanner was painting seriously and tilting her little head in contemplation, the two lumps in front of her chest were actually able to be placed flat on the desktop.
So mean.
Then, when Lee Sung-taek saw his chance, when he saw no one around, he immediately walked forward to the window and directly tumbled in. Lin Wanner, who was originally tilting her head in contemplation, immediately came back to her senses after hearing a sound in the room. She turned sharply, then saw a man, suddenly appearing in the room. Lin Wanner was startled and was just about to open her mouth to scream when she realized that the person coming was Li Changze.
Brother Sung Jack.
Lin Wanner quickly stood up with an excited expression. Immediately following, she shut the door to the room behind her.
Li Changze said, Sister Wanner, haven't seen you for a few days, have you missed me? Yes. Lin Wanner nodded heavily and said, it's on my mind every day. I didn't expect you to come and see me today. Lee Sung-taek said, these last few days, it might be a bit busy, so it will be fine after a while. By the way, what are you drawing?
When Lin Wanner heard this, she immediately put away the drawing paper on the table, and her face faintly began to blush slightly.
No. Didn't draw anything, just random drawings. When Li Changze saw that Lin Wanner didn't say anything, he didn't continue to ask, so he said, I came to see you today to see how your body is doing, and whether or not the malady has come back, Lin Wanner shook her head and said, no, it's already much better. I haven't thrown up blood since I drank that medicine of yours. Brother Sung Jack, your medical skills are very impressive. Li Changze laughed, that's right, in this world, there's still no that I can't cure. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a commotion outside the door, as if someone was coming. Li Changze said, no good, someone is coming.
As soon as he spoke, he quickly fell on his back and rolled under the bed in one swift motion. No matter what, Lin Wanner was also an unmarried girl. If this was known by others that there was a man hidden inside the room, then there would definitely be gossip.
So, just to be on the safe side, he hurriedly hid. That's what it looks like. It feels a little weird. Seems like he was seeking sex with someone else's daughter-in-law, then the main man suddenly came back, which made him hide. Lee Sung-taek smiled helplessly and began to wait under the bed. And after Lin Wanner saw Li Changze suddenly tumbling under the bed, she was about to ask what was going on when she heard a voice from the doorway. Wani, are you in your room?
Lin Wanner heard the voice and it was none other than her father, Lin Ruofu.
This time, she kind of finally understood that just now, Brother Changze, why he had to drill under the bed. Turns out it's because I'm afraid of being found out.
Thinking of this, Lin Wanner immediately returned, I am.
I wonder what my father came for. Lin Ruofu, who was at the door, said, I have something to say to you, is it convenient to open the door now?
Lin Wanner looked towards the bottom of the bed, and after another moment of contemplation, she said, convenient, please wait a moment father. Afterwards, Lin Wanner quickly put away the painting utensils on the table and adjusted her state again before walking to the door and opening the door of the room with an expressionless face.
Father, come in. Lin Ruofu nodded and slowly walked into the room and opened his mouth. Wanner, my father has come this time because he has a good thing to tell you. Didn't you hate the bestowal of marriage before and didn't want to marry Sananbo's eldest son? Lin Wanner said, doesn't father know that, so why does he need the story to be retold?
Lin Ruofu waved his hand and said, this time is different. Just now, His Majesty sent a letter, and has cancelled your marriage contract, directly, so you won't have to marry that Fan Xian in the future.
Chapter 144 Li Changze's way of solving problems. An annulment?
Li Changze, who was hiding under the bed, immediately understood what was going on when he heard Lin Ruo's words. It seemed that Emperor Qing was now going to start disposing of Fan Xian. Especially after the murder of the crown prince was publicized, it was naturally impossible to hide it. Coupled with the empress's threat of death, the empress dowager's angry rebuke, and the ministers in the court, even that Emperor Qing did not dare to continue to conceal the matter. Before disposing of Fan Xian, it was natural to cancel the marriage contract first. However, Li Qingze originally thought that the matter of canceling the engagement could be delayed for a few more days, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be so fast. Since this was the case, it was enough to be able to show that at this moment, Emperor Qing's mind had begun to break down. The chess game laid down by hard work. Before you have time to start playing, the pieces have already popped up. This change in anyone's body, it is not good. However, in Li Sung-jak's mind, he began to think of something else. Even if, in the future, Emperor Chang would really dispose of Fan Xian, he wouldn't let him die, and there would definitely be a backstroke. I just don't know if that Fan Jian and Chen Pingping duo have come up with a good way to rescue Fan Xian. He was looking forward to this. As for further down the line, it is to re-enroll the Crown Prince position. If Li Qingze had not guessed wrongly, by the time Li Qingxian's funeral was finished, the court would surely propose that a new Crown Prince be named. Logically speaking, if Li Qingxian died, then the biggest beneficiary, naturally, would be him, Li Qingze. However, with his knowledge of that old silver coin of Emperor Qing's, even if it came to that, Emperor Qing would definitely find another reason not to pass the Crown Prince position to him.
Of course, it doesn't matter even if you don't pass it on. It's still the same. The prince is whoever he wants to be. If you want to be one in the future, you can just rebel and become the emperor. Since we can't solve the problem, let's take care of the people who are the problem and fix them. It's just that now is not the time. At the same time, Lin Wanner was shocked after hearing Lin Ruofu's words. She hadn't thought that His Majesty would actually call off the engagement? This is too sudden, isn't it? Father, can this be true? Lin Wanner asked. Lin Ruofu said, naturally, it's true, how could my father joke about such things? Now you're kind of getting what you want. After Lin Wanner knew that this was true, she was naturally very joyful inwardly. This was something she had only dreamed of. It just seemed a little strange to her. How is it that for good reason, His Majesty suddenly wants to cancel the engagement? Could it be? At that moment, Lin Wanner's mind suddenly recalled Brother Chang Zhe's words. Some time ago, Brother Sung-jak had said that he would make sure his engagement was cancelled. At that time, Lin Wanner naturally did not believe. After all, she is to understand that uncle, once personally admitted things, is absolutely not easy to loose lips. So, she didn't hold out much hope. Not only that, but she was planning for the worst. As a result, it hadn't been more than a few days before the engagement was really cancelled. Sung Sain's brother was truly amazing, and she was really growing to love it. It was also more proof that her and Linger's choice was not wrong. I will not marry Brother Sung-jak in this life. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanner opened her mouth and asked, Father, why did His Majesty cancel the marriage contract? Lin Ruofu said, this matter is unknown to my father for the time being. Lin Wanner nodded her head and said, okay, daughter knows. Is there anything else, father? Lin Ruofu laughed, no more, just this one thing. Since you already know, then father will leave you alone. He gave Lin Wanner a gratifying glance, knowing that the opportunity to ease the relationship between father and daughter had come, and then he stopped staying where he was and turned to leave. Soon after Lin Ruofu left, Lin Wanner immediately walked towards the bedside and whispered. Brother Sung-jak, the people have already left. Li Qingze knew that Lin Ruofu had already gone far away, so he rolled over from under the bed. When he got up from the ground, he casually patted the dust on his body and laughed. How about making good on what I promised you earlier? Lin Wanner said excitedly, Brother Chang Zhe, it's really you. Li Qingze said, that's natural, naturally I won't lie to you if I've said something. He. Lin Wanner heatedly laughed and reached out to hug Li Chang Zhe. Brother Sung-jak, you're amazing. I'll be yours from now on, not yours. Feeling the softness in front of him, Li Qingze reached out and gently patted Lin Wanner's shoulder and said, it's just a small thing. You don't have to worry about anything right now, just get your body right. Lin Wanner leaned into Li Qingze's arms, nodded, and said, okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Right. As if she thought of something, Lin Wanner looked up at Li Qingze and said, a few days ago, I discussed something with Linger, do you want to hear it? Li Sung-tak said, does it have anything to do with me? Right. Lin Wanner smiled. Li Qingze pretended to ponder for a moment and said, well, it might as well be said. Lin Wanner pondered for a moment, slowly stood on her tiptoes, came to Li Chang Zhe's ear, and muttered a few words in a low voice. A few moments later, Li Changze instantly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Wanner incredulously. Have you really discussed this? Lin Wanner blushed slightly and nodded, right. When the time comes, it'll be a surprise for sure, yo. Li Chengze looked at Lin Wan and smiled without saying anything.
Nice guy, not bad for a best friend. If there's something good, you really have to share it together. However, he was also looking forward to this event. The whole one dragon playing two phoenixes thing is exciting just to hear. At this time, Lin Wanner clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, and after hesitating for a moment, she stood on her tiptoes once again, and on Li Chengze's face, she gently kissed him. Right after that, she returned to her original position and whispered, "This
is my reward for you."
Li Chengze saw that at this moment, Lin Wanner's little face became red, and the whole person was shy. Seeing such a lovely young girl, Li Sung-taek could no longer hold back and lowered his head to give her a kiss on the cheek.
He then said, "This kiss is considered our lovemaking kiss.
I promise to marry you both together when the time comes." Lin Wanner hugged Li Chengze to her once again and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you.
No matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for you." A little later,
after Li Chengze left the Lin mansion, he returned to the Wang mansion. On his way back, there were basically not many pedestrians anymore, and even the vendors selling goods had all closed their stalls and left early. After all, the guards that were just there, arresting people all over the streets, even the ones who were not guilty, felt like they had a bit of a problem. When Li Chengze returned to his residence, Jia Yan, who was in charge of prying for information, immediately found him. Chapter 145, Summoned to the Palace, Punishment Begins.
My lord.
Just after Li Chengze walked into the king's residence, he saw Jia Yan, dressed in a green Taoist robe, walking slowly towards him.
Well, did the news come in again?
After Jia stopped, he immediately nodded, "That's right." Just now, news came from the palace that Emperor Qing was acting unusually angry after realizing that the news of the crown prince's murder had been spread. Moreover, a number of civil and military ministers in the court went to the imperial study together, and they stayed for a long time.
It probably hasn't left yet. Li Sung-taek laughed. It's something that can't be avoided.
After all, the news of the crown prince's murder can be considered a top priority, and the ministers in the court will definitely be the first to go to Emperor Chang when they find out.
For one thing, it's to ask exactly what happened. Secondly, it's about starting to think about it and getting back on your feet.
After hearing Li Chengze's words, Jia knew what they meant and nodded once again, saying, "The Lord is right, the matter of rejoining the ranks is the thing they need most.
However, I'm a bit skeptical. In the future, when this matter is over, will Emperor Qing pass the crown prince position to the Lord?"
Li Chengze shook his head and said, "You don't have to doubt it, Emperor Qing, he will never, ever pass the crown prince position to me.
Even if I am good, popular, and capable. It's something I've known since the very beginning." Jia mused, "In that case, do we need?"
Li Chengze immediately waved his hand and said, "We don't need to do anything right now, just focus on waiting." Anyway, he had never thought that he was going to fight for any crown prince position. In the future, Emperor Chang would just pass the crown prince position to whomever he wanted.
Wait until the time has come. Wouldn't it be better to just rise up and take the yellow robe?
Then, Li Chengze added, "In these recent days, let the brethren rest first, and don't do anything for the time being.
Wait until the matter of bringing the prince to an end." Yes. Jia nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
After pondering in place for a moment, Li Sung-taek turned around and headed for the room.
The next day, early morning.
After eating breakfast, Li Chengze did not continue practicing sword arts or martial arts anymore, but returned to his room. He had the maid change into a fresh robe and just sat at the table waiting. Because not long ago, Li Chengze had arrived with the news that Emperor Qing was going to summon him to the palace. It seems that the murder of the crown prince is finally going to drag on. Emperor Qing had already decided that he would severely punish the murderer and abandon Fan Xian for the time being. In fact, Li Chengze had already guessed this result from yesterday, after knowing that Emperor Qing had cancelled Fan Xian and Lin Wanner's engagement. In any case, Emperor Qing ultimately had no evidence to prove that Fan Xian was not a murderer, so he could only dispose of him and give everyone an explanation. The reason why they were abandoning Fan Xian for the time being was purely because they, at the moment, didn't have the time to look for evidence. This is the key to Li Sung-jack's success. It just doesn't give them time and forces them to do what they have to do. When it comes down to it, even if the evidence is found again, it won't be of much use. Just as Li Sung-taek was sitting in his room waiting, one of the mansion's houseguests ran over at a fast pace. "Your Highness, someone from the palace has come, saying they have something for you." Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Good, let him come in."
"Yes."
The houseboy nodded his head in agreement, turned around and ran towards the door. Soon, a young eunuch, with a duster in his hand, slowly walked over.
Slave girl, meet your second highness. Li Qingzi nodded his head and said, be excused. I wonder what the eunuch came over for.
The young eunuch bowed his head and said, Second Highness, the slave girl has been ordered by His Majesty to come and invite you into the palace.
Oh? Li Qingzi asked, I wonder what father asked me to enter the palace for. The young eunuch shook his head and laughed, this, the slave girl doesn't know. The slave is just here to deliver a message. Li Qingzi said, good, hard-working eunuch.
Immediately afterward, he stood up from his stool, pulled out a few grains of broken silver in his sleeve, and placed them in the young eunuch's hand.
This is your reward. Go back and resume your duties, I'll be there later.
The young eunuch looked at the silver in his hand, and on his pale face, he immediately revealed a joyful smile and hastily nodded his head.
Thank you, Second Highness. Then the slave girl will go ahead.
The young eunuch then left with a smile. Li Sung-taek, on the other hand, resumed his seat on the stool and closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation.
A quarter of an hour later.
Only then did Li Sung-taek get up and head for the door. Once he was out of the royal residence, he got into a four-person sedan chair and headed towards his position in the palace.
Other side. Palace, inner courtyard.
A young man dressed in a black power suit walked slowly down the aisle.
And behind him came a teenager at a quick pace. Big brother, wait for me.
The young man heard the voice and immediately stopped his steps, looking at the oncoming teenager, his face expressionless, and said,
So it's Sung-gi. Li Changping walked up to the young man and said, Big brother, were you also summoned over there, by father, as well? Li Chengru nodded, yes. Li Changping came to Li Chengru's front and whispered, Is it because of the matter of the crown prince being killed? Just what kind of person dares to be so bold as to kill even the crown prince? Speaking of this, he immediately looked around and said, Big brother, do you think the next target, will it be us? Li Chengru shook his head and said, I'm not sure.
There's no need to trouble yourself when soldiers come and go.
Ah, this.
Li Changping froze for a moment and looked at his big brother in front of him. Worthy of the army inside out of the people, has long been the life and death, to put aside, even if they encountered danger, but also still not the slightest panic.
Let's go, don't let Father Emperor wait in a hurry. Li Chengru spoke.
Li Changping nodded and said, Good, then let's hurry over.
A few moments later.
Li Chengru then, along with Li Changping, came to the door of the imperial study.
Just as they arrived here, a eunuch came over and said,
Slave girl, meet the Great Highness and the Third Highness.
Li Chengru said, Father sent us here, can we go in now?
The eunuch said, His Majesty said that when you three brothers arrive, you will go in together. Please, your highnesses, wait here for a moment. When Li Chengru heard the eunuch's words, he nodded and said, In that case, then we will just wait here. And Li Changping glanced at Li Chengru, but did not say anything more. Just like that, the two of them, Li Chengru and Li Changping, began to wait outside the door of the imperial study.
In the meantime,
Li Sung-taek had arrived at the palace and walked towards the location of the imperial study. By the time he had just walked to the entrance of the imperial study, he saw the two people, Li Chengru and Li Changping.
Ha! Why are they both here? Chapter 146 The Three Li Brothers.
When Li Qingzi came to the door of the imperial study, he nodded to Li Chengru and Li Changping.
Big brother, third brother.
This was sort of the first time he had seen the two brothers since he was reborn. It must have also been Emperor Qing who called the two over. The elder brother, Li Chengru, came from a more complicated background. His mother, Ning Kalin, was originally a female prisoner of war from the eastern barbarians, and later became pregnant with his child in the course of rescuing Emperor Qing. However, after the birth of Li Chengru, the Empress Dowager despised his low status and was about to give them mother and son to death, and was saved by Yi Qingmei, who survived. And in order to avoid the right and wrong in the palace, Li Chengru took the initiative to ask to enter the army to avoid the world and fight against the western barbarians, and was later recalled to Kyoto as the commander of the Forbidden Army. As for the oldest, Li Changping, he was considered the youngest among their brothers. On the surface, he seems harmless, but in reality, he is also very dark in his heart, and he is no match for Emperor Qing. In the original story, it was this third prince of mediocre birth, mediocre looks and mediocre qualifications who turned out to be the biggest winner in the end, becoming the next emperor. Therefore, in Li Qingzi's opinion, the two brothers in front of him, the oldest was still considered a little bit better, and the one who should pay the most attention to, on the contrary, was the oldest. If he wasn't wrong, when the matter of the crown prince was over, Emperor Chang would consider, enthroning Li Changping as the new crown prince.
Ergo, you're here too.
Li Changping immediately greeted Li Chengze with a smile when he saw him approaching.
And Li Chengru glanced toward Li Chengze and did not say anything more. Li Sung-taek walked up and said, "Why aren't any of you going in?"
Li Changping said, "Father said that the three of us should go in together, so we're waiting for you here."
"So that's how it is." Li Chengze nodded and said, "Then in that case, let's go in."
Then, Li Chengze walked into the imperial study side by side with Li Chengru and Li Changping. By the time they entered the room, they were not far from the desk and saw Emperor Qing, dressed in a large golden dragon robe, sitting majestically and solemnly on a stool. Only, at this moment, Emperor Qing's eyes were darkened, and his face was always showing fatigue, very different from his previous confident and calm appearance.
Others may not know what's going on,
but Li Sung-taek does know. It must be that Emperor Qing in the past few days, a succession of annoying things came to him,
stirring up his insanity and anger,
and it was already very good to be able to not open his mouth to curse.
"My son, see your majesty." Li Chengze and Li Chengru,
as well as Li Changping, arched their hands in unison to Emperor Qing.
Emperor Qing nodded expressionlessly and said, "Good, you're here. You know what I've called you all here for this time, right?"
Li Changping was just about to open his mouth to speak,
but realized that the two older brothers beside him, both had no intention of saying anything,
and immediately closed his mouth and stood obediently.
At this time, Li Chengze said, "Father, you asked my son to come here,
but is it for the murder of the crown prince?"
Emperor Qing looked at Li Chengze with a serious face and said, "That's right, eldest. Since you already know about this matter, let's talk about what to do about it."
Li Chengze immediately said,
"Father, in my son's opinion, this person actually had the audacity to kill the crown prince of the current dynasty, which is a crime of executing all 9 clans. No matter who this person is, he must be disposed of emphatically, and by the way, his 9 clans must be executed again. Otherwise, where is the royal heavenly authority and where is the law of the dynasty? If not, there will be trouble in the future."
Li Chengze's words were like that,
but in fact,
he did not think so in his heart.
Anyway,
the fact that he had killed the crown prince would certainly not be discovered in a short period of time.
Even if they are found out later, it's no big deal.
At that time, let's see if Emperor Qing dares to order and go to execute his 9 clans.
Hey, it's exciting to think about it. Father, Li Chengru also spoke up. "I also ask you to issue a decree to allow my son to lead the forbidden army and catch the murderer of the crown prince. My son will not rest until this murderer is caught."
Li Chengru stayed in the army for many years and had gotten into the habit of not asking for the original reason for everything he encountered,
but only considering the process and the result. Therefore, when Emperor Qing inquired just now,
he immediately volunteered to help.
As for the last one, Li Changping, he obediently lowered his head and did not speak, because he was now, really, at a loss as to what to say.
He has been living in the palace for many years.
He does not know anything about the outside world.
He does not know how to lead soldiers to fight, and he does not have outstanding talent, so he can only shout cheering behind his back.
However,
Emperor Qing's face remained expressionless after hearing Li Chengze's, as well as Grand Imperial Prince Li Chengru's answers.
In fact, at a previous time,
Emperor Qing had suspected that Li Chengze was the murderer of the crown prince.
After all,
the battle between the two of them for the throne had unfolded extremely fiercely, and the civil and military ministers in the court had all begun to take sides with each other.
So, according to normal logic,
now that the crown prince is dead, then the biggest beneficiary
is him, Li Chengze. Only, Emperor Qing yet again believed that Li Chengze was not a murderer.
The prince was killed by that strange weapon,
not an unusual blade, and that weapon, however, was in Yi Qingmei's hands. Li Chengze and Yi Qingmei do not know each other. Then how did he get that weapon in her hand?
It was precisely because of this that Emperor Qing dared to assert that the person who killed the crown prince was someone else.
Perhaps, after killing the crown prince,
this person has brought his woes,
again,
to the head of Li Sung-taek.
In that case, that's not a simple matter.
The most important thing now is the whereabouts of that weapon.
The only way to find it is to find out who the killer is. Thinking of this, Emperor Qing spoke. "Boss, eldest, I am very pleased with your answers.
It's reasonable to want to avenge the murder of one's own brother.
However, the murderer I have already caught,
at this moment is locked up in the death row.
In a few days will be beheaded to tell the world."
Li Chengru was quietly relieved when he heard that the murderer had been caught.
In fact, he had just been talking, and didn't really want to catch any murderers.
Although the crown prince and he were blood brothers,
it was only on the surface, but in reality, they were not even ordinary people. Due to the low status of the relationship, in the entire royal family, almost no one, to take the eyes to treat him, not to mention is what the great prince,
Therefore, in Li Chengru's heart, whether the crown prince died or not had nothing to do with him at all.
Li Chengza said, "Father, who is that murderer? How dare you commit such a treacherous act?" Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "In this matter, you don't need to be concerned. Now you three, go to the Eastern Palace and see the crown prince one last time." "Yes, father." Li Chengza and Li Chengru, as well as Li Changping beside them, once again arched their hands and replied, then turned to leave. Once they had left, Emperor Qing reached out and pinched his brow, leaning back in his chair and resting his eyes. So annoying. He's really annoyed right now. Chapter 147, Li Chengza, it's time to start the show. Eastern Palace. Main Hall. At this time the entire East Palace, everywhere hanging white damask, the original door head of the big red lanterns, has also been changed to white, everywhere leaking out a silent and eerie feeling. The three of them, Li Chengza and Li Chengru, as well as Li Changping, saw the scene in front of them after arriving at the Eastern Palace. In particular, the entire hall, hung with white decorations, looked particularly eerie. Li Chengza and Li Chengru, in their hearts, didn't feel anything and thought it was relatively normal. Li Sung-pyung, on the other hand, felt intimidated and kept taking deep breaths. If it wasn't for just now, when father had to be allowed to come over, he wouldn't have come here at all. It's also fortunate that it's broad daylight. If he came at night, he'd have to cry in fear. However, Li Changping's heart, relaxed a lot. Long before he came, he felt fear in his heart about the murder of the crown prince. Because I don't know the murderer, why he wants to kill the prince. Will that murderer strike at the other princes after killing the crown prince? This is an issue worth considering. It was good that the murderer had been caught, and the life of their royal son, for the time being, would not be in danger. Over here, after walking into the main hall, Li Sungtaek saw a deep black coffin in the center, surrounded by a wreath of flowers, and next to the coffin sat a middle-aged woman in a white dress. Li Sungtaek recognized the woman as the crown prince's birth mother, the empress. What just didn't occur to Li Sungjak was, the empress was now pale and bloodless, with sunken eyes, protruding brow bones, and a bandage on her head. Not only did he not have his usual majesty, his complexion had also deteriorated a lot, and a few more gray hairs appeared on his head. The whole person seemed to have aged 20 years. It seems that the matter of the crown prince's murder has hit her really hard. Afterward, Li Chengza hurried forward and plopped down on the coffin, and saw that lying inside was none other than Li Chengqian, who had been dead for a few days. Now Li Changqian, wearing a brand new robe, was lying peacefully inside. It was just that he was only showing half of his face now, and the other place that had been smashed had been covered with his hair, so that if he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. Moreover, due to the fact that he had been dead for several days, Li Changqian's body, which had already developed a large number of corpse spots, had also begun to emit a putrid odor. Upon seeing this, Li Chengza immediately howled, "Changqian ah, second brother has come to see you. I didn't think that the separation some time ago would actually be the last time for the two of us brothers, as fierce as we usually fight. Ergo never wanted anything to happen to you, because we're blood brothers. Which goddamned one actually dared to lay hands on you? I will definitely not let him go, no matter who it is. I will break him into pieces to avenge you." Li Chengza tears, said the righteousness, touching, the Li Chengru and Li Changping too. Bluffing is a rash. If you didn't know that the two of them had feuded before, you'd think they were close friends. They were now all beginning to wonder a little if they had been wrong about Li Sungjak before. The empress, who was sitting next to her, looked at Li Sungtaek, who was lying on the coffin and crying, and began to mutter in her heart. She usually did hate Li Sungtaek because the other party's existence would affect the crown prince's future in the future. It was just that, after she heard Li Chengza's words just now, a wave of resentment in her heart was all transferred to Fan Xian's body. In the past, Li Sungjak and the crown prince, even if there is no longer any discord, it is a small fight, and it will not hurt to have a life at all. After all, the two of them were blood brothers, but that Fan Xian was different. Even though he was also a blood brother to the crown prince, he still dared to kill him. How could she swallow that? Therefore, she must let Fan Xian die. At this time, Li Sungtaek, on the surface, was crying with tears, but his heart was calm. For the fact that he killed Li Changqian, there was absolutely no regret. After all, since he was a member of the royal family, he had to be prepared for the fact that at any time, he would be fighting hand to hand. And Li Sungtaek doesn't think so. If Li Changqian gets it, that Bamlet sniper rifle, it won't go off on him. People do. As long as one has enough strength, one will never let go of any enemy. So if you blame it on Li Changqian being born to the wrong family. At this time, the two of them, Li Chengru and Li Changping, also began to walk over to the coffin, and like Li Chengze, they looked at the corpse inside and began to let out a cry. For a while, inside the entire hall, there was only the sound of crying and shouting, and the Empress didn't say much when she saw it, even though she knew it was probably fake. Whether it was true or not was not so important to her now. Her only belief in living now, that is to avenge Sung-chan. Just as the three were crying out in pain, a middle-aged eunuch came from just outside the hall and opened his mouth. "Three princes, His Majesty has a message." As soon as they heard the word oracle, the three of them, Li Chengze and Li Chengru, immediately stopped crying and quickly left from the side of the coffin, about to kneel down to welcome them. Seeing this, the middle-aged eunuch hurriedly said, "There is no need for the three imperial princes to kneel. His Majesty's message, the crown prince's funeral, will be held in 3 days, and the three princes, in the meantime, are to hold a wake for the crown prince until the funeral is over." "Yes, my son understands." The three of them, Li Chengze and Li Chengru, immediately nodded in response. After the middle-aged eunuch finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him, only to see several palace maids, carrying several pieces of white mourning clothes, walking to the front of Li Chengze's trio. After they put down their mourning clothes, they did not stay here and turned to leave. Li Chengze took a look at the mourning clothes on the ground, but did not say anything more, picked them up and put them on. "Anyway, it's just a few days of keeping the spirit, so it's no big deal. It's just an outing." Li Chengru didn't say much either, and just like Li Chengze, he picked up his clothes and put them on, never having too much expression on his face. Li Changping, on the other hand, was different. He first hesitated for a few moments, seeing that his elder and second brother were wearing them. He naturally didn't dare to stop and slowly put his clothes on. Just inside, it had been tense, even with some expressions of horror, especially when I heard just now that I would have to stay here for 3 more days. I was even more agitated. It's okay if it's daytime, but when it's nighttime, it's scary to be around dead people. Ahem. Li Changping inwardly sighed helplessly and obediently followed behind his two brothers. Meanwhile, in the Guangxin Palace, Lin Ruofu and Li Yunrui sat together and began to discuss something. "Are you sure you want to replace him?" Lin Ruofu asked with a serious face. Li Yunrui held a teacup in his hand, slowly took a sip, and said, "Do you think, besides him, there is a suitable candidate?" Chapter 148, The Last Supper. A little before, Lin Ruofu came to Guangxin Palace to discuss with Li Yunrui about the murder of the crown prince. Originally, he had never taken a stance on the matter of the second prince and the crown prince, the crown prince's contention. Even though his son Lin Gong was a supporter of the crown prince, he only watched and never asked questions. But now it's different. After the crown prince is killed, those in the court who originally supported him will have to reconsider about taking sides. The person who had the most to gain right now was none other than the second prince. It wouldn't be long before the second prince's supporters would reach a whole new level. This was also something that Lin Ruofu, right now, needed to consider. Not to think about it before was completely unnecessary, and now it's just a matter of starting to choose. He was the head of the 100 officials, and those underneath him were waiting for news. Though not for yourself, think of others. Otherwise, once they made the wrong choice, later on, when the new emperor ascended to the throne, it would be self-evident what would greet them. That's why he ran to the palace and came to find Li Yunrui to discuss. Lin Ruofu asked with a serious face, "Are you sure you want to replace him?" Li Yunrui held a teacup in his hand, slowly took a sip, and said, "Do you think, besides him, there is a suitable candidate? Li Changqian is dead, and when the funeral is over, a new crown prince will surely be chosen. Do you think there's anyone better than him, for that matter?" Lin Ruofu pondered for a moment and said, "That being said, I still feel that something is wrong. Will His Majesty say yes?" Li Yunrui smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, he will agree. If Imperial Brother doesn't want to choose, then we'll choose for him. If the options were, well, only one person, would it be necessary to choose?" Lin Ruofu's face was shocked and said, "Are you trying to?" Li Yunrui put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Throughout history, all those who have achieved great things never stick to the small details. What's a few deaths? Moreover, if he becomes the new crown prince, he will have to be beneficial to you in the future." Lin Ruofu said, "What benefits? I usually have no dealings with him." Again, the corners of Li Yunrui's mouth rose, and his eyes radiated a flirtatious color as he softly said, "Wani likes him." "What did you say?" Lin Ruofu was incredulous. Li Yunrui repoured another cup of tea and said, "I said, Wan heir likes Li Chengze. Maybe later on, you'll even marry him, so won't you be your own people? What's wrong with helping your son-in-law in advance?" Son-in-law? Lin Ruofu's heart instantly flooded with waves when he heard those two words. If he had put it in the past, he would have never been able to connect these two words. With Li Qingze. Are you sure Wan Er likes him? Lin Ruofu asked again. How come I've never heard her say that before? Li Yunrui laughed. Naturally, it's very certain. Furthermore, how could Wan Er tell you what she likes about someone? Have you not noticed that Wan Er's condition has improved greatly recently? All because of Li Qingze. So that's how it is. Lin Ruofu then realized. It was no wonder that when he saw Wan Er recently, her look and demeanor had become good, and she was a different person from before. Lin Ruofu originally thought that Wan Er was like this because of the eunuchs. It didn't occur to me that it was actually because of Li Suntake. If that was true, then he would have to think deeply about it. At this time, Li Yunrui saw Lin Ruofu pondering. So he added, do you know who it was that killed the prince? Lin Ruofu shook his head. I don't know. Who is this man? He also wondered what kind of person would be so bold as to kill the crown prince. Li Yunrui said unhurriedly. You know, Fan Jian's eldest son. Fan Xian. What? Lin Ruofu rubbed his head and immediately stood up from his stool. Surprised. How could it be him? Is this kid crazy? How dare he kill the crown prince? Li Yunrui said. He's not crazy, but he's taking revenge, because he is the son of a royal brother. Ha! Lin Ruofu's entire body instantly froze after hearing Li Yunrui's words. What? What did he just hear? Fan Xian, His Majesty's son? How is this possible? Lin Ruofu asked. Are you kidding? That's a joke that's not really funny. Li Yunrui said. Would this palace joke about this? Lin Ruofu was silent. Indeed, this matter was not trivial. No matter how crazy Li Yunrui was, he wouldn't joke about it. Li Yunrui added. To be precise, Fan Xian is the son of imperial brother and Yi Qingmei. And, some time before that, this palace and the empress, both sent people to assassinate him. That's why he killed the crown prince for revenge. Lin Ruofu suddenly realized what was going on. The grudge between the empress and Yi Qingmei, that had existed for a long time. It could be said to be a scene of immortality. If what Li Yunrui had just said was all true, then Fan Xian did have a motive to kill. At that moment, Lin Ruofu thought of something else. No wonder His Majesty cancelled Fan Xian and Wan Er's engagement. So that's what happened. At that time, when he knew about this matter, he was still wondering in his heart why His Majesty would suddenly cancel the marriage contract. At this time, Li Yunrui took a sip of the tea in his hand and said, how about it? Now can you agree and get on Li Sunjak's team? Lin Ruofu pondered for a moment and said, I can't promise you right now, but I'll go back and think about it. Li Yunrui nodded. Of course, I'm sure you'll make the right decision. Nightfall. In the death cell, Fan Xian was lying on a bed covered in hay as he had been yesterday, his eyes closed in contemplation. Although he was put into the death row, but the treatment is not bad. Guards, nonetheless, did not use torture, but also good food and drink care. It's almost like a vacation. Moreover, Fan Xian also knew that he certainly wouldn't be able to stay locked up for long. Maybe, it'll be out soon. Thinking about this, Fan Xian couldn't help but hum a little tune as he closed his eyes in contemplation. A few moments later, the guards who were watching over the death row came over from outside with a lunchbox in their hands. Come on, it's time to eat. The guard shouted inside as he placed the lunchbox on the floor. Fan Xian, who was originally in deep thought, immediately stood up when he heard that dinner was being served. When he opened the lunchbox, it contained not only roast chicken and beef, but also several delicate cold dishes. Not only that, but there was a jug of wine sitting next to it. Hey, it's a good meal today. And there's wine. Fan Xian picked up the wine jug next to him and slugged down a few mouthfuls. Just as he grabbed the roasted chicken and just nibbled on it before he could chew it, the guard beside him, however, suddenly spoke up. Of course it's sumptuous. It's your last supper. Chapter 149, The Most Suffocating Traveler. Ha! Fan Xian, who was originally eating the roasted chicken, suddenly froze. The Last Supper? What do you mean? Is this a severed meal? Fan Xian immediately asked. Hey, what did you just say? What do you mean the Last Supper? However, the guard did not answer Fan Xian, but simply turned around and left. Hey, get it straight. Don't go away. I'm talking to you. Fan Xian shouted several times in a row, but the guard never took any notice of him, which made his heart, instantly, a little panicked. Aren't we going out soon? What's with the beheading? Just now the other said that it was the Last Supper, meaning that it was self-evident that he was going to die tomorrow. Could it be that his cheap old man, upon his return, simply hadn't found the evidence to clear him of suspicion? Wouldn't it be the end of the line if that were the case? When he thought of this, Fan Xian didn't have the heart to continue eating, and after sitting on the bed, he began to lower his head in contemplation. A few moments later, Fan Xian gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Grass. He was a traveler. By all rights, he should have a protagonist's aura. No matter what he did, it should be smooth sailing. Why was it that from the very beginning, he was inexplicably hunted by others, and after he had hardly reached adulthood, he was falsely accused of killing the crown prince, until he came to this world? It had been more than 10 years, and he still hadn't found out who was trying to cause him death. Holding back. It's too damn stifling. Maybe he'll be the most crotch-pulling and stifling of the many travelers. Now that others could no longer be relied on, he could only rely on himself if he wanted to live. It's just that he's on death row, so he can't get out at all. Somebody help me. I don't want to die yet. Fan Xian scratched his hair and sat on the bed and yelled. Meanwhile, in a room at the entrance of the death cell, Emperor Qing was dressed in black and wearing a cloak, standing with his hands folded. Soon after, the guard who had just helped Fan Xian with his meal immediately walked into the room. Your Majesty. Emperor Qing turned his back to the visitor and said in a cold voice, have the words been delivered? The guards immediately nodded their heads and said, back to your Majesty. My humble servant has already told that boy that it is precisely the head-breaking meal that he is eating. Emperor Chang said, and how did he behave? The guard said. When that boy heard that, he immediately became a little anxious and wanted to ask his humble servant questions, which he did not answer. It's in the room at the moment. Yelling. Emperor Chang nodded his head and said, very well, you did a very good job. The guard's heart was delighted, and he hastily nodded his head and said, thank you for your Majesty's praise. My humble servant is willing to go to the soup and the fire. In no way. Before the words came out of the guard's mouth, he felt that his throat was grabbed by a large hand, in a death grip. When he looked up, he realized that the one who had struck was, in fact, His Majesty. Your Majesty. Your. Emperor Chang reached out and grabbed the guard's neck, easily lifting him up in mid-air as he sneered. Didn't you just say that you were willing to go through fire and water for me? Then I will fulfill you. The guard was red in the face, wanting to say something, but was slow to speak. Soon, his face, which was full of redness, gradually turned into a saucy purple color, and even his eyes began to turn white. With a click sound, the guard's neck was directly pinched and stopped breathing, to his death. The guard never wondered why His Majesty would kill him. Humph! Emperor Qing snorted coldly and backhanded the guard's body onto the ground. He had no other choice now but to force Fan Xian to reveal the whereabouts of that weapon. Originally, Emperor Qing was still thinking of waiting for Fan Jian and Chen Pingping to find evidence to clear Fan Xian's name, and then finding a chance to get the whereabouts of the weapons out of him. However, there is no such thing as waiting for that time now, so the plan can only be brought forward. Not only that, but he would have to replan again later, those plans he had made before. By tomorrow, whether Fan Xian died or not, it would be useless to him. It's not unusual for a useless pawn to be discarded. Moreover, Emperor Qing's stomach ached with anger just thinking about this matter. He just couldn't fathom how things had turned out the way they had. The plan that he had been planning so hard for so many years was just cut short and he had to start all over again. When this matter was over, he would definitely send someone to investigate it severely, and he would never be forgiven. Following closely, Emperor Qing clapped his hands, and outside the room, a middle-aged guard immediately walked over. Your Majesty, Emperor Chang said, go and do as I say. Yes. The middle-aged guard nodded his head in agreement and immediately waved his hand behind him, saying, men, carry the body inside. The rest of you, get inside and watch at once. As the middle-aged guard's words fell, several guards wearing armor with long swords at their waists walked in with a loud voice. A few moments later, originally, Fan Xian was sitting on his bed in deep thought when he saw several guards in armor walking quickly down the aisle next to him. They walked up to the door of Fan Xian's room and arranged themselves directly on either side, and even the matching swords at their waists were all drawn. Look at this stance. It looks like you're going to be facing some kind of enemy. And after Fan Xian saw the scene in front of him, his mind felt even more incredulous. What's going on here? At the same time, two guards threw a corpse directly in front of the door of Fan Xian's room. His Majesty said that from now on, no one is allowed to say one more word to the criminals. Otherwise, this is what happens. Before noon tomorrow, anyone who dares to take a step near the room will be killed without pardon. Understood. The guards lined up on both sides shouted in unison. It was only until now that Fan Xian reacted to what had happened. He had just recognized who the body on the ground was. Wasn't it the guard who, just now, brought him food? Just because of one more comment about the delivery of the Last Supper, he was killed straight away? This shows how dangerous his current situation is. I'm sure these guards outside the door are not only here to protect him, but also to prevent others from robbing the prison. Fan Xian's eyes immediately widened with this thought. Does it mean that he's completely hopeless now? And if he wants to get out of here, he'll have to hijack the prison? What a joke! Wouldn't that be a quicker death? No, He definitely couldn't just sit around and wait. There had to be a way out of this.
Where's Uncle Five Bamboo and that cheap old man?
And Master Fisuk? What are they all doing? They're not coming to the rescue yet. If it had been a moment later. Can't even see you one last time. Meanwhile,
the great hall of the Eastern Palace, the three Lichengza brothers,
who had just eaten dinner, knelt in front of the coffin for the wake. With a breeze blowing, the white ling inside the entire hall, as well as the white lanterns, began to dance, looking particularly eerie. Chapter 150, No One Can Refuse, The Law of True Fragrance, the great hall of the Eastern Palace. As night fell and the Empress had already gone back to her chambers. Among those present, only Lichengza and Li Chengru, as well as Li Changping, were left. Lichengza was lying on the ground, not only resting his hands behind his head, but also crossing his legs, not to mention how leisurely he was. As for Grand Imperial Prince Li Chengru, he was sitting upright on his knees with his eyes closed. As for the third prince, Li Changping, from just now when it was dark, his expression started to look a bit flustered, and even his meals were absent-minded. It was now nearing the end of the night, and the silence all around was terrifying, accompanied by a breeze that scared the hell out of me, especially with a corpse lying beside him. It was even more frightening to fear that the other would suddenly sit up. A few moments later, Li Changping really couldn't help himself, so he turned to Li Chengza and Li Chengru, who were beside him, and said, "Big brother, second brother, aren't you afraid?" He was at a loss to understand how all of them could take it for granted when there was clearly a dead body lying next to him. Li Chengza immediately opened his eyes after hearing Li Changping's words and said, "What? You're still afraid of corpses, old three?" Li Changping shook his head and said, "I am not afraid of corpses, but ghosts. It's said that when people die, they turn into ghosts to claim their lives. It's scary." He usually loved to read some books about ghosts and monsters, so he believed that ghosts existed in this world. Because of this, Li Sung-taek usually became very timid. If he hadn't had the company of his two older brothers now and had been left alone, he would have peed himself. At this time, Li Chengza laughed. "So you're still afraid of ghosts? That's quite a coincidence." "Ha?" Li Changping looked at Li Chengza with a bewildered expression. "Second brother, what coincidence?" Li Chengza hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Since our vigil is so boring, I'll tell you all a joke." Li Changping's face was joyful as he said, "Good. Good." Hearing that there were jokes to listen to, Li Changping was naturally very happy, and when he laughed later, he wouldn't be so scared. As for Li Chengru, he still had his eyes closed and stood in place like a wooden statue. Li Sung-taek said, "First of all, the first joke. It's about old corpses in mountain villages. It's hilarious." "A mountain village, teacher? Is it about jokes between teachers and students?" Li Changping nodded thoughtfully and began to listen attentively. Immediately after that, Li Sung-taek began to speak. A quarter of an hour later, holy, Li Changping was so scared that he cowered behind Li Chengru and began to tremble. He shouted to Li Chengza, "Second brother, stop talking, I beg you, don't go on. This is not a joke. It's a horror story." Li Sung-taek said, "Don't you want to hear it? I'm not done talking yet, but it's even better back there." Li Changping hurriedly shook his head and said, "Second brother, don't talk about it, I don't want to hear any more. If I hear any more, I'm really going to pee myself." Seeing that Li Changpei was really frightened, Li Chengza nodded his head and did not continue further. When he looked at Li Chengru, who always had his eyes closed, he asked, "Boss, haven't you always, before, fought inside the army? Tell us a little bit about what happened during the war." Li Chengru opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, "It's boring inside the military camp. There's nothing interesting about it." Li Sung-taek said, "Then tell me about the scenes from the old days when you fought in the war. It's idle anyway." Li Chengru pondered for a moment and felt that there was some truth in what Li Chengza had said, so he nodded and began to recount what had happened when he had joined the army before. It didn't take long for Li Chengru to tell all the battles he had fought before. He had thought that no one would listen carefully to such boring and dull things. As a result, Li Sung-taek was listening attentively the entire time, and didn't lose his concentration at all. Not only that, after he finished speaking, Li Sung-taek immediately clapped his hands. "Wow, boss, you're really something. After fighting so many times, you're still alive and safe. Terrific, just terrific." Li Chengza seized the opportunity to give Li Chengyu a round of praise. To his own praise, are a little embarrassed. This also made Li Chengru's heart, towards this second brother, have a different view. No one, ever since he was born, has ever identified with his abilities. Even fewer, looked at him with expressions of adoration and uttered words of appreciation. This second brother, Li Sung-taek, in front of him was the first person. Li Chengru was a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly a few times, saying, How could I be that good? It's all just a matter of duty. Li Chengzi said. That's also very strong.
At least among your peers, you far surpassed their existence.
Hearing this,
Li Chengru's face was no longer expressionless and began to show a faint smile as he said,
actually, all of these things, all of them.
Just before Li Chengru finished his words, he suddenly frowned and reached out to cover the position of his chest,
with an ugly look still on his face. Seeing this,
Li Chengzi hurriedly asked,
Boss, what's wrong with you? Instead,
Li Chengru waved his hand and said,
it's fine, an old problem left over from the battlefield. I'll be fine when I get some rest.
Li Chengzi immediately reached out, grabbed Li Chengru's right hand and began to take his pulse.
Soon, he knew what was going on. Boss, you suffered internal injuries before. How come you didn't heal them? That's a good thing. It leaves a hidden problem.
Li Chengru said. The conditions at that time were limited, which had the time to cure it all.
Why? Is it serious?
Li Sung-taek nodded his head and said,
it's serious, and it might even kill someone. Ha! Originally, Li Changping,
who had just come back to his senses, was directly startled after hearing Li Chengzi's words,
and instantly stopped being sleepy. Dead people? Why are people dying again? This is not going to let anyone else live. Li Chengru, on the other hand, was unimpressed and said, will it really be that serious? If it's my destiny to be like this, then I don't have to force it.
Anyway, he had long since taken life and death lightly, and just let nature take its course.
Li Sung-taek said, it is indeed serious, but fortunately, I met me and can heal your internal injuries.
Ha! Li Chengru's face changed. Surprised.
Are you telling the truth?
When Li Chengzi saw Li Chengru's attitude, which had changed dramatically,
he laughed. Didn't you just say that you don't have to force it if it's meant to be?
Li Chengru said.
Indeed, but then again, if it can be cured, it's naturally excellent.
Li Sung-taek smiled inwardly.
Sure enough, no one can resist
the law of true flavor.
If he can cure Li Sungju's internal injuries.
So much for having another loyal helper.
Chapter 151 A Way to Rescue Fan Xian.
Li Sung-taek had read the original story and knew about the Grand Prince's life, so he thought that it would be a good helper. Due to his birth and the treatment he experienced as a child,
Li Sungju's heart must have resented the royal family as well. If it can be utilized a little bit,
when it is revealed later,
it is one more point of security. Thinking of this,
Li Sung-taek started to follow the contents inside that medical treasure book, and simply did some massage for Li Sung-ryu to help alleviate the pain caused by his body.
Originally,
Li Chengru was half convinced,
not completely sure,
that this second brother of his could heal the internal injuries of his body.
As early as many years ago,
he had found several imperial physicians to help treat the internal injuries on his body, and all of them were unable to do anything.
So,
Li Sungju was actually not holding out much hope for this.
Anyway, it's already like this, and it's up to you whether you can live or not in the future. As a result,
after Li Chengzi helped him push and massage just now, he suddenly felt much more relaxed with his symptoms.
It wasn't until then that he realized,
this second brother in front of me really knows how to heal.
Therefore, Li Chengru instantly had a completely new outlook on Li Chengzi. A few moments later,
Li Chengzi said to Li Chengru,
Boss, when you get up every morning from now on, just follow the method I just gave you to push and massage, and if you stick to it for a month, the symptoms will reduce a lot. Wait for a few days, I'll give you a prescription to go along with the medicine,
and make sure that in the future,
you won't be bothered by this internal injury.
Li Chengru laughed out loud, a smile finally appearing on his face as he immediately arched his hand and said,
many thanks to second brother. Instead,
Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said,
we're all blood brothers. What's the point of being polite?
Brother?
Li Chengru froze immediately after hearing Li Chengzi's words.
It had been a long time since he had heard that anyone would tell him that they were brothers.
So, he has a real brother too.
These are things that are commonplace for ordinary people, but for him,
they almost never are. It was also the very thing he had, since he was a child, always longed to have. I don't know what happened. At this moment,
within Li Chengru's heart,
there was actually an additional warmth,
which was a feeling that had never existed before.
At this time, Li Changping, who was on the side, asked, second brother, you actually know about medicine?
Li Sung-taek nodded.
Yeah, I've learned about it before. Otherwise, let me take a look at it for you now while there's nothing else to do.
Li Changping waved his hand and said, it's not like there's a disease on my body,
so I don't need to see it.
Really?
Li Sung-taek heatedly smiled and said,
then usually, do you ever feel that your waist and knees are sore and weak, and you also get dizzy from time to time,
and your ears still can't hear clearly?
Li Changping nodded.
Yes, a little. Li Sung-taek added, then will you have frequent insomnia and be able to dream several times a night?
Li Changping was surprised.
Yes, Exactly. Ergo, how do you know? Li Chengze laughed. Young man, in the future, when you hang out with the courtesans, you need to be more restrained. You're all weak in the kidneys.
When Li Changping heard this, his face changed and he cried out righteously.
Impossible. I am so young. How can I have a kidney? Second brother, you don't want to bluff me.
Li Sungtaek said unhurriedly.
I have a way to cure it.
With a pop sound, Li Changping immediately knelt on the ground and said to Li Chengze.
Second brother, I was wrong.
What you just said was not wrong at all.
I do still ask the second brother to help me.
Seeing that the other party's attitude had changed so drastically,
Li Sungtaek shook his head helplessly.
It's true. The law of true fragrance is so effective no matter who you put it on.
Li Chengze said. Get up. When a few days pass, I'll give you a few prescriptions as well. Thank you, second brother. Li Changping nodded his head, and when he looked at Li Chengze's eyes, they all became different, all worship and excitement. Li Chengze smiled without saying anything, feeling that these two brothers in front of him were even more interesting. Fan house. In the dead of night, a bizarre black shadow tumbled into the courtyard wall of the fan residence. Immediately following, this black shadow's footsteps were windy as it arrived at the door of a room in the backyard and reached out to knock on the door. Knock knock. With a creak sound, the door of the room was opened, and the black shadow then flashed right in. When the black shadow walked into the room,
he immediately untied the black robe on his body and casually threw it on the floor and asked,
How did this happen? I've only been out for a few days, and the sky is falling as soon as I get back. And inside the room, stood a grim-faced Fan Jian, and Chen Pingping, who was seated in a wheelchair, as well as the blindfolded 5 bamboos.
Only they did not speak, and the atmosphere became extraordinarily astonished. Seeing that several people were silent,
Fei Jie added, Why don't you guys speak up? What's going on? How did Fan Xian turn out to be the murderer of the crown prince when he was doing fine? And, I just heard that he's going to be executed tomorrow at noon. What the hell is going on here? At this point, Fan Jian spoke up. What else could be the case? Fan Xian is clearly being framed. Fei Jie said.
Since we know it's a frame-up, then we should just look for evidence to prove his innocence.
Then what are you guys still doing here? Chen Pingping said. The key point is here. We can't find evidence to prove Fan Xian's innocence. Fisuk was surprised. Are you kidding me? Is there anything else that can be hidden from the ombudsman? I don't believe that evidence will be found.
Chen Pingping sighed helplessly and said.
There really isn't anything that can be hidden from the supervisory court. But what it also takes to investigate evidence is time.
Now there's no time given at all to go on a slow investigation.
What can I do? At this time, 5 bamboos suddenly spoke up.
What's the point of going to so much trouble?
Since the emperor will behead Fan Xian tomorrow,
I'll break into the heavenly prison at night tonight and rescue him.
Fan Jian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't. You mustn't be impulsive. If you go and rob the prison,
not only do you sit on Fan Xian's guilt, but you may also be guilty of additional offenses.
Even if, by that time, we find new evidence to clear Fan Xian's name after he's been convicted, the prison escape alone will be enough for him to suffer. 5 Bamboo said. So what do you guys think we should do? Fan Jian pondered for a moment and said, The safest way now is to let Fan Xian fake his death, and then we'll secretly look for evidence. Otherwise, what can we do with only one night?
Chen Pingping nodded her head in agreement.
I agree with this approach, and this is the only way now. The 5 Bamboos saw that the others didn't speak up, so they didn't say anything more. He'd made his decision anyway. When the time comes and the fake death thing doesn't work, then he'll make a scene at the palace. No matter what he used, he had to keep Fan Xian alive. Afterward, Fan Jian spoke. In that case, you guys get together. Let me say a few words about the specifics of the program. Chapter 152. Time passes like water in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was already around ugly time. In the death cell, Fan Xian crouched on the bed covered with hay, pondering in his heart. If it were usual, at this hour, he would have already fallen asleep. But how can I think of sleeping now? Maybe after tomorrow. You can sleep all the time. Fan Xian's heart was now torn. And more than anything else, he was worried. What if no one comes to his rescue before noon tomorrow? You can't. Really, just rush hard to the execution ground and get your head killed. If that were the case, then he wouldn't be the most stifled traveler. Rather, it's the dumbest crossover ever. After Fan Xian pondered for a moment, he felt that he couldn't just sit around and wait for death. So he had better hurry up and think of a way to get out of here. It's better to rely on no one than yourself. Thinking of this, Fan Xian immediately pulled out a dagger from his boot, and held it in his hand backwards. In the other hand, he took out a few porcelain vials filled with poison, preparing to find an opportunity to mesmerize the guards watching later, and then wait for a chance to escape. Say it and do it. Just as Fan Xian was about to open his mouth and call for those guards to come over, he suddenly heard, not too far down the aisle, the sound of thunder and lightning. Immediately afterward, a guard shouted, "On guard! On guard! Someone's trying to rob the prison." As the shouts rang out, the guards who were originally responsible for guarding Fan Xian all surged over, surrounding the entire cell with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Fan Xian was also taken aback when he saw the scene in front of him. What the hell? Someone's trying to rob a prison? Shouldn't it be? Fan Xian looked ahead with a shocked expression. Only, the front of the room had been surrounded, and he couldn't see what was happening. Then, not far away, the sounds of killing and fighting resounded. However, the sound of the fight did not last long and disappeared immediately afterward. A few moments later, the guards who had originally surrounded the door of the room also dispersed one by one and returned to their respective positions. It was as if, just now, nothing had happened. After Fan Xian saw the guards in front of him, all of them leaving, his heart became even more puzzled. Aren't we going to rob a prison? How did this suddenly disappear? Was it someone who came to rob the prison and was caught red-handed? Or did they escape? Fan Xian pressed back his inner doubts and hastily spoke. Hey, what just happened? Where is everyone? I'm asking you a question. Are there any living people left? They're all deaf. After Fan Xian shouted several times in a row, no one answered, which made him, inwardly, feel angry and annoyed. Grass. Pissed off. Fan Xian slammed the bowls and chopsticks in front of him, ruthlessly slamming them on the ground to vent his dissatisfaction. In the meantime, in a room at the entrance of the death cell, Emperor Qing was sitting at the table, leisurely drinking a small wine and listening to the reports from the guards. A moment later, Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, after an hour, continue to send people and pretend to be fighting. Remember, only let him hear voices, but not people, and don't say a word more to him, and those who disobey the order will be beheaded. Yes, humble servant understands. The guard nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave, and Emperor Qing laughed coldly after finishing the drink in his hand. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. In fact, long before Emperor Qing came here, Fan Jian had already found him and given away to rescue Fan Xian. That's a scapegoat. At noon tomorrow, find a man who is similar in stature and appearance to Fan Xian, and go and behead him for him. Fan Xian, on the other hand, is living incognito, becoming a different person. When evidence was found later to clear Fan Xian's name, his identity would be fully restored. Emperor Qing was not repulsed by this method, but on the contrary was very supportive of it. No matter what, Fan Xian was Emperor Qing's own son, so naturally, he wouldn't let him die. Only, he had to force Fan Xian to reveal, before noon tomorrow, the whereabouts of that weapon. What Emperor Qing always cared about was the extremely powerful weapon. Everything else could be discarded. So, tonight until noon tomorrow is a very important opportunity. Those who attack people, attack their hearts first. If its mind collapsed, it would be simple enough to deal with when it wanted to again. Now all Emperor Qing had to do was give Fan Xian hope and then dash it. Only at the last moment, when there was a way to live right in front of him, he would not hesitate to grab it. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to live. When he thought of this, Emperor Qing picked up his wine cup and drank the contents, all in one go. At that moment, a ghost-like figure silently appeared behind Emperor Qing. Your Majesty. Hong Xiich arched his hand and bowed to Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing nodded his head and said, well, what's unusual in the palace? Hong Xiichi said, there is nothing abnormal. It seems that tonight, they will not come. Emperor Qing put the wine cup in his hand down and said, it's naturally best if they don't come, but if they dare to come, leave them behind. In the future, the guards of the palace will have to be a bit more severe. We can't just let people come and go as they please. Hong Xiichi nodded his head and said, yes, old slave remembered. Emperor Qing thought of something else and asked, over at the Eastern Palace, what's the situation? Hong Xiichi said, the 3 emperors have been keeping watch and there is nothing unusual. Emperor Chang said, don't let your guard down, and be sure to keep a close watch. Yes, old slave understands. Hong Xiichi added, Your Majesty, are you thinking that the 3 imperial sons, there is something wrong with them? Emperor Chang sneered, in my opinion, all 3 of them have problems. There are times when you can't take everything at face value, it's better to be cautious. Hong Xiichi felt that Emperor Qing was right and immediately nodded his head. Old slave understands, I'll go and make arrangements. As soon as the words fell, Hong Xiichi's figure, once again, disappeared like a ghost, and Emperor Qing said nothing more, continuing to drink slowly. East Palace, above the main hall. Li Sungjia lay on the ground and began to think of something in his mind, especially about Fan Xian. I wonder what this guy is thinking about as he stays on death row at the moment. After that, Li Sungtae sat up from the ground, and then he said to Li Sung, are you? Who was next to him? Boss, are you asleep? Lee Chung-ru, who was originally sleeping, slowly opened his eyes and said, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Lee Sung-taek said, "Going to pee or not? I'm not in the habit of going out for the night."
Lee Chung-ru shook his head.
"Alright."
Lee Chengza turned to Lee Changping and asked,
"Old 3, are you going?"
Lee Changping looked at the dark night sky outside and hurriedly shook his head.
"I don't go."
Lee Sung-taek shrugged and said,
"Alright then, I'll go by myself." As he spoke, he walked towards the outside of the temple after standing up from the ground.
After waiting for Lee Sung-taek to walk out of the hall, suddenly from the dark shadows beside him,
a person flashed out. "Your Highness."
The visitor turned to Lee Changza and respectfully bowed his hand in obeisance.
Chapter 153, Contemporary Sword Saint.
Lee Changza had just walked out of the great hall when a person flashed out from the shadows beside him. The person who came was dressed in black, covering all of his figure and appearance. And when he walked in front of Lee Changza, he said in a small voice arching his hand,
"Your Highness." Lee Sung-taek knew who the person coming was. It was the Luonet personnel he had, earlier, allowed to lurk in the palace. "Well, is there any news?" The visitor nodded and said, "Emperor Ching has ordered that Fan Xian be beheaded at noon tomorrow. I guess tomorrow morning. Notices will be posted all over Kyoto."
Lee Changza nodded thoughtfully, as if he would have known that Emperor Chang would do this.
Presumably,
this matter was done for others to see,
so he couldn't be bothered to kill Fan Xian. From this,
it could seem that Emperor Ching now had no choice but to take this path.
Thinking of this, Lee Changza asked, "In the rest of the palace, have there been any changes?"
The visitor shook his head.
"Not yet." Lee Sung-taek nodded. "Okay, go back and keep lurking. In the future, if you don't have any particularly important news, don't come to me." "Yes, humble servant understands."
The visitor nodded his head in agreement,
turned around, and walked into the shadows.
Lee Sung-taek then unbuckled his pants and began to stand in front of a nearby tree to pee. The Eastern Palace had long been empty now, and it was now at night, so there was no fear of anyone bumping into them.
However, just as Lee Changza was peeing, a silhouette gently fell from the courtyard wall not far away.
After Hong Siich left from the death row side, he continued to run to the East Palace to continue to monitor these three emperors. When he had just landed on the courtyard wall, he saw the second prince,
Lee Changza, peeing in the courtyard. Soon after,
Lee Sung-taek walked straight into the main hall after peeing,
and during this time, there was nothing out of place.
Hong Siich saw this and pondered in his heart. He remembered again that Emperor Qing had just set out that sentence.
Originally,
Hong Siich thought that Emperor Qing was just being overly cautious and had to have absolute control over things.
However,
it was only now that he felt that it was not overcautiousness,
but mistrust, because Emperor Qing never trusted, from the beginning, those children of his own.
The reason why he used to make Li Changqian the crown prince was not because he liked him, but to equalize the forces in the dynasty, seemingly giving him the position of the crown prince, but then taking the initiative to give the second prince a free hand to moderate his power. The purpose is for the two to fight, so as to come to sharpen his character.
The crown prince and empress, on the other hand,
were dispensable to Emperor Qing's words.
Otherwise, when the empress's clan was slaughtered to death, Emperor Chang would not have ignored it and allowed those murderers to go free. Perhaps, even now,
Emperor Qing did not expect that things would turn out like this nowadays. What made Hong Siich feel most surprised was still the murder of the crown prince. He really couldn't figure out who would be so bold as to dare to kill the crown prince directly.
Is it these three princes? Hong Siich couldn't think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it. It is said that since ancient times, there is indeed truth in this saying.
Perhaps what Emperor Qing had just said was indeed right. There are times when that person who looks less and less like a murderer is often the murderer.
Maybe, in a few more days' time, all the truth will come out. I just don't know. When this matter is over,
then the next crown prince position, whose head should fall?
When he thought of this, Hong Siich shook his head.
This matter was of great importance,
and it would not be something that he, a lackey, could consider. It's better to look at it.
Hong Siich no longer thought much about it and continued to lean against the courtyard wall,
carefully observing every move in the vicinity. Over here, after returning to the main hall, Li Changza saw that the two of them, Li Chengru and Li Changping, had already begun to fall asleep. He didn't say anything more,
and continued to lie in the same position he had just been in,
resting his hands behind his head and thinking about what was coming next.
Even though he knew just now that Emperor Qing had already begun to order that Fan Xian would be beheaded at noon tomorrow, it was just talk. It didn't take any guessing to realize that Emperor Qing didn't even dare to kill Fan Xian right now.
Otherwise, a Fan Jian and a Qin Pingping, plus a 5 bamboo. By the way,
there was Fan Xian's master,
Fei Jia, and that wasn't in existence to be messed with either. This guy,
despite not being strong in martial arts,
was an expert in using poison.
and was said to be able to poison a Grand Master just by relying on poison. It was conceivable that this person was truly extraordinary in terms of poisons. Li Qingze remembered in the original story that when something happened to Fan Xian, then Fei Jie directly told Chen Pingping that once Fan Xian was in danger, he would directly poison a city of people. Therefore, if Fan Xian was really beheaded, he would be the first to strike. These 4 people alone were enough to scare Emperor Qing, not to mention other aspects. And then there's the most important point, which is what will happen then after Li Chengqian's funeral is over. What will he choose then? Thinking of this, Li Sungjak nodded. If that didn't work, he'd open up, at that point, a second set of options. When the time came, it would definitely surprise Emperor Qing. The night is like ink and the curved moon is like a hook. Far away in the deep mountains, there was a muddy pool of water that rippled quite a bit with the breeze, and beside the pond, there sat an old man in a straw raincoat, holding a withered yellow fishing rod and fishing in the water. Despite the darkness on the surface of the water, the old man's eyes, however, still stared tightly. His body did not move, as a statue stood in place. A few moments later, in mid-air, there was a sudden sound, the figure of wings stirring. Immediately following, a silver-white carrier pigeon, flying in mid-air from not far away, slowly landed on top of the old man's straw raincoat. The old man reached down and took the carrier pigeon down, and from its ankles, he plucked a small oiled paper bag. When he had opened it, the carrier pigeon stirred its wings once again and flew off to a short distance away. From the oil paper bag, the old man found out a letter, and after quickly checking it, he realized what was going on, and his face suddenly smiled. Funny, just funny. There's actually another talent coming out of the world that not only defeated the 5 bamboos, but also chopped off one of his arms. Interesting. The old man laughed a few times and immediately gave the letter paper in his hand a gentle squeeze. With a pop sound, the letter paper instantly exploded into smithereens. The old man did know 5 bamboo before and had fought him many times, only to be defeated in all of them. Therefore, the level of strength of the 5 bamboos was much higher than him. And just now in the letter, it said that there was a mysterious expert who not only defeated 5 bamboos, but also chopped off an arm. You can imagine how strong this person is. The point was, this person was also an expert with a sword. The old man's body trembled and his hands began to itch at the news. He was originally a swordsmanship genius, and was even given the title of sword saint, and his favorite thing in life was to duel with sword-using experts. Now suddenly appeared such a master with a sword. And how could it not be exciting? Chapter 154 Big Brother is going to die. The old man laughed, reached out and picked up the fishing rod in front of him, looked at it repeatedly, and said, "Old buddy, we'll be fighting side by side again. It's just that I don't know if that mysterious person's sword skills will be as powerful as they say. I'm looking forward to it." As he spoke, the true chi in the old man's hand dispersed, directly shattering the fishing rod in front of him. Snap! The withered yellow fishing rod turned into countless pieces and fell to the ground. In the old man's hand, however, there was an additional bronze-colored longsword with fine lines and a number of strange shapes engraved on it. The old man reached out and gently stroked his hand on top of the long sword, muttering, "I buried the sword and hid it for decades long. It's about time that I let the world know that the sword saint of that year is coming back. After being away for so many years, it's time to take a trip to the kingdom of Qing." Speaking here, the old man slowly got up and walked forward with big strides. Late night, Fan Xian, who was in the death cell, was just about to close his eyes when he heard the sounds of fighting and scuffling outside the door of his room. Once again, it's still the same as the last couple times. When one of the guards shouted out that someone was trying to rob the prison, a large group of people quickly swarmed over in front of his room. They were all armed and surrounded the entire cell, leaving not a single gap. However, when Fan Xian saw the scene in front of him, there was no longer the panic and worry he had felt the first few times, but more doubt. By all accounts, the place he was currently residing in was a death row, considered to be the most heavily guarded place in the entire kingdom of Qing. Since that's the case, there should be an army nearby to guard the area, and it wouldn't be easy for others to break in. However, on this night, counting this one at the moment, which is a total of 5 times, there were fights with the guards when someone tried to rob the prison, and each fight didn't last long, only a few short minutes, and then it was silently gone. This made Fan Xian compelled to begin to suspect that the so-called prison robbery in front of him was simply a fake. The purpose is self-evident, to make him panic and thus feel desperate. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the person who had implemented this plan must be a high-powered guy. Could it be? At that moment, a figure immediately came to Fan Xian's mind. Only, he kind of couldn't believe it. Just then, Fan Xian suddenly saw a dark shadow in the crowd, and his face instantly changed. Immediately afterward, he dispersed all the thoughts that had just appeared in his mind. Because,
Just now, Fan Xian saw someone. This person wore a black robe, held an iron rod in his hand, and had a black cloth covering his face, which was exactly the appearance of 5 bamboos. Fan Xian hadn't expected that the person who had just been fighting with the guards would actually be his uncle 5 Bamboo. If it's a 5 Bamboo, that's normal. 5 Bamboo's martial arts realm had already reached the level of a grandmaster, and even though he now had a broken arm, his fighting strength remained undiminished, so it shouldn't be a big deal against a large group of guards. Thinking of this, Fan Xian's inner feelings for Wuzhu had warmed up quite a bit, and he was moved to the point of tears. There's really nothing wrong with the saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Since he was captured on death row and sentenced to death, only one person, 5 Bamboos, had come to rob the prison. No one else had even seen a shadow. If I can survive this time, I will definitely worship Uncle 5 Bamboo as my righteous father in the future. Soon, the sounds of the battle outside the door of the room, once again, disappeared into thin air. The guards who appeared outside the room just now left one after another. Throughout the death chamber, peace returned. Deadly silence. Fan Xian did not continue to call out to anyone this time, but consciously lay down on the bed, pondering in his mind. Since the 5 Bamboos had come to rob the prison, it meant that they hadn't given up on him, and there was still a chance that they might get out alive. It's just that he's not familiar with Death Road here. Otherwise, it's a good idea to come inside and run out of here. Of course, this is the worst case scenario and should only be used as a last resort. A few moments later, Fan Xian just couldn't take it anymore and went straight to bed to sleep. Soon, it was snoring away into sleep. In the meantime, Emperor Qing was still sitting in the room, and was looking at, with a serious face, the several zhangji in his hand. From time to time, he also picked up the brush stained with vermilion sand, and approved on the top of the folders. A few moments later, a man wearing a black robe, holding an iron rod, with a black cloth covering his face, walked in through the door. The man came behind Emperor Chang and immediately arched his hand in obeisance. Your Majesty, humble servant has returned. Emperor Chang, still looking down at the Zhang folders, said, how is it? Has he found out yet? The man nodded his head and said, the prisoner has already seen the figure of my humble servant, and acted surprised, with the expression of the previous 2 times, completely different. Emperor Chang said, it's good to see. Well, you change your clothes back and go down to rest. Yes. The man nodded his head in agreement and immediately took off the black robe from his body, and then untied the black cloth from his face before turning to leave. And Emperor Chang slowly raised his head, looking at the clothes and black cloth on the ground, a faint light smile appearing on his face. Looks like it's about time. It'll be a lot easier to wait until early this morning and push the envelope some more. Emperor Qing then continued to lower his head, looking at these zhangji in front of him. The next day, early morning, with the day just hazily dawning, dozens of notices began to appear throughout the city of Kyoto. By the time the street vendors, the busy pedestrians, checked the contents of this notice, it immediately created a furor. Fan house, backyard. After getting up and freshening up, Fan Ruoruo changed into a brand new dress and also dressed herself up. She then left the room and headed towards her big brother's room. Earlier, Fan Ruoruo and her big brother had agreed to go on a street trip today. That's why she was dressed up beautifully. Maybe, while traveling, he could even have a chance encounter with the second prince. Her heart was beating fast when she thought of the other party's handsome looks, gentle aura, and elegant image. The saying that a man will die for a friend who understands him, and a woman will please herself, is not true at all. Soon, Fan Ruoro arrived at the room where Fan Xian was staying, and reached out to knock on the door. Big brother, are you up yet? After Fan Ruoro shouted and did not hear a response from inside, she shouted again. Big brother, can you hear me? Right after Fan Ruoro shouted a few times, not far behind him, a teenager quickly ran over. Sister, it's a big deal. Versace ran and sweated profusely, waving his hand as he ran. Sister, something has happened. Fan Ruoro came back to her senses and looked at Fan Xixia, who was running over, and said, it's early in the morning. What's the point of being so flustered? You can't talk slowly if you have something to say. Versace waved his hand. That's not going to slow things down. Fan Xian. No, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is dying. Chapter 155, Fan Ruoro, Father's Head. Why is it green? Sister, Big Brother is dying. Versace stopped in front of Fan Ruorua and said truthfully, what did you say? Fan Ruorua thought she had heard wrong, so she asked again. Versace said, Big Brother is going to die. It's Fan Xian, he's dying. Fan Ruorua's willow eyebrows went up, her hands folded at her waist, and she lightly grunted. Unbridled. What are you talking about? How dare you curse Big Brother? Let's see your skin. Is it itchy again? As she spoke, Fan Ruo looked to the left and right, ready to pick up the branches on the ground. And when Versace saw this, he naturally understood that what would happen later, and hastily waved his hand. Sister, calm down. I didn't curse him, it's true. Immediately following, from inside his sleeve, he pulled out a piece of yellow paper and handed it to Fan Ruo, saying, if you don't believe me, look, it says so on the notice. Notice? Fan Ruo reached out and took the yellow paper, opened it up, and then began to scrutinize it. As a result, in the next instant, her face suddenly changed drastically, showing as much incredulity as possible. This, because what's written on top of the yellow paper? It reads, the criminal Fan Xian, a great rebel, killed the crown prince and assassinated the empress dowager. His crime is punishable by death, today at noon, at the entrance of the vegetable market, beheading the public, as a warning to others. Fan Ruo looked at the notice and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. It's only been 2 days since we've seen each other. How come Big Brother is suddenly about to be beheaded? Moreover, how could he kill the crown prince and assassinate the empress dowager when he was in good hands? Fan Ruo couldn't believe that Big Brother could be such a person. She originally thought that the contents of the notice were all false, but in the notice above, see, there is the exclusive seal of the government, which is absolutely cannot be fake, and have to believe. At this time, Van spoke. Sister, you say that Van, is Big Brother crazy? Why would he kill the crown prince for good reason? Did he and the prince have a previous feud? Or was he killed for love? However, I do admire his character. Having an axe to grind and not being afraid of power at all. Simply a model for my generation. However, Fan Ruo glared at Fan Xia and said, do you know that once what the notice says is true, then our whole family will die? Ah, what? Versace froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Fan Ruo added, killing the crown prince and assassinating the empress dowager. This is the crime of executing 9 clans. Do you think we'll be alright? Hearing this, Versace immediately reacted. His face instantly changed drastically as he exclaimed, how did this happen? Isn't he punking us? Good guy. Originally Versace thought that, following this Big Brother who was given for nothing, he could eat and drink spicy food in the future. I didn't think that before the blessings started to be enjoyed, the sins would have to be suffered directly. It's also a head-killing offense. Versace reached up and touched his neck, feeling a gust of cloudy wind hit him, and his back felt even colder straight away. No, he doesn't want to die now. Life has just begun. We haven't made a lot of money yet, let alone gotten married, so it would be a loss if we died like that. Fan Xia immediately said to Fan Ruo, sister, what can we do about this? Do you think the emperor will, already, send someone to capture our family? I don't want to die yet. I really don't. Sister, think of something quickly. Shut up. Fan Ruo shouted coldly to Fan Xia. She was annoyed enough as it was, and now Versace was yammering in her ear, making her brain hurt. Versace immediately obediently closed his mouth after being gulped down, and could only look towards his sister with pitying eyes. And after a few moments of contemplation, Fan Ruo thought of something and hurriedly turned away. Seeing this, Versace hurriedly shouted, sister, what are you doing? Go to father. He will have a solution. Fan Ruo returned. Versace then realized, and said, that's right, we can go to father. He will surely have a solution. Hey, sister, wait for me. A few moments later, Fan Ruo then came alone, in the study of the mansion. When she walked into the study, she saw her father, Fan Jian, sitting in front of the square table reading a book, sipping tea from time to time in a very leisurely manner. When Fan Ruo saw this, she immediately stepped forward and said, Father, something big is wrong. Fan Jian flipped through the books in his hands and asked slowly, why? What happened? Fan Ruo held up the notice in her hand and said, Big Brother he is going to be beheaded. Today, at 3 minutes past noon, it's time to behead Big Brother. Fan Jian still didn't put down the books in his hands and said, I already know about this matter. Fan Ruo anxiously said, since you already know, you should hurry and quickly think of a way to save him. There must be a misunderstanding here. How could Big Brother kill the crown prince and assassinate the empress dowager? I don't believe it. It's definitely a setup. Fan Jian took a sip of the warm tea and said, since you know that he was framed, what's the point of worrying? Don't worry, Fan Xian will be fine. But, Fan Ruo wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Fan Jian waving his hand. No buts, just wait at home. Seeing that her father was not the least bit flustered, and obviously looked like he had a solution, Fan Ruo said no more and turned around to leave. As a result, she was just about to turn around when something suddenly occurred to her. By the way, father, since Big Brother has been arrested, what about us as a family? Do you need to prepare something? After all, the crime committed by Big Brother is a big crime of executing 9 plans.
Fan Jian put down the books in his hands and said, "Don't worry, it won't affect our family, because your Big Brother was never my real son in the first place."
Ha! Fan Ruo froze on the spot after hearing this. What did she just hear? Big Brother is not, in fact, his father's real son? How is this possible? Fan Jian said, "Your elder brother, to be precise, is His Majesty's son,
and is only temporarily living in our family.
Anyway, this matter can no longer be concealed,
and will soon be publicized.
Fan Jian does not need to hide it anymore. Even if it is told to his daughter, there is no harm." At this moment,
Fan Ruo was even more stunned in place,
unable to believe what she had just heard. Big Brother is His Majesty's child? Doesn't that mean that there's some kind of unspeakable secret between His Majesty and Damsel? Thinking of this,
Fan Ruo's eyes began to become different when she looked at Fan Jian.
She felt now, on her father's head, how green it was, and, when the father found out about this, he was actually unmoved and willingly raised the child for them. What a wonderful man! There's absolutely no one else in the world. Chapter 156, What's on Siri's mind? Father, in that case,
then my daughter will take her leave.
Fan Ruo bowed to Fan Jian before turning directly away.
And Fan Jian didn't say anything more when he saw Fan Ruo leave, only that he had just seen a hint of a strange look in his daughter's eyes.
Could it be a mistake?
Fan Jian shook his head and continued to pick up the books on the table to check them out. But in his heart, he began to think about what would happen later at lunchtime.
They've been arranging it since last night, and they've found all the people. They're just waiting for the time to come, to make a shift. If nothing else,
Fan Xian could be taken out of the capital by the time this evening rolled around.
It's not too late to come back later when he's cleared his name. Only,
now that time was short.
They didn't send anyone to go inside the death cell to inform Fan Xian. Anyway, in their minds, Fan Xian knowing about it, or not knowing about it, didn't have much of an impact at all. With this in mind,
Fan Jian continued to check the books and sat back to wait for lunchtime to arrive.
After Fan Ruo left the study,
she headed towards her boudoir.
Only,
in her mind at the moment, she was still thinking about what had just happened.
After all, these things, too, were a little too unbelievable to be easily accepted. The brother you grew up with is not actually a sibling. Moreover, the elder brother was actually a royal prince. Fan Ruo felt, in her heart,
especially incredible when she thought of this. She also wondered what method her father Sama would use to be able to save this big brother.
Forget it, let's just wait and go straight to the food market. With slow steps, Fan Ruo walked towards her boudoir, ready to go back and change into a light dress. However, just as Fan Ruo had taken a few steps,
she heard someone talking nearby.
Not only that,
but she smelled the odor of burning paper money.
Fan Ruo frowned slightly and walked in the direction of the speech. A few moments later, Fan Ruo was in the open space not far away,
and saw a teenager squatting on the ground. It was that Fan Xija.
Only at the moment, Versace, with a fire pit in front of him, with golden-colored paper money burning in it,
was talking out of his mouth.
Fan Xian, even though I didn't see eye to eye with you before, we're also blood brothers, so I'm going to give you a ride. This money will be burned for you first, so you can use it right after you die. And, you're going to take that money and make good connections inside hell. And when I'm 100 years old, I'm going to look for you down there. When Versace said that, he hemmed and hawed, thinking that the idea he had just had was simply brilliant. He first asked Fan Xian to go to hell and make good connections, so that when he went again, he wouldn't have to be afraid. When the time comes, there might even be a discount. At this time, Fan Ruo's face instantly dimmed after hearing what Fan Xija had just said. She knew the kid wouldn't do anything good. Now the person hasn't even died yet, so they start burning paper for others. It's just so uncharacteristic. Afterward, Fan Ruo was furious and went straight to Fan Xija. At this moment, Versace,
who had not yet perceived the coming danger, was still burning paper money and muttering under his breath.
Fan Xian, don't mind if it's too little.
I'll just burn this much for you today and wait for the evening to burn some more.
By the way, nowadays,
the standard of the birthday store is very good, and the Tide paper figures are so subtle and slightly warped that they are almost like real people.
When the night is over,
I'll burn 2 pretty girls for you.
And when you get down there, you can hiss, pain.
Before Versace could finish his sentence, he felt pain coming from his ears and stood up in fear.
When he turned around, he found a furious Fan Ruo, and immediately smiled playfully. Sister, well, can Father Sama fix it? Do we, as a family, need to be beheaded? 2. Fan Ruo snorted coldly and let go of his ear. saying, "Our family is fine, but you're not." His Majesty said to cut out your tongue to save you from babbling in the future. When Versace heard this, he was instantly startled, tears coming out of his eyes as he exclaimed, What? Why did His Majesty cut out my tongue? I have not offended his old man. No, I'm keeping my tongue for dinner. I mustn't cut it." And without heeding him, Fan Ruarua turned straight away and headed for the boudoir. "Sister, help! I don't want to get my tongue cut out." Fantasia cried out in pain and hurriedly chased after Fan Ruarua. Drunken Immortal Tower, Flowing Clouds Pavilion, a long black dress. Sisley was sitting in front of the dresser, with an eyebrow pencil in her hand, tracing her eyebrows and applying makeup. After she had painted her makeup and applied sexy bright red lipstick, an extremely beautiful face was reflected inside the bronze mirror in front of her. Siri looked at herself in the bronze mirror, a faint smile on her face. Immediately following that, she shook her head helplessly and let out a sigh. Then, the Sifu stood up and walked over to a nearby table, picking up several sheets of paper with writing on them, and on top of this paper, there were a few poems written, a few of her favorites. After picking up the paper and rereading it once more, Siri began to sit in place and contemplate, recalling a figure inside his mind. Since the last poetry conference, she had never seen the second prince again, but her heart was so full of thoughts that she always wanted to find a chance to see him. Only, Seelily knew that there was a heavenly gap between her and the second prince's status, so naturally she didn't dare to go, especially when a few days ago, Seelily knew that the second prince was betrothed to General Ye's daughter, and was even more dissuaded from this idea. Perhaps, only a woman of that noble status could be worthy of the second prince. Famous prostitutes like her could only be in the mire, looking up at the existence on the clouds. If, say, she was not a famous prostitute from the drunken immortal house, but the daughter of an ordinary official's family, would she be worthy of the second prince? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Just as Siri was musing, a physically athletic crone flashed through the door at a quick pace. "Something's wrong," the old crone said to the Sifu as soon as she walked into the room. Siri looked back, surprised. "What's the big deal? Is it the northern Chi side? Something wrong?" The old woman shook her head. "It is not northern Chi, but the city of Kyoto. I was just on the street, and I saw a notice posted saying that the crown prince of the kingdom of Qing had been killed. The court is about to behead the prisoner at noon today." "What?" Sariri exclaimed. "The crown prince of Qing was killed? How is this possible? Who is so bold as to kill the crown prince?" Though Siri had, in the past, indeed thought of killing the imperial prince of the dynasty to avenge the people in his family, but that's just a thought. It didn't occur to me that anyone would actually dare to do it. Chapter 157, The Mantis Catching the Cicada, the yellow bird behind it. "Granny Chen, are you telling the truth?" Siri asked with some disbelief, because she just couldn't fathom that such a thing could happen. At that moment, the crone pulled out a notice from her sleeve, and handed it to the siren. With a notice to prove it, naturally it can't be faked. Sariri hastily took the yellow paper, opened it and examined it carefully. Subsequently, that's when she really believed in the matter. The crone added, "See, I wasn't lying to you, but this is good. The death of the crown prince of the kingdom of Qing is definitely beneficial to us. Not to mention the crown prince. It would be better if the emperor was killed as well." Siri looked at the yellow paper in his hand and pondered for a moment before he spoke. "You're right. It does help us a lot. Maybe the murderer could still be with us. It's just a shame he's going to die soon." Seelily folded up the yellow paper and handed it to the old crone again, saying, "You find someone and hurry up to pass this notice back to the royal family of Northern Qi, and hand it over to His Majesty's hands, to see what they do." "All right, I'll go find someone." The old woman took the notice and immediately nodded. Immediately following, Siri thought of something else and asked, "By the way, that woman who went to Northern Qi before, how did it turn out? Did she get caught by Dodger?" The old woman shook her head and said, "No, it seems that this person is talking about cooperation with the Holy Maiden and the girls, and has not made a big deal out of it." Oh, when Siri heard this, a trace of doubt immediately flashed on his face. It seemed that she had thought wrong before, and that woman was really a friend. Siri waved his hand and said, "All right, I already know about this matter, so hurry up and do it." "Yes." The crone nodded again and turned to leave. A few moments later, Siri resumed her seat at the table, only this time, instead of flipping through the verses, she turned sideways to look out the window, not knowing what was going on in her mind. In the meantime, Eastern Palace, outside the main hall, Lee Sung-tae crouched on the floor, holding a porcelain cup filled with water in his left hand and a towel dipped in salt in his right hand, repeatedly rubbing it in his mouth as a way to clean his teeth. "Ooh, drink and puke." After Lee Sung-tae finished scrubbing,
He took a clean towel from the palace maid next to him and wiped the water stains from his face.
Everything is great in this world.
Except that brushing your teeth is a bit of a pain in the ass and you don't have a toothbrush to use.
When this was over,
he'd think of a way to make toothbrushes so that he could benefit the people as well. Right after Li Changzhe washed himself, he heard Li Changping waving his hand and shouting from the stone pavilion next to him.
"Ergo, come quickly. The food is getting cold." "It's coming," Li Changzhe promised and walked over quickly. In the stone pavilion, the two of them, Li Changru and Li Changping, had already taken their seats, waiting for Li Changzhe to come over. When he just sat down, he saw that on top of the stone table, there were more than a dozen plates of dishes, and the styles were diverse and rich. There was not only roasted chicken, but braised big carp, spicy chicken head, blood tofu, and a few delicate cold dishes. Li Sungtaek looked at the meal in front of him, and then looked behind him to the great hall, and he couldn't help but start to feel emotional in his heart. How there is still a feeling of eating a seat. Besides, wouldn't it be a bit tiresome to have such a hearty meal so early in the morning? When Li Changru saw Li Changzhe sitting down, he was no longer reserved and picked up the rice and chopsticks on the table and began to eat. Li Changping wasn't shy about it either and picked up the meat on the table and started to bring it to his mouth. However, when Li Sungtaek saw the meal on the table, he suddenly thought of something. Following closely, he also picked up his bowl and chopsticks, but took small bites of the veggies on the table and began to eat them. Just as they were having this meal, not long afterward, the middle-aged eunuch who had come over yesterday afternoon, once again came over. "Three Highnesses, having your meal." The middle-aged eunuch walked to the front of the stone pavilion, nodding and smiling.
Li Changzhe put down his chopsticks and said,
"We've only just eaten here, so if the eunuch has nothing to do, he can come along and eat some." The middle-aged eunuch shook his head and smiled. "Many thanks to your second highness. However, the slave girl is here to deliver His Majesty's message." Hearing the word oracle, both Li Changru and Li Changping also hurriedly put down their dishes and prepared to stand up from their stools. And that middle-aged eunuch then immediately waved his hand and said, "Your three highnesses, no need to get up, just sit and listen. His Majesty has said that at noon today, the murderer of the crown prince will be dragged to the entrance of the food market and beheaded. At that time, not only the civil and military officials in the court, all of them will attend to watch. Even the three highnesses will also go together. His Majesty also said that no one is allowed to be absent, and that he must go and see it." When Li Changzhe heard this, a cold smile immediately crossed his heart. He knew that old silver coin, Emperor Chang, definitely didn't have a good thing going on, preparing such a sumptuous dish so early in the morning, and after eating it, going to view the beheading. Is that beheading something you can just look at? People with a weaker heart to bear a little bit, seeing that bloody scene, would absolutely pee in fear. Afterward, Li Changzhe immediately nodded his head and said, "I'm grateful to the eunuch. We'll definitely go over there when the time comes." The middle-aged eunuch said, "Good, then it will be hard work for your highnesses. In that case, the slave girl will leave first." When the middle-aged eunuch left, the three of them, Li Changzhe, started the dry rice mode again. Only, at this moment, Li Changzhe's heart had other thoughts. After a night of thinking, Li Changzhe finally figured out exactly how they were going to rescue Fan Xian. There was only one way to save Fan Xian's life and give an explanation to the 100 officials in the court, and even with the Empress Dowager, in that short period of time, let Fan Xian die in his place. In other words, let someone else go and die for Fan Xian, then transport him away from the capital and find a way to come back later. If they do, then I'm afraid today's beheading at lunchtime will be a show. When the time came to behead someone, it definitely wouldn't be Fan Xian. And after thinking about the situation, Li Sungtaek immediately had an idea. These people, Emperor Chang, aren't trying to act? Then Li Sungtaek will send out some people to mess up the drama, and see how they're going to end it when the time comes. It's called the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird coming after. When he thought of this, the corners of Li Sungjak's mouth began to rise slightly. Subsequently, when Li Sungtaek saw Li Sungpyeong eating a chicken thigh with a big mouthful, he took a spicy chicken head from his plate and placed it in the other party's bowl. "Lao San, you're growing now, so eat more." Li Changping looked up at Li Changzhe and smiled. "Thank you, second brother. They are all blood brothers. No need to be polite." Li Changzhe looked at Li Changping with a smile. "Catch a laugh while you can. Wait until noon. Can't stop laughing when I see the bloody scene at the beheading. How much you eat now will be spit out when the time comes." Chapter 158 Life Before the Penal Colony. The 6th hour will pass. In the death cell, Fan Xian was sitting on the bed in a daze with a thick black smoke ring on top of him. Ever since he went to bed yesterday, he hadn't seen the 5 bamboos come to rob the prison, and the entire inside of the death row was extraordinarily quiet. A few moments later, Fan Xian looked up at the sunlight outside the window, using it to deduce what hour it was. It seems that no one, before going to the execution ground, will come here to save him.
If Fan Xian hadn't guessed correctly, if Uncle Wuzhu wanted to save him, he could only do so on the way to the execution ground, or at the execution ground. Only, Fan Xian was a bit unsure in his heart. Although Uncle Phi Bamboo was very strong in martial arts and had already reached the realm of a Grand Master, this was Kyoto City after all. Later, when they are escorted to the execution ground, they will surely be guarded by a large army. In that case, it wouldn't be easy to get him out of there. Therefore, Fan Xian also began to think at this moment that he would have to seize the opportunity to cooperate with the situation when it arose. Thinking of this, Fan Xian began to feel around his body, repeatedly. If only I hadn't come in such a hurry this time, I would have had more poison on me. Later on, when there is chaos, you can just send out the poison, and after poisoning those around you, you can quickly leave. Fan Xian placed the only remaining vials of medicine on his body,
all on the bed,
and began to mix and match them again to increase the lethality of the poison.
Just as he was seriously matching,
he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps outside the door of his room.
Fan Xian's face was startled, and he immediately put the pill bottle away in his sleeve,
pretending as if nothing had happened and sitting quietly in place.
With a crunch, the door to the room, which had been tightly closed, was suddenly opened. Immediately following, a dozen guards with swords quickly walked into the room and stood on either side. After Fan Xian saw the scene in front of him, a puzzled look flashed through his mind. What's the situation? What's with the sudden arrival? It's not even noon yet, is it? Has it been changed to early beheading? At that moment, through the door walked in a man in a black cloak. The man walked into the room and immediately waved his hand to the guards beside him, waving their hands. Go down and wait outside the door. Yes.
The 10 or so guards nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave.
Soon, inside the entire room, only Fan Xian
and this man in a black robe remained.
The man removed his black robe, revealing Emperor Qing's serious face. Your Majesty?
Fan Xian was instinctively startled when he saw the visitor clearly.
He hadn't expected that Emperor Qing would actually come here. Even though Fan Xian already knew that he was Emperor Qing's son, he was still not happy in his heart. To have a child and not raise it is to be a father in vain. Therefore, in Fan Xian's consciousness, only Fan Jian was his father. And about what the status of a prince was, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Once Emperor Qing took off his black robe, he put his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, "Do you realize that there's still an hour left before you're beheaded?" Fan Xian nodded in disbelief. "I know. So what?" Emperor Chang said. "I'll ask you again. Did you kill the person or not?"
Fan Xian skimmed Emperor Chang and asked.
"I wonder what kind of tone Your Majesty is asking this question? It's king and subject, or father and son. Anyway, maybe he was going to die soon." So Fan Xian couldn't care less and said whatever he wanted to say.
Emperor Chang was stunned for a moment,
obviously not expecting that Fan Xian would ask this question. A gentleman and a father and a son? These two marvelous relationships are able to appear in their bodies, and they are also more magical existences. Emperor Chang pondered for a moment and said, "Does it matter? I just want to know the results." Ha! Fan Xian laughed bitterly a few times and said, "Of course it doesn't matter. I'm just casually asking. Since Your Majesty knows, the straw man will answer truthfully. The straw man is still the same. I didn't kill the man. I will absolutely admit to anything I've done, and anything I haven't done. I just won't admit to it even if I'm dead."
Emperor Chang looked at Fan Xian's righteous demeanor.
Not like he was lying, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared.
It was not until this moment now that he was fully convinced that Fan Xian had been framed.
Emperor Chang added, "Then what did you break into the palace at night to do?" Fan Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Nothing, just wanted to come around." Emperor Qing laughed.
"You broke into the palace at night because you wanted to find a key from the Empress Dowager's chambers,
right? How did you know?" Fan Xian looked at Emperor Chang with a big shocked face. Emperor Chang said, "You don't need to care how I know. Just say yes or no. Answer properly and I can keep you from dying." Fan Xian glanced at Emperor Qing,
stroked his chin and hesitated for a moment,
and said, "Yes, I broke into the Empress Dowager's chambers at night to find a key." Sure enough, Emperor Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief inside after hearing Fan Xian's answer. Just last night, he suddenly figured something out. If Fan Xian hadn't come to assassinate the Empress Dowager by breaking into the palace at night, then what was he doing here? Definitely looking for one thing. To say that something that could be related to Fan Xian was indeed stored inside the Empress Dowager's chambers. It was a key. This was left behind by Yi Qingmei in the beginning. Fan Xian's nightly intrusion into the Empress Dowager's chambers must have been for this item. Maybe he already knew what the key was for. Back then, when Yi Qingmei wasn't dead, she possessed quite a few strange, weird, and mysterious things. As a result, after she died, those things suddenly disappeared into obscurity, never to be seen again.
Emperor Qing had been searching for more than 10 years,
but he still hadn't found it. From this,
it can seem that those things are in Fan Xian's possession.
At that moment, Emperor Qing spoke. Don't worry, I won't let you die. In the future, I will definitely investigate clearly and return your innocence. Later you will follow the guards to the execution ground. I have already made arrangements. Then there will be someone to die for you. What? Fan Xian was incredulous. What's going on here? Emperor Qing is going to come to his rescue? Then why didn't you say so beforehand? Fan Xian asked. Your Majesty, what you just meant is. Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, don't ask anything, don't care about anything, just follow the guards. I said I would not let you die. Just after the words were said, Emperor Qing did not stay here and directly turned around to leave. Leaving a baffled Fan Xian, he stood frozen in place. In the meantime, an inn in the southern city of Kyoto, dressed in a long black robe, with his face veiled, Jia pointed to a large pile of gold and silver on the table, to the dozen or so burly men in front of him, and said, these are half the honorarium, and there will be another half if this is accomplished. The dozen or so strong men in the room had their eyes straightened when they saw the gold and silver on the table, and some were even drooling. Money, lots of money, they're going to be rich this time. Chapter 159, All Things Considered. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. When Jia saw the greed and excitement of the people in front of him, after seeing the gold and silver on the table, he knew he had found the right person. There is nothing in this world that can't be done with money. If it does, it's not enough money. At that moment, one of the men said, Boss, what are you asking us to do for so much money? Jia said, I'll let you go to the torture chamber to save a man. As long as you go over there, whether you succeed or not, the money is yours. If we succeed in getting the person out of the penal colony, there will be the other half of the money then. When the crowd heard this, fire appeared in their eyes once again. The gold and silver now placed on the table must be tens of thousands of taels at least. So much money, just to go to the penal colony to save someone? And, even if it fails, that money is not refundable. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. These people, every day is to live, licking blood from the mouth of the knife day, full of outlaws, as long as the money is there, not to mention robbing a penal colony, or even assassinating the emperor, that's not a problem. And the big deal is, when the time comes, just make a random scene at the penal colony and get paid to leave. Anyway, no matter how they do it, they're a sure thing. Okay, boss, I'll take this deal. One of the men suddenly said. The others, seeing that someone had spoken up, agreed to the matter without any reluctance. I do too, and me, plus me one. Money for everyone. I'm coming. Seeing that all of them agreed, Jia nodded and said, very well, now that we're all in agreement, I'll talk about the mission. The name of the person you are rescuing later is Fan Xian, a young man. Better yet, calling out his name during the rescue will get him to cooperate with you. The crowd chimed in. Okay, no problem at all. As they spoke, everyone began walking to the table and dividing the gold and silver on it. And when Jia saw this, he smiled without saying a word. He wasn't afraid that the outlaws in front of him would take the money but not be serious about rescuing Fan Xian. It was because Jia Dang had never, ever thought that these people would be able to save Fan Xian. The result he wanted was for these people to be able to show up at the penal colony and use it to disrupt the others' plans. As long as these people, the moment they show up at the torture chamber, his purpose would have been served. As for the gold and silver just given, oh, his name of poisonous scholar is not called for nothing. How can it be so easy to get money from him without serious work? Be careful of having a life to take, but not a life to spend. Palace, Guangxin Palace. After Li Yunrui had her breakfast, she changed into a long black dress. Her face was made up with exquisite makeup and brightly colored lipstick. The whole person, even more beautiful than usual, all over the body, are scattered out of a different flavor. The reason why Li Yunrui was dressed up so beautifully was because later on, he was going to the execution ground to watch Fan Xian behead him. She would only feel at ease in her heart if she saw Fan Xian die with her own eyes. Otherwise, it's hard to sleep or eat. When the day was over, she was going to do something else. That's who the new crown prince will be. Thinking of this, Li Yunrui no longer stayed here and started walking towards the outside of the store. However, just as she stepped out of the hall, she saw the Empress, walking slowly from a short distance away. Today's Empress, no longer wearing the same plainness as in the past, changed into a brand new palace dress. Not only that, she had deliberately dressed up, wearing an exquisite phoenix-shaped decoration on her head. Her face was coated with rouge, and her entire aura was much better than the previous days. Moreover, she was in an extremely great mood at the moment. Immediately we'll be able to see that murderer of the prince was beheaded on the spot, and how can not be happy? Sister-in-law, you're here. Li Yunrui bowed to the empress. The empress waved her hand and said, cut the crap, let's hurry now. I can't wait to see that kid. Head in the sand. Li Yunrui smiled faintly and said, not only sister-in-law can't wait, this palace can't wait either. Despite the fact that they didn't have a great relationship in the previous times, they now had a common goal, and that was to have Fan Xian die. The empress nodded her head and said, good, I've prepared the sedan chair, let's go there now. Afterward, Li Yunrui followed the empress and walked towards the front. Other side, the three of them, Li Chengza and Li Chengru, started to take off the morning clothes on their bodies after having breakfast and changed into the robes they had before they came. There is now less than an hour left until noon, so hurry up and get ready to leave right away. After taking the lead in changing his clothes, Li Chengru waited outside the main hall, his face always expressionless. In his mind, going to the food market and watching people behead people had long been something he took for granted. After all, having been out leading soldiers in war before, it was not at all surprising to see dead people every day. And after Li Chengping changed his clothes, he hadn't realized the danger yet, and his face was always leaking with excitement. In the end, Li Chengza changed his robes and walked away from the hall. Only, he couldn't help but smile as he passed the coffin next to him, and meditated in his heart. Take it easy, old man. Before long, I'll have Emperor Qing go down and accompany you. Following closely, with a flutter of his sleeves, he left the great hall in style. Boss, San, let's go, Li Sungtaek said to the two of them once he was out of the great hall. The three of them then left the Eastern Palace. Fan House, study, Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, along with Fei Jia, gathered around the desk. At this time, Fan Jian whispered, are they all ready? It's almost noon. Shen Pingping nodded. Don't worry, everything is ready. When Fan Xian goes to the execution ground later, he will only be going through the motions, and someone will die for him then. Fisuk mused. Are you sure there's no problem? Chen Pingping said. Naturally there is no problem. The planks in the torture chamber, all prepared in advance, will be dropped into the inner sandwich immediately after Fan Xian's examination, and then the replacement victim will be sent out. At that point, once the scapegoat is beheaded, that's the end of the matter. Fan Jian asked, then who is today's supervising officer? Chen Pingping said, it's Chen Qi, the minister of the Ministry of War, the person His Majesty sought. When Fan Jian heard Chen Qi's name, he nodded in relief, because it's their guy. In that case, that won't be a problem. And Fisuk sighed, I hope that this time, there won't be any accidents. If not, then don't blame me. Chen Pingping glanced at Fei Jia and said, don't worry, there will definitely be no accidents. Humph, it better be. Fei Jia coldly grunted. At this time, Fan Jian then waved his hand and said, alright, it's not too late now, let's hurry over. Chapter 160, the prisoners are here, and the show is on. In the death cell, Fan Xian was sitting on a bed covered in hay, his mind as if in thought. It was now almost noon, and I wondered if he would be safe to live when it was time to wait. However, at this moment, it had come to this point, so we could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Just then, one of the guards outside the door came over and shouted, hey, don't fall asleep, it's time to hit the road. Fan Xian could only hold back for the time being, despite being upset in his heart when he heard what the guards had said. Let's get out of here first. Fan Xian stood up from the bed before walking quickly to the door. Immediately afterward, one of the guards pulled out a black pocket and covered Fan Xian's head. Fan Xian exclaimed, hey, what are you guys doing? I can't even see the road. The guard replied, shut up. It's a rule on death row that anyone who goes out of here all have to cover their faces. Ask in your next life if you want to know what's going on. Fan Xian hadn't even finished speaking when he realized that his hands had been tied, and his heart thumped, even though Emperor Qing had just promised him that he would never let him die. But now this scene, it's kinda scary. Shouldn't we wait and actually get our heads killed? After Fan Xian's heart flooded with mutterings, he realized that his body, then, was loaded into the carriage, while his sight remained invisible. Forget it, just die. The big deal is to revert back to the previous world as if it were a dream. When he thought of this, Fan Xian leaned against the wall of the car and closed his eyes in contemplation. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. The food market, which was already relatively lively, was now overcrowded with people standing everywhere. The whole city of Kyoto had been informed in the notices that there was a great show of beheading this morning, and naturally they would not let it pass. The three of them, Li Chengza and Li Chengru, came to the execution ground early. When the three of them arrived, they took a spot on a platform not far away with a wide view. Not only can you see the scene of the execution later, but you can also see the onlookers in front of you. The only beautiful thing about it is that it's too flashy. Lee Sung-taek sees others while they can see him. It's like monkeying around. A mount. Lee Sung-taek turned to the guards behind him and asked, "Do we have to sit here? Can we change seats?" One of the guards replied, "Back to your second highness." This was requested by His Majesty himself, and the positions cannot be switched. "Alright, it's fine if you don't change." Lee Chengza nodded, but in his heart, he was greeting Emperor Qing's family again. This old silver coin. It's not even enough to let them come and see the beheading, but now they won't let them switch seats and have to sit in such a high-profile place. The nearby onlookers, all of whom could easily see them as well, were so ashamed. At this time, Li Changping, who was beside Li Chengza, said, "Big brother, second brother, isn't that the aunt and the queen?" The two of them actually sat together. "Let's go over to my aunt and say hello." Lee Sung-taek nodded. "That's fine." Just as they were about to stand up, a few guards behind them immediately opened their mouths. "Your Highness, calm down." His Majesty's word of honor is that whenever His Highnesses come over, they must sit where they are and not take half a step away. "Ha? Why?" Li Changping asked with a puzzled expression. The guards returned. "This is what His Majesty has requested, and I ask your Highnesses not to make things difficult for my humble servant." Li Changping was just about to continue opening his mouth to say something, but he was stopped by Li Chengza. Fine, just don't move. It's not that bad for a while anyway." When Li Changping saw that his second brother had said so, he nodded and said no more. Lee Sung-taek, on the other hand, had a different opinion in his heart about this matter. This Emperor Chang acted in such a manner. Could it be that he had discovered something and that was why he didn't allow them to act casually? It would be interesting to see if that's the case. Anyway, he was ready and didn't need to be afraid that Emperor Chang would suddenly flip his cards. However, on second thought, Lee Sung-taek felt that the idea he had just had was, again, a bit unrealistic. If Emperor Qing knew that he had killed the crown prince, he would never have ignored it. The thing he wanted the most was the weapon that Yi Qingmei but left behind. If Emperor Chang knew that the murderer of the crown prince was him, Li Chengza, he would definitely think that the weapon had fallen into his hands. If that was the case, Emperor Chang would definitely try to do whatever he could to get the weapon in his hands. Right now Emperor Chang is not acting, which means he doesn't know yet. Thinking of this, inside Li Chengza's heart, it was a relief. He twisted his head to look toward the nearby platform and found that a large portion of the civil and military officials of the court had already arrived. This scene in front of me is almost as lively as when officials go to court. I just don't know what they'll do when the penal colony explodes later. Other side, Li Yunrui similarly saw Li Chengza. Although it was only a few days ago, Li Yunrui realized that Li Chengza, the little guy, had actually become handsome again. If it wasn't inconvenient right now, she really wanted to walk over and go stay by Li Sungjak's side. Especially after Li Yunrui had sobered up a few days ago. He had already thought about what happened between her and Li Chengza that night. She actually kissed Li Sungjak several times. It felt good even though it was just a drunken state. Therefore, in Li Yunrui's heart, he wanted to get him even more. When this matter was over, she would unite with the 100 officials in the court to force Emperor Qing to register Li Chengza as the crown prince. Once she succeeded, then she would have an excuse to ask Li Sung-taek for favors. Thinking of this, Li Yunrui licked her sexy red lips, and every now and then, her gaze glanced towards Li Chengza. As for the empress beside Li Yunrui, she sat in place with an expressionless face, her eyes staring tightly at the execution ground, fearing that she would miss it later. At that moment, in the crowd, Sariri, wearing a plain dress, with her face veiled, stood with her maid and looked toward the back of the execution ground. She originally didn't want to come over, but she couldn't stop her curiosity, wanting to see who it was. Who had such great ability? Who even dared to kill the crown prince? Only now, it was not yet noon, and the prisoner had not yet been escorted to the execution ground. However, what Silili did not expect was that she had just seen Li Chengze in the crowd. After not seeing him for so many days, he's actually gotten handsome again. If it hadn't been so far away and not the right time, she would have wanted to go over and say hello. Just then, a dozen or so guards, not far away, with a carriage, came in the direction of the execution ground. "Look everyone, the prisoner is here." I don't know who shouted out, and the crowd that had originally gathered around looked toward the carriage, and when Li Sungjak saw the scene in front of him, he nodded. "It's finally here. Wait a minute, the good stuff is about to start coming in." 2. Chapter 161, Sudden Accident at the Penal Colony. Fan Xian had been sitting on the carriage since he came out from inside the death cell and began to drive forward slowly.
He didn't know how long he had been walking, and no guards had chimed in beside him,
so it just went on and on. At first, Fan Xian hadn't felt anything,
and his mindset remained the same as it was just now,
still holding the attitude of certain death. As a result, as the vehicle moved forward slowly, his insides, too, began to gradually crumble. Actually, death is not scary, and the scary part is this process of waiting for death, because at this point, Fan Xian did not know if he would survive the torture chamber later. Despite Emperor Qing's assurances and the rescue of the 5 bamboos, he still couldn't be fully convinced. Therefore, the more Fan Xian thought about it, the more panic he felt in his heart. The good thing about this feeling, it didn't last long. Soon, Fan Xian heard all around him, a clamor, as well as noisy voices, and he already knew that he had now arrived at the execution ground. After Fan Xian exhaled deeply, he began to relax his heart. Slowly, whether we live or die later will soon be revealed. In the meantime, near the execution ground, as someone shouted out, the crowds that had originally gathered around began to look towards the carriage in droves. They all wanted to see what kind of person dared to be so bold as to kill the current crown prince, and Li Yunrui, who was present, as well as the empress beside him, likewise saw the carriage. Sister-in-law, the prisoner is here, Li Yunrui spoke. The empress forced herself to resist the impulse within her. Her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, and her face even flashed with a wave of anger, followed by a low growl through clenched teeth. She said, "Finally, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's finally coming." If it weren't for the guards beside her, it was likely that the empress would have immediately rushed out and bitten Fan Xian to death. Seeing that the empress was behaving like this, Li Yunrui did not say anything more, but turned his sight towards Li Chengze, who was not far away. Other side, Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, as well as Fei Jie, were also on top of the platform of the execution ground, sitting among the 100 officials. They were already here and prepared, so they just didn't panic about it in the least. Coming, Fan Jian said to the 2 men next to him after seeing the carriage approaching. Fisuk fidgeted a bit, his brows still furrowed even as he looked toward the carriage. He pondered for a moment and said, "You guys are sure that Fan Xian won't be in danger later, right?" Chen Pingping said, "Don't worry, I have just sent someone to recheck the wooden boards underneath the execution ground. Again, there won't be any danger." "Wait a minute, it's just a walkthrough." "Fine," Fisuk sighed. Immediately afterward, he thought of something else and asked, "By the way, where are the big 5? Why haven't I seen him today?" As soon as they spoke of the 5 bamboos, Fan Xian and Shen Pingping, both of them, also suddenly reacted. Yeah, how did they forget about Gajira? It seemed that since yesterday, 5 bamboos hadn't stayed at the Fan mansion, and he didn't know where he had gone. Fan Jian said, 5 bamboos is probably off working on something else. Whether he comes now or not, it won't have much of an impact. All I wish now is that this show would hurry up and end so that I can hurry up and get Fan Xian out of Kyoto. In the meantime, behind the 100 officials in the square, in an inconspicuous room, Emperor Qing was dressed in civilian clothes, sitting at the table, and was slowly sipping his drink. And where he was at the moment, he could just about see the entire execution ground, clearly. In fact, he didn't even need to come over during the beheading that followed, because Chen Pingping had arranged it long ago. It was only necessary to wait for the afternoon hour to arrive, and this matter could be completely finished. However, Emperor Qing was still a bit uneasy, so he hid in the shadows and waited for things to happen. Emperor Qing put down the wine glass he had finished drinking from and looked at the execution ground not far away, but there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart vaguely. With that in mind, he let out a slow sigh. It's good to hope that there won't be any surprises in what's to come later. A few moments later, Fan Xian brought the black cloth bag and followed the guards to the center of the execution ground. Immediately following, one of the guards shouted, "Kneel down yet." Fan Xian didn't say much, so he obediently knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, on the supervisor's platform in the execution ground, there sat a young man wearing an official's robe. After seeing Fan Xian kneeling on the ground, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Begin for the prisoner and examine him." As the words of the beheading officer fell, the guards took the cloth bag off Fan Xian's head, revealing him. Originally, Fan Xian had always been in the shadows, and this sudden exposure to the sunlight was too much to adjust to for a moment, and his eyes were stung by the light. At this time, a guard with the portrait, comparing it to Fan Xian, said, "Back to your excellency, it has been examined, and it is the culprit without a doubt." Good. The supervising decapitator immediately took out an imperial decree from the table, opened it and began to read. Emperor Feng Tian Changyun. It is said by imperial decree that the prisoner Fan Xian, who had the audacity to kill the crown prince, assassinate the empress dowager, and conspire to rebel, is to be executed for this crime. At noon today, behead them as a warning to others. As the beheading officer finished reading the imperial decree, the crowd of onlookers all rang out in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would actually dare to rebel in public. It was simply unbelievable. The two of them, Li Yunrui and the Empress, immediately recognized Fan Xian upon seeing him appear. The Empress, in particular, had her fists clenched tightly, and her teeth were on the verge of being clenched. Li Chengze looked at Fan Xian without panicking, a faint smile on his face. In the meantime, behind the crowd of onlookers, a dozen or so men dressed in ordinary clothes all looked toward the platform of the execution ground. For in their eyes at the moment it was not a prisoner at all, but gold and silver. A big pile of gold and silver. If they're lucky, they'll be dashing around for years to come after this one. At that moment, one of the men whispered, "Tell everyone to start getting ready. There aren't many guards in the vicinity of the torture chamber right now, so if we move fast, we can get out before backup comes." "Alright, I'll inform the others." The other man immediately returned. With that, a number of people in the penal colony began to wait for the noon hour to arrive. Time passes little by little. Midday, at last, came. Supervising beheading officer Chen Qi, after seeing that the noon hour had arrived, immediately picked up the token from the table and threw it towards the ground. "Drinking. The hour is up. Behead them immediately." As the words of the beheading supervisor just fell, the executioner in charge of the beheading, holding a brightly shining machete, slowly walked toward Fan Xian, and the guard beside Fan Xian, seeing that the time had come, was ready to press to the mechanism on top of the wooden board and replace Fan Xian out. Just then, a riot broke out just below the execution ground. A dozen men armed with swords and knives rushed towards the platform of the execution ground at a fast pace. As they rushed, their mouths shouted, "Fan Xian, we're here to save you." Chapter 162. Fan Xian is dead? Originally, the execution of beheading was being carried out in the execution ground, but it was interrupted by a sudden accident. A dozen or so plainly dressed men, armed with swords of different shapes, rushed towards the execution ground. Moreover, as he rushed over, his mouth kept yelling, Fan Xian's name. Ha! Fan Xian, who was currently kneeling on the execution ground, immediately had a look of joy on his face when he saw the man rushing over. Is this coming to his rescue? It must be someone sent by Uncle Wuzhu. Ha ha, he knew that Uncle Five Bamboo wouldn't give up on him. When he thought of this, Fan Xian's heart was in a great state of happiness, and all the worries and panic he had felt just now had all disappeared. It seems that he really didn't deserve it. Meanwhile, as the dozen or so men engaged the surrounding guards, the others present froze. When Fan Jian saw the sudden appearance of these people, he immediately frowned and asked Chen Pingping next to him, "What's going on? I thought we agreed that it was just a walkthrough. Why would anyone run out to save Fan Xian?" Fan Jian was directly dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. It had all been planned that the beheading would be a mere formality, and that the prisoner would soon be replaced, and the matter would then be over. As a result, this sudden appearance disrupted that plan, and at this time, Chen Pingping was also puzzled and felt a bit unbelievable. What's going on here? I obviously didn't arrange for anyone to rob the penal colony. Even if he was more powerful and brash, he wouldn't dare to send someone to rob the penal colony. It's a capital offense. By then, not to mention that Fan Xian couldn't be saved. Even he himself would be involved. He's not stupid. How could he do such a thing? Besides, how could he possibly make an exception when it was clear that things were all set up and about to be over? Immediately following, Chen Pingping turned her head toward Fei Jia and asked, "Did you do it?" Fisuk shook his head. "Are you kidding me? It's okay to let me poison people to save them, but if I'm to send someone to rob the penal colony, it's too high of an opinion of me. It was you who said it had been arranged, and I left the matter alone." Fan Jian was full of doubts and said, "That would be strange. Not the three of us, then it would be." Suddenly, the three of them understood and said in unison, "Five bamboos?" Fan Jian angrily rebuked. "It must be him. The boy has been missing since yesterday and has not returned to the mansion. He must have secretly found someone to try to bring Fan Xian back, but won't he spoil it for us by doing so? Damn, damn, damn." Emperor Cheng, who was sitting in his room, began to look strange even as he saw the scene outside. What's going on here? Didn't we agree that the beheading was just a formality? What's with all these people still popping up to rob the penal colony? It's not like the plan. Fan Jian, these old boys, when did they change their plans and why didn't they inform him? Emperor Cheng quickly nodded when he saw the scene outside. He felt that since Fan Jian had done such a thing, he must have his own reasons. It's better to keep looking at it. Other side, Li Sungtaek was also happy after seeing the torture chamber. The burst of chaos that occurred. The good stuff is finally coming. Li Chengza was worried just now. In case these people didn't make a move to disrupt the penal colony, wouldn't there be no way to disrupt their plan? Now seems like the right time to strike. I just don't know how Fan Jian and the others should react later. However, the two of them, Li Yunrui and the Empress, felt surprised but justified when they saw the changes in the execution ground. No matter what, that Fan Xian was also Yi Qingmei's son, and there must be quite a few forces behind him, protecting him. Therefore, the two of them didn't feel surprised when they saw someone trying to save Fan Xian. Only the two people, Li Yunrui and the Empress, were curious in their hearts. Anyone who dares to come and rob a penal colony in such a public place will be guilty of an additional offense. When the time comes, no one can protect him. The two of them then looked closely at the execution ground, fearing that they might miss something. Meanwhile, the men who had just rushed up to the torture chamber quickly arrived in front of Fan Xian as they repelled the nearby guards. One of them, reaching out, waved his long knife and slashed the ropes on Fan Xian's body, saying, "Fan Xian, come with us." Fan Xian rejoiced. "Were you sent by Uncle Five Bamboo to save me?" The man immediately replied back, "We're just getting paid to do a job. We don't want to know the boss's information." When Fan Xian heard this, he nodded, thinking that these people were quite professional. Since this was the case, he didn't ask too many questions and followed behind these people. The dozen or so men in front of him were not weak in martial arts, basically all around the 7th to 8th grade. Moreover, they were unusually ruthless, and they looked like the kind of outlaws. Therefore, the guards in the execution ground were no match for these men and were easily repelled. Not only that, but the dozen or so men were in a very happy mood at the moment. They also didn't expect that the task in front of them would actually be so easy. That's not even a shot, and it's already going to be a big win. These people originally did not think, can save the person's intention, all are holding, run to the execution ground to do the mentality. Both want this money up front. As a result, when we go back later, we'll be able to make another profit, which is just great. Thinking about this, the minds of these people instantly began to become great. At this moment, around the execution ground, the people who were originally on the sidelines had all dispersed in a flurry of activity when the battle occurred just now. In doing so, it just gave them the opportunity to leave. Just as a dozen or so men were leading Fan Xian, rushing toward the outside of the execution ground, one of the men in the crowd suddenly turned around and thrust a long, black sword in his hand at Fan Xian's chest. Put! With a soft ringing sound. Before Fan Xian could react to what had just happened, he felt on his body a sudden sharp pain. Following that, he lowered his head incredulously. Then, Fan Xian saw that a black longsword, directly from his chest, pierced through. Fan Xian was puzzled. These people were clearly here to save him. But now, why kill him? Moreover, the speed of the strike was so fast that it simply made him unable to notice it. It could be imagined that this person's level of martial arts was definitely above him. Perhaps, it has reached the 9th grade. Flop! Fan Xian's face was shocked as his body fell backward heavily and landed on the ground. However, the scene that occurred at this moment shocked everyone present. It wasn't just Fan Jian, but Chen Pingping and Fei Jie, as well as Emperor Cheng, who was hidden in the shadows. Even these people who were just about to rob the penal colony all froze in place. Chapter 163, Sudden Accidents. With a pop, Fan Jian reached out and slapped his hand heavily on the stool. Immediately standing up, he looked to the torture chamber in front of him and yelled down. "What the hell? Didn't those people save Fan Xian? And why kill him?" Chen Pingping looked ahead with a puzzled expression. Just now, when he realized that these people had appeared, he thought that they were the people that Five Bamboos had found to get him out. It didn't go according to the original plan, but the purpose was the same. Therefore, not interfering in the matter just now, it would naturally be best if Fan Xian could be saved. However, the scene that suddenly appeared now caused him to directly freeze. At that moment, Fei Jie reacted and said, "Those people aren't here to save Fan Xian. They're here to kill him. Damn it!" Meanwhile, Emperor Cheng, who was hiding in his room, hadn't expected that things would suddenly turn out like this. He immediately rose from his stool, dropping the glass in his hand and not bothering with it. Immediately following, Emperor Cheng's gaze was grim as he clenched his fist and hammered it hard on the desktop, roaring angrily, "What kind of drama is this? Someone please tell me what's going on here." The reason why Emperor Cheng was so furious was entirely because the unexpected circumstances that had arisen before his eyes were all unexpected. Originally, according to the previous plan, Fan Xian would find a way to replace it after going to the execution ground, and directly behead the person is. If nothing else, then this beheading is now over. Perhaps he could take Fan Xian and return inside the palace now, taking the opportunity to come and inquire about the whereabouts of the weapon. If that were true, Fan Xian would have been grateful to him and trusted him completely after being saved. At that time, not to mention a weapon, or anything else, it would be easy to inform. As a result, it's now come to this. It's not even enough to make a scene at the execution ground. There's actually someone who killed Fan Xian. A sword passed through his chest. Even if he doesn't die now, he probably won't live later. Emperor Qing turned his head to the guards next to him and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go get those people. Get them for me. If you come across anyone who resists, just cut them down on that." Yes. Several guards returned in unison. Immediately after that, the guards pulled out the matching swords on their belts and jumped straight out of the room. And when Emperor Qing saw the guards leave, he waved his hand and lifted the table in front of him. Bang! Crackle! For a while, the table fell to the ground, and the wine altar and wine cups on it were all shattered. Damn it! Pissed off at me. Emperor Qing angrily growled lowly and looked in the direction of the outside. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing his martial arts, he would have wanted to rush out just now and kill all those guys who robbed the penal colony. Time and time again, disrupting his carefully crafted plans would have pissed anyone off. Wait for me to find out. What exactly is the person when? Will not be lightly forgiven. Other side, Li Chengzet and his two brothers, too, had seen, just now, the scene in the torture chamber. Originally, Li Sungtaek was aware of this matter, so he didn't feel surprised about it. The Grand Prince, Li Chengru, on the other hand, did not feel much interest in Fan Xian's affairs. So, just take the scene that just happened with a grain of salt. If it wasn't for Emperor Qing's request that he had to come here to watch, he wouldn't have come at all. It was nice enough not to go straight to sleep here just now. As for third Prince Li Changping, that was different. In the past, he always resided in the palace and rarely had the opportunity to go out, so he felt very curious about anything. Seeing someone come to rob the penal colony earlier had already made Li Changping feel particularly rare. Now, at the sight of Fan Xian's chest, a sword had been stabbed directly out of it, and he was even more astonished. He turned his head toward Li Chengzet and asked, "Second brother, look at this. They're fighting on their own. These people are really funny too. Aren't they a gang? Then why are they killing each other?" Seeing this, Li Sungtaek shrugged and said, "Who can tell? Guess it was fun." Li Changping said, "Is that so? That was a lot of fun. Ha, interesting. So these people, they didn't come to save Fan Xian." Li Yunrui's handsome pretty face flashed out a meaningful smile after seeing the scene on the execution ground, which was taking place. Originally, she was a bit worried, thinking that these people would save Fan Xian. As a result, the situation is now actually reversed. Those people just now actually tried to kill Fan Xian. Judging from the scene just now, that person had also caught Fan Xian off guard, causing him to not react at all. Also, a long sword going straight through the chest. That's definitely not surviving. At this time, the Empress also laughed. Good job. I should have stabbed him a few more times and broken him into pieces. After seeing this, Li Yunrui began to laugh without saying anything. She also wanted to see what kind of moves these people, later on, would make. Only, what made Li Yunrui feel more curious was, what exactly were these people? Who are the forces behind them? Again, really curious about it. On the execution ground, the man who had just stabbed Fan Xian with a sword, even after Fan Xian landed on the ground, did not forget to come to his ear and whisper, "Fan Xian, I was told to tell you, you shouldn't have returned to the capital city. Just stay honestly in Danzhou." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he kicked Fan Xian in the chest, dropping him to the ground. And Fan Xian always had a shocked look on his face when he heard the words he had just heard. Next moment, Fan Xian felt dizzy and fell back and fainted. And the man, waving the sleeve in his hand, wiped the blood off the black sword. The other dozen or so men, after seeing the scene in front of them, were dumbfounded. What's this about? Aren't they here to save lives? This man was about to be rescued. Why did you kill him? What the hell is that money for when you kill someone? Someone reacted and immediately shouted, "Grass, you're damn crazy. We're here to save a life. Why are you stabbing people to death? Now how are we going to go back and ask people for money?" At that moment, another man suddenly spoke. "Who are you? How did you blend in with the rest of us?" After hearing this man's words, the others around them, too, reacted. They then realized that the man who had just taken a sword to kill Fan Xian was not known at all. At the same time, in mid-air, a wind-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately following, several well-built guards, brandishing their matching swords in their hands, rushed towards these people. The man held the black sword in his hand and looked towards the oncoming guards with a joyful expression on his face. And at his waist, there was a long white sword hanging. Chapter 164, Black and White Shinjian Strikes. Black Rider appears. A little before, after parting with those who had promised to rob the penal colony, Jia immediately went to another room. and in the room was standing a stocky man. The man's appearance was extraordinary, with an upright figure and a gleaming gaze, and when he stood here, he looked like a stone statue. The most striking thing was the man's waist, where a black and a white, two long swords hung. Sir, black and white Xian Jian immediately arched his hand when he saw Jia Yan enter the room. Jia nodded and said, Ah Xian Jian, are you ready? It's almost past noon. Black and white Xian Jian nodded his head and said, it's been ready for a long time. Just give the order. Sir, after seeing this, Jia Yan said, good, you wait and hide in, among those who just left. Wait until they save Fan Xian, then strike suddenly. Remember, don't kill Fan Xian directly, just seriously injure him, because His Highness commanded it, and this man will be of great use in the future. Black and white Xian Jian immediately nodded his head and said, don't worry, I have my own measure in this matter. Jia said, good, then I'll return to my home first and wait for your good news. Jia then separated from black and white Xian Jian and headed in the direction of the royal residence. In the meantime, black and white Xian Jian wiped the black long sword in his hand, the blood on it, and then looked up to the several guards that came towards him. He could sense that the guards who suddenly appeared at this moment were definitely not ordinary people. However, the guards who had just jumped out from Emperor Qing's room, after appearing in the execution ground, quickly wielded the weapons in their hands, and engaged those around them, in a battle. With the flashes of swords and shadows, several men with little martial arts skills were cut down by the guards one after another. As for the remaining ones, when they realized that the guards that had just appeared were actually experts, their faces showed shock. Only, instead of fighting the enemy together, they simply scattered and fled. The scene in front of me is a true interpretation of what it means to fly separately in the face of great difficulties. Next moment, black and white Xian Jian saw two guards, each swinging their swords at him, each with an aggressive look. However, Heibai Xian Jian was not the least bit flustered, throwing up the black long sword in his hand and pulling up several sword blossoms before easily catching the oncoming attack. Just as the torture chamber, the fight was unusually intense. Fei Jia, who was originally sitting not far away, then quickly rushed over. When he arrived at the execution ground, he immediately held Fan Xian's body in his arms and began to scrutinize it. Immediately following that, Fei's face showed a joyful expression, and he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Luckily, it wasn't dead, just passed out. Only, the situation is unfavorable. The wound is only a few centimeters away from the heart, and if you don't dare to save it, you will definitely die too. Thinking of this, Fei Jia immediately took out from his body a large number of porcelain bottles, and after opening a few of them, he first fed him medicinal pills, and poured out medicinal powder on the wound. Afterward, Fei Jia picked up the fainting Fan Xian and walked quickly behind him. When Li Yunrui saw the scene just now, his face immediately became ugly. Originally, she thought that Fan Xian had been stabbed to death. After all, how could a sword that long, straight through the chest, be alive? However, just now, when she saw Fei Jia, she ran over in a hurry, feeding and applying medicine to the wound. It looked like Fan Xian wasn't dead yet. No matter what, she couldn't let Fan Xian live. Other side, the three of them, Li Chengze and Li Chengru, also showed their astonishment when they saw the scene on the execution ground. In particular, the third prince, Li Changping, immediately spoke up when he saw the sudden situation in the torture chamber. Big brother, second brother, tell me, what's going on here? I'm really confused. These people obviously came to save Fan Xian, so how could they kill him? At this time, Li Chengru said, it's obvious that the person who struck just now, and the person who robbed the penal colony, were not accomplices. To be precise, it was this person who first hid within them before finding an opportunity to strike. Li Changping nodded thoughtfully, then realized what was going on. Moreover, inwardly, Li Sungtaek was beginning to have a different view of him as his big brother. Big brother is right then. Looks like there's a hidden agenda here. Maybe. Before Li Chengze could finish his words, he saw several men covered in blood start rushing to them. Apparently, they were at the end of their tether and wanted to take some hostages before they were ready to use it to get out of here. And not far away, sitting Li Chengze and others, dressed in gorgeous, extraordinary temperament. At a glance it is either rich or noble. Naturally it is to become. They want to hijack the object. After Li Sungtaek shouted, the men, who were covered in blood, had arrived in front of them. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Chengru, who was beside him, suddenly took a step out and blocked in front of Li Chengze. Then with his bare hands, he fought these men. With his bare hands, Li Sungru was worthy of having spent time inside the army, and when fighting his opponents, he was not only decisive in his moves, but he was also unusually calm. Their fight, however, didn't last long before a sound of hooves rang out around them. Immediately following, A dozen or so people wearing black armor, black helmets,
and riding high horses quickly rushed from a short distance away.
These black iron horsemen,
after rushing to the execution ground, directly crashed towards several men. The men who were originally trying to find a way to escape were dumbfounded by the sudden iron horsemen,
and before they could react,
their bodies were viciously slammed into each other.
Bang, 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 with a few sounds in succession. There were people who were directly knocked away,
and the bones in their bodies were,
moreover,
smashed into pieces. These black iron riders made the sound of bones breaking every time they crashed into someone's body.
In just a few short breaths, a large half of the men above the torture chamber
were knocked unconscious. Even though these people's martial arts were not weak, they were all around the 7th to 8th rank.
But in front of these iron horsemen,
there was no such thing as not being able to block a move.
However, Li Chengza immediately recognized these black iron horsemen when he saw them.
These people, who should be Chen Pingping's black riders, are also the best at what they do. It was just that Li Chengza hadn't thought that Chen Pingping had actually moved them.
All of them, as well. That's interesting. Meanwhile,
as Heibai Xianjian was about to prepare to leave after defeating the guards in front of him, he realized that there were several black iron cavalrymen that were heading straight for him.
Despite the ferocity of the opponent, black and white Xianjian was not the least bit afraid.
Pulling the white long sword from his waist, he charged forward.
Dang!
The black and white Xianjian dual swords chopped and clashed with the incoming ferocious black iron horseman right in the middle,
making a sound. Chapter 165, The Mysterious Master. Everyone, let's do it together and catch this person first.
The leader of the Black Riders had already seen just now that this man in the crowd,
holding the black and white long sword,
was the one with the highest martial arts skill.
So, to tackle a thief,
as the leader gave an order, all the Black Riders around them began to all turn their targets
towards black and white Xianjian's body.
However, black and white Xianjian was not the least bit panicked. Seeing several Black Riders darting towards him, he directly waved the black and white longsword in his hand to fend them off.
Dang!
The sound of weapons and metal clashing immediately resounded in mid-air,
and after black and white Xianjian was hit by the Black Rider,
his body fell back a few steps.
Immediately following, he laughed. What an iron rider! The power is truly extraordinary. But, quite unluckily, I don't have time to play with you guys. At that moment,
the leader of the Black Riders, after hearing black and white Xianjian's words,
immediately waved his hand and said, "Quickly stop him, this person is trying to escape." As he spoke, several black iron horsemen, in unison, rushed towards black and white Xianjian. However,
their speed of flying was fast,
but black and white Xianjian's speed was even faster.
As early as when the words had just fallen, he had raised his toes and just flicked them on the ground.
Next moment, the entire person, like a long arrow shot out, catapulted forward.
When these Black Riders just rushed to the position of the black and white Xianjian,
the others had already catapulted to the roof next to them. Then, it leapt forward. Just then, in mid-air,
a sudden sound of breaking wind rang out.
Then,
a long arrow with a gust of wind sound,
from the roof next to it, quickly darted out, heading straight for black and white Xianjian's back. Just as this long arrow was about to hit black and white Xianjian's back, he turned around violently,
and his left hand immediately swung the white long sword in his hand,
picking the oncoming long arrow off. Bang!
After the long arrow was picked off, it was nailed directly to a wooden stake not far away,
and the arrow feather at the end was still quivering gently.
Black and white Xianjian raised his head and looked towards the location where the long arrow had just been shot, a cold smile appearing on his face. Then, he stretched out his fist and raised his thumb slowly, and swung it downward again quickly in a provocative gesture.
Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoyi, who had just been on the roof and shot an arrow, had not yet recovered from his surprise when he saw the other party's provocative gesture, and a surge of anger immediately flashed in his heart. Well, what a fear of death! As Yan Xiaoyi was enraged,
he immediately drew his long arrow again and was about to shoot forward.
As a result, the other party didn't even stop, and directly rolled over and jumped off the roof. By the time Yan Xiaoyi took aim with his bow again, the man had long since run away. Damn it!
Yan Xiaoyi sighed in chagrin and put down the huge bow in his hand.
Originally, on the execution ground just now, there was a sudden accident,
and Yan Xiaoyi was about to take advantage of the name of the divine archer to shoot and wound the fleeing suspect, and make a merit in front of his majesty.
This is great. Not only did the man not get caught,
but it turned him into a joke.
In the past,
he thought to himself that no martial artist under a grandmaster could dodge
an arrow shot by him. Now it's not good. Not only did the other person receive the arrow he shot,
but he also made a provocative appearance.
It simply didn't put him in his place. Therefore, how could Yan Xiaoyi's heart not be angry? Other than that night,
The guy who broke into the palace at night and took one of his arrows. This was already the second person. How is it that all of a sudden, in the entire Kyoto city, there are actually so many more mysterious experts? Thinking of this, Yan Xiui's heart, then, began to become even more frustrated. Other side, when Li Chengzi saw, just now, Black and White Xianjian fighting with the Black Rider, he began to ponder in his heart. These Black Riders really weren't simple guys. Their strength was simply beyond his imagination. This was only a few Black Riders, and it was so powerful. If there were a dozen times more, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Moreover, in the original story, in addition to Chen Pingping's Black Riders, Emperor Chang also had red armored knights, all of which were also not to be underestimated. Right. Li Chengzi almost forgot that apart from the Black Riders and red armor knights, that Fan Jian seemed to have tiger guards, all of whom were elites. It was precisely because of this that Li Sungtaek did not think of revolting for the time being and began to secretly wait for the right time. After all, once you rebel, it simply won't work without sufficient army strength. If they only relied on Grand Masters, and dozens of 9th-grade martial artists, once they encountered something like the one in front of them, fully armed iron horsemen, they would definitely lose. Therefore, Li Chengzi had long ago decided that unless his power, which was on par with Emperor Qing's was, moreover, just now, under the sight of the Black Rider, it further validated his previous thoughts. Thinking of this, Li Sungtaek continued to look forward. When he saw Yan Xiaoi shooting an arrow at Tiger Guard Black and White Xianjian, his heart began to worry as well. Li Chengzi didn't know if the strength of this Black and White Xianjian could block the arrow that Yan Xiaoi shot. The result, however, surprised him. Li Chengzi did not expect that Black and White Xianjian actually blocked it, and left unharmed. In that case, that would be a good indication that Black and White Xianjian's force value was already above Yan Xiaoi's. After the appearance of the Black Riders, the originally chaotic execution ground began to gradually quiet down. Half of those who came to rob the execution ground were beheaded on the spot, and all of the remaining were restrained and were kneeling down to beg for mercy. Emperor Qing had his hands behind his back, and was looking, without looking away, at the execution ground in front of him. It was just that his face, too, was beginning, bit by bit, to grow somber. A few moments later, Yan Xiaoi came into the room and immediately knelt down on one knee, saying, "Your Majesty, my humble servant was incompetent and failed to catch the suspect." Emperor Qing glanced at Yan Xiaoi and did not say anything more. He hadn't expected just now that there was actually someone other than a Grand Master, who was able to receive an arrow from Yan Xiaoi. It's unbelievable. When did such an expert appear in Kyoto City? Who was this person? What was his background? Was he from Qing, or Northern Qi, or was he from somewhere else? How many more people like this are there in the entire city of Kyoto? I can't believe he didn't know anything about it. Emperor Chang pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and said, "That's just it. This matter can't be blamed on you. Let's go take care of things in the penal colony first. I'll be waiting for you at the palace." "Yes, humble servant will do so immediately." Yan Xiaoi nodded his head in agreement, then turned to leave. Subsequently, the civil and military officials on the execution ground began to withdraw out successively. The three brothers, Li Chengzi, also followed the others and left the execution ground. After a long time, in an inn in the middle of the city, Fei Jie placed Fan Xian on the bed and began to take his pulse. Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, on the other hand, were waiting anxiously. Even though he had just heard Fei Jie say that Fan Xian was only seriously injured and not dead, but in their hearts, they were still a little uneasy. Such a long sword, directly pierced through the chest, how can there be any life left? Chapter 166, The Five Bamboos Nemesis. How is Fan Xian doing? When will he wake up? Is he really not going to die? The sword went through his chest. Is he really going to be okay? I asked you a question. So tell me. In the room, Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, both of them, kept asking Fei Jie. However, Fisuk, who was busy at the moment, looked at them with a speechless face. Will you guys shut up? I'm busy saving lives right now. We've all known each other for so many years, and we still don't trust my medical skills? I've told you. Fan Xian isn't dead yet. Chen Pingping said. Aren't you good at refining poisons? When did you even become so skillful in medicine? Fei Jiedao, poison doctor is not separated. The principle is the same. Will poison naturally cure all? But, Chen Pingping still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fei Jie waving his hand. Or you do it. Fan Xian isn't dead yet, but if he delays a moment longer, he might really die. When Fan Jian saw this, he immediately opened his mouth to Fei Jie. Fine. We won't bother you anymore. Hurry up and cure the disease. Remember to yell for us if something happens later. As he spoke,
He pushed Chen Pingping's wheelchair and headed for the door. When Fan Jian and Chen Pingping left the room, Fei Jia's face began to gradually become serious. He took a deep breath and removed Fan Xian's top, revealing his robust, bronzed chest. Immediately following, Fei Jia's face changed drastically as he whispered, "How could this happen?" And on Fan Xian's upper body, not only were there wounds from the long sword that he had just been stabbed with, but there were also marks on his shoulders from the long arrows. Looking at the traces of recovery from the wound, it was obvious that it was only a few days ago that the injury was sustained. This time, Fei Jia was directly dumbfounded. What's the situation? Fan Xian was actually hit by an arrow 2 days ago. If you look at the injuries, they weren't bad at the time, and they almost died, and now a sword in the chest. Simply. But, fortunately, the wound was that much closer to the heart. If the person holding the sword just now had deviated half an inch further inward, then Fan Xian would have died for sure. When he thought of this, Fisuk rubbed his hands together and sighed once again. Now Fan Xian's life and death were really completely in, well, his hands. After Fei Jia had given himself a few hits of air, he began to unravel the packages from his body and treat Fan Xian. After Fan Jian pushed Chen Pingping out of the room, he stopped inside the courtyard. Chen Pingping spoke, "If I'm not wrong, the person who assassinated Fan Xian just now should be the one who framed him. It seems that they don't want Fan Xian to live." Fan Jian nodded. "Good, that's what I thought. Moreover, just now, looking at that man's stance, he is definitely not an ordinary person, and was actually able to escape from the hands of the Black Rider. I also don't know if there are still any of their forces in the city of Kyoto." Chen Pingping pondered for a moment and said, "I've just ordered people to check it out. After such a big event just now, the city gates have long been closed, and this person must still be staying inside the city. It's only a matter of time if you want to investigate. The thing I'm most worried about right now, though, is what to do next." Fan Jian said, "You mean, about Fan Xian?" Chen Pingping nodded her head and said, "Just now, after those people made a mess, the matter of substitution for death is considered unworkable, so we can just take this opportunity to announce to the public that Fan Xian is dead. It's kind of a botched job that helped us this time." Fan Jian said, "Don't be too happy. After all, whether Fan Xian is alive or dead is still unknown for the time being. If he's safe and sound, that's naturally a good thing. Otherwise," Chen Pingping sneered, "don't worry, if it really comes to that day, not to mention you, even I won't stop there. No matter who this person is, I will not let them go." At that moment, Fan Jian added, "By the way, when we're in the next few days, there's one more thing we need to consider." "What is it?" Chen Pingping twisted her head to look at Fan Jian. Fan Jian said, "Naturally, it's about the Crown Prince. His Majesty has decreed that the Crown Prince will be buried 2 days later." "So?" Chen Pingping pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me, the candidate for electing the new Crown Prince?" Fan Jian nodded. "That's right. Therefore, when the time comes in a few days, the court will definitely discuss and re-elect the candidate for the new Crown Prince. We also need to prepare early." Chen Pingping said, "What else is there to choose? It must be the second prince, Li Chengzi. Originally, he and the Crown Prince and Li Chengxian, bitter struggle for the position of the Crown Prince for a long time. Now that the Crown Prince is dead, then the position of the Crown Prince will, naturally, fall to him." However, Fan Jian shook his head and said, "I don't think so. In my opinion, even if that's the case, His Majesty won't easily pass the Crown Prince position to the second prince. Otherwise, he would have done that a long time ago." Chen Pingping said, "But times are different today. Could it be that His Majesty is still?" Fan Jian said, "Watch, you'll see." Chen Pingping seemed to have thought of something as well, and began to ponder in place without saying a word. A few moments later, Fan Jian suddenly spoke up, "This damn 5 bamboo. Where did he run off to? Those who robbed the penal colony, were they the ones he was looking for or not? And something so big happened." Chen Pingping shook her head and said, "Who knows? He would have been withdrawn and listened only to the lady alone. Now that Miss is away, it's even more reckless. I don't know what he's doing at the moment." Fan Jian raised his hand and rubbed his brow, sighed, and said, "Really, it's really troublesome to run into these people of theirs." In the meantime, outside of Kyoto, 30 miles away in the woods, with a sound, the two silhouettes separated in mid-air, each moving backwards. With the brazier in hand, Dejira's body skidded across the ground for a few steps and immediately stopped in place, and in the position in front of him, a one-armed, white-haired old man slowly fell. After Li Chungang landed on the ground, he stuck the long sword in his hand on the ground, and immediately unhooked the wine pot on his waist, and after taking a small sip of the liquor, he laughed. "Cool. It's just beautiful to move your muscles and have a few sips of wine."
The only beautiful thing is that there's no pretty chick in front of me.
Or it would be even better. At that moment, Five Bamboos looked at Lee Chun-gang with an expressionless face and said, "What the hell do you want? If you want to kill me, you can do it any time. Why don't you do it yet?"
Lee Chun-gang took another sip of his drink and laughed.
"Young man, when did I ever say that I would kill you?" Five Bamboos said. "Why, then, did you lead me here?" Chapter 167. A little before. It was still more than an hour before noon. After leaving the fan mansion, Five Bamboos was ready to go ahead and stay at the torture chamber. He was afraid that the plan created by Fan Zhen and Chen Pingping, a few people, would fail, and then Fan Xian would, most likely, be in danger. Therefore, the Five Bamboos were still hiding in the vicinity of the execution ground just to be on the safe side, so that if something went wrong, they would suddenly come to Fan Xian's rescue. However, when Five Bamboos had just reached the street, he saw a very familiar figure walking straight out of the city. Five Bamboos recognized this person as the white-haired old man who had fought him for hundreds of rounds in the lake outside the city a few days before. It was he, too, who chopped off his own arm and became a one-armed man. When the new hatred and old hatred were added together, Five Bamboo immediately followed up, wanting to find an opportunity to avenge the humiliation of that day. It was just that Five Bamboos hadn't expected that the other party not only knew he was following him, but also deliberately led him elsewhere. Then the two men fought furiously. Previously, the Five Bamboos were no match for this white-haired old man at full strength, and now after breaking an arm, they were even more unbeatable. So, it was a quick defeat. When Five Bamboos thought that he would be beheaded on the spot by the other party when he lost to this white-haired old man. As it turned out, it didn't. Five Bamboos said, "If you're not going to kill me, why did you lure me here?" Lee Chun-gang laughed. "Of course it's fun. Life is supposed to be boring. Wouldn't it be better if we had more fun?" Five Bamboos said in a cold voice. "If you don't kill me, you will definitely regret it later." Lee Chun-gang took a big gulp of his drink and said, "Whatever, let's talk about things later. We just need to care about the moment." Five Bamboo glanced at Lee Chun-gang and realized that on the other party's body, there wasn't the slightest bit of killing aura, which was completely different from the last time at the lake. In other words, this person was just telling the truth. It really won't kill him. This one made the Five Bamboos even more puzzled and a bit puzzled. He now felt that there was something strange about this person's behavior today. At this time, after Lee Chun-gang took another sip of his drink, he looked up at the sky and then spoke. "Okay, you can go now. If we have time in the future, we'll come back to spar in martial arts. Just now." Lee Chun-gang's move to raise his head, even though it was very faint, was still captured by the Five Bamboos. When Gajira also looked up to the sky, he reacted instantly. Oops, it was long past noon now. It was not known whether Fan Xian had managed to escape at this moment. Wait, the Five Bamboos suddenly thought of something, turned around and dodged backward, running quickly. He had just reacted completely. It turned out that the purpose of this white-haired old man, who lured him here today, was to transfer the tiger away from the mountain and not allow him to stay in Kyoto City. In that case, then at this moment inside Kyoto City, something big must have happened. Perhaps he was running towards Fan Xian. When he thought of this, the speed at which the Five Bamboos were running away became even faster, and Lee Chun-gang, who was just there, didn't make a move to stop the Five Bamboos after seeing them leave. Anyway, his mission was to lure this puppet to a place outside the city, and then entangle it. The rest, well, that was out of his hands. Lee Chun-gang finished the drink in his hand and pulled out the long sword on the ground again, storing it inside his sleeve. "The wine is finished and the mission is accomplished, so you can go back and buy the wine. Inside the city of Kyoto, it is rumored that a lot of good wine has been added, so I can just go and try it. Hey, this life is beautiful." Afterward, Lee Chun-gang hummed a little song and left the place. After Lee Sung-taek left the execution ground, he once again returned to the East Palace Hall. The three of them, brothers, changed into their previous morning clothes and continued to stay in front of the temple to keep the spirit. A few moments later, Lee Chengzi said to Lee Chengru, "Boss, your performance just now was so majestic. Seeing the suspect charging towards us, you actually went straight to hard steel. Not bad, very good." Just now, Lee Chengzi saw that Lee Chengru was very brave and did not show the slightest bit of fear even though he was not the opponent of the others. Moreover, the reason why Lee Sungju had made a move just now was not only for himself, but also to protect them. This is something that makes Lee Sung-taek admire. Don't look at the boss who usually talks less, but if something goes wrong, he really dares to get on. Such a person is totally worth can befriended. Yeah, second brother is right. Big brother is so awesome. Li Changping playfully agreed. However, Li Qingzi glanced at Li Changping and did not say anything more. The oldest is worth befriending. But this oldest, No. As soon as he saw a danger coming just now, he hid directly behind himself and Lee Chungru. Although it is inevitable that there will be some fear in your heart when you are in danger, but there was danger hiding directly behind someone else, and when it was over, it swaggered out again, not taking what had just happened at all seriously. This kind of person can't be trusted deeply. Once he is in danger, he will sell you out backhandedly. Lee Chungru waved his hand and said, "It's just a show of hands. I'm the boss. So naturally I have to stand in front of you guys when it comes to danger." Good. Lee Chungza raised his thumb and said, "Boss is mighty. I'll be sure to have a few more drinks with you when the meal comes over this afternoon." Drinking Lee Chengru pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "It's fine." In the meantime, one after another, screams rang out from the eerie and depressing death cell. In a certain room, Yan Xiaoyi was holding a leather whip, and was beating hard on the several people in front of him. A sound came from the whip as it struck the body, and those who were beaten began to scream in agony and misery over and over again. Pop, pop, pop. With every swat Yan Xiaoyi received, the look of anger on his face began to diminish by a few points. He gritted his teeth and growled low, "Say it or not? Are you guys going to talk or not?" At that moment, the man whose chest was beaten and bloodied, forced himself to endure the pain coming from his body and shouted, "I say, I'll say it all." Only after Yan Xiaoyi heard the man's words did he stop whipping and immediately asked, "Then hurry up. Otherwise, you will be given the most brutal form of detention." However, the man said with some aggravation, "Duh, man, you haven't asked me yet. I don't know what to say." Yan Xiaoyi froze for a moment before he reacted. He had just been so focused on venting his anger that he had forgotten to ask the question, "Who told you to rob the penal colony? And who, among you, is the man with the black and white swords?" The man replied back, "We were paid to go to the penal colony and rescue people." Exactly who the other guy was, I don't know, because he was masked the whole time. And, in our line of work, we just get paid to do the job and never ask who the boss is. As for the man with the black and white swords, I know even less, because we, too, are meeting him for the first time. Chapter 168, The Living Dead. What did you say? After hearing the other party's words, Yan Xiaoyi thought that he was lying, so he once again picked up the whip and lashed it hard on him. Dead to the world. And you're still lying. You're obviously together. And you say you don't know him, thinking I'm easy to fool. Don't you? If you don't tell me, I'll skin you. The man, after receiving a few lashes, still replied, "My lord, Don, fight. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you." Yan Xiaoyi naturally didn't believe what the other party said, and turned to interrogate the few people next to him. As a result, several people were consistent in their statements, claiming that they did not recognize the man who was holding the black and white double swords. This time, in Yan Xiaoyi's heart, he became even more angry. Just now he was humiliated in front of so many people, all because of that guy. Therefore, Yan Xiaoyi wanted to know the identity of the other party and then go for revenge. He didn't believe it. He had the reputation of being the best archery skill in the world, but he still couldn't deal with this person. As long as the opponent wasn't a great master, then there was absolute confidence that he could win over his opponent. Afterward, seeing that he could not ask anything, Yan Xiaoyi threw the whip to the ground and left the death cell. On their return to the city of Kyoto, the five bamboos had gotten word of what had just happened from the mouths of the pedestrians on the streets. When he heard that Fan Xian had been stabbed and didn't know whether he was alive or dead, he began to panic a bit and kept searching for Fan Xian. Soon, the five bamboos arrived in an inn. This was a place he had come to in the old days and knew that Fan Xian would definitely be here. Then, five bamboos saw Fan Jian and Chen Pingping in the backyard of the inn. Originally, the two of them were chatting in front of their room, preparing what to do next. As a result, the five bamboos then strutted along at a fast pace. Fan Jian's face instantly changed when he discovered the five bamboos, and with his hands behind his back, he coldly grunted, "Gojutsu, you still have the face to come back. Do you realize that it was because of you that you almost killed Fan Xian just now?" Five bamboos didn't bother with Fan Jian, but stopped at the door of the room and said in a cold voice, "Where's Fan Xian?" Fan Jian said, "You still have the nerve to ask? You get out of here, right now." However, five bamboos did not leave and immediately raised the iron pestle in his hand and stood in front of Fan Jian, saying, "Where's Fan Xian?" When Fan Jian saw the iron pestle in front of him, he didn't show any panic at all and sneered in disbelief. "What? You still want to kill me?" Next to Chen Pingping, after seeing the scene in front of her, lest some unexpected things would happen later, she hurriedly made peace. "Take it easy, everyone, have a word." Chen Pingping tugged on Wuju's sleeve and said, "Fan Xian was stabbed just now and is now lying inside for treatment.
It's not even known if he's going to live or not, so don't you dare do anything in case it affects the inside. Gojutsu glanced to the room behind him and immediately put away the iron pestle in his hand. Immediately afterward, he asked, "Who did it?" Qin Pingping had not yet opened her mouth, but Fan Jian picked up the conversation again first, saying, "Who did this? And it's all because of you. If it weren't for the fact that you found someone and went to the execution ground to free Fan Xian, that person wouldn't have taken advantage of the opportunity to strike and almost take Fan Xian's life. It was all agreed upon before. Why didn't you follow the previous plan?" In the face of Fan Jian's question, Five Bamboo's face remained expressionless. He then said coldly, "That wasn't my doing." "What did you say?" Fan Jian thought he had just heard wrong and asked again. "You didn't do it?" Five Bamboo said. "I didn't look for anyone to rescue Fan Xian. As early as an hour ago, I left Kyoto City and have just returned." Qin Pingping was surprised. How could this happen? What the hell is going on here? Afterward, Five Bamboos told Fan Jian and Qin Pingping all about what had just happened, and only then did they react. Fan Jian frowned tightly and said with a gloomy face, "According to you, the person who lured you out just now is the very same person who injured you earlier, and he lured you out when he could have killed you, but didn't?" Five Bamboo nodded. "Exactly." Fan Jian clapped his hands together and said, "I see. If I'm not mistaken, the person who lured you out and the person who injured Fan Xian just now should be in the same group. Their purpose is still Fan Xian." Qin Pingping suddenly realized. So that's what happened. No wonder I felt just now that something was not quite right. In that case, this mysterious force should still be staying in Kyoto City right now. Fan Jian coldly grunted. What a bunch of bold and unafraid of death guys. They actually haven't left Kyoto City yet. This isn't just targeting Fan Xian. It's defying our incompetence. At this time, Qin Pingping suddenly thought of something and said, "You say, this mysterious force, could it be?" Qin Pingping said this and stopped talking. However, Fan Jian knew who he was talking about and immediately shook his head. "No way. There's absolutely no way it's him." Qin Pingping said, "I'm just guessing. Naturally I don't believe it's him. However, I have already sent people to investigate. I think there will be news soon, so we will naturally know then." Just then, the door to the room, which was originally closed, was suddenly opened. Then, covered in blood, Fisuk walked out of the room. "And I don't know what you're arguing about. I heard it just now inside the room." Fan Jian and Fei Jie both, after seeing Fei Jie come out, hurriedly asked him, "How is Fan Xian doing? Is he still alive?" Fisuk sighed slowly and said, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Fan Jian asked. "Is he okay or not?" Fei Jie said, "Just now, after my efforts to save his life, Fan Xian's life was saved. But, his physical injuries were too severe, and there was a powerful true qi crisscrossing his body, causing him to fall into a severe coma now. When exactly will you wake up?" "That's impossible to say." Qin Pingping sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "You mean to say that Fan Xian he?" Fisuk nodded. "With any luck, he'll be fine when he wakes up after being in a coma for a year and a half. If you're unlucky." Fan Jian hurriedly asked, "What will happen then?" Fisuk said, "If you're unlucky, you won't wake up for the rest of your life. That's what we always say. The living dead." As soon as these words came out, the others present froze in place, especially Fan Jian and Qin Pingping. Their faces were in disbelief. The living dead? Fan Xian actually turned into the living dead. How did it come to this? Chapter 169, Fan Xian's death. Seeing that the crowd looked nervous, Fei Jie spoke up, "But don't be nervous. What I said is only a possibility. When I go back and look through the medical books, there might be a way to completely cure Fan Xian." The two of them, Fan Jian and Qin Pingping, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Fei Jie's words. As long as Fan Xian didn't die, then the rest would be much better. At this time, Fei Jie added, "I'll leave the next thing to you guys. I'll go back to the ombudsman first." "Right." Fei Jie suddenly thought of something else and said, "Protect Fan Xian. He's not completely out of danger yet. If anything else comes up, it's..." When Fei Jie said this, he stopped saying half a word and directly turned around to leave. On the other hand, Five Bamboos was expressionless as he quickly walked into the room and sat directly next to that big bed. Obviously, he was going to start protecting, at all times, Fan Xian's safety. Fan Jian glanced toward the room and then said to Qin Pingping, "With Five Bamboos here, there won't be any danger for the time being. Let's just go and fix it. The rest of it." Qin Pingping nodded. "Then from now on, just spread the news of Fan Xian's death directly. No one but the four of us must know that Fan Xian is still alive." "No one." Fan Jian pushed up the wheelchair under Qin Pingping and headed for the door in front. "Okay, just do as you say. For once, it's time for us to start fighting back."
Fan Jian then pushed his wheelchair and walked out the door.
And 5 bamboos sat on the floor next to the bed, twisting his head to look at Fan Xian beside him,
pondering in his heart. Fan house. Backyard. In the stone pavilion, Fan Ruoroa was sitting on a stone bench with dignity and elegance, holding a brush in her hand, and was copying some words in her book, just as she had just copied a full sheet. Not far down the aisle came Versace. Versace ran dully, shouting as he ran. Sister, it's a big deal. Fan Ruoroa slowly placed the quill in her hand, on the desktop after hearing Fan Xia's words. She then folded her arms around her waist and looked toward the running Versace. What again? Every time you come across something trivial, you exaggerate it into something big. What's the trouble this time? After running inside the stone pavilion, Versace immediately sat down on the stone bench, grabbed the teapot on the tabletop, and tilted his head back to drink. In a moment, quite a bit of tea just spilled out of the corners of his mouth, flowing all over his clothes. Seeing this, Fan Ruoroa sighed somewhat helplessly and said, You slow down. It's not like anyone is robbing you. After Versace violently drank a few mouthfuls of tea, he then spoke. Sister, something really big is wrong this time. Fan Xian. No, it's Big Brother. He is big. When Fan Ruoroa heard her big brother's name, she immediately came to her senses and asked, What happened to him? Big Brother? Versace said. Big Brother he died. What? Fan Ruoroa froze on the spot, and Versace added, This time it's for real. I'm not lying to you. Just now on the execution ground. That's what I saw with my own eyes. A man with a long sword, stabbing right through Big Brother's body. That sword was extra long and covered in blood. Old and scary. Big Brother died then and never woke up. Fan Ruoroa was stunned in place. An unbelievable look on her face as she looked at Fan Xian beside her and said, Are you sure? Versace nodded. 1,000 times over. So many people saw it at the time. Our father saw it too. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. How is this? Fan Ruoroa muttered. At this time, Fan Xian immediately pointed not far away and said, Sister, our father is back. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Fan Ruoroa came back to her senses and turned around, then looked to the back and saw her father. Immediately following that, she quickly stood up, not caring about any ladylike image. Cupping the hem of her skirt with both hands, she quickly ran towards the front, and when Versace saw this, he snickered in place. Now that Fan Xian was dead, this was a great thing for him. There will be no one else to compete with him for the family's property in the future. It's all his. Ha ha ha. Versace snickered a few times before feeling similarly surprised by the events of yesterday. At that time, it was a wise choice for him to burn paper for Fan Xian. Now it really does come in handy. Later, after lunch, they would go and buy some more paper money and paper dollar bills, all of which would be burned for Fan Xian. It will definitely come in handy later. Versace patted himself on the back and immediately interpreted a smile on his face. He really is a genius. At this time, when Fan Jian had just returned to the mansion, he saw Fan Ruoroa running quickly. Father! Fan Jian stopped where he was after hearing Fan Ruoroa's words. Father, Big Brother he, Fan Jian said. You know all about it. Fan Ruoroa glanced at her father and asked again. Father, could it be that Big Brother is really dead? That's right. Without the slightest hesitation, Fan Jian directly answered Fan Ruoroa, though he knew that this event would be a difficult thing for his daughter to accept. After all, Fan Ruoroa had, since she was a child, greatly admired Fan Xian, and it was also inside the mansion that they had the best relationship, but he had to do it. The less people knew about the fact that Fan Xian was still alive, the safer it would be. Fan Ruoroa's heart, which was originally hanging in the air after hearing her father's answer, was completely dead. Her body fell back a few steps and she nearly fell to the ground. At this time, Fan Jian added, Go back to your room and wait. Tomorrow Fan Xian's body will be transported back to the mansion. Once the words were finished, he no longer looked towards Fan Ruoroa's expression and directly turned Li away. However, Fan Ruoroa froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. What's going on? Didn't father say before that he would find a way to bring Big Brother back safely? And why, then, did it come to this? If she had known that this would be the case, she would have traveled to the execution ground just now instead of staying in the mansion. In that case, she could still see her Big Brother one last time. Big Brother. Me. Fan Ruoroa covered her lips with both hands and crouched on the ground, crying in a small voice. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Room. Emperor Qing stood in the great hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes closed in contemplation. Soon, Yan Xiaoyi came from outside the hall. Your Majesty. Yan Xiaoyi arched his hand to Emperor Chang. Emperor Chang nodded and said, How was it? Did they confess? Yan Xiaoyi returned. Your Majesty, they did confess. Only, the true identity of that person is still unknown. Emperor Qing turned to Yan Xiaoyi. What do you mean by that? Chapter 170 Emperor Qing who was beyond love. Emperor Qing turned around and asked expressionlessly. What do you mean by that? Hasn't the suspect been captured? And why can't we ask the identity of this person? At this moment, Emperor Chang was also extremely angry in his heart. This was the most irritated he had ever been since he became emperor. In the old days, no matter what you did, things were under control, and even if something went wrong, it didn't affect the big picture. But now it's different. Since a few months ago, everything he had been planning had begun to go off the rails, sometimes in ways he hadn't expected. No matter what they do, they all end up failing. How could he not be angry about this? Take today's matter for example. Emperor Qing clearly had it all planned out, and as long as that scapegoat, in place of Fan Xian, was killed, the matter would be brought to a successful conclusion. At that time, Fan Xian could hide his identity and leave Kyoto City, and he was able to get the weapon he had long desired, just as he had hoped. Who would have thought that the scapegoat was about to make his appearance? But suddenly there was an accident. Out of nowhere, a group of people ran out to make a scene at the execution center to get Fan Xian out. Originally, when Emperor Qing saw this, he was not going to make a move to stop him, thinking that it would be a good choice to just let Fan Xian leave. When these people left the execution ground, he would then send someone to capture them, and Fan Xian, by then, would still be in his hands. As a result, something that no one had expected suddenly happened. In the crowd that was rescuing Fan Xian, another man actually appeared and drew his sword to kill Fan Xian. The speed of the strike was so fast that everyone present was dumbfounded. By the time the reaction came, it had already happened. A sword that long, directly pierced at the chest. As long as it wasn't a great master, it was definitely dead. If Fan Xian died, all of Emperor Qing's previous plans would be lost. So how could Emperor Qing not be angry? Moreover, what made Emperor Qing feel even more exasperated was that it was as if there was someone who could anticipate what he was doing ahead of time, and began to constantly wreak havoc, causing his previous plans to fail, time and time again, with no trace of them at all. At the thought of this, Emperor Qing's heart was angry and afraid. If he didn't catch these people in a hurry, he couldn't sleep or eat. In addition to this matter, there was another thing that made Emperor Qing feel a great headache. It's just a matter of waiting until a few days later and re-electing the crown prince. It's a big deal, and it's something that's inevitable. Once the crown prince is buried, the civil and military officials in the court will surely bring up this matter. It was logical that the crown prince had already died, so the next crown prince, naturally, fell to the second in line. However, Emperor Chang did not want to pass this crown prince position to his second son, Li Chengzi. In the past, the reason why he was crowned king, and a great deal of decentralization, can freely enter and exit the imperial study, as well as the ability to be able to make friends with the ministers of the court. Its purpose, originally, was to use to sharpen the crown prince. He fundamentally never thought to establish Li Chengzi as the crown prince. However, it was different now. After the crown prince was gone, that balance that was originally maintained would definitely favor the second. That's where Emperor Qing felt a headache. In fact, Emperor Qing had also thought about whether the murderer of the crown prince would be the second son, Li Chengzi. After all, he was the only one who would get the most out of the crown prince's death. But Emperor Qing thought about it again and found it unlikely. The first was the reason for the weapon, which was absolutely unavailable to the general public and could only be learned from Fan Xian's body. Secondly, there is his ability. As far as Emperor Qing knew, in the second Li Chengzi's mansion, he had recruited quite a few people though, but those were a bunch of rabble. The two strongest in martial arts were only around the 9th rank. It was simply impossible to accomplish such a huge thing. That was why Emperor Qing had given up the idea of suspecting his second son, Li Chengzi. There is, of course, one most important reason. That's evidence. He didn't have any evidence to prove that the crown prince's death, as well as Fan Xian's affair, had anything to do with Li Chengzi. Without this hard condition, it is just futile to be more skeptical. At this time, Yan Xiaoyi returned. Your Majesty, just now, after my humble servant's interrogation, I learned that these people who came to rob the penal colony were all inside the black market, doing the business of buying and killing people. They don't care who the buyer is. They just get paid to do the job and they never ask why. So, these people don't know exactly who's paying for it. As for the man with the dual swords, they know even less, and are said to be seeing this person for the first time as well. Emperor Qing began to ponder in place after hearing Yan Xiaoyi's words. If that's the case, won't the trail be broken again? Moreover, this buyer was very cautious, which further proved that the other party was not an ordinary character. People like that can't be used for him, and that's all the more reason not to keep them.
Emperor Qing pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, now that the city gates are closed,
those people must still be in Kyoto City. You hurry up and send people, in the city of Kyoto, to search from house to house. It's just a matter of digging up the ground and finding them. Yes.
Yan Shui nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave.
Emperor Chang, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, and began to wander, in place, over and over again. A few moments later, a bizarre figure suddenly flashed into the room and bowed to Emperor Chang. Your Majesty, the old slave has something to report. Emperor Qing turned to look at Hong Xiichi in front of him and said, Speak, what's the matter? I don't want to hear any more bad news. Hong Xiichi's face showed embarrassment and he stood in place at a bit of a loss for words. When Emperor Qing saw this, he immediately realized what was going on and had a raw look on his face. He covered his forehead with one hand and waved one hand at Hong Xiichi, saying, Forget it, say it. I'd like to see what other bad news there could be. Hong Xiichi contemplated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, just now Lord Fan sent word. Fan Xian he. When Emperor Qing heard this, his face instantly tensed up and said, What happened to him? What happened to Fan Xian? Hong Xiichi too. Fan Xian, dead. What? Emperor Qing was incredulous. Following closely, he added, Didn't Fei Jie take Fan Xian away just now? His medical skills are so brilliant, how could Fan Xian still be dead? Hong Xiichi, according to Lord Fan, Fan Xian's injuries were so severe that they couldn't save him and he had already completely breathed his last an hour ago. Impossible. Emperor Qing waved his hand. I don't believe it. I don't believe Fan Xian will die. Hong Xiichi, Your Majesty, please be sad. Emperor Qing closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, his body trembling slightly. Then, he opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed out of his eyes as he said, You come with me. Fan Xian is just dead, and I'm going to look at his corpse with my own eyes. Yes. Hong Xiichi nodded in agreement. Afterward, Emperor Qing flung his sleeve robe and walked towards the outside with large strides, and Hong Xiichi back supplied his body and quickly followed. Chapter 171 Two Little Fans. Eastern Palace, Great Hall. Next to the arranged coffin, the three brothers, Li Chengza and Li Chengru, were sitting together on the floor. At this time, Li Chengping picked up the medicine bowl and carefully took a small sip, and Li Sungtaek said, Don't worry about drinking it, there's no poison in it. Li Chengping's face was instantly happy after drinking the medicine, saying, It's quite sweet. Second brother, how did you mix this medicine? It smells so sweet. Li Sungtaek said, Secret, you'll finish the medicine and see if it works. Li Chengping nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. He then gulped down a few mouthfuls of the potion in the bowl. All of it. Yes, it's almost like drinking sugar water. Li Chengping put down the porcelain bowl in his hands and said, Second brother, I've already finished the medicine. Why hasn't my body responded? Didn't you just say that drinking it would do the trick? Li Chengza said, How can it be so fast? That is, if it is an immortal pill, it also needs a process. How can it be effective immediately? That's true. Li Chengping laughed nervously a few times. Li Chengza no longer paid attention to Lao San, but looked toward Li Chengru, and from inside his sleeve, he pulled out a piece of rice paper filled with writing and said, Boss, this is the prescription I wrote for you. When you return to the place where you live, just grab the medicine according to it. As long as you take it on time, in less than a month, the internal injuries in your body will, for sure, heal. Li Chengru was just about to reach out to receive the prescription, but then he suddenly withdrew his hands, and after wiping them repeatedly on his clothes, he then received it with both hands. He looked at Li Chengza with gratitude and said, Lao Air, thank you. Li Chengza, however, waved his hand and said, It's fine. We are all blood brothers. Wouldn't it be out of place to say thank you? When you get back, take your meds on time, and if you have any other problems, you can call me. Li Chengru nodded and said, Yes, I will. He then took the prescription, folded it up carefully, and put it in his arms. Li Chengza didn't say anything more after seeing this. However, he had already thought about it, and if he had time in the future, he should find more opportunities to pull some strings with this boss. In his heart, he resented the royal family and Emperor Qing, and he was able to lead his troops to war, so he was considered a talent. In the future, if he were to be brought under his command, it would certainly be of great help. Again, just now, when Li Chengza saw the strength of those black riders, an idea began to sprout in his heart. If he could have an iron cavalry of tens of thousands of people, then the combat power would absolutely explode. By then, anyone who knew martial arts other than a grand master would be trash. Moreover, if tens of thousands of people attacked at the same time, Even if it was a great master, it would probably be hard to survive. It's a descending blow. Of course, ideas are wonderful and reality is often cruel. With his current strength, it was impossible to realize this wish. Even if he had been given an iron cavalry of tens of thousands of men, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. Better to look at it later. Just as Li Chengze and Li Chengru were talking in whispers, Li Chengping, who was originally sitting next to him, once again changed his face and said in surprise, "Ouch. And, there, it's working." Li Chengping laughed out loud. "Second brother, you really are a divine doctor," saying that it would have an effect, and it really did. "I will never be false again." When Li Chengze looked at the giggling Li Chengping, he said, "Don't be too happy, this is just the appetizer. Wait until you've finished the rest of the medicine, all of it." Li Chengping nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, I'll listen to second brother. Promise to drink it all later." "Ha, I'm finally standing up." "Hey, wait." Li Chengping suddenly reacted and said with some bad intentions, "Second brother, that. I'm not only standing up now, I'm awfully strong. So can you get someone to help me?" Li Chengze shook his head and said, "Within this month, it's best not to have intercourse, just endure it for now, anyway, it won't be long before it collapses on its own. If you can't help it, go to the outhouse and fix yourself." "Solve it yourself?" Li Chengping's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Sung-taek said, "Why, can't you do it yourself? Do you need us to teach you?" Li Chengping then reacted and laughed, "No need, huh? I will do it myself." At this point, Li Sung-taek added, "Whenever I mention the outhouse, I want to pee." "Are you two going?" Li Chengru and Li Chengping all shook their heads. "All right." After standing up from the ground, Li Chengze was afraid to pat the dust on his body and said, "If you guys don't go, then I'll just go myself. When I get back, I'll tell you all about something particularly fun." Soon, Li Sung-taek left the main hall and headed towards the nearby outhouse. This hut was not big, there were only 2 positions in it, and when Li Chengze walked into one of them, he did not perform the act of peeing, but reached out his hand on the wall, and gently knocked a few times. Immediately following, a bizarre black shadow, jumping down from the beams of the room, came to Li Chengze's front and arched his hand in obeisance. "Your Highness." Li Sung-taek nodded and said, "Did something happen?" As early as before Li Chengze entered the palace, he had made a reservation with Jia Yan. If there is a message to come, let the people lurking in the palace directly come to provide on the line, but also prepared a specific delivery method. Therefore, when Li Chengze was in the Great Hall just now, after seeing this man, he knew that there was news. The man nodded his head and said, "Back to your Highness, Mr. Jia asked my humble servant to give you a message that the matters outside have been completely arranged, and only the matters in the palace remain. And for you not to worry, just mind your own business." Li Chengze nodded his head and said, "Good, I already know about this matter. You should tell Wen He now to hurry up and make arrangements. Emperor Qing is expected to send people right away to search in the entire city of Kyoto. When the time comes, the royal family will definitely not be able to hide either, so be careful." "Yes." The man nodded his head in agreement, and then he jumped back onto the beams of the room and disappeared. When Li Chengze saw that the man had left, he didn't stay in the outhouse and turned directly away. A little later, Emperor Qing, riding in a 4-person sedan chair, left the palace and just walked quickly through the streets. As for Hong Xiech and several guards, they followed around the sedan chair, guarding Emperor Qing's safety. Soon, the sedan chair carried directly into the backyard of an inn. As soon as the sedan chair fell, Emperor Qing quickly walked down and realized that Chen Pingping was already here on guard. "Your Majesty." Emperor Chang waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap, where is everyone?" Chen Pingping pointed toward the room behind her and said, "It's in there." Emperor Chang said, "The people, are they really dead?" Chapter 172, Faking Death to Escape. Emperor Qing, with his hands behind his back, stopped at the entrance of the room, looked at Chen Pingping in front of him, and asked, "Is the person really dead?" Chen Pingping nodded her head and said, "I ask for your Majesty's condolences. He is indeed gone." Emperor Qing snorted coldly, waving his sleeves with his large hands as he directly pushed the door and walked in. However, on the large bed in the room, quietly lay a youth. Youth breathing stopped, face pale to the extreme, the body is not half, the breath of the living. When Emperor Qing walked to the edge of the bed, he saw the youth's appearance clearly, and it was Fan Xian without a doubt. Even though Emperor Qing had been fully prepared when he arrived, his expression was still stunned when he actually saw Fan Xian's corpse. Fan Xian. Really dead? He's actually dead. How he could have died.
Emperor Qing couldn't accept, for a moment, this terrible thing in front of him.
In that case, wouldn't all the plans made earlier be null and void? He has to do it all over again. No way.
Why is that? After Emperor Qing took a few deep breaths, he suddenly thought of something and immediately lifted Fan Xian's clothes. Only a still-healed scar was left on Fan Xian's shoulder. This was Yan Xiui's arrow wound, the wound left behind, and at that time it was still Emperor Qing who was responsible for treating it, so he was very impressed by it. On Fan Xian's chest, on the other hand, a narrow wound appeared, obviously left by the long sword.
The wound was so close to the heart's location that it really wasn't easy to survive a sword thrust.
After Emperor Qing recognized the corpse in front of him, which was indeed Fan Xian, the flukes that existed in his heart were eventually wiped out.
Obviously, this person was none other than Fan Xian. Grass.
Emperor Qing cursed in a low voice. He forced himself to resist the inner urge to brood where he was. Now that Fan Xian was dead, the weapon he wanted before was even more clueless, and it would be as hard as hell to find it again.
Not only that.
If Fan Xian died, it would add a lot of hardship to his future plans. Most likely, it will also cause unnecessary trouble. Just thinking about this, Emperor Qing felt his brain hurt and his body began to tremble with anger. If he knew now who the backer was, he would definitely kill him himself.
Emperor Qing took a few deep breaths before he was able to bring his irritated mood slowly back down. He turned to look at Chen Pingping and said, "Since he's dead, what should be done with the body?"
Chen Pingping, who was outside the door, returned, "Your Majesty, this matter will be handled by Lord Fan." Lord Fan said that when the 7 days are up, he will personally hold a funeral for him and bury him in the Fan family's ancestral tomb.
Emperor Qing said, "Fan Jian is quite devoted to the son. By the way, why don't we see Fan Jian?"
Chen Pingping said, "Lord Fan is overly sad and has gone back to his house to rest. I'm sure it won't be long before he comes over. If His Majesty wishes to see him, then I can send word." Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "No need, I understand his pain of losing his son, it's better to let him rest well in the mansion. I have other things to attend to, so I'll leave the rest to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qing turned around and headed straight for the door. As for Chen Pingping at this moment, she immediately arched her hand and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty."
Emperor Qing walked quickly and left the courtyard without looking back.
Chen Pingping looked at Emperor Qing's back and didn't say anything more until she looked at him with her own eyes and sat on the sedan chair before she came back to her senses.
A few moments later,
Fisuk asked as he stepped out from inside the room and cautiously looked inside the courtyard.
"Where is His Majesty? Already gone?"
Chen Pingping pushed the wheelchair and headed inside the room, saying, "Let's go." After Fei Jia breathed a sigh of relief, he then said, "It almost scared me to death just now."
"For your sake, I'm guilty of killing my head."
Chen Pingping said, "Cut the crap, who is not guilty of killing the head?"
"Big deal, we'll die together later." "Hey!" Fei Jia pointed at Chen Pingping and said, "There's nothing wrong with what you said." At this time, Chen Pingping said, "How is Fan Xian now? He won't really be dead." Fei Suo said, "Don't worry, I'm here, he won't die for a while." He then came over to Fan Xian's body and slowly rolled him over onto his back, removing several silver needles from his back. Immediately afterward, from inside his cuffs, he pulled out a bottle of white medicine, and after pouring out the pills, he fed them to Fan Xian. A few breaths later, Fan Xian, whose face was originally pale and bloodless, still showed a hint of redness. And, with his chest rising and falling, even his breathing was starting to come in. Fei Jie said, "Luckily, I made preparations earlier, and that's how I was able to hide it from His Majesty. In that case, no one in this world, other than the three of us, will ever know that Fan Xian is still alive." Chen Pingping sighed and said, "It can only be so. However, I've already sent someone to ask for help, and as long as he comes, the one who injured 5 bamboos will definitely not survive." Fisuk said with a surprised face, "You mean Shirku?" "That's him." Chen Pingping nodded her head, "I just don't believe that one Grandmaster is not that person's opponent, so add another Grandmaster and you still can't defeat him." Fisuk nodded thoughtfully, "If that's the case, that's interesting. There's never been anything like this before, 2 Grandmasters beating up a Grandmaster, just thinking about it makes people very excited. But what's next with this? Even though Fan Xian isn't dead right now, he'll be dead if he doesn't hurry up and get cured. The best thing to do nowadays is to have him leave Kyoto in a hurry, find a place to recuperate, and then assist with medication before he can be completely cured." Chen Pingping said, "This matter is not urgent, we still need Fan Jian to come over and talk about it."
Fisuk shrugged and said, "Then do as you wish, I'm only responsible for saving and poisoning people anyway."
In the meantime,
Emperor Qing couldn't help but sneer as the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sat in the sedan chair. In fact, he had sensed Fisuk's presence just now after walking into the room. Since Fisuk wanted to hide and wasn't going to come out to see him, there was definitely something going on here. Emperor Qing didn't intend to break it down, but treated it all as if he didn't know.
After seeing Fan Xian's body, everything became clear. Afterward, Emperor Cheng muttered, "I'd like to see what other tricks you can pull."
Since Emperor Cheng realized that Fan Xian was not dead, his original mood of annoyance and sadness was swept away.
As long as you're not dead, then you can do a lot of things later.
Next, he could search, with all his might, for that mysterious force. Thinking of this, a trace of grimness flashed across Emperor Qing's face, once again. Chapter 173, The Tough Man Shibian.
Daching, July 13th.
Suitable for, opening the light, moving the earth, demolition, burial, groundbreaking.
Taboo, marriage, traveling, making a stove, migration, buying property.
On this day, in the entire Kyoto city, outside the gates of every house, all of them hung large white lanterns, and the atmosphere appeared to be exceptionally depressing and low.
Soon after,
a procession of people dressed in mourning clothes, holding white streamers and carrying a big red coffin in the center, came out from inside the palace and started walking on the street. Today is the former Prince of Qing funeral and burial day. The street is not only full of civil and military officials, and even a lot of civilians are also listed here to send off. The three brothers, Li Qingze and Li Qingru, were also in the group, walking forward with the crowd. Today's burial task had gone by smoothly, and there hadn't been any accidents in the middle of it, just following the process, and it had soon been over. Then, Li Qingze followed the crowd again and returned to the palace. Originally, Emperor Qing told the three Li Qingze that after the former crown prince was buried, they could go back to their respective homes without having to go to the Eastern Palace to observe mourning. However, instead of returning directly to the royal residence, Li Qingze returned directly to the palace. No matter what, he also guarded the East Palace for 3 days, and now that things are over, how can he eat the seat? Especially if it's a dead ringer's seat, that's what makes it taste so much better. Therefore, when the meal started at noon, Li Sung-taek ate so happily that he almost ate to the point of bursting. It was also the happiest meal he'd had since he was reborn. After that, Li Qingze had enough to drink and eat, and only then did he return to the king's mansion. The royal residence, the backyard. After Li Sung-taek came back, he was going to take a hot bath before taking a nice long sleep. However, as he was about to walk to the bedroom, he heard the sound of a sword chirping from a location next to him. Ha! Feeling a bit curious, Li Sung-taek immediately walked in the direction of the sound. Then, Li Qingze saw a bizarre figure that was practicing with a sword in the courtyard.
This person is none other than Xiebian.
When he was practicing his sword at the moment, his figure was like a ghost, leaving behind several residual shadows as he took every few steps, and the speed of that sword strike became extremely fast. Li Qingze had already reached the realm of the 8th grade, and was able to capture even the long arrows shot by Yen Xiaoyi with his naked eyes. As a result, just now, when he saw Xiebian swinging his sword, he wasn't even able to see the sword move clearly.
It's unbelievable. It seems that the effect of this practicing the sword script of wisdom has been very obvious.
Originally, Xiebian's martial arts were not weak, already between the 9th grade, now with the addition of the sword art, his strength was estimated to be able to go even further, reaching the peak of the upper 9th grade, which shouldn't be much of a problem. If one cultivated long enough, there shouldn't be any problem in being able to become the first person under a great master. It was true that after losing something, one could concentrate more on cultivation. However, what made Li Qingze feel most surprised was Xiebian's ability to recover. It had only been a few days, and he was also able to utilize himself to go. Just as Li Qingze was contemplating, Xiebian, who was practicing his sword next to him, suddenly sensed that there was someone nearby and immediately stopped his hands to check. When he saw that it was Li Qingze, he immediately put away the long sword in his hand and walked forward.
Your Highness. Xiebian arched his hand in obeisance to Li Qingze.
Only, the voice was different from usual and turned a bit shrill. Li Qingze returned to his senses and nodded to Xiebian, saying,
"Well, practicing with my sword. How does it feel to have practiced this sword stance?" Xiebian laughed, "Your Highness, it's very good." He had grown more and more in love with this sword record of evil since he had cultivated it, completely exceeding his previous expectations. Not only could he improve his previous sword skills, even his own speed had reached a qualitative leap. Xiebian was very confident of this at the moment. As long as he didn't encounter a Grandmaster-level opponent,
then he was an invincible existence.
It really is a testament to the saying,
"Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally." Of course, it was thanks to his own foundation that he was able to progress so rapidly in just a few days. Otherwise, even if they could make themselves stronger, they wouldn't have improved so much. When Li Chengze saw how excited Xie Bian was, the little worry that remained in his heart disappeared. He had originally thought that dissatisfaction would exist within Xie Bian after practicing the sword scripture of evil. After all, no matter what, something had to be excised when practicing this sword art.
It must have been an indelible pain for other men.
Now it seems that the other side is really enjoying it. In that case, then he didn't have to worry.
Afterward, Li Chengze nodded to Xie Bian and said, "It's good that you're happy.
However, you must remember that every day, after practicing, you must copy a Buddhist scripture.
Better yet, memorize it again."
Although Xie Bian did not know why His Highness would say that, he still immediately nodded his head and said,
"Yes, Your Highness."
Li Chengze waved his hand and said, "Alright, I'm going to go back to rest, so take your time to practice on your own."
As soon as the words fell, Li Chengze left the backyard and went straight to the bedroom.
And the reason why he would make Xie Bian familiarize himself with the Buddhist scriptures every day was to purify the hostile chi in his heart. After all, out of all the people who practiced the sword score of wisdom and evil, it was only Monk Watanabe who was the most normal of them all. The rest, like Lin Pingji and Yu Buchuan, as well as Dongfang Buchuan, who practiced the Sunflower Treasure Classic, were all a bunch of perverts. Therefore, it is also a vital thing to purify the hostility in the heart with the scriptures. Of course, he was just saying it casually, and whether or not Xie Bian would be willing to do so in the future would depend on his own destiny. Thinking of this, Li Sungtae stretched his legs and came to the bedroom door. He had just stepped into the room when he retreated again with a quick step, waving his hand to the maid who was not far away. "Little Peach, quickly fetch some water, I want to bathe." Peach, who was originally squatting on the ground to water the flowers, immediately turned around after hearing the sound. When she saw Li Sungtae's figure, she immediately laughed with joy.
"Okay. I'll be right there."
Li Sungjak nodded before walking into the bedroom.
In the meantime, Xie Bian continued to start practicing martial arts in the courtyard after separating from Li Chengze.
The long sword in his hand was like a long snake, rapidly flashing in mid-air. In just a few short breaths, he had already struck hundreds of moves at an extremely fast speed. And not far from Xie Bian, Fan Wusheng held a long knife in one hand and nibbled on a green apple in the other as he walked slowly towards him. When Fan Wusu saw Xie Bian swinging his sword, he instinctively froze for a moment.
This guy's sword skill, actually compared to before, had enhanced quite a bit more, and was almost invisible to the naked eye. It used to be 50-50 between the two of them. Now the other party's strength was estimated to be a great deal higher than his. Looks like that sword art from before really wasn't practiced in vain. Chapter 174, Brothers?
Originally, Xie Bian was practicing his sword when he sensed someone nearby again. However, with his perception, he already knew who it was. So instead of stopping straight away, he juggled another set of subtle sword techniques. By the time he stopped moving his hands, he saw Fan Wusheng's face full of shock. Afterward, Xie Bian put away the long sword in his hand, and then he said to Fan Wusheng, who was behind him, "I haven't seen enough after all this time." When Fan Wuxi heard Xie Bian's words, he immediately threw the apple in his hand away and walked towards him.
And, applauding as they go,
"Old Xie, your sword skill just now, it was indeed powerful. I almost didn't see where the long sword was in your hand."
Xie Bian nodded and smiled, "That's right.
It's thanks to the sword script of warding off evil that your highness gave me. I've only been practicing for 2 days and I've already had such a divine effect."
Fan Wusa said with approval, "Not bad, what your highness has added would not be a bad thing. It seems like it's just around the corner for you to become a grand master in the future."
However, as Fan Wusa spoke, he felt in his heart that the Xie Bian in front of him was a bit twisted. Not only did his voice become shrill, but even his demeanor was different from before.
Is that how men change when they cut? Fan Wusheng just thought about it in his mind and didn't say it outright.
At this time, Xie Bian glanced toward Fan Wusheng and said, "How about it, do we want to compete? You always used to say that my swordsmanship was poor, but it's different now."
After Fan Wuxi thought about it, he immediately nodded and said, "Fine, let's compare and contrast.
I also want to see the true power of this sword art." As he spoke, Fan Wusheng drew the long knife in his hand, and with the toe of his right foot, he made a slight point on the ground. His body, then, immediately catapulted up and headed straight for Xie Bian.
As a result, Xiabian just smiled and his body stood still.
Waiting for the long knife in Fan Wusheng's hand, when he was half a meter away from Xiabian, his feet then began to move. Only shadows flashed, and Fan Wuxi hadn't reacted to what had just happened. That Xiabian's body has already come behind him, the hand of the long sword, more as the blink of an eye both to put listed on the shoulder. Fan Wuxi's entire body was dumbfounded after seeing the scene in front of him. He had known that Xiabian would be fast, but didn't expect it to be this fast. The two of them exchanged blows until the end, but Xiabian used only one move. Fan Wuxi was shocked in his heart. The sword art given by His Highness is truly terrifying as hell. At this time, Xiabian put away the long sword in his hand and laughed. How was it? Did you get a good look at the sword play just now? Fan Wuxi said with a speechless face, You're so fast, how could I see it? Xiabian said, The move I performed just now was only a minor accomplishment. If it's a grand completion, I guess the speed and power will be a bit stronger. Now Van Wouters was dumbfounded. Good fellow, the speed of the sword just now was perverted enough that he, a 9th-ranked expert, had barely been able to block it. Wouldn't this be even more ferocious if it got stronger? Xiabian added, Since you didn't see it clearly just now, I'll play it for you one more time yo. When Fan Wuxi saw this, he immediately waved his hand and said, Forget it, let's talk about it later when we're free. Let's go, I'll buy you a drink, in celebration of your sword skills, which have been refined even further. Xiabian laughed, Good, good. Wait here, I'll go back and change my clothes. When Xiabian left, Fan Wusheng waited where he was. However, at this moment, he frowned slightly. It was because just now, he felt that the expression that Xiabian displayed when he smiled at him was a bit strange. Not a brotherly smile, but something ambiguous. Fan Wuxi then shook his head. Guess I'm overthinking it. We are all brothers, how can there be ambiguity between us? Must be overthinking it. Other side. Lee Sung-jae went back to the bedroom and started to sit on the stool and wait. Soon, the maid, Xiao Dao, took the bucket in the room and put in a large portion of bath water, then began to undress Li Qingze. With a thud, Li Sung-tae took off the clothes on his body and sat down inside the bucket of water to take a bath. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the sensation of his body, constantly covered in warm water, and his entire body relaxing. Previously went to the East Palace busy for 3 days, did not have the time to take a bath, even the intimate clothes on the body did not have the time to change, are almost stinking. Now soaking inside the warm water is simply soothing. As Lee Sung-tae was enjoying himself, his mind began to think about what to do next. Today the crown prince has been buried, then in a few days, towards surely there will be a new election about the new crown prince. Therefore, the selection of this new crown prince will become crucial. What Lee Sung-tae is now torn about is whether or not he should just fight for it when it really comes down to it. If we were to argue directly, would we fall short? Now that the former crown prince had just died, and he was so eager to compete for the crown prince's position, others would surely spread some gossip. That could be very bad for the situation with him. There are times when seemingly unrelated fallacies can kill a person. But would it seem too stifling not to fight? Thinking of this, Lee Sung-tae sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's better to wait for tomorrow's time and talk to Wen. He knows more and should give good advice. Immediately after that, Li Qingze opened his eyes and turned to Xiao Tao, the maid waiting next to him, and said, Peach, come in and wash together. Xiao Tao, who was originally walking away, immediately came back to her senses after hearing Li Qingze's words. Following closely, she nodded with a smile and excitement, saying, Okay, slave girl is on her way. Xiao Dao quickly unclothed her dress, leaving only her close-fitting belly band, quickly jumped into the bucket of water, and began to take the towel, helping Li Qingze to wipe his back. In fact, Xiao Dao also knew that with the second highness's character, it was impossible for him to do that kind of thing, to wreak havoc on the maids. However, it didn't matter to Peach. As long as I could take a bath with His Highness as I am now, I would be satisfied. It's nice to be able to touch it once in a while, even though you can't eat the noble cuisine. Outside of Kyoto, 30 miles. An old man with a head full of white hair, a bucket hat on his head and a donkey, was slowly traveling on the road. Soon, the burro brought the white-haired old man and stopped next to a forest. Immediately following, the white-haired old man took off his bucket hat, revealing his slightly pale face. He glanced around, then nodded and said, This is the right place. Looks like the guys haven't arrived yet. Then I'll just stay here and wait for them a little bit. Chapter 175 Foreign Aid. Soon after. The white-haired old man, who was originally riding on a donkey and meditating with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. Immediately afterward, he looked ahead and said, "Here it comes." A black silhouette then came running quickly from a short distance away and stopped in front of him. The 5 bamboos were wearing the same black brocade robes as before, with black cloth over their eyes and expressionless faces. The white-haired old man looked at 5 bamboo and said, "You're late." 5 bamboos returned with a grim look on his face. "What brings you here? What are you doing here if not guarding Dongi City?" The white-haired old man said, "You're not asking a question knowingly." As he spoke, he looked at Gajira's empty left arm and added, "That's really it. When I received the news earlier, I thought it was just an exaggeration, but I didn't think it was actually true." 5 bamboos knew what the other party was talking about, what he meant, and said with an expressionless face. "Less skillful than the others, just got his arm chopped off. I will take this revenge myself, I don't need you to interfere." The white-haired old man laughed. "If you could beat this person, would you still need to be in such a sorry state? Since I'm here, naturally I won't leave empty-handed. Also, I want to see if this person who injured you is really strong in swordsmanship. It's even more exciting if even you're no match." The 5 bamboos pondered for a moment, then said nothing more. Though in his heart of hearts, he did not want to work with this person. But there's nothing to be done about it now. He wouldn't work with anyone if he could help it. Only, this enemy in front of him was indeed very strong, and he alone was no match at all. If you can't beat this person, then don't even think about taking revenge. In that case, wouldn't Fan Xian have suffered in vain? Therefore, even the high-minded and proud 5 bamboo could only lower his stance at this moment and cooperate with the white-haired old man in front of him. Since he was no match alone, he would add another one. With 2 great masters joining forces, no matter who the other party was, they would surely lose. At this time, the white-haired old man asked, "The one who injured you, where is he now?" 5 bamboo said, "It should be in the city of Kyoto, or exactly is still unknown for the time being. But we'll find out soon enough where he is." The white-haired old man nodded his head and said, "Well, this is your territory after all, so trying to find out about someone will surely be especially easy. In that case, where to now? Going to Kyoto City?" 5 bamboo shook his head, "Of course not. Your identity is so special that once you are discovered in Kyoto City, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Come with me, they're already set up." "Ha!" The white-haired old man said, "That's best." Afterward, 5 bamboos took the white-haired old man and left the mountain forest. After taking a bath, Lee Sung-taek laid down on his bed and had a beautiful sleep. When he woke up again, it was close to evening and the whole sky looked cloudy. Lee Sung-jack felt dizzy and sat on the bed in a daze for a while. "I don't know what's going on." Just now, in waking up, looking at the gloomy sky outside, coupled with the silence all around, the whole person seemed to have been abandoned by the world. Loneliness, sadness, desolation, gloominess, and other emotions instantly flooded the mind, making one feel like crying. Afterward, Lee Sung-taek rubbed his face vigorously to bring himself back to his senses quickly. "Next time you're napping, don't take too long of a nap and almost get yourself EMO." Following closely, Lee Sung-taek put on his robe and boots and walked slowly out of the room. "I had just slept a little too long and felt my stomach start to get a little hungry, so I was going to go to the kitchen to find something to eat." Just then, in Li Qing's mind, the system's voice once again sounded. "The next check-in location is at King Jing's mansion, please prepare yourself in time." "Hey!" Li Chengza was immediately taken aback after hearing the system's voice. Good guy, if not just now, the voice in his head sounded, he almost gave forget that there was still the ability of the system on his body. "It's been almost a week now and the system is so slow to show up, I thought it had disappeared." However, this time, the signing location was actually refreshed to King Jing's mansion. Isn't this the home of his cousin, Li Hongsong? Just only wonder what the reward, after this sign-up, will be. Martial arts secrets? Or is it an elixir? Or maybe it's a grandmaster? Otherwise, it's fine to give a hot weapon. It's not much to ask, just a random bazooka will do. He had long wanted to try and see if the great masters in this world could resist rockets with their physical bodies. It's exciting to think about. Lee Sung-taek laughed and walked forward. Right at this moment, Jia Yan, who was wearing a green-colored Taoist robe and holding a white feather fan, walked towards him with quick steps. "My lord!" Jia Dang arrived in front of Li Chengza and immediately arched his hand. Li Chengza nodded and said, "Wenhai is here." "Well, is there any more news?" Jia Yan said, "Back to the lord, there is indeed news. Just a few hours ago, the Fan Mansion has spread the word to the outside world that Fan Xian is dead. They're also going to bury Fan Xian in a funeral in a few days. That's so. Lee Sung-taek nodded thoughtfully. Good, I already know about this matter. Keep people watching. He didn't believe that Fan Xian would really die. When Black and White Shen Jian had struck earlier, he hadn't killed Fan Xian at all, and coupled with Fei Jie's medical skills, he was perfectly capable of keeping him alive. Now that the news of Fan Xian's death was being spread out, it must have been to cover up as well. But it doesn't matter, the situation is still under control. When Li Qingze thought of something else, he said to Jia Yan, in the last few days, the city will definitely be searched by multiple forces, so tell your brothers to pay attention. If that's not possible, let's just let everyone rest for a while until the wind comes through. Jia Yan immediately nodded and said, yes, I'll go make arrangements. Right, Lord. Jia Deng added, just now, intelligence came in that the foreign aid they were looking for has already arrived near Kyoto City. Lee Sung-taek looked surprised and said, really? And who is the man who came? Jia said, the one from Dongyi City. Li Qingze nodded and said, so it's him. Not bad, they are all experts with swords, I just don't know, if they fight with Li Chun-gang, they can block a few moves. Before, Li Qingze, without seeing Li Chun-gang strike, did not know his true strength. Still don't think you can beat the robot Gajira. As a result, on that occasion when he saw him battle with the 5 bamboos, it completely made Li Qingze change that idea. Because Li Qingze felt that Li Chun-gang, the sword god, was not even on the same level as the great masters of this world. No surprise. Not to mention 2 grand masters, even 4 grand masters put together would probably not be able to defeat Li Chun-gang. Chapter 176 Father seeing son not yet cold, drawing 7 wolves. Lee Sung-taek said to Jia, go and make the arrangements, just as you said before. Since it's so hard for people to come over from Dongyi City, we naturally have to give them a good reception. In fact, for this matter of Chen Pingping shaking people, he had long predicted it. It was just that Li Qingze didn't expect that they would really dare, looking for the 4-guard sword as external assistance. He is also one of the only remaining great masters in the world today. Although Li Qingze didn't know what kind of price Chen Pingping had used to invite the 4 gu swords over, it certainly wouldn't be low. Moreover, for the relationship between Chen Pingping and Yi Qingmei, it was understandable for Li Qingze that he could do so. After all, he wanted to avenge Fan Xian. Not to mention paying a big price to hire someone, even if he was told to die, he probably wouldn't turn it down. At this time, Jia Yan asked, my lord, would it be a bit too risky for us to do this? No matter what, that one from Dongyi City is also a grandmaster. If we add the 5 bamboos, it'll be 2 against 1. Li Qingze laughed, there's no harm in it, I trust Li Chun-gang. Just do what you said before. When Jia Yan saw Li Qingze's confident face, he did not say anything more and immediately arched his hand. Yes, I'm on it. Jia then turned to leave. Lee Sung-taek, on the other hand, turned a corner and headed straight for the front door. Since the check-in point, just now, had been refreshed to King Jing's mansion, let's go over there and take a look, and dabble in a meal in the meantime. Just as Li Qingze had stepped out of the door, he saw Fan Wusu and Xia Bian, hooked up on the street not far away, walking towards the royal residence. Looking at the two of them, their faces were flushed and they were staggering as they walked, obviously slightly drunk. After seeing this, Lee Sung-taek didn't bother them and walked towards another path. Normally, Lee Sung-taek is not going to care about the lives of his subordinates, as long as they don't cause a big problem, they can come as they please. It's understandable to get together privately to drink, talk, and blow off some steam. After taking a few steps, Lee Sung-taek turned to the two of them. Then, inwardly, he couldn't help but feel emotional. What a pair of brothers. Other side. King Jing's mansion. Li Hongchang, together with King Jing, had just returned from inside the palace. At the moment both he and his father had been drinking and were both looking a little tipsy. Father, don't you usually drink very little alcohol? Why are you drinking so much today? King Jing hiccuped and waved his hand at him, saying, You. What do you know? The king is happy. Li Hongchang said, Father, what are you happy about when the crown prince is dead? If you didn't know, you'd think you killed the prince. When King Jing heard this, he immediately sobered up, and he hurriedly looked to his left and right, and only then did he let go of his heart when he didn't find any bystanders in the vicinity. Following that, he quickly raised his right foot and kicked Li Hongsung's ass hard. What a thing to say, you rebellious son. If the onlookers hear this, do they want to live or not?
Li Hongcheng rubbed his buttocks and laughed. He. Don't be angry, father, I'm not fooling around for you.
Besides, in our own home, even if we say it, no one else can hear us.
King Jing coldly grunted, that won't work either.
Be careful, if you're not careful, when the time comes, you won't even know how you'll die. Li Hongcheng said in disbelief, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Seeing this, King Jing immediately undid the jade belt around his waist.
The father sees that the sun is not cold and draws 7 wolves.
King Jing then raised the jade belt in his hand and was about to fling it at Li Hongcheng. And when Li Hongcheng saw this, he hastily reached out to stop him and nodded his head.
Father, I was wrong, you mustn't be impulsive, I'll listen to you from now on. I'll never talk nonsense again, so that's always good.
King Jing saw that Li Hongcheng had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, so he stopped bothering with him, and only then did he put away the jade belt in his hand. You need to use your head more when you talk in the future, don't talk out of your ass.
Don't you know that trouble comes out of the mouth?
Li Hongcheng reached out and clapped his hand over his mouth, saying, yes, father is right, I will definitely keep that in mind in the future. King Jing snorted coldly once more, and took the jade belt in his hand, and retied it around his waist.
Never mind, let's get down to business. Do you know why the king was so happy just now? Li Hongcheng shook his head, I don't know yet. Tell me, father, what is it that makes you so happy? King Jing said, are you usually on better terms with Qingza?
Li Hongcheng nodded his head and said, yes, my second brother and I are on good terms.
That's right then.
King Jing added, in the future, you still have to get along with Qingza.
Why?
Li Hongsun looked incredulous.
King Jing said with some impatience, why? Think about it with your head. Now that the crown prince is dead, who will the new crown prince fall to next? Li Hongcheng pondered for a moment and finally reacted with a look of surprise, its second brother.
In the future, the throne of the crown prince will definitely not belong to second brother.
King Jing nodded, it's good to know.
You had a good eye before, you weren't on the wrong side, and now is a great opportunity for you. The current crown prince, that's the future emperor, if you make a good relationship with him, after you ascend the throne in the coming days, there will definitely be benefits for you. Li Hongben hadn't thought about it that much, and now that he was explained by King Jing, he immediately understood.
Yeah.
The second brother in the future can be different from before, and will soon become the new crown prince. Just with the relationship between the two of them, by the time second brother did ascend to the throne and become the emperor, he himself would surely be benefited. Luckily, he had always stood behind his second brother when it came to earlier times, and it really wasn't true the choice was greater than effort. Thinking of this, Li Hongcheng also sobered up and had a naive smile on his face. King Jing shook his head helplessly when he saw his stupid son, standing still and giggling. Afterwards, King Jing did not stop here and walked towards the location of the bedroom, wanting to go back for an early rest. And after giggling, Li Hongsun suddenly thought of something. While there's nothing else to do, go and have a drink with your second brother, and in the meantime, reconnect with each other. Right after that, Li Hongsun headed towards his bedroom, ready to change into a brand new outfit.
In the meantime,
Li Qingze had already arrived, at the location outside the door of King Jing's mansion. He first stopped at the door for a moment and realized that there was no sound of a system alert. It seems that the place to sign in should be inside the royal residence. Thinking of this, Li Sung-taek walked to the door. At this time, the guard in charge of the entrance, seeing Li Qingze coming over, immediately reached out to stop him.
Stop. This is King Jing's mansion, no one is allowed to enter. Hurry up and leave quickly, or we will not be polite. Chapter 177 The Complete Book of Gunsmithing. This is King Jing's mansion, and no uninvited people are allowed to enter. Hurry up and leave quickly, or we will not be polite.
The two guards who were watching the door said responsibly to Li Qingze.
However, Li Sung-taek was unimpressed and said in a cold voice. Blind? Can't see who I am.
One of the guards, seeing that Li Qingze's tone was brutal and did not look like an ordinary person, looked forward carefully. He saw, by the illumination of the weak lamp, that what stood before him was a handsome and extraordinary young man. Moreover, not only did the other party look a bit similar to the world sun, even his body exuded an aura of nobility.
A few moments later, the guards finally reacted and exclaimed, "So it's Second Highness. Your servant deserves to die for offending your Second Highness, please forgive me." A young man who could look like the world's sun and was born this handsome and extraordinary, in the entire Kyoto city, I think that apart from that second prince, there was probably no one else. Li Qingze waved his hand and said, "Since you know, why don't you hurry in and inform?" Yes, Second Highness, calm down, we'll go now.
The guards nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. The other guard, however, quickly bent down and said to Li Qingze, Second Highness, please come in, please wait a moment.
Li Sun-taek didn't bother with them and walked straight into the door.
After Li Hongchang returned to his bedroom, he first drank some sobering soup, and then changed into brand new robes. The whole person was very handsomely dressed. Just as he was looking into the front of the bronze mirror, sizing it up carefully, the doorway rang out, and the guards' voices were heard.
Seiji, a guest is looking for you. Li Hongchang was unimpressed and said, What guest?
This Xian has no time for guests right now, let him go back first.
The guard at the door said, Seiji, I don't dare. What?
Li Hongchang twisted his head to look at the position of the doorway and said, What wouldn't you dare to do?
What kind of guest is it that can make you so scared? Is he going to eat you? The guard said, It's His Highness the Second Prince.
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there came, from the room, a rush of footsteps. With a creak, the door to the room was suddenly opened, revealing Li Hongchang's surprised face.
What did you say? Who's coming? The guard said, It's His Highness the Second Prince. Second brother is here?
Li Hongchang laughed, no longer paying attention to the guards, and immediately walked forward with quick steps.
A little later,
when Li Hongsung walked to the front door, he saw Li Sung-sain's figure. At this time, Li Qingze was sitting on a stool at the front door, slowly drinking tea. After seeing the scene in front of him, Li Hongchang quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the guards at the door, who were not too stupid, knew that second brother had come over and helped pour tea and hand over stools.
If they dare to neglect second brother, they will certainly not be spared.
Thinking of this, Li Hongchang immediately waved his hand and said, Second brother.
Li Qingze, who was originally drinking tea, immediately looked towards him after hearing Li Hongchang's voice.
What brings you here, second brother?
That's a rarity.
Li Qingze put down the teacup in his hand and said, Nothing, just came to see you.
He.
Li Hongchang laughed nervously twice and said, The two of us brothers, we really have the same heart.
I was just about to go look for you.
Come, inside please. Afterward, Li Hongchang brought Li Qingze and wandered inside the Jingwang mansion. Second brother, it must not be fun for you to stay inside the Eastern Palace these days. I was going to look for you, but for no reason and not being able to enter the palace without authorization, I had to wait for you outside the palace.
Li Qingze said, It's not bad, after 3 days of guarding the spirit, there's nothing else, it's just a bit boring. By the way, you just said you were going to look for me, what's the matter?
Li Hongchang nodded, Yes. Of course I'm going to congratulate second brother on the good things that are about to happen.
Good things? Li Sun-taek frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled expression, What good thing do I have?
Li Hongchang said, Now that the crown prince is dead, there is no one who can compete with you yet. In the future, this crown prince position will definitely be yours. It was only then that Li Qingze reacted, so the good thing he said was actually this matter.
However, he didn't think so.
Just with the understanding of Emperor Qing, wanting the crown prince position to fall to his head was certainly not a simple matter. Of course, it's the same as before, he doesn't aspire to be the crown prince.
Just then, the system in Li Qingze's mind once again rang. This meets the sign-in location, does the host choose to sign in? It's here. It's finally here. Li Qingze immediately replied after hearing the system's voice. Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and rewarding him with 1 basic firearms drawing. Li Qingze stopped in place immediately after hearing the system's voice. Immediately following that, he was inwardly delighted and began to become excited.
Basic gun drawings? Is it what he had in mind?
Li Sung-jack immediately closed his eyes and began to check it out in his mind. Then, a huge silver drawing slowly unfolded in his mind. The drawings were seemingly limitless, and when they were unfolded, there were reflections on them of various models, large and small. It was the same thing he had in mind. The drawings are all labeled with a variety of firearms, as well as the method of manufacture and construction. On this, there are not only the simplest firegate guns and fire rope guns, but even revolving low flintlock pistols as well as flintlock and percussion guns. In addition to these lowest level guns, there are those bolt-action rifles, machine guns, and semi-automatic rifles, and submachine guns as well. It's like an encyclopedia of guns. He now had these drawings, and as long as he could find the right materials, he would be able to make them completely.
Li Chengza pressed back his inner joy, and his entire body became agitated. Fancy that. In the future, if he were to lead thousands of soldiers armed with semi-automatic rifles, as well as submachine guns, in a revolt. At that time, even if they faced an army of tens of thousands, they would be able to completely eliminate them in a short period of time. It's a descending blow. Other than Grand Masters, I don't think there are any martial artists that can carry a round of machine gun attacks. The only beauty of this is that it only features guns, not cannons or tanks. It would be more exciting if we even had those. At this time, Li Hongchang was chattering about something when he suddenly noticed that Li Chengza had stopped where he was, so he turned around and asked, "Ergo, what's wrong?" Li Sung-taek turned back around and laughed, "It's fine, I got lost in thought just now." "Have you had dinner yet? Let's go out for a drink." This time, King Jing's house really didn't come for nothing, the rewards would actually be so generous. When he got back, he hurriedly took a copy of the excerpt. Then, it was time to start making guns. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 178 Drunkenness. Night fell, and darkness gradually enveloped the land. The two of them, Li Chengza and Li Hongchang, were walking slowly down the street as they left King Jing's mansion, preparing to go to the restaurant they usually frequented and have a drink. At this time, Li Hongchang opened his mouth and asked, "Second brother, do you have time tomorrow?" Li Sung-taek said, "What's wrong? I should be free tomorrow if I am." Li Hongchang said, "It's like this, isn't Fan Xian dead? I want to take a look inside the Fan mansion. No matter what, it's also an acquaintance, and now that he's dead, it's only natural to pay homage." When Li Sung-taek heard this, he began to ponder in his heart. By all accounts, Li Hongchang did not socialize with Fan Xian, let alone be a friend. How could this be worshipping him for no reason? Moreover, after what happened last time, even though the court didn't make it clear that Fan Xian's true identity, that Li Hongchang should also know. If you're still going to worship now, then there must be another purpose. Fan Ruorua. The first lady in the Fan household is also a relatively talented woman. In the original story, it seems that Li Hongchang liked Fan Ruorua, and at that time, he was even given a marriage by Emperor Cheng. Only, then something happened that caused the two of them to separate and not come together. Now those things, they haven't had a chance to happen yet. So, at this moment, Li Hongchang still likes Fan Ruorua. He was nominally going to pay homage to Fan Xian, while his real purpose was definitely to go for Fan Ruorua. Li Sung-taek laughed, "You're a drunkard. If you want to go see other girls, just say so, I won't laugh at you." Seeing that his small mind was seen through, Li Hongchang's face instantly reddened and he lightly coughed, saying, "Ahem. Still can't hide it from the second brother. Actually, I just wanted to see Miss Ruorua, that's why I found an excuse. Ergo, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, why don't you accompany me?" Li Chengza nodded his head and said, "Good, it's idle anyway." Moreover, he also wanted to go to the fan house to take a look, and there might be, well, something unexpected. Just as Li Sung-taek and Li Hong-sung were walking slowly down the street, they saw several teams of fully armed soldiers patrolling around. And, these soldiers searched every house. After seeing the scene in front of him, Li Hongchang said, "Second brother, it seems that in this recent period of time, inside Kyoto City, it's going to be uneventful. I don't know, those rebels, where exactly are they hiding? Since they've accomplished their goal, why don't they hurry up and leave the city, and have to hide inside the city, affecting other people's lives?" Li Chengza asked, "What, did someone from the Jingwang mansion go to check it out as well?" Li Hongchang nodded his head and said, "Of course, this is what His Majesty commanded. Anyone living in the city of Kyoto, no matter if they are royal relatives, civil or military officials, or even the poor people, must unconditionally cooperate with the search. No matter who it is, if they dare to refuse, they will all be dealt with according to the charge of treason. I'm afraid this is the most rigorous search in the last decade or so." "I see." Li Chengza nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that what he had feared before was good. Emperor Qing was going to start investigating closely. It was probably because during this period of time, the things that had happened had really infuriated him, and they had all begun to become irritated. But it didn't matter, Emperor Qing couldn't find out at all anyway, no matter how much he searched. After all, Emperor Qing would never know to what extent the people of the Luo net of dead soldiers had lurked. At this time, a young officer in armor, after seeing Li Chengza and Li Hongchang, immediately walked over and said, "Your humble servant, meet your second highness, your imperial highness." Li Chengza waved his hand at it and said, "Go about your business, don't worry about us." "Yes." The officer nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
Afterward, Lee Sung-taek said, let's go have a couple drinks first.
Well, we won't get drunk today.
Other side. Fan Mansion, Spirit Hall. The room, hung with flowery white silks and lanterns, and in the middle of it, a mahogany coffin. On the table in the room stood a tablet with Fan Xian written on it. And beside the coffin, there were two teenage boys and girls kneeling in mourning clothes with mourning cloths on their heads.
It's none other than Fan Ruoro and Versace.
At this moment, Fan Ruoro's eyes were already red from crying, her pale face was covered in tear stains, and her body was trembling slightly. She just couldn't believe that her big brother had died like that. Even though Fan Ruoro already knew that Fan Xian was not his own big brother, she still felt heartbroken over his death. Especially when remembering, as a child, living with my big brother. If it hadn't been for big brother at the time, maybe there wouldn't be a Fan Ruoro now.
But they will never see each other again.
Thinking of this, the tears in the corner of Fan Ruoro's eyes once again quietly flowed down on the handsome face, slowly sliding down.
At that moment, Fan Ruoro beside Fan Xija, although also kneeling together, his face was unimpressed.
After all, Fan Xian's life and death were simply insignificant to him. He hadn't been in contact with Fan Xian since he was a child, and between the two, that was even less affectionate to speak of.
Fan Xian was not as good as a maid in the mansion to him.
Now that Fan Xian is dead, Fan Xija on the surface did not show anything, but in his heart has long been happy. Once Fan Xian died, there would be no one else who would compete with him for the family fortune, so how could he not be happy? Moreover, Fan Xian's murder of the crown prince did not affect the people of the Fan Mansion, which made Fan Xija feel even happier.
It's like a double whammy.
The corners of Versace's mouth, at the thought of it, were about to be crushed. If it wasn't, he would have laughed out loud above this spiritual hall in order to take care of his sister's feelings. Just as Versace was about to snicker in a small voice, he heard his sister's cries again and sighed helplessly in his heart.
Sis is really something. People are dead. Why are you so sad? It's the timely act that counts. However, having said that, Versace still, silently, bowed his head. He was afraid that if he made a noise and made his sister angry, it would end badly. Forget it.
The dead are the most important thing.
Let's just put up with it for a while.
At that thought, Versace immediately closed his eyes and began to squint furtively for a short while.
In the meantime, in the study of the Fan house, Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, as well as Fei Jia and the others, sat around the desk. How is Fan Xian doing now? Fan Jian opened his mouth and asked.
Fei Jia shook his head and said, the situation is very unsatisfactory. Although his life is not in danger right now, he will not be able to wake up for a short period of time. When a few days pass, I might have to go out for a trip to find some expensive herbs and try to help Fan Xian heal to see.
Chapter 179, 2 against 1, can we still lose?
When a few days pass, I might have to go out for a trip to find some expensive herbs and try to help Fan Xian heal to see.
When the time comes, you will be needed to keep an eye on Fan Xian. If something happens to him, it's really going to be the end.
Fei Jia said truthfully to Fan Jian and Chen Pingping. And Fan Jian nodded, don't worry, this time I definitely won't let Fan Xian have any accidents.
Fisuk said, I'll leave it to you then, I want to move tomorrow.
Chen Pingping said, good, just leave this matter to us, you can rest assured in your search for herbs.
Moreover, the one from Dongyi City has also come over now and is 30 miles outside the city. Fan Jian frowned slightly and said, he's really here? Was it worth it to spend so much to bring him here? Chen Pingping laughed, of course it's worth it. The person who injured the 5 bamboo cannot be friends with us. Since they are not friends, they are naturally enemies.
Even if we don't get rid of him now, he'll be a scourge later on, affecting the big picture.
So it's only fair that we make some early preparations.
Fan Jian pondered for a moment and said, that said, I'm still a bit worried.
Worried about what? Chen Pingping asked, worried that the two of them together are no match for that person? No matter what, they are all grandmasters, even if the other party's martial arts are strong, if 10 or 2 fight one, can they still fail? At this time, Fei Jie said, I think that there is some truth in what old Qin said. Great masters are the world, the top group of people, they cannot be judged by unusual force. If there were really 2 grandmasters, going to fight a grandmaster, then they would definitely win. That's despite the fact that it is. When Fan Jian saw Fei Jie say this, he dismissed the thought in his mind. No matter what, Fei Suk was also someone who was about to become a grandmaster, so the trust in what he said must be strong. In that case, let it be as you wish. Fan Jian slowly sighed.
Chen Pingping added, if you're still unsure, send some black riders over at that time to prevent any mishaps. Fan Jian said, call the tiger guards as well, more people over there will have more power. Chen Pingping nodded and said, good, then. Now we'll just wait for the news. Afterward, Fan Jian took over a small box of tea from the bookcase next to him and placed it in front of his table. Here, try the good tea I've been collecting lately.
In a restaurant box on East Street.
The two of them, Li Chengze and Li Hongchang, were already full of wine and were slightly drunk. Especially Li Hongchang, his face was reddish from drinking, and he spoke with a bit of a big tongue. From the time of noon, Li Hongchang had already drank a lot of wine, and now he had drunk a few more altars, and was on the verge of getting drunk on the table. Burp! Li Hongchang burped and laughed nervously, second brother,
Let me tell you. Growing up so big, I still for the first time, like such a girl. Do you say I have a chance? Li Sung-taek slowly drank a glass of wine and said, well, it's a bit up in the air. Now wakey girl, know you like her? Ha. Li Hong-sung laughed nervously a few times and said, no. She doesn't know. Li Sung-taek said, then why don't you tell her? Li Hongchang plopped down on the table, chopsticks in hand, rattled a few times inside the wine bowl and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid if I say it, we won't be friends anymore. So, I can only be silently nice to her. Ha! Lee Sung-jack couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I didn't realize that this cousin of his was still a lickspittle. However, Li Chengze seemed to remember that in the original, Fan Ruorua did, in the end, marry Li Hongchang. Originally, Fan Ruorua was fond of Fan Xian, and had the urge to marry him in her heart. Especially, after she knew Fan Xian's true identity, then she became even more excited, and even found an opportunity to show her affection to Fan Xian on the spot. Unfortunately, Fan Xian has treated Fan Ruorua as his own sister since he was a child, and there is no male and female love in his heart. It was a long time later that she married Li Hong-sung. So there is still a chance for this cousin of his. Li Sung-taek put the wine glass in his hand down and said, what wouldn't you dare to do? If you like it, go after it, at most you'll be rejected, what's the big deal? How do you know you're going to lose if you haven't even bothered to do it? Listen to me, if you're a man, don't be afraid to fail, just be brave and go after it. Li Hongchang burped and said, good. Second brother. I'll listen to you. Before he could finish his words, he directly lolled backward and collapsed to the ground. Immediately following that, several shouts came out of Li Hongchang's mouth. After seeing this, Li Sung-taek shook his head helplessly. I don't know if the kid heard what he said just now clearly. Whether or not you can catch up with people in the future is up to you. Afterward, Li Chengze waved his hand and said, Xiaoer, settle the bill. Once the bill was settled, Li Sung-taek carried the sleeping Li Hong-sung and left the restaurant. At this point in the night, it was already completely dark, and the streets were very lively even though there were not many pedestrians. Li Sung-taek stopped a 4-person sedan chair at a nearby location and just put Li Hong-sung inside. He originally thought, let Li Hongchang go home by himself, and feel uneasy, which stopped another sedan chair, and went to King Jing's house together. Soon, the 2 sedan chairs stopped at the entrance of King Jing's mansion. By the time Li Chengze arranged Li Hongchang and returned to the residence of the royal residence, it was already almost late at night. After he returned to his room, he felt an ache in his body, and without even taking off his clothes, he directly laid down on the bed and fell asleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning. In a daze, Li Sung-taek sat up from his bed when he realized that it was already dawn. He rubbed his fuzzy forehead and felt himself becoming extraordinarily refreshed. And, last night, while sleeping, I actually didn't dream all night. Truly sleep through the night. After Li Chengze got out of bed, he shouted to the door, someone come. Immediately following, the maid, Little Peach, took her place in the doorway and returned. Your Highness, what are your orders? Li Chengze said, go fetch some water, I want to wash up. Okay, you wait a moment. Little Peach responded and immediately turned around to leave. A few breaths later. With a creak, the door of the room, which was originally tightly closed, was immediately opened. Immediately after, Peach was carrying a wooden basin and fresh water, with a towel on her shoulder. When Xiaotao walked in front of Li Chengze, he put down the wooden basin in his hand and said,
Your Highness, the water is here, please enjoy yourself.
Chapter 180 The Princess's Thoughts.
After washing up with the assistance of his maid, Xiao Tao, Li Qingzi came to the living room for breakfast. However, before eating breakfast, Xiao Tao thoughtfully served him a bowl of antidote soup. Your Highness, a sip of this before meals is good for the stomach.
Li Qingzi picked up the antidote soup and drank it down, then nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's good, it does warm the stomach when you drink it." "Oh Peach, you have a heart."
Little Peach blushed slightly and bowed her head. "Thank you for your Highness compliments, this is all what I should do."
Li Qingzi gulped a few mouthfuls and finished the bowl of antidote soup before asking Xiao Tao again. "Peachy, how old are you?"
Little Peach returned, "Back to your Highness, I just turned 15 this year."
15?
Li Qingzi seemed to have learned from memory that Xiao Tao was hand-picked by his mother consort to be his personal maid starting at the age of 5. It was 15 years old now, which meant that she had been by her side for 10 years. Moreover, she is also smart and resourceful as a person, and well-behaved.
It really is a good helper if nurtured.
Li Qingzi pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Tao, you're 15 years old now, so if you're outside, you can even marry and have children."
"Well, any thoughts on marrying someone?"
"If so, I can fulfill your request." Xiao Tao, who was originally wearing a smile, instantly changed her face after hearing Li Qingzi's words. Immediately following, she immediately fell to her knees and whispered,
"Your Highness, is it something I've done?"
"If there is, just go ahead and bring it up and I'll change it right away."
"Please don't kick me out."
"Huh?" Li Qingzi was genuinely stunned for a moment when he saw Xiao Tao's reaction. He then waved his hand and said, "Get up, I have no intention of kicking you out. If you don't want to marry, then remain in the royal residence." Xiao Tao cried with joy, waved her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Sung-taek said, "Alright, you go down to eat as well."
"Yes."
Xiao Tao picked up the used rice bowl on the table and turned around to leave.
"Wait." Li Qingzi stopped Peach again.
However, Peach had just taken a few steps when she heard Li Qingzi's words and then her heart thumped.
Could it be that His Highness regretted it and wanted to drive her away again?
When Peach turned around, she saw Li Qingzi pull out a piece of rice paper from his sleeve. "When you've eaten next, get the things on top of this paper ready, I'll need them later." Peach took the paper, opened it up, and then inwardly sighed in relief when she looked at the contents inside.
Luckily it's not related to her.
"Yes, Your Highness." Little Peach nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
Afterward, Li Sung-jack started eating breakfast. A little later.
After eating breakfast, Li Sung-jack started to sneak food inside the backyard, ready to start later, copying down a part of the rewards he received yesterday. Then there was an attempt to make guns. If it works, then secretly build a factory and start making these guns in bulk. Not to mention a handful of Bamlet sniper rifles. It's just a handful of AKs, or even a non-automatic rifle, that can still beat anyone in this world. At that time, even if it was a grandmaster facing thousands of AK-wielding soldiers, he would be beaten into a sieve.
It's exciting to think about.
Moreover, Li Qingzi remembered from the original story that among the 3 major workshops established by Yi Qingmei back then, there was a department specializing in the manufacture of gunpowder.
So by the time the guns are made, bullets that won't be an issue.
Just then, Li Sung-taek seemed to have thought of something else. Since that was the case, then he would just find a way to get his hands on the 3 major workshops. When the time comes, resources will be available and equipment will be available, all of which will be readily available. When he thought of this, Li Qingzi's heart immediately had an idea. Looks like he'll have to take some time to meet, later on, that crazy batch of ants of his. If only she'd nod, then things would be much easier.
In the meantime, Quangshan Palace. Achoo!
Li Yunrui, who was originally dressed in sexy clothes, was lazily sitting at the table to make tea, but suddenly sneezed. She rubbed the tip of her nose and whispered, "Strange, how can I sneeze for no reason?"
Could it be that someone, secretly, is thinking of the palace?
Subsequently, Li Yunrui put down the tea set in his hands, and his body came forward, placing the heavy things on his chest and stacking them flat on the tabletop. She rested one hand on her pointed chin, resting it on the table, and smiled slightly.
Who could it be?
"I don't know what that brat, Li Qingzi, has been busy with lately. He hasn't come to see this palace for several days. It's distracting the palace, and when I sleep at night, my mind is filled with images of him." When Li Yunrui said this, she didn't know what came to her mind, and a small amount of redness began to appear on her flirtatious and playful face. Not only that, she was lightly biting her thin red lower lip, her eyes seemed to be misting up, and her body was shaking slightly. Immediately following, Lee Yunrui, somewhat unable to resist, was ready to get up and pick up the small props, then. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the hall, interrupting Lee Yunrui's fantasies.
Your Highness, Chief Yen seeks an audience.
When Lee Yunrui heard the words from outside the hall, he immediately came back to his senses, and in his heart, not only was he angry, but his whole person started to get bad. She quickly straightened her clothes and said in a cold voice, "Let him in."
Subsequently, Yen Xiaoyi, dressed in black armor, walked over with quick steps, arching his hand in obeisance. Greetings, Your Highness.
Lee Yunrui waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense.
What's the news out there again?"
Yen Xiaoyi said, "Princess, in the past few days, His Majesty has dispatched quite a number of forbidden troops and guards to search the entire city of Kyoto. Although a number of thieves have been captured, they have not yet been found, those who made a scene in the penal colony at that time."
Is that so?
Lee Yunrui sneered, "Those people, since they dared to cause trouble at the execution ground, naturally they are not ordinary people.
It's not easy to catch them."
Yen Xiaoyi added, "By the way, there is one more piece of news that you, Princess, must be very interested in."
Speak. Lee Yunrui said.
Yen Xiaoyi said,
Fan Xian is dead. He died after being taken back by Fisuk. Hearing this, Lee Yunrui instantly became interested and said, "Is this matter serious?" Yen Xiaoyi nodded, 1,000 times true.
Now Sananbo was already at home, setting up a hearth for Fan Xian, and has asked his daughter to hold a wake for him.
I guess the funeral and burial will be in a few days. Lee Yunrui laughed and said, "Good. What a pain in the ass."
That's kind of the happiest thing this palace has heard in a while.
Chapter 181 Li Chungang, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. The King's Mansion.
After walking his food, Lee Sung-tae came to the study. At that moment, Peach came through the door, carrying a huge pile of tools in her arms. "Your Highness, here's what you need, I brought it over." As she placed the tools on the desk, she rubbed her nose and said, "Your Highness, do you see anything missing? I'll go back and bring it over for you if I have it." When Lee Sung-tae looked at the things on the desktop, he shook his head and said, "No more, things are complete. You're not needed on this side for a while, so go down and rest."
Good.
Peach nodded her head in agreement, and then she turned to leave. And Li Qingze walked to the table and sat down. He first spread the blank paper neatly, and then picked up the ruler and brush, and began to draw it down completely, according to the memory in his mind. Soon, the outline of a semi-automatic rifle was highlighted on top of the paper. After taking a few deep breaths, Lee Sung-tae continued to start drawing. He was drawing very carefully now. Not only did he draw the structure and shape of the weapon, but even the parts on it were accurate to a 1-to-1 reproduction. After all, this was a weapon to be used in the future, not an unusual sword, and once the structure inside was wrong, it could be a big disaster. Just like that, Lee Sung-tae held his breath as he wrote and drew on the paper. 2 hours later. Lee Sung-tae stopped his hand movements and exhaled deeply. Good lord, he had just thought that it would be a great success after just drawing what was in his head, completely, on paper. However, in the process of actually doing it, one does not dare to be sloppy. As long as there was the slightest mistake in it when he drew the weapon, then what he had just drawn would immediately twist into a ball and turn into a black lump that could not be used at all. By the time the whole process was half wrong, the drawing he had made, which was complete, appeared on the paper. It was precisely because of this that he had just mapped out that an unusual firearm had taken nearly 2 hours. Therefore, it was only then that Lee Sung-tae realized why the system didn't give ready-made drawings when he received the reward yesterday, but left them in his mind. In this way, he was the only one in the world who could draw those weapons down. Other people just want to excerpt it, and they simply can't. Lee Sung-tae clenched his fists and twisted his body a bit, saying, "It's still the system that thinks long-term, even the secrecy measures are so excellent." With that said, he lifted the drawing on the tabletop and began to look it over carefully and thoughtfully. The weapon he had just drawn was a semi-automatic rifle, very close to the 38 Dagai, not very accurate but powerful. If it could be mass-produced, it would make up for this completely. A rifle shot is not accurate enough for that martial artist to possibly dodge it. But with 10 rifles, or maybe 100, fired at the same time, there's no need for accuracy. When the time comes, it will be densely packed with bullets, and even if you are strong in martial arts, it won't help. When he thought of this, Lee Sung-tae put the drawings away, turned around, and walked outside. He remembered earlier that inside the Luo net of the dead, there seemed to be a few skilled craftsmen, who were not very skilled in martial arts, but were very strong in forging. So, Lee Sung-taek wanted to find them to try and build the weapon out.
A few moments later.
In the living room, Lee Sung-taek was sitting on a stool with 3 middle-aged men standing in front of him.
Lee Chingza glanced toward the 3 and said, "Have you guys ever forged a weapon before?" One of the 3, a slightly older one, arched his hand and said, "Back to your highness, the 3 of us were all ironworkers before we joined Luonet. The martial arts are no better than the others, but when it comes to forging, the skill is absolutely nothing to write home about." "That's right."
Another person immediately agreed, "Please rest assured, your highness, our forging techniques can definitely be called first class." The man at the end said, "Your highness, it's not that we're boasting, as long as the drawings are there, there's nothing we can't build." Lee Chingza immediately clapped his hands and laughed, "Good, that's what I was waiting for."
Immediately following, from inside his sleeve, he pulled out a drawing and said, "This is what I need, will you see if you can build it?"
One of them walked quickly to Lee Chingza, received the drawing with both hands respectfully, and then opened it slowly.
Then all 3 of them looked toward the drawings.
Only, when all 3 of them, after looking at the drawings, their faces all began to turn strange.
After seeing this, Lee Chingza opened his mouth and asked, "How is it? Can you build the things on top of this drawing?"
The slightly older man said, "Just building it out, that's really no problem. It's just that these things are so strangely long and square and round, I've never seen them before."
The other 2 agreed. Lee Chingza waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you guys don't recognize it, you just need to build it out."
The slightly older man, who immediately put the drawings away, arched his hand and said, "Please don't worry, your highness, just leave this matter to us." Lee Sung-taek added, "Remember, as long as it's on the drawing, anything that appears, build it to scale."
"Not one less."
"Yes, understood,"
the 3 said in unison.
Lee Sung-taek nodded his head and said, "Go ahead, and if you need anything, feel free to let me know. If it's caused, I'll have a big reward when the time comes." The 3 then turned to leave. When Lee Sung-taek saw them leave, he followed suit and stood up from the stool, heading outside the living room.
Now that the weapon has found someone to forge it, the next step is to wait for the results. Once the forge was complete, he could figure out how to make bullets. When the time comes. "Hey!" Just then, Jia Yan, who was dressed in a green Taoist robe, walked over quickly. "My lord."
Jia Yan came to Lee Chingza and said, "My lord, the time has come for us to go to the theater."
When Lee Chingza heard this, he immediately became interested and said, "Has Lee Chun Gang already passed?" Jia nodded, "That's right, he left an hour ago. I guess, in another half an hour, we'll be able to meet up with each other." Lee Chingza laughed and said, "Good, very good. Come on, take a couple of guys and let's hurry up and get it together." That was a battle between 3 Grand Masters. Definitely not a simple one, and the spectacle must have been spectacular. Outside of Kyoto, 30 miles away.
The 2 of them, 5 bamboos and 4 gu swords, ran quickly on the ground, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Soon, they stopped at a place piled with rocks.
Just shortly after they stopped,
from a position just behind him came a slow voice.
"Finally! I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Chapter 182, The 4 Guards' Sword's True Goal. A little before.
Fan Jian was about to head inside the study to work after breakfast, but when he thought of something, he changed direction and came to the entrance of the spiritual hall. When he stopped, he saw that inside the spiritual hall, there were 2 people kneeling, Fan Roa Roa and Fan Sija. Ever since the establishment of the spirit hall, Fan Roa Roa had been wearing mourning and wanted to take the initiative to keep the spirit for Fan Xian, and no one could dissuade her. Fan Jian also knew that Fan Roa Roa and Fan Xian had a deep bond, especially when she was a child, and the period of time when she went to Danjo for convalescence was the happiest and most blissful time for her. Now that she knew Fan Xian was dead, naturally she couldn't take the blow and it was normal for her heart to feel bad. Only, Fan Jian didn't expect that it was already the 3rd day, and Fan Roa Roa was still drowning in grief. Moreover, according to the subordinates of the mansion, they claimed that Fan Roa Roa basically hadn't eaten since the days of the wake, and her body was very weak.
If this keeps up, something is bound to happen.
And because of the big picture, he couldn't tell his daughter about the fact that Fan Xian wasn't actually dead yet.
This put Fan Jian in a difficult position.
And now there was nothing to do but watch, as his daughter grieved excessively, without being able to tell the truth. Fan Jian contemplated for a moment, sighed slowly, and then walked into the spiritual hall. When he walked in, he saw Fan Ruoro kneeling on the ground, her eyes already red and swollen from crying, and her face even more streaked with tears.
And across from Fan Ruoro, likewise kneeling, was Versace.
Only, unlike Fan Ruorua, he was currently sleeping with his head tilted.
Yes, you can fall asleep on your knees.
After Fan Jian saw Versace, a nameless fire instantly ignited in his heart. The designations of canine and cotton padded were, between the moments, fully materialized. At that moment, Fan Ruorua sensed someone coming in and slowly raised her head. "Father." Fan Ruorua said as she looked up, but her voice was a little hoarse. When Fan Jian saw Fan Ruorua's appearance at the moment, his heart ached even more. Poor daughter. At the same time, Versace, who was originally sleeping, seemed to have sensed something and immediately opened his eyes. Then, he saw Fan Jian's figure and was immediately startled.
Immediately afterward, Versace reacted, hastily bowing his head and crying bitterly. "My big brother, you died a horrible death. How did you die so badly? How can I live without you? Big brother, my good big brother." Versace cried in style and looked devastated. If an outsider who didn't know the situation had seen the scene in front of him, he would have thought that he was on very good terms with the deceased. And when Versace was fake crying, the performance felt so realistic that it was completely unnoticeable. So, he wasn't panicking at all at the moment, and even wanted to laugh a little. Maybe, later, his father will even praise him. Just as Versace was rejoicing inwardly, he was startled by a cold shout. Only after Fan Jian gave a cold shout, he reprimanded, "Shut up! You rebellious son!" After hearing Fan Jian's words, Fan Xija's heart immediately cooled halfway, and he didn't dare to say anything more, obediently lowering his head. He didn't understand why his father was angry just now when he had clearly performed realistically. It doesn't make sense. After Fan Jian blankly glanced at Fan Xija, he came to Fan Ruorua's face and comforted her. "Oh daughter, do not grieve too much. People who are dead can't come back to life, and those who are alive, take more care of their health." "Father, Fan Ruorua looked at Fan Jian in front of her, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. In fact, she knew she couldn't, but she just couldn't help it in her mind. Especially at night, it's always hard to remember what happened in my childhood. Fan Jian said, "If Fan Xian knew that you didn't eat, drink, or rest all day for his death, you wouldn't die in peace. Take my father's advice and rest, you have to live well, there's still a long road ahead." Fan Ruorua's eyes were brimming with tears as she silently nodded and said no more. However, Versace, who was on the side, immediately looked up after hearing what he had just said. "Dad, does that make me?" "No." Fan Jian drew, yelling towards Versace. "Stay where you are and don't take a step away. If I find you sleeping again, you'll have your legs broken." "Oh. Well." Versace lowered his head in frustration. Afterward, Fan Jian no longer stayed here, turned around, and headed out. By the time he had just left the entrance of the hearth, the underlings of the mansion came over. "Master, the guest is waiting for you inside the study. Said he had something important to discuss." Fan Jian waved his hand and said, "Got it, I'll be right over. By the way, have the maids in the house, keep the young lady under observation at all times. As soon as she feels any discomfort, send her back inside the room to recuperate." "Yes, master." The subordinate nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. When Fan Jian arrived at the study, he saw Qin Pingping sitting in a wheelchair, looking at him with an excited face. Fan Jian asked with a puzzled expression, "What is it that makes you so happy?" Qin Pingping said, "Just now, 5 bamboos sent back a message saying that they have already printed out the people and will start the big battle soon. Let's hurry over and take a look, we can't miss such a good thing." Fan Jian's face was ecstatic as he said, "Really? That would be a joyous occasion to be happy about. Go, we're going over there now." Originally, a duel between great masters was a rare scene in the world, sometimes not seen in a lifetime. Now not only do you get to meet, but you get to meet 3 grand masters. It's natural to miss out when there's something so exciting going on. Fan Jian then pushed the wheelchair that Qin Pingping was sitting in and walked towards the door. A small town 40 miles away from Kyoto City. Gu Swords, with white hair and wearing rough linen clothes, was sitting in a tavern, drinking slowly. The donkey that had originally carried him was currently tethered to a nearby tree trunk, leisurely eating hay. After Gu Jian finished a glass of liquor, he put down the glass in his hand and sat down in place to contemplate. Originally, this was an area he didn't want to come to, because he had been here several times over a decade ago. Back then, after Yi Qingmei's death, that supervisory court, treasury financial power, had been her business, and as a result, all of them had fallen into Emperor Qing's hands.
Siku's sword finds out that the biggest beneficiary is actually Emperor Qing, and rightly suspects him of being the murderer. So, in order to help Light Eyebrows take revenge, he broke into the palace at night 3 times in a row, preparing to assassinate Emperor Qing. Only, every time he approached Emperor Qing's chambers, he could feel a powerful aura that surrounded the entire palace. Moreover, inside the palace, there were numerous 9th grade experts, and a large group of personal guards guarding the palace, so there was no chance to strike. Therefore, the 4 guards' sword could only leave as well. Only, he didn't come over this time just for the sake of, well, fighting that mysterious person.
There's one more important thing. Assassinate Emperor Chang. Chapter 183 Battle of 3 Great Masters.
Originally, the 4 Gu swords had not come over from Dongi City just to meet that mysterious sword master.
He had another purpose. That is, to assassinate Emperor Chang.
More than 10 years ago, the 4 Gu swords broke into the palace 3 times at night, trying to assassinate Emperor Qing to avenge the death of Yi Qingmei. Only, for some reason, it resulted in him not making a move and returning without any success. At that time, he wasn't afraid to make a move, but he was worried that, after failing to assassinate, he would instead draw out the Great Master and expose his identity. In doing so, it would put Dongi City in jeopardy. He was also worried that Emperor Chang would rise up and attack the city of Dongi, causing the people to suffer. However, the current 4 guard sword was not afraid. In these 10 years or so, after his careful teaching, he had already produced 12 9th grade experts. This was more than the Qing kingdom, as well as northern Qi, which had more 9th grade experts among them. Therefore, the 4 guard sword did not have to worry at all about exposing his identity during the assassination, leading to the soldiers coming to Dongi City. When it really came to that time, those 9th grade experts he had cultivated were fully capable of holding back the army. What's more, coupled with their own strength, they don't have to worry about any problems in the slightest. It was precisely because of this that the 4 Gu swords had cooperated with Chen Pingping to come here from Dongi City. It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. For Gu Jian would let Chen Pingping and the others know what a stupid decision it would be to invite him here. When he defeated that mysterious sword art expert, he would head straight to the Qing Empire's palace and behead Emperor Qing's dog's head. Thinking of this, Gu Jian poured another cup of liquor and began to drink it slowly. At this moment, a black silhouette flashed quickly from a short distance away, stopping in front of the 4 Gu swords.
Let's go. 5 Bamboos said with an expressionless face. For Gu Jian put down the wine cup in his hand and asked, have the people been lured out? The 5 Bamboo nodded, yes. So, we need to hurry over there. Gu Jian laughed and said, good. Finally, we can meet this mysterious sword-using expert. Don't let me down. As he spoke, he rose quickly and reached out to the burrow not far away. The long sword that was originally hanging from the donkey immediately hung in the air and slowly flew in front of Gu Jian, who reached out to catch it. Go! As the words just fell, the figures of the 5 Bamboo then and the 4 Gu swords quickly flashed towards the front. Just as the 5 Bamboos and the 4 guards' sword stopped at a place littered with rocks. From a position not far behind them came a slow voice. Finally! I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Hearing the sound, 5 Bamboo and 4 Gu swords quickly turned to look. Then, a white-haired, one-armed old man was seen, sitting on a messy rock and drinking. For Gu Jian looked towards the white-haired old man, his brows slightly furrowed as he began to ponder in his heart. When they came over just now, it was clear that there were no silhouettes around, not even the scent of a living person. So how is it that all of a sudden, a gray-haired old man pops up? Was he here the whole time? Or did it just come out of nowhere? No matter which one it was side-by-side proof that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that being able to defeat the 5 Bamboos and also break one of their arms was not by chance. Watch out, that's him. 5 Bamboo took out his iron pestle from behind him and whispered a warning to Seguru's sword. At this time, after Li Chungang took a sip of his drink, he laughed and said, Yo, you still know how to find help. That makes it even more interesting. 5 Bamboos grunted coldly, last time, I was blamed for being gullible, which is why I lost to you. This time, I'm going to make you pay back double. Li Chungang nodded his head and smiled, yes, no problem at all. I just don't know if you have it in you. At this time, the 4 Gu swords let out a light laugh and said, mad enough. In that case, let me try first. As soon as the words fell, the 4 guard sword reached out and shook his hand, and the pitch-black long sword immediately appeared in his hand. Immediately following that, without the slightest hesitation, he quickly chopped his sword forward. Snort.
With the sound of a sword chiming. The black sword Qi, after appearing from the sword, quickly chopped towards Li Chungang in front of him. This sword was fast and vicious, not giving anyone time to react, suddenly appearing out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, the sword Qi chopped down head-on, about to land in front of Li Chungang. However, Li Chungang did not show the slightest sign of panic when he saw this, and even the wine pot in his hand did not show any signs of fluctuation. Only his body, which had slowly moved 3 inches to the left, stopped where it was.
Next moment.
The black sword Qi then brushed against Li Chungang and landed on the messy rocks behind him.
Bang! As an explosion rang out.
The black sword Qi landed on the chaotic rocks and smashed them into smithereens. In a moment, countless, albeit small, stones spread out in all directions. It was just that the rocks did not hit Li Chungang's body as they scattered. After Li Chungang took another sip of wine, he laughed. The moves are vicious enough, but the speed is a bit slow and the power is weak. If it's only with an attack like that, it's not even enough to scratch an itch with me. The dish you have to practice more. Contempt, abject contempt. The sword struck by the 4-guard sword just now, although it did not use its full strength, its power and speed were not weak. If it were a 9th grade expert, he would definitely not be able to block it, let alone dodge it easily. However, the other party not only dodged it, but he was also able to calculate it in a short period of time, and the distance between the sword Qi and his body as it traced across his body were proof of the other party's extraordinary nature. It seemed that the old man in front of him was really not easy to deal with. However, it was a good thing for the 4-guard sword. Because he could finally, painfully fight. Thinking of this, the 4-gu swords wore a smile on his face, and with his toes gently pointing on the ground, his entire body quickly dashed forward. Upon seeing this, the 5 bamboos did not follow closely behind, but stood in place with an iron pestle in hand, ready to wait and find a suitable opportunity before intervening against the enemy. Then, in mid-air, there was a loud bang, and the sight of sword Qi flying about. Meanwhile, Li Chengze and Jia Dang, among others, had already taken a carriage and quietly walked out of Kyoto City. Just as they left the city, 30 miles or so away, a loud bang was heard, in mid-air. Li Chengze, who was inside the carriage, shouted excitedly after hearing the voice. Go, 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 go faster, they're already fighting. A battle between 3 grandmasters was no joke, the scene was sure to be exciting. If you missed the spectacle, you'll probably regret it for the rest of your life. The horseman who drove the carriage, upon hearing Li Chengze's words, immediately threw up the long whip in his hand, increasing the speed of the carriage, again, by quite a bit. Just as Li Chengze hoofed it forward. Other side. The people that Fan Jian and Shen Pingping had brought with them also sped up their pace and rushed towards the place where that battle was taking place. Chapter 184, If you're a vegetable, practice more. Not long after Li Sung Take rode the carriage and left the outskirts of Kyoto, he heard a loud bang from the place in front of him. At that moment, Jia Yan looked toward the front and said, "My lord, they've already fought." Li Sung Jack immediately nodded his head and said, "I heard the sound. Come on, let's stop the wagon first and we'll walk there on foot." A grandmaster was already transcendent, not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to, that perception was naturally very strong. It would be too big a target to drive over there in a horse-drawn carriage. So, it would be the safest move to go there on foot. With the driver yanking on the reins, the carriage immediately stopped in place. Li Chengze waved his hand to the crowd and took the lead in jumping down from the carriage, with the others following in droves. Then, as a group, they began to quietly feel their way forward. Other side. Fan Jian and Shen Pingping had brought quite a few people with them, and after coming out of Kyoto City, they had rushed here without stopping. Since they were coming out of the main gate, they weren't on the same path as Li Sung Take and didn't meet on the road. However, just now, after hearing the loud noise, and knowing that the battle had already been fought, the traveling speed was accelerated even more. Soon after, Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, among others, abandoned the carriage that had come in a hurry and headed on foot towards the messy pile of rocks not far away. It then stopped at a hidden spot. After Fan Jian stopped his form, he looked ahead, just in time to see 2 white-haired old men, each wielding a longsword in their hands, fighting furiously. He looked around again and immediately said to the people behind him, "You guys, now quietly ambush the surrounding area and wait for them to fight and lose both of them before rushing up. Remember, if the time is not right, never make a move." These people were the tiger guards that he had carefully cultivated, and each of their martial arts realm had already reached around the 8th rank, and all of them had very strong combat power. Even though they were united together, they were no match for that Grand Master. However, it shouldn't be a problem to restrain a grandmaster who was seriously injured.
Yes.
The dozen or so men in civilian clothes nodded to Fan Jian, and then they each separated. Immediately following, Fan Jian said to Chen Pingping, "When will your Black Rider come over?"
Chen Pingping said, "I've just given the order, they'll be here soon."
"Don't worry about it, today is a carefully prepared setup by us, that mysterious Grand Master will never be able to escape." When Fan Jian heard this, he nodded, feeling that what Chen Pingping had said was indeed somewhat reasonable. If 2 Grand Masters, plus a dozen Tiger Guards, and a dozen Black Riders, were still unable to defeat the other party, then he is no longer a man, but a god. Only a god could escape from such a situation. But in this world, there are no gods at all. No matter how strong or powerful the martial arts are, then he will always be human. It's human then, it hurts, it feels tired, it breaks. Therefore, they will definitely be able to catch this person when they come over this time.
In the meantime,
Li Chengze and Jia, a few others, also leaned in and stopped a few miles away from the battle. When Li Chengze saw Li Chungang leisurely engaging the enemy, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Especially, when he saw the white-haired old man, he nodded thoughtfully. It must be that this white-haired old man is the Four Gu Swords, who is known as the Sword Saint. It was a bit different from what he had imagined it to look like before. I just don't know if I'll be able to carry a few moves when I fight Li Chungang later. At that moment, Jia Yan, who was beside him, immediately pointed to Yu Fang's position and whispered,
"Lord, look, there's someone there. It seems to be Sananbo and the head of the inspectorate."
"Ha?" Li Chengze immediately became interested when he heard these 2 names and looked in the direction Jia pointed. Sure enough, not far from them, they saw the figures of Fan Jian and Chen Pingping. Li Chengze muttered in a low voice, "These 2 old boys, they actually came too."
"That's interesting."
Jia Yan said, "Lord, look at the position next to you, there are a dozen or so men surrounding it, it must be one of theirs. They're trying to pull a sneak attack.
Should we step in and help Li Chungang?" Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said, "Not for now.
Let's take a look first, it's just a group of people whose strength is around the 8th rank, they can't make any waves."
"Yes." Jia nodded and said no more.
However, the reason why Li Sung-taek said this was because he completely had the capital to do so.
Because when he came over just now, not only did he bring Jia Yan, he also brought Xiang Yu, Li Siyuan Xiao, Fan Wusa, Xiebian, Covering Sun, Black and White Shanjian, and so on, all of which are experts of the 9th grade.
With just those of them, Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao alone will kill them cleanly in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Sung-taek didn't panic in the slightest. Other side. The battle between Li Chungang and the Four Gu Swords had thoroughly begun to be fought. It was only that the Four Gu Swords wanted to test the strength of that Li Chungang and did not use their true strength. He took the lead, his toes slammed on the ground, and his body was like a long arrow shot out, running forward quickly. However, when he arrived in front of Li Chungang, he suddenly swung the long sword in his hand and struck out a powerful sword chi. This sword chi was like lightning, catapulting out and rushing towards Li Chungang. And Li Chungang laughed, his eyes condensed, immediately flicked the hand of the wooden ox horse, then the oncoming sword chi instantly dissolved into nothing. Immediately afterward, his feet moved and his figure flashed forward, like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the Four Gu Swords. The wooden ox horse in his hand spun around his wrist, and then he stabbed the Four Gu Swords straight in the chest. For Gu Jian was taken aback on the spot when he saw the scene in front of him. What a fast sword! Even though his heart was prepared for this, he was stunned to the point of being surprised by the tricks that were being used at this moment.
This man is truly extraordinary.
However, stunned as he was, his body's instincts, when it came to danger, still reacted quickly. The Four Gu Swords dodged sideways and hastily raised the long sword in his hand, blocking it in front of his body in a smooth manner, preparing to receive the long sword that was rushing over hard.
Dang!
A loud sound of metal colliding instantly resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. At that moment, Li Chungang then laughed, "Good, to be able to block this sword of mine, you are proud enough. It seems that the helpers found this time aren't just drunkards."
However, For Gu Sword's face immediately became gloomy after hearing the other party's mocking words. Since his debut, he had always been an expert with a sword and had rarely lost. More so, in the end, the world honored him as the Sword Saint, the most sufficient proof of the strength of his swordsmanship. As a result, now being humiliated by a nameless old man, one after another, how could his heart not be angry? For Gu Sword's body quickly retreated backward, and then he coldly grunted. "I'm pissed. You'll realize how ignorant it was to say what you just said. Chapter 185, Battle to the Death.
As soon as Si Gu Jin's words fell, he no longer thought of testing the other party, and immediately exerted his full strength. After all, in his opinion, this white-haired old man in front of him, even though he only had one arm, his own power was definitely not to be underestimated. If he didn't go all out, he would definitely not be a match for others. Furthermore, he had traveled a long way to come here, but he had another purpose. If they were defeated now, wouldn't there be no chance for what they were going to do later? Therefore, the four-guard sword thought of a quick battle. And at this moment, Li Chungang, when he saw the four gu swords rushing over, the aura emitted from his body was much higher than before.
Obviously, the other side wanted a quick battle. Ha!
When he thought of this, Li Chungang's heart then suddenly laughed.
It's more fun that way.
Subsequently, Li Chungang also got a little more serious and swung the wooden ox horse in his hand to fight with the four gu swords. Both sides went back and forth, sword shadows crisscrossed, and waves of air flew horizontally. The mountain rocks that originally fell in front of the two of them launched explosions one after another, and countless pieces of debris then splashed in all directions. Li Chungang's sword technique was agile and ethereal. Not only was it fast, but the moves were also exceptionally aesthetically pleasing, and in every move and every style, there was beauty everywhere. Not only that, when he made his moves, they were as unpredictable as traveling clouds and flowing water. However, when the moves landed in front of the opponent, they contained a powerful true chi, and the power instantly skyrocketed, making it impossible to defend against them. The swordsmanship performed by the four gu swords was very different from Li Chungang's, with the main focus being calm and rigid, and somewhat overbearing. It seemed that every strike was infused with powerful true chi, wanting to have the power to open mountains and crack rocks, unstoppable. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, the surrounding crowd of onlookers revealed shocked expressions. Especially that Fan Jian and Chen Pingping.
Good. Good strong. Fan Jian read with a shocked face.
He had heard Five Bamboos say earlier that the mysterious man was extremely powerful, much more powerful than any Grandmaster ever.
At first, Fan Jian was unconvinced.
After all, when he was young, he had also seen the might of the great masters, all of whom had transcended mortals and were unrivaled in the world.
If it is stronger than such a person, can it still be called a human being?
Therefore, Fan Jian felt that in the beginning, it was the Five Bamboos who had deliberately exaggerated the strength of their enemies in order to regain face after they had been defeated. As it turned out, it wasn't that Five Bamboo was exaggerating, but that he hadn't seen the world. It turns out that in this world, there really are such people. The strength of that four gu swords, Fan Jian knew all about it, and despite also being a Grandmaster's strength, it was amongst the several Grandmasters, and was a leading existence. Even he had gone all out and still hadn't defeated his opponent, so one could imagine how strong it would be. What's more, just now, the two of them only exchanged blows for the first time, and the strength they displayed was already enough to shock everyone. If it were a ninth-grade expert, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat a single move. Thinking of this, Fan Jian swallowed heavily. Chen Pingping, who was beside Fan Jian, was also shocked by the scene in front of her. He was also puzzled as to when, exactly, the world had actually appeared, such a perverted and powerful person? That's the four-guard sword, which is known as the Sword Saint. In the world today, the strongest Grandmaster of swordsmanship. Moreover, having not seen him for more than a decade, his power level was definitely stronger than before.
No exaggeration. Of the several great masters in the world today, the four-guard sword of today would certainly rank first. A powerful figure like this can't even beat his opponent? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have been able to believe it. This guy, where on earth did he come from? Chen Pingping muttered in a small voice. Fan Jian shook his head and returned, who knows? I can't believe I didn't hear half of this before. This guy, he's hiding really deep. Pity.
After Chen Pingping heard Fan Jian's words, she began to stop speaking. He understood what that pity just now really meant. How great would it be if such a strong Grandmaster was someone from their camp?
Pity.
Not far away, the Five Bamboos, still holding the iron pestle, looked straight ahead, at the battle in front of them.
He's waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. If you don't make a move, you will kill.
He could no longer tolerate this one-armed old man in front of him, living in this world again.
If we don't get rid of this man today, that would be a major disaster for them in the future.
So, within his heart, Five Bamboos had already made up his mind.
Today, no matter how much it costs, this person must be killed here. Other side. Li Chengze and Jia Yan, among others, were also shocked to their core as they looked at the fight not far away.
Not only Li Chengze, even that Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxiao, as well as Fan Wusu and Xia Bian and the others, their faces were full of excitement. This was a battle between great masters. It was truly terrifying like that. Every move and every stance appeared to be plain and ordinary, but when they collided, they could explode with great power. If this were to be them, they would definitely be directly decapitated in front of the other party before they could pass 3 moves. There were even a few people who, upon seeing the battle in front of them, had begun to learn their moves in earnest. A scene like this is something that the average person would never have the chance to see. At this time, after seeing the scene in front of him, Li Chengze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was such a smooth battle. Moreover, this could no longer be considered mortal, it could all be compared to a cultivator. Just from the two of them alone, the sword aura emanating from them was capable of decapitating an average person in this regard. In the future, if he had the chance, he would also learn from Li Chungang. Right at this moment, the true chi stirred in mid-air, and an invisible sword chi began to spread in all directions, stirring all the debris on the ground into mid-air, and then it fell heavily. While the 4 guards' sword's body retreated backward and stood in front of him with the sword in one hand, his mouth was chanting.
Next moment.
The long sword in the hands of the 4 gu swords began to shake rapidly, instantly manifesting dozens and dozens of sword shadows that rushed toward Li Chungang in unison. Even the air resounded with tearing sounds as these sword shadows flew forward. When 5 Bamboo saw the scene in front of him, he knew that the opportunity was coming right away, and the iron pestle that he was holding tightly in his hand began to show a slight tremor. However, at this moment, Li Chungang, after seeing the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Immediately following, he took the wooden cow horse in his hand, adjusted it in one direction, and began to hold it in his backhand, gently thrusting it into the ground. Then, softly, he droned, "Sword and shield, rise." As Li Chungang's words fell, a sword shield several feet tall immediately appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of him.
Dang! Dang! Dang!
The sword shadows that had just charged head-on were all blocked by the sword shield that had just appeared. Li Chungang will be wooden cowhorse, gently pulled up from the ground, then to the 4 gu jian laugh.
That's what makes it fun. Come on, give it your all. Let's battle it out. Chapter 186, Is This For Me?
Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Emperor Qing, dressed in civilian clothes, sat in front of his desk, holding a porcelain jar in one hand and a porcelain pestle in the other, gently grinding something. Quickly, he picked up another small wooden spoon, scooped up the black gunpowder next to him, and gently poured it into the porcelain jar. Followed closely by another scoop, feeling that the amount was a bit insufficient. Then, the polishing began to continue. And on the table in front of Emperor Keiji, there were arrowheads, steel blocks, pieces of armor, and quite a few oddly shaped things. Just as Emperor Chang was seriously polishing the gunpowder, a man wearing a black robe, with a veil over his face, walked in quickly from outside the imperial study. When he reached Emperor Qing's face, he immediately kneeled down on one knee and bowed his hand in obeisance.
Your Majesty, my humble servant has something important to report.
When Emperor Qing heard the voice, he raised his head and looked ahead. As a result, when he saw the visitor clearly, his brows frowned slightly and he immediately stopped what he was holding. This person was not an ordinary guard, but a secret guard that he had previously ostracized, specializing in overseeing important people. Therefore, they would never easily return to Kyoto City as a last resort. Quickly, what happened? Emperor Chang asked hurriedly. The secret guard said, Your Majesty, 3 days ago, the 4 gu swords suddenly left Dongi City alone, their whereabouts unknown. Lest this matter be unfavorable to His Majesty, my humble servant has rushed back to report it. When Emperor Qing heard this, he instantly stood up from his stool and his face turned gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he began to brood in place. What the hell? How did the 4 guards' sword leave Dongi City, all of a sudden? Where did this guy go? It shouldn't have come at him. Emperor Qing's reason for this concern was entirely due to a previous experience. As early as a dozen years ago, after Yi Qingmei's death, that 4 gu swords had broken into the palace 3 times, wanting to be unfavorable to him. At that time, it was because of the hegemonic true qi, the aura emitted from his body, which temporarily intimidated the 4 gu swords, and that's why he didn't strike on the spot. Otherwise, it must have been a big battle. Perhaps even the secret that he knew martial arts would be exposed. In the end, when Si Gu Jian left the city of Kyoto, Emperor Qing also wanted to send his soldiers to kill him to put an end to the problem. However, there was no excuse to send troops, and because of other delays, this was not done. Ever since then, that 4 Gu swords had been standing guard near Dongyi City, never leaving. Therefore, Emperor Qing did not take this matter to heart, ready to find an opportunity in the future, and then the city of Dongyi, as well as the land of northern Qi, all razed to the ground. But now the 4 Gu swords suddenly left Dongyi City. That could be a big or small matter for Emperor Qing.
What if this guy is a thief and wants to assassinate him again?
So, he had to take precautions. Thinking of this, Emperor Qing spoke, "You hurry back to inform the others and give me a careful search. We must know where the 4 guard sword has gone and where it is at this moment."
Yes.
The dark guard nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. Emperor Qing then began to wander in place, thinking about what to do next. It was already enough of a nuisance lately, and now this pops up.
Abominable. It's really an abomination. A few moments later,
Hong Xiich's figure, like a ghost, flashed in through the door.
"Your Majesty, the old slave has something important to report." Emperor Chang waved his hand and said, "Speak, what is it again?"
Hong Xiichi said, "The 4 Gu swords have appeared outside of Kyoto."
What? Emperor Chang was stunned for a moment and said, "The 4 Gu swords have run outside of Kyoto? This old man is really coming at me."
However, Hong Xiich shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, that 4 Gu sword is not aimed at you."
"What do you mean?"
Emperor Chang asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Hong Xiichi added, "Not long ago, Uncle Sinan and Dean Chen, with the Black Riders and Tiger Guards, went out of the city." When Emperor Qing heard this, his face became more puzzled and he asked, "What are the two of them doing out of the city? Is it hard to kill the 4 guard sword?"
"Isn't this nonsense? The 4 Gu swords are great masters, how could they be able to kill them?"
Hong Xiich, "Your Majesty, the matter is like this.
A few days ago, there was a mysterious swordsmanship expert who actually injured him and broke an arm when he fought with 5 bamboos. It was later learned that the mysterious sword-using expert was in league with the one who robbed the penal colony at that time. So, in order to get rid of this person, President Chen invited the 4 Gu swords over and joined forces with the 5 bamboos in preparation for the execution of this person."
Emperor Qing came to a realization after hearing Hong Xiich's words. So that's what happened.
He still knew something about the strength of the 5 bamboos. Among the several Grand Masters, they were almost unrivaled. Even such a strong person was not only defeated, but also had an arm broken, so one could imagine how strong the other party was. Now, in order to deal with him, he actually invited the 4 Gu swords and prepared to fight 2 against 1. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle, and this person was bound to lose. With 2 great masters combining their powers, it was thought that no one in the world would be a match.
"Where is the person now?" Emperor Chang asked.
Hong Xiich returned, "The people are all outside of Kyoto, 30 miles away, and it is estimated that they have already fought by now."
"Ha ha ha, good."
Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "You hurry over to take a look, and if you have any news, come back immediately to inform me.
I want to know the results."
If these 2 groups of people fought, in the end, no matter which side won, it would be good for him.
It's better to lose both of them. It was because of this that Emperor Qing was so happy. "Yes, old slave will go check it out now." Hong Xiich nodded his head in agreement, turned around and left.
Emperor Chang then sat down at his desk and continued to begin polishing the gunpowder in his hand.
Let's hope that when we wait, there will be good news. In the meantime, outside of Kyoto, 30 miles away.
With a loud bang, the body of the 4 guard sword began to take a few steps backwards. He looked at Li Chungang in front of him, and instead of continuing to make an attack, he stopped where he was. At this moment, the 4 Gu swords, inwardly, began to ponder whether or not they should continue to strike later. After the contact of a dozen moves just now, he had a rough idea of the enemy in front of him.
That's strong, very strong.
If he relied solely on himself, he would never be able to fight, much less kill. Even if he chopped out the strongest move, it still wouldn't change the status quo, and at most, both of them would lose. It wasn't the result he wanted. Therefore, the 4 guard sword began to hesitate to continue the fight. And not far away, Li Chungang, as if guessing the thoughts of the 4 Gu swords, did not say anything more, and directly picked up the wine pot from his waist and began to take small sips. It seems that this helper that the other party has found won't be willing to fight to the death either.
Well, that's interesting. I just don't know how long the cooperation between them will last. But it doesn't matter.
Anyway, for Li Chungang, the purpose of these people coming over,
it's all about being able to have fun with him. That's all. Chapter 187. Are they still mortals?
Just as Li Chun-gang and the 4 goose swords were exchanging blows, the robot 5 Bamboo, who was on the side, always held the iron pestle and observed their weaknesses. Only, after observing for a few moments, the 5 Bamboos still hadn't found a break. As Gojutsu was about to continue his observation, he realized that something was wrong. Because he felt that the 4 guard sword had the intention to withdraw. Judging from the battle between the two just now, the sword moves performed by the 4 guard sword, although not the strongest, were not simple in power, and were enough to defeat any opponent. However, it did not produce much effect just now, and was completely blocked by the other party. And the 4 goose swords' battle spirit at this moment had become increasingly low, wanting to have the intention to retreat.
It could be seen that he didn't want to fight with his opponent again.
Moreover, 5 Bamboo also sensed that the 4 guard sword had the intention of hiding its strength.
No way.
Now was a great opportunity to defeat this person. If the 4 guard sword directly retreated, then there would be big trouble. Perhaps in the future, such an opportunity will never be found again. When 5 Bamboo thought of this, he stopped observing in place, threw up the iron pestle in his hand, and darted directly forward.
In the meantime,
4 goose swords was about to put the long sword in his hand away after making that move, but he felt a sound of breaking wind coming from behind him.
This is the 5 Bamboo strikes. Well, he's finally stepped up to the plate.
And Li Chun-gang, who was drinking, immediately put down the wine pot and swung the wooden ox horse in his hand after sensing a figure coming.
Dang!
A loud sound, like a loud bell, violently exploded in midair. Immediately following that, a powerful chi wind quickly dispersed in all directions from where Li Chun-gang was. When the 5 Bamboos held the iron pestle and mortar and struggled to slam it forward, it was easily blocked by Li Chun-gang. However, he didn't back down from that. Instead, he turned his body, quickly in mid-air, and once again swung the iron pestle in his hand. There was a swish sound, and the iron pestle carried a gusty whine as it descended towards the ground. Just when that iron pestle was about to land on Li Chun-gang's body, he then immediately raised his right foot and kicked it head-on.
Bang!
The iron mortar and pestle instantly exploded with a sound as it made contact with the foot. At that moment, 5 Bamboo's arm, as if struck by gravity, felt a wave of soreness and numbness, and he couldn't help but take a few steps backward. However, Li Chun-gang was not only intact, but also had a slight, strange smile on his face. Ever since the last time, when Li Chun-gang fought with 5 Bamboos, he broke his arm and knew that he was not a real person. He found it very interesting. For a non-human created with machine arts to not only live like a normal person, but also to be able to burst out with such a powerful force, it did feel rare. If it wasn't for His Highness's request, he would have taken the teenager's body apart to see what was inside.
Especially his head. Is there a brain in there or not? It's exciting to think about. And at this moment, the 5 Bamboo, who couldn't care less, immediately shouted to the 4 guards sword behind him. What are you waiting for? If the two of us don't join forces, we definitely won't be able to defeat this person. If I die, you're no better. The 4 goose swords had a little hesitation in their hearts after hearing 5 Bamboo's words, but at this moment, they immediately figured it out. If he escaped today, then in the future, he would definitely stagnate in terms of sword arts, and might even regress again. Since he had practiced sword arts, he should be like a sword. No matter what kind of opponents he encountered, he should be courageous and forceful. How could he have the intention of retreating? Fight or die. A true master of the sword never turns his back on his enemy. Thinking of this, the 4 guards sword threw away the distractions in his mind and immediately made the strongest move of his sword art. Afterward, he closed his eyes and willed all the true chi in his body and began to converge towards his hands to lean in. Immediately following that, above the long sword in his hand, it began to shine continuously. As for the 5 Bamboos, when he saw the 4 goose swords start to make their move, he knew that the opportunity had come, and immediately swung his iron pestle and mortar and continued to smash at Li Chun-gang. Other side. Fan Jian and Shen Pingping, both of them, had been stunned speechless when they saw the scene of the battle just now. That's too strong.
Compared to these two people, the experts they had cultivated were nothing but child's play, and could not even make it to the stage. Let's not talk about the other things first, just take that sword chi outwardly emitting and condensing a sword shadow just now. It was not something that an ordinary person would be able to do.
This is no longer mortal.
Fan Jian looked at the battle in front of him and pondered for a moment before saying to Chen Pingping beside him.
Or, we'd better go. Even if we stay here, it won't do any good at all.
Chen Pingping also felt that there was some truth in what Fan Jian had said. These two perverted guys couldn't even be called mortals anymore. Even if they continued to stay here, it wouldn't be enough for them to take a second with a single move.
It is often said that when gods fight, mortals suffer. It was better for mortals like them to get out of here.
It was no exaggeration to say that with the tiger guards and black riders they had brought with them, if they really wanted to engage the other side, they definitely wouldn't survive for more than 3 breaths of time.
Chen Pingping nodded and said, "Good, we will. Now." "Hey, wait."
Chen Pingping added, "Look, the 4 goose swords seem to be about to make a stance.
Let's wait and see, maybe the situation will be reversed soon. In the meantime,
Lee Sung-jack was also shocked by the scene that he had just fought. Worthy of being a battle between great masters, it was truly as terrifying as it was. Especially the sword chi just now, the sword shadows flying across the sky, it tickled him to see it. When this matter was over, he must learn from Li Chun-gang and be able to hurt people with just his sword chi soon.
Li Qingze laughed. "It seems that I really wasn't wrong, these 2 people aren't weak, but they still can't beat Li Chun-gang. The end of this battle is now clear." Immediately afterward, he said to Fan Wusheng and Xiebian who were next to him, "Wait, you two, rush straight to those people. Don't talk much nonsense, just cut them down on the spot. Now that you're out, don't even think about going back." "Yes, understood." Fan Wusu and Xiebian nodded excitedly and immediately pulled out face scarves from their arms to cover their faces. Li Qingze then looked at Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao beside him and was just about to say something. They immediately surrounded them, pulling out their own weapons and blocking in front of Li Qingze. Not only Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao, even the nearby covering sun in black and white Xianjian also surged over in an instant. It was as if everyone, at the same time, sensed that there was danger approaching. "Your Highness, look out." Li Sung-taek froze and asked, "This is?" Just before Li Qingze finished speaking, the 4 goose swords in front of him suddenly opened his eyes and let out a low roar. Immediately following that, he quickly swung the long sword in his hand and fought his way forward. "Break!" As the words of the 4 guards' sword fell, a 10-odd feet long green-colored sword shadow flew out from the long sword in his hand and swiftly chopped towards the front. From a distance, it looked as if a huge sword over 10 feet long had suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Li Chun-gang's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding rocks and dust all stirred into mid-air. Chapter 188 Surprised or not, unexpected or not. With a loud bang, the surrounding rocks and dust all stirred into mid-air. A powerful and ferocious air current began to spread out in all directions. Li Qingze, who was originally still watching the battle ahead, realized that there was dust and smoke and air currents coming at him head-on, and immediately fell to the ground. However, the dust, smoke and air currents did not strike Li Qingze's body, but were stopped by Xiang Yu and Li Siyuan Xiao and the others beside him. These people used their own bodies to block the attack that Li Sung-jack had just made. A few moments later, after Li Sung-jack felt that the wind had calmed down, he then stood up from the ground. He shook out his hair, patting the dust off his body, and hastily asked a few people next to him, "Well, are you guys hurt?" Li Sung-taek knew that the reason why he was unharmed just now was all because of them, blocking the air currents and dust with their bodies. Otherwise, just with his strength, once he was hit, he would not be seriously injured. Sure enough, it was a wise choice to bring them here before coming just now. "Your Highness, we're fine," the crowd replied back in unison. Li Qingze nodded and said, "Good, when we go back later, we'll be heavily rewarded." Other side. The 2 of them, Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, were not treated so well. When the air currents and dust from the explosion just now spread toward them, there was no chance to react at all, and both of them were directly hit and fell to the ground. Especially Fan Jian, after his body landed on the ground, he felt the chi and blood in his body surge upwards and instantly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Put! After Fan Jian sprayed out blood, he immediately wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth with his sleeves, pretending to be fine as he helped Chen Pingping up next to him. "How are you?" Chen Pingping waved her hand and said, "No harm, it can't hurt me yet." Fan Jian glanced towards Chen Pingping and confirmed that no wounds had appeared. After all, he was at least a 9th grade expert, so naturally, he was a bit stronger than him. If it wasn't for the fact that his legs were given off more than 10 years ago, perhaps by now, he would have already advanced to become a grandmaster. Unlike him, there was never a chance for his strength to break through to the realm of the 9th grade. At this time, Chen Pingping whispered, "The move that the 4 goose swords made just now should be the strongest move in his life. If nothing goes wrong, that mysterious old man, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. And that 4-guard sword, it will definitely be weak at this moment as well, so we need to be prepared." Fan Jian was surprised. "You mean we have to wait later?" Chen Pingping nodded and said, "That's right.
Whether it's the 4 goose swords or that old man of whatever, they are all our enemies.
Once you have the chance to get rid of them, then you should never be soft.
Otherwise, it will never be found again. Such a great opportunity. Fan Jian came to a realization and then nodded.
That's right. Opportunities like today are once in a lifetime.
If he missed it, he would never be able to find another chance to make 2 great masters lose at the same time.
Alright, let's do it. Fan Xian immediately nodded in agreement. In the meantime,
the 4 goose swords stopped where they were after cutting out the sword just now, gasping for air from their mouths. Due to the consumption of too much true qi, his body was also starting to become weak. However, it was a good thing that full-strength sword just now, complete with a chop on the opponent's body. He had this confidence, although he couldn't afford to beat his opponent, that serious injury was certainly no problem. Once this person was seriously injured, it would be much better. Moreover, the sword struck by the 4 guards sword just now was not his strongest move.
That was to be reserved for Emperor Qing, so naturally he couldn't use it now.
At that moment, the 5 bamboos flashed over from the side and stopped in front of the 4 guard sword.
On his shirt, several cuts were made, revealing tan skin. 5 bamboos glanced at the 4 guard sword and did not say anything more.
If he hadn't dodged in time just now, that huge sword shadow would definitely have struck along with him as well.
However, 5 bamboos wasn't bothering with him right now.
As long as he was able to defeat his opponent just now, nothing would be a problem.
Otherwise, lol.
Then, after resting for a moment, the 4 goose sword spoke. That sword just now, although it struck him, it should not be killed. At most, it should be considered a serious injury. So, we still can't take it lightly. 5 bamboos gripped the iron mortar and pestle tightly in his hands and nodded. Serious injuries would be enough. If the 2 of them were still unable to defeat this person after he was seriously injured, they would still be unable to do so when they join hands. Then they shouldn't be alive in the world, they can just run headlong into the ground. As soon as the 4 goose swords' words fell, they also tightened their grip on the longsword in their hands, their eyes staring tightly at the dust and smoke that was gradually dispersing in front of them. Although he couldn't see through the smoke in front of him, he could sense that the opponent from earlier was still in the thick smoke. It was because of this that he and the 2 of them, 5 bamboos, did not leave from where they were.
A few moments later,
the smoke in front of his eyes finally dispersed, exposing the phase inside, completely, to the world. Only on the ground, a crack several meters wide and dozens of feet long appeared, so deep that it couldn't be seen. Quite a lot of debris and dust, one after another, fell towards the crack. That Li Chungang, on the other hand, stood in place with his head bowed, the wooden ox horse in his hand, lying casually on the ground. The whole person was as motionless as a wooden statue. When the 4 goose swords saw the scene in front of them, their hearts instantly rejoiced.
Things were not what he expected.
This person, after carrying the sword hard just now, his body had already suffered serious injuries, and now it was estimated that he couldn't even walk freely.
So much for their chance.
4 goose swords shouted excitedly, "Quick, this person is now seriously injured, hurry over and kill him." Without the need to be reminded by the 4 guard sword, the 5 bamboos also noticed it just now, and their bodies immediately rushed forward. Just as the 5 bamboos summoned up all the power in their bodies and poured it all into the iron mortar and pestle in their hands, they came in front of Li Chungang, ready to give him one last blow. Li Chungang, who hadn't moved at all, suddenly raised his head and laughed at the oncoming 5 bamboos, saying, "Sorry, I fell asleep earlier."
Ha!
The 5 bamboo, who was about to swing down the iron pestle in his hand, was startled on the spot by Li Chungang's sudden move.
This is what's going on.
When 5 bamboo felt something wrong in his heart, he hastily put away the iron pestle in his hand and wanted to retreat back. Li Chungang, however, reached forward and pointed.
A chirp sounded.
A red slender sword chi flew out from Li Chungang's fingertips and instantly struck that 5 bamboo's body.
Bang!
The red slender sword chi, directly from 5 bamboo's chest, completely pierced through and struck the ground, bursting out with a loud bang.
Flop!
Before Gajira could react to what had just happened, his body fell straight to the ground and a tiny hole appeared in his chest. At that moment, Li Chungang waved his backhand, and the wooden ox horse that was originally on the ground, lying flat, immediately flew back into his hands. Immediately following that, he turned to the 4 guard sword in front of him and laughed.
Surprise, surprise, surprise? Chapter 189 Defeat is assured and the situation is reversed.
The situation that had just occurred directly shocked everyone present. Especially the 4 goose swords. After seeing Li Chungang, intact, appear in front of him, the whole person was dumbfounded.
What's the situation?
What the hell just happened? He had already done his best to strike a move with such a strong killing power, and not only did he not seriously injure his opponent, he actually didn't even have a single injury.
How did this happen?
He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Moreover, what surprised the four Gu swords the most was the sword chi that Li Chun-gang, just now, had emitted when he counterattacked the 5 bamboos. He actually struck out sword chi hard without using his blades. It's horrible, just horrible. This was completely beyond his previous knowledge. Even if he had practiced sword arts for many years, he was unable to easily do so, and without using any blades as a medium, he was able to strike an extremely lethal sword chi.
Is this person still human or not?
Meanwhile, Li Chengze and the others who were not far away from the onlookers all clapped their hands after seeing the scene just now. A swords god is a swords god and never disappoints. Just now, that sword of the 4 Gu swords had cut out the ground, a dozen feet long crack. The power was naturally not to be underestimated. If it were any 9th grade expert, he would definitely not survive being hit by the attack just now. However, Li Chun-gang not only resisted hard, he actually didn't even have a single injury on his body. He was also able to suddenly strike back at a critical time, injuring the 5 bamboo, who was also a grandmaster.
It's unbelievable.
At this moment, not only was Li Qing's heart excited, even Xiang Yu and Li Tsuanxiao beside him looked at Li Chun-gang with admiration. Especially the covering sun in black and white Xian Jian. Both of them were swordsmen, practicing swords for a living all year round, so naturally, they rejoiced in the heart of their hearts at the wonderful swordplay just now. If they could hit, too, with moves like the ones they just did, they would be willing to die. Therefore, from this moment onwards, in the hearts of several people, Li Chun-gang's position was already second only to His Highness Li Changzhe. Other side. The two of them, Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, were dumbfounded on the spot after seeing the scene just now, and did not come back to their senses for a long time.
Air. Fan Jian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke, "Is this guy still human? How can this be? How can this be? Illusion, what just happened must all be an illusion."
Fan Jian was like this because what had just happened had completely exceeded his cognizance. Originally, the sword struck by the 4-guard sword was already outrageous enough. It was thought that no one in this world would be able to carry this sword hard. Even if it's hard steel, it's going to come down to a toss-up. The result. Not only did people steal hard, they didn't even have a single thing to do. Not only that, but it could also counterattack and injure the 5 bamboos when it mattered. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. No. It's just that he saw it with his own eyes, and he didn't believe in it. Chen Pingping, who was beside Fan Jian, was a little more sensible than him, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Damn, this is big trouble." "Huh?" Fan Jian looked back and asked, "What did you just say?" Chen Pingping sighed and said, "The strength of this fellow in front of us is so terrifying that even if 2 grandmasters join hands, they will not be able to defeat him. Then there's no point in us coming here today. Moreover, this person is our enemy, so sooner or later in the future, we will meet in arms, and it will be troublesome then." Fan Jian heard Chen Pingping's words before he reacted. "Yeah. Since this person is an enemy, he will fight sooner or later in the future. At that time, it would not be so simple to get rid of him again." At this time, Fan Jian said, "Let's not talk about this for now, let's leave first. Since the defeat has already been decided, it won't serve any purpose if we continue to stay here." Chen Pingping nodded and said, "Good, then we are. Now." "Huh?" Just before Chen Pingping finished her words, she suddenly sensed something and immediately shouted, "Tiger Guard, look out!" As Chen Pingping's words fell, the Tiger Guards, who were originally ambushed around the area, suddenly had 2 silhouettes appear behind them, waving their swords and knives in their hands and slashing at the crowd. These 2 people, one holding a sword and the other wielding a sword, their martial arts looked not weak, and in just a few breaths, they had already killed 3 Tiger Guards in a row. The remaining Tiger Guards, upon realizing that there was an enemy attacking them, instantly drew their weapons to fend them off and fought them to a standstill. At this time, Li Qingze, who was not far away, saw that Fan Wusheng and Xiebian had already begun to move their hands, so he said to covering sun in black and white Xian Jian, who were beside him, "You 2 go over there too. Since Chen Pingping is here, the Black Rider must be nearby as well. There's no need to hold back later, kill as many as you can." "Yes." Burying sun in black and white Xian Jian nodded their heads excitedly in agreement and immediately rushed towards a short distance away. In the meantime, Li Chun-gang swung the longsword in his hand and laughed at the 4 Gu swords not far away. That sword just now was indeed quite good in terms of power, it deserves to be praised.
However, it seems that you didn't completely use your full strength. In that case, it's good to be courteous. You cut me, I'll send you a sword.
As he spoke, Li Chungang raised the wooden ox horse in his hand, slowly above his head. As a result, when the four goose swords saw that Li Chungang was about to make a move, they didn't even say anything and their bodies directly retreated backwards. Immediately after that, he turned into a residual shadow and quickly ran towards the front.
Ha! Trying to escape. Li Chungang put away his wooden ox horse and lightly tapped his toes on the ground.
With a whoosh sound, his body disappeared like lightning. Just as Li Chungang and the four goose swords had just left the location of the battle. That five bamboos, who was originally lying on the ground, motionless, immediately stood up and ran away in the opposite direction. Over here, Fan Wusu and Xia Bian, when fighting the tiger guards, didn't have the slightest pressure at all, basically killing one in a few moves. In less than a quarter of an hour, a dozen or so tiger guards had already died or injured most of them, leaving only a few scattered ones, lingering on. At this time, Xia Bian smiled at Fan Wusheng and said, "There are just a few people left, leave them all to me, you can just watch from the side." Fan Wusheng nodded, put the matching sword back to his waist, and said, "Alright, you do it then."
"Thank you, I'll buy you a drink when we go back, yo." Xia Bian smiled charmingly and swung his sword before charging forward. In the meantime,
Fan Jian's teeth gnashed in anger at the sight of the tiger guards being killed. These were people that he had worked hard to train and spent a lot of time and money on.
Moreover, each of them is extremely capable of fighting with one.
Now it's a good thing that before it can really be put to use, it's been given a direct second.
Is this dead? It's all about time and money.
Fan Jian covered his chest, his heart aching to the point of dripping blood. He bared his teeth and growled low.
Damn it! Pissed off. Chapter 190, Fooled. Pissed off.
Fan Jian let out a low roar of anger and immediately drew his long sword from his waist and was about to rush forward to fight for his life against the two veiled men. And at this time, Chen Pingping saw it and hurriedly stopped it.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive.
Fan Jian said angrily, "I'm going to fight them.
Otherwise, how can I swallow this?"
Chen Pingping said with a speechless face, "Spell what are you going to spell?" It's only been less than a quarter of an hour, a dozen or so tiger guards who were 8th grade experts were all killed by others, so you can imagine how strong their force was, at least between 9th grade. You only just have the 8th rank, if you go over there now, you definitely won't survive either.
Fan Jian gritted his teeth and yelled lowly, "What then?
We can't just stand by and watch these tiger guards die for no reason. Do you know how much time and money it takes to train a tiger guard?" When Chen Pingping saw that Fan Jian was so angry, she could already roughly understand in her heart what exactly was the reason. In fact, the killing of the tiger guard is only one aspect. What was even more infuriating was that the results they saw when they came over this time were completely different from what they had thought before. The fallout is just too great. Originally, it was so hard to find two great masters to join forces and deal with this mysterious expert. And they brought the Tiger Guard and the Black Riders with them, hiding in the shadows, ready to be the final winners. After all, once the three of them fought, no matter what the outcome was, it would be completely in their favor. It would be best if both of them lost, and they would then take advantage of the situation, and they could also get rid of the four guards' sword in the process, so it could be said that they were killing three birds with one stone. As a result, by now, not only did the person not get rid of, the plan fell through, even the tiger guards that were brought over before, were also chopped up by others in this regard. This situation, no matter who else it was, could have pissed him off half to death.
Moreover, Chen Pingping had just suddenly, completely reacted.
It turned out that everything that happened just now was a setup that someone else had laid for them, in order to take the opportunity to get rid of them. Otherwise, how did these two veiled people appear? It was obvious that they were not from the four-guard sword. Then there's only one possibility. These guys, they were the ones who framed Fan Xian before. When Chen Pingping thought of this, she felt her scalp tingle, and her back was stirred up in a cold sweat. He immediately waved his hand to Fan Jian and said, "Oh no, we've been duped.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here." Fan Jian, who was originally being annoyed, couldn't help but frown and ask after hearing Chen Pingping's words. "What do you mean? Who did we fall for?"
Chen Pingping said, "I'll explain it to you later, let's get out of here first." Fan Jian saw that Chen Pingping was so panicked that it didn't look like a performance and knew that something must have happened. He immediately put the long sword in his hand, back into his belt, and immediately pushed the wheelchair that Chen Pingping was sitting in, forward. As a result, before they could go far, they saw in front of them, two silhouettes suddenly appeared. When Chen Pingping saw one of them, with the black and white double swords hanging from his waist, he coldly grunted.
Sure enough, it's you guys.
It was only after Fan Jian recognized the black and white Xian Jian that he reacted to the words that Chen Pingping had just said. Turns out these guys are all in on it together. Before, he and Chen Pingping were just guessing, thinking that things just happened.
Otherwise, how could so many experts suddenly appear and unite against Fan Xian?
Now, after seeing the black and white Xian Jian, he has been able to be completely sure. It was just that Fan Jian was puzzled that this person had disappeared after robbing the penal colony, and now how could he suddenly appear here?
Could it be that for the past few days, he has been hiding in?
At this time, black and white Xian Jian drew the black longsword at his waist and smiled at Fan Jian and Chen Pingping.
Now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave.
On the other hand, Covering Sun, who was expressionless, quickly drew the longsword in his hand and walked forward. Just then, there was a sudden ringing around, a burst of hoofbeats.
Follow closely. A dozen or so black riders wearing heavy armor and holding spears came running quickly from a short distance away.
When the two of them, Chen Pingping and Fan Jian, saw the black riders charging in, it was only then that they inwardly breathed a sigh of relief.
Luckily, I brought the black rider here just now.
If these two, in a short period of time, were able to cut down the tiger guards cleanly, it would not be so easy when facing the black riders.
Don't underestimate these black riders. Once there are enough of them, the combat power will be terrifying.
After all, one fully armed heavy cavalryman was equivalent to 10 infantrymen in armor, given equal strength. If the number of cavalry reaches more than 10, then the combat power will be doubled again. Against more than 200 infantry, that is no problem at all.
Moreover, these black cavalrymen were not ordinary cavalrymen, and that power was even stronger.
Therefore, in the face of more than a dozen black riders, even if the two people in front of them were both ninth-grade experts, in a short period of time, they would not be able to take advantage of them at all.
Soon, a dozen or so black riders arrived in front of Chen Pingping in the blink of an eye. Go, my lord, leave this place to us.
Seeing this, Fan Jian didn't say anything more and hurriedly pushed the wheelchair, then walked forward quickly. Moreover, the two of them, Ri and black and white Xian Jian, did not stop Fan Jian and Chen Pingping when they saw them leave, but instead swung their swords and charged towards those black riders. For a moment, the sound of weapons colliding instantly resounded in mid-air. In the meantime, Li Qingze, who was not far away, waved his hand to Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxiao beside him after looking at Fan Jian and Chen Pingping leaving. That black rider doesn't look good to deal with, you two go over there as well.
Remember, leave no one alive.
Yes. Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxiao nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave.
Soon, Xiang Yu and Li Zuanxiao, too, joined the battle to decimate the black riders.
For a while, the sounds of weapons colliding with each other and the neighing of horses rang out one after another. The scene was extremely tragic. Just as Li Sung Take was peering forward, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind him.
Your Highness.
When Li Sung Jack heard the sudden voice, he was immediately startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. As a result, the figure of Li Chungang was seen. Only then did Li Qingze pat his chest and said, "It's you almost scared me to death."
Well, what about the four Gu swordsmen?
Li Chungang shook his head and said, "Back to your highness, he got away. And please, your highness, come down and apologize."
Li Qingze waved his hand and laughed, "Just run away, what can you be guilty of? Just now, you performed so powerfully, you didn't even fall into a disadvantage when you fought 1 against 2, you are truly a godly person, it's too late for me to reward you. For Gu Jian, this old boy, stay still useful, naturally cannot be killed now." Moreover, the scene of the fight just now would surely soon reach Emperor Qing's ears. I just don't know if Emperor Qing, upon realizing this, will sweat it out. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 191, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. A little later.
The black riders who had rushed over aggressively just now were all slaughtered in just half an hour, leaving not a single survivor. The sound of fighting that was still ringing gradually returned to calm. At that moment, Jia said to Li Qingze beside him, "My lord, the battle is over. As you requested, those tiger guards and black riders, all were killed, leaving none alive." Li Sung Take glanced ahead and nodded, "Good, very good. Wait and tell Xiang Yu and the others to pull off the heavy armor on the black riders and take it away. By the way, take even the war horses, they're all good. With these war horses and heavy armor, cavalry could be trained later, and then if they were equipped with rifles, the combat power would be absolutely unbeatable. Originally, these heavily armored cavalrymen were already the nemesis of the infantry, and if each of them held a rifle capable of continuous fire, the scene would be absolutely spectacular. By then, perhaps thousands of heavily armored cavalry could easily annihilate tens of thousands of troops.
Yes, I'll go do it now.
Jia Yan nodded to Li Changze and immediately turned to leave.
And Li Changze turned around again and smiled at Li Chungang beside him. Old Li, are you thirsty? Let me buy you a drink later. Is there anything you want after what you just did? In the meantime,
100 miles away from the outside of Kyoto City, in the middle of the dense jungle, a silhouette quickly ran forward, leaving a trail of shadows on the ground. A moment later, the bizarre silhouette stopped where it was. For Gu Jian reached out and held onto a giant tree, and was panting heavily, the sweat on his face, as if he had washed his face, constantly sliding downwards. Even the clothes on his body had dozens of cuts, and his image was even more extreme. However, Si Gu Jian didn't care about that much at the moment. Instead, he was glad that he had escaped just now. If he hadn't run fast, he probably wouldn't even be alive now. It was also the most suffocating thing he, since his debut, had ever experienced. Pissed off, Siku's sword reached out, hammered heavily on the giant tree, and spat in a low voice. I don't know, where did it come from, such a perverted master? The strength was actually so terrifying. Just now, he had all but chopped out such a powerful sword. As a result, it still didn't hurt the other side. Lightly and easily, he was able to resist his sword, so wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying if he made a counterattack? Therefore, when the four-guard sword saw that the other party was going to counterattack just now, he immediately fled without looking back. He had a premonition just now. If he were to stay and meet the other side's counterattack, there was a good chance that he would die. It wasn't a joke, it was a warning being sent to him out of physical instinct. Afterwards, Si Gu Jian gently patted his chest and said, Chen Pingping really deserves to die, actually daring to trap me. Knowing that the other side is so strong, they still went out of their way to spend a lot of money to invite me here. It seems that he wants me and this person to fight a lose-lose battle, and then have a good time. Humph, just wait, this matter is not over. The four Gu swords poo-pooed a mouthful and rested for a few more moments of time before continuing forward. He had to hurry back to Dongyi City and continue his closed-door cultivation, striving to raise his sword art, once again, to a large realm. Otherwise, he would never come out of the gate. Other side. Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, sitting on the carriage, began to rush towards the city of Kyoto. Though they looked at each other in disbelief, neither of them spoke, except for the occasional sigh. After all, this time out, the results obtained, and the original expected words, the loss is really too great. A dozen or so tiger guards and a dozen or so black riders, all of them died cleanly, and it hurts to think about it. Most importantly, they knew that the person who had framed Fan Xian was there, but they couldn't do anything about it. For a while, suffocation, shame, anger, rage, anger and many other factors, all surged to the heart. However, the two of them, in their hearts, had already begun to decide that when they returned to Kyoto, they would begin to continue investigating this person. It's human beings who have weaknesses, and as long as they can find them, then things are much easier. At this time, Fan Jian pondered for a moment and spoke, in my opinion, it's better not to let Fan Xian leave. If these people can appear here, then they definitely won't let Fan Xian go easily, and if we leave blindly and are discovered by them again, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, it's quite a bit safer if you're inside the city. Chen Pingping nodded and agreed with Fan Jian. No matter what, Kyoto City was also the capital city of the Kingdom of Qing. If it wasn't safe here, then there would be nothing safe for the entire Kingdom of Qing. Okay, let's do what you said, one move is better than another. As long as we don't take Fan Xian out of the city, no one will know that he's not actually dead. And, when I get back, I'm going to look into something very important. What is it? Fan Jian asked. Chen Pingping said, by our side, there is likely to be a mole. Traitors? Fan Jian mused, are you saying that those people have planted eyes around us, that's why? So do you have a clue? Chen Pingping said, I just have a feeling that I need to investigate to know. However, you don't have to be too nervous, just live as usual from now on, and I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Fan Jian nodded. A few moments later. Inside the carriage, a sigh resounded once again. Ahem. Soon after. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Emperor Qing was still sitting at his desk, carefully polishing the gunpowder. Only, his mind was elsewhere, and he would always be thinking about what had just happened. I don't know what it's like, now, exactly. Thinking of this, Emperor Cheng stopped what he was holding. After all, this was gunpowder. If he was distracted again, something would happen. Emperor Cheng then stood up and wandered around inside the room with his hands behind his back. Just as Emperor Cheng was brooding somewhat anxiously, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. "Your Majesty, the old slave is back." When Emperor Cheng heard the voice, he immediately waved his hand and said, "You've finally returned. Quickly tell me with me, what is the situation?" Hong Xiichi arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, just now, the old slave went out of the city to poke around and indeed found 3 great masters exchanging blows in an unusually intense scene." Emperor Cheng laughed. "Let's not talk about the process first, just tell me, what was the final result? Who won in the end?" "It's the 5 bamboo and 4 gu swords, isn't it?" Hong Xiich immediately shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, you have guessed wrong." "What?" The smile on Emperor Cheng's face came to a screeching halt as he looked incredulously at Hong Xiich. "You talk about the 2 of them losing?" Hong Xiich didn't open his mouth, but nodded silently. In the next moment, Emperor Cheng immediately waved his hand and shouted, "No way! This is absolutely impossible. Both of them are Grand Masters, how could they possibly lose if they join hands?" Chapter 192 Northern Qi's Holy Daughter and Little Emperor. Emperor Qing was confused at the moment. If he hadn't heard Hong Xiich's own words, he would never have believed this. 2 Grand Masters, going to fight a Grand Master, and actually failing to fight? How is this possible? Emperor Qing himself was a great master, so naturally, he was able to know what it would be like once the martial arts realm, after reaching that level. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to have this confidence that he could beat 2 great masters. Now a mysterious expert suddenly appeared, but did so with ease. How could this be acceptable to him? "Your Majesty, this is a true matter, the old slave does not dare to tell half a lie." Hong Xiichi, who was on the side, opened his mouth. Emperor Cheng, on the other hand, stood still and continued to ponder. Suddenly, Emperor Cheng suddenly thought of something. Wait. If what Hong Xiichi said just now was indeed true, wouldn't that mean that this mysterious fellow's next target could possibly be him? Thinking of this, Emperor Cheng instantly became alarmed and felt that this matter was indeed possible. "I'm not afraid of anything. If that's the case, it's a good idea to prepare early." Immediately following, Emperor Qing turned to Hong Xiich next to him and opened his mouth. "You go and inquire again to see if Uncle Sinan and Dean Shen have returned yet, and if they're in any danger. This is a matter of great importance, you must not be sloppy." "Yes, old slave will go now." Hong Xiich nodded in agreement and immediately turned around to leave. When Hong Xiich left, Emperor Qing immediately shouted out to the door. "Come on, man! Somebody!" Then, a young eunuch walked in with quick steps. "Your Majesty." Emperor Qing waved his hand and said, "Go, hurry up and call the commander of the Forbidden Army over, I need something to find them." "Yes." The young eunuch was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by Emperor Cheng again. In addition to the chief of the Forbidden Army, there is also the chief commander of the guards and the vice commander, all of them are called over. Only after the young eunuch left did Emperor Qing breathe a sigh of relief. He clenched his hands and began to wander in place, a look of anxiety all over his face. This time, he did panic a bit. If that mysterious person really wanted to plot against him, that would be a big trouble. So, one has to be on the defensive. When the time comes, he must add a few more hurdles to the guards in the palace that won't work. Otherwise, people would really want to kill their way into the palace, and there wouldn't even be room for the other side. He didn't want to wake up and see the other side, silently appearing in the room, quasi-able to be scared half to death. A moment later, Emperor Cheng couldn't help but coldly grunt. Damn it! How did things come to this? Other side. Once Li Sung-taek and the others returned to the royal residence, they began to separate and return to their places of residence to rest. Their outing was a rewarding one. Not only did they defeat the 4 goose swords and the 5 bamboos, but they also obtained a dozen sets of heavy armor and horses. Just need to get the guns made again to train the cavalry. However, in the future, these problems would not be his concern, just leave them to others. It's thanks to the previous, the rewards you get after signing in. If it were anyone else, you certainly wouldn't be completely at ease. The next day, early morning. As usual, Li Sung-taek woke up from his sleep, and after briefly freshening up, he went inside the living room to have breakfast. When he came out from inside the living room, he went back to the bedroom to change his clothes. Because he was going to have to make a trip to the Rapunzel. In the future, if you want to make guns in large quantities, you will first have to solve the problem of bullets. In that case, that inner vault is a sure thing to get. However, to be on the safe side, it's better to take the men and steal some gunpowder back first. If the gunpowder there, indeed, can cause bullets, then find a way to take care of the inner vault. So, Lee Sung-taek had already thought of going around inside the 3 major workshops when the evening came. For now, let's just find those 2 girls and have dinner and drinks and chat. It was about time to see them after the last few days of being so busy with other things. Afterward, Lee Chengza changed into a brand new robe, and then strutted out of the royal residence. Northern Qi, Imperial Palace. In a lavishly built palace. The handsome-looking youth in a gorgeous brocade robe was sitting in the main hall, turning over the rice paper in his hands. And on the top of the rice paper, written in regular script, were 2 verses. The youth looked at the poem on the paper, and a faint smile flashed on his handsome face. Not bad, what these 2 poems are written on, the level is really okay. I didn't think that royal prince of Nanching's, his literary skills are actually so strong that one can't stop appreciating him after seeing it. I wish I'd met him sooner if I'd had the chance. The youth then smiled faintly and continued to flip through the poems in his hands. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the Holy Maiden seeks an audience. When the youth heard the voices outside the hall, he immediately put down the poems in his hands and waved his hand, quickly let her come in. Soon, a woman came in from outside the temple. She was dressed in an orange and yellow soap jacket, purple shirt and pants, a pair of black boots, and a full head of long hair with a purple hairband, tightly hooped behind her head. The whole person appeared to have an extraordinary temperament. Daodu. The woman smiled faintly at the youth as soon as she walked into the great hall. Upon seeing the woman, Daodu immediately stood up from the stool and walked over quickly. Duo, why are you free to come over today? Begonia laughed, of course I missed you, so I came to see. Daodu skimmed her lips and said, Humph, I don't believe it. You have nothing to do, so if you're coming over this time, there must be something else. But I'm glad you were able to come over. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled Begonia Duo's arm forward. Come on, sit down. When Begonia Duo sat down, she spoke, Daodu, do you still remember the last time I talked to you about that? Daodu pondered for a moment and said, is it that thing Riri said? Begonia nodded, yes, that's the one. Over this period of time, we've come into contact with those guys and realized that none of them are unusual characters, and all of their martial arts skills are exceptionally high. The key thing is that the people behind them are certainly not simple either. So I thought it would be a good idea to try and work with them to see what happens. Daodu said, this matter, I have considered it before, and I also feel that it is indeed feasible. Now I am, in name, the Emperor of Northern Qi, but the real power is not in my hands. If we cooperate with those people this time, if we succeed, not only will we be able to solve the external problems, maybe we can even get rid of the internal problems as well. It's just that I'm still a little concerned about the veracity of this. At this time, Begonia Duo said, Daodu, I have a proposal, do you think it's okay? As she spoke, she came to Daodu's ear and whispered a few words. Then, Daodu's face changed drastically and he waved his hand. No, this will never work. Chapter 193, Sisterly Love. When Begonia Dodo told Daodu what was in her heart, she immediately stood up from her stool and said, no, that's never going to work. It's too dangerous. Originally, according to what they said, they wanted those people to come to the North Qi side to talk about cooperation. After all, on their own turf, they have the upper hand no matter how they go about the conversation. As a result, now Haitong Duo wants to bring his own people and go to the neighborhood of Nanchang to talk about cooperation. How could she be comfortable with something so dangerous? Just in case, when the time comes, if something happens, it will be too late to run. At that moment, Begonia said, Daodu, I know what you're worried about. As the saying goes, it's no big deal if you can't spare the child, but you can't spare the wolf. And it would be enough to justify our intentions if I took someone right over there. If something really goes wrong, as long as the Grand Master doesn't make a move, I'll still have no problem escaping. But, Battle Daodu was about to say something else before Haitang Daodu waved her hand to interrupt. There's no buts, we're the best of girlfriends and sisters, if you have a problem, I'll naturally help you out. Otherwise, I don't know how much longer you'll have to wait before you can completely break away from the Empress Dowager's control. Do trust me, there's no problem. War Doudou originally wanted to say something, but after seeing Haitang Duo's serious expression, she swallowed all the words she had just said, and was touched inwardly to the point of crying. Growing up, she only had two, very close sisters. One is Sisley, and the other is the begonia Dodo in front of her. Now Silili has gone to the South Qing lurking, every day through the danger, for the North Chi Pass information they have not seen for many years. The only person around now who could talk was the Haitang Duo in front of her. However, she had to run to such a dangerous place as Beiki to talk about cooperation with others in order to help herself. Thinking of this, War Doudou's eyes began to flood with tears, and he directly reached out to hold Haitang Doudou in his arms.
Duo, thank you.
Haitang Duo patted War Doudou's shoulder and said, "Well, how old are you? Why are you still crying like a child? You are now the king of a country, the emperor of the entire northern Qi, you must always pay attention to your image.
Good girl, smile."
War Doudou let go of Haitang Duo's shoulders, huffed, and said, Duo, I want to really be a male body, how good it would be.
When the time comes, it'll be straight to marrying you as queen.
Haitang Duo blankly glanced at War Doudou and said, "If you were a male and dared to hug me, your hands would have been chopped off for you." War Doudou laughed. "In that case, then I'll have to hug a few more times, the cheapness of the holy maiden of the Hall of Northern Qi, it's not a waste to take advantage of it." Then, it was time to open his arms once again and hold them out to Begonia Duo. As a result, Begonia Duo's body retreated backwards, easily dodging Battle Doudou's attack.
"Since you've agreed, I'll go down and make the arrangements. Anything, wait until you get back."
War Doudou nodded. "Good, then you pay more attention."
Begonia Dodo turned away and waved her hand backward, saying, "Got it. Let's go."
Soon after, Haitang Duo left the main hall.
A few moments later,
War Doudou returned to his senses and resumed his seat where he had just been. She picked up the verse on the table and began to scrutinize it.
Ahem.
If she could, she would also like to follow Haitang Duo and travel to Nanqing together.
Meet the talented prince and what he really looks like. I don't know if, in the future, there will be a chance to see it. Nanqing, Kyoto City. After leaving the royal residence, Li Qingze walked in the direction of the Sangha. Originally, Li Qingze wanted to go find Yi Linger, but after arriving at the Yi mansion, he found that she was not in the mansion. Then there was no need to think to know where Yi Linger had gone. Since she didn't go to the king's mansion, she must have gone to the Shang mansion, and in total, within Kyoto City, there were only these two places. So, Li Sungtae came to the Sangha. When he arrived outside the courtyard of the Sangha, he did not pass through the gate, but came to his previous position and tumbled over the courtyard wall. Why did you go over the wall to get in? The main attraction is a thrill.
Soon after climbing to the wall, Li Sungtae immediately rolled over and landed, heading towards the boudoir not far away.
In the meantime,
in the boudoir, Yi Linger and Lin Wanner sat at the table.
Yi Linger plucked apart a banana and was taking small bites.
Lin Wanner, on the other hand, was flipping through the book of words with pictures in her hands, and on her pretty face, 2 blushes showed. The more she looked through it, the more amazed she felt, lightly covering her lips from time to time, and her face grew redder and redder. At this time, after Yi Linger finished eating a banana, she looked towards Lin Wanner next to her.
Then he hemmed and hawed. How was it? Wasn't it exciting?
After flipping through a few more eyes, Lin Wanner hurriedly closed the picture book, blushing, and said,
"This.
Such a forbidden book, where did you get it?"
"It's degrading." Yi Linger laughed. "Is that so? Since it's degrading, I'm going to have to take it."
As he spoke, he reached for the book of words on the table. However, when Lin Wanner saw that Yi Linger was going to take it away, she hurriedly took the sketchbook in her hands again and said,
"Don't ya, I haven't finished reading it yet."
Yi Linger shook her head helplessly and said, "There are no outsiders here, so you can read it if you want to, what do you care if it's a banned book or not? Anyway, these things can definitely be used later on, after you're married, so think of it as learning ahead of time."
You don't want to, later on, not know anything when you're cavorting with Azer, do you? It's going to be a lot less fun then, for sure.
Originally, Lin Wanner was somewhat repulsed, but just now, after hearing Yi Linger's words just now, she instantly became interested. That's right, in order to make brother Sung Jake happy in the future, she must study in advance and study seriously. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner reopened the talking book again and started flipping through it. This time, when I looked at it again, it was no longer the shy look I had just seen, but a desire for knowledge.
And when Yi Linger saw this, she took another banana.
However, at the moment, in her heart, she was very happy.
Zay is making a fortune having a fiancé like himself.
Not only is he generous, but he is also looking out for him in every way.
Also, Weiner is dorky and cute and does what she says. Even if you live together in the future, that will definitely be fun.
At this time, Yi Linger suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Wanner next to her.
Wanner, let me tell you ha. What about the other day, when I was peeking at this talking book and was caught red-handed by Asawa? What?
Lin Wanner put down the word book in her hands and came over with a surprised face, saying.
And then what? Did brother son Jack talk about you?
She didn't dare to imagine what it would be like to read such shy, forbidden books and be discovered by someone she liked if it was her instead.
Probably, at that time, even had the heart to die. Chapter 190 for the candidate for the new crown prince. After Li Qingze tumbled into the phase house, he headed towards Lin Wanner's boudoir. As he walked forward, he looked around again. The whole thing, it's like being a thief. The feeling, however, was quite exciting. No wonder there are a lot of people who are into cheating, the main thing is the excitement. Thinking of this, Lee Sung-taek immediately shook his head. Throw away the thoughts you just had. He and Lin Wanner were in love with each other, and each was not married, this belonged to a normal relationship, how could it be compared to that? When we find an opportunity in the future, we will marry Yi Linger and Lin Wanner together. If Emperor Qing doesn't agree. Oh. Then make something more so he has to say yes. When the time comes, it will be up to him. Just as Li Qingze was about to walk to Lin Wanner's boudoir, he saw several silhouettes in the aisle not far away. When he looked forward carefully, he realized that it was none other than that Lin Gong, with a few middle-aged men, who were walking forward quickly. Seeing this, Li Qingze was inwardly curious. Those middle-aged men just now, he looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who they were. Moreover, that Lin Gong was more polite to them all, he must be either rich or noble. There must be some secret in it for all these people to suddenly come together. Thinking of this, Li Qingze quietly followed. Soon, Lin Gong brought a few middle-aged men to the entrance of the mansion's study. He took a few steps forward and with a raised hand he knocked on the door of the room and said, "Father, a few of the adults are here." Immediately afterward, inside the room, there were voices. "Come in." With a creak, Lin Gong reached out and pushed the door of the room open, addressing the few people behind him. "My lords, please." Waiting until several people into the study, Lin Gong will to the left and right around, carefully observed a circle, did not find anything wrong, which will be the room door closed. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-taek hid behind the stone pillar next to him and watched the scene in front of him. These people are sneaky dogs, and they are definitely up to no good. Just now, Lee Sung-taek was just guessing, but now it seems like it should be about the same. Since he ran into them today, let's hear, by the way, what they're up to. Lee Sung-taek quickly took out from his sleeve a black face scarf and directly surrounded his face before he quietly approached the study. When he got to the window of the study, he began to put his ear to it. At the same time, Lin Gong, who was inside the study, led several middle-aged men towards Lin Ruofu, who was inside the room. "Father, several of the adults have arrived." Lin Ruofu, who was originally sitting at the table, waved his hand to a few people and said, "Please sit down, everyone." "Thank you, Minister Lin." Several people arched their hands at him and sat down on the stool successively. At this moment, Lin Ruofu picked up the teapot in front of him and poured a cup of tea for several people and said, "Come and taste my handiwork. This is a fine tea, even if you have money outside, you may not be able to buy it. Taste them all, make yourself at home." As Lin Ruofu's words just fell, these several men looked at each other in dismay before all of them each served a cup of tea and carefully placed it in front of them. Only after Lin Ruofu saw this did he nod with a smile, casually picking up the teacup on the table and drinking the tea inside. After everyone saw Lin Ruofu drink the tea, they all followed suit. Afterward, Lin Ruofu put down the teacup in his hand and opened his mouth. "Since we all drank this cup of tea, we are our own people, and this Prime Minister will open the windows of the sky to speak the truth. I'm sure all of you already know what this minister has asked you to come here for, right?" The man surnamed Chin in the crowd nodded his head and said, "I know, it's about the crown prince, right?" Lin Ruofu waved his hand and said, "Wrong, it's the new prince. These few of you adults used to support Crown Prince Li Chengxian. Now that Li Chengxian is dead, the first thing the court should consider is the matter of His Majesty installing a new crown prince. So, you lords, you should know what to do, right?" Without the slightest hesitation, the several people nodded in unison and said, "Yes, yes." In fact, even if Lin Ruofu didn't say anything, they all knew what to do.
In the past, they did stand up to Li Chengxian, and also invested a lot of time, energy, and money. Originally, according to their idea, as long as they stood in line, in the future, as long as Li Chengxian ascended to the throne and called himself emperor, then they would be the patriarchal important ministers. When the time comes, glory, wealth, high office, whatever you want. However, the accident came so fast that it was like a tornado that nearly blew them out of their homes. Who would have thought that the crown prince of a country, the future emperor, would actually be killed? Now it's a good thing that after the death of the crown prince, then the entire power in the dynasty will be reshuffled. Especially those who used to support Li Chengxian will suffer a serious blow. Therefore, while there was still a chance, a few of them, as representatives, had hurriedly come to Lin Ruofu to seek a solution. Lin Ruofu didn't show too much surprise when he saw that all the people answered uniformly. After all, it was all expected.
Since everyone understands, then this minister will not say anything more.
As long as His Majesty wants to install a new crown prince in the future, they all know who to choose. When Lin Ruofu said this, he was afraid that a few people wouldn't understand and said again. A few days ago, this prime minister discussed with the eldest princess and prepared to take some time to send a gift with the second prince. If a few of you, my lords, would like to give gifts as well, you can drop by then. When these words came out, several middle-aged men instantly reacted. Lin Xiang will start to stand up to the second prince in the future. The words just now had made it obvious that Minister Lin and the eldest princess were both prepared to support the second prince to become the next crown prince.
However, this incident is quite normal.
Originally, the second prince's character, literacy, looks, and talent were all very good, and was indeed the best candidate for the crown prince. Now that Li Chengxian is dead, then he is supposed to become the new crown prince.
If that's the case, then things are much better.
Thank you for reminding Minister Lin. We will definitely, at that time, prepare a generous gift.
Lin Ruofu laughed. That would be best. Here, go ahead and have some tea.
At this time, Li Sung-taek, who was outside the study, began to mutter in his heart after overhearing the words just now. He usually didn't cross paths with Lin Ruofu deeply, much less too much. Then how could the other side, for no reason at all, support him as the next candidate for the crown prince?
It's inexplicable. Could it be that Lin Ruofu already knows that his relationship with Wan Er is the reason why? Wait.
It suddenly occurred to Li Chengza that he had just heard Lin Ruofu say that he had discussed coming over with the eldest princess.
Could it be that Li Yunrui is behind this?
Just as Li Sung-jack was pondering, footsteps suddenly sounded not far behind him, followed closely by the appearance of several guards.
Who's there? One of the guards, upon seeing Li Chengza's figure, suddenly shouted. It was then that Li Sung-jack reacted. Oops. Discovered. Chapter 195, Coming to the Palace to Cause Trouble? Who's there?
The guards who were originally patrolling the area immediately shouted out when they spotted Li Chengza's figure. And after hearing the voice, Li Chengza didn't stay where he was and hurriedly turned around and flashed to the side, disappearing. Soon, a dozen or so guards, with quick steps, ran to the entrance of the study. At the same time, the door to the study was opened and Lin Gong walked out from inside.
What's going on? Lin Gong asked the guards.
One of the guards immediately arched his hand and said, "Young master, we were just at the entrance of the study and saw a masked man sneaking around."
What? Lin Gong exclaimed, "Where are the people now?"
The guard returned. He saw us coming and ran off to the front yard.
Lin Gong angrily rebuked, "Why don't you hurry up and go after them?
If we don't catch anyone, let's all cut off their heads." How could he not be angry when someone had snuck in unnoticed inside the hall of the minister's residence? The key was still broad daylight, so one could imagine how bad the security of the Sangha was.
Yes, we'll go over right now.
The guards nodded in agreement and immediately turned around and ran forward. In their hearts at the moment, they also wanted to curse.
This guy, how the hell did he get in here and why didn't he even notice?
If they don't catch anyone here, then their good times will come to an end.
Lin Gong looked at the departing guards and couldn't help but snort coldly as he re-entered the study.
At that moment, the few people who were originally sitting around the table all stood up in panic.
And Lin Ruofu, who was sitting in the main seat, asked, "What's going on outside?" Lin Gong returned, "Just now the guards saw that someone was eavesdropping outside the room door." Lin Ruofu's expression was stunned as he said, "Someone was eavesdropping? Just who on earth is so bold as to dare to come to the ministerial palace to spread their wildness?"
Lin Gong shook his head and said, "The person has disappeared. I've sent the guards after him."
Ha!
Lin Ruofu laughed coldly. Good, really interesting, dare to spread wildness on the tiger's head. When the man is captured, bring him to me first.
Yes, I'll go over and take a look now.
Lin Gong nodded in agreement and hurriedly turned to leave.
Afterward, Lin Ruofu waved his hand as if nothing had happened and said,
Sit down, all of you, and continue with your tea. The crowd looked at each other and glanced at Lin Ruofu again, before they all finally sat down. Since Lin Xiang had said it was fine, they naturally didn't need to worry. After all, this is the Sangha, and if anything really goes wrong, there's still a tall one to hold the fort. Afterwards, the crowd also put their hearts down and began to leisurely sip their tea. Other side. After Li Qingze left the study, he didn't leave the Shangfu, but instead reversed his direction and ran towards Lin Wanner's boudoir. Fortunately, for the sake of caution, he had covered his face while eavesdropping outside the study door.
Otherwise, it would have been recognized just now for sure. That's why it's better to keep an extra eye out for whatever you're doing.
Soon, Li Sung-tae came to the door of the boudoir and directly through the window, tumbled in.
A little before,
Lin Wanner came over to Yi Linger's face and asked with a pair of wide eyes.
Spirit, talk to me. What was the result after brother Sung Jake found out at that time?
Yi Linger laughed. What, you want to hear it? Lin Wanner wrapped her arms around Yi Linger's wrist and placed it at the position of her chest, gently shaking it, saying,
Of course I want to hear it. Just say it quickly.
Yi Linger nodded her head and said, Alright, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you. At that time, I was peeking at this talking book, and I was mesmerized when Yi suddenly appeared from behind, but it startled me.
Then Yi saw me reading this kind of talking book and actually said.
Before Yi Linger could finish her sentence, she heard the window behind her suddenly being opened.
Right after that, a figure tumbled in from outside. Who?
Yi Linger sensed that someone had tumbled in and immediately got up to protect Lin Wanner behind her. Quickly raising her hand, she pulled out the dagger at her waist and listed it in front of her. Lin Wanner, who was behind her, was also startled by the sudden appearance of this silhouette and hid behind Yi Linger, tightly grasping the corner of her coat. Due to some panic just now, the words in his hand were not held steady and fell directly to the ground, tumbling under the bed. At this time, after Li Qingze tumbled into the room, he had just stood up when he saw Yi Linger drawing her sword, and before he had the chance to open his mouth, he was drank by the other party.
Stop, if you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude.
Seeing this, Li Sung-tae removed the mask from his immediate face and said,
Don't do it, it's me.
Yi Linger, who had already taken a fighting stance, instantly revealed a smile on her round little face after seeing Li Qingze's appearance.
Zay, how come it's you? Brother Qingze. Lin Wanner also recognized Li Qingze and was filled with laughter.
And Li Sung-tae reached out, made a show of silencing his voice, and whispered.
Shu, keep your voice down. There are people chasing me right now, so you guys remember to take cover later.
As he spoke, Li Sung-tae walked directly to the bed and immediately lay down on his back and tumbled in towards the bottom of the bed.
This.
Yi Linger frowned tightly with her willow eyebrows, looking incredulously at the bottom of the bed. And Lin Wanner also looked at the bottom of the bed, revealing a puzzled expression.
Just then,
the position outside the door of the boudoir suddenly resounded, with the sound of footsteps.
Young master, the person was just here and suddenly disappeared.
Looked all over the side and found nothing.
Young master, what should we do now? A few moments later, there was an immediate knock on the door of the room. Little sister, are you inside the room?
I'm your big brother and I need to see you about something.
Lin Wanner, who was in the room, and Yi Linger looked at each other and instantly understood what was going on.
Lin Wanner spoke back, It's big brother, I'm in my room.
Just wait, I'll open the door in a minute.
As she spoke, Lin Wanner quickly got up and walked slowly to the door, opening the door to the room. Only at the entrance of the room stood the figures of Lin Gong and several guards.
Lin Wanner asked, Big brother, what's wrong?
Lin Gong glanced toward the boudoir and smiled, It's nothing, I just came to see you.
By the way, did you see, just now, the appearance of strange people in the mansion?
Lin Wanner shook her head and said, No, I've just been staying in my room.
So?
Lin Gong nodded, still looking inside the room. As a result, his line of sight just happened to catch Yi Linger, with a face full of disdain.
What are you looking at? Do I look like a stranger to you?
Lin Gong smiled somewhat awkwardly after being disliked.
Forget it, don't bother with this kind of wild and unreasonable woman. You can't beat them, you can't scold them, so you'd better not ask for trouble.
Lin Gong smiled at Lin Wanner and said, "Little sister, you guys keep playing, I won't bother you.
Remember to have fun." Lin Wanner nodded and said, "Big brother, goodbye." Just then,
Lee Sung-taek, who was hiding under the bed, picked up the word book next to him and read it with a curious face.
"What's this?" Chapter 196 Fear of the Air, suddenly quiet. Lin Wanner quickly closed the gate after seeing Lin Gong leave.
She reached up and patted her sunken chest with a soft sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Linger, who was originally sitting on the stool, immediately stood up and walked to the bed next to her and squatted down.
"Azer, the people are gone. You get out of there."
With Yi Linger's words, Li Chengza rolled out from under the bed with a flip, and then stood up from the floor. He patted the dust on his body and said, "That was close, I was almost discovered just now." Yi Linger walked to Li Chengza's side, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, helped him wipe the dust from his body, and asked,
"What just happened to you? Why does Lin Gong want you?"
Lin Wanner also asked with a curious look on her face. "Yes, brother Chengza.
You could have come to me now, you could have come through the front door.
Anyway, what about the fact that I have no worries now that I've been annulled?"
It's... Actually, Li Chengza waved his hand, "I'll talk to you guys about this later. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a few days, did you miss me?" "Yes, it's very tempting."
Lin Wanner was the first to reply.
"I also."
Yi Linger originally wanted to reply wanting as well, but then she thought of something and immediately turned away, pouting her thin red mouth and muttering,
"I'm not missing you. WHE. And you're not busy.
You're the first one to come running to see Wani, and I don't even see you looking for me."
Humph.
When Li Chengza saw Yi Linger's appearance, he felt like his heart was about to melt.
This is... jealous. But this is a really cute look. Afterward, he came up to Yi Linger and said, "Who said I was the first one to come to see Wanner?"
"Just now, I went to the Yi mansion first, and heard that you were away and came to the Sunga to look for Wanner, so that's why I came over."
"Really?"
Yi Linger said with a smile on her face and a look of surprise.
"Of course it's true." Lee Sung-taek nodded.
Yi Linger hummed softly again, "I
don't believe it unless..." "Unless what?" Lee Sung-taek asked.
Yi Linger pondered for a moment and immediately reached out and nodded on the right side of her face, saying,
"Unless you give me a kiss, then I'll believe."
However, before Yi Linger could finish her sentence, she saw Li Chengza come over and give her a kiss on the right side of her face. It was a bit overwhelming on the spot.
Lee Sung-taek said, "Is one enough? If that's not enough, then there's another one." With that, he gently kissed Yi Linger's left cheek, too. In a blink of an eye, Yi Linger's round little face rapidly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole thing was starting to red warm up as well. Despite the usual, read a lot of banned books on the subject. But that was all theoretical knowledge, never practiced. Now that she was actually on the battlefield, she immediately wimped out. At this time, Lin Wanner, who was on the side, also came to join in the fun. "Brother Sung-jack, I want one too." Lee Sung-taek laughed, "Good, of course we have to treat everyone equally." Afterwards, he also placed 2 gentle kisses on Lin Wanner's face. Lin Wanner covered her face with both hands and said with a smile, "It's so good. Brother Sung-taek, from now on, when the 3 of us are together, no matter what we do, we have to do the same yo. You can never favor one and leave the other out in the cold." Lee Sung-taek nodded his head and said, "Okay, no problem at all." Lin Wanner's face once again revealed a sweet smile after hearing Li Chengza's answer. However, just as Lin Wanner was laughing, when she suddenly saw the words in Li Chengza's hand, she was immediately startled. Yikes! Lin Wanner let out a soft cry and hurriedly snatched the book of words from Li Chengza's hands, placing it tightly behind her. Her pretty face, too, instantly turned red with shame and silently lowered her head. How did I forget about this thing when I panicked just now? The key thing is that it was also picked up by Sung-jack's brother. In this way. Then he must have seen, too, what was in it. Know what kind of book this is. OMG, what a shame. I'm afraid of the air, the sudden quiet. The few people who had been talking and laughing just a moment ago instantly stopped talking. Originally, when Lee Sung-taek came out from under the bed, he wanted to throw the talking book away as if he hadn't seen it. It turned out that they didn't have time to throw it before they interrupted it. That's why. In fact, Lee Sung-taek didn't care. What could be wrong with a girl reading such a forbidden book? It's unavoidable that people are curious, especially about new things.
As long as it's not the kind of book that damages the mind, as well as physical and mental health, it doesn't really matter if you read it a few times every now and then. Especially for adult girls, it's perfectly acceptable to read books about couples that also nurture their relationship with each other. Of course, if the books promote shibboleths, violence, murder, and genocide, then it's best not to read them.
This is something that will only be harmful to your body if you look at it. It won't do you any good at all.
Lee Sung-tae coughed lightly a few times and said, "This book, it's pretty good ah." When Lee Chingza looked through it just now, he had already recognized it as the one that Yi Linger had read earlier. It's full of descriptions of what goes on between couples, and it's perfectly suited to be read as a, well, instructional book. At this time, Yi Linger peeked at Lee Chengza and quickly put her head underneath again. She felt so ashamed now too, she wanted to find a crack in the ground. After all, Lin Wan-er was a first-time offender, which was completely understandable. But she was the second time.
Ahem. If I'd known this was going to be the case, I wouldn't have gone out today.
Seeing that neither of them answered after he had spoken, Lee Sung-tae did not say anything more and directly sat down on the stool and ate the apple in front of him. Girls, there's always a recovery process. Since we're all embarrassed now, we'll wait a little longer. Anyway, there's nothing to do today, and there's no rush for a while.
In the meantime, Northern Qi, an inn in the Imperial City.
In the room, the startled salamander held his long sword in both hands and leaned against the bedpost, his eyes closed in contemplation. And beside her, there were 4 men and 2 women sitting and standing, each with long swords of different shapes hanging from their waists. Although several people shared a room, they all rarely spoke, and the entire room seemed unusually quiet.
A few moments later,
the startled salamander, who was originally contemplating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said,
"Coming."
As her words just fell, the 6 sword slaves inside the room, all of them also became alert and looked towards the door of the room.
Immediately afterward, the door rang out, a woman's voice. "Friend, I'm coming."
The startled salamander gave a wink to the 6 sword slaves, signaling to go and open the door, while her hands, however, were tightly placed on top of her long sword, making preparations to fight. Quickly, the chaotic god stepped forward and reached out to open the door to the room and saw, standing just outside the door, a woman. The chaotic god took a careful look around to the outside and didn't find anyone else, so he took a few steps to the side and let the other party in. When the woman in the yellow dress walked into the room, she sat down on the stool as if nothing had happened and spoke. "I've come here this time to revisit this matter about cooperation."
Chapter 197, Cooperation on Northern Qi.
After Haitang Duo walked into the room, the 6 sword slaves standing beside him all pressed their hands on top of the hilts of the swords at their waists. For a moment, the air of the entire room was filled with the smell of swords being drawn. However, Begonia Duo was not impressed and sat down directly on the stool, looking toward the startled salamander standing in front of him, and opened his mouth. "I've come here this time to revisit this matter about cooperation." The amazing salamander looked expressionlessly at Begonia Duo, and then waved his hand at the 6 sword slaves. Only then did the 6 sword slaves loosen their hands on their waists and take a few steps backwards behind them. However, they didn't let their guard down and always kept their eyes on Begonia Duo. As long as the other party made the slightest mistake, they would strike at the same time, and with the fastest speed, they would restrain the person. At that moment, the startled salamander took a few steps forward, sat down at the table, and said in a cold voice, "What do you want to talk about?" Haitang Duo said, "The thing we agreed on before was to have the person behind you, who can speak up, come to Beiki to talk about cooperation. Now that we've changed our minds, we can stop coming to North Qi." The salamander frowned slightly and said, "Then how do we talk about it? Or do you mean, talk to us directly?" "Of course not." Haitang Duo shook his head, "Let's go straight to Nanchang and talk there. However, the place where the 2 parties talk is to be chosen by us." The amazing salamander pondered for a moment and said, "I can't make the call on this matter, but I can pass your request back and listen to the boss's opinion." Begonia spread her hands and said, "Yes, no problem at all. But I can give you 3 places to choose from when you send the message back. If it's agreeable, come along then. If it doesn't work, then we'll all just go our separate ways and pretend we haven't seen it." The salamander nodded and said, "Good." Begonia said, "Do you have a pen and paper? I'll unload the location now." The startled salamander nodded to the sprite next to him, and the other understood, immediately pulling out an inkstone and brush from his arms, as well as folded rice paper, and placing them on the table. And without any unnecessary nonsense, Begonia Duo picked up the pen and ink on the table and began to write on the paper. Soon, Begonia Duo was on the rice paper, writing the names of 3 places, and put down the brush in her hand.
Well, I've written the names, so I'll leave the rest to you.
As she spoke, she rose from her stool and turned to leave. When he reached the door of the room, he turned his head to the startled salamander.
Remember to let me know if the news comes back.
When the time comes, head 10 miles outside the city, find one of the largest pine trees, light a smoldering smoke underneath it, and when I see it, I'll come over to you. As soon as the words were finished, Hai Tang Duo directly strutted away, completely unconcerned about the scene behind him. Waiting for Begonia Duo to leave, Amazing Salamander picked up the rice paper on the table, glanced at the content on it, and directly folded it up and put it into an envelope. Immediately following, the salamander held up the envelope in his hand and said,
"You 6, who's going back to deliver the message?"
At that moment, the old man with white hair and slightly hunched eyes, who was blindfolded, took a step forward and said,
"For this task, it's better to let me do it." Shocked Salamander glanced at Broken Water and asked with a worried heart, "Can you do it?"
"There's a lot at stake, and absolutely nothing can go wrong." Broken Water hunched his back and laughed, "Don't worry, sometimes not being able to see with your eyes doesn't have to be a bad thing." After a few moments of contemplation, the startled salamander nodded, raised his hand and threw that envelope towards Broken Water. That envelope was in mid-air, spinning rapidly a few times, and was directly caught by Broken Water.
Shocked Salamander said, "It's not too late, you should leave now."
"Good." Broken Water tucked the envelope into his arms, turned and left the room. Other side. After bidding farewell to Yilinger and Lin Wanner, Li Qingze opened the window and tumbled out through it. Originally, he thought that if he waited inside the room for a while, these 2 girls would not be so shy and we could all sit together and chat. As a result, Li Qingze sat and waited for an hour, and they were indeed less shy, yet too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Li Sungtaek had to leave and come back some time later. When the 2 of them are familiar with each other, they'll let go when they come across this kind of thing again. After Li Qingze left the room, Lin Wanner couldn't tense up at all and immediately said to Yilinger,
"Ling just now. Is really too embarrassing. How can I see brother Sung Jake in the future after this?"
Yilinger, on the other hand, did not take it personally and said, "What's wrong with that? It's not like she's an outsider anyway.
Once you get used to it, you'll be fine."
As she spoke, she also picked up the book of words on the table and continued to flip through it. In fact, just now Yilinger had figured out that for this kind of thing, there was no big deal. Anyway, if you get married later, you'll be able to use it sooner or later, so what's there to be ashamed of? By the time she learns the above, it won't be Azer who enjoys it. Thinking of this, Yilinger's face immediately revealed a joyful smile.
Lin Wanner, who was on the side, saw her bosom sister not only reading this talking book again, but actually smiling so sweetly. No, she has to see it too. Lin Wanner walked quickly to Yilinger and said, "Whatever, I want to see it too."
Yilinger nodded her head and smiled, okay, let's watch and learn together." After leaving the boudoir, Li Sungtaek walked towards the courtyard wall not far away. It was now approaching midday, just in time for lunch.
"When we get out of the Sangha, we'll go to the street first to get something to eat."
Just when Li Qingze didn't take a few steps, the voice of the system resounded in his head, once again. "The next check-in location is at the Stone Pine Pavilion, please prepare yourself in time."
"Ha? The check-in point has been refreshed again?" Li Qingze immediately stopped after hearing the system's voice. "Ishimatsu tea? Why does this place sound, at once, familiar and unfamiliar?"
It soon occurred to Li Sungtaek that this was the place to be. At the location of the West Street in the middle of the city, there was a wide and big river, and beside the river, there were quite a number of wigwams and messy rocks constructed, and there were even quite a number of stone pavilions inside. That's where the Stone Pine Pavilion is, and it's not far from the drunken immortal residence. Once Li Qingze knew the location, he no longer stayed in place and directly ran forward quickly. Soon, he came under the courtyard wall, and his body leapt up, his feet stepping on the wall one after another and climbing to the top. Immediately after that, it did a flip and tumbled right outside the courtyard wall. However, right after Li Qingze jumped off the courtyard wall, a guard quickly flashed out from behind a stone pillar in the mansion. The guards looked towards the location where Li Qingze had just left and immediately turned around to leave. Shortly after, the guard from earlier hurriedly ran to Lin Gong's front and arched his hand. "Young master, I just saw a man coming out of Mrs. room."
And then just went over the wall and left. Chapter 198, Is There Such a Good Thing? Xiangfu, Backyard.
Lin Gong rolled up his sleeves, took off his coat and wore tight pants, and was swinging his fists constantly in the yard. Even with his face covered in sweat, he still didn't stop. Soon, after he had thrown a complete set of punches, he picked up a plain sword from a nearby weapon rack and began to wield it. The only reason why Lin Gong was practicing martial arts seriously was solely because of what had just happened, which had caused him to suffer another blow. When he was small before, he and Yi Linger had crossed paths several times. In the beginning, all of them were able to defeat Yi Linger easily, and their hearts were greatly satisfied. However, when they got a little older, things started to reverse. He actually couldn't beat Yi Linger. Regardless of whether it was fists, palms, knives, guns, sticks, or rods, without exception, all of them were not Yi Linger's opponents. It was only later that he realized that the reason why Yi Linger's martial arts had progressed so quickly was entirely due to Yi Luyun. With such a great master instructing you, it would be hard not to make progress. Therefore, in Lin Gong's heart, there had long been resentment, and he was bound to defeat the other party to gain face for himself. What's the harm in being instructed by a great master? He has an unconquerable spirit, and if he can practice hard enough, he will be able to beat his opponent. With this belief in his heart, Lin Gong swung his sword again with more skill and speed. Just as Lin Gong waved, the plain sword in his hand, a guard came over with quick steps. The guard stopped in front of Lin Gong and immediately arched his hand. "Young master, I just saw a man coming out of Mrs. room. And then just went over the wall and left." "Ha?" When Lin Gong heard the guard's words, he immediately stopped in place and asked with a tight frown. "What did you say? A man came out of my little sister's room?" The guard nodded and said, "1,000 times true, my humble servant can see it clearly." Lin Gong angrily shouted, "Who is that man? Do you recognize him?" "This." The squire began with some hesitation. However, Lin Gong placed the plain sword in his hand, on the guard's shoulder, and drank. "Say it. If you don't say it, you'll never say it again." When the guard saw the plain sword on his shoulder, he was immediately taken aback and said hastily, "It's His Highness the Second Prince." With a gloomy face, Lin Gong asked, "You're not lying?" The guards hurriedly shook their heads and said, "My humble servant wouldn't dare." "What my humble servant just said, every word is true. If there is any drama, the sky will be struck by thunder." Seeing the guard's panicked appearance, Lin Gong hung him out to dry and he didn't dare to lie, so he withdrew his park sword. "Good, the matter is known to me. You go down." "Yes," the guard nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave. And after pondering for a moment, Lin Gong then turned around and walked in the direction of the study. On the other side. The study. Lin Ruofu was talking to those men about something. He then picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the tea before saying, "Have you all heard clearly what I have just explained?" Several people immediately nodded their heads and said, "I hear you clearly. When the time comes, I will definitely follow your orders, Minister Lin." "That's best." Lin Ruofu nodded. Just then, the door to the room, which had been closed, was suddenly opened. Then, Lin Gong came in from the outside with a plain sword in his hand. Before he had a chance to speak, the men who were originally sitting at the table were all taken aback when they saw the scene in front of them. Some were even so frightened that they got right up from their stools. And Lin Ruofu calmly looked at Lin Gong and angrily rebuked. "Adverse son, what do you want?" After hearing his father's words, and seeing the actions of the people next to him, Lin Gong reacted and hurriedly threw away the plain sword in his hand. "Father, I have something important to tell you." Lin Ruofu put down the teacup in his hands and said, "My lords, let's stop here for now. I won't keep you for lunch today. If you have any problems in the future, you can all come to the Sangha at any time." Several men all stood up and bowed their hands to Lin Ruofu. "Yes. We take our leave." Lin Gong waved his hand to a few men and said, "A few adults please." When Lin Gong sent the people away, he quickly returned to the study again. "Dad, guess who I just saw?" "Get to the point," Lin Ruofu said with some displeasure. "Oh," Lin Gong said, "just now, some guards informed that Li Qingzi came out from inside his little sister's room. I suspect that the person who was just outside the study door, eavesdropping on your conversation, was Li Sung-taek." "It's him?" Lin Ruofu's face was stunned, obviously feeling very surprised by what had just happened. "The second prince came out of Wan Er's room?" Wan Er was usually the most conservative and would never let another man enter her boudoir without authorization. Even her father and big brother could never go in if she didn't agree. How now? Could it be that Wan Er and the second prince have gotten together? At that moment, Lin Gong added, just now, when we were chasing that man, we personally went to Wan Air's room to take a look.
There was no one else seen inside except for Yi Linger.
I think it must be Li Sung-taek, who was hiding in the room at the time, and that's how he escaped our search.
Yes, it must be. Wait.
Lin Ruofu asked as he looked toward Lin Gong.
What did you just say? When the second prince came out, Yi Linger and Wanner were both inside the room?
Lin Gong nodded and said, it should be.
Dad, what's wrong?
Lin Ruofu pondered for a moment, then suddenly his expression was joyful as he reached out and gently stroked the breath from the corner of his mouth and laughed.
So it is. That's a good thing. Huh? Lin Gong asked with a confused look on his face, Father, what good thing?
Lin Ruofu waved his hand and said, don't worry about this.
In the future, if you see, again, the second prince stealing into Wanner's room, just pretend you didn't see it and definitely don't block it. Why?
Lin Gong scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Lin Ruofu sighed helplessly, why ask so many questions, just do what I say. Originally, when he was discussing with the princess, to push for the second prince, to become the new crown prince, he was worried that there was no way to please people. After all, in the time before, he had no friendship with the second prince, let alone a love affair.
Now well, if Wan Heir and the second prince, if they were to be together in the future, wouldn't he become a father-in-law?
Having such a layer of relationship in place is worth more than any number of gifts. That was why he had instructed Lin Gong just now not to mind his own business and let them continue to cultivate their relationship.
This is a joyous occasion that can't be stopped. Thinking of this, Lin Ruofu smiled even more happily. He then looked at Lin Gong next to him and asked, what are you still doing here?
Lin Gong scratched his hair and said, Father, I still can't figure out those words you just said.
What the hell for? Chapter 199, what a rubbish.
Lin Ruofu, who was still full of joy and smiling, immediately frowned after hearing his son's words.
Even the smiles on his face all disappeared in an instant, replaced by gloom.
He snorted coldly and said, get lost. If you can't think of anything, go to your room and think slowly.
And by the way, pour all the water out of your brain, again. Lin Ruofu just didn't understand. Why is he so smart and talented and the city is extremely deep? How can you have a son who is such a fool? Nope. It should be too. He almost, just now, forgot about Lin Debeo. It's a blessing to have these two sons around.
Seeing that his father was angry, Lin Gong didn't dare to continue to stay here and hurriedly turned around to leave.
Dad, then you keep busy, I'll go first.
Lin Ruofu looked at Lin Gong's back and couldn't help but let out a cold snort, then he resumed his seat at the table and continued to start drinking tea. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a smile appeared on his face once again. Lin Gong muttered as he skimmed his lips after leaving the study. Pops is really the same, always likes to leave things out. If we don't make it clear, then who knows what's going on? Really? Just as Lin Gong was cursing, right in the courtyard, he saw Yi Linger in a long red dress. By the looks of her, she should have just come out of her little sister's room. When Lin Gong saw Yi Linger, a fire of anger immediately ignited in his heart. In the past, she was always unable to beat her, and every time they met, they were taunted and made to lose face. Now is just the right time to get back the face that was lost earlier. When he thought of this, Lin Gong quickly walked over and blocked Yi Linger's path. At this time, Yi Linger, who was originally walking, realized that Lin Gong had blocked her way and couldn't help but blankly say, "Go away, good dogs don't get in the way." Ha! Lin Gong is unimpressed, said, "This is my home, I can stand wherever I want." Yi Linger said, "Childish, lazy." With that, she was ready to walk over the side. As a result, before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Lin Gong with a wave of his hand. At this, Yi Linger instantly became furious and tightly frowned her willow eyebrows, saying, "Lin Gong, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Gong laughed, "You can leave if you want to, unless you defeat me." Yi Linger was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Lin Gong with a skeptical gaze. "You're not sick, are you? Why are you talking nonsense?" Both of their martial arts, one was at the 8th rank realm while the other was at the 6th rank realm, a difference of 2 ranks in between. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Linger could hang 3 Lin Gongs. It was precisely because of this that she felt that the other party was joking just now after hearing Lin Gong's words. And Lin Gong said with a confident face, "You're the one who's sick. Still, if you want to leave, you'll go straight from my." Just before the words came out of Lin Gong's mouth, before he could finish, he saw Yi Linger in front of him, suddenly making a move. Only to see Yi Linger take a few quick steps forward and immediately make a turn in place before raising her foot and kicking it forward, just hitting Lin Gong's chest.
Bang!
After Lin Gong was kicked in the face, he quickly fell behind him and landed heavily on the ground. All of a sudden, Lin Gong's brain felt blank, and his body even felt an aching pain.
And so on. What just happened? And at this moment, Yi Linger, with a look of contempt, looked at Lin Gong and sneered. What a load of crap!
Just after the words were out of her mouth, she strutted forward. Soon, Lin Gong reacted and shouted.
Who are you calling trash? I just wasn't even ready for it. Don't you go, we're playing. Ouch.
Lin Gong was ready to get up from the ground when he was laid back down by the pain. He felt even more humiliated by this. In the past, when he was fighting Yi Linger, he was still able to fight for a dozen rounds.
Now it's just a matter of seconds. Didn't even block a single move. Forget it. Sometimes when I think about it, it's pretty pointless to live. After Li Qingze came out of the sangha, he was on the street, finding a random noodle shop to eat. Recently, inside the royal residence, all day long, I have been eating big fish and meat, and I am getting tired of it, so I want to eat a little bit of light stuff. Soon, Li Sung-tae came to a fairly good business noodle shop, just found an empty table and sat down, then waved his hand to the boss. Boss, a bowl of wide noodles, remember to put more chili. Okay, you wait a moment, right away. The boss smilingly promised.
Li Sung-tae then began, sitting in place and waiting.
By the way, thinking again, when you finish signing in later, what kind of reward will the system give, again?
The last reward, an illustrated book of the complete book of manufacturing guns, was something more useful for him now.
And what will the words be this time?
Preferably something like a bazooka or something. He was always looking forward to see if the Archmage could resist the power of a rocket.
An armored car would be perfect.
When the time comes, driving an armored car with thousands of heavily armored cavalry, the combat power can directly multiply several times. When it really comes to that, it will be able to push across this world, any country. Just as Li Chengze was contemplating his fantasies, two silhouettes slowly walked down the street not far away.
In the meantime,
Li Hongsung was walking slowly down the street with a young girl in tow. Then, holding up the gift box in his hand, Li Hongsung asked the young girl beside him.
Little sister, are you sure this is a gift that Miss Ruo Ruo will like? Don't you dare lie to me.
The young girl tilted her head and said with a confident expression, Brother, just don't worry.
Ruo Ruo is my good girlfriend, what she likes, I naturally know.
I'm your own sister, do I still lie to you? Li Hongcheng felt that there was indeed some truth to it, so he didn't say anything more and continued to walk forward. Just then, the young girl beside Li Hongcheng immediately pulled his sleeve and said, Look brother, brother son Jack is there.
Second brother? Li Hongcheng asked hurriedly, Where? Where is second brother? The young girl pointed forward and said, Isn't that right?
Li Hongsung looked in the direction where the young girl was pointing and saw Li Sung saying,
Hey, sure enough, it's Ergo. What a coincidence, I was just going to look for him. As he spoke, Li Hongcheng walked forward quickly.
And at this moment, Li Sung-tae was sitting at the table, contemplating, when he suddenly heard behind him a voice.
Ergo.
When Li Sung-tae heard the voice, he turned to look behind him. He only saw Li Hongsung with a cute young girl, walking quickly towards him.
Ergo, why are you here? I was just about to go look for you.
The young girl walked up to Li Sung Jack and immediately smiled sweetly.
Brother Sung Jack, long time no see-o. This is...
When Li Sung-tae saw the young girl, he immediately searched in his mind who she really was. Soon, he thought about where the other party came from. It turned out that this young girl was Li Hongqing's own sister, County Lord Zojia.
Chapter 200, The Signing Comes Again. What a coincidence, why are you guys here too?
Li Sung-tae also didn't expect to run into Li Hongsung on the street.
And his own sister, Sheriff Zojia.
In Li Qing's impression, it had been with this cousin, who he hadn't seen for most of the year. That's why, just now, when he saw the other party, he didn't recognize him at first. Li Hongcheng returned, It's like this, I originally came with my little sister to buy something.
Now that the stuff is bought, I'm ready to go to you. Looking for me? It was then that Li Sung-tae came to his senses. He'd almost forgotten about it.
Earlier, Li Chengze had promised Li Hongcheng that he would accompany him to the fan residence to pay his respects.
Nominally, it's a mourning, but it's for the sake of the sister. Lee Sung-taek asked, now? Right.
Lee Hong-sung held up the gift box in his hand and said, things have already been bought yet. At the same time, County Lord Zojia, who was beside Lee Hongchang, had a bright smile on her face as she looked at Lee Chingza. After not seeing her for half a year, this cousin of hers was really getting more and more handsome. No wonder the girls in the city have been admiring him for a long time. People look handsome, but also very talented. The key is still the emperor of the dynasty.
I really don't know which girl will be cheaper in the future. At this time, Lee Chingza pondered for a moment and said, it's already midday, and it's almost time for lunch. Would it be inappropriate for us to go over there now? What kind of person goes to someone's house as a guest, at mealtime? Eating or not eating is secondary.
However, he had to go to the check-in point later, so of course he couldn't go there now. Lee Hongchang was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized, right, why didn't I think of that just now?
Better go after lunch.
Immediately following that, he added, in that case, I'll treat you to a big meal at a restaurant.
What's there to eat at the little noodle shop here?
Lee Chingza shook his head and said, there's no need to eat any big meals. I've been wanting to eat something light lately, just eat some noodles.
Snap.
Lee Hongchang sat down directly next to him and nodded, that's quite a coincidence. I've also been having a bad appetite lately, so I like to eat some pasta.
Boss, give me a bowl too. Lee Sung-taek couldn't help but laugh after seeing this.
This kid, he's getting better at kissing ass. And next to her, county head of Zojia, after seeing Lee Hongchang's appearance, began to snicker. Shame on you, brother, your face changes so quickly. Lee Hongchang waved his hand at him and said, go, what do you know?
Humph. County Mistress Zojia lightly grunted, since you guys are eating it, I'm going to eat it too. Boss, serve me a bowl too. Just after the words were said, County Head Zojia looked at Lee Chingza beside her and said, Brother Sung Jack, when are you going to write poems again? Writing poetry? Lee Sung-taek asked, what kind of poem? Sheriff Zojia said, your writing is so good, shouldn't you continue to write a few more songs? Those 3 poems written before have already been sought after by the world, and everyone is looking forward to them. What about the poems you wrote later? Brother Sung-taek, give me a tidbit of information about when you'll be writing poems again. It was then that Lee Sung-jack realized what was going on. He pretended to ponder for a moment and said, these days are too busy, it's better to wait a while. Oh, well then. Sheriff Zojia nodded with some frustration. At that moment, Lee Hongchang raised his hand, and right on the forehead of county head of Zojia, he gently flicked it, saying, what do you know? Second brother is very busy every day, how can he have time to write poems? County Mistress Zojia covered her forehead, pouted her little mouth, and muttered, I'm just asking. A few moments later, the owner of the noodle shop served 3 bowls of noodles and placed them in front of several people. Enjoy your meal, several guests, and add more if you don't have enough. Lee Sung-taek picked up his chopsticks and started to take a big bite. This was the first time he had eaten pasta since he was reborn, and he had almost forgotten what it tasted like. Now that I've eaten it, I think it tastes pretty good. I can't believe it's better than the chef in the mansion. Sure enough, if you want something delicious, come to the street stall. The thought made him eat even better. At this time, Lee Hong-sung looked at the noodles in front of him, and in his heart, he had already begun to have a sense of rejection. Although he said he wanted to eat just now, it was just a mouthful, and when it really came to the moment of truth, he immediately wimped out. Since I was a child, I have eaten all the delicacies of the mountains and the sea, how have I ever eaten these things? However, his words had already been spoken, and if he were not to eat them, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Just as Lee Hongchang was pondering, the nearby county head of Zojia, when she took a big bite of chopsticks of noodles, laughed. Wow, that's delicious. This is so much more delicious than the food inside the mansion, so much more delicious. Seeing that Lee Sung-taek was enjoying his meal, and even his little sister was eating happily, Lee Hong-sung contemplated for a moment before picking up his chopsticks, picking up the noodles, and trying to eat them. After a mouthful of noodles, his expression immediately changed drastically and he nodded in disbelief. Not bad. This pasta is really good. Soon after, a few people simply ate the noodles and left the noodle shop. Before they could take a few steps, Lee Hongchang asked anxiously. Ergo, it's after dinner now, when are we going? Lee Sung-taek returned, go skate on the food first, there's no need to be in a hurry. Exactly. Sheriff Zojia also chimed in, brother is also in too much of a hurry. If Rua is inside the house, it's not like he's going to run away, it doesn't matter if you go for a little while less. Li Hong-sun lowered his head somewhat sheepishly and said no more. Soon, Li Qingze brought the two of them and arrived near the Stone Pine Pavilion. At this moment, it was already past noon, and there were many pedestrians on the street one after another. When they walked into the Stone Pine Pavilion, they realized that there were quite a few people inside. There were a few young men dressed as literati who met and began to talk about poetry. There were also women in twos and threes, sitting inside the stone pavilion, enjoying the view of the lake. There were even a number of people, playing flutes and lutes. Li Qingze looked ahead and said, "It's quite lively in here." Sheriff Zojia nodded her head and said, "Yes, it's very lively in here every day. The talented women and men of the city, who usually have nothing else to do, come here to party." Li Sung-taek said, "So that's what happened. Now that we're in, let's go over and take a look." Afterwards, Li Qingze and Li Hongchang, as well as county head of Zojia, walked forward side by side. By the time they had walked a dozen meters or so, Li Sung-jack's heart, then, began to mutter. Where the heck is this signing point refreshed to? The Stone Pine Pavilion looks like it's not small in scope, it covers hundreds of acres of land. He couldn't just, turn the place around. Just as Li Qingze was contemplating, the county head of Zojia beside him suddenly said, "Look guys, there are quite a few people surrounding the front, it looks so lively. Let's go over there." Li Hongqing sighed helplessly and said, "Little sister, you're a county princess, can't you be more reserved?" "None of your business, I'm going." County Mistress Zojia lightly grunted. However, Li Sung-jack was just about to open his mouth. Inside his head, the system's voice came again. Chapter 201 Wishes Come True, this reward is so exciting. This meets the sign-in location, does the host choose to sign in? It's here. It's finally here. After hearing the system's voice, Li Sung-taek's heart let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, county head Zojia pulled on his sleeve and said, "Brother Qingze, let's go over and take a look." "It's okay now anyway." Li Qingze looked at Li Hongchang beside him and said, "You take your little sister over first, I'll be right behind you." Li Hongchang nodded and said, "Alright then, let's go over there first." "Huh?" County Mistress Zojia asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Qingze, aren't you going along?" Li Hongchang directly yanked her away and said, "Don't disturb second brother, he all but said he would arrive later. We'll just go over there first." "Hey, wait," said County Lord Zojia, "I want to be with Brother Qingze." Before she could finish her sentence, she was already yanked away by Li Hong-sung. When there was no one else around, Li Sung-taek immediately replied, "Sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding him with one RPG-7. Turns out the reward this time is an RPG-7 rocket launcher. Wait. Li Qingze's expression was stunned and he immediately began to close his eyes to check. In the system's storage, there was an RPG-7 rocket launcher. Wish come true. This time, the reward is actually a real bazooka. Previously, Li Sung-taek had been thinking about when the reward given by the system could be a weapon like a rocket launcher. He had long wanted to see if the great masters of this world could actually block a rocket. And now it's actually working as intended. Lately, I've been ridiculously lucky, and I've been able to get whatever I want. When I have time later, I will carry this RPG-7 and surprise Emperor Ching. A shell flies out to see if he can dodge it. When the time comes, that scene, it's going to be exciting. In the past, Emperor Jiangyi was so scared that he couldn't sleep at night because of the Bamlet sniper rifle. When we see this thing, then we won't have to sleep. Just as Li Qingze was secretly surprised, he realized something was wrong. Wait. Inside the system's warehouse, there was indeed an RPG-7 lying around. But what about rockets? What's with all the bazookas and no bullets? Wouldn't it be useless without bullets? System, what's going on? What kind of reward gives only weapons and not bullets? The host does not need to be alarmed, the system will reward any heavy weapons that are rewarded separately. Please wait a little while for the host, the next reward for signing in may be a bullet. Li Sung-taek, you're talking nonsense here. And wait for the next one? In case the next reward isn't the RPG-7 RPG bullet, won't we have to wait forever? System. Subsequently, Li Qingze saw that a piece of paper had appeared out of thin air in the system warehouse. When he examined it, he learned that it was a drawing for the manufacture of bullets for the RPG-7 rocket launcher, and the information labeled on it was very detailed. It's a lot more detailed than the last drawings we got.
As long as you can keep the materials you need on hand, you can make your own bullet pullers. Forget it, I'll take a loss this time, something is better than nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't have bullets now, as long as you have this drawing in hand.
We'll get some gunpowder when the night is over and see what bullets are manufactured and if they work or not.
If it works.
When the time comes, there will be as many bullets as you want.
Lee Sung-taek pressed back his inner joy, so he walked forward to look for the two siblings, Lee Hong-sung. Soon, Lee Chingza was in the pile of people and spotted the two siblings. They stood in the crowd, all of them looking in front of them, with expressions of surprise still on their faces. It was only when Lee Sung-taek took a closer look that he realized what was going on. It turns out that there is a small stand here with large and small lanterns hanging. And on top of each lantern, a riddle was out and there was a reward if you answered it. However, to answer the lantern riddles, you don't just have to do it, you also have to come up with the money. Lanterns vary in price and the rewards inside. Like those tiny lanterns, you only need to pay a few pennies, and after answering the riddles correctly, the rewards range from a penny to a white penny. And for those big lanterns, just to pay the money, it's a few dollars of silver, the highest is a few taels. But the rewards are also very generous. Not only all kinds of fancy gifts, but the biggest jackpot, which amounted to as much as hundreds of taels. The owner of the stall, also do not yell, just sit as if nothing happened, who wants to play, directly pay money on the line, how much money you can win, all depends on their own talent. Lee Sung-taek came to Lee Hong-sung and patted his shoulder, saying,
"It's about time, let's go."
Anyway, the reward for signing in had already been obtained, so there was no use in staying here anymore, so it would be better to leave in a hurry. Also, he was a little curious about what it would be like when he went to the fan house later.
And that Fan Xian, is he unconscious now, or has he woken up?
If he hadn't guessed wrong, Fan Xian, at this moment, must still be unconscious. With that Fei Jie's medical skills, it would take some time if he wanted to cure Fan Xian. After turning around and seeing Lee Chingza, Lee Hongcheng nodded and said, "Second brother, you're here.
Come on, I want to go too."
With that, he reached out and feared Sheriff Zojia, saying, "Don't look, we're leaving." However, Sheriff Zojia pointed to one of the lanterns and said, "Brother, I want this one." Li Hongcheng glanced at the riddle on that lantern and realized that it was so difficult that he didn't understand it at all.
"This thing isn't pretty, I'll get you a nice one later." Sheriff Zojia said disdainfully, "Why don't you call yourself stupid? If you can't solve the riddle, just say so, and we won't laugh at you." In the face of his own siblings' tirade, Lee Hong-sung could do nothing about it despite being somewhat disgruntled. It couldn't be helped that he really wasn't very good at this aspect of learning. Just then, Lee Sung-taek came to his ear and muttered something in a low voice. Immediately following, Lee Hongcheng's face was joyful as he said, "Second brother, is it true?" Lee Sung-taek nodded, "You'll know soon after you try it." "Good, second brother, I believe you." Lee Hongcheng laughed, and immediately took out from his sleeve a silver ingot of 5 taels, and placed it in front of the table. Then, pointing to one of the larger lanterns, he said, "Boss, I want to solve this riddle." The boss waved his hand and said, "Yes, just write the answer above the lantern instantly." Lee Hongcheng picked up the brush on the table and saw the riddle on the lantern, which read, "Fragrant rain, hidden eastern smoke. Leaves fall yellow, geese move south." Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately wrote the word autumn underneath the puzzle. "Boss, it's written, do you think it's right?" The boss glanced at the answer and nodded with an expressionless face, saying, "Okay, right. Here's your prize, take it well." Subsequently, Lady Zojia then got what she wanted, the gift she wanted. Followed behind his 2 brothers and left happily. Chapter 202, Entering the Fan Mansion. A little later, Li Qingze brought Li Hongcheng and County Lord Rugia, and after leaving the Stone Pine Pavilion, he headed in the direction of the Fan Mansion. County Mistress Zojia walked down the street, looking at a silver hairpin in her hand, and said with a smile on her face, "It's so pretty, it matches me. Thank you, brother Sung Jack." When Li Hongcheng heard this, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't just thank second brother, I also have a share, okay?" Sheriff Zojia blankly glanced at Li Hongcheng and said, "What part do you have in this? If it wasn't for brother Qingze helping you, where would this silver hairpin be now?" "Hey!" Li Hongcheng said in a somewhat unconvincing manner, "No matter what, I also contributed silver, okay? You little ninny, you've got a bargain." Slightly. County Mistress Zojia made a face, and then continued to look down at the silver hairpin in her hand. In fact, she has quite a few pins.
Not to mention silver hairpins, even gold hairpins, there have been quite a few. But those were bought for her by her father and brother, and meant something very different than the prize she was getting now. So, she was just going to take this gift and keep it in her collection before she could do so. Seeing that County Mistress Zojia was ignoring him, Li Hongcheng stopped making a fool of himself and said to Li Qingze,
"Ergo, to be honest, I'm a little panicked right now." Li Sung-taek asked, "What are you panicking about?"
Li Hongcheng said, "That is,
when I go to see Miss Ruoro later, I don't know what to say. In case you say the wrong thing, wouldn't that be?"
Li Sung-taek said, "Don't care so much, just follow your own ideas though.
You always have to take that step. Be brave and believe in yourself."
Li Hongcheng also feels very right, now are afraid to do, then what to do in the future?
Forget it.
If you're dead, you're dead. Okay, second brother, I'll do as you say. Li Sung-jack nodded and then suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I remember that Ruo girl is a talented girl, her literary skills must be very good. So, when you interact with her in the future, remember to talk more about poetry, or calligraphy and painting, or something like that, she'll definitely be interested."
"Alright, I'll remember."
Li Hongcheng nodded with conviction.
Soon, Li Qingze and the others arrived at the entrance of the fan mansion.
At this time, in front of the fan mansion, all hanging large white lanterns, as well as white damask fluttering in the wind. Even the guards who stood at the door were in mourning. This kind of scene was not much different from when he was in the Eastern Palace before. Li Sung-taek stopped and said to Li Hongsung beside him, "Let's go, we're already here."
"Good." Li Hongcheng nodded and then walked quickly to the front door. "Greetings to His Highness the Worldly Prince."
The two guards in front of the door, after seeing Li Hongcheng, immediately bowed to him. Li Hongcheng waved his hand and said, "Quickly go and report that it's this Shitzi and the second prince, who have come to the mansion for mourning."
Yes, I'll go over right now."
One of the guards nodded in agreement and immediately turned to leave.
Meanwhile, the fan house study. Fan Jian stood with his hands behind his back and a gloomy face.
And in front of him, squatting in a black robe, sat the teenager.
It's none other than 5 bamboos.
After pondering for a moment, Fan Jian spoke, "Now things are becoming troublesome. It's been several days, and even the inspectorate couldn't find out where those people came from. Moreover, after what happened last time, the Tiger Guards and Black Riders, who also lost quite a bit, must be reselected and trained. Now that Fan Xian is unconscious again, we don't know what the situation will be later."
5 bamboos pondered for a moment and spoke, "Since Fan Xian isn't dead right now, why don't we hurry up and take him away from the capital city? If I'm not mistaken, those people are still in Kyoto City."
Fan Jian waved his hand and said, "We also know that those people are in Kyoto City, but this must be Kyoto City, and only here will it be safe. If we let Fan Xian leave Kyoto City, we're bound to let those people know about it, and when the time comes, perhaps, it will cause unnecessary trouble.
So the best thing to do now is to stay put."
The 5 bamboos were silent for a moment, and also felt that there was some truth to it.
"So what now?" Fan Jian sighed helplessly and said, "What else can we do?
Today's plan can only be to stay put for the time being.
Let's see it first."
When Gajira heard this, he began to fall silent again. At that moment, a servant's voice suddenly sounded from a position outside the study door.
"Master, there is a visitor outside the door." Fan Jian asked with a helpless look on his face, "What man? If you don't know them well, just send them away."
The servant said, "Master, it's Prince Qing and the second prince."
"What?" Fan Jian asked as he immediately turned around and hurried to the door. "Prince Qing and the second prince?" The servant nodded, "That's right, it's exactly their 2 highnesses.
By the way, there seems to be Sheriff Zojia."
Fan Jian frowned slightly when he heard this. What are these 2 highnesses doing here, in good time? Immediately afterward, Fan Jian waved his hand and said, "Quickly invite them in." "Yes, master."
The servant nodded his head in agreement and directly turned to leave.
Fan Jian turned to Gachu, who was sitting on the ground, and said,
"The 2 highnesses are coming, I'm going over to greet them."
"Make yourself at home. For the last few days, it's best not to go out past this wind." 5 bamboo returned with an expressionless face, "Got it." Without further ado, Fan Jian turned around and headed for the door.
As for the 5 bamboos sitting on the ground, they continued to bow their heads in contemplation, the only arm left, gripping the iron pestle tightly, not knowing what to think in their minds.
Outside the gates of the fan house,
the 3 of them, Li Sung-taek and Li Hongsung, were waiting in front of the main gate. Only, before waiting too long, the guard who had left earlier, trotted all the way over.
Your Highnesses, please come in. Li Hongchang waved his hand forward and said, all right, lead the way.
Immediately afterward, he turned to look at Li Qingze, second brother, let's go. By the time the three of them had just walked through the gates of the Fan mansion, they saw Fan Jian walking over in a hurry. My humble servant did not know that the two Highnesses were coming, and I apologize for having missed the welcome. Li Hongqing said, there is no need to be polite, Uncle Sinan, we are just here to pay our respects.
So it is.
Fan Jian waved his hand and said, then, your Highnesses, please hurry.
Go to the parlor first and sit down for a moment, and later my humble servant will take you there.
At that moment, Li Sung-taek then said, there's no need to go to that much trouble.
Sananbo, take us there first.
No matter what, Fan Xian is also my friend, and now that I've come over, it's only right to check on him first. Fan Jian said, so your Highness, the second prince, and my son are friends. In that case, follow me, everyone. As he spoke, Fan Jian began to lead the way, walking forward at a brisk pace. And Li Sung-taek made a wink to Li Hong-sung, signaling the opportunity. Li Hongcheng understood, and after nodding, he quickly followed.
Little sister, let's go too. Li Chengzi said behind him. Sheriff Zojia said, good, I also want to see Ruo sooner. She must be devastated right now. Chapter 203, there's something fishy going on here. Fan Mansion, Spirit Hall. Fan Ruo remained as she had been 2 days before, wearing white mourning clothes and kneeling straight on the ground. The body was already thin, but now it looked a little more slender if that. His face was pale, his eyes were red from crying, and he did not speak. And across from Fan Ruo, kneeling, was her brother, Fan Xizha. Except that Versace, today, is no different than it was a few days ago. Not only that, but he looked better and showed no signs of sadness at all. At the moment, Versace, while on his knees, but with his head down the entire time, was looking at the word book in his arms. Almost laughed out loud whenever I saw the highlights. If it wasn't for the fear of being reprimanded by his father, he would have simply slept on his knees where he was, just like last time. Just as Versace was watching, he suddenly heard the door, actually ringing with familiar footsteps. Oops. As if he had thought of something, Versace immediately hid the book of words in his hand and lowered his head in contemplation. Soon, from outside the hearth, several figures walked in. Fan Jian walked to the door of the hearth and said to the few people behind him, Your two Highnesses, this is the spiritual hall of my son. When he hadn't even finished his words, behind him, county head of Zojia walked in with quick steps. Wakey wakey. When Sheriff Zojia saw Fan Ruo kneeling on the ground inside the spiritual hall, she ran over in a hurry. And when Fan Ruo heard the familiar voice, she slowly raised her head. Zoe. After Fan Ruo saw County Lord Rugia, her eyes once again flooded with tears, and the aggression in her heart once again swept over her. The tears were even more unstoppable. County Mistress Zojia quickly walked over and reached out to hold Fan Ruo in her arms, comforting her. Wakey wakey, don't be afraid, I'm coming. It's okay. Versace, who was originally bowing his head in contemplation, immediately started performing again when he saw the few people in the doorway. Big brother, hey, why did you leave all of a sudden? I missed you so much, brother, I really missed you. Big brother, you must go well, I will definitely avenge you in the future. Fan Jian, who was at the doorway, instantly grimaced at the sight of Versace, performing with that poor acting skills. The usual posturing is fine. Now that we have a guest, how can we still be like this? Fan Jian coughed heavily. Versace, on the other hand, heard his father cough, which stopped the show. There are times when acting has to be light. It wouldn't be much fun if it was overacted. Your two Highnesses, please come in. Fan Jian said to Li Qingze. Li Sung-jack nodded and walked slowly into the hearth. As he walked up to the spirit seat, he bowed deeply. Immediately following that, his eyes, he looked towards the coffin next to him. By all accounts. Inside this coffin, what should be lying there, was Fan Xian's body. However, he also knew that Fan Xian was not actually dead. So is there someone in the coffin here? And if there was someone, who would it be? At this time, Li Hongcheng also walked in quickly, and like Li Qingze just now, he first bowed before standing still. After taking a few glances at the coffin, Li Qingze looked toward Fan Ruo next to him. He then realized that today's Fan Ruo was far more haggard than the last time he had seen her. The body was also weak and threatened to faint at any moment. It seemed that Fan Xian's death had hit her really hard.
Moreover, it was obvious that Fan Jian hadn't told her that Fan Xian wasn't dead. This old man, he's quite ruthless, even hiding it from his own daughter.
Right.
Lee Sung-taek seems to remember in the original. At that time, when Fan Jian rescued Fan Xian, he was taking his own son's life to replace him. Thinking of this, Li Qingze said to Sananbo, Miss Ruoro's body, it seems to be very weak.
It would be dangerous to kneel here again.
As soon as Li Qingze finished speaking, that Fan Ruoro suddenly closed her eyes and fell on top of County Lord Rujia's body.
Yeah. Sheriff Zojia was startled and surprised. Ruo, what's wrong with you? You don't scare me.
Fan Jian was also shocked on the spot after seeing Fan Ruoro unconscious, and hurriedly stepped forward quickly and inquired.
How is Wakey? Sister. Versace quickly stood up and ran forward as well.
For a while, the scene was very chaotic.
Someone, get the doctor. Fan Jian turned and shouted.
At this time, Li Qingze walked forward, reached out and took Fan Ruoro's pulse and said. There's no need to panic everyone, she's just overtired and passed out, nothing serious.
Fan Jian was surprised, so your highness, the second prince, also knows about medicine? Li Qingze nodded, just a little bit.
Send Miss Ruo back to her room to rest and feed her some food, she'll be fine in a couple days. Remember, only feed some fluids for now, and then some fish when you're fully healed.
Good, my humble servant has made a note of it. Fan Jian nodded and immediately picked up Fan Ruo and headed for the door. And Versace followed.
Now there was a good chance to leave the spiritual hall, so naturally I couldn't miss it. When Fan Jian left, Li Qingze said to Li Hongchang, we should leave as well. Li Hongsung nodded his head in some frustration and said, okay.
It was a bad day for luck to come across something like this.
It seemed that one could only wait for a few days and then come back to see Fan Ruoro.
Just as several people were leaving the hearth,
Li Sung-taek walked to the side of the coffin, and with his right foot intentionally broken, his body went straight down on it.
Ouch!
The moment Li Sung-taek slumped down, he raised his hand and opened the coffin, giving it a gap, several minutes wide. Even though the gap was small, it was enough for him to see clearly what was inside the coffin. Li Qingze took a general look and covered the coffin again. The whole process was so short that it was almost unnoticeable. Li Hongsung had just stepped out of the door and turned around hastily after hearing the sound.
Ergo, are you okay?
Li Qingze stood up and waved his hand. It's fine, I didn't stand still just now.
Let's go. Just now, Li Qingze did see a corpse in the coffin. Moreover, the corpse looked exactly like Fan Xian. If I hadn't seen the top half of the body, he was going to decide that it was indeed Fan Xian in there. At that time, when Black and White Xian Jian assassinated Fan Xian, it was at the position of the chest that he stabbed the sword. The wound is very close to the heart. Li Qingze was completely convinced that Black and White Xian Jian's level of force.
But the chest of that corpse just now, there was no center. Instead, the location of the center sword is above and below the navel. Therefore, Li Qingze dared to assert that the corpse inside the coffin was definitely not Fan Xian.
In that case,
then why did Fan Jian look for someone, similar to Fan Xian, to kill him and then lie inside the coffin?
That's odd. However, after Li Sung-taek's few people left the spiritual hall,
just from the shadows next to them, a few figures slowly walked out.
Chapter 204, the two of them, actually friends?
After Li Sung-taek left the spiritual hall, he was ready to leave with Li Hongsung and the others. Since what one wanted to know was already clear, there was no need to stay on. He also had to hurry back and have some gunpowder made in preparation for the attempted manufacture of bullets.
That's the most important thing.
Soon, as Li Qingze's few people walked to the courtyard, Fan Jian, who had just left, walked out with quick steps. Your Highnesses, go to the parlor first, and when my humble servant is done with my daughter's business, I will go over.
Li Qingze waved his hand and said, no need Sananbo. We originally came here to mourning Fan Xian a bit, and since we're done, it's time for us to leave. I'll bother you again when I'm free in a few days.
Fan Jian immediately nodded his head and smiled. In that case, it will be a hard day's work for your highness. In the future, no matter when, my humble servant will welcome your two highnesses. Li Qingze said, there's no need for Uncle Sinan to send us off, we can just walk by ourselves.
Bye.
After that, Li Sung-taek walked towards the main door. Li Hongchang and county head of Zojia, neither of them said anything more, and followed closely after Li Qingze to leave. And Fan established himself where he was, watching the few people leave. When the figures of Li Qing's trio completely walked out of the main door, the smile on his face crunched to a halt. Afterward, with a flutter of his sleeve in his hand, Fan Jian walked quickly to the spiritual hall. Fan Jian looked at the few people inside the spiritual hall and asked, "Did anything happen when I left just now?" One of the tiger guards shook his head and said, "My lord, you just left on the front foot a moment ago," and the three of them followed right behind and walked out of the spirit hall. In the meantime, there was no discovery that anything was amiss. Fan Jian nodded and said, "All right, I know about this matter, you guys go down first." "Yes." Several people bowed their hands to Fan Jian before heading to a nearby corner. Afterward, Fan Jian walked out of the outside of the hearth and began to meditate in place. Just now, the second prince and Prince Jing's son came to the mansion to hang the mourning matter. He always felt that something was not quite right. By all accounts, Fan Xian had just come over to Kyoto City from Danzhou, and hadn't had a few days at all, so it was unlikely that he would have the opportunity to make friends with any powerful people. Not to mention, being friends with the second prince. Back when Fan Xian first came to the capital, he had already said that there was a fight between the second prince and the crown prince. Don't get caught up in it unless you have to. Fan Xian should not be stupid, so how could he not realize that there was something at stake? Since that's the case, does the second prince have another purpose for coming over today? Could it be that the second prince had a grudge against Fan Xian? Thinking of this, Fan Jian walked forward to the door of Fan Ruoruo's boudoir and shouted, "Versace, come out." Meanwhile, Versace stayed in Fan Ruoruo's boudoir and was leisurely eating fruit. Now his sister had fainted, and by the way he was relieved. Now his father must have been busy looking for the doctor, thus ignoring him. In that case, then he wouldn't have to go to the wake. Versace felt relieved just thinking about it. How could it be one word? However, the good times don't last long. Versace, who was eating grapes, suddenly heard outside the door his father's voice. "Versace, come out." The voice, though not loud, but to Versace's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, almost scaring him to the ground. Oops. Father's coming for him. After so many years of Versace's experience, it was already possible to tell that whenever his father called him by his full name, it was designated to be no good. He will be greeted with either a beating or verbal abuse. Versace prepared in advance to be beaten in the heart, will be in the hands of the grapes, all filled into the mouth, and only then walked out of the room. He looked at his father's serious old face and instantly wilted, slowly lowering his head. And Fan Jian said expressionlessly, "In the time before, did your elder brother ever come and go with the second prince?" Versace looked up at his father and quickly lowered his head again, not speaking. After Fan Jian waited for a few breaths and realized that he didn't hear an answer, he asked again. "I'm asking you a question, why don't you say something?" Versace contemplated for a moment, and hastily spat out the grapes in his mouth, all of them. "There are." Fan Jian glanced at the grapes on the floor, then back toward Fan Xizha, his face instantly showing impatience. Well, after taking a few deep breaths, he slowly relaxed and said, somewhat breathlessly, "When?" Fan Xizha returned. "When Big Brother first arrived, the three of us went to eat on the street and happened to run into His Highness the Second Prince. At that time, Big Brother said that he was friends with His Highness the Second Prince and had a good relationship. Later, we had dinner and went our separate ways." Fan Jian heard this and became lost in thought again. Fan Xian and the Second Prince are friends? When did they, become friends? Could it be from Danzhou? But why is no one telling this information to themselves? Since the two of them are friends, then the second prince must have come over this time for Fan Xian's death. At that moment, Fan Jian suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the second prince was trying to help Fan Xian take revenge? If that was the case, then they would have another helper to deal with those people. Now that the second prince's prestige was high, perhaps the next candidate for the crown prince would also fall into his hands. So this might, perhaps, be an opportunity. However, just to be on the safe side, it was better to wait for Fan Xian to wake up and inquire. If that's the case, then find a way to work with the second prince. When the time comes, there is no fear of not being able to deal with those people. Other side. Li Sung take stretched greatly after coming out of the Fan mansion. Li Hongchang, on the other hand, was a bit frustrated and never spoke after coming out of the Fan mansion. At this time, County Head Zoujia's eyes were red, as if they were flooded with tears, and she looked toward Li Qingze. "Brother Sung Jack, do you think Ruoruo will really be okay? She's not in any danger." Li Chengzi nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, Miss Ruoro is just overworked and will be fine after a few days of rest."
"Don't worry about it, I'm sure it'll be fine." "Alright then."
Sheriff Zojia believed Li Chengzi's words.
Then, Li Chengzi said to Li Hongchang, "I'm going back to the royal residence, do you two want to be guests?"
Li Hongchang shook his head and said, "Second brother, no need, I'm not in a good mood today."
"It's better to wait a few days and get back to you." "Alright then, you guys go back and pay attention."
Li Sung-taek waved his hand and said, "Bye." Soon, Li Chengzi returned to the royal residence. When he had just returned, he immediately called Fan Wushang over.
"Your Highness, you asked for me?" Fan Wusa came to Li Chengzi's front and said with an arch. Li Chengzi nodded and said, "I need some gunpowder now, so get some back immediately." Fan Wusi asked, "Your Highness, how much do you need?"
Li Sung-taek thought about it and said, "half a kilogram or so? And don't mess with it too much, or else you'll arouse suspicion."